Those who have been fugitives know how desperate it feels to be wanted nationwide. Not only do you have to constantly evade the police's pursuit, but you also have to face the denunciations and curses from 6 billion netizens across the country. And even survival becomes a major issue. And just as you have crossed over, you have become a suspect in a notorious murder case. Although you know you have been wronged, facing the overwhelming evidence from the police leaves you with no way out. Just then, you bind yourself to the Great Escape system, thinking that with the help of the system, you could turn the tide and clear your name. But this system actually requires you to update short videos every day. In this high-tech era, updating videos not only exposes your whereabouts but is also a blatant provocation. Isn't this pushing yourself towards a dead end? You hurriedly pull out your phone to check the short video account, and the back-end messages have reached thousands, all without exception, urging you to surrender and cursing you viciously. Some even deduce your hiding place based on your previous works. Once a popular blogger, you have now become a rat in the street that everyone wants to hit. If it weren't for the black mask obscuring your face, you would have probably been subdued by the enthusiastic crowd around you long ago. You slump in your chair, unable to help but curse this ridiculous escape system. It might as well be renamed the death sentence system. Right now, you truly feel like an old lady living in a high-rise, unable to go up or down. At this moment, the system's voice sounds again. Would you like to open the beginner's gift pack? With a glimmer of hope, you choose to open it, and ding, you receive a god-level disguise technique. Hearing this news, you instantly leap up from your chair in joy. You excitedly think that the system is indeed the system. With this god-level disguise technique, at least you won't have to hide and be afraid to go out every day. Perhaps there really is a chance to turn the tables. However, before you can be too happy, the alarm in the mall goes off, followed by an announcement. Please do not panic. We are the Jinghai police. According to reliable information, the suspect Chu Luyun is hiding in this mall, and all exits have been sealed. Please proceed orderly to the entrance for fingerprint and DNA comparison. During this process, please be vigilant of strangers around you. Hearing the announcement, you feel a wave of darkness wash over you. You just acquired a disguise technique, and now they want to check fingerprints and DNA. The mall is surrounded by layers of armed police, and you can't escape. Just then, the system prompts you that the update time is up. With a countdown of 10 minutes, 2 police officers come up to you and kindly ask, "Comrade, why are you still sitting here? Please come with us to the entrance for inspection. If everything is fine, you can go home right away." Hearing the words "go home," you almost cry. If you really go to the entrance for inspection, you won't be able to go home again. You stammer and haven't spoken yet when the 2 officers grab you and start walking you toward the entrance. Looking at the crowd lined up for inspection at the entrance, you feel dizzy. Every time you look up, it seems like you see your great-grandfather waving at you. Suddenly, you have a clever idea and clutch your stomach, shouting, "Wait a minute, my stomach suddenly hurts a lot. Can I go to the bathroom first?" The officers notice your strange expression and politely urge you to hurry. You break free from their support and dash toward the bathroom. This counts as a delaying tactic, but just as you reach the bathroom, the system prompts that there are only 5 minutes left in the main task countdown, and at this critical moment, your phone is black-screened and out of battery. When a person is down on their luck, everything seems to go wrong. There are only 3 minutes left, and there's not even enough time to find a power bank. Looking at your black screen phone, you feel a surge of resentment towards this fruit phone's battery for the first time. Just when you are at a loss, a young man with half green and half yellow hair walks in, holding a phone and live streaming. "Brothers, I'm at the shopping plaza right now, and I heard that the wanted streamer is here. They're checking at the entrance. Come on, send some small gifts." The young man shows off his expressions to the phone screen. At this moment, your life has entered a countdown, and looking at the young man's phone, it feels like a lifeline. "Brother, can I borrow your phone?" But the young man ruthlessly refused you. "I can't lend it to you. Can't you see I'm live streaming? I'm about to hit 100,000 viewers. Hurry up and get out of here." In a moment of desperation, you quickly take off your mask and introduce yourself. The young man was stunned when he saw your true face, and the number of viewers in the live stream instantly surpassed 100,000. "Wow, it's really Chu Luyun. He really ran into him. Streamer, run quickly. This guy has killed more than 10 people without blinking an eye. I didn't expect this guy to actually be at the shopping plaza. This time he definitely can't escape." The bullet comments flew by rapidly, and everyone in the live stream went crazy. But in the young man's eyes, there was no joy over the 100,000, only fear of you. He immediately shouted "Oh my God" and turned to run outside. You are quick and decisive, pinning him to the ground, causing the young man to tremble in fear. At this moment, the main quest has entered a countdown, and you don't have time to waste talking to him. Seeing the makeup bag he dropped on the ground, a sudden idea popped into your mind. You quickly closed the live stream, turned on the camera, recorded a video, and uploaded it to the platform. completing the system's main quest. Once this video was released, the entire internet exploded. Who would have thought that a super suspect wanted nationwide would still have the guts to update their account? In the video, you are sitting on a toilet in a shopping mall, neither admitting fault nor begging for mercy, but instead, you extend your index finger to cover one side of your face, looking ominously at the screen. What is the truth? Is it that reasoning has reached its end? Or that logic has entered a closed loop? The reasoning is still ongoing, so why conclude that I am the real culprit? As you spoke, you shook the camera in your hand, deliberately revealing the spirited young man sitting beneath you, his yellow-green hair very eye-catching. Since you have determined that I am the murderer, I will go and clear my name myself. Now that your reasoning has reached its end, it is time for my reasoning feast to begin. Jinghai Police, I, Chu Lu Yun, declare war on you here at the break of dawn. Take this. After saying that, you flipped the camera to reveal the sign for the men's restroom on the second floor. This video has completely enraged all the police officers and has set the entire internet ablaze. The leader of the special investigation team, Li Shui, has a face as cold as frost. She is beautiful, highly educated, and has become the team leader thanks to her clever mind. However, upon seeing the content of your video, she lost her composure. This is simply too arrogant, lawless, and even in the face of heavy encirclement, he still dares to provoke us. She picked up the intercom and immediately ordered, Agent Zhao. He is now surrounded by us and cannot fly away. He must be brought to justice today. Everyone, stay alert. Zhao Huai, as the overall commander, although not part of the police station or the special investigation team, is also a specially hired talent. 3 minutes after the video was released, the likes exceeded 1 million, and the comments surpassed 300,000. Netizens were discussing it fervently, some angrily cursed that you must be severely punished for your disregard for the law, some worried that the spirited young man you captured was in grave danger, and others began to doubt why, knowing he was surrounded, you still chose to self-destruct and expose your location. There must be something fishy about it. The police officers in the mall had no time to discuss your intentions in posting the video. After receiving the order, 5 small teams totaling 30 people rushed into the second floor. At Zhao Huai's command, they kicked open the bathroom door and entered in a single file. However, the scene before them left them stunned. A young man with yellow-green hair was lying on the ground, his white shirt stained red with large patches of blood, his face as pale as paper, trembling due to abdominal pain. Zhao Huai quickly squatted beside the young man and asked, "Where is he?" The young man trembled as he replied, "He just ran out, you must catch him." Zhao Huai immediately ordered, "Quick, call an ambulance, the rest of you come with me, we must catch him quickly." Your provocative video had already infuriated the police, and now with no one captured and a seriously injured person, the situation had become even worse. Zhao Huai also redeployed some police forces to cover all corners of the mall, determined to capture you. The injured young man was urgently sent for treatment, causing a commotion among the crowd. After layers of investigation, the police finally discovered an unusual situation in the 5th floor restroom. When Zhao Huai arrived, he saw a bald young man, with his wig removed, tightly bound and stuffed in a stall, his mouth stuffed with socks, unable to make a sound, and his clothes completely stripped off, with a cut on his buttocks, bleeding profusely. Zhao Huai was surprised to find that this young man bore a striking resemblance to the injured young man who had just been carried out. He removed the socks from the young man's mouth, and the young man immediately cried out, "That murderer stole my wig and clothes, and my makeup bag, and he even cut me on the butt." Zhao Huai then realized that you had deliberately exposed yourself in the 2nd floor restroom in the video and used a hostage to threaten, because when you recorded the video, you were not on the 2nd floor at all, but on the 5th floor. You cleverly edited the video to mislead the police. At this moment, in the ambulance outside the mall, the doctor cut open the young man's white shirt to check for injuries, only to be surprised to find no wounds on his body. When you removed the wig, your face was revealed, and you smiled brightly at the doctors, saying, "That's because this isn't your blood at all, and there are no injuries on my body." At this point, all the details came together, and your plan surfaced. You deliberately revealed the hostage's facial features for the police to remember, so that when you later disguised yourself as the hostage to be sent out, it would not raise suspicion. The declaration of war video was edited, and showing the 2nd floor environment was meant to mislead the police. In fact, after you and the young man filmed the first half on the 5th floor, you went to the 2nd floor to shoot a reverse shot, making the police mistakenly believe that you and the hostage were both on the 2nd floor. When the police arrived, they saw the injured hostage but did not see the murderer, so they thought the murderer had escaped, not realizing that the injured person they had carried out was the murderer himself. In the 2nd floor bathroom, you were the only one there from start to finish. You tied the bandage to the stretcher, opened the ambulance door, and, in front of everyone, flashed a smile at the doctors before suddenly pushing off the ground and flying out with the stretcher. Under the traction of the bandage, the stretcher did not tip over. Chu Luyun drew out his knife and cut the bandage, disconnecting the connection between the two. In the end, Chu Luyun just left everyone's sight and escaped. Soon, the explosive news hit the nation. All the information channels are making a big deal out of this. Highly intelligent criminals, evaporating in a circle of 100 police officers? Xinjiang extermination case, criminals left a video declaring war, suspected of internal grievances? Why did the criminals still get away when they acted circumspectly? Was it a dereliction of duty or an accident? The public demands the release of the law enforcement video. The internet is all over the place with various reports and the public outcry is getting higher and higher. Hundreds of people can't catch a turtle in a jar? Let me do it. Not a buddy, do you really not suspect a mole in this situation? What kind of high IQ is that? I think it's a major mistake. How can a high IQ break through this kind of cage? Unless he's invisible. Upstairs is wrong, there's thermal imaging watching outside, stealth won't work, unless he's sun monkey and can turn into a fly and fly away. The whole internet is trolling the police for this loss. They simply could not imagine how Chu Luyun, a living human being, could fly out of the cage and escape. Qingyang Police Station. Li Shui sat at the conference table with a gloomy face, the surrounding colleagues all had their heads down, and Zhao Huai's face was filled with anger. The fingerprints and DNA all match, and the contents of his novel, which is almost equivalent to a confession, is in no way a false case. That's why this law enforcement video can't be made public, it will only fuel the murderer. Zhao Huai poked the pen in his hand on the desktop, making a thumping sound. Li Shui, the leader of the task force, stared intently at the screen that was looping the video of Chu Luyun's declaration of war. She repeatedly speculated on the murderer's inner state. Would such a calm, cool, and thoughtful killer really leave such obvious evidence as fingerprints and DNA in a murder case? Team Leader Li, don't hesitate any longer, I assure you with my personality that he is definitely the murderer, the evidence is overwhelming. The top priority is to increase the police force and arrest him before he escapes from Xinjiang. Zhao Huai's volume gradually rose and could be heard throughout the corridor. The more he did, the calmer Li Shui acted. Agent Cho, are you in a hurry to catch the culprit, or are you in a hurry to convict him? You seem to be afraid that I'm going to flip the case for him? Is there something unspeakable here? Li Shui stared at Zhao Huai, her sharp eyes like she was trying to penetrate his heart. Hearing such a question, Zhao Huai was a bit speechless for a moment. Chu Luyun's case was too significant and bizarre. So it was then that he, an external special talent, was asked to investigate. It can be said that he is responsible for this murder case, all the evidence all match, he does not think there is any wrongdoing here. If there was really something fishy, with his decades of experience as an agent, how could he not see it? All of this was nothing more than Chu Luyun's clever rhetoric. Okay, make the law enforcement video public. Admit when you're wrong, and stand upright when you're beaten. This time it was a major lapse in our law enforcement to give the public an explanation, publicly. Li Shui, as the leader of the task force, gave a direct order. Should we block his short video platform to prevent causing panic among the public? No, locate that account properly, as soon as he updates again, we'll be able to pinpoint his exact location based on the signal source. After Li Shui waved her hand in reply, she fell into deep thought once again. As the police publicized the entire enforcement process, there was a renewed uproar across the internet. The Me on Me Too guys all shut their mouths. Seamless, I would call it the greatest escape. Wonderful, wonderful, to be able to maintain such calm thinking and such a meticulous layout in such a crisis situation. Breathtaking. Nay, I am uneducated, a line of the world. Would someone so smart leave fingerprints and DNA for the police to identify themselves? Could there really be a grievance, as he said? Now he's wanted all over the country, I'm afraid he won't be able to jump around for a few days, so what's the point of proving his innocence? I don't believe it anyway. Chu Luyun's heat was once again pushed to a climax with the release of the law enforcement footage. The entire Xinjiang police force has been mobilized. Because of the shortage of manpower, a number of temporary workers have even been hired to do the screening work. The city of Xinjiang is now surrounded by an iron pass. Carpet checking is in full swing. I reckon that brat escaped Xinjiang city long ago, otherwise with this kind of intensity of search, how could he not be found? Yeah, we've pulled out all the rat holes in Xinjiang city, I'll bet $100 he's definitely out of the city already. The temps who searched were grumbling and thought they were doing a useless job. Eastern District, Xinjiang City. Cross River Bridge, many police forces are passing over the bridge. And the cavern underneath this bridge is where the manhwa Daikaijin and the vagabonds congregate. The man in the mask came up next to the homeless man. Old brother, let me ask you for directions, do you know how to get to Linxia village? The man opened his mouth to ask, and the homeless man looked wary. Older brother, I'm not a bad person, I just got lost, take this $100 and consider it a good deed. The man slipped $100 to the homeless man. As a gesture of goodwill, he also pulled off his mask and flashed a big smile. Uncovering the true face of Mount Lushan, this person is exactly Chu Luyun. Chapter 5, Layout Challenges. Not only did he not leave Qingyang City, he was even right under the noses of the police. The homeless man listened to the piercing sirens around him, his eyes lingering on the bills for a long moment. He knew very well what was going on in Qingyang City right now. But what the heck, it's not like it has anything to do with him anyway. After receiving the bills, he gave Chu Luyun directions. This so-called Linxia village is where the murder took place. If Chu Luyun wanted to investigate the truth of the matter, he would have to travel to the scene first. I'm sure the police in Qingyang City wouldn't have thought of that. He had the nerve to return to the scene under these circumstances. Chu Luyun had always been in the habit of spending cash, so he still had quite a bit of money on him. After purchasing a few necessities, we began our trek to the village of Linxia. Avoid all major traffic routes and specialize in deserted places where people are rare. Nowadays, all of the surveillance forces in the entire Qingyang were all invested in the main roads on the edge of the city to prevent Chu Luyun from leaving the city. But no one could have guessed that this guy wasn't even thinking about leaving and was roaming around the city. Nightfall. Chu Luyun followed the overgrown path and passed by an old abandoned building area. This is supposed to be a neighborhood that was going to be demolished before, and the people have all moved out. But the real estate business isn't doing well right now, so the demolition didn't continue here. After it was completely abandoned, it was all filled with weeds half a man high, and there were even some traces of homeless people living there. Chu Luyun was pondering whether or not to deal with a night here. Suddenly, a strange, putrid odor drilled into his nostrils. This putrid odor constantly stimulated his brain nerves, causing goosebumps to rise on Chu Luyun's back. Strictly speaking, the smell of a rotting human body is no different than the smell of any other living thing rotting, it's all just the breakdown of proteins. But there's a certain gene in the human body that warns you that a kindred spirit is dying nearby. That's why the smell of human decay tends to bring out a special feeling in people. Is it hard to believe that in this place, there are still murders? But it's only just out of the city, and it's still 20 kilometers less to the village of Linxia. Chu Luyun braced himself and followed the putrid odor into the ruins. Push open the rusty iron door. A strong putrid odor nearly washed Chu Luyun into a coma. Inside the cobweb-covered and musty-smelling room, a desiccated body was lying on the floor. Judging by the clothing on the body, it would be a male corpse with close to 10% decomposition. Aside from the strong smell and maggots, the body was pretty much intact. The food bags on the floor were so clean they looked like they had been licked. There were also plastic bags with food that had rotted into water and emitted a foul odor. The dead man's hands were clenched into fists, his body was curled up, and there was mud in the nail crevices, as if he had experienced great pain before death. The body is variously free of trauma and the teeth are clenched. Analyzing other details from the scene. The man would have been a homeless man from the neighborhood who died of some kind of disease. Looking at the food in those plastic bags on the floor, they should have been picked up from the trash. Combined with the painful movements of the deceased covering his stomach before death, it should be something unhygienic that triggered the illness and death. Ugh, I thought I'd find some clues to the extermination, but I didn't expect this. Chu Luyun sighed and turned around, about to head out. As he walked to the door, a sudden flash of light went through his head. A devious plan was quietly brewing in his mind. After walking out of the ruins, he directly turned back his route and headed to Qingyang City. Qingyang City. East End. The time was nearing evening, and there were patrol cars circling around outside from time to time. Mountain River Villa, entrance. Zhao Huai, who was returning home from work, stood in front of a small detached villa and pressed the doorbell. Coming home so late, hurry up and come in for dinner. A beautiful young woman opens the door and drops a bag of trash on the doorstep in her hand. Mountain River Villa is an upscale neighborhood. Householders simply leave their garbage at the door and it will be swept up early the next morning. The sanitation worker picked up the garbage in his hand and staggered with Zhao Huai, and the two of them brushed shoulders. Late night is approaching. Chu Luyun ran wildly on the goat path, glancing down at his watch every now and then. He had to make it to the old abandoned city by 12 o'clock. It's only 9:30, it's not too late. Under the constant psychological comfort, Chu Luyun was finally at 10 o'clock in the evening. Reached the room where the rotting body was hidden. He pulled out a black plastic bag and put it over his head to keep any strands of hair from getting lost. Get out 2 more plastic bags, fill them with sand, then put your feet in them and tie them around your legs. This leaves no recognizable footprints. Put the silicone gloves you bought on. Only after making all the preparations did Chu Luyun step into the room. An hour or so later, the main quest once again urged Chu Luyun to update the video. At this moment, Chu Luyun was already paralyzed with exhaustion at the entrance of the room. He took off all the protection on his body and straightened his expression. Once you're in a ready state, turn on your phone, point it at the camera, and tap record. Just when the entire Qingyang city was immersed in a tense atmosphere, Chu Luyun's account was updated again. In that instant, everyone froze. What? Didn't he just escape yesterday? And today he's posting a video? Is he crazy? My God, I'm afraid this is the most arrogant fugitive of this century. No, I'm afraid it's the most arrogant fugitive ever. There is no one, right? Rampant, too rampant, a little too wild to be admired. Chu Luyun's video was directly played by tens of millions in just 1 minute. Li Shui, who was in the conference room, was even clenching her fists at this moment, staring at the big screen in front of her. In the middle of the screen, the update that Chu Luyun had just given was playing. Sometimes I ponder what is the truth. Agent Cho said that when the clues and evidence are complete and all point to one person, that's the truth. Just a fingerprint and DNA match can convict a person as a murderer, and as a deductive writer, I don't approve of such a way of locking up a murderer. Chu Luyun turned to the screen and revealed a meaningful smile. Agent Cho. I, Chu Luyun, suspense and deduction writer, murder chaser. Hereby, formally challenge you. Chapter 6, The Murderer is Him. Inside the conference room of the task force, Li Shui fell into silence after watching Chu Luyun's video. The crackling of keyboards resounded through the conference room. Everyone was busy except for the pensive Li Shui. Team Leader Li, we've located where the signal was just transmitted. It's right on the outskirts of Qingyang City. This kid has surprisingly been in Qingyang City the whole time. Didn't leave at all. The officers informed Li Shui of the news. Just then, the door to the conference room was slammed open. The sweaty Zhao Huai rushed in and came to the conference table in a hurry. Team Leader Li, I request to close Chu Luyun's account immediately. This kid is using public opinion to distort the truth. As an old agent, Zhao Huai naturally knew what tricks Chu Luyun was playing. He had investigated Chu Luyun's network of relationships, and there was only a hairdresser and ex-girlfriend who was withdrawn and fit the character of a psychopathic murderer. The Zodiac extermination tragedy, Chu Luyun as the true culprit, had already been capped. And now Chu Luyun was trying to utilize public opinion to pry open a corner of the coffin, to gain a chance of survival for himself. Chu Luyun as the true culprit, even if he could not be brought to justice. He will also live as a wanted man for the rest of his life, forever confined to the company of sewer rats. But once this definitive case is pried up by public opinion, then Chu Luyun, the true culprit, may be completely exonerated. The day Chu Luyun gets off scot-free will be the day Zhao Huai's reputation is tarnished. Li Shui sighed and pushed her cell phone in front of Zhao Huai. Agent Zhao, I'm afraid it's already too late. The power of public opinion can no longer be held back. Li Shui's slender fingers tapped the cell phone screen. On top of it, one by one, all flashing, were the pop-ups of millions of netizens. Why am I getting the feeling that this blogger may have been wrongly accused? Requesting the police to openly handle the case, we demand that all law enforcement processes be publicized. Yes, this is 12 lives. If there is a wrongful conviction, will it not be 1,000 years of injustice? Maybe this blogger is really hiding something dark behind his back. He's not touching some people's interests, is he? Conspiracy theories? It's quite possible. He who pays the wages of all must not be made to freeze to death in the wind and snow. Publicized, must be publicized. All processes must be supervised by the public to enforce the law. Public opinion on the internet was overwhelming, and those who were fighting for Chu Luyun were everywhere. Seeing that public opinion has festered to such an extent, turning off the video now and blocking comments will only make it worse and make everyone think there must be a conspiracy. I've received a call from the province, and the higher-ups have requested that we, within 3 days, must apprehend Chu Luyun and give the public a reasonable explanation. And all law enforcement processes in Xinjiang City must be live-streamed on the entire network and publicized publicly. With these few words, Li Shui gave the pressure to Zhao Huai. Whether it was the outcry on the internet or Chu Luyun's video. Already, Zhao Huai, the person in charge of the extermination tragedy, has been pushed into the limelight. Currently it's an inquisitive battle of wits between the two. The one who loses will be thrown into a dark prison. Zhao Huai lit a thin cigar, and the smell of tobacco filled the conference room. He looked down at his cell phone on the table. Chu Luyun's video was playing on a loop, constantly mentioning Zhao Huai's name. Chu Luyun, I accept your challenge. Zhao Huai exhaled a mouthful of smoke, turned around, and left the conference room. Xinjiang City. The Devil King's cloak covers the sky, and the stars and moon have no light. A siren-sounding police car whizzed by. The people who heard the police cars didn't even need to think about it, they knew it was a mass extermination. Chu Luyun's matter had already reached the level of a household name. The ruins, which had been left untouched, had been cordoned off. The weeds that grew wild were also trampled and snapped by the officers coming and going. All the police officers, as requested, all turned on the law enforcement recorders on their chests, including Zhao Huai. And all of these images were broadcast live. They entered within the dilapidated house and found a highly decomposed body. Agent Zhao, judging from the background of the scene, this is where Chu Luyun recorded the video. And the room where the dead man was is where he was recording the video. The surrounding police officers informed Zhao Huai of all the clues they had explored. Zhao Huai ignored the smell of rotting corpses and carefully observed the clues around him. What about the coroner? Have the coroner's findings on the body come back yet? Zhao Huai lit a cigarette and rushed around to greet them. Immediately after that, a young lad came to Zhao Huai's side. Agent Zhao, I'm the new forensic intern, and because of the suddenness of the incident, my master is still on his way here. Let me check in with you first. The intern pushed his glasses up the bridge of his nose, still a little nervous. Only after seeing Zhao Huai nod his head did he dare to continue. There are strangulation marks on the victim's neck, the time of death was about 10 days ago, and the preliminary identification is homicide. A large number of fingerprints and hairs were left at the scene and have been sent to the police station for testing. The intern told all. Zhao Huai nodded his head as he heard this, a grim smile appearing at the corner of his mouth. What a reasoning writer, what a dumbass. Committing the crime twice, leaving fingerprints and DNA twice, Chu Luyun, you can't take off your name as a murderer. Zhao Huai muttered a few words in a low voice, lifted his foot and returned to the police car. Go back with the prints and the hair and compare them, I want to know who the killer really is tonight. Zhao Huai said this in a righteous manner. But he was really just talking to the law enforcement recorder on his chest. Everything today can be live. Countless netizens are staying in front of their screens. In front of so many people, the fingerprints and Dan matched Chu Luyun, and he will never be able to overturn the case. And Zhao Huai was able to keep the divine constable name on his head. He simply couldn't wait for the old coroner who was on his way. He now couldn't wait to nail Chu Luyun to the cross of guilt forever in front of everyone. This guy, he didn't kill Chu Luyun again, did he? He left his fingerprints and Dan again? He's so stupid. Yeah, what a reasoning writer, and posting a video challenge, he challenged a cockney. Scattered. Scattered. It's just a fugitive, a final claptrap on his deathbed. Opinion on the internet is starting to loosen up. Zhao Huai sat on the co-pilot, looking at a flashing pop-up screen, the corners of his mouth were harder to suppress than even AK. As long as tonight passed, Chu Luyun would become a complete murderer, and even if Pao Qingtian came, he wouldn't be able to overturn the case. A stinking writer of novels and trying to challenge him as a professional detective. It's just a big joke. Early tomorrow morning, he, Zhao Huai, also began to release a video vowing to arrest Chu Luyun. By the time that was done, he was the divine arresting detective in everyone's mind, the representative of justice. The brain uncontrollably began to imagine, and the dopamine released in advance made Zhao Huai feel that the air in the downtown was extraordinarily fresh. The convoy had just returned to the police station, and he urged the interns to go to the lab and hurry up with the fingerprint and DNA checks. The intern's entire body froze in place after seeing the results of the fingerprint comparison. Say, is this fingerprint a Chu Luyun? What are you froze up for? Say something. Zhao Huai looked at the intern who didn't say a word. The intern, on the other hand, was staring blankly at Zhao Huai, and even the incandescent lamps in the lab couldn't illuminate his gloomy face. What the hell is going on? Say something. Zhao Huai shook the intern's shoulder. The intern had been so stunned that he took several deep breaths before he finally stumbled out. The result of the fingerprint comparison has come out. The owner of this fingerprint is called Zhao Huai. Chapter 7, The Zodiac. What did you say? Zhao Huai's entire body froze. That's right, I've compared it several times, these fingerprints and hairs, it's Zhao Huai. And it's not even a rename, it's your fingerprints and hair. The intern looked at Zhao Huai in front of him, and his eyes became firm. That moment. Zhao Huai only felt groggy in the head, like a sudden attack of hypoglycemia. The conversation between the two people not only reached the ears of those around them. It was even live-streamed all over the internet by the chest recorder. In that instant, everyone exploded. Blow up. It's great. Is this the challenge from the Chu God? A sleuth turned murderer? Great. Ha ha, after half a day of investigating and throwing myself into it, things are starting to get interesting. The pop-ups in the live stream began to grow geometrically. Zhao Huai's brain fell into a blank. This strong feeling of falling is like letting you fly to the clouds before falling hard into the abyss. All the way down, all the way down. Pang. The door to the lab was slammed open and the old medical examiner was sweating profusely. It's not right. This situation. This is not right. The strangulation marks on the victim were caused post-mortem, and the real cause of death was due to food poisoning. We also found a note in the dead man's stomach. The old medical examiner handed the fresh leaves to Zhao Huai. Through the plastic bag, you could vaguely see the faint handwriting on it. What exactly is the truth? Zhao Huai, who was holding the leaf, completely froze. The medical examiner determined that the victim's time of death would have been 10 days ago, but the leaf was fresh, at most, no more than yesterday. The appearance of the old medical examiner is what keeps Zhao Huai from being charged with murder. But his words also slapped Zhao Huai hard in the face, making him, the super sleuth, a complete joke. The clock at 0 hour rang inside the lab. Midnight has arrived. Everyone's cell phones received a message notification at almost the same time. Chu Luyun updated again, he updated again. Almost at the same time, everyone clicked on Chu Luyun's video. The Chu Luyun in the video was still standing in that abandoned building, playing with a leaf in his hand. Apparently it was recorded in advance. Agent Cho, are you still satisfied with the little game I designed? If it's based on fingerprints and DNA alone, then how do you conduct yourself, Agent Cho? Just 2 short sentences and the video is over. The task force site urgently located the video and found that it was time to be released and could not be traced at all. Obviously Chu Luyun wasn't trying to screw Zhao Huai, he was just using a long-dead deceased person to prove his innocence. Zhao Huai clenched his fists and clenched his teeth, unable to speak for a while. It was originally intended to put Chu Luyun to death. Now isn't that helping to clear his name? Ha ha ha, this is still a detective, I think it's a super detective from Mickey Mouse, right? That's right, as a detective in charge of such an important case, how can you be so arbitrary? Whoever upstairs said that Chu Xin is the murderer by virtue of fingerprints and DNA, is Agent Cho also the murderer of this homeless man? Then again, how did this kid manage to frame Zhao Huai with the identity of a fugitive, but also really skillful and courageous? The pop-ups on the internet are divided. Everyone is not a cutie pie, and know that Zhao Huai can't be the killer of the homeless man. Chu Luyun was only using this matter to convey a message. Seeing is not always believing. Fingerprints and DNA alone can't exactly lock up the murderer without error. Everything that happened today was constantly recalled in Zhao Huai's mind. Eventually that figure settled on a sanitation worker collecting garbage. The man who took away their family's household trash and rubbed shoulders with himself. Garbage bags. It's that garbage bag my wife took out with her. Zhao Huai suddenly shouted out in excitement, startling everyone around him. Their neighborhood is very upscale and the residents just leave their trash at the door. He came home this evening just as his wife came out to take out the trash. All of it all tied together. Zhao Huai never expected that in this kind of dragnet in full search, Chu Luyun would just brush past him. But he had clearly interrogated Chu Luyun himself, so if he was truly face to face, how could he not recognize him? Thinking of this, Zhao Huai realized something terrible. Chu Luyun must have mastered some sort of disguise technique that could make it difficult to recognize people face to face. The police side has been busy with a lot of work. The internet has also been abuzz with discussion. Beyond the many clamors. At this moment, Chu Luyun was taking advantage of the bright moonlight and striding on top of the field and mountain road. All that commotion outside was just a little joke he created. In order to attract the attention of the police, it can make him feel at ease to investigate the Zodiac extermination tragedy. Whether it's a mall steal or a plant in a ruined building. It's all just a child's trick, just take a moment to think about it. Most people can see through it at a glance, there's nothing technical about it. And this case of Zodiac extermination wrongfully brought against him is truly a trick belonging to the devil. Denjin's shenanigans. Unsolved mysteries. Zhao Huai how to say is also a detective, Jedi is not a hastily closed goods. The reason why Chu Luyun had become a scapegoat was most likely because this was a case that Zhao Huai simply couldn't find out. But a case of such malignancy must be closed in a hurry in order to keep the people from being frightened. Chu Luyun's fingerprints and DNA were all over the murder scene. And the technique was the same as in the novel, so he was rightfully the murderer. This murder spree is the real brainstorm. A true battle of sealing wits. Chu Luyun opened his cell phone and checked the case file that was searched online. There is something sinister about this case of extermination. It's known as the Zodiac extermination tragedy. It is not that the 12 deceased were of the Zodiac. Rather, the carcasses of some domestic animals appeared at the scene of the deaths. Rats with broken bodies, roosters with severed heads, sheep with hanged heads, and old cows with drained blood. The carcasses of those animals just filled in the gaps in the dead man's zodiac. The animal carcasses plus the phases of the 12 dead bodies are exactly the 12 signs of the Chinese zodiac. Everyone thought it might be a coincidence, or that the killer was playing up the suspicion. But the moment the time of death appeared, everyone froze. Each body died half an hour apart. And the order of their deaths is exactly Z rat, ugly ox, een tiger, Mao rabbit. Thus, the Zodiac extermination case was formed. Chapter 8, The Longest Night? Chu Luyun timed video releases. Already got today's main quest ahead of schedule, so no worries at all. He can devote himself to the case. Another 10 minutes away. Chu Luyun finally arrived at Linxia village. It's also where the Zodiac extermination took place. This suburban village is free from the light pollution of the city, and even the moonlight seems extraordinarily bright. It's past midnight. Only a few houses in the village still had lights on, and a few dogs barked now and then in the silence. Chu Luyun crept into the village. Fortunately, this village is not big and there are not many households, so according to the records in the file, the place where the crime occurred was found. The door still had the ripped seal on it. Chu Luyun pushed open the broken door that had already fallen into dust and slowly walked into the house. It's been most of a month since this case, but the smell of blood in the house has never dissipated. After a careful search, there were no clues at the scene. Chu Luyun casually laid down a layer of cardboard boxes and lay down on it in preparation to deal with the night. It's been a full day of running around, so you need to rest anyways. Lying down on the cardboard, Chu Luyun put his jacket over his body. As you are about to go to sleep, your mind begins to build a memory palace. Shredded rats, poisoned cows, hang-necked sheep. These are some of the cases that appear in his book. But he writes these things purely for the purpose of making a fuss, without any deeper meaning at all. And what did the killer do this for? If it was to fit the plot of a novel written by Chu Luyun and to facilitate the framing of others, then it would only be necessary to leave the animal carcasses behind. And why, at the risk of increasing the time of the crime, must the order of death of the deceased conform to the arrangement of the 12 signs of the zodiac? You should know that Chu Luyun had never written anything about the 12 signs of the zodiac or anything like that in his books. Can't figure it out, really can't figure it out. Chu Luyun rolled over and lit a cigarette. Analyzing it in terms of motive and modus operandi, it simply doesn't make any sense. To crack the case, it is obvious that the unusual method of deduction will not work. You have to use the hypothesis method. Assume a plausible killer before going into detail. The true culprit of the Zodiac extermination must meet 2 points. First, the murderer must be a fan of Chu Luyun, and even if he's not a fan, he must be a reader who knows some of the plots in his novels. Second, the murderer must be someone close to Chu Luyun. He was withdrawn and rarely came into contact with people. Not everyone had access to his fingerprints and hair. The brain, after sifting through the layers, had only 2 people left in its mind. Harry Lu Qingsong. Ex-girlfriend Tanya. He had just broken up a while ago and had been self-absorbed for quite some time. During that time, there was only contact with these two people and no one else. It doesn't make sense, it doesn't make sense. Xu Luyun really couldn't figure it out. These two people didn't seem to have a motive to kill at all. Lu Qingsong. He grew up in crotch pants as a good brother, a righteous man, an absolute hothead, and a top-notch saint's heart. Once donated a month's salary directly to help a stranger. Xu Luyun did not believe that Lu Qingsong could do such a thing. The remaining one is the ex-girlfriend, Tao Yanran. Not from childhood, but a woman who was rolled in the same bed countless times. The reason for the breakup was also just because of personality differences. Tao Yanyan was one of those typical little girls who didn't even dare to kill a bug. A massacre? 12 lives? Just thinking about it is bull. Besides, she couldn't even hang that dead goat with her small frame. But other than these two people, Xu Luyun could no longer think of anyone else. Looks like tomorrow, we'll have to venture out again. Xu Luyun set his plans for tomorrow, and then he drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he meets a masked man carrying a long knife. He couldn't remove the mask no matter how hard he tried. It wasn't until the masked man's long knife stabbed into Xu Luyun's body that he woke up from his nightmare. Phew! This place is so gloomy, how long has it been since I had a nightmare? Xu Luyun walked to the courtyard and washed his face with the cool well water. After eating a bucket of instant noodles, he set off on the road back to Qingyang City. Qingsong, you're the one I trust the most, so make sure you don't let me down. Xu Luyun's eyes were firm. He's not just trying to clear his name now. As a writer of suspenseful speculative fiction, the real culprit behind this case had piqued his intense curiosity. If he couldn't find the murderer behind it, Xu Luyun wouldn't die in peace. Last night's events have created a furor across the country. There were even quite a few people who began to turn against Xu Luyun, siding with him, and even honoring him as the Chu god. Zhao Huai and Li Shui were both caught in a huge whirlpool of public opinion. There were even a number of netizens from the city who came straight to the door of the police station to punch in. Things got heated before backup arrived from other downtown areas. They simply could not spare a large amount of manpower to continue searching for Xu Luyun. And this kind of cover was what Xu Luyun really wanted. As for the challenge to Zhao Huai, it was just a gimmick. That kind of detective was simply not worth Xu Luyun's wasted thoughts. After Xu Luyun disguised himself, he headed to the neighborhood where his hairdresser Lu Qingsong was located. Red Star Subdivision. This is an old urban area, and Lu Qingsong's house is on the first floor. Xu Luyun went around to the window and found that the window was unlocked from the inside and the curtains were still drawn, so he couldn't see anything. Naturally, his childhood hairdresser would not betray him. But there's no guarantee that there aren't police officers standing by in the neighborhood. A few whispered calls from below the window, but still no response. Xu Luyun could then only come to the door. He knew that Lu Qingsong had a habit of hiding his keys under the carpet. Fruitfulness. He found the key under the rug. Xu Luyun, who had gotten the key, was once again in hesitation. If he approached Lu Qingsong at this time, would it cause a bad influence on this hairy man? Lu Qingsong is known for his righteousness, will he do anything dangerous? There's a line in Sherlock Holmes. When all impossibilities are eliminated, what remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. If Lu Qingsong is the murderer, will he encounter an unforeseen situation that he can't handle by barging right in? As a writer, Xu Luyun had a rich imagination. In his mind, countless possibilities were flickering. Just as he was hesitating, he heard a rustling sound from the house. Curious, Xu Luyun pressed his ear up. Save. Save. Fuzzy voices came out from inside. Xu Luyun was in a hurry now. Azora. Azora, is that you? Vague cries for help made him realize something was wrong. The door lock that Xu Luyun unscrewed as soon as he pulled out the key. Don't be afraid, Qingsong, I'm coming to save you, I'm coming to save you. Xu Luyun unscrewed the door lock and directly kicked the entire security door open. With a creaking sound, the door to the house opened completely. That moment. The scene in front of me all came to life. Xu Luyun completely froze. The double-door refrigerator was wide open, and a head was laid out in it. That was none other than Lu Qingsong's head after he was decapitated. Chapter 9, The Denshin Ruse. Xu Luyun's eyes slowly turned to the side. A headless corpse was collapsing in the corner, and blood was gushing out from the broken neck. In this case, the victim had just been decapitated. Green Pine. When Chu Luyun saw that his hairy little boy was killed, blood instantly filled his pupils, and his anger overcame all reason. He turned and then unlocked the door, slipping the only one into his pocket. This door must require a key to open as long as it is unlocked from the inside. Chu Luyun did this to prevent the murderer from escaping through the door. Damn it, I'll fight you today. Even if I do become a murderer for once, I still want to avenge my best friend, so get out of here. Chu Luyun grabbed the kitchen knife on the table and shouted loudly at the room. The whole house was unusually quiet. As angry as he was, he also remained vigilant to prevent a sneak attack by the killer. With such care, a carpet search was launched in the room. Behind the curtains, under the bed, in the toilet. The more he went crazy searching, the more Chu Luyun felt cold at the bottom of his heart. Because in this house, there is no one alive but him. Only Lu Qingsong's headless body remains, along with the head placed in the refrigerator. Other than that, there wasn't even a shadow of an outsider. How is this possible? Where did the people go? Where are the people? Chu Luyun couldn't believe his eyes. A clear cry for help was just heard at the door. It would prove that Lu Qingsong was not dead at that time and was only one door away from Chu Luyun. And that time he twisted the key to open the door was when the killer beheaded Lu Qingsong. The murderer, at that time, must have been in the middle of the room. Chu Luyun's first reaction after entering the room was to unlock the door. So there's no way the killer could have sneaked out through the door. How the hell did it go? Is it hard to believe that in this room, there is some other exit? Chu Luyun sat on the sofa and surveyed the surroundings of the house. He was certain that there was absolutely no secret passage or anything like that. All the windows throughout the house, including the small window in the restroom, all unlocked. And there's no sign of it having been opened at all. So the killer couldn't have left by jumping out the window. There wasn't really much hiding space in this modest one-room apartment. Within such an airtight chamber, the only thing that was the same as the outside world was a circular vent in the corner of the wall. Lu Qingsong doesn't have much money. It was customary to have a stove burning in the house in the winter, that was reserved for the chimney opening. Because it's an old neighborhood, there's not a lot of people who care about this kind of thing. But such a small vent. It also barely lets a watermelon through. Even if the murderer knows bone shrinking skills, he simply can't drill his way out. In the middle of such an absolute chamber, the killer just vanished into thin air. No way, it's definitely hidden somewhere, it has to be. Chu Luyun once again searched all the rooms. Even the floor tiles are hammered one by one. But it's a one-bedroom apartment, and no matter how hard you look, it's only so big. After 3 consecutive searches, there's still not even a sign of the killer. Eventually, he could only sit on the couch and light a cigarette. No matter how much Chu Luyun disbelieved, the facts in front of him had to make him admit it. In this house, there are only his and Lu Qingsong's bodies. Strange things, really strange things. It seems like the only way to say I'm a murderer is to say I'm a murderer now, doesn't it? Damn, planted again. Chu Luyun looked at the kitchen knife in his hand, and his entire body froze. It was as if he had fallen into some kind of trap from the moment he stepped into the neighborhood. This murderer does have a knack for it, too. At best, he stole the sky, tricked Zhao Huai, and played a game of escape. And this murderer, surprisingly, actually came to a place where he disappeared into thin air. At this point, I'm afraid there are only 2 scenarios that can explain what's in front of us. The first one is, the killer has the ability to fly. Either that or they can walk through walls. Either that or they know the art of instantaneous transportation. The second one is, Lu Qingsong is for suicide. But neither answer, in any case, makes any sense at all. First of all, in the real world, it was impossible for flying aptitudes to exist. Even if he, Chu Luyun, came with his own system, it was nothing more than a make-up technique. If they really had the power to fly far and wide, the murderer wouldn't have needed to plant the evidence. In the midst of a Bengali speculative fiction novel, this is categorically unlikely to happen. There is also the speculation that Lu Qingsong committed suicide, which is even more untenable. Because Lu Qingsong's headless body is in the corner. And the head is in the fridge. A person who commits suicide is unlikely to cut off his own head, for one thing. The second is that he cannot possibly hold his own head and put it in the refrigerator after decapitation. These two speculations were quickly denied by Chu Lu-yun. And how, exactly, did the killer do all this? If there were any organ props laid out, then the first time Chu Lu-yun came in, he would definitely see them. Obviously the killer didn't do that. The murderer is the one who killed Lu Qingsong and beheaded him, then disappeared into thin air. Can't figure it out, really can't figure it out. As a reasoning writer, Chu Lu-yun really couldn't figure it out, and he felt a splitting headache. My god, what the hell is going on here? Chu Lu-yun scratched his messy hair, completely unable to figure it out. In the face of these mysteries, the ones he set up for Zhao Huayi were nothing more than child's tricks. The kind we're encountering now is the real heavy hitter. Not a single clue has been found in the Zodiac's extermination. Now there's a beheading chamber happening again. Chu Lu-yun only felt that this entire world was a giant deduction novel. It left him, a writer of reasoning, with nothing to do. Ah! A piercing scream came from the window. This sudden sound almost scared Chu Lu-yun's soul away. Turns out he had just pulled the curtains back in the excitement of finding the murderer. Realize this is on the first floor. A couple of older women passing by just poked their heads in and saw the heads in the refrigerator through the window. The scream was like a rooster crowing. A few of the casual older women around them also called out one after another. Chu Lu-yun knew that this place could not stay. Don't worry Qingsong, I will find the murderer and avenge you. Chu Lu-yun took some of the cash in the drawer, as well as Lu Qingsong's ID card with him, and left the room at fire speed. The few witness Amazons had already treated Chu Lu-yun as a murderer. Where would they dare to stop them in any way? That 911 call was a frantic one. Police? Hurry up and come to our Red Star neighborhood, there's been a murder. Yeah, that's the old town, come on. Chu Lu-yun's side had just left, and a large number of police forces had all arrived at this place. The one leading the way was still Zhao Huayi. He was the first to bring his men over when he learned the identity of the deceased, who was Chu Lu-yun's hairdresser. Secure the scene, collect all the evidence, not a single bit of it. Zhao Huayi gave a death order. It was not what he expected. The fruit knife on the table was covered with Chu Lu-yun's fingerprints. Cigarette butts from the ashtray, testing for fresh saliva components, and the DNA also belongs to Chu Lu-yun. The entire room was almost covered with Chu Lu-yun's fingerprints. Chu Lu-yun, I'll see how you can still weasel your way out of this one. Zhao Huayi kept all the evidence. Later that afternoon, a bombshell news story came out of nowhere. Murderer strikes again, beheading his best friend and placing him in the freezer. The evidence is overwhelming, and the fugitive Chu Lu-yun's murderous intentions have resurfaced. Fugitive versus detective, what is the truth? A push news kept flashing by. Chu Lu-yun was hiding in the middle of nowhere, his back was already drenched in cold sweat. He just found Lu Qingsong and the man was killed. He had just left his fingerprints when the police arrived. This murderer is obviously still framing him. But to go to good Lu Qingsong, is he just determined this morning, but no one said. Then the murderer, and how did he foresee, in advance to Lu Qingsong home waiting? Chu Lu-yun looked up at the cloudy sky. Is it possible that in this world, there are really strange forces that take people's lives? Chapter 10, Annual Ghost Murder. Chu Lu-yun found a secluded place and began to think about the trickery hidden behind this. And the fact that he had committed another murder had become indisputable in the eyes of the police. Attacks against Chu Lu-yun were quickly set off on the internet. A dog can't change his ways, a murderer is a murderer, there's no washing. Alas, what Chushin is not Chushin is a murderer, hurry up and bring him to justice. He even killed his own hairy boy, he's really got it in him. Murderer, killing so many people, the death penalty is cheap, this kind of person should be executed by lynching. The public opinion of netizens is easily guided. Their herd mentality then leads them to not see the truth of the matter at all. Maybe they're just watching for a laugh and don't care about the truth. But the outcry on the internet did make Zhao Huayi very happy. Chu Lu-yun, not Chu Lu-yun, I'll see how you can still weasel out this time. You murderer, I really wasn't wrong about you. Zhao Huayi slid the screen of his cell phone and had begun to feel smug. There was no way that Chu Lu-yun could be cleared of this murderer's charge. The murder weapon was Chu Lu-yun's fingerprints. Witnesses of a couple of older women outside the window. Human evidence and material evidence are all there, Chu Lu-yun broken without the possibility of turning over. Public opinion continues to fester. But the task force is not going to be misled by this information. Can things, really, be that simple? Li Shui sat on the chair, holding her cell phone, waiting for the update of Chu Liuyun's video. These days she had read Chu Liuyun's novels and realized that he was an extremely meticulous thinker who acted very cautiously. How could one take such a risk and return to the city for a senseless killing? Even if they did want to kill, it couldn't have been so simple to be witnessed by a few Amazons. There is only one person who cares the least about outside attacks. That is Chu Liyun. The guilty hat won't come off for a while anyway. What he was most curious about was how the murderer actually left. It's time for another video update that needs to be done. Chu Liyun turned on the camera and positioned himself so that he could enter the camera with a straight face. I know you won't believe me no matter what I say now. But I'll tell you anyway, I'm not the murderer, but the first eyewitness to the scene. It was a perfect crime, a denizen's ruse. I'll publish all the sightings, matter-of-factly, below the video. Sincerely at this time, I invite all my fellow bookworms to join me in cracking this trickery that can be called divine. Chu Liyun organized the case and also ended the recording of this video. As soon as the video was sent, Li Shui was in deep thought. She analyzes the case for clues, but every time she hits a dead end and nothing is explained. The more she tried to crack the ruse, the more she felt that Chu Liyun was the murderer. Because it's simply not humanly possible to achieve murder. Team Leader Li, you still believe this kid's bull so much? How is it possible that a murderer could disappear from the chamber in place? I see this set of words as nothing more than Chu Liyun's dying struggle. Zhao Huai looked at Li Shui and shook his head somewhat helplessly. The video, in turn, has caused an uproar on the internet. But more people still think the murderer is Chu Liyun. Soon, various parses about this case also began to circulate like crazy on the internet. A number of bloggers who are self-proclaimed masters of reasoning have joined this discussion. But everyone's reasoning is so full of holes that it just doesn't hold up. There was only one spooky article, and it got quite a bit of recognition. This is a folklore blogger. He published an article claiming that there was only one murderer behind all the cases and that was the ghost of the year. It is said that in a very long time, people often suffer from the annual beasts, which is why there are 12 zodiac signs. The zodiac signs change every year, taking turns to suppress the rebellious New Year's beasts, to keep the people safe and the winds and rains running smoothly. Today's murderers have gone so far as to start killing people according to the zodiac. It must be the return of the dead souls of the beasts of the year, in the form of the ghosts of the year, who have begun to make trouble in the world. That's why this case, this time, is unsolved. Because year-old ghosts aren't even human, and there's even less subterfuge to go around. This statement is superstitious to the core. But it sounds like the only explanation at hand. When Chu Liyun saw this article, he was also even more speechless. Let's not talk about the fact that there is no such thing as a year-old ghost in this world. There's no way he's going to pull this mooted year-old ghost out to take the fall, is there? But think about it. It seems that only this so-called year ghost can explain all this perfectly. And that's deciphering the Zodiac extermination tragedy. What does it have to do with the murder of his hairdresser? Chu Liyun redrew his bearded man's attire and walked on the remote streets. It's now October and the weather is starting to get slightly cooler. Passing a restaurant. Through the glass, I saw a group of people celebrating their friend's birthday. The bright birthday candles made Chu Liyun's mind start running. Birthday? Birthday. Chu Liyun felt like he had been nailed to some acupoint, only feeling his body tremble. When it comes to birthdays, he remembers them well. Harry Luchingsong is a rat. The Zodiac extermination tragedy has just ended. Now there is a murder case again, with a new first victim, whose genus is rat. Could it be? Is it coincidence? Or has that guy started killing again? Chu Liyun muttered to himself, things seem to have entered a new weird circle. Maybe the other side is really some kind of year-old ghost. Another round of Zodiac murders has begun. If we can't get him out soon, I'm afraid it won't be long before this guy will actually complete the second round of Zodiac extermination. 24 lives. At that time, Chu Liyun would truly have no possibility of turning over. Even if the law doesn't want him dead, public opinion must want him dead. To cause such social unrest, Chu Liyun had to be the murderer even if he wasn't. Ugh, it's killing me. How in the world did that guy disappear into thin air? Chu Liyun ate a few pieces of bread and slipped inside an office building in the dark. Now the temperature is plummeting. If he slept in the bridge hole again, Chu Luyun was afraid that he would really freeze to death outside. Sleeping. He dreamed of Lu Qingsong, and that guy had a grim smile on his face, like he had something to say to him. In the end, it was just a mouse drawn in blood on Chu Luyun's hand. A shrill siren came on. Chu Luyun instantly woke up from his dream. He slapped himself hard twice and realized that he had indeed awakened from his dream. No, I'm a shot in the dark, how did I find me here? Chu Luyun was shocked in his heart. He's always been careful, there's absolutely no way he could have been found out. Quietly poking his head out of the alley, he realized that all the people coming were forensic scientists. Listening to the comments of the people around him, Chu Luyun finally understood what was going on. The building he was camped out in belonged to the Rainbow Group. That is, last night. The boss of the Rainbow Group was strangely murdered. And on the wall of that old boss's office, a painting was drawn in blood. The tiger goes down. Chu Luyun had a flash of light in his head. He had read about the old boss's life in the newspaper. Born in 1985, a tiger. Lu Qingsong is a rat. The old boss is a tiger. This isn't right. If it's really a zodiac killing, how could it jump away? Could it be? Chu Luyun's eyes rolled, instantly thinking of another possibility. Chapter 11, Uncovering the Truth. Whether or not the so-called yearly ghost killings are a fiction. One thing that is certain at the moment is that this murderer is killing people according to the zodiac. Looking at the building in front of him, Chu Luyun's heart was a little cold. He had just arrived at his hairdresser's house when Lu Qingsong, whose genus is rat, perished outright. This is now just coming to the building for a night's stay. As a result, the old boss whose zodiac sign is tiger also lost his life. This murderer was truly like a ghost of the year, accompanying Chu Luyun's side, following him like a shadow and constantly killing people. But Chu Luyun froze and couldn't catch him. And he's all but disguised himself, so even friends and family can't pinpoint his location in real time. How exactly did the killer do it? But it doesn't even matter. I already know who the killer is and how he disappeared into thin air. Chu Luyun lit a cigarette and retreated into the crowd. If the murderer hadn't rushed to get at the old boss, then perhaps Chu Luyun would never have found him. And for the life of me, I can't imagine how the trick of disappearing into thin air is actually accomplished. But it's only been a day since then, and he's killing again. Lu Qingsong's zodiac sign is rat. The old boss's zodiac sign is tiger. Z rat, U bull, In tiger, D rabbit. If the murderer is really following the Chinese zodiac to commit murder, then he will definitely adhere strictly to the order of the zodiac. Categorically, you don't skip a genus ox to kill a cin tiger. At this moment, Chu Luyun's heart was also filled with admiration for this murderer. The killers are vicious and unpardonable. But his trickery is enough to be called divine. Let me, the fugitive, uncover you, the so-called ghost of the year. Today's Chu Luyun. The identity of the murderer and his method of disappearing into thin air have almost been established. But it was all just speculation on his part. To be really sure, you have to go back to the site and look at an unobtrusive place. Chu Luyun casually bought something to fill his stomach. The online attacks on him continue. The crowd's reasoning continues as well. It's just more unsupported reasoning that's growing and setting off quite a bit of panic on the internet. The one that seems to be the least of the annual ghost murder theory. Instead, it was the one that brought the most reminders to Chu Luyun. The well-fed and well-drunk Chu Luyun found a secluded place and began to squint and rest. Every now and then, he looked around. The victims are sought in the order of the Chinese zodiac for a generational killing. It's just one of the conditions under which the killer operates. After all, in the entire city of Qingyang, it was extremely simple to find a victim of any zodiac sign. There's no need to take a big risk and kill someone downtown. So this murderer has another condition for committing the crime, which is Chu Luyun. He was like a ghost, wandering around Chu Luyun, committing murder and killing wherever Chu Luyun appears, or will appear. Its purpose is to be planting evidence. Oh, no. I should have said targeted slurs. Zodiac killings are the modus operandi. Planting evidence on Chu Luyun was his main motive. Ugh, I'm just a cat at home every day coding and writing books, how could I offend anyone? Who the hell is it that has such a grudge against me? As Chu Luyun thought about it, it seemed like he had never been in contact with people other than writing novels online. That kind of withdrawn personality is not to mention the kind of person who will get into trouble with people. When did you mess with such a tough guy? This is running to screw him over. Like a feline recuperating and always on guard. The night is falling. Chu Luyun slowly got up and moved his muscles. He was now tossed into a creature of the night. Only after nightfall did he dare to move freely outside. Under the camouflage of darkness, he returned again to the scene of the crime. Red Star Subdivision. It was just after 9 o'clock, but the neighborhood was already empty, and there was dead silence all around. Perhaps it was because there was such a vicious incident as murder that caused everyone to be afraid to go out freely for a while. Chu Luyun wore a hat and mask, though he couldn't recognize the face. But walking alone in an empty neighborhood is a bit suspicious. He quickly found Lu Qingsong's home. This time he didn't choose to unlock the door and enter the house, but circled around to the outside window. Look down. Just below the outdoor window, there are 4 shallow marks. The mark is almost instantly recognizable. It's the imprint of a chair that had been placed here before and the 4 legs of the chair pressed out. Turn on the light of the flashlight and look upward. Outside the window is a guardrail welded together with steel bars. On the guardrail, there were some dried blood stains. Why would a decapitation and murder inside the house leave blood on the guardrail outside? Awesome, so impressed. It's admirable to be able to use such unthinkable murderous trickery. I'm afraid even the best speculative fiction couldn't write such a ruse. A faint smile appeared on Chu Luyun's face. He has uncovered the ruse of this backroom killing. Needless to say, the killer's method of disappearing into thin air was truly shocking. With just these 2 small clues, Chu Luyun had already solved the mystery this time. He left the neighborhood in flames, afraid of arousing suspicion. After coming to the field, the system also prompted him that it was time to update the video. Seeing that it was 2 hours to 12. It was only then that Chu Luyun unhurriedly took his cell phone out, adjusted the camera, and pointed it at himself. I'm sure you all must have identified me as the murderer, but according to the laws of the Zodiac's law of murder, I've figured out the murderer's trick. Here, I want to tell you all something important. The headless dead body in the room, and the head in the refrigerator, are not the same person at all. The death scene of the Lu Qingsong beheading tragedy actually had 2 victims. Chu Luyun spoke this powerful reasoning into the video. And then he mused for a moment. Among the conditions known to us, there is no way the murderer could have left that tightly sealed room after completing the killing. So the only answer is that the murderer himself died in the room. Chu Luyun's sentence directly cracked the murderer's ruse of disappearing into thin air. Under that circumstance, only the watermelon-sized hole in the wall provides access to the outside world, so there's no way for the killer to leave. The only possibility is that it was left at the scene as a corpse. I'm sure the wise ones have guessed that by hearing my reasoning. The killer is the headless dead body in the room. Chapter 12, The Real Culprit Emerges. Chu Luyun published the final answer and went crazy directly to the video site. Tomorrow night at 10 p.m., I will open a video link with the police department. In time, all the shenanigans will be made known. After saying this, the video came to a screeching halt right after. For yet another video update, there's been another uproar. It was a kind of reasoning that no one had guessed. Some were saying that Chu Luyun was speaking nonsense and cleverly. Some people followed Chu Luyun's thoughts and began to continue reasoning downward. And for the task force, they had sat down in the conference room and started analyzing Chu Luyun's video reasoning. And their video conferences are all live and can be seen by the general public. After all, this incident was so egregious that it had attracted a great deal of attention. The progress of all their work must be monitored by the public at all times. Facing the live camera, the crowd was sitting upright, not daring to speak. The first to speak was Zhao Huai, who had bitten Chu Luyun to death as the murderer. Don't listen to this kid. If there were really 2 dead people at the scene, then why would there only be 1 body? The head in the refrigerator is Lu Qingsong's, and the headless body on the floor is the murderer's. Then may I ask, where did Lu Qingsong's body go? And where did the murderer's head go? It doesn't make sense at all. Zhao Huai probed his hands, completely disdaining Chu Luyun's words. What murderer is a headless body on the floor is a joke to say. The fact that the original murderer disappeared into thin air in the middle of the chamber was already laughable. And now it's a body that's disappeared in place? According to Chu Luyun's words, it was the murderer who entered the house first, killed Lu Qingsong, and then cut off his head. One must know that the door of Lu Qingsong's home had never been opened before Chu Liuyun's arrival. Then how did the murderer transport Lu Qingsong's headless body through a hole the size of a watermelon? Even if he could accomplish this step. And after that, the murderer needs to cut off his own head again and give it away. A dead man, holding his own head, thrown through a window opening? It's a no-brainer. Zhao Huai only needed a step-by-step analysis to directly overturn all of Chu Liuyun's reasoning. And at the moment the pop-ups in the livestream were scrolling rapidly. Worthy of being a specially hired detective, there's nothing wrong with what he said. This Chu Liyun, does he really think we don't know anything? That said, do we really need to, analyze what a murderer says? That's right, what truth can come out of a murderer's mouth? Hurry up and bring him to justice. Inside the live broadcast room, Zhao Huai had completely gained the approval of the netizens. Li Shui sat in front of the camera, constantly looping Chu Liuyun's words. As the leader of the task force, she kept a clear head at all times. No matter which side uttered any words, she took them on board and did her own thinking. Zhao Huai's words were very reasonable, even impeccable. But constantly watching Chu Liuyun's videos, she always felt like something was about to click. It's as if you're that close to the truth. Team leader, for the live link that Chu Liyun said, you see. One of the officers pondered for a moment before asking Li Shui. Because it was a live broadcast, there were some things that Li Shui wasn't comfortable speaking on the spot. Promise to link up with him while everyone deploys. I'll be on the live link, stalling as long as I can while you guys follow the network signal and find him. Li Shui's mind was clear, and she set the plan in motion straight away. The officer nodded and left the conference room. The 2-hour-long meeting was basically Zhao Huai's home turf. He kept harping on his opinion. More and more of the populace was persuaded by him to join the army of pop-ups. Just as the video conference was about to end, a sudden change occurred. Pang! There was a loud bang. The door to the conference room was slammed open hard. The old medical examiner burst in with a panicked look on his face. No good, there's been a real accident. The old medical examiner finished his sentence before realizing that there was a live broadcast going on in the conference room. Li Shui's face appeared unhappy as a result. In fact, there are a lot of things that would be better for them to do in-house. The old medical examiner was now barging in a panic, and if he disconnected the live feed at the moment, there was no telling what rumors would spread. The old medical examiner also realized his mistake and lowered his head, a chagrined expression all over his face. But things have come to this, and there is no medicine for regrets. Say, what's new? Li Shui could only harden her heart and open her mouth to question the old medical examiner. The old coroner glanced at the camera and gritted his teeth. Eventually, he came down hard and decided to tell all about his findings. We also saw Chu Liuyun's updated video, so we analyzed it in more detail. We found out through DNA comparisons that the head in the refrigerator, but the headless dead body on the floor, really isn't a person. The old medical examiner spelled out his test report. In fact, at first, they didn't think in that direction. After all, one head, one body, nothing worth analyzing. But after seeing Chu Liuyun's video, they compared again and realized that it really wasn't the same person. And the head was placed in a refrigerator, confusing the time of death. The head died at least 6 hours earlier than the headless body. When he said that, everyone in the room roared. Especially Zhao Huai, who directly stood up from his chair. The head in the refrigerator died 6 hours before the body. This also indicated that Chu Liuyun's reasoning might actually be correct. The murderer killed Lu Qingsong 6 hours in advance and then committed suicide in the middle of the secret room. What about the identity of the headless body? Has the identity been investigated? Li Shui was also shocked this time. She just felt her scalp tingle at the moment. Investigated, called Jiang Haichuan. The old medical examiner told all about the report. All of his evidence all corroborated Chu Liuyun's reasoning. The internet is buzzing with this one. An overwhelming barrage of pop-ups whizzed by. Oh, my God, no. How can such outrageous reasoning stand up? If that reasoning stands, how can the question posed by Detective Joe be answered? Yeah, how did he get the body out and how did he get his head out? Haunted. It's definitely haunted. Nyan ghosts are killing people, it's the Nyan ghosts who are killing people. The pop-ups that continue to float across the internet have caused a degree of panic. And this live broadcast, Chu Liyun was also nestled in a bridge hole watching it. After all, it was in his interest to always be aware of police developments. The presence of the old medical examiner helped him to situate the inference. And when he heard the name Jiang Haichuan, his entire body only felt a chill. Because this man, he knew. And it's very familiar. Because this person is exactly his ex-girlfriend Tao Yanran's current boyfriend. Chapter 13, Full Disclosure. The clues are finally all strung together. All the mysteries had converged successfully in Chu Liuyun's chest. He turned off his cell phone screen and huddled under the bridge hole, slowly closing his eyes as he began to consolidate all the clues. And at that moment in the task force meeting room, the ravenous silence was so deafening. I said, did you really test it? Is the situation really what he says it is? Could there be something wrong with this appraisal? Could it be reappraised again? Zhao Huaiyi repeatedly confirmed with the old medical examiner. The barrage of questions straightened out the old medical examiner. Agent Cho, perhaps your reasoning may be wrong, but my instruments are not. If I wasn't 100% sure of something, would I dare bring it here to say it? The old medical examiner's face was also a little offended. He's been a forensic pathologist for years, and there's a lot at stake. Now that he dared to report the news here, he was sure of it a million times over. The old medical examiner's test report confirmed the direction of Chu Liuyun's reasoning. But that doesn't do the whole case a bit of good, and it even complicates the case. Horrible images appeared in the minds of all the people. The murderer, Jiang Haichuan, brutally murdered Lu Qingsong and beheaded him. And then, through unknown means, Lu Qingsong's headless body was transported. After all this last night, he sat in the middle of his room, quietly waiting for Chu Liuyun to arrive. When you hear a knock on the door, then use the murder weapon and cut off your own head with a single knife. In the brutal image of blood splattering, Jiang Haichuan, as the murderer, personally cuts off his own head and rolls it down into his hands. And then the headless Jiang Haichuan held his head. Ignoring the blood spurting from his neck, he gave his head away again. If everything is reasoned in this way, then Jiang Haichuan must not be a person, but the monster that has been rumored wildly on the internet, the Nian ghost. This is absolutely impossible. This simply can't be done. Zhao Huaiyi sat down at his desk in chagrin. He couldn't solve the case at all. All of the reasoning for everything has come to a dead end. It's as if the only way this can be explained is if a year-old ghost kills someone. How in the world can there be such a thing as an annual ghost? A series of reasoning that ends up with a year-old ghost killing someone is ridiculous. The task force, with its many masters of deduction, is in a complete dead heat. But it's not like they can do it in front of the broadcast. A blatant admission that there are indeed annual ghosts that kill people would cause even more panic. In the end, there was no choice but to interrupt the broadcast. And on the well-informed internet, the gold standard of annual ghost killings continues to rise. Even people in neighboring cities are starting to have panic attacks. During this time of the year, many charms to ward off evil spirits sell extraordinarily well. Li Shui's phone has not stopped ringing since the end of this meeting. Yes, leader, we will find out the truth. Aha, we'll do it as soon as we can. Being teased by Chu Liuyun several times already caused the higher-ups to apply pressure. Now a year-old ghost has popped up to kill people and cause panic. The pressure on the task force continues to grow. Li Shui now even kind of hoped that the video link would be opened as soon as possible so that Chu Liuyun could give a real answer. It does seem ridiculous, to say the least, that the only thing that can allay the fears of the community now is the murderer they've been looking for. But right now the only one left for Li Shui to have high hopes for was him. Ever since that unbelievable reasoning of Chu Liuyun's was corroborated, Zhao Huaiyi then locked himself in his house. He, a self-proclaimed expert in reasoning, had been severely thwarted this time. 9 o'clock in the evening of the following day. We're an hour away from the live link. And tens of millions of netizens were already squatting in the live broadcast, waiting for Chu Liuyun to appear. The many commissioners in the police station, too, were ready to go. Just by waiting until Chu Liuyun started broadcasting, they would be able to locate where his IP was within the fastest speed possible. That's when the arrests can be made. Li Shui sat in front of the camera, cupping the prepared script in her hand. As head of the task force, she's also been through a lot. And with her strong family background, what big world has she not seen? But now, she was surprised to feel her heart racing and a little nervous. It's a feeling that hasn't been there in years. Chu Liuyun, what kind of person are you? Soon, the countdown was on for the live link. The live stream hadn't even started yet, and the viewer numbers had already risen to frightening numbers. In full view of the crowd, Chu Luyun finally sent a connection request. Li Shui slowly reached out and tapped the answer button with slightly trembling fingers. In the next instant, Chu Luyun's somewhat vicified face appeared in the live broadcast. A tattered cotton coat, the base color of which could no longer be seen as white at all. An unshaven beard and disheveled hair gave him a somewhat scruffy appearance. It was only that pair of eyes that were shining as if they could penetrate everything. The moment he entered the live room, Li Shui then gave the people around her a look. Everyone's on the move, and the tech department is locating where Chu Luyun's IP is. The cars of the raiding brigade were already revved up and ready at a moment's notice. The pop-ups from netizens also came whistling the moment Chu Luyun entered. Some are cursing, some are chasing, some are persuading. The densely packed pop-ups were scrolling so fast that even with a single glance, they simply couldn't be read. Don't say anything about persuading me to return to the case. I'll only give you 10 minutes, pick what matters and say it. Chu Luyun was playing with 2 coins in his hands and spoke carelessly. His air of calmness once again drew a lot of bragging rights. He couldn't be more clear about the deployment of the police station. Daring to come over to the live link, he was well prepared. Under his cavernous eyes, Li Shui felt as if she had been looked at by Chu Luyun all over her body, from the inside out. Is this case the work of a ghost or not? Or is there a supernatural method? As a public servant, Li Shui should not have asked such a question. But she was also aware that this was everyone's main concern. It's also the only way to quickly calm the fears of the community. After hearing this question, the corner of Chu Luyun's mouth revealed a hint of contemptuous smile. How is it that even a task force leader like Li Shui believes this kind of talk? The so-called Ghost of the Year may be a code name, but there is absolutely no such thing as a supernatural phenomenon where a Ghost of the Year kills someone. All of it, the murderer did. After Chu Luyun finished answering this question, Li Shui's heart also finally sighed in relief. She was really afraid that Chu Luyun's mouth would also come out with the phrase Nian ghost murder. That's really going to create a mess. Then let me confirm one more thing to you. Regarding Lu Qingsan's secret decapitation case, you weren't the real killer? And the murderer was the headless body on the floor, right? Li Shui ignored the pop-up tirades, all of which were calling her a net asker of nonsense. This was also Li Shui's purpose, which was to delay Chu Luyun as much as possible. But Chu Luyun seemed as if he wasn't even afraid that the other party would catch him, and remained careless. That's right, the killer is the headless body on the floor. And I will, today, reveal the murderer's trickery, in its entirety. Chapter 14, Heavenly Riddles, Heavenly Solutions. Well, since you think the headless body on the ground is the murderer, then may I ask, how did he send Lu Qingsan's headless body out? Realize that no one ever left the room before you arrived. Li Shui got straight to the point, throwing in the towel for the sake of stalling. She was also interested in the truth of this case, although it didn't show it like Zhao Huai. But whenever it was late at night, she reasoned on her own, and also remained clueless. That's an easy one. The murderer, Zhang Haichuan, came to Lu Qingsan's residence ahead of me, killed him, decapitated him, and placed him in the refrigerator. And then through that ventilation duct, Lu Qingsan's headless body was transported out of the room. Chu Luyun leaned against the earth wall behind him with a natural look of confidence. It was as if they were just answering elementary school math questions. Hearing what he said, Li Shui's brows furrowed once again. But that ventilation duct is only the size of a watermelon, it's impossible to transport a body. Li Shui asked again. A creepy smile also appeared on Chu Luyun's face at this moment. He felt grim even as he dished out this conclusion. That's why there's also a grim smile on his face whenever he thinks about it. What about transporting the whole thing out, which is indeed impossible, but what about after splitting the body? Cut the body into pieces, break the bones, and send it out piece by piece. 6 hours is more than enough time to do that. When Chu Luyun said this, Li Shui's head instantly went through. And everyone in the live broadcast room couldn't help but feel a chill rise up behind their backs. It's just horrible. A vent pipe that small would have to cut the dead man into a million little pieces. What a tough mind and what a brutal modus operandi. At this moment, the people from the technical department also nodded at Li Shui. They had already located where Chu Luyun's signal was. The raid brigade outside got the coordinates and set off directly to surround Chu Luyun with all their might. And Li Shui, who was in the live broadcast room, was still continuing to have a conversation with Chu Luyun. The answer about the puzzle has also come to a climax. Even if he can deliver Lu Qingsong's body after splitting it, how can he deliver his own head? While that ventilation duct could have passed through a head, the killer couldn't have thrown the head himself after death, could he? Li Shui asked the most puzzling question in this case. This question, too, is one that all the reasoning experts and internet users have been unable to answer. Underneath that ventilation duct, there's a 2-meter-high closet. If the murderer had crouched over the closet, he would have been able to stick his head out without any trouble. When Chu Luyun finished saying this, Li Shui's pupils were dilated. You mean? That's right. The truth of the ruse is that the murderer, Zhang Haichuan, after killing Lu Qingsong and transporting him out in pieces, once again poked his head out of that ventilation duct. And outside the ventilation ducts, another accomplice would have decapitated him without mercy. In this way, Zhang Haichuan, who had lost his head, would fall down the closet, leaving his own headless body, and Lu Qingsong's head at the scene. And the pieces of Lu Qingsong's body left outside, and the murderer Zhang Haichuan's head, were taken away from the scene by the accomplices. In this way, it also solves the riddle of why there was only one body at the scene when 2 people died. Thus the murderer's ruse is complete. He left the scene with his death. In one breath, Chu Luyun directly stated all the mysteries of the entire case. The entire broadcast room was all agog. And Li Shui felt the hairs on her back stand up in sweat and her scalp tingle. One word couldn't help but pop up in everyone's mind. Dead soldiers. In ancient times, many big families would keep a group of dead soldiers, putting the orders of the Lord's house above life. Zhang Haichuan, on the other hand, is the contemporary dead man. Wonderful. It's just wonderful. Thank you Chushin for bringing us a feast of reasoning that is simply unbelievable. Too strong, as a fugitive, without any technical support, just based on reasoning to arrive at the whole picture of the matter, admire. Chushin. Chushin. The pop-ups were still scrolling at a rapid pace, but they had already cleared up into boasting about Chu Luyun. Everyone in the room felt admiration from the bottom of their hearts for his reasoning that could be called divine. Even Li Shui, who was sitting in front of the screen, could not find any loopholes in Chu Luyun's reasoning. The cry for help I heard upon arrival was not Lu Qingsong at all, but was deliberately made by the murderer. You can return to the scene and carefully search the outside of the closet and ventilation ducts, where you're bound to find a small amount of blood. Once the blood samples are taken, they can be taken and compared to the DNA, which must belong to Zhang Haichuan. Chu Luyun knew that reasoning was only reasoning and that there had to be evidence to be certain. All that was needed was for the police to reconfirm, and his reasoning would become stark reality. You are very clever indeed. If you weren't a fugitive, you might have been an important part of the task force. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun on the screen and felt a bit sorry. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, revealed a smirk at this moment. He had already pierced through Li Shui's plan a long time ago. How could one not know what was going on in Li Shui's mind when one could even reason out such a near-perfect crime? Even if I say I'm not a murderer myself, will Team Leader Li believe me? I know that your tech department has been able to locate my IP address since the start of the live link. It's been 10 minutes now, so I'm sure a dragnet has been laid around me, heavily, right? Chu Luyun spoke out all of Li Shui's planned deployments. This caused a bad feeling to rise within Li Shui's heart. The crowd in the live stream has been transformed into fans, accusing the police department of this disgraceful act. And Li Shui didn't care about that, as long as she could bring Chu Luyun to justice. As for whether he was wrongly accused, he will always be cleared after the case is reopened for investigation. Chu Luyun, turn yourself in. Now that you're surrounded by hundreds of police forces, you can't escape. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun in the screen and began to persuade him bitterly. Today he is winged. Turning yourself into him before you get caught might mitigate the crime. Listening to the words of persuasion coming out of her mouth, Chu Luyun's face revealed a wry smile. I had the plan you came up with in mind before the live link opened. All I can say is you can't catch me. Chapter 15, Escape. A faint smile appeared on Chu Luyun's face. Li Shui's frown grew tighter and tighter. The bad feeling in her heart was rising. Each of Chu Luyun's words poked at her plans. But how could he still be so calm in the face of such a heavy siege? At this very moment, the law enforcement unit on the scene also called to Li Shui. Zhao Huai had originally locked himself up in his house and fought hard. As a result, he heard that an encirclement had been formed against Chu Luyun, and he rushed to the scene quickly. Team Leader Li, you don't have to listen to that kid bragging. We've got him surrounded, hundreds of police, not even a bird can fly out of here. All that is needed is for you to give the order and we can arrest him immediately. Zhao Huai's voice came from the phone. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun in the video, her heart was still a little reluctant. Chu Luyun, I'll give you one last chance, turn yourself in. Although the person in front of him was a criminal, Li Shui had already risen to cherish his talent. The pop-ups are flying at the moment, too. Chushin, come back, we'll all support you in your search for innocence. Chushin, go, don't video link. Anchor should turn himself in, there are cops outside. The people in the pop-ups had all become Chu Luyun's idols, all of them were constantly persuading. However, Chu Luyun had no intention of hanging up the phone at all, and still had a faint smile on his face. He didn't reply to Li Shui's words, but only shook his head lightly. Action! Li Shui didn't waste any more time and gave the order into her cell phone. That moment. All the sirens went off all around the bridge cavern, which was more than 20 kilometers away. The red and blue intertwined lights illuminated all of the night sky. Hundreds of police forces continued to narrow the encirclement under Zhao Huai's arrangement. This great noise also caused many people to gather around. The encirclement continued to shrink again, and finally came to the outside of the bridge hole. Punch it in! With a roar, Zhao Huai jumped directly into the bridge hole. But what was in front of him directly made him dumbfounded. Li Shui, who was waiting anxiously, also finally received the news. I'm sorry Team Leader Li, other than the two cell phones at the scene, there was no sign of Chu Luyun. What did you say? Li Shui's pupils dilated, incredulously looking in front of her. Chu Luyun's smiling face was still in the live broadcast. The red dot of the IP on the computer screen, too, remained blinking in place. Chu Luyun hadn't moved since the start of the broadcast. Is it hard to tape? But he had randomly chatted with Chu Luyun, there was no such thing as recording it in advance. How on earth did he get out of there? Team Leader Li, we'll see you next time. Chu Luyun waved his hand at the camera and directly hung up the live broadcast. In that moment, the whole internet was abuzz. Chu Luyun not only escaped the night and day pursuit. It's more of a grandiose appearance on the internet to provide answers to all the shenanigans. Escaped from a siege of 100 police officers. His image is on the internet, and it's already starting to get deified. And the way Chu Luyun escaped this time was very simple. There were only two cell phones on the scene. One was turned on for live connectivity, while the other cell phone was turned on for video calls. The two cell phones just faced each other and were angled. At the same time, Chu Luyun was again in a safe place, using his cell phone to connect in the live broadcast through a video link. Li Shui and the others thought that what they saw on the live broadcast was Chu Luyun. And what they actually saw was Chu Luyun on the video call. It's like the words he said. Your eyes will only allow you to fall into the trap of thinking inertia. Once again, they let Chu Luyun escape. The middle of nowhere. Chu Luyun tucked away his cell phone and packed his bag. He has cleared himself of any wrongdoing in this beheading chamber case. But the really big case is the Zodiac extermination. Alas, with these minor annoyances resolved, I can finally continue to concentrate on getting back to the main thread. Zodiac murderous your ghost, but I'm getting more and more interested in you. Now he's got some eyebrows raised. Zhang Haichuan as a dead man. But the moment he decided to do it, he was ready to give his life. The only person who could make him willingly give his life was only one, Tao Yanyan. Zhang Haichuan, to put it bluntly, is a complete licking dog. He'd do anything for Tao Yanyan. So the only thing that could make him willing to die was this woman. This time the reasoning, again, formed a perfect closed loop. From the very beginning, he was certain that there were only two murderers. Lu Qingsong, Tao Yanran. Now that Harry Lu Qingsong is dead, only one Tao Yanyan is left. Moreover, Zhang Haichuan's status as a dead soldier had already pointed the finger at Tao Yanyan. The true culprit in the Zodiac extermination tragedy has been revealed. It was only this speculation that caused Chu Luyun to feel chilled. It's hard to believe that a girlfriend who spends a lot of time together is a vicious criminal. Ding! Stage 1 escape time has been achieved. The truth about the beheading chamber case comes out. Reward, echoes of death. The system voice that had disappeared for a long time once again sounded in his head. Hearing such words, Chu Luyun almost stormed out on the spot. If this thing didn't speak up again, Chu Luyun would have forgotten that there was such a thing as a system. After giving useless disguises, they began to disappear. Now that this death echoed, Chu Luyun was also somewhat speechless. How could you even give me these useless things? Are you really sure you have a system that isn't a cockamamie? The so-called death echoes. That was the emotion that Chu Luyun could sense lingering at the crime scene, the strongest kind of emotion at the time of the crime. This emotion may come from the deceased or from the murderer. It would be impossible to say that this ability is completely useless. But it's really similar to transfiguration. Chu Luyun was no stranger to novels. Which of those protagonists' abilities are not destroying the heavens and the earth? How come his own are so chicken? But something is better than nothing. That's the only reason to be relieved nowadays. The police's attention is now drawn to him. So haven't gotten around to dissecting Jiang Haichuan's character relationships. With Li Shui's cleverness and eloquence, sooner or later she would find Tao Yanran. He had to get to Tanyan before the police did. Chu Luyun wondered why she, as an ex-girlfriend, was doing this. The two had a relationship full of regrets though. But in the end, it was a peaceful breakup, and not at all like killing a dozen people in a row to plant evidence on him. Chu Luyun walked towards Tao Yanran's residence step by step. As he got closer to his goal, he became more apprehensive. For a while there was some thought as to how to face Tao Yanran. While standing downstairs, Chu Luyun raised his head to look at the faintly lit window, and an idea suddenly arose in his heart. Zirat Lu Qingsong, Yuox Jiang Haichuan, see Tiger Boss, D-Rabbit. Tao Yanyan's genus, that is rabbit. Chapter 16, Repetition of the Ruse. Thinking of this, Chu Luyun didn't dare to make the slightest hesitation under his feet, and quickly and furiously ran upstairs. Tao Yanyan's zodiac sign is rabbit. According to the Zodiac's 2 guidelines for killing, Tao Yanyan is most likely the next target. First, killing in the order of the zodiac. Second, the dead will appear where Chu Luyun appeared or will appear. Tao Yanyan's zodiac sign is the rabbit. Moreover, upstairs, it was still the place where Chu Luyun was going to appear. As long as Tao Yanyan is not the murderer, then she must be the deceased. Yuma, wait for me. Chu Luyun kept shouting in his heart. He wasn't strong enough, but his legs were like a cheetah's as he ascended 3 stairs in one step. Rushing to Tao Yanyan's door, he found a gap exposed in the security door. As he watched the door to the room open, a bad feeling surfaced in his heart. In order to prevent himself from being wrongly accused as a murderer again, Chu Luyun gently touched the door of the room with his elbow. Just as he entered the house, he smelled a pungent odor of blood. Chu Luyun's heart had fallen to the bottom. One step after another. Slowly, he came to the bedroom door, and the smell of blood became stronger. Push opened the bedroom door. The sight in front of him directly caused Chu Luyun to be completely dumbfounded. A rope hangs down from the roof. Tao Yanyan was tied up by these ropes, and her entire body was suspended horizontally in midair. Drop by drop, the blood dripped down and had completely soaked the sheets beneath them. Huma! Huma! Chu Luyun opened his mouth and shouted twice. After all, it was a woman who had a relationship, and to be dangled in front of her like this, Chu Luyun's heart was not comfortable either. But he also understands that if he goes up to the rescue, he's bound to leave fingerprints. This one tiny fingerprint will nail him to the Zodiac case once and for all. Chu! Chu! Tao Yanyan's voice was very weak, and it was obvious that there was still a breath left. But with such a large amount of blood loss, I'm afraid it won't last until the ambulance arrives. Huma, did you see the murderer? You tell me who the murderer is. Chu Luyun's voice was filled with anxiety. Now the clues of the case have all converged on Tao Yanyan. If she couldn't leave the slightest clue, then the extermination of the 12 zodiacs would be considered a complete dead end. Tao Yanran knew that the person standing in front of her was Chu Luyun, nay she could no longer speak. With all her strength, she struggled to move her right hand. Stretching out the already blood-blurred finger, he pointed in a direction. And this direction was exactly the direction that Chu Luyun was standing in. Huma, what? Do you mean by this? What do you mean? Chu Luyun couldn't stop shouting and repeating his question. But Tao Yanyan could no longer say anything. The only thing she could do was to point her finger at Chu Luyun. Huma! Chu Luyun let out another shout. And at this moment, Tao Yanyan was like a deflated ball, completely slacking off in that instant. Chu Luyun knew that she was dead. But that last gesture of Tao Yanyan's, he didn't understand the deep meaning at all. Drawing the threads and trawling through them has finally brought us to this point. Are all the clues really broken? Is he, himself, really going to carry the name of a murderer forever? Chu Luyun constantly asked himself in his mind. Just at the point of desperation, that newly acquired ability came to mind. The situation at hand can only be tried by beating a dead horse. Death echoes. Chu Luyun unleashed the second skill brought by the system. Right at that moment. It was as if he had been dragged into some kind of scenario by a pair of large, invisible hands. A chilly sensation wrapped around his entire body. Countless emotions began to haunt Chu Luyun. It was amazing how many intertwined emotions he heard in his ears. It was the sound of a woman's happiness shattering. It was the wail of a woman suffering from excruciating pain. It was the despair of a woman waiting quietly for death to come. Wailing and despair were emotions that Chu Luyun could understand. But where does this broken happiness come from? How can a murderer bring happiness to the dead? Countless doubts arose in Chu Luyun's heart. But now Tao Yanran is dead. Chu Luyun forced himself to hold back the doubts in his heart, as well as the heartache that tore and moved. Eventually turning around ruthlessly, he hurried out of the neighborhood. Tao Yanyan's death was already doomed, and even if he stayed, he couldn't serve any purpose. Yan, I will find the real culprit. Chu Luyun secretly swore in his heart. All night long, he didn't dare stop at all. Tomorrow morning's early news headlines will definitely be about the death of Tanya Tao. Being the fourth victim, who happens to be a rabbit, will definitely be categorized in the Zodiac serial killings. Chu Luyun's suspicion had not been completely cleared for the time being, and would inevitably be pulled out to block the arrows again. It was necessary to get far away from the downtown area before Tao Yanyan was discovered. The police side already knows that he knows the art of disguise. There was no guarantee that he wouldn't get caught if there was a real carpet search. It was necessary to get as far as possible away from the scene of Tanyan's death. This way. Chu Luyun's heart had 100 mixed feelings. He didn't know where Tao Yanyan's shattered happiness came from. I also wonder what her dying gesture meant. That finger pointing at himself became Chu Luyun's heart demon. It's not that he can't reason, it's that he doesn't dare to. The happiness and the pointing of the finger speak of a shallow and understandable thing. That is, the murderer is Chu Luyun. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chu Luyun shook his head and wrestled his speculations to the back of his mind. Anyone can think. What is the end of this reasoning that puts the pot of murderer on his head again? What's the point of the case if the killer is really him? Why don't you just turn yourself in? Chu Luyun once again strayed into the middle of nowhere and found a sheltered place to curl up and recuperate. A sleepless night. The slowly rising morning sun shone on Chu Luyun's somewhat reddened eyes. After a whole night of reasoning, the conclusion Chu Luyun finally came to was only that one. All of it seems to have found a very reasonable explanation. That is, one is schizophrenic. Whenever he sleeps, he awakens a second personality to kill. That's why the dead man happened to be where he was, or was going to be. So far, it seems as if this is the only explanation that makes sense. Thus, a new idea was born in Chu Luyun's heart. There was only one way to verify this suspicion of his, and that was to kill someone. Truly a fresh life to validate this conjecture. Is he schizophrenic or not? Is it a second personality killing? This series of answers will be answered tonight. Chapter 17, The Prisoner's Chamber. The following day Tao Yanyan's death once again hit the screen, and naturally this hat was snapped back onto Chu Luyun's body. However, Chu Luyun just casually posted a video to cope with the situation, as he had more important things to do tonight. Late night, by the lake. Chu Luyun was in the process of repairing a small wooden house that was suspended in the middle of a lake. The foundation beneath the cabin was dozens of thick wooden foundations dragging the whole thing along. From a distance, the cabin looked like it was suspended over the water. And leading to this cabin was a simple wooden bridge 5 meters long. They say it's a wooden bridge, but it's really just pegged stakes on which some planks have been placed as splices. The boards weren't even secured with nails to the stakes, resulting in constant movement when walking. If you're not careful, you're afraid you'll fall into the water along with the boardwalk. Humble boardwalks, cabins suspended in the lake. Please let me go. I really don't want to die, I don't want to die. The woman in the wraparound skirt and black stockings was being thrown around the lake in a 5-pack. She looked at Chu Luyun in front of her with terror in her eyes. Don't be afraid, let me introduce myself first, I'm the wanted man who's been very popular on the internet lately, Chu Lu-yun. When he heard the 3 words Chu Lu-yun, the woman, who was already pale, was so frightened that she almost fainted. A serial killer recognized by the police had told her not to be afraid. Actually, I invited you over today for an experiment. The experiment was successful, and we're both safe from each other. If the experiment fails, you could die, and I'll turn myself in to save more lives. Chu Lu-yun simply told the woman what he wanted to do. These words, however, did not quell the fear in her heart. Seeing this, he had no choice but to drag the woman to the cabin in the lake. Place the woman in the cabin. Chu Lu-yun sprinkled the prepared lime all over the entire bridge and again around the cabin. When that was done, he sat down in the cabin and waited for the nightmare to come. Actually, Chu Lu-yun's plan was very simple. The cabin, today, has formed a watery chamber, and the only path through it is the boardwalk sprinkled with powdered lime. But whenever you pass over the boardwalk, you are bound to leave footprints. He and the woman in the cabin have formed the conditions for murder. A woman whose genus is dragon, and the location where Chu Lu-yun is. This already fits the MO of the Zodiac murders. If the woman dies tonight. And there were no signs of outsider activity outside the cabin, so the odds were that the killer had taken on another personality of his own. If the woman isn't dead, or if there's a third person on the trail, it means there's someone else. It was a prisoner's chamber for Chu Lu-yun himself. I beg you to let me go, we two have nothing against each other. I have a sister at home and parents to support, I beg you. The woman kept praying, but Chu Lu-yun could only helplessly shake his head. If one is really the murderer, then he will hang himself first thing in the morning, as a repayment for the woman's life, and to put an end to it forever. Just commiserate. Chu Lu-yun stuffed the rags into the woman's mouth. He laid down on his side and began to close his eyes to get himself to sleep as quickly as possible. The fatigue and reasoning of recent days had consumed a great deal of brain power, so sleep soon followed. Only when the sunlight poured into the wooden house did Chu Lu-yun open his eyes in a daze. The first thing he did was scan the entire cabin. There was no sign of the woman at all, except for some blood left on the floor. Crap! Chu Lu-yun sprouted a bad feeling. He hurriedly got up and pushed open the wooden door, and when he looked at it, there were more long rows of bloody footprints on the boardwalk. A row of footprints fleeing the cabin. Within Chu Lu-yun's thought palace, countless scenes were once again constructed. Demons awakening from their sleep. The woman who bled and fled. With doubts in his heart, Chu Lu-yun carefully walked forward along the wooden boardwalk. Traced the blood trail to the shore. The first thing that caught his eye was the woman sprawled on the ground, soaking wet, with a dagger plunged into her back, already cut off from life. I can't believe it's true. Chu Lu-yun's heart crumbled a bit. From the present indications, there was only a row of footprints on the cabin left by the woman as she fled, which meant that no one had come to the cabin. The approach of swimming through the water to kill someone and then swimming away is unrealistic. There were also no marks left around from the launching of the wooden boat. These lime powders are very dry. If the murderer reached the cabin by swimming, he must have left water stains when he came ashore. So the truth is that the sleeping Chu Lu-yun awakened his second personality and sneak attacked the woman with a dagger. The injured woman crashed through the wooden door, leaving a line of footprints on the boardwalk, and eventually bled out and died on the shore. Green Pines, Huma. A tearing pain came from Chu Lu-yun's heart. He couldn't accept that 2 of the people closest to him had died at his own hands. But now that things had come to this, he didn't have much other choice. From his bag, he took out the rope he had prepared long ago and hung it on a branch to tie a knot. Grabbed his cell phone and hit the alarm. Just hit the dial button to turn yourself in and then self-settle and all the dust will settle. Now that he thought about it, the so-called system was nothing more than a trick on him. It's all coming to an end. Chu Lu-yun's heart was desperate. Just as he was about to get to know himself, a subtle sound came from behind the dead tree. The Honorable Chu God is going to take the blame and die a violent death in the wilderness like this? The girl's slightly teasing voice came. Chu Lu-yun looked up. A young girl came out from behind the tree. The young girl was wearing a black wraparound skirt and her slender legs were covered with black stockings. How can you? You! When Chu Lu-yun saw the girl's appearance, his entire body froze in place. He couldn't even control his facial expressions. Because the appearance of the young girl in front of her was, surprisingly, exactly the same as the dead woman on the ground. Chapter 18, The Sick Girl. How could you? How is this possible? This. Chu Luyun looked at the corpse on the ground again, and did not react for a long time. Don't be surprised, that's my sister, I'm her sister, Riverbell. And I'm a fan of your books, I love you. Jiangling stood to the side, facing her sister's corpse. Not only was she not afraid, there was also a look of excitement in her eyes. Between words, he even stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. This woman, she's a total sicko. Well, since this is your sister, that makes things even easier. Why don't you just kill me, as if you're eradicating a scourge and avenging your sister in the process? Chu Luyun would not be in the mood to argue with her. It's not like we're having a book club meeting and there's a fan. All he wants now is to seek relief and end his life of sin. Jiangling swept a glance at Chu Luyun, only revealing a hint of a contemptuous smile. The honorable reasoning writer Chu Luyun, giving up just like that? Is it really possible to be fooled by a murderer like this? After Jiangling finished these two sentences, it caused Chu Luyun to tighten his brows. Chu Luyun looked at the situation in front of him, and the luster was gone from his eyes. With such an obvious crime scene, there was no second possibility. The only passageway was covered with the footprints of the dead who had escaped. Given that there were no other traces around, the murderer could only be Chu Luyun, who was imprisoned in the cabin. According to me, this case is actually very simple. The killer just waltzed down the wooden bridge path, reached the cabin, and killed the victim. And then swam back to shore from the water with the victim's body, and that's why my sister's clothes, they were soaked by the river. Jiangling sat on a rock to the side and slowly spoke out her reasoning. But Chu Luyun was completely treating this petite woman as a child. There was even more scoffing at her reasoning. There was just one line of footprints on that boardwalk, running from the cabin to the shore. It is indeed possible for the killer to walk backwards. But Chu Luyun, as a deduction writer, also had some research on traceology. The footprints, in no way, could have been stepped on backwards. It's true that footprints can't be changed, but the boardwalk can't say the same. It's not like the bridge deck was ever fixed anyway. With just a few words, Jiangling directly cracked the trickery in front of him. The Chu Luyun at the beginning didn't put Jiangling in his eyes. But the words she uttered now caused Chu Luyun's aura to flicker. He dropped the twine in his hand and hurriedly darted over to the boardwalk. Lifting the boards on the boardwalk to look at them, I found that all the lime dust in the crevices had disappeared. In other words, all the planks laid on the bridge have been moved. With Jiangling's helpful reasoning, Chu Luyun once again raised his head to look at the boardwalk, and the picture in his mind changed radically. If all the planks were moved, then the footprints fleeing from the prisoner's cabin to the shore would become footprints from the shore, toward the prisoner's cabin. All the killer had to do was cut his paws, step into the cabin and kill the victim. The dead man is then brought to the shore by swimming, and the reversal of all the planks underwater is all that is required. Once again, Riverbell repeated the reasoning, explaining the sight before him completely. Looking at the petite young girl in front of him who was only 1 meter 6 in height, a touch of admiration surfaced in Chu Luyun's eyes. If Jiangling hadn't appeared out of nowhere, I'm afraid I would have fallen for the murderer's trick and committed suicide. It turns out that a person, no matter how smart they are, will always fall into the trap of thinking. You're going to need a helping hand to do that. Jiangling sat on the rock, crossing her legs and shaking her delicate little leather shoes, with a faint smile on her face. Are you saying I need your help? No, it's not just me, you need the help of the fellow reasoners. Jiangling interrupted Chu Luyun. This so-called fellowship, on the contrary, caused Chu Luyun to frown. This reasoning fellowship was formed spontaneously by your fellow bookworms after your accident. All members of the fellowship are dedicated to solving the mystery and restoring your innocence. The previous story on the year-old ghost was from the same club. Jiangling slowly stood up and walked around Chu Luyun while telling about the so-called fellowship. When Chu Luyun heard this, a hint of interest still showed in his eyes. He did not indeed expect that in such a period when everyone was shouting at him, there was a group of bookworms helping him behind his back. Come on, it's time to take you on a trip to the reasoning fellowship. Maybe brainstorming will provide you with a lot of inspiration and help you catch the final killer. Jiangling had a smile on her face. To her, everything in front of her seemed like an extremely interesting game. Regarding who the murderer really was, Chu Luyun had long ago reached the point where he was thirsty for knowledge. He really couldn't figure out who had such magical powers. Who, exactly, was targeting him in such a way? What exactly is his purpose? And what truth lies behind the Zodiac killings? I have a very strange point. The one lying on the ground is your own sister, right? You don't react at all? Chu Luyun looked at the smile on Jiang Ling's face and frowned. Her own sister died in front of her, and she was still smiling and reasoning in a serious manner. Now he's going to be taken to a so-called reasoning fellowship, and he's not even going to look at the body. This girl is a little too creepy for her own good. People are dead, they're just a pile of undecomposed protein, what reaction is needed? Honoring the memory of death is the self-congratulation of the weak, and has nothing to do with reality. Jiang Ling coldly dropped a sentence, then turned around and walked towards the curb. Looking at the back of this sickly young girl, Chu Luyun thought of a very rare mental illness. Emotional absence. Such people have difficulty feeling emotions such as love, fear, joy, and sadness, and severely lack the ability to empathize. To the rest of the world, these types of people come across as cold-blooded and indifferent. Obviously the young girl called Jiang Ling in front of us is this kind of patient. Following her lead to the curb, she saw a parked black SUV. Here's my father's driver's license, ID, you disguise it. Riverbell also threw over a makeup bag between words. It was Chu Luyun's turn to be surprised. He had never told anyone about the fact that he had the system's golden finger. And the Jiang Ling in front of him was surprisingly clear about that. Does that mean there's something inside of her too? What are you looking at me like that for? Is there something wrong with my reasoning? According to my guess, you should have some kind of makeup ability, that's why you were able to evade capture several times, right? Chapter 19, Reasoning Club. Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun with a pair of amber-colored eyes that were permeated with heart-stopping magic. Despite her small stature, those eyes of hers seemed to be able to penetrate the heart. Chu Luyun sat in the driver's seat, pretending to organize things and avoiding the topic. After a bit of cleaning up, Chu Luyun then bore a 9% resemblance to the man in the ID. Coupled with the cover of the Jiang Ling, it would never be recognized even if it drove into the city in a big way. The car entered the city of Qingyang. Jiang Ling brought Chu Luyun into a clothing store. Just pick out some well-fitting casual clothes for my dad and swipe your card. Jiang Ling pointed at Chu Luyun and handed the bank card in her hand to the guide. What did you just call me? Dad. Riverbell blinked and stood on her tiptoes. Looking at her lovely appearance, Chu Luyun's heart gave birth to a strange feeling. Within a short time, the guide came over with a large bag and returned the bank card to Jiang Ling. You are a blessing, sir. To have such a beautiful and filial daughter. The shopping guide lady smiled and pinched Jiang Ling's cheeks. In her eyes, Jiang Ling was a beautiful 17 or 18-year-old girl. The two father and daughter left the clothing store and made their way to a restaurant. These days of eating and sleeping in the wind had tormented Chu Luyun. A mouthful of hot tofu brain slides down your throat and into your intestines. That feeling of instantly dispelling the cold made Chu Luyun feel warm all over. The surrounding passers-by were all attracted by Jiang Ling's angelic face, no one cared about Chu Luyun at all. It's just that they don't know. Underneath this angelic face of Jiang Ling is hidden a heart without any temperature. No matter what kind of friendly gazes were thrown by the people around them, Jiang Ling's small face always maintained the coldness that would not melt for 10,000 years. After having enough to eat and drink, Jiang Ling brought Chu Luyun to take a bath again and changed into a wash. Chu Luyun, who was soothed and refreshed, sat in the car and lit a cigarette in a leisurely manner. Looking at the traffic outside, Chu Luyun only felt like it was a world away. If none of this had happened, he might be sitting in a cafe somewhere, tapping away at a keyboard, sipping a cup of coffee and working on his novel. More than that, maybe even things like soul warping don't happen, and he's just a passerby in some parallel dimension. Dad, we should go. Riverbell placed her cell phone on the car mount and navigation was already on the screen. This cry for Dad. Paired with Jiang Ling's anime heroine-like face and that silver bell-like voice, it always made Chu Luyun think about it. But Jiang Ling's expressionless face would always bring Chu Luyun back to reality at the critical moment. Everyone in the Reasoning Fellowship communicates over the internet, and today is the first time we've met. So it's also possible that there are people with ulterior motives hidden among them. I hope you can play the part of my father well enough not to be found wanting. Jiang Ling bitterly urged Chu Luyun. At the moment, it was as if she was the old father. Chu Luyun also nodded at his words. Although Jiang Ling was in the appearance of a petite young girl, Chu Luyun knew that this was only her appearance. This young girl, possessed of extremely meticulous logic, eschewed emotional rationality. The other people in the fellowship that could make her come to the meeting must not be simple characters either.
There may even be someone from the police among them.
The Reasoning Fellowship, which sounded like a harmless name, but at its core, it was to help Chu Luyun, a super fugitive. They must also be very careful with each other. In case Chu Luyun's identity was recognized, no one could predict what would happen.
The car traveled slowly, driving over winding mountain roads and through dense bamboo forests.
Finally, we came to an estate deep in the mountains.
Surrounded by dense jungle, drifting down withered and fallen leaves, people are rare. Chu Luyun was a native of Qingyang City.
Nor had I ever heard anyone say that there was such a large manor hidden in this place. Don't tell me you guys are bagging this place just for that fellowship.
Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling and took the first step to speak.
Although she couldn't believe it in her heart, Riverbell still nodded. Chu Luyun's heart felt like it had exploded. He never imagined that his readership was so rich. But with all this fuss, it's also highly likely to be a trap. Chu Luyun was originally a fugitive and had the system in his body, so how could he turn the danger into a disaster, even if he was victimized by the pit?
But this group of bookworms is different. They came to help clear their names.
If they were all killed here, then Chu Luyun's heart would not be able to bear it.
Thinking of this, Chu Luyun couldn't help but take a picture of the manor.
Set this photo of the estate to be posted on social media platforms at countless timed intervals. It's one of those things that has to be updated every day in order to fulfill the system.
The second is to prevent any machinations in this.
If there is really something sinister and unusual, then the police will definitely follow the trail to find it.
At the very least, this group of bookworms should be able to stay alive.
There's facial recognition at the gate. Lean the car over.
Riverbell sat on the passenger side and spoke. Chu Luyun also happened to finish everything and tucked away his cell phone.
Looking at the rusty iron door, there was an instrument right in the doorway, flashing green.
If it wasn't for Jiang Ling opening her mouth to command, Chu Luyun wouldn't even know what it was.
It seemed that Jiang Ling's family was also extraordinary, or at least more insightful than himself. Chu Luyun leaned the car to the door and opened the window.
The electronics in front of me kept flashing a green light. He aligned his face with the instrument.
After about 10 seconds or so, there was a sudden shrill alarm. Without waiting for Chu Luyun to react, a thick white smoke was sprayed directly into the car.
What the hell,
Chu Luyun subconsciously wanted to close the window, but it was as if his body's strength had been drained, and even lifting his arm was very laborious. His body struggled for only 3-5 seconds before he completely lost resistance. Before falling into unconsciousness, countless conjectures flashed through Chu Luyun's mind.
The first target of the first suspicion is Jamboree.
Perhaps he himself had been deceived by this young girl, Jiang Ling, from beginning to end.
Chu Luyun couldn't help but curse his own stupidity.
A girl who inexplicably appeared, pampered herself in the face of a corpse, and even boasted of her reasoning. Then out of nowhere a so-called reasoning fellowship pops up and takes him to an inexplicable place. During this entire process, he was like a puppet on strings, at his command. If everything that came out of Riverbell's mouth was a lie, it was all a lie. And what was the purpose of her bringing herself here? Thinking back on it now, Chu Luyun only felt his hair stand on end. He traveled through forests and mountains, hiding in stealth. The entire police force of Qingyang City couldn't find his hiding place. How did Jiang Ling, an ordinary young girl, find her way to the door? Who the hell is she? And for what purpose? Countless questions filled Chu Luyun's mind. He didn't know how long it took for the intense pain to come from his head before Chu Luyun's body regained consciousness.
Where am I? At. Chapter 20, Tailoring.
Chu Luyun held his head that was in severe pain and struggled to open his eyes. At the moment he was sitting on the ground, surrounded by pitch blackness. Reaching under his buttocks, it was slightly damp and the air smelled of mold. Just by these conditions it can be confirmed that this is definitely not in a guardhouse.
Looks like
it wasn't the police who stepped in.
Chu Luyun tried to adapt to the darkness, trying to see something clearly.
Zip, zip, zip. There was a gush of electricity in the darkness.
The tungsten filament in the bulb was conducted by an electric current and the orange light dissipated. Chu Luyun raised his hand to block the light. It was only after his eyes adjusted that he finally got a clear view of the scene at hand. It's a confined space.
The four walls were plastered with square tiles, each one only the length of an index finger and as red as a hawthorn. Right in front of Chu Luyun, Jiang Ling was also sitting in the corner, frowning slightly.
Wake up, Riverbell, are you okay? Chu Luyun walked over to Jiang Ling and gently shook her shoulders. She opened her eyes in a daze, and it took a minute or two for her to catch her breath. Where are we? Jiang Ling looked around in confusion and asked the same question as Chu Luyun. If nothing else, we should be inside the manor. Chu Luyun surveyed his surroundings and replied with a careless sentence. The space they were in now was estimated to be only 10 square meters. There were walls on all sides, a single light bulb in the ceiling overhead, and white floor tiles with no seams underfoot. It's a completely airtight space. There's no door, there's no window, how did we both get in here? Riverbell smoothed the folds on her short skirt and straightened her dress. With a white shirt and a brown pleated skirt, this JK suit couldn't be more appropriate on her. And the other main point, it's airtight, so how is the air change accomplished? Chu Luyun surveyed everything around him and opened his mouth to add a little. Two people in an enclosed space, looking at each other. There is no water or food here, and if you do nothing, you will have to wait for death to come. As for why the reasoning fellowship had turned out to be like this, Riverbell, who was an invitee, obviously didn't know either. There seems to be a small line here. Riverbell pointed to a small tile high above and squinted. The four walls were densely covered with small rectangular tiles in a clear hawthorn red color that dazzled the eye. To be able to find this piece in so many tiles, even Chu Luyun had to admire Jiang Ling's powers of observation. Crouch down and I'll step on your shoulders to get up there and see. Jiang Ling patted Chu Luyun and kept her eyes fixed on the tile high above. She was afraid that if her eyes wandered, she would have to search again. You know she's wearing a JK suit, white shirt and pleated skirt. If she stepped on Chu Luyun's shoulders, then Chu Luyun only needed to raise his head slightly to have a clear view. This. As a normal man, he was still a little hesitant. Because even though Jiangling had already reached adulthood, with her petite figure and delicate face, she always looked like a high school girl. Chu Luyun felt like he wasn't a thing whenever the slightest evil thought rose in his heart. What are you doing cold? Kneel down. Jiangling opened her mouth to give a command, her eyes filled with puzzlement. As an emotionally deficient mental patient, she was simply unable to empathize with what Chu Luyun was thinking. In Jiangling's eyes, there was no difference between men and women, young and old, people, insects, animals and trees. Hearing her order, Chu Luyun still crouched down honestly. Jiangling took off her shoes, and her white cotton socks stepped on Chu Luyun's shoulders like this. It only took 2 or 3 minutes to read the writing on the tiles. It was a very short sentence. Words sprouted wings and met me in the dream world. This inexplicable sentence. It's like a scrap page used to wipe your ass in a public restroom, printed with irrelevant words. I think I've read that somewhere. It seems to be the Iliad, by an ancient Greek poet named Homer. As an author, Chu Luyun usually liked to read some cold books. The quote happened to be one he had seen. Riverbell also caught the knack in a flash. Words sprout wings and meet in the dream world, which is clearly a metaphor. One only hears or sees information. There is no such thing as an encounter with information, let alone in an illusory dream. I'm afraid there's a type of person who gets information not by listening or reading. Chu Luyun turned his head to look at Jiang Ling. The two men continued to be the ones who said the answer that was on their minds at the same time. Unless he's deaf and blind. Chu Luyun also remembered at this moment that this ancient Greek poet called Homer was precisely a blind man. At this moment, revisit the four walls again. The little tiles arranged in a row were rather like some kind of code waiting to be deciphered. Jiang Ling closed her eyes and stretched out her palm, her slender fingers caressing over the wall. Chu Luyun followed her example and began to feel around. What? You know Braille too? Hearing the voice, Jiang Ling swept a glance at Chu Luyun and inquired with some curiosity. Yeah, my grandma was a blind teacher before, so I know a little bit about it. What a coincidence, my mom is blind, so I know some of it. Two people groping around in an enclosed space, but finding something in common in each other. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, didn't think it was a coincidence. The other party seemed to know the two people's details exceptionally well, and this secret room was specially created for the two people. The verses on the wall that were cold to the core, Chu Luyun happened to have read them before. Hidden in the tiles is Braille, which again the two men happened to know something about. Two people who are even remotely incompatible will be trapped here forever. That's why this secret room was made entirely and specifically for the two of them. Could be argued against Jamboree though. After all, she was supposed to be an invitee to the reasoning fellowship. But what about yourself? He, Chu Luyun, had joined halfway, so how could the other party know in advance? Strange. Very strange. Chu Luyun informed Jiangling of the doubts in his heart, but she was also full of doubts about it. Inviting Chu Luyun to join was all a surprise to Jiangling. If it wasn't for Chu Luyun kidnapping her sister, the two wouldn't have even met. As for why the other party would learn of Chu Luyun's joining in advance, from the looks of it, it could not be answered. Found the answer, the two walls on my side add up to one sentence. So is mine, and if the four walls add up, that should be the answer to getting out of here. Jiangling's fingers slowly retracted and opened her mouth to respond to Chu Luyun. The two men looked at the wall, integrating all the information they had gotten. When the curtain falls on the rising flames, the whispers of the dead echo across the earth. As the scent of mugwort sweeps the streets, the silver light of the full moon warms the cold night. Chapter 21, The Hidden Wolf and the Sheep. When these two sentences were said, Chu Luyun and Jiangling's hearts had an answer at the same time. These four sentences represent our four coordinates. The fireworks fall, that is, on said New Year's Eve, which is December 31st, the 31st tile in the 12th row. Whispers of the Dead on Earth would be Qing Ming Festival, the 7th day of March, row 3, tile 7. Mugwort scent is the Dragon Boat Festival. Warmth of the full moon is the Mid-Autumn Festival. It should be possible to open the chamber in front of you by pressing all four tiles at the same time. Now the two had gotten four tiles clearly mislabeled, but not the one they corresponded to for that wall. Chu Luyun looked up at the orange bulb above his head. This bulb is a little closer to the left wall. It's early winter, so if this orange bulb is the sun, representing the east, how would it turn? It should be southeast-west. North. Jiangling answered Chu Luyun's words. That orange bulb represents the sun, and the wall it is near represents the east at the very beginning of the sunrise. In the wintertime, the sun is east in the morning, south at noon, west at night, leaving a north. So the order is southeast, northwest and northwest, and the coordinates are the locations of the four tiles. Pressing in this way in accordance with this, a rumbling sound resounded around the two men. A moment later, the four walls slowly landed like organ locks. The field of vision opened up again before his eyes. When looking at the surrounding scenery, Chu Luyun and Jiangling once again frowned. Because they were, at this moment, surprisingly in the middle of a wide living room. Surrounded by soft couches, plush carpeting, and tall bookshelves. The wide dining table was filled with hot food. Dry wood burned in the warm fireplace, and the flames jumped. No one could have imagined that after that cold chamber descended, it would be such a cozy place. This is for us? The afterglow of the food is still there. Could the other party even predict in advance the time we will break open the chamber? Jiangling reached out and touched the porcelain bowl, feeling the warmth that lingered on it. Just as the two men spoke, there were clear footsteps in the darkness. River Belle picked up the table knife on the table and hid it in her sleeve. Who is it? Who's there? River Belle inquired warily. Immediately after that, two figures came out of the darkness. They were also a man and a woman. The man was wearing a suit and the woman was wearing a dress. The two were holding each other. They should be a couple. Judging from the confusion in their eyes, they should have had the same encounter as the two Chu Luyuns. We're here for the Reasoning Fellowship Book Club, are you? You guys too? The girl opened her mouth to timidly inquire. Seeing Jiangling nod her head, the other party also finally dropped the guard in his heart. The four men sat down at the table and made a brief introduction of themselves. The man in the suit, an architectural designer, was called Li Jinhua. The girl, on the other hand, is his wife, an ordinary accountant, Lin Shui. At this moment, Chu Luyun also played the role of Jiangling's father as previously agreed. A couple, a father and daughter. The four men sat at the table and ate their meals from their plates while doing a little getting to know each other. As the conversation continued to climb, the guard between the two parties slowly dissipated. It was only 10 minutes before three more men and a woman came out of the darkness and sat down at the table. So far a total of 8 people, all of them without exception, all of them are fans of Chu Luyun's books, in order to meet here for a common goal. After a few people had their fill of wine, they continued to search the house for clues. They realized that it was just a bigger chamber, and they were still imprisoned here. Zip, zip, zip. The sound of electricity from the stereo came from above the house. Welcome to the Reasoning Fellowship. I am the initiator of this fellowship, Chu Luyun. The electronically synthesized voice coming from the stereo was impossible to distinguish between male and female. When the people present heard this, they all looked at each other. It's actually Chu Lu-yun? This is too unbelievable. It's actually the Chu god who invited us here. Chu Xin. We're here to help you. The architectural designer, Li Jinhua, shouted loudly at the surroundings, and at a glance, he was Chu Liuyun's die-hard fan. Only Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling had strange expressions on their faces. If the voice on the stereo was Chu Luyun, what had he become? Chu Luyun shook his head helplessly. He was truly surprised that he had become a fugitive and there were still people posing as such. If you want to assist me in accomplishing the reasoning of the century together and uncovering the real ghost of the year, you have to prove yourself first. Once again, distorted electronic synthesized sounds came from all around. Just hearing those words, Chu Liuyun's heart was speechless. This is totally some psycho-twisted pervert. Borrowing Chu Liuyun's name, he designed a secret room game to satisfy his own bad taste. Underneath each of your tableware is placed a deck of cards with only 2 designs on it, one for wolves and one for sheep. Out of 8, there are 2 wolves and 6 sheep. The losing camp will select a companion to be sacrificed. The other man's voice was full of playfulness. The people present did not know what was meant by the so-called sacrifice. The 8 men resumed their seats at the table, lifting the cutlery they had just used, as commanded by the voice. Underneath the polished ceramic plate, a cardboard card was indeed pressed. Chu Luyun lifted it up to take a look, and there was a vicious wolf's head drawn on it. The purpose of this game, obviously, is to require the sheep characters to find the 2 evil wolves hidden among the 8. Sheep looking for wolves. In this way, the character who is a sheep has to take more initiative than the wolf character who needs to hide. And even if the sheep loses the game, the chances of being penalized are greatly reduced by finding 1 sacrifice out of 6. But Chu Luyun, on the contrary, had gotten no wolf card. All 8 men settled into their roles and sat back in their seats. There was a smile on all faces when they were able to play a game of wits organized by an author they admired. A tabletop game after tea can be very relaxing indeed. I'm sure you're all in a very good mood, so allow me to introduce you to the losers of the last game. Please welcome the sacrifice to the stage. The electronic voice on the radio cried out. Immediately afterward, a dark shadow fell violently in the sky above the dining table and hit it heavily. A choking, strong odor of blood drilled into his nostrils. Chu Luyun only felt a soreness in his throat and almost spat out all the meal he had just eaten. By the light of the overhead, the crowd realized that what was now sprawled across the table was a bloody corpse. The face of the corpse, in particular, had been sliced into dense chunks of minced meat, making it impossible to see what it looked like. Ah! A scream came. But before a few people could escape, organs poked out of the seats, confining them all to the chairs. The wolf has put on a sheep's coat in a vain attempt to escape the sacrifice of death. The game is officially on. Good luck! Chapter 22, The Sword of the Demon Goat. The grim laughter suppressed in the voice was clearly felt even after the electronic sound was modified. The 8 men at the moment were deadlocked by the steel bars emerging from the chairs. The ankles were fitted to the chair legs and the wrists were confined to the tabletop, so they couldn't move at all. The smell of rotten meat emanating from in front of them was still stimulating their sense of smell. This is supposed to be fake? Is it the carcass of another animal? Is it a prank? Yes, it must be a prank, it's disgusting. A few people's eyes averted, but the body just lay across the table. Masking ignorance is clearly not working. Jiang Ling's little face was a little pale, and the choking smell made her a little uncomfortable. But despite this, she fought back the fluttering in her belly and fiddled with the back of the body with her table knife. The vertebrae are tapered with large holes and the articular surfaces are not well developed. This would be a human corpse. Looking at the degree of the pubic bone's pinch, it should still be a male corpse. Jiang Ling said all the information she had observed, and now everyone froze. The other 2 women couldn't stand it any longer and turned their heads sideways and began to vomit. Several of the men on the scene were also pale. Impossible. We're here to help the Chu God, he can't do this to us. It must be a fake, it must be a fake. Several people's lips quivered with fear. After all, they're all a bunch of ordinary people, and now that a rotting corpse is in front of them, everyone's heart can't bear it a bit. The so-called Reasoning Fellowship was originally a book club to analyze and discuss cases. No one expected things to go this far. The mood of death was spreading through the room, and fear gripped the minds of everyone. I don't think this is fake. Chu Luyun is, after all, a fugitive, in case he is really a murderer, isn't killing Someone a very simple thing for him?
Between Li Jinoa's words, the beds of his upper and lower teeth kept banging together, making a trembling sound.
This group had gathered here to help Chu Luyun clear his name.
Now it's a good thing that the dead body showed up. All of them changed their words and began to say that Chu Luyun was a murderous fiend. Gentlemen, this is not the time to argue. The clock on the wall has been counting down since that voice said the game was starting.
If we can't finish this game in the allotted time, I'm afraid everyone here will be in danger.
Chu Luyun was the first to speak, interrupting the discussion between them. In fact, to say that it was disturbing, Chu Luyun was definitely the most disturbing of the 8 here. As Chu Luyun himself, he had actually come to attend his own fan book reasoning meeting. And then to be imprisoned by a fake Chu Luyun posing as himself, playing this game that would kill him. Now that I think about it, it's ridiculous. Everyone, we're under complete control now, I'm afraid there's no other way but to cooperate. Chu Luyun continuously comforted the several people who were emotionally out of control.
If we don't hurry the game along, who knows what the creep hiding behind the curtain will do?
Riverbell wasn't calm enough at the moment, and she decided to lead everyone in the game. In that case, let's all of us start with a brief self-introduction. Wolves and sheep, with their occupations, backgrounds, etc., in life, must differ from sheep.
Maybe introduce yourself and find out the clues.
Jiang Ling wrinkled her nose slightly, at the moment she was slightly acclimatized to the smell of blood.
This is a game that will kill you, the wolf must hide himself, cutie.
Before they'll be truthful, right? Li Jinoa's face was filled with fear, and his eyes swept to the bodies on the table every now and then. After all, whoever loses the game has to become a sacrifice.
It's going to be this corpse across the table.
His words were immediately recognized by the nods of the others as well.
That's right. So one conclusion from this is that wolves must lie. Whoever lies is a wolf. Jiang Ling's eyes swept over everyone present, even Chu Luyun.
She looked like a wonderful young woman though. But those bright eyes were like jewels that pierced the soul and sent chills down the spine. Eventually, all eyes locked onto Li Jinoa's body. He was the first in the left seat. Everyone present had their ears perked up, their eyes fixed dead center on Li Jinoa, not letting go of any clues. These few people present, who had been invited to participate in the reasoning, naturally had very good heads.
None of them are idle.
The moment the dead body landed on the table, the powerful visual impact struck fear into everyone's heart. But this powerful shock is bound to make those who have the bad wolf card more cautious about speaking. Just as they were panicking, the 2 wolves, I'm sure, were already thinking about how to hide themselves. After all, losing the game is a real death sentence. 6 sheep, 2 wolves. The magic sword that can judge life is held in the hands of the weak sheeple.
Since everyone is looking at me, let's start with me.
My name is Li Jinoa, and I'm an architect, which the 2 of them can attest to, as I said a long time ago. Li Jinoa's words were flustered, and he even looked up at Jiang Ling, trying to get her to open her mouth to prove it. Speak only of yourself, and need not ask for proof from others. Jiang Ling spoke coldly, without a trace of temperature in her eyes. The icy coldness emanating from the petite body caused everyone present to begin to re-examine Jiang Ling. Even Chu Luyun was worried that later on, this girl would not sell herself out as well. I think she has a point, so let's all just talk about ourselves.
Chu Luyun slowly spoke, recognizing Jiang Ling's words.
After all, his father-daughter identity with Jiang Ling was a fake from the beginning, and Li Jinoa had this possibility. My name is Li Jinoa, and next to me is my wife, Lin Shui. I'm an architect. Our Qingyang City Shopping Plaza, that iconic building, the Evergreen Tree, was designed by me. I also donate to a lot of welfare organizations during the week, and in my spare time I go with my wife to drop off stray cats. Li Jinoa's voice trembled as he kept recalling all the good deeds he had done in his life in an effort to prove to himself that he was a good person. While he was still chattering, the woman sitting across from Li Jinoa directly slapped the table.
The loud ringing sound attracted everyone's attention in an instant.
The woman pushed her eyes up the bridge of her nose. A pair of pupils locked onto Li Jinoa, and her body was trembling slightly as if she had discovered some treasure.
He's lying. He's the wolf. He must be the wolf. Chapter 23, Lies.
The woman suddenly spoke up and interrupted, pointing at Li Jinoa and calling him a vicious wolf.
This instantly caught everyone's attention.
Li Jinoa hurriedly waved his hands in panic.
I'm not, you. You can't be so bloody mean.
I'm telling the truth, I'm really not a wolf, I'm really not.
Lee Jinhwa kept tapping the tabletop.
He hated to turn his cards over to show the crowd. But this kind of violation of the rules of the game will definitely bring him undeserved disaster. Lee Jinhwa began to babble and chatter, and the whole living room was filled with his voice.
Mr. Lee, calm down.
We're still in the self-certification session and haven't started the official voting. I'm afraid you're only doing yourself a disservice with this behavior. The more you describe it, the darker it gets.
Zhu Luyun opened his mouth to pacify Lee Jinhwa.
He was genuinely afraid that the guy's heart would speed up and he'd just die suddenly.
If you lose a player's testimony early, the chances of the wolf winning can go way up.
As for the shopping plaza that he said before, the evergreen tree logo building that he designed, Zhu Luyun really had some impression.
At one point, the city of Qingyang launched a poll on iconic buildings.
He himself had canvassed for that evergreen building in his novel, not realizing that it had come from Lee Jinhwa. I hope you can believe me, I really.
Enough.
Zhang Ling directly interrupted Lee Jinhwa's words. For someone who is emotionally deficient, there is no such emotion as fear in her heart. So in her eyes, Lee Jinhwa's behavior was completely messing with everyone's judgment.
You can't say it enough, you need to hear it from someone else now. No one here is a cutie pie, no matter what is said, it's all about evidence.
Riverbell tapped the table, bringing silence back to the room. Lee Jinhwa also closed his mouth at this moment. After regaining his senses a little, he also knew that the situation at the moment would only get darker and darker. At this moment, everyone's gazes were all focused on that woman's body.
Actually, from the underlying logic, there are only two possibilities for jumping to accuse someone of lying. One is being a sheep and wants to point out the wolf in a hurry. One is being a wolf, trying to throw dirt on some innocent lamb, and insisting that it is a wolf. And the second is far more likely than the first.
Since there are 6 sheep, if you just want to point out who the wolf is, you can absolutely come forward until the voting session. Now that she had directly opened her mouth to interrupt Lee Jinhwa, she was actually taking a big risk.
Either there is absolute proof or the wolf is dirtying the sheep.
I'm sure you're all smart people to be sitting here. I wouldn't be jumping at this juncture if I didn't have full proof. The woman tried to slow down her speech so that everyone could hear her phrasing clearly. Everyone nodded their heads in perfect agreement with what she said as well.
This is not a good thing for Lee Goldwyn. My name is Zhu Yinghong, and I work for the Market Supervision Administration in Nanshan District, Qingyang City.
Zhu Yinghong was already wearing a white shirt and suit pants, a competent outfit. Now that you are working in an organization, you have even more natural trust from many people. She fished her work papers out of her arms and placed them on the table, sitting down even more. For this Nanshan District Market Supervision Administration, Zhu Luyun really had some impression. He recalled that 3 years ago, he was cheated of computer allocation in Nanshan District and had reported market problems to this department. However, it is worth complaining that the efficiency of the Nanshan District Market Supervision Administration is not good, when Zhu Luyun also thought of upward complaint report. Then something happened and he didn't continue to complain, he just trolled the book group a few times. He heard that there was a major overhaul of that department afterward, and he hadn't paid attention to the results anymore.
I have investigated Lee Goldwyn for work requirements.
That evergreen tree design of his is completely plagiarized from a foreign work, it's shameless plagiarism. And his so-called donations to welfare organizations are purely asset transfers to avoid taxes.
Zhu Yinghong looked at Lee Jinhwa and exposed him to the core.
All those flashes of extra points just now had all turned into sharp arrows and shot at Lee Jinhwa's body at this moment. It was naturally impossible for Lee Jinhwa to admit to her accusations. The eyes of the two men collided in the air, and sparks seemed to fly as the conflict intensified.
As far as I'm concerned, both of you don't look like good people.
I now seriously doubt that you're both wolves. The youth sitting at the end of the table, who had been silent, spoke.
The 8 people sitting here today are in pairs of 2.
Zhu Luyun and Zhang Ling naturally didn't need to say much. Lee Jinhwa and his wife, Yang Shui, were the pair that drilled it out of the ground at the very beginning.
The remaining 4. It was Zhu Yinghong and her husband, Zhao Jinxiang.
This couple's relationship is a bit subtle, it looks like it should be a brother-sister pair, and Zhu Yinghong takes very good care of his husband. Then there were the 2 remaining youths. The 2 young men were fat and thin, tall and short. The 2 of them standing together always made Zhu Luyun feel like some combination.
I'm Lin Lon, he's Wang Hu, we're both local video bloggers from Qingyang City.
The short and skinny youth slowly opened his mouth and revealed his identity.
When he said that, Chu Luyun remembered. No wonder I always thought the two of them looked like some kind of group. Chu Luyun was also considered a little-known writer on the internet. He had once met with a group called Skinny Dragon Fat Tiger when he participated in some local program in Xinjiang City. There was a falling out over some positions at the time. I later heard that the skinny dragon in the duo was killed in a car accident. Accounts that have lost their CPs have also begun to slowly disappear from the public eye. Ladies and gentlemen, the two of us are native aborigines of Xinjiang City. Used to run a local account in Xinjiang City called Skinny Dragon Fat Tiger. Hearing the two call themselves Thin Dragon Fat Tiger, Chu Luyun's brows instantly tightened. We know all parts of Xinjiang City, so to speak. The design of this evergreen tree was a drawing given by a foreign designer back in the day, not at all from the hands of a domestic designer, so it's even more unlikely to be this Li Jinhua. Lin Long opened his mouth to kill, directly knocking Li Jinhua to the bottom. Xu Yinghong and Lin Long don't know each other. One said he plagiarized foreign designs. One said it was simply designed by a foreign designer. It was as if the fact that Li Goldwyn had lied had begun to seal the deal. And then there's this Nanshan District Market Supervision Administration, a department that was disbanded 3 years ago because of rectification issues. May I ask how it is possible for you to work for an organization that was disbanded 3 years ago? Lin Long continued to speak, also rejecting Zhu Yinghong's words. But while he decided that the two were lying, he also punished Chu Luyun for lashing out at him. Because Chu Luyun knew. The group, called Skinny Dragon Fat Tiger, disbanded a few years back due to the death of Skinny Dragon. It was absolutely impossible for him to misremember this. It follows from this. The righteous Lin Long in front of him was also lying. Chapter 24, All the Bad Wolves. In that case, both of them are lying, so doesn't that mean we found both wolves? Great, I can see how this could be saved. Wang Hu, who was sitting on the sidelines, applauded continuously. But there was a dead silence above the table, no outcry. If Li Jinhua and Zhu Yinghong are identified as bad wolves, that would also mean that a man and a woman present would most likely lose their wives or husbands. Li Jinhua and Zhu Yinghong were at a loss for words. No matter what is said, it doesn't seem to clear one's name. Just as the voting was about to begin, Chu Luyun looked up at Lin Long. If I'm not mistaken, I'm afraid you're lying, too? That Skinny Dragon, Fat Tiger group you're talking about disbanded years ago, so what you're saying is also false. Chu Luyun spoke calmly, directly revealing Lin Long's true colors. The crowd at the scene was not calm now. Especially Li Jinhua and Zhu Yinghong. If it wasn't for the organs confining them, both of them would have jumped up from their chairs. Wait a minute. This isn't right. I thought there were only 2 wolves on the table? How can there be 3 lying about it? This. Jiang Ling realized that something was wrong and opened her mouth to voice the doubts in everyone's mind. Hearing her statement, Chu Luyun but also shook his head once again. He opened his mouth and didn't put words in his mouth too thoroughly. In Chu Luyun's perspective, there were more than 3 people who lied. When it was his turn to introduce himself to Jiang Ling later, he was bound to mention the false father-daughter relationship. At that point, the field becomes 5 liars. Wang Hu will help his partner Lin Long. Lin Shui will help her husband, Li Jinhua. Zhao Jinshan will help his wife Zhu Yinghong. In this way, all 8 people on the field become liars. 8 people, 8 of them lying. Even if you pick your brain, you can't find out who's the wolf, can you? Guys, I think this game, it's not as easy as it looks. I'm going to go out on a limb and ask if everyone, in fact, should be planning to lie, right? Chu Luyun swept his eyes over the crowd and stated his guess. After he said this, several people's expressions froze. Some eyes are averted, some are silent, some are fidgety. Even Jiang Ling, who was sitting next to him, couldn't help but frown. Noticing the change in everyone's expressions, Chu Luyun was almost certain of the conjecture in his heart. Then I'll show my cards first. I got a bad wolf card. I think all of you in the room got the bad wolf, correct? Chu Luyun took out the bottom card from under the plate and directly lit it on the table. This dangerous move of his directly froze Jiang Ling. Each of the 8 men has a heart of gold, and the one who loses the game will lose his life. Chu Luyun had actually brightly revealed his bottom card. How sure is he of his guess, anyway? What? Am I wrong? If one little game can divide us, where does that leave us next with the loss of trust? Chu Luyun stretched out his fingers and tapped the evil wolf card on the table, sighing helplessly.
At this moment, Riverbell also reversed her bottom card, a bad wolf. The few people present at the moment followed suit, all revealing their own cards, and without exception, all of them were wolves. The ones who had just introduced themselves all blushed in shame. Especially Lee Jinhwa and Zhu Yinghong. In order to make others believe their words, one even cried and shouted again, and the other went out of his way to falsely accuse others. Now it's a good thing the whole crew is wolves. That's a big shame. How could this be? How could this be? All 8 are wolves, how does this? This vote? Li Jinhua looked at the cards on the table and sort of completely panicked. Even Jiang Ling, who had always been smart, turned her gaze toward Chu Luyun. At this moment, everyone's eyes were placed on Chu Luyun's body. For what it's worth, this game isn't about finding the bad wolf. Sheep or wolf, what he wants us to find out is that sacrifice. That is, 8 people vote for one person to die. Chu Luyun looked at the corpse lying across the table and spoke the brutal truth. This so-called game is simply a sham. Its real purpose is to force the 8 to choose one person to die. This simple and brutal way. It can be very effective in getting them to attack each other and completely lose trust. No. I don't want to die, I can't die, I have children to feed, I can't die here. I don't want to die, don't you guys vote for me, okay? After learning the brutal truth, the group is thrown into a panic. Everyone looks at each other, either wary, praying, or wanting to say something. The desire to live was in everyone's eyes. Little brother, we know each other before, how to say, it is also considered a little bit of friendship, right? Li Jinhua squeezed out a smile and rushed to greet Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun understood what he meant. There were 8 people present, 2 by 2. Simply assembling a team of more than half a dozen people can determine whether someone lives or dies. Lin Long also looked across at Zhu Yinghong, wanting to reach some sort of alliance. Under the threat of death, the inferiority in human beings begins to emerge. I know you're trying to gang up on me, I know you're all trying to push someone out to die. But these are the things he wants to see. You can push someone out to die this round, but what about the next round? What about the next round? You'll always get pushed out by the next person too. Chu Luyun showed no mercy and directly punctured the little plans in everyone's hearts. You should know that he is the one who teased Detective Zhao Huai and solved the mystery of the annual ghost. He knew exactly what these men at the table were thinking. Hearing Chu Luyun's words, the man beside Zhu Yinghong could no longer hold back. He slammed his fist on the table and glared viciously at Chu Luyun. Kid, I've been putting up with you for a long time. It's neither here nor there, why don't we just vote you out and you die for everyone else, okay? People like Zhao Jianxiang are typically incapable of having a big temper. Under this depressing atmosphere, everyone's spirit is in a tight state. Seeing that everyone was discussing, Zhao Jianxiang froze and was dry, but could not intervene. Under annoyance, a wave of evil fire was spread onto Chu Luyun's body. On such occasions, saying such things may well and truly cut off the lives of others. Chu Luyun looked up at Zhao Jianxiang with a hint of sinister in his eyes. If I hadn't pointed out that the whole crew was wolves, I'm afraid everyone would still be in the dark. Now everyone is thinking calmly, only you are in an impotent rage. Someone like you would be a scourge to the team if you stayed. Since someone has to die, I don't think it would be most appropriate for you, the black sheep, to go? After Chu Luyun said this, the eyes of everyone present were locked onto Zhao Jianxiang's body. Chapter 25, The Innocent Lamb. Obviously Chu Luyun's words had moved all of them. In this unknown situation, an unstable factor like Zhao Jianxiang is simply a time bomb. If one really had to die, it was as if he was the best choice. What do you want? I'm telling you guys, if you take a shot at me, I'll rip this card up, I'll break the rules of the game. None of us will live. Zhao Jianxiang held that bad wolf card with a ferocious expression, but his eyes were filled with fear. Now everyone is confined to their respective seats. It was as if Zhao Jianxiang only had such a pretext to use for threats. That's right, if anyone dares to vote for my husband, I won't spare him. When the confinement is lifted, I'll die with him. Zhu Yinghong clutched the table knife and stared viciously at everyone. It was as if things had come to a dead end. The clock hanging on the wall was still counting down, leaving little time for a few people. Don't keep wasting time, when the time expires, we're all doomed. Since none of them want to die, let's decide by drawing lots. Life and death are destined by heaven. Lin Long pulled out a coin from his pocket and came up with what seemed like a simple and effective solution. But Chu Luyun knew human nature too well.
Everyone will surely agree with this seemingly absurd and reasonable approach. That's because everyone thinks they are, by no means, the unlucky one. But when someone is selected, they are bound to backtrack immediately. In the face of such senseless death, all will not keep their word. No. If we do this, aren't we still choosing another person to die? Aren't we still being led by the organizers? Jiang Ling turned her head to look at Chu Luyun. All are struggling between life and death. Of those present, only Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling were still thinking calmly. One is Chu Luyun himself, a temporary serial murder fugitive. One is suffering from an emotionally deficient psychosis. Good, this is clearly a fool's errand for us by the organizers, and with this game, there must be an optimal solution. If it's really just 8 choices, then why not just kill one at random? Doesn't that take the fun out of the game? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling with recognition in his eyes. This petite young girl was not to be underestimated. Several people looked at Chu Luyun thirstily. They had completely taken Chu Luyun as their backbone at this moment. To unlock the code to this game, you have to revisit the puzzle first. Chu Luyun recalled all the words that had been said in the audio before the game started. Jiang Ling, who was on the side, was the first to speak after a slight contemplation. He said that the evil wolf had put on the sheep's coat in a vain attempt to escape the sacrifice of death. Could it be that the words have another meaning? Riverbell repeated the phrase, lost in thought. Several people in the audience were also chanting repetitions, trying to unravel the meaning behind the words. The more this critical moment, the clearer Chu Luyun's thinking became. The dire wolves in this statement are obviously referring to all of them here. The sheep's coat is what everyone calls a lie, a disguise for themselves. This even includes the one talking on the stereo. Because he claimed to have 6 sheep and 2 wolves, and it turns out that the whole staff is now wolves. Obviously the other side is also lying, and also belongs to the evil wolf in a sheep's coat. I see, if even that guy is lying. The optimal solution to this game, then, is not to find the bad wolf, but to find the real sheep. Find the one who never told a lie from start to finish. Chu Luyun spoke out his thoughts. In the next second, everyone craned their necks to check the bottom card on the table, a clear bad wolf card. But we're all bad wolf cards, everyone has already admitted it to themselves. Where's the sheep? I think we should draw lots, we're running out of time. As much as Lin Long wanted to agree with what Chu Luyun said. But the 8 bad wolf cards on the table in plain sight were indisputable, no matter what. Just as Lin Long continued to fiddle with the coins. Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling reacted almost at the same time. They both looked in unison at the body on the table. In this world, there is only one kind of person who can't lie or even speak. That's a dead man. He seems to have something in his mouth. Riverbell reached out and pointed to the body's head. Chu Luyun picked up the table's table knife and stabbed into the blurred flesh and blood. After fiddling with it for half a day, I was surprised to pick out a card from the corpse's mouth. It's a sheep. Chu Luyun looked at the card and spoke the message on it. In that instant, everyone in the room heaved a sigh of relief. This was the key to finally finding the breakthrough. Now that I think back to it, it seems like a phrase was said on that radio right before this body appeared. At first they said they were going to choose an offering, then they said they were going to show them the offering. Doesn't that already put the answer in your face? Great, now none of us have to die. Or this brother is smart, you father and daughter are really smart. Yeah, whatever happens back there, we'll listen to you. Now that they had survived the calamity, everyone began to kiss Chu Luyun's ass. However, for Chu Luyun, this was not something worth celebrating. Because on the back of this sheep tag, there was also an ID card attached. Name, Zhao Su. Sex, male. Date of birth, August 10, 2001. He's also here as a member of the Fellowship of Reasoning. It should be the same imprisoned chamber that was there before it was cracked, and became a prop for the next round of the game upon death. Is there any guarantee that what he is at this moment won't be what we are next? Chu Luyun placed his ID card on the table. The crowd that was still cheering instantly quieted down. Even if they won the first round, they would still be fish and meat imprisoned here. Lives are still in the hands of the man behind the curtain. Ka-ching! As the clock reaches its final frame, the iron bars that imprisoned the crowd are instantly drawn back. In that instant, everyone regained their freedom. Rumble! There was another loud bang, and a stone door embedded in the wall slowly opened. A dark figure just floated out of the door. Why do you say it's floating out?
Because the guy was a total plastic mannequin, with pulleys mounted under his feet, moving slowly to the crowd. Congratulations to everyone who has passed the first round of testing. Next you will be asked to follow my lead and meet the owner of this estate. Mr. Chu Lu-yun. Chapter 26, The Elegant Cloister. Electronically synthesized sounds emanate from the plastic mold. After that, the turntable at the feet of the plastic model turned the direction. Maintaining a stiff and stilted posture, he led several people to the parlor. This kind of inferior plastic man, which even shopping malls have eliminated the use of, is at the moment acting as the estate's butler. It was comical and weird to watch in the eyes of the crowd. Finally, I'll be able to meet Chu Lu-yun. This time I'll have to ask him properly what he really means. That's right, a few of us came to help him with good intentions, and he did this to us. I must ask him to his face why he did all this. Although Li Jinhua and Lin Long and the others were angry, they were more surprised. Strange why Chu Lu-yun did all this. When you see that kid later, there's no need to talk any nonsense to him. I'll just hold him down and teach this murderer a hard lesson. Zhao Jianxiang rubbed his fists together with a touch of viciousness in his eyes. This guy doesn't have much of a brain, but he has all the strength in the world. Looking at the several people who were filled with righteous indignation, only Chu Lu-yun and Zhang Ling's expressions were a bit strange. Each and every one of these guys gnashed their teeth at Chu Lu-yun, but they didn't realize that the honored one was right beside them. When it came to this curiosity, I'm afraid no one was more curious than Chu Lu-yun. He really wanted to take a look at this fake Chu Lu-yun, who exactly he was and what he intended to do. Several people followed the plastic mannequin's lead through the dark door and out of the room filled with the stench of corpses. In front of them were long, dark corridors. There was soft brown carpet underfoot, and bright orange lights lined the walls neatly. What do you think could be the banner under which this game is being played here? I remember there's a mimicry crime in criminal psychology. Could this guy with a wicked sense of humor be an avid fan of yours as well? Zhang Ling followed Chu Lu-yun and walked at the very back of the group. She whispered a question, a strange smile on her face. Whatever his role is, it's definitely not a good one. To take pleasure in such killing is to dishonor the art of murder. Chu Lu-yun's heart was filled with contempt. As a deductive writer, his pen has given birth to many brilliant and well-thought-out cases. Every exquisitely designed killing technique, every unbelievable murder case, was regarded as art by Chu Lu-yun. But the imposters hiding behind the curtains of this manor play this game of wolves and sheep to take the lives of others. He even assumed his name and put this evil taste hat on Chu Lu-yun's body. For this kind of humiliation, he just couldn't accept it. The art of murder? What an interesting understanding. It's no wonder that one can write so many interesting speculative fiction novels that see murder as an art. Zhang Ling slowly nodded her head, her words filled with admiration. Looking at the girl beside him, Chu Lu-yun was also overwhelmed with emotion. A wonderful girl, who doesn't follow stars or watch dramas, actually likes to get involved in these murders. Faced with the dangerous situation in front of him, but never showed a hint of fear. It seems emotional deficits are a mental illness for others. It's rather like some kind of buff add-on for JLT. A few people were in the middle of chatting and exploring, but they didn't realize that they had been walking for an hour. But the scene in the corridor in front of him hadn't changed in the slightest. It was as if it was an endless corridor that never came to an end. Why aren't we there yet? My feet are getting sore from all the walking. Yeah, can this place be that big? We've been walking for what, an hour? I have to say, that plastic model has a pretty good ground battery and hasn't moved on so far. Zhao Jiangang whispered to Zhu Yinghong. Lin Shui on the side also started rubbing her calves, obviously also a bit tired. From the time I entered the hallway until now, I've taken 3,240 steps. I have a smaller stride, about 0.5 meters a step, 3,240 steps, or 1,600 meters. Bad taste aside, this murderer is quite rich to have bagged such a large estate. This corridor alone is 1.6 kilometers. Riverbell smacked her lips and praised the murderer instead. Only after being reminded by her did Chu Lu-yun realize the situation in front of him. It does seem like JLT has a lot going for it. Something so tiny that others might not even notice. She had been counting her steps. I can't believe I've been gone so long without realizing it. It seems that this manor is quite small. Go slowly, the longer we delay, the better for us. If he dawdles for a day or two, then he'll have no chance of getting away. A faint smile appeared on Chu Lu-yun's face. Before entering the manor, he had expected something unexpected. So in order to make sure that he could complete the update every day, he took that photo of the manor gate and directly set up 15 consecutive delayed releases, one per day. This also means that the account, which is being watched by the police to death, is updated with a photo of the estate's gates every day at 12 o'clock. Even if Zhao Huai's group were all trash, they would always follow the trail to find this place. Chu Lu-yun. A serial killer wanted by the entire network. It won't be just a sporadic team that will be deployed to catch him. Hundreds of police forces will surround the estate by then. He might be able to escape with Jiang Ling's cooperation, while that imposter must surely die. Finally. There seems to be a doorway ahead. Li Jinhua pointed ahead and opened his mouth to encourage his wife Lin Shui. The crowd looked up at the sound as well. 50 meters away, the end of the corridor finally appeared. It was a wooden door nestled into the wall. Let's go guys, I can't wait to teach that murderer a lesson. Zhao Jianxiang followed Plastic Man's lead and rushed into the room. At this moment, everyone no longer had the initial admiration for this Chu Lu-yun. A villain who has put them in the deep end and can't wait to bring him to justice. In their minds, Chu Lu-yun was already sitting on the charge of murderer. Something's not right, why isn't there any sound at all? There can't be an accident, can there? Xu Yinghong frowned and hurriedly accelerated her own pace. Her husband she knew in her heart, Zhao Jianxiang took the lead and rushed in. At this moment, the sound of Chu Liuyun's screams should come from inside, but at this moment it was silent. Seeing Xu Yinghong speeding up her steps, Chu Luyun and the others also quickly followed. Once they passed through the dark door, the view opened up before them. In the center of the large parlor was a large round table. There were bookshelves all around, and even the air was filled with the scent of solid wood. Chu Luyun looked up, wanting to see just where this imposter was. The rest of them tiptoed up and looked up. But the scene that came into view made everyone freeze on the spot. This was because Zhao Jianxiang, who had just flaunted his power, was currently kneeling on the ground, trembling all over. Chapter 27, The Devil with the Yellow Face. Zhao Jianxiang, who had just been high and mighty, fell to his knees. In front of him stood a guy in a black cloak. It had a creepy mask on its face. Through the weak light, Chu Luyun could only vaguely see clearly that it was a face mask, the kind in Peking opera. The brownish-yellow stripes are clearly the yellow face from the Peking opera. The leather mask was completely attached to the man's face. The surroundings were all classically decorated in a Western style, and the person in front of him was wearing a hooded cape similar to Harry Potter. But the mask he was wearing was a strong Peking opera style. This contrast between the Chinese and Western cultures gives one an indescribably weird feeling. Since they're all here, let's ask the guests to take their seats. The electronically synthesized voice came again. The man was obviously hiding some kind of voice changer or something under his mask. After hearing his order, everyone honestly sat down before the round table. Even the plastic mannequin that had just led the way slowly moved behind the man. It even raised its stiff plastic arm in a gesture of greeting to the crowd. If it were in the usual situation, such a poor quality plastic person to say hello, everyone would certainly still be happy to make a few jokes. But looking at the pistol in front of the yellow-faced man, not a single person in the scene could laugh. Zhao Jianxiang, who was on the ground, also stood up with the help of Xu Yinghong and patted the dust on his knees. The man who had just flaunted his arms had now turned into a low-browed and submissive look. This extreme change in attitude before and after caused Zhao Jianxiang to blush with shame. But those present did not laugh at him. In the face of a real gun, they'd be just as much of a wimp if they were in their place. It's not going to end well, trying to show off in front of a gun-toting, murderous demon. You know, just an hour ago, the disfigured body lay on the table in front of them. To be able to cut an adult male down like that, no one would dare to doubt that the gun in the man's hand was real or fake. Thank you all for coming to the fellowship of reasoning I organized. I am the initiator of this fellowship, Chu Luyun. Also known to you as serial killers. The electronically synthesized sound is very weird, with an unstable current mic and a bit of vibrato. Hearing the three words murderous demon, the remaining 6 people could not help but tremble. Only Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling's reactions were unique. The girl, Jiang Ling, had no idea what fear meant purely because of her lack of emotion. Even with that gun staring her in the forehead. She'll also just feel like she's going to die soon, and a lot of her doubts won't be answered. The rest of the emotions will not arise at all. And Chu Luyun was even more interesting. It was simply absurd for this father to sit here and yet have to watch an imposter introduce Chu Luyun as some kind of murderous demon. Being a principal, he possessed divine makeup and could disguise himself as anyone.
Definitely not a face mask like this one.
However, Chu Luyun was curious as to what kind of medicine this yellow-faced man was selling in his gourd. And what his purpose was in posing as himself and engaging in this murderous game. If it was really just for fun and to satisfy bad taste, why would they use his name? Even if he wanted to use his name to get off the hook and mislead the police in the direction of their investigation, why did he grab a bunch of his own fans? The inexplicability of it all seems to make sense when let out on its own. But when all of this makes sense together, there's something fishy about it. I know all of you are fans of my books, as well as possessing very impressive reasoning skills. You have all passed the little test you just took, and next, we are going to have a real murder. Unlike the little test we just had, this is going to be a murder where people will actually die and there will actually be a murderer. Yellowface placed his pistol on the tabletop and issued another invitation to reason to all. When it came to dead people, murder, Chu Luyun could feel his voice, which was trembling with excitement. This guy is a pure psychopathic twist. The murderer, this time, is among the 8 of you, and at midnight tonight he will complete a murder by killing one of you. When the dead man is found, you need to solve the case within an hour. If the true culprit is uncovered, the murderer dies and the trial is completed. If the murderer escapes, then not only will he be able to get out of here immediately, but he will also get a handsome reward. And the rest of you will all die. Yellowface turned his head, the eyes hidden under his mask staring at everyone present. After all the deathly words were said, his shoulders all began to shake continuously, as if he was suppressing laughter. Even so, the few people present could only obey obediently. After all, this guy held the truth in his hands, enough to easily kill them all. Before the game starts, let's play a little warm-up game Turtle Soup. The people in the room nodded when they heard this. None of them are strangers to the game Turtle Soup, being fans of deduction. Even Chu Luyun had experienced the joys of Turtle Soup. Turtle Soup is a party game. 1 soup maker host and n soup drinkers players are needed. The game begins with the soup cooker telling an incomplete, suspenseful story. It could be a paragraph or even a few words for a prompt. Also called soup noodles. Soup drinkers have the opportunity to ask questions about every possibility, while soup makers can only answer yes, no, or not relevant. Soup drinkers must do so before the limited number of questions runs out. From the clues you get, reason out the events and piece together the full story. That is, to arrive at the soup base. What if this turtle soup, we didn't answer? Zhao Jianxiang's head isn't very bright. Having just had a gun pressed against his head, this was even more frightening, and he stammered a little. No answer? There's no point in having a midnight kill if you can't even finish this little game. I will send you, instantly, to your death. Yellowface re-picked up the pistol on the table and aimed it at Zhao Jianxiang once again. The few people present all had their hearts tightened. Because they knew very well that this guy with a seriously twisted psyche who made fun of the killing game must not be joking. Each of you will only have 1 chance to ask a question. I will only answer, yes, no, irrelevant. Hearing that everyone only had 1 chance, Zhu Liuyun's heart could not help but tremble. Because the riddle of turtle soup is so shoddy, it often takes dozens of questions to piece together the entire body of evidence. 1 time for each person, which only adds up to 8 times, so it's safe to say the chances of success are very low. Please listen to the riddle. Man gets up early in the morning to brush his teeth and realizes his teeth are green and he goes crazy with fear. Chapter 28, Appalling. Listening to the headless and inexplicable riddle, Zhao Jianxiang's entire body was completely dumbfounded. He himself was accompanying Zhu Yinghong, and he hadn't even heard of any turtle soup or wangbang soup. The crowd was whispering about it. All of them combined had only 8 opportunities to ask questions, and each one was precious. May I ask if he was really scared out of his mind? Zhao Jianxiang didn't even think about it and subconsciously looked up at the yellow-faced man. It was too late for the surrounding people to try to stop it again. Yes. The yellow-faced man nodded in the affirmative. Lin Long stood up with a direct slap on the table. Zhao Jianxiang, are you deliberately messing up? Such an important opportunity to ask a question, and you ask such nonsense? Although this guy was small and thin, the aura on his body didn't shy away from Zhao Jianxiang in the slightest. Keep in mind that everyone basically lied during the introductions earlier in the session. So who they really are in life is not yet known. I haven't played this game again. Can I just stop talking? You guys play, you play?
Zhao Jianxiang knew he was in the wrong, so he turned his head and didn't say a word. Xu Yinghong, who was his wife, felt a bit humiliated and pursed her lips in shame. Chu Luyun sat in front of the table, seriously thinking about everything. Turtle Soup is a game where the riddles are short but often contain a great deal of information. There are many possibilities that can be dissected through many details. Man gets up early in the morning to brush his teeth and realizes his teeth are green and he goes crazy with fear. Gentlemen, we only have 7 more chances, so I suggest that each time we ask a question, we strive to use it until everyone agrees. In fact, at the heart of this riddle, at its root, there are only 2 questions. The first is why the man's teeth turned green. The second is why men go crazy with fear when they see their teeth turn green. Lin Long pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose. Small in stature, he chose to step forward at this time. The analysis that came out of his mouth was also recognized by everyone present. And Chu Luyun, as a deduction writer, was a professional in this area. These 2 core issues raised by Lin Long are indeed very crucial. Once you figure out these 2 quandaries, you can basically piece together 60% of the story. First things first, men get up early in the morning and brush their teeth. Since brushing your teeth early in the morning is specifically mentioned, it also means that the beginning of the story, most likely, took place the night before. Chu Luyun reasoned out the time of the incident in a couple of words. When a man sees green teeth, he just goes crazy with fear, and that means that the teeth turning green is tied to some kind of horrible event. Chu Luyun opened his mouth once again, putting the beginning and end of the matter, locking down the direction first. The discussion between the few of them, however, caused Zhao Jianxiang on the side to pout. Che, poser, what's the difference between what you said and what you didn't say? In the face of his cynicism, no one paid any attention at all. Even Zhu Yinghong was quite unpopular in front of everyone because of Zhao Jianxiang. I need a few questions to determine some messages. Chu Luyun raised his head to look at a few people and cast an inquiring gaze. Though one person is given a chance to ask a question. But the only way to win is if everyone's chances are put together. The very first Chu Luyun uncovered the wolf and sheep trick. By virtue of this, it also has a good reputation among the people. This man is a night worker in some kind of fearful occupation, isn't he? Chu Luyun was very smart and directly stuffed 2 information points into one question. The other man just nodded stiffly when he heard his question. Yes. The yellow-faced man's movements were stilted, and it was impossible to guess what tone of voice was being used. After receiving an affirmative reply, Chu Luyun was secretly happy in his heart. Night work. It's also intimidating. You don't get a lot of jobs like that. Most are associated with the funeral industry. But the funeral industry, or forensic science and all that, have irregular working hours. There is no such thing as a night worker. Are men engaged in occupations that have anything to do with corpses? Chu Luyun spoke again. Yes. The yellow-faced mechanical voice came. All of them had smiles on their faces. Chu Luyun was on the verge of figuring out the man's occupation with just 2 questions. Working at night has something to do with corpses. The most likely occupation I can think of is that of a morgue keeper. Chu Luyun's utterance of the occupation of corpse guarding caused everyone present to sweat. Thinking about it, though, it does seem like it's the only profession that would fulfill both the nighttime and horror requirements. The time and occupation have also been confirmed, so the next thing to think about is what will turn your teeth green. The direction of reasoning could be that something colored the teeth the night before and was still visible the next morning. As well as why is it dyed green, not red, not black? In favor of green? Chu Luyun was very good at catching these clues. While he said these 2 questions, Zhang Ling's eyes lit up slightly. Since green is emphasized in the riddle, it also means that the stuff that stains this thing's teeth can only be green. Night workers, I'm afraid there's only one thing associated with the color green, fluorescence. Riverbell blurted out. These words were like a bit of aurora, directly nudging a few people's hearts. Chu Luyun's nerves within his brain, in that instant, seemed to be penetrated by electric current. Does this story have something to do with the police? Chu Luyun's aura flickered and ghostly asked this question. Yellowface's shoulders trembled slightly, reaffirming Chu Luyun's suspicions. Since there are cops in this story, it must have something to do with crime. The fact that the man got up early in the morning to brush his teeth indicates that the man had free time and was not arrested and jailed. Something to do with the police, something to do with the crime, but the man wasn't arrested and put in jail. Since it wasn't a criminal, it had to be someone who called the police. But a bodyguard's only job is to watch over the body at night.
For him to take the initiative to go to the police, he must have something to do with his job. The job was to guard the body, and why would the police be called? Even if there is only one reason left to lose the body. As a corpse keeper, the work is frequently problematic, the body always disappears strangely, and there is no choice but to call the police to deal with it. Chu Luyun sat at the table and gave all the visions in his mind. The stories he recites under his breath are not always true or correct. But now he could only reason along with this. That moment. Chu Luyun's surroundings were plunged into darkness, and it was as if his soul was in a dark underground, gloomy morgue. An odd sensation that flooded up from the tailbone and straight into the brain. The chill that ran through his body caused all of Chu Luyun's goosebumps to react. I so think. Already know what this story is. It's just appalling and disgusting. Chapter 29, The Green Tooth's Corpse. Chu Luyun slapped his hand on the table, instantly startling a few people who were still thinking seriously. His heart was almost certain of the horrible answer. Looking up at the yellow-faced man at the table. Even if he was 90% sure, he didn't dare to act rashly. There are countless opportunities to push the envelope. But there is only one chance to really answer. If something goes wrong, the cost of that mistake will be the lives of the 8 people here. We have 4 chances left to ask questions, so if you all trust me, give me all of them. I'm 90% sure I'll pass, so I'm sure, guys, no one should have that high of a chance of winning. Chu Luyun opened the door and directly asked for the opportunity to ask questions to a few people. It saves them from getting their heads in the clouds and wasting the few opportunities to ask questions, just like Zhao Jianxiang. Although Lin Long had been exposed as a lie by Chu Luyun before, he was a person who did not hold grudges. When Chu Luyun made his suggestion, he was even the first to state his agreement. It was just that Zhao Jianxiang, who had been ignored for a long time on the side, was inevitably a little upset in his heart at the moment. Why should we give this kid all the chances? If he fails, we'll all have to die. How can we do something that affects our lives? Zhao Jianxiang pretended to speak with a serious face, but the purpose was just to gain some presence. The right to vote that we give does not include the vote that you wasted. If you have an opinion, you can also come up with a guess that exceeds his, and we'll stand by you just the same. Lin Long looked at Zhao Jianxiang and directly transformed into Chu Luyun's mouth double. Facing Lin Long's verbal abuse and the contemptuous eyes of the crowd, Zhao Jianxiang only felt that he had been isolated. The sense of unease that fills one's heart when one is in isolation in such a desperate situation can often send one spiraling out of control. Honey, cut the crap, just don't hold up everyone's reasoning. Xu Yinghan looked at Zhao Jianxiang and also opened her mouth to persuade him. But the words she uttered became the last straw that crushed Zhao Jianxiang, and his entire being instantly became furious. How dare you come over here and talk about me? Zhao Jianxiang was like a furious beast, pulling Xu Yinghang's collar, and several slaps were viciously pumped up. You, if it wasn't for accompanying you to some fellowship meeting, would I be stuck here? And you dare to join the others in talking about me, I think you're just looking for death. Zhao Jianxiang gripped Xu Yinghang's hair and slapped one after another on it, beating Xu Yinghang to hold her head. Several people stood aloof in the face of the couple's antics. Previously, Xu Yinghang had even sided against them for Zhao Jianxiang. Now in this moment of life and death, no one had the heart to care about their family affairs. Blocking out the noisy sounds, Chu Luyun reorganized all the key clues. The characters are morgue keepers. The time was late yesterday night, which is when the body watchers work. The bodyguard calls the police and invites them to intervene and investigate crimes related to the body. As a result, early the next morning, the bodyguard found fluorescence on the teeth and then freaked out. My 4 questions are as follows. The caller was the man himself? The stuff that stains your teeth is fluorescence? The police were actually involved because the body went missing? Men suffering from some kind of mental illness? Chu Luyun directly asked 4 questions in one breath, immediately stunning the crowd. Turtle soup play. It should be asked one question at a time, and when it is answered by the other person, then the reasoning is discussed. And Chu Luyun's 4 consecutive questions were tantamount to dropping the discussion of reasoning. He was totally confirming his suspicions. The yellow-faced man's hands on the table trembled slightly as question after question surfaced. Yes. He only replied with one sentence, which meant that Chu Luyun's 4 consecutive questions were all correct. Everyone present looked at Chu Luyun as if they were looking at a monster. Man gets up early in the morning to brush his teeth and realizes his teeth are green and he goes crazy with fear. Combining everything, Chu Luyun had already restored the entire story and had also learned about the soup base. It's just a story that's full of total heaviness and creepiness. But on second thought, it would fit the other's bad taste. The man is a mortuary corpse caretaker, mainly responsible for night guarding the corpse, but recently there are always corpses inexplicably disappeared, or damaged. In desperation the man called the police, who applied a fluorescent agent to the body in an attempt to track it down. And the next day the man brushed his teeth and found them filled with green fluorescence. So not only does he suffer from sleepwalking, but he's also an omnivore at the same time. Those missing bodies, all of them went into his belly, and that's the reason he was scared out of his mind. Chu Luyun spliced the perspectives together and completed this deduction. When he had finished saying this, everyone in the audience fell silent. Even Zhao Jianxiang, who was packing up Zhuinghong, quieted down. The soles of everyone's feet couldn't help but send a chill down their spines. Ah ha 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 ha. A sharp laugh rang out suddenly in the study, startling everyone. Even Yellowface, who was sitting in his chair, couldn't help but feel his shoulders shaking. For the sharp, abrupt laughter was not from the yellow-faced man, but from the inferior plastic model behind him. The laughter, like razor blades across glass, was uncomfortable. Everything here seems to be filled with grotesqueness and absurdity. Very clever, you've solved this turtle soup and passed this minigame. Yellowface shrugged his shoulders and did not mince words in praising Chu Luyun. Gentlemen, you may now return to your rooms and rest, awaiting the appearance of the dead at midnight, and then begin your deductions. Yellowface rose slowly and without moving, tucked the pistol back into his waistband. Looking at his departing back, Chu Luyun could not help but frown. No, we haven't gotten our identities yet, and we're just going to go back to our rooms and rest? Chu Luyun's inquiry made Yellowface stand his ground. He turned his head slowly, a low chuckle escaping his mouth, his shoulders were shaking from the fit. The murderer got his identity a long time ago, and maybe now, he's already scouting out his target for tonight's hunt. Yellowface's words sent chills down the spines of those present. The murderer had already known his identity, and of the 7 remaining, one of them was bound to produce a dead man. Above everyone's head, it was as if the sword of Demoricus hung high, ready to descend and take a life. The 8 men looked at each other in disbelief. No one knows what the identity of the person next to them, hidden under their skin, is. Yellowface seemed to be satisfied with the expressions on the faces of a few people, and once again let out a strange laugh. Good luck. Good night. Chapter 30, Game On. After Yellowface said this, he passed through the secret door and left the study. Looking at his back, Chu Luyun always felt that something was wrong with that guy. Please sleep. Please sleep. The plastic mannequin looked like it had come to life again and led several people to the bedroom. In the 4 corners of the study, there were dark doors that slowly fell down. 4 bedrooms, spread in exactly 4 directions of the den. Huh? Only 4 bedrooms? When Chu Luyun saw the 4 doors, he subconsciously spat. But when he finished his sentence, several people around him were filled with doubt. 8 people, 4 bedrooms, doesn't look like much of a problem. Between the 8 of them, 2 couples, a brother, a father and daughter, makes perfect sense. But for Chu Luyun, he and Jiang Ling weren't really father and daughter. A man and a woman, sharing a room, how the heart is a little strange. Nothing, which one of us will pick this room first? Chu Luyun hurriedly waved his hand and sidetracked the topic. The current few people were back in a death spiral. If they were revealed to be Chu Luyun at this time, they would inevitably be dealt with as if they were the masterminds behind the scenes. Especially this Zhao Jianxiang, who had long wanted to find a reason to clean him up. Once the identity is exposed, I'm afraid it won't make sense even if my body is full of mouths. I suggest we draw straws. To prevent the murderer from using the room for any murderous shenanigans, let's just draw lots and assign them as we go. Lin Long's brain was still flexible, and he took out 4 pieces of paper and wrote southeast, northwest, and north. A few people just drew straws and got their own rooms. Zhao Jianxiang and Zhu Yinghong, husband and wife, live in the east room. Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling lived in the south. Li Jinoa and Lin Shui live on the west side. Lin Long and Wang Hu, on the other hand, lived in the north. Please remain vigilant. If I were a murderer, the best target to strike would be the people living with me. The man you share a bed with could be the murderer, so please take care. Chu Luyun left such a sentence before bringing Jiang Ling into the room. The words sound like advice to the crowd, but they are meant for the murderer. It's the most convenient thing for a murderer to do to kill someone close to him. And now that Chu Luyun had nailed this layer straight through, the murderer would have to think twice about committing the crime. After all, killing someone close to you is the easiest way to get exposed. But if you go to another room to kill someone, the risk will be much higher, and it is highly likely that you will be caught on the spot. This was Chu Lioyun's plot. Whoever the murderer is, however he commits it, it adds to the difficulty in no small way. After entering the bedroom, the coziness in front of him was a bit surprising to Chu Liyun. The entire room is decorated in warm yellow-brown colors. The wide double bed was covered with plush blankets, and the nightlight above the bed gave off an ambiguous glow. Riverbell sat on the bed and took off his jacket. Swaying slightly on his feet, he kicked off the shoes that had been placed over them. Wearing a pair of white bear socks, he climbed into bed. Why don't I take a bunk tonight? Chu Luyun awkwardly scratched the back of his head. Granted, he wasn't a matriarchal single sociopath, but he hadn't really had much experience with girls. Jianling had already taken off her skirt by now and got under the covers. There's no need. I think you'd better go to bed and catch up on your rest. In this place, if poor spirits lead to mistakes, you can lose your life. Riverbell was curled up under the covers, only one head showing. Chu Luyun looked around. There wasn't even a couch in the house except for this big bed. After a long day's labor, it's obvious that a plush comforter is more tempting than a cold floor. Don't be a deadbeat, come on in. There's no point in caring about the red tape when it's a matter of life and death. Jiangling rushed at Chu Luyun and lifted a corner of the quilt. In her mind, there was no such notion as a man and a woman. Chu Luyun was certainly a bit impressed. Turning his head, he glanced toward the comforter. Jiangling was wearing a super short skirt before, but now she had already taken off her short skirt and stockings. Two thin white legs stood out in the soft plush comforter. After some thought struggle, Chu Luyun still drilled in. Lying under the covers, wrapped in that warm plush, with an extremely talented young girl beside him, Chu Luyun's heart felt extremely satisfied. Looking at his cozy expression, Jiangling's eyes couldn't help but show a hint of contempt. Aren't you afraid? I'm the one who drew the identity of the murderer? Jiangling looked at Chu Luyun and spoke tentatively. Against her gem-like pupils, Chu Luyun had a doting smile on his face. Even if you really are a murderer, you won't kill me. Of all the people here, you and I are the only ones who know that person isn't Chu Luyun, and the two of us are the only teammates who can trust each other. And killing me makes you too suspicious. Chu Luyun curled up under the covers, not a single bit of vigilance towards Jiangling beside him. The only thing on his mind right now was a good night's sleep under the covers. Looking at him like this, Jiangling felt a little hateful. Now we can all be caged birds of that imposter. And you can really sleep that well? Riverbell has an emotional deficit, but is not a cutie pie. On the contrary, is also very smart. If you're not scared yourself, it's because of mental illness. But Chu Luyun wasn't afraid, so why? Just go to sleep. After a good night's sleep, this place will be surrounded by police. It doesn't matter what reasoning is or isn't, it's just that when the time comes, I'll need your cover to fool the police. As for that brother with the painted yellow face, let him become Chu Luyun and take the blame for me for now. Chu Luyun rolled over, feeling the relief that came from the relaxation of the joints all over his body. The interior of the manor was out of sight and there was no telling how much time had passed. But with the most initial perception, at least a day must have been there. Even if the police were moving slowly, they should have found the estate. What he really had to worry about was how to get away with it tomorrow. Let's hope it really is what you say it is. Jianling sighed and also got under the covers, entering the dreamland. The previous Chu Luyun had lived a life that was even more wretched than that of a vagabond, living in the wind and not having enough to eat. Curled up under the warm comforter, the sleep was heavenly. When he woke up again, Jianling was already sitting on the edge of the bed, not knowing what he was pondering. Well, how long have I been asleep? Chu Luyun stretched his waist, saying that he was indescribably comfortable. I have an accurate biological clock and will only sleep 7 hours a day, whereas you should have slept 9 hours already. After Jiangling answered this question, she immediately sized up Chu Luyun as if she was looking at a joke. That feeling of contempt caused a bad feeling to rise in his heart. Why are you looking at me like that? It's hard to believe you're the... Chapter 31, Perception of Killing Intent. Chu Luyun's heart was cold. But he reacted immediately afterward. If Jiangling was the murderer, the best time for her to kill herself would be in her sleep. In his sober state, Jiangling was absolutely no match for him. Don't worry, I'm not trying to kill you.
I'm laughing because your plan seems to have fallen through. If there really are police, we shouldn't have to wait until now. The words that Jiangling slowly opened her mouth made Chu Luyun freeze on the spot. His original plan and intention was to have a beautiful sleep and then take advantage of the chaos to leave this place. After a full 9 hours of sleep, it was still calm outside. Is it hard to believe that the police can't find such a secluded estate? But this place is within the city of Qingyang, and he drove here himself. And with such a large estate, the target was too visible to not find it. What the hell is going on here? Where did it go wrong? Chu Luyun patted his head, somewhat unable to think straight. Click. Just as he was talking, the bedroom door was opening automatically. An aroma of food wafted in. Come on, let's get some breakfast first. After Jiangling finished speaking, she headed out, and Chu Luyun also felt hungry in his stomach. The two had just stepped out of the house when a scream came out. At this moment the crowd had all stood in the middle of the study. The same table from yesterday had a whole roasted lamb on it, and even a lot of meat pies. Next to the seat stood the plastic mannequin from yesterday. He was still making electronic noises from his mouth, urging the crowd to hurry up and eat. Although everyone was already hungry, and the delicious food in front of them was really tempting. But the few people present were looking at each other in disbelief, and none of them had just sat down to eat. For on top of the seat was sitting a headless corpse. What is this? This? Lin Long's voice became trembling as he looked at the situation in front of him. The corpse was in a very strange state. He was sitting very upright at the table with his hands on the table, a knife in one hand and a fork in the other. Totally the look of a gentleman who was getting ready to eat. It was only the neat cut in the neck that let us know he was cut off. Beheaded in the middle of dinner? Where are Zhu Yinghong and Zhao Jianshan? Chu Luyun turned his head to look. The only people standing here were the 6 of them, while the couple, Zhu Yinghong and Zhao Jianshan, were nowhere to be seen. Lin Long was the first to rush inside their room, which was empty. When I went to bed last night, I heard those 2 couples still arguing, and it went on for 2 or 3 hours before they quieted down. Maybe that's when it happened. Lin Long scrutinized the room but didn't find any traces. The 6 men refolded back to the table and surveyed the body in front of them. It's the only trace left by the killer. Riverbell sat herself down at the table, picked up a slice of bread, and ate it on her own. The deceased was a male, as can be deduced by combining it with the couple that disappeared. The deceased should be Zhao Jianshan, then the disappearing Zhu Yinghong can only be the murderer. Li Jinhua pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose and uttered his first reasoning since entering the manor. It's just that this reasoning seems a bit simplistic and arbitrary. A total of 2 people disappeared from the scene, and since the deceased was Zhao Jianshan, the remaining one must be the murderer. That's total robber baron logic that doesn't hold up. Why are you all looking at me like that? Didn't you say that it's easier for the murderer to kill when 2 people sleep in the same room? And is it telling that the 2 of them were fighting so much last night? Li Jinhua didn't understand why they were looking at themselves like that. This kind of thinking on your part can only be a guess, a reference, a completely subjective and conscious assumption. Chu Luyun also sat at the table and picked up a slice of bread. Although the scene in front of him was very bloody, he had to fill his stomach anyhow. Jiangling was purely indifferent to this, while Chu Luyun was strong inside. I had long been immune to these images when I was writing a novel to gather material before. If Zhu Yinghong is the murderer, then the best time for him to kill Zhao Jianshan would be after Zhao Jianshan falls asleep. But look at the clean clothes and loose posture of this body, it was totally in the middle of a meal and was decapitated straight away. Zhu Yinghong's strength can't do this, but we can't rule out her using tools to commit the crime. Chu Luyun observed the details on the corpse and spoke slowly to the crowd. Since the deceased is Zhao Jianshan, we only need to find the missing Zhu Yinghong to deduce who the murderer is. He followed Zhao Jianshan like a shadow, she must have seen the murderer's face. If she's the real murderer, that's bound to show up in cross-examination, too. Riverbell finished, shoving the last bite of bread into her mouth. The twin cheeks on either side of her face were puffed up, which made her look a little cute. The 2 who are now missing will naturally be treated as important suspects. Zhao Jianshan died, Zhu Yinghong is the first witness even if she is not the murderer, as long as we find her, the truth will come out. After saying this, the crowd subconsciously turned their heads to look back. This den was large, but not so large that it could easily hide a large living person. They are imprisoned here again and can't get away at all. Perhaps the murderer, knowing some secret passage we are not aware of, is hiding?
Lin Long's heart was also somewhat moved, and his speculations about the murderer began to shift towards Zhu Yinghong. But this answer was too simple, making Chu Luyun unable to accept it in any way.
Something's wrong, this is so wrong. Don't you guys think that if Zhu Yinghong is the murderer, all this would be too obvious?
Zhu Yinghong and Zhao Jianxiang shared a room while a quarrel erupted. As long as Zhao Jianxiang died, Zhu Yinghong is definitely the first suspect.
If she really was the one who drew the killer's identity, would she have gone after Zhao Jianxiang? Even if that was true, there was no need for Zhu Yinghong to hide after killing someone.
She could well have disguised herself as a poor wife whose husband had died to gain sympathy for herself. Her present series of maneuvers was rather like taking the identity of the murderer and hardening it on herself.
It's as if he's afraid that people won't know. This place is completely airtight, there's no place to hide. How could Zhu Yinghong, a big living person, disappear out of thin air? Strange, really strange.
Lin Long sat at the table and kept scratching his hair. The shadow of the mystery hung over the heads of the crowd for a long time.
Chu Liuyun's thoughtful gaze went to the tabletop.
His nerves tingled violently, and he directly reached out to knock away Lin Long's palm that was grasping the meatloaf.
Don't eat it. I'm afraid I found out where Zhu Yinghong is. Chapter 32, The Red and Yellow Plague. Chu Luyun spoke violently, and everyone present froze.
Lin Long, who was suddenly hit by the hand, also looked at Chu Luyun in confusion.
Everyone there didn't understand what was going on with this sudden move of his. Do you guys remember that turtle soup from last night? Sleepwalking plus xenophagy. I always thought that game wasn't that simple.
Chu Luyun looked towards the roasted whole lamb on the table, his heart filled with a bad premonition. Everyone was smart, and in that instant, it was as if they all understood what Chu Luyun meant. Jiang Ling stepped forward slowly and ripped off the goat's head as soon as he could.
There are black threads on this goat's head, it was sewn on. Jiang Ling had just finished saying this. Li Goldwyn then held onto the wall and began to vomit all over the corner. He had just feasted on half a leg of lamb all by himself. Jiang Ling picked out a pearl button with the tip of her knife on the chest of this roasted whole lamb. This pearl button once appeared on Zhu Yinghong's collar. Vomit. Li Jinhua only felt his abdomen turning over and vomiting. From the current situation. The one who died at the table was Zhao Jianxiang, and the one who died at the table was Zhu Yinghong. Both husband and wife are dead. That means the killer is still among the six of them. In that instant, all six of them took a step backwards, naturally pulling away from each other. Why did you just eat only bread and not meat? Is it hard to believe that you knew something from the beginning? Lin Long looked up at Jiang Ling and took the lead in asking the question. There wasn't a hint of panic on Riverbell's face in the face of his self-doubt. That doesn't make sense to you. To conclude that I'm a murderer based solely on the fact that I didn't eat the meat, I'm not the only one in the room who didn't eat the meat. Riverbell leaned back slightly in her chair and rested her legs on the edge of the table. The least likely person at the moment is Li Jinhua. This guy had just stuffed half a leg and was eating it more happily than anyone else, not like he was faking it at all. Seeing that suspicion was filling the air, the trust between a few people began to dissipate. Wait, did you guys try to get out of the bedroom last night? Ever try to open the door? Chu Luyun thought of a crucial point. Because when I came out to eat this morning, it was at the same time that all the doors opened automatically. Riverbell picked up another slice of bread, her appetite unaffected. I tried to open the door after I woke up from my nap, but it wouldn't open from the inside. I tried that too, it won't open at all. Jiang Ling and Li Jinua's words complemented each other, sitting on the fact that the door to the room could not be opened. But that would be strange. Previously, when they were choosing their rooms, they had drawn lots. It also means that it's impossible to tamper with the door without knowing which room you'll be staying in. Apparently only the killer knew how to open the door. Zhao Jianxiang and Zhu Yinghong's room was opened, the murderer can only be among the two of them. But now they're both dead, which? A few people's reasoning had basically gone into a death spiral by this point. The other three rooms are absolutely secret, the murderer can only be among Zhu Yinghong and Zhao Jianxiang. But now Zhao Jianxiang's headless body is sitting in front of the table, and Zhu Yinghong is even served on the table. With two more dead at once, who knows who the killer is? Besides, that yellow face had clearly told them before that the murderer was among the eight. Isn't that a contradiction? Wait a minute. Something's wrong. Who are we to say that the two deceased are Zhu Yinghong and Zhao Jianxiang? Chu Luyan looked like he had thought of something and couldn't help but open his mouth to interrupt. Everyone froze when they heard his words. Is there anything strange about that? There are only two missing people, a man and a woman. The headless dead body in front of the table is obviously a male, so it can only be Zhao Jianshan, so the remaining body is Zhu Yinghong, huh? Is there something wrong with even such simple reasoning? Lin Long looked at the corpse on the table and couldn't help but ask. Listening to his words, a smile appeared on Chu Liuyun's face. Because he had, once, fallen into this reasoning trap. That would be the previous beheading case of Lu Qingsong. It was the dead man's identity-swapping ruse that misled him. Folks, reasoning is just reasoning after all, and without evidence of actuality, anything outlandish is possible. Both of these corpses are headless, we can only speculate on how and what their identities are, we can't be sure. All of you are fans of Chu Luyun, I'm sure you all remember the case where Lu Qingsong beheaded the secret room and the murderer disappeared into thin air, right? Chu Luyun spoke again to analyze. When he said something about Lu Qingsong's case, everyone in the room reacted. Lu Qingsong's case was mired in a quagmire of reasoning because of a misleading identity. But I'm afraid it's different this time, isn't it? Regardless of the existence of identity swaps, there are only two missing and only two dead. If the two of them aren't Zhu Yinghong or Zhao Jianshan, that means there's an extra body. But who is this extra body? Zhang Ling's mind also spun fast, and he soon realized the blind spot in the middle of this case. When the extra person was mentioned, a figure also appeared in Chu Liuyun's mind. Yellow face. Chu Luyun subconsciously uttered the name. In addition to the 8 of them, there was a yellow face present. If anything, the yellow-faced man died in place of one of them, leaving a corpse behind. If one of these two corpses in front of us is yellow-faced, that means either Zhu Yinghong or Zhao Jianshan, one of them can fake their deaths. If you want to know whether this person is Zhu Yinghong or Zhao Jianshan, you need to know whether yellowface is a man or a woman. If it is a woman, it can only die in place of Zhu Yinghong, and if he is a man, he can only die in place of Zhao Jianshan. Chu Luyun once again straightened out his thoughts. In this way, the reasoning seems to have taken another step forward, but it's just jumping from one weirdness to another. Just now it was assumed that Zhu Yinghong and Zhao Jianshan were all dead. And now the assumption is who the two people are actually alive. Yellowface wears a mask and his voice is a voice changer, so who can tell if he's a man or a woman? All is speculation, all is assumption. While several people were caught in a logic loop, another dark door slowly rose in the corner. The 6 people present turned their heads to look. From within the dark door, a familiar figure slowly walked in. Wearing a tan mask and carrying the familiar firearm in his hand. How are you still alive? Lin Long looked at the yellow face that appeared and opened his mouth wide in surprise. Yellowface, on the other hand, came carelessly to the table and kicked the headless man's body under it. He slowly sat down at the table and looked up at the crowd. Good morning, everyone. Chapter 33, Yellowface is dead. Yellowface sat down at the table and grabbed a piece of meat from the table and just shoved it in his mouth through his mask, feasting on it. As she watched him continue to eat, Li Jinhua had the feeling that her stomach was turning over and she once again held onto the wall and vomited. Well, how far have you gotten in your reasoning? Able to hand me a murderer now? Yellowface looked up as he ate, sizing up the few people in front of him. He still had that raspy electronic synthesized voice, and it was impossible to tell if it was a man or a woman. Everyone was a little tongue-tied for a moment. After the reasoning they had just done, they had deduced that there was a high probability that Yellowface would appear as a corpse in the midst of this murder. But now Yellowface was just sitting in front of them, silently humiliating their reasoning. You're so twisted, you can eat meat like that on the table. Chu Luyun looked at the yellow face in front of him and couldn't help but open his mouth and chant. When that was said, Yellowface couldn't help but let out a chuckle. Ha ha ha. You did see this meal, but didn't you see the last one, and didn't you eat it too? The laugh that came out of Yellowface's mouth was very eerie. Watching him smile so happily, Chu Luyun's face also revealed a smile. Sure enough, sure enough. Chu Luyun looked at the yellow face and burst out laughing. Everyone in the room had a puzzled look on their faces. Yellowface's meat-clutching hand stopped in the air, slightly at a loss for words. And Chu Luyun had sat down across from him, his eyes staring at it with a deadly stare. In this instant, it was as if the identities of the two parties had completed swapped. Chu Luyun was like a cunning hunter, with eyes like eagle eyes, deadlocked on the yellow face. You weren't smiling like that before, were you? Chu Luyun looked at the yellow face and coldly said.
Now everyone was filled with doubt, not knowing why Chu Luyun suddenly mentioned this. When you laughed before, you hardly made a sound, but your shoulders were shaking constantly.
In the course of communication, you often engage in bizarre behavior.
But all that weird behavior is all gone now. You're not the same yellow face you were before, and the one that appeared before was just a puppet that you controlled remotely.
Right?
Chu Luyun looked at this guy with great certainty. In the face of his nearly 100% confirmed reasoning, the yellow face in front of him didn't seem to have much in the way of sophistry. He rushed outside and clapped his hands together. The plastic mannequin slowly glided in again. Only in this guy's hands, he was holding a human head with a yellow face mask.
Serving.
Serve.
The plastic modeler's mouth was still repeating words.
Several people were stunned by the bizarre scene and couldn't help but take a few steps backward. The plastic modeling man glided over to Yellowface as well. He reached out, and as he did, he pulled off the mask. Beneath the mask was a face that had blurred. This head had its mouth sewn shut and a megaphone embedded in its jaw. Why did the previous yellow face keep shaking his shoulders? It wasn't so much that he was suppressing a smile as it was forcing back the pain coming from his face. Yellowface at the time never said a word from the beginning to the end, it was all because of the megaphone.
He actually. But didn't the guy have a gun at the time?
Why didn't he fight back? Why didn't he ask us for help? Lin Long was also stunned by the situation before him. The ones before them still hated that yellow face with a passion. As it turned out, I didn't realize that Yellowface was an even more pathetic and miserable person than they were. It's not that he didn't want to fight back, it's that the gun he had in his hand at the time had no bullets at all. The reason why he didn't ask for help was because among the 8 of us, there was a presence that terrified him.
Chu Luyun coldly spoke out the answer. Yellowface nodded his head continuously, filled with admiration for Chu Luyun.
But as he saw that Chu Luyun was already getting infinitely closer to the truth, he didn't panic at all. It was as if everything in front of him was still expected.
Your reasoning is all correct. But even so, do you know who the face under my mask is?
If you can't learn of a murderer, it's you who lose, or you. Yellowface shook the firearm in his hand. At this moment, the crowd understood in their hearts that the guy in the yellow face's hand before probably didn't have any bullets. But not this guy in front of me. After hearing his words, everyone looked towards Chu Luyun for help. They've been completely wound up and have no head for reasoning. Even if we know that Yellowface is dead and the murderers are Zhu Yinghong and Zhao Jinshan, so what? That's still only a 50% chance of falling into the same funk as before. We just need to be able to deduce whether the yellow face from before was a man or a woman, and then we'll know exactly who the murderer is. Because Yellowface can only die in place of one of Zhu Yinghong and Zhao Jinshan. If he's a man, then the murderer is Zhu Yinghong, and if he's a woman, then the murderer is Zhao Jinshan. JLT gives the endgame. That would be Yellowface, whether it's a man or a woman. Listening to her words, the crowd fell into deep thought, while Yellowface glanced nonchalantly at the clock on the wall.
There's not much time left for you. After 10 minutes, if you can't give me a correct answer, then I'm going to send you on your way.
Yellowface sat at the table, already loading his pistol. On the question of whether Yellowface was a man or a woman, the crowd made all sorts of assumptions and guesses, but were never able to find any clues. The relaxed posture of the yellow face at the table also made Chu Luyun understand. Reasoning about whether it's male or female is a total logic trap. In the absence of any clues in this regard, even if one reasoned for 10,000 years, the probability would only be 1 in 2. They are clearly headed in the wrong direction. Jiangling sat at the table, constantly fiddling with the ID card in her hand, already in deep thought. Seeing the thing in her hand, Chu Luyun had a flash of light. What you're holding in your hand, is it the ID of the last victim? Yes, that's the body across the table, what's going on? Jiangling looked at Chu Luyun strangely and threw the ID card over in his hand. This raw face message was something Chu Luyun had seen once long ago. Name, Zhao Su. Sex, male. Date of birth, August 10, 2001. As Chu Luyun looked at the message above, he couldn't help but have beads of sweat seeping out from his forehead as well. Through this one dead man's ID card, he already knew who the real culprit was this time. But then he realized something even more frightening. Immediately afterward, as if he was electrocuted, he threw the ID card in his hand straight out. No way, that's impossible. I can't believe. I met him again?
Could it be that this is all? Looking at Chu Luoyun's sudden appearance, everyone was taken aback by it. After all, from the time he entered the manor until now, Chu Luoyun had never expected to be like this now, emotionally deranged. What the hell are you talking about? What the hell did you find out? Who did you find? Everyone was constantly interrogating Chu Luoyun. And after musing, two words slowly came out of Chu Luoyun's mouth. Nyan Ghost. Chapter 34, Zodiac Rotation. When Chu Luoyun said those two words, everyone present froze. They could all be fans of Chu Luoyun, and they were all 100 times more sad about Chu Luoyun. The words "your ghost" are not new to everyone in the room. That was the mysterious guy who pulled Chu Luoyun into the murder vortex. Even Chu Luoyun, who was extolled as the Chu God by the entire internet, was unable to bring the other party to justice. But no matter what, they couldn't connect everything here with the yearling ghost. This group presses on, unable to understand, unable to empathize. Only Chu Luoyun himself was frozen in place. The entire person was like falling into some kind of bizarre scene. The maelstrom of the Zodiac murders engulfs him once again. What the hell are you talking about? We've fallen into Chu Luoyun's slaughterhouse. There's no such thing as a Nyan ghost in this world. Chu Luoyun is the murderer. Li Jinhua looked at Chu Luoyun, unable to understand his words at all. Several people on the scene were confused. Their minds were simply unable to keep up with Chu Luoyun's reasoning. The only one who was sitting on the chair was Chu Luoyun, who looked up at the bizarre yellow face on the seat. At this very moment, he already knew the true face of the murderer's hut, but there was no joy in his heart, only the endless mystery that emerged. Where I appear or will appear, in the order of the Zodiac. Incredible, just incredible. Chu Luoyun couldn't help but murmur. Before this, he was still filled with contempt for the mastermind behind this. To make so many hits just to satisfy his own bad taste is a clown who tarnishes the art of murder. But now he turns his head and looks back, and it turns out he's the clown. What appears to be a game, a fellowship, once again fulfills the tactics of the Zodiac murders. First, it must be a place where Chu Luoyun appears or will appear. Second, it must be in order to kill. Z-Rat, Ugly Ox, Een Tiger, Mao Rabbit, Cinnabar Dragon. Lu Qingsong, Zhang Haichuan, the old boss, Yan Yan, Jiangling's sister. Before Chu Luoyun arrived at this manor. The last murder case is that of the woman who died in the prisoner's chamber, Jiangling's sister, Tatsuro. The mutilated body that was lying across the dining table earlier was born in 2001, with the Chinese zodiac sign of the snake. I say. This should just be a coincidence, right? Aren't we? We set up by Chu Luoyun? How come we're adult ghosts again? Li Jinhua's spine chilled as he listened to Chu Luoyun's analysis. Lin Long, who was on the side, however, pushed the glasses on the bridge of his nose at this moment. I don't think what he's saying is unreasonable. If the so-called Nyan ghost is Chu Luoyun, he's the murderer of the 12 Zodiac murders. Then he must abide by this rule of killing. Lin Long opened his mouth to agree with Chu Luoyun's words. Chu Luoyun stared at the yellow face at the end of the table. He no longer cared about this kind of that was held over his head. What he cared more about in his mind was the Zodiac murders. If all of this really fit the reasoning, then the so-called reasoning fellowship was a trap to hunt Chu Luoyun. It was a prison dragon that held him captive and fooled him in 100 ways. To corroborate the conjecture, one need only follow the analogy. If it's really the year ghost killing people, then after the sea snake, it's the noon horse. Xu Yinghong and Zhao Jianxian, whoever belongs to the horse is the deceased, and the other, the murderer. Chu Luoyun stared at the yellow face in front of him, his voice low. The yellow face sitting on the opposite side of the table listened to Chu Luoyun's analysis and actually let out a hint of contemptuous laughter. A horse? Ha ha ha. What good reasoning, it was brilliant. And have you identified the killer since you're ready? Yellow face did not panic at all, as if he had already met Chu Luoyun's death. It was this light laugh of his that caused Chu Luoyun's heart to tighten. Nope. The dead man was not a horse, but a sheep. Because there was a real yellow face that died before them. Chu Luoyun pointed out that there were two bodies on the table. One of the identifiable dead is the yellow face from before. Regardless of whether the second deceased was Xu Yinghong or Zhao Jianxian, he must have died after yellow face. When he said those words, the yellow face no longer had the relaxed look it had just had. The pupils hidden under the mask stared at Chu Luoyun in death. Then isn't the question circling back again? Who the hell knows who is a sheep, Xu Yinghong or Zhao Jianxian? Li Jinhua sat on the sidelines, shaking his head helplessly and sighing. Sitting in her chair, Jiang Ling waved her hand slightly. It's not really that much trouble. It's true we don't know who's a sheep, but all we need is just an order. Cinnabar dragon, sea snake, inghorse, amot, shin monkey. It's zodiac order, but it's also age sorted from oldest to youngest. Yellowface is a horse, the oldest in the trio, Zhu Yinghong and Zhao Jianxiang are of similar age, whoever of the two of them is older is the goat person. Of course. Unless all our reasoning is wrong. Jiang Ling's last sentence was lightly worded, but it caused several people to search their brows tightly. If the reasoning is wrong, it can mean death. I seem to remember Zhu Yinghong mentioning before that he and her husband are siblings. Lin Shui, who had never been much of a talker, was a great help at this time. When he said this, everyone turned their heads and locked their eyes on Yellowface's body. Since the two are siblings, it also means that Zhu Yinghong is a year older than Zhao Jianxiang. If one of the two must be a sheep, it must be Zhu Yinghong, who is a year older. Since Zhu Yinghong is the deceased, the identity of the murderer has also been revealed. Zhao Jianxiang. Chu Luyuan looked at the yellow face and shouted out the name of the murderer. The moment Zhao Jianxiang's 3 words were spoken, the mechanical watch on the wall also struck the bell. The atmosphere around them instantly fell into a deathly silence. Yellowface sat at the table and was silent for almost 3 minutes before he picked up the pistol on the table and aimed it directly at Chu Luyuan. It's over, we must have made a mistake. I told you, how could this have anything to do with the year ghost? How could this have anything to do with the Zodiac murders? This is bad, we're dead. Li Jinhua cried out as her legs began to weaken. Yellowface aimed his gun at Chu Luyuan, his finger already on top of the trigger. But his shoulders began to shake constantly, as if he couldn't pull the trigger with all his strength. You guys, actually all of this. Yellowface didn't finish a sentence, and his voice began to fill with pain. Pang! An explosion rang out. The collar around Yellowface's neck exploded, splattering blood all over the table, and his head just rolled to the ground. The mask came off, revealing his true face. Chu Luyuan's entire body froze on the spot, cold sweat secreting uncontrollably from his forehead. Chapter 35, 9/12. It's actually really Zhao Jianxiang. Our reasoning was correct. Li Jinhua looked at the human head on the ground and his face was ecstatic. I'm afraid you're still too happy too soon. We've fallen into the net of capture, and I'm afraid none of us will leave alive. Chu Luyuan's face was grave. He was now in a state of disarray, the thoughts in his mind were like a ball of wool that had lost its threads, and there was no way to sort them out. What do you mean by that? Are we all going to die? What's wrong with this? Didn't we already unlock the game? Li Jinhua looked at Chu Luyuan in disbelief. Hearing that there would be another death caused his heart to race again. Chu Luyuan sighed heavily. Now the correct reasoning, while preserving the lives of several people, corroborates the existence of something even more terrifying. That is that all of this is still in the year ghost's plan for the Zodiac killings. In Chu Luyuan's reasoning, the Zodiac murders must meet 2 points. One of the unquestionable points is that one must kill in the order of the Zodiac. And the other point was that the deceased must have died in a place where Chu Luyuan was going to appear, or had already appeared. In other words, from the very beginning, the murderer knew that the disguised Chu Luyuan was in the crowd. And he also had to lure Chu Luyuan here in order to continue his murderous tricks. Could it be? Chu Luyuan turned his head to look at the harmless Jiang Ling, whose face was still expressionless. The so-called deduction fellowship appeared to be a chance encounter, but it was actually a carefully designed cage for Chu Luyuan. So what should we do now? Should we find a way to escape? That's right, I don't think we can sit around like this, we're always being led by the man behind the curtain. Lin Long looked at the bodies on the ground, his words filled with sighs. Zhao Jianxiang on the ground was confined by a collar around his neck, and the explosives that had just blown his neck off were hidden in it. It follows from this. Even as a murderer, he's just a remote-controlled toy for the man behind the curtain. This place is completely closed off, and trying to escape by us is a pipe dream. If that megaphone doesn't go off, we won't even know what the next game is. Riverbell sat on the sidelines and uttered words of despair. It was a demoralizing statement, but it was true. At this moment, Chu Luyuan picked up the pistol on the table and checked the bullets inside. There was a heated discussion about the plan. Only Chu Luyuan did not say a word as he checked the pistol to see if it was still functional. Even though that answer had been rejected by him countless times. But now, Chu Luyun could only go and face it. His brows slowly tightened, his eyes completely locking onto Jiang Ling's body. I don't know what the next game is though. But as far as the clues go, I already know who the next murderer in the game is. Even the masterminds behind this game are among us at this very moment. Chu Luyun turned the pistol's safety on, and his voice became lower and lower. This place was simply a cage made for him. And the only person on the scene who knew his identity was the same person who brought him here. Riverbell. Ka Ching. As the pistol's bullet was loaded, Chu Luyun turned his body and aimed the gun directly at Jiang Ling. Everyone present was startled by Chu Luyun's actions. Only Jiang Ling had a calm face. What are you doing? Put the gun down now, it'll go off. That's right, it's an emergency situation, but we mustn't have internal strife either. A few people watched Chu Luyun's movements and were a bit flustered. After all, it was the real thing. A flick of the finger can kill a man. The killer is killing people in order of their genus, and the next genus is chicken. That can only mean I'll be the next to die. It was as if Chu Luyun had seen his destiny and had pierced through Jiang Ling's heart. Even if your genus is chicken and you're the next to die, what does that have to do with me? You can't come to doubt me because you're dying, can you? There's clearly no logic to it. Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun, her brows slightly locked. Several other people heard her words and nodded their heads frequently in great recognition. When a person is about to die, it is justifiable to be a bit impatient. But that doesn't make it a good idea to start biting off more than you can chew. Because of you. Chu Luyun just wanted to tell the reason, and immediately after that, the back of his head buzzed like a pinprick. The words that reached his mouth were swallowed back. What's wrong? Because I what? Can't say it? The corners of Jiang Ling's mouth, too, hooked into a wry smile. Chu Luyun had already fallen into Jiang Ling's trap without realizing it. His only reason for doubting Riverbell. It is that the scene of the Zodiac murder case must have the presence of Chu Luyun himself. But if I were to say that out loud, it would be like admitting who I am. Dude, what the hell are you going to say? Isn't this young lady your daughter? How can you even doubt your own child? Lin Long looked at Chu Luyun and frowned in confusion. The immediate atmosphere is tense. In everyone's mind, the initiator behind this game was Chu Luyun. The image of this murderer is deeply ingrained. If he opened his mouth now and admitted that he was Chu Luyun, it would undoubtedly be drawing fire. These guys had to tear him apart. What you, hurry up and put the gun down, how scary is this thing? What if you don't aim and hurt us? Li Jinhua directly interrupted Chu Luyun. At this moment, Chu Luyun had completely fallen into a place of desperation. Without piercing this lie, his identity as Jiang Ling's real father presses her to sit as a suspect. But if he stabbed through this layer of lies, then he, as the real Chu Luyun, was afraid that he would rush to Jiang Ling's side to suffer judgment. If they don't, the murderer will go free and they will be the ones to be slaughtered. Saying that, then he will be accused by 1,000 people, and he will not be able to die. Dad, you must be terrified. Come on, put the gun down, don't hurt anyone else or yourself. Jiang Ling sat down at the table and sweetly called out to her father. But this sweet voice stopped in Chu Luyun's ears, but it was like a devil's murmur. He really couldn't believe that he had been forced into a desperate situation by this harmless young girl in front of him. But when it came down to it, he could only pray silently in his heart. Silently praying that his reasoning was wrong. Silently praying that the murderer is not Riverbell. Just as he slowly lowered his arm that was holding the gun up, Jiang Ling came up to his ear and murmured a soft sentence. The 12 Zodiacs have died 9, Chu Luyun, are you still in time? Chapter 36, No Good Deeds. Jiang Ling's voice was full of provocation. This gesture was close to already showing Chu Luyun his cards. She is by no means good. You. Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling. And the corners of Jiang Ling's mouth, at this moment, also hooked up in a devilish arc. It's really you. Chu Luyun's eyes were filled with shock. Instead, Jiang Ling misplaced her eyes and refused to continue communicating with Chu Luyun. Just as he wanted to press on, the announcement came from the hall once again. Congratulations to all of you for passing the test again. Next, there will be a final round of games, and those who survive will be restored to freedom. The sound of the current mic made everyone start to get excited. Looking at the smiles on the faces of the few people around him, a bad feeling rose in Chu Luyun's heart. The man behind the curtain has served his purpose. They have been domesticated by others in this game. The corners of Jiang Ling's mouth were tinged with a faint smile, as if she had already met the outcome. Rumble. The wall on one side slowly cracked open, revealing a long corridor once again. They had no choice but to enter the corridor and proceed to the next venue. Li Jinhua and Lin Long and the others walked ahead, deliberately keeping their distance from Chu Luyun and Zhang Ling. In their eyes, Chu Luyun's head seemed to have some sort of problem. With truth in his hand, he pulled a gun on his own daughter and called her a murderer. The suspicious father and daughter had put them on alert. Can I keep calling you Riverbell now? Maybe you even have a fake name? Chu Luyun looked at the petite young girl beside him, and there was no longer any appreciation in his eyes. Does it matter? A name is just a code name. Zhang Ling carried her small hands behind her back, still with that indifferent look. Seeing that she didn't even argue anymore, Chu Luyun looked away. He didn't know what was wrong with him that he had ghostly followed him here. I guess you must be someone related to the Nian ghost even if you're not. Was the one who died in the Riverside prisoner's chamber really your sister? Chu Luyun's heart was filled with countless doubts. He pursued the Nian ghost bitterly, and even though he stepped through the iron shoes and tried his best, he could not touch the shadow of the person at all. Now that he had finally come across someone who was related to the yearly ghosts, he naturally couldn't help but be curious in his heart. Sister? I don't even have a sister. Zhang Ling replied coldly. Everything else might be false, but there was one thing that Chu Luyun did not doubt in the slightest. That's the mental illness of Riverbell. This girl is definitely an emotionally deficient patient. The whole thing is like a cold porcelain doll without feelings. No sister? I'm afraid that doesn't explain it at all, does it? That body by the river, but it looks exactly like you. You don't have a sister? Then who is she? Based on your plastic surgery double? Chu Luyun kept asking questions, but Zhang Ling always remained silent. This corridor was longer and darker than the previous one. The last time they crossed that hallway from a living room to the den, they walked for over an entire hour. And now this corridor, moreover, after walking for nearly 2 hours, still can't see the end. Is it really necessary to give us a workout like that? Is it a deliberate effort to drain us physically every time we walk the corridors that are set up so long? Li Jinhua assisted his wife Lin Shui, tired and out of breath. Throughout the entire process, Chu Luyun always stared at Zhang Ling, wanting to search for clues from her expression. But this girl was always cold, and no matter what Chu Luyun asked, she did not say a word. Ka-ching! A slight rattle came, crisp in the darkened hallway. A gap of light cracked open in the darkness before them. It's a door has opened. Li Jinhua, who led the way, hooted. As the golden gap of light slowly cracked open, everyone squinted their eyes to adjust to the bright light. Through the door in front of them, several people appeared in a new scene. Cabaret. A soothing classical opera plays in the wide hall. The crystal lamp overhead was slowly rotating, spilling different colored spots of light all over the floor. It's so weird, why do I feel like there's a faint scent of pine here? Lin Long shrugged his nose and frowned slightly. Chu Luyun looked at the surrounding decor and listened to the soothing music, but he felt another kind of emotion. That's the man behind the curtain, unflustered and confident. Each murderous game is played in a place that is either cozy or elegant, in stark contrast to what is about to happen. It's as if the man behind the curtain is setting the stage for the thing called death. Look guys, there seems to be a faint fluorescence over there. Lin Shui pointed to the wall on one side, and everyone followed the sound. Above that wall, written in green phosphor, were the rules of the current game. An iron door at the end of the ballroom, a claustrophobic chamber. 6 people stay in turn. 1 died, 1 was tried, and 4 survived. In 3 short sentences, the rules couldn't be simpler. Chu Luyun's 6 people, each of them needed to check into the secret room once individually. 1 out of 6 will die in the chamber. With 5 people left, a murderer needs to be voted out to complete the trial. The remaining 4 are considered game winners. So, who's going to live there first then? I'm claustrophobic, can you guys go first? Lin Shui looked at the rusty iron door and couldn't help but shrink her neck. The ballroom was already darkly lit. The rusty iron door was more like a giant mouth that wanted to eat people. If the Zodiac murder case is established, then I'm afraid I'll be the next to die. If I were to be the dead man, would you be able to complete the next line of reasoning? Chu Luyun looked at these few people, his words filled with worry.
He wasn't pretending to be an expert with this statement, but it was a statement from his heart. Because he already knew that Jiangling was the murderer hidden among them. If one dies, then, with Jiangling's intelligence, he could definitely fool all of them. How about we draw straws to decide? Or rock paper scissors? You have to go in and live there once anyway, so the order shouldn't matter that much, right? Li Jinhua mouthed that it wasn't that important, but he wasn't willing to be the first. One time. Everyone in the room was briefly silent as things came to a standstill. Chu Liuyun's heart pondered several times. In the end, he made a difficult choice. Let me do it. But please remember, as long as I die, then the murderer must be Jiangling. Chu Luyun dropped these headless words, turned around, and headed for the secret room. Today, there is no other way. The only thing he could do was to use his own life to drag Jiangling down. Chu Luyun had just walked to the entrance of the iron gate. A crisp young girl's voice then came from behind her. Wait a minute. I'd like to be first. Chapter 37, Shattering the Closed Loop. Chu Luyun turned his head, and all the gazes of everyone focused on Jiangling's body. She got a thumbs up from everyone around her for this maneuver. After all, in their eyes, Jiangling looked like nothing more than a 16 or 17-year-old who had so much courage. You? Are you sure? Chu Luyun looked at Jiangling incredulously. In this case, she was willing to be the first to go in? Wasn't she afraid that when she left, she would tell everything? Murderers kill with a plan, it's not like they kill at random. He doesn't care who he wants to kill, he doesn't care how many times you enter the chamber. Jiangling dropped these words and walked straight into the secret room. The last words she left behind were recognized by the crowd. Yeah, the killer must have been trying to take out someone for a long time, and it hardly had much to do with the first one to enter the chamber. After Jiangling entered, all the remaining 5 people did was wait. The soothing opera music was drowsy, but everyone knew it very well in their hearts. This is a time when you must remain fully alert and never fall asleep. I say brother, what did you mean by what you just said? What do you mean if you die in there, Riverbell is the murderer? Isn't she your daughter? Are you that much of a father? Lin Long leaned on the sofa and looked at Chu Luyun, casually finding a topic. Just the opening of this topic attracted everyone. Chu Luyun turned his head to look at the secret room. Now that Jiangling was out of the picture, if he wanted a showdown, now would be the best chance. Actually, my father-daughter relationship with her is fake. We two just met halfway and paired up to come here. Chu Luyun, like a child who had made a mistake, was the first to speak through this point. However, he hid the fact that he was Chu Luyun. After all, this is just too powerful for the rest of the crowd to accept. I know you won't believe anything I say now. But in the order of the Zodiac killings, the next dead person would have to be me. I hope that after my death, you can hand over Riverbell for trial, she is the murderer. Chu Luyun leaned against the sofa. In fact, from the moment he entered the manor, he had already fallen into Jiangling's trap. The best that could be achieved at the moment was to pull her along for the ride. Even the identities of your father and daughter are false, so who can prove that what you are saying now is not false? That's right, whoever you say is the murderer? What if you're the murderer? Li Jinhua and Wang Hu looked at Chu Luyun, all of them maintaining complete vigilance. Listening to their words, the only thing Chu Luyun could do was to smile bitterly. From the wolf-sheep game in the beginning, to the murder game later on. Time and time again, the organizer provoked a trusting relationship between them. The few that are there today have long been outwardly wary of each other. No matter what I say, you won't believe me. Jiangling is the murderer, she will definitely come out of the chamber unharmed. And being of the chicken genus, I will surely be the next to die. Only blood and death can be unshakable iron-proof. Chu Luyun looked at the rusty iron door and had made up his mind. If you can't uncover the annual ghost, then waste its arm. The soothing music kept pounding on the nerves of the crowd, making people drowsy. Ga! The rusty iron door slowly opened, the piercing sound waking several people from their sleep. The elegant opera in the ballroom had long since ceased. The sound of rust rubbing together was extraordinarily harsh. How did this door open? Did time go by that fast? Ha! You're changing people now? Then who are we going to be next? Li Jinhua rubbed his sleepy eyes. The question that concerned him most was whether or not the next person to walk into the chamber would be himself. Chu Luyun was able to see through Li Jinoa's thoughts. This kid is like being the last one to enter the chamber. He couldn't wait for the dead to show up before he entered the chamber. Something's not right, the door is already open, why don't people come out? There won't be any accidents, right? It can't be that coincidental, can it? Something happens to the first one? Lin Shui frowned slightly and approached the iron door step by step. Impossible, must have fallen asleep in there. Out of the 6 of us, Zhang Ling is the least likely to die. Unless all the reasoning is wrong, unless the person behind the scenes isn't an yin ghost at all, unless it has nothing to do with the Zodiac murders. Unless the few of us are all reasoning demented and entertaining ourselves here. Chu Luyun sat on the sofa, not caring in the slightest about the situation in the secret room. Even if his reasoning did go awry, that fact wouldn't change. When they were in the hallway, Riverbell had admitted to herself that something was wrong with her. Especially that 9 out of 12. Obviously alluding to the fact that 9 of the 12 zodiac signs have been completed, which is a murderous progression. Ah. Lin Shui's scream came from the entrance of the chamber, immediately interrupting Chu Luyun's thoughts. Everyone turned their heads to the door. Through the dim light, all they could see was Lin Shui's face covered in panic. You guys come over here quick. Something's wrong. Lin Shui stood in the doorway and kept shouting. Several people all rushed over in a puff of smoke, only Chu Luyun had his brows locked. Though from the moment Lin Shui screamed, he already knew what had gone wrong. But despite this, his brain was having trouble accepting the results. Following the bodies of several people, he was like a walking corpse. One step at a time, he moved to the door of the chamber. Dead? Just die? Lin Long couldn't stop repeating the words as he looked around the room. Within that closed chamber, Zhang Ling's tiny body was hanging from the roof. The body had stiffened and was slowly turning in an irregular manner. There were visible bruising and strangulation marks on the neck. All the traces were indicating one result, that is, Zhang Ling had long been cut off from life. It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible. Zhang Ling could never die, how could she die? Chu Luyun looked at this in disbelief. All the reasoning he had just done had formed a closed loop. Sensible and logical. Everything points to the ultimate character, Riverbell. Even in the hallway, she admitted her ulterior motives herself. But this cold corpse in front of him completely pierced Chu Luyun's nerves. Look, you guys. There seems to be writing on that wall. It seems to be a clue left behind by Riverbell. As the rusty iron door pushed open, more light entered the chamber. It was only at this moment that the crowd noticed. The walls of the chamber were covered with 2 large lines written in blood. My father is not my father. Surname Chu name Luyun. Chapter 38, the end of the line. When the light illuminated those blood-red words, everyone turned their heads to look at Chu Luyun in an instant. Those gazes were like murderous swords, leaving him with nothing to hide. For a time, even the skillful Chu Luyun was silent. He now had the feeling that there was nothing he could say. No way, that's impossible. How can she be dead when she once admitted it all to herself? It's most likely a fake death, or a double. Chu Luyun personally went forward and released Zhang Ling, who was hanging in mid-air. Several people also gathered around at this moment. Touching the cold skin, kneading the already stiff joints. Because of the intense suffocation, Zhang Ling's face was covered with greenish-purple capillaries. Can this be a fake? This is definitely a real corpse. And the face is real too, it's that poor little girl. Lin Long looked at the corpse and had confirmed that there was no mistake. With regards to this aspect of knowledge, Chu Luyun could be more specialized than them. Just a speculative writer though. May know a little bit about the criminal investigation side of things. How could he not see that this was the corpse of Zhang Ling herself? He just couldn't believe it, and he simply couldn't believe it. Maybe it's a double, maybe it's a twin, maybe. Chu Luyun's entire body froze once again as he spoke those words. The prisoner's chamber. Female body by the river. That was the place where he and Zhang Ling first met, and the body that died by the river was exactly like Zhang Ling. Is it hard to be triplets? Enough. Put away all your ridiculous talk. You were just out there mouthing off about this little girl being a murderer, saying she'd kill you, now what's going on here?
Lin Shui looked at Chu Luyun, the anger on her face about to overflow. Because Jiangling didn't look old enough to be a child in their eyes. Before we get to that, you better explain the handwriting on the wall, too. She said you're Chu Luyun, what's the story again? Lin Long looked at the handwriting on the wall, his eyes staring at Chu Luyun like a viper. At the moment he was at a loss for words. Now Riverbell is dead. What reason is there for a person who has been deprived of even his life to vilify others on his deathbed? The only reason she could have left her handwriting was to help the crowd find the killer. Yeah, and you just admitted out there that you and Jiang Ling are fake fathers and daughters, too. But you didn't say what you really are. Who you really are. Lin Long took a step back and drew his pistol from his back waist. The moment he saw the guy, Chu Luyun touched his back waist and it was already empty. Looking at the vigilant expressions of a few people, Chu Luyun knew that there was no way back. That's right, I'm the suspect in the 12 Zodiac serial murder case, the fugitive currently on the run, Chu Luyun. As he himself acknowledged his identity, the sound of loading came from the guy in Lin Long's hand. The eyes of the crowd all lit up with anger. You murderer, how dare you keep hiding among us and think of throwing dirt on other little girls? Terrible, simply terrible, that such a murderer should have been mixed up among us all this time. Kill him, kill this bastard, avenge those innocent people who died. Several people were filled with righteous indignation, and Lin Long's wrist, which was clutching the pistol, was constantly trembling from excitement. Looking at the four men's faces full of anger, they could not wait to eat him alive. Chu Luyun's chest was stuffed with 1,000 words, holding him up until his ribs began to swell and ache. However, when these words reached his mouth, he froze and could not say a single word. Ha, ha ha ha. Turning his head to look at Jiang Ling's corpse, Chu Luyun's face revealed a hint of a helpless smile. Even though he has 1,000 words, even though he has golden words. Nay, Jiang Ling had already used her life to seal all his words in advance. Good plan, good plan. Nyan Ghost, I still underestimated you. 1,000 precautions, but still let you put the murderer's hat, completely snapped on Chu Luyun's head. Chu Luyun's entire body sat down on the ground in a disheveled state. A life for a life. Originally, he was thinking of using his own life to pull Jiang Ling down, so that the identity of the murderer would be revealed to the world. As a result, I didn't expect people to be skillful and fast. Riverbell directly used his life to completely crucify him on the cross of guilt. Just as the two sides were drawing their swords. The cabaret lights flickered a few times before the room was once again filled with a long-pitched dirge. Zip zip zip. It seems that the dead have been produced, and the murderer, it appears, has been made known. Next, please begin your trials. Collect the guilty into the coffins of the dead. The sound of the current mic once again resonated throughout the room. As his words ended, the wall to one side slowly cracked open. A coffin made of black iron just appeared in front of everyone's eyes. The sides of the cold coffin were covered with sharp daggers. It was as if they were telling the crowd themselves that anyone who was put in them would be pierced by 1,000 holes in the sharp edge. Chu Luyun, do you have anything to defend? Go in on your own, or force our hand? Lin Long pointed his gun at Chu Luyun. The faces of the remaining three were also filled with mixed emotions. Fear, hate, remorse. Chu Luyun didn't blame them, he could only blame himself for being a step behind Jiang Ling. I know that no matter what is said, there is no longer any way to change your decision. After I am judged, you will surely suffer the punishment that comes from failing to reason. Chu Luyun was clear that when things had reached this level, there was no need for words. Ignoring the truth that was aimed at his brow, he took a step towards the wall and settled into the coffin. It was more like he was willing to gamble and die than being shot in the head by Lin Long. Trial begin. The walls on either side rumbled again as the electronic sound started. Chu Luyun's breathing began to rush uncontrollably. Though prepared to meet death. But the fear that comes from a sharp, cold blade is a completely purely physiological reaction that can't be controlled at all. Huffing and puffing. Chu Luyun gasped uncontrollably. Greedily, he drew more air into his lungs, as if by doing so, he could feel one more breath of life. Chu Luyun, goodbye forever. It was as if Chu Luyun was saying goodbye to himself, and as if he was saying goodbye to the world. I think he should be the most miserable protagonist among countless novels. Being burdened with a system of crossing over, it is ultimately difficult to escape the fate of death. Ka-ching! The pulley of the mechanism began to turn slowly. The moment the walls closed in, all the sharp blades popped out. Chapter 39, Badgers. Ah!
Chu Luyun felt intense pain coming from his chest, and after letting out a miserable scream, he completely lost all consciousness. In the last few seconds before losing consciousness, it was as if everything around them slowed down. Chu Luyun's brain spun rapidly, and many doubts surged to his heart. If he had any regrets about the world, it was left to the unsolved Zodiac fiasco. He doesn't care that he still carries the charge of being a murderer when he dies. All he cares about is whether or not Riverbell is the real culprit behind all the cases. It's just a shame that he won't have a chance to investigate any of these doubts anymore. All that's left in front of us is endless darkness. Phew. The somewhat bleak and cool breeze around them woke Chu Luyun up. Is this hell? Chu Luyun was currently sitting on a wooden stool, and in front of him was an 8 immortal table with a candle lit on it. All around them was blackness, as if they were in a void. The only light was a candle flame that barely illuminated the entire table. So this is what the hell is like? It seems to be quite different from the book. Chu Luyun curiously surveyed everything around him, except in the darkness, nothing could be seen. As the candle flames slowly became brighter, Chu Luyun also finally saw clearly the opposite side of the table. There was actually another person, sitting face to face with him. Riverbell? Chu Luyun saw the face and was violently shocked. Regarding Chu Luyun's surprised performance, Jiangling appeared to be very satisfied, and the corner of her mouth hooked up into an arc. We meet again, Chu Luyun. Welcome to the Netherworld. It seems that the two of us are not yet destined for each other. Riverbell reached out her fingers and pinched a wire, picking out the candle flame in front of her. Listening to her words, Chu Luyun was still somewhat in disbelief. Is this really the Netherworld? That's for sure, otherwise how would we, two people who are already dead, meet again? Jiangling spoke gently. It was as if even death did not cause her emotions to ripple in the slightest. Looking at Chu Luyun's frozen appearance, Jiangling finally took out the remote control and placed it on the table. Forget it, it's no fun teasing someone like you. If there really is another world in this world, then it will be harder for the two of us to meet again than a blind turtle through a log. Jiangling pressed the remote control in her hand. The darkness behind Chu Luyun was instantly illuminated by the light. A huge electronic screen appeared, exaggerating the size of the display and spreading over the front wall. And in the middle of the screen, Li Jinhua, Lin Shui, Wang Hu, and Lin Long were roaming around the house, seemingly looking for a way out. Is this monitoring? Neither of us are dead? Chu Luyun looked at the content on the display and touched his body with some surprise. How could he not be dead when he was clearly feeling the pain? No, how do you? Chu Luyun thought of something even more terrifying, and his incredulous gaze glared at Jiangling. Meeting Chu Luyun's gaze, Jiangling even made a point of blinking her eyes to prove her ample vitality. No way, this is absolutely impossible. I examined the hanged body myself, and it was you, and it was indeed dead through and through. Even if Hua Tuo were alive, it would be impossible to turn you into a living being. Chu Luyun is incredible. He had personally examined Jiangling's body, and there was no way there could be a trick to fake his death. And on Riverbell's body, even the abrasions she had received a few days ago were still there. If it was a counterfeit scapegoat, it would also necessarily fail to do so with a single wipe. Yes? But aren't I standing right in front of you right now? If you're not sure, you can come and touch the same, it's warm. Jiangling gently pulled up Chu Luyun's palm, feeling the warm and silky touch. Looking at the generals in front of him, Chu Luyun drifted off into a dream. Compared to the unbelievable fact that Jiangling was still alive, he seemed to be more willing to believe that this was the Netherworld. Because it just defies logic. No matter what shenanigans or tricks Jiangling used. A dead man must be a dead man. There must be nothing in the world to raise the dead, either. Are you really triplets? You have two sisters who look exactly alike? The first to die for you by the river in the prisoner's chamber. The second one hangs here instead of you, right? Chu Luyun looked at Jiangling urgently. This was already the only answer he could think of. But in the face of such an inquiry, Jiangling only slowly shook her head. So you just got a plastic surgeon to create a couple of scapegoats for you. Right? Chu Luyun once again thought of a not-so-reliable reasoning. Still, the sniffing Riverbell shook her head. I'm an only child in my family, and I don't have any stray siblings. And I don't have any understudies, there's only one Jiangling in the whole sky. Jiangling categorically rejected all of Chu Luoyun's speculations. Looking at the young girl in front of him, Chu Luoyun was in a trance for a moment.
Did he even wonder if what was in front of him was a dream? Or maybe it's really some kind of hellish joke after death?
But when he looked up at the electronic screen, the four people inside were looking around for an exit, and Jiangling's body, too, was lying quietly in the middle of the chamber.
The reason I am still alive.
The reason why I have accomplished this seemingly unbelievable return of a borrowed body is because
I'm a person like you, we're all the same. A kind of extraordinary person. Riverbell inexplicably explained.
It was just that these words were lost in Chu Luoyun's ears. I don't understand what it means to be the same person. Two people not only have different genders, ages and identities, but even their personalities are very different. And he was even less remarkable than Jiangling had claimed. If there had to be one, it would be his status as a super fugitive.
What the hell is going on here? Could you be the real culprit of all the events? Are you the guy known as the Year Ghost? What exactly is your purpose in doing all this? We have nothing against each other, so why are you staring at me?
Chu Luoyun kept opening his mouth, spitting out all the doubts in his mind.
Because he was just so curious about it all.
Now that he can come face to face with the man behind it, I'm afraid it's the closest he'll ever get to the truth. In fact, there is no such thing as a yearly ghost in this world. And I'm not the real culprit you say I am.
Zodiac killings, not the work of one man.
Jiangling opened her mouth slowly and methodically to explain, as if she was telling some long-ago story.
Candle flickers.
The yellow light reflected off the side of her face.
Riverbell also starts spilling everything about the Zodiac murders.
In fact, the Year Ghost, as you call him, or the murderer of the Zodiac murder case, is not a person.
Instead, it's a huge organization, and it's called Badgers. Chapter 40, Captain Chomine. Badger?
Chu Luoyun listened to all of this and just picked up a head of steam. But peeping through the tube, just based on this little trace, it made Chu Luoyun realize that behind it, he was afraid that there was a bigger secret hidden. Every person killed by the Badger organization was a person who had committed a crime and escaped judgment. And we are borrowing the lives of these guilty men for a great cause. After Jiangling finished saying this, the large screen in front of her once again changed. The already dead Zhu Yinghong, Zhao Jianshan, and the not yet dead Wang Hu, Lin Long, Li Jinhua and Lin Shui. All of their information appeared. In it, the facts about their crimes are listed in full. Check it out, these guys are the real wolves in sheep's clothing. The Badger organization borrowed their lives to make their deaths worthwhile. Jiangling raised her hand and pointed at the screen in front of her. What Chu Luoyun didn't expect was that the gentle and kind-looking Lin Shui was a hateful human trafficker. Li Jinhua, who claimed to be a designer, turned out to be a guy who sells organs. There was also the duo of Lin Long and Wang Hu, who were the heads of criminal organizations that had been entrenched in Xinjiang City for a long time.
Borrowing their lives? Is it possible that you're some kind of justice organization? Specializing in finding these guilty people to kill? Chu Luoyun looked at Jiangling in front of him and stated his guess.
Instead, Riverbell shook her head at the words. Scholars use the written word to break the law, and chivalrous men use the military to break the ban. We don't have the right to judge individuals, much less to do such things. We need sacrifices, it's just that when choosing the sacrifices, we specifically pick the guilty. Jiangling looked at the crowd on the screen with a certain yearning in her eyes. Hearing the word sacrifice, Chu Luoyun only felt chills on his back. And Riverbell's face, surprisingly, showed a sickly smile. For every 12 souls of the Chinese zodiac, it will give birth to a divine general god. When the 12 Sifu shoguns return to their positions, the doorway will open.
Riverbell's tone was filled with obsession.
Listening to her metaphysical novel-like speech, Chu Luoyun felt a wave of speechlessness.
Why does this girl look like she's been brainwashed by something?
According to you, it is only by killing every 12 victims and sacrificing their lives that a shogun is born.
And you are going to put together 12 general gods, that is 144 human lives?
Chu Luoyun looked at Jiangling in front of him and felt cold sweat start to form on his back. Originally, it was just assumed that it was a serial killer.
But now when I hear it, this is a slaughterhouse. The systematic killing of 144 lives. Whether these people are guilty or not, this is considered unforgivable.
No. There are more than 144 rules, and the conditions must be strictly adhered to by the Zodiac each time.
Once you have an accident, you have to start from scratch. So, 144 is just the minimum. Jiang Ling opened her mouth again and directly subdued Chu Luyun. Even as a writer of speculative fiction, he didn't take things that seriously. He didn't care what the doorway was in Jiang Ling's mouth. All he could feel was the 100 or so living lives and the lawlessness of the badgers. Chu Luyun, regarding your sacrifice, the progress has been mostly completed. It won't be long before you're one of our 12. Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun and sincerely opened her mouth to invite him. In the face of such an olive branch, Chu Luyun didn't even dare to touch it. What he or she is involved in is a serial murder case, as well as being counted as appalling and being labeled as a homicidal maniac. And what the badger did was enough to shock the world. I don't give a damn what your so-called sacrifices are or what's in your so-called doorways. Your evil creeds interest me even less. This is the struggle between law and lawlessness, this is the line between human and inhuman. Chu Luyun excitedly stood up from the table. Looking at the emotional Chu Luyun, Jiang Ling's face was still filled with calm. It was as if he had expected this reaction from him. It's no use, I'm not inviting you, I'm informing you. The 12 Sifu shoguns have been ordained from birth. Now that I can appear before you, it means that you have already set foot on this path, and we are both such extraordinary people. Once again, Riverbell spoke of the uncommon man. She kept emphasizing that Chu Luyun was the same kind of person as her. But what the Badger organization did was simply not something Chu Luyun could accept. Jiang Ling pressed the remote control at the screen, and darkness returned to the space once again. A table, 2 chairs, and the shadows of broken lamps and candles. 9 out of 12, 3 more lives, and you can return to the organization. Your codename is Changming, and your rank is captain. Jiang Ling didn't care about Chu Luyun's refusal, and established his identity just like that. I've told you, I won't join your organization even if I die. Compared to all that, I'm more curious as to how the hell you accomplished faking your death, and don't talk to me about sacrifices and such. I absolutely do not believe that your organization possesses any ability to bring the dead back to life. Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling, his curiosity about her overflowing. Through Jiang Ling's narration, he already knew that the organization called Badger was probably a group of fanatics. After being brainwashed by one of the ringleaders, the craziness began. This kind of thing has actually been seen on a lot of news. It was just that what made him the most curious was the Jiang Ling in front of him. The prisoner's chamber of secrets died once by the river. Just hanged again in the chamber. And both times, Chu Luyun had personally examined it, and it was indeed myself, and it was indeed dead through and through. But Riverbell has resurrected and appeared over and over again, so what is the reason for this? Could it be that you have some divine medicine that can fake death? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling and kept asking questions. She just shook her head in the face of a series of speculations. I told you, because we are the same extraordinary people. The moment you can escape the manor, you will understand all my words and know how I accomplished the resurrection. I'm afraid you're the only one capable of escaping this manor. Once again, Riverbell acted as the Riddler. But Chu Luyun never understood, was there any necessary connection between his escape from this manor and the secret on Jiang Ling? To be resurrected and reborn over and over again is something that goes completely against common sense. We'll meet again. Captain Nagamine. A wry smile appeared on Jiang Ling's face, and with a sudden breath, she blew out the candles on the table. Chapter 41, The Unfolding of the Realm. The surroundings were once again plunged into darkness. Chu Luyun just wanted to react when he was suddenly pressed by a pair of large hands on his shoulders, followed by his mouth and nose being covered. A whiff of a strange scent came to him, and his consciousness sank into darkness once more. He didn't know how long he had been unconscious, but the noisy sounds coming from the surroundings woke Chu Luyun up from his stupor. How did he come back again, ah? How come he's not dead? Yeah, didn't we watch him enter the coffin? How come he's back again? He seems to be waking up. Several people whispered to Chu Luyun. Once he opened his eyes, he saw Li Jinhua and the others surrounding him. Lin Long's hand still clutched his weapon, always keeping his guard up against Chu Luyun. These guys, why do they like to use ecstasy so much? It makes my head spin. Chu Luyun slowly stood up and rubbed his distended head. Earlier, at the entrance of the manor, it was sprayed with ecstasy before being transferred to this hellhole. How are you? You still alive? Did you make some kind of deal with the murderer behind the scenes? You're stupid, he's Chu Luyun, the murderer behind the scenes. What kind of deal does he need to make? What now, should we kill him? Lin Long and the others twittered. Knowing the faces of the crowd, Chu Luyun stood up from the ground holding onto the wall. But if the disguise of the crowd was torn down now, Chu Luyun would definitely be silenced. Kill me? What's the point of killing me? After killing me, will you be able to find the exit? Being trapped in this hellhole is just a few days later than my death. Chu Luyun looked at the muzzle of the gun and didn't care in the slightest. Hearing his words, Lin Long and the others also fell silent. Ever since sending Chu Luyun into the coffin trial, they could be said to have dug the place up. Froze and couldn't find any exit. And they haven't gotten any water or food since the end of the game. The person behind the curtain clearly wanted to trap them here. You know where the exit is? Speak up or we'll shoot you dead. Li Jinhua looked at Chu Luyun and opened his mouth to threaten. But he stammered and stuttered as he uttered the words with no bottom. If I was really behind this, would I have come back and let a gun point at me if I really knew where the exit was? Chu Luyun's words caused everyone present to fall silent. The guys, are not the brainless, retarded villains of fiction. Quite the contrary, they are even a little smarter than the average person. Just a brief thought will help you understand why. A few people looked at Chu Luyun in despair, as if they had thrown away the last straw. Their morale was disheveled to the extreme. I've had some initial speculations about this place. But I don't like being held at gunpoint. Chu Luyun looked up at Lin Long, and the implication was already very clear. Through Jiang Ling, he already knew that the few people in front of him were no good. The place was to leave, but he didn't want to be done in by a shot after he found the exit. Here's the gun, give me the bullets. Lin Long didn't completely trust Chu Luyun. Everyone is smart and doesn't want their little lives in the hands of other people. Yes. Chu Luyun took the unloaded pistol, and both sides reached a temporary settlement. During this time, he also swept a glance in the direction of the chamber. Jiang Ling's body still lay there quietly. Looking at the bloodless skin that had even grown corpse spots, Chu Luyun even felt a strong sense of unreality. He was even wondering if the person he was talking to face was Jiang Ling or not. We've explored all the surrounding areas. Didn't find anything suspicious, it's like a closed steel cage. Lin Long was the first to speak, telling Chu Luyun what they had already detected. Regarding these, Chu Luyun did not care at all. Because Jiang Ling had said that only he, Chu Luyun could escape from here. When he escaped, all the doubts in front of him would be solved. This also indicated that the specialness that Chu Luyun possessed was the key to unlocking the code of this place. He scanned everyone in the room, thinking about how different he was from them. If you ask me, let's just wait in place if we really can't. Now that we've disappeared for so many days, the police are sure to find this place based on the chatter we left behind. Yeah, such a big manner, I just don't believe that Qingyang's police are just eating their words. Li Jinhua and Lin Shui were still optimistic. The two couples were sitting on the couch, already planning to wait for help. Hearing their words, Chu Luyun's face instantly revealed disdain. I think you guys should just die. I've been sending out pictures of the estate since the day we arrived. The fact that we haven't been rescued by now is proof enough that the Qingyang police couldn't find this place at all. Chu Luyun slowly opened his mouth, sort of completely cutting off the only fantasy in this group of people's hearts. In fact, when it came to this point, even Chu Luyun himself couldn't help but wonder. Logically speaking, in such a short period of time, they must not have left the boundaries of Qingyang City. And this manor covered such a large area, even if it wasn't the one he saw before, it was definitely famous in Qingyang City. It shouldn't be hard to find this place if you just line up one by one on this scale. A building of this size should logically be very visible and not so hard to find. Unless this place doesn't look that big from the outside. Chu Luyun thought carefully. But his words don't resonate with several people. From its beginnings as a dining room, to a study, and now a ballroom. And with corridors that are often kilometers long, this place is definitely not small. Not always, sometimes it is often by the deception of their senses that people fall into the trap of trickery. Chu Luyun thoughtfully circled around the wine table. This table is filled with glasses and glasses of amber-colored wine. Do you guys think this table looks a little familiar? He said this coldly, and several people all froze. Looking at the surrounding furnishings, Chu Luyun had a very bold guess. And to visa this conjecture, one would need to use one of his special abilities. Echoes of Death.
Since obtaining the system, Chu Luyun had obtained a total of 2 special abilities by completing update missions. One is the divine makeup technique, which allows you to make up yourself into another person entirely. And the second, the death echo. Death echoes can feel the last feelings of the victim before dying within the current environment. Chu Luyun caressed this table in front of him, the moment his fingertips slid slightly. Death echoes. Chapter 42, The Unusual Man. As the death echo skill was unleashed, countless emotions came in like a tidal wave. Chu Luyun once again listened to the echoes of death. Gagged teenager in the dark. Sharp blades cut into the skin. The muscles in his body kept spasming, and his pupils dilated and narrowed again and again. The man at the table who is eating. The bone cutter skimmed the neck. The head, which had fallen to the ground, was still chewing on the food in its mouth. The woman struggling and wailing in the steamer. Steam burrows into pores. The searing pain spread throughout his body until it vaporized every inch of skin and flesh. The young girl hanging from the beams of the room. The noose tightens around the neck. The intense feeling of suffocation caused her to keep kicking and stomping her feet until she was stiff. These are the people who died on the table: Zhao Su. Yellowface, who was decapitated by a knife. Steamed and served at the table, Zhu Yinghong. As well as Jiang Ling, who was hanging in mid-air in the secret room. It's strange how the death emotions of so many people can all blend together here. The constant onslaught of despair caused Chu Luyun's brows to tighten. Why are their emotions blended together when it's clear that the 3 murders took place in a restaurant, a study, and a ballroom? Is it possible that we are always in the same place? Chu Luyun had a flash of light in his head, like a nerve electrocution, as an afterthought. Upon noticing this, more and more clues flooded within the memory palace. Every time they switched scenes, they smelled a strong wood, or pine, scent. It was assumed that the smells were deliberate, designed to mask the smell of blood in the room. How is this possible? Every time we arrive at a place, the decor and layout are completely different. How can it be the same place? Li Jinhua couldn't believe it at all as he listened to Chu Luyun's reasoning. Although the other few people did not open their mouths to retort, they all turned their heads to look at Chu Luyun, waiting for his next reply. Here's where we have to mention the corridors we go through every time we switch scenes. That corridor, in fact, is a complete waste of our time by circling in place. They need to have enough time to make a big change from the original room and furnish it with other decor and furnishings. Chu Luyun couldn't give full proof, but he was already 100% certain of this conjecture. He was even less able to explain this to anyone else. Because he bases his reasoning on the experience that the echoes of death bring him. This superpower is given by the system and doesn't make sense with anyone else. That's not right, is it? When we went through the corridor, we went all the way forward, we didn't even turn around. Lin Long opened his mouth to refute Chu Luyun's conjecture. It was just that this kind of rebuttal, other than causing Chu Luyun to faintly smile, had no strength at all. It's dimly lit in that hallway, so if you bend a little less, you won't even be able to tell. As long as the corridor is long enough, even if ours is going in circles, we won't even feel it. Chu Luyun's simple sentence explained this situation before him. Several others nodded frequently. Although they didn't know on what grounds Chu Luyun had concluded that the 3 spaces were one. But the few points raised today were indeed no way to refute Chu Luyun. Be that as it may, how do we get out of here then? A few people looked at Chu Luyun and asked the answer they were most hoping for. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, turned his gaze to that fireplace. A roaring fire burns in the fireplace, emitting a constant stream of heat. Oxygen. It's a confined space, but the flames are so vigorous, there's definitely a pipeline to deliver oxygen. Find the pipeline and you'll find the route out. Chu Luyun had already given a very straightforward answer. Several people swarmed to the fireplace, and Wang Hu directly lifted the entire fireplace despite the heat wave. Pick up the ice water on the table and extinguish the flame in the fireplace. Looking out down the exhaust pipe, I was surprised to see a bright light. It's the exit. Ha ha ha. It's actually the exit. Oh my, so the passageway to leave has been right under our feet the whole time. If we had known that this wasn't a manor at all, that it was a subterranean space, I'm afraid we would have thought of this level long ago, right? Li Jinhua looked at the light outside, and his whole body was overjoyed. But without Chu Luyun's reasoning, who could have thought that such a large manor would be just a small suite? But if there was no superpower like Death Echo, how could Chu Luyun have a flash of lucidity? Chu Luyun, only you can find the exit.
Because you are a man like me, a man as extraordinary as I am.
Jiang Ling's words were like a demonic whisper that exploded violently in Chu Luoyun's mind.
The uncommon man.
Chu Luoyun looked as if he had thought of something, and it was as if his entire body's nerves had been viciously poked. He turned his head, looking at the parted wall with the coffin he had laid in earlier.
Hey, it's so hard to find the exit, why don't you hurry up and go, what are you fuming about?
Yeah, you're going to die here when that murderer comes back to his senses. Forget it, let's just run for our lives. The four Linlongs simply greeted each other and dug into the chimney, leading to the path of salvation. Chu Luoyun, on the other hand, went in the opposite direction of them, towards the coffin. For him at this moment, there were more important things than life and death.
That's the secret that Riverbell was talking about.
The secret of her return from the dead.
Or perhaps it's a secret that belongs to the unearthly ones.
Walking into the cracks in the wall and following the secret passage, Chu Luoyun arrived at the place where he had met with Jiang Ling before.
That was fast going. Chu Luoyun looked at the candle on the table that had already burned.
Jiang Ling's figure had long since disappeared. But when he looked up again, he saw 4 large letters written neatly on the wall.
Yujing Assassin.
In that instant, Chu Luoyun's brain buzzed. He finally realized the truth of how Riverbell had died twice, yet still appeared before him. It also finally realized that the mystery of the Badger organization was far beyond his knowledge.
I get it.
I finally understand why the destiny of the 12 divine generals is heaven's choice.
I really want to join the Badgers and become an enabler?
Chu Luoyun looked at his hands.
No matter how much he denied it, how much he loathed it.
But above his head, a name tag belonging to a badger had long been hanging.
When Chu Luoyun understood everything, an even greater doubt, nearly unanswerable, reappeared in his mind. Could God really exist in this world? Chapter 43, Deadly Magic. At this moment, Chu Luoyun was already in a deep state of self-evidence. Earlier, Jiang Ling had said that only Chu Luoyun could escape the secret room because he was an extraordinary person.
And the reason Chu Luoyun found the exit was because he realized that the 3 scenes were actually one. And the reason why he could notice this was because of the superpower granted by the system, Death Echo. It is absolutely impossible for an onlooker to know such things.
However, the extraordinary person that Jiang Ling kept mentioning in his mouth was most likely alluding to a superpower like Death Echo. Jiang Ling is also an extraordinary person, it is hard to believe that she. Chu Luoyun realized something terrible.
The only reason he was able to come to this world was because of soul penetration into a person called Chu Luoyun. After that it opens the system and gets superpowers.
Could it be that Jiang Ling is also a soul wearer? Or does she have some sort of ability that defies common sense as well? Chu Luoyun looked at the Yujing assassin on the wall. The so-called Yujing is the elegant name for a snake. So that means that your identity in the Badger organization is the serpent. Molt and rebirth.
When Chu Luoyun thought of the species of snake, he instantly associated it with molting. The first time he sees Riverbell, a body appears dead by the river that looks exactly like her. Then there was the one hanging in the chamber.
Jiang Ling does not have a twin sister, that means. That are all her molted shell. 12 division generals.
Chu Luoyun repeated this word under his breath over and over again.
If the 12 divine generals were all soul penetrators, or people with extraordinary abilities.
It was indeed not a matter of being willing to join the Badgers, but rather being one of the 12 divine generals from the moment they possessed the ability to do so.
It was just that Chu Luoyun did not know what the so-called opening of the doorway actually meant.
Headache, what a headache. The closer Chu Luoyun got to the truth, the more he felt his head swell.
It was originally thought to be just a serial killer case.
No matter how confusing the case is, no matter how cunning and clever the killer is, Chu Luoyun was all but convinced that he could bring the real culprits to justice by virtue of the clues.
But now everything has changed.
What he was dealing with was not a murderer at all.
Rather, it is a transcendent organization. It's hard enough to turn around these days. Woohoo!
The shrill sound of sirens came from outside.
This was a signal urging Chu Luoyun to leave.
Turning his head to the side once more, there were still a few criminal files of Zhuinghong and the others left there. There was also a bag under the table containing several people's personal belongings, and his cell phone lay quietly inside. Chu Luoyun took back his cell phone and put it into his pocket, then turned to leave.
Several lives have been cut short here. The police will not leave any corner unturned.
These files were enough to punish Lin Long and the others. Brushing shoulders with the whistling police cars, Chu Luyun then escaped once again.
Regardless of the interpretation for badgers or extraordinary people, that was all just Chu Luyun's speculation.
To determine the truth of the matter, one needs to go further forward to verify it. 12 sacrifices to spawn a general god. Jiang Ling is a sea snake, which means that counting her, at least 6 Sifu shoguns already exist.
Chu Luyun narrowed his eyes and began to quantify in his mind.
12 extremities spawned 1, and those 6 divine generals were 72 human lives.
Regardless of the presence or absence of supernatural forces in this, the disappearance of 72 lives is absolutely appalling and will surely be documented. And they will also kill people in strict zodiac order.
It also means that this so-called zodiac murder has been carried out 6 times at the very least.
Looks like I'll have to make a trip to that place.
The only way to figure it all out would be to check all the human life files from recent decades. After alienating them all, the previous stakes can certainly be restored through the clues.
There are definitely many hidden clues.
But if you want to go through these murder files, there is only one place to travel to.
That's at the archives office of the Qingyang Municipal Public Security Bureau.
All the files sealed there were top-secret files from recent decades, and ordinary people needed to apply if they wanted to look through them. And for Chu Luyun, a super fugitive, it was even more difficult. To infiltrate it, you will definitely need some means. Team Leader Li, we've searched the entire place and found no trace of Chu Luyun. The 4 suspects, Lin Long, Wang Hu, Li Jinoa and Lin Shui, have been captured. The detective on the sidelines reported back to Li Shui. Li Shui flipped open Chu Luyun's account and looked at the photo of the manor on it. This meant that Chu Luyun had indeed come here, but the crowd did not recognize him at first. This Chu Luyun, he must have some sort of very superior makeup technique.
He may even be using this ability to roam among us.
Give the order to screen the DNA of all loiterers in Qingyang City, as well as all of our public security bureau, once a day. In order to capture Chu Luyun, Li Shui had gone out of her way this time.
Now several more lives have fallen.
Regardless of whether or not these people were killed by Chu Luyun, as long as they were linked to him, they were further spreading the influence of the case.
The only way to calm public opinion as quickly as possible was to arrest Chu Luyun. Inside the dilapidated, rotten building, Chu Luyun nibbled on a piece of bread and looked at the news on his cell phone. This woman, Li Shui, has gone so far as to demand daily fingerprint clocking and off-duty DNA screening for all public employees. This order could be said to have directly shattered Chu Luyun's lurking plans. If he runs headlong into the Public Security Bureau now,
makeup or no makeup, that's a sheep in a tiger's mouth, shooting itself in the foot.
It's hard to do. It's hard to do. It seems that another way must be found.
Chu Luyun stuffed the last bite of bread into his mouth before he got up and walked outside. The sky was dimly lit, with not-so-small snowflakes. The air is filled with the scent of cooking smoke, and is it even possible to smell the smell of gunpowder after the firecrackers have been set off?
Although the murder case has caused panic in Qingyang City, it doesn't delay people from welcoming the festivities of the holiday season. Even the Spring Festival in Qingyang City will be extra lively this year. Because everyone is talking about having a joyous new year to dispel the New Year's ghosts. Chu Luyun wandered aimlessly through the streets, and many performing artists also took to the streets. Everywhere was full of joy. Live family, I'm here to show you a poker magic trick, so if you like it, please click on the free hearts. An anchor of close-up magic made pompous faces over and over into his cell phone. Looking at the playing cards in his hand, Chu Luyun's mind flashed. Magic seems to be the way to go.
A smirk appeared at the corner of Chu Luyun's mouth. He doesn't know the magic of stealth through walls, but perhaps a magic trick could be used to allow him to complete the ruse.
Chapter 44, A Blind Eye. Finding a secluded tea house, Chu Luyun kept fiddling with his cell phone.
After 3 whole hours, a yellow-haired man on a ghost fire came downstairs. He wore an exaggerated skull necklace, earrings, and a cigarette in his mouth, causing many people to give him strange looks. Chu Luyun waved at him, and the guy walked over in a wobbly manner and sat on his butt opposite Chu Luyun. I wouldn't have recognized you if you hadn't raised your hand to greet me.
But you're really something. The entire Qingyang City is going crazy looking for you, and you even have the leisure to drink tea here.
Wang Su flicked the ashes of the cigarette in his hand and looked up at Chu Luyun in front of him. Except for the already dead Lu Qingsong and Tao Yanran. The yellow-haired punk in front of him was already the person Chu Luyun trusted the most.
I need your help with something, don't worry, it won't be too hard. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Su and slowly spoke. This guy was originally just one of Chu Luyun's bookends. Because his family had suffered a sudden change, Chu Luyun had once taken out $500,000 and saved his parents' lives. Although he was uneducated and had little ability, he was a very righteous man. I said that many years ago. I'm a rotten life, and I promised you that a long time ago. You're kind of giving me a chance to return the favor now, so feel free to ask for anything. Wang Su extinguished the cigarette in his hand, not dragging his feet at all. Chu Luyun lowered his voice and told Wang Su all about his planned deployment. The whole conversation lasted 3 or 4 hours. It was not until the cloak of darkness covered the sky that it slowly came to an end. It's been cold lately, and it must be hard for you to be out there. Do you want to come to my house for an early night? My mom has been thinking about you from time to time. Wang Su looked at Chu Luyun. Although he always had a hangdog demeanor, there was true love in his eyes. Wang Su's family are all decent people. The values of good and evil in their eyes are very simple. It didn't matter if Chu Luyun was really a murderer or not, it didn't matter how others would evaluate it. But Chu Luyun had saved their family, and that could never be changed. No, I'm doing just fine out here. You remember to give my regards to damsel. Chu Luyun gave an explanation and turned around to leave the tea house. People are certainly mindful of their kindness to him. But one can't really go over there and cause trouble. For this layer of his identity today, he was still better suited to be alone. The weather has been getting colder lately. Chu Luyun's days were not easy either. Hobo hangout or not, internet cafe or not, shopping mall or not. All of these places were being screened in layers. Chu Luyun didn't dare to go at all. The only thing he could do to keep warm was to gather some firewood and light a pile of flames in the abandoned, rotting building. Shivering, he took out his cell phone, tapped on Li Shue's account, and sent a private message. After pondering and thinking for a while, he had finalized the plan in his mind. Team Leader Li, I am Chu Luyun. I have some new ideas about the Zodiac murders. Can you send me the nearly 50 years of murder files? Chu Luyun opened the door and came straight to the point. Li Shue sat in her office, roasting the warmth of the fire and looking at the messages on her cell phone. Chu Luyun, a murderer, was begging her, a task force leader, to do something? Sure, why don't you just come to the police station and watch? Maybe we can even give you some help and we can work together to bring the murderer to justice. Li Shue replied to Chu Luyun. She understood in her heart that this guy Chu Luyun was a trickster, and she couldn't catch him at all with just signal localization. Seeing Li Shue's reply, the corners of Chu Luyun's mouth even revealed a hint of a smile. Team Leader Li has a great sense of humor. If I go to your police station, I'm afraid the next thing I'll be shackled and thrown in jail. Will there be another chance to work with you guys on a case? Chu Luyun was idle and began to chat with Li Shue. Looking at the dialogue box that Chu Luyun sent over, Li Shue's face also revealed a faint smile. As well as each other, isn't it kind of humorous that you're a one-day fugitive who actually begged me to pull up the dossier for you? Looking at Li Shue's reply, Chu Luyun once again pondered for a moment. It was on the cell phone keypad that I finally tapped out the most important sentence for my ultimate purpose. I really need these dossiers to solve the case, and since Team Leader Li isn't willing to help, I'll have to rely on my own abilities. Team Leader Li must keep an eye on these dossiers, be careful they will suddenly disappear just like me. Chu Luyun knocked down the last sentence and exited the chat box. Sitting in the police station, Li Shue frowned. She knew what Chu Luyun was capable of, this guy could do anything at any time. Gather everyone on the task force and come to the conference room for a meeting immediately. Chu Luyun is likely to make a move against our scrolls, we must urgently set up defenses. Li Shue picked up the phone on the table and directly gave the order down. At this moment, in her mind, a plan had also emerged. Since Chu Luyun's purpose was those murder case files, perhaps she could use them to fish for law enforcement. Li Shue, I believe you are a smart woman, you must not let me down. Chu Luyun looked at the heavy snowfall outside. There are times when trickery is like a close-up magic show. The closer you come to see it, the less you see. After resolving these matters, Chu Luyun rechecked the system's panel. Fortunately, the previous time sends have done what the system requires. Still no movement at all for the rewards, though. It seems that with this thing, you have to do something sensational and big to be more likely to get a feed. Within the police station at the moment, it could be said to be bustling with activity.
The doors to the police station have been replaced with fingerprint locks and everyone is lining up to be fingerprinted. What was once an unoccupied volume room has now been made into a brick wall. Not only is it equipped with a combination lock, but even outside and inside the door, it's covered with cameras. The police station today was like a big net, waiting for Chu Luyun to fall in. Into the night. Tonight's storm has intensified again, and the cold winds whistling through the windows keep coming in. Even if Chu Luyun did his best to wrap the cotton clothes on his body tightly. That cold wind, however, was pouring into Chu Luyun's clothes one after another as if it was fighting for its life. Chu Luyun had to add firewood to the fire. Taking a bite of the roasted groundnut in his hand warmed his body just a little. Under these circumstances, he did not dare to sleep at all. Because there's a good chance that in your sleep, you'll turn into a zombie. Turn on your cell phone. A very striking short video caption comes into view. Sparkler Memorial Service. To honor the souls of those killed by Chu Luyun. Use the fireworks in the sky to dispel the New Year's ghosts that loom over Qingyang City. Chapter 45, I came to see myself. As the New Year approaches, it was originally an ancient tradition to set off firecrackers to drive away the New Year's beasts. Many people in Qingyang City believe that the victims who were killed were all haunted by Nian ghosts. And Chu Luyun, the evil man who had escaped countless times, was the embodiment of the Nian ghost. While there are some of his admirers online, the larger masses still abhor him. Well, Holler is kinda high on the list. Chu Luyun looked at the video's likes and comments, which had already surpassed several 100,000 in a short period of time. Looking at those righteous comments, Chu Luyun could only helplessly shake his head. Where would they know? It's not a year-old ghost that hangs over Qingyang City today. Instead, Badger. Flower and Fire Assembly, Tendo Square. It seems like a good opportunity. Chu Luyun looked at the time and place left on the screen and couldn't help but have a smile on his face. After eating the roasted groundnuts, Chu Luyun patted the dust on his hands and then directly got into his sleeping bag. Now that the weather is getting colder, he's about to run out of cash on hand. I'm afraid the first order of business is to find a place to make a living. Surely those guys didn't have it as bad as I did? Chu Luyun thought of Zhongling. The Badger organization she inhabits will certainly not tolerate freezing and starving. Checking all the murder files for the last 50 years, it's like looking for a needle in a haystack anyhow. Just the murder case files of Qingyang City over the past 50 years were enough to make Chu Luyun burnt out. If the Badger's area of operation is not limited to Qingyang City, then the number of volumes he would have to collect and view would be even more of a terrifying number. But despite this, Chu Luyun had to check it out. It was the only trace the Badger would leave behind. Spawning a divine general god required 12 names of people, which was definitely a super hit when placed in any place. Chu Luyun needed to know how the several seafood general gods in front of him were able to escape after completing the serial killings. And where, exactly, did they go? If the location could be traced and the Badger organization could be eliminated in one fell swoop, then Chu Luyun would be considered to have been wronged. Rambling thoughts filled his mind and he eventually sank into sleep. Early the next morning, Chu Luyun ate the baked potato in his hand. Because of big data, it's always pushing Flame to chase him to the convention. They even built a sign-up platform, and the number of people has already exceeded 30,000. Then I'll come along for the ride, and just have an early new year then. Chu Luyun tapped on the camera and rushed to the sky to take a picture of the heavy snowfall. Then match the text, hit send, and that's the completion of today's system task. Photo. As we approach the Spring Festival, I am truly sorry here for causing everyone's hearts to be in a state of panic because of the matter of someone from Chu. I also express my deep sorrow for the deceased in the Zodiac murder case. On the day when the flowers and fireworks bloom, I will definitely be there in person to join you in a moment of silence and memorialization. When this graphic message was sent out, the whole internet was sensationalized. To the general public, Chu Luyun himself was the culprit of this tragedy. And he's actually coming to the victim's memorial service. It's a stark irony. The wave of denouncing Chu Luyun created a storm on the internet. It's sheer lunacy that a murderer would come to the victim's memorial service. Lawless, too lawless, is there no one to sanction this murderer? At Qingyang Police, what the hell are you guys doing? The murderer has gotten so arrogant that you can't see it? The internet is all blowing up. Li Shuai looked at the many pop-ups, and under the Qingyang Police video number, the comments had already broken 10,000 and were still soaring. But why would they ever want that?
The task force wanted to catch Chu Luyun more than anyone else, but they were indeed at their wits' end at the moment. Now he jumped out and popped up again, once again putting pressure on the Qingyang police in an invisible way. Have Zhao Huai take a squad of men, change into civilian clothes, and go to the memorial service. Chu Luyun is very cunning, just let them keep an eye on it. Li Shui slowly opened her mouth to give the order. He did not raise an army against Tendu Square. First of all, he felt that Chu Luyun shouldn't be that stupid to so proclaim that he was going to appear somewhere, which was tantamount to throwing himself into the net. The second thing was that if Chu Luyun really wanted to come, then sending a large number of men and horses would only alert the snakes. This is most likely Chu Luyun's play of sounding out the east and striking the west. The file archive in the police station remains the priority of priorities. Li Shui ordered the plan of action down. Although he did not know what use Chu Luyun had for which volumes he wanted. But Li Shui knew that attending the so-called memorial service would not bring any substantial benefits to Chu Luyun. His ultimate goal was still those volumes. As long as we keep an eye on these dossiers, we are not afraid that Chu Luyun will not take the bait. Tendu Square. Truck after truck delivered the fireworks. Volunteers took it upon themselves to pull up a banner and circle an area to be used for fireworks. Fireworks were supposed to be banned in the city. But it was only because of the magnitude of this occasion that the space in Tendu Plaza was specially granted. It was getting dark. The number of people gathered in Tendu Square also increased, and everyone spontaneously prepared a white rose. Some volunteers were still moving fireworks and then directing the crowd to retreat to a safe place. Brother, do you think that Guy Chu Luyun will really come? Would there really be a murderer foolish enough to do that? Words can't be said like that. I feel that this person, Chu Luyun, does have some extraordinary things about him. The volunteer straightened the duck-tongued cap on his head, and there was still some admiration for Chu Luyun in his words. The worker sitting across from him took a sip of mineral water and looked faintly puzzled as. I say brother, you can't say that here. What kind of occasion is this today? If someone hears you, they'll have to punish you severely. In the face of the worker's persuasion, DuckTales just laughed. He picked up his school bag on the ground and headed for the bell tower in the center of the square. It was the center of Tiandu Square, an iconic building 5 or 6 stories high. It is also the location of this fireworks display, where the fireworks will be set off. Dude, what are you doing? There's going to be fireworks soon and that place is full of firecrackers, it's dangerous. The worker looked at the ducktail and couldn't help but open his mouth to call out. For this sparkler convention, several tons of fireworks were prepared, which were very dangerous to set off. So the bell and drum tower is empty at the moment, just a pile of fireworks waiting to be lit by remote control. The ducktail turned his head slowly when he heard the workers shout. I'm sure Chu Luyun will definitely come. And, he'll be saying hello to you, at the bell tower, soon. The ducktail turned around and removed the top of his head. The appearance of Chu Luyun was revealed. Chapter 46, Police Build Up. The workers watched his back, anxious but helpless. Although he had the intention of going forward to dissuade him, he was afraid of taking his own life. What a weirdo! He could only sigh eventually. At this moment, Chu Luyun had already arrived at the bell and drum tower. The fireworks here are stacked, so to speak. It seems that in order to quell public discontent and stabilize people's hearts, this memorial event has really gone to great lengths as well. With so many firecrackers in front of us, it would have been impossible to transport them to the city without special authorization. Chu Luyun checked his equipment. A 50-meter-long wire connects the wall of the bell and drum tower to a 3-story house in the distance. Chu Luyun checked the safety catch to make sure it was correct. Let me, someone Chu, perform a magic feast for you. Chu Luyun's face wore a faint smile. He found the wire that had ignited the firecracker, cut it, and installed a remote control device that he had prepared in advance. Standing on top of the drum tower looking out. Tendu Square was already crowded with people, surrounding the bell and drum tower. A middle-aged man in a suit stood on top of the bleachers. Thank you all for coming tonight. Allow me, as your representative, to ask for a moment of silence in honor of the deceased who died in the Zodiac tragedy. With the middle-aged man's words, the crowd all took off their hats and bowed their heads slightly. The atmosphere at the scene was incredibly heavy. After the end of the silence, the middle-aged man pulled out the remote control and gave a half-hour-long speech. When his speech was over, a countdown sounded in the square as well. 3, 2, 1.
As the countdown ended, tens of thousands of people, with expectant gazes, looked at the bell and drum tower in unison. As the minutes ticked by, the imagined explosions didn't go off, and the fireworks that lit up the night sky didn't bloom. What's going on here? Why aren't there any fireworks? Can it be that there's some kind of accident? I but heard online, said today. Chu Luyun will come. Don't be ridiculous, there are tens of thousands of people here, a mouthful of spit from each of them would drown him, did he just get here? The crowd murmured and whispered. The host is also beckoning for a professional to be sent up to check out the situation. This is a high-risk situation, and they don't dare to act rashly. In case it explodes after going up the bell tower, you'll be dead. While the crowd was anxiously stirring, a flashlight beam shone down from the bell tower. Look, there's a light there, there's even someone on the bell tower. What's going on? Didn't we check it out? How did people show up at the blast site? Yeah, who's so bold as to not want to die? Everyone began to talk to each other, and the entire Tenda Square was noisy. Suddenly, however, there was a tonal chirp of a debugging horn from the bell and drum tower. Hoo hoo hoo. Chu Luyun blew the horn a few times to confirm that it could make a sound. And then he stood on the bell tower and looked at the tens of thousands of people in front of him and gave a smile that no one could see. Good evening, everyone. I am the person your hearts have been yearning for, Chu Luyun. When Chu Luyun's 3 words were spoken, the entire Tiandu Square all boiled over. It's really him, this kid actually dares to come. Damn, this murderer, don't let him get away, get him. Wait, come back, that's the bell and drum tower, it's full of fireworks, watch out for explosions. The tens of thousands of people at the moment were in disarray. Some people desperately pushed forward, wanting to rush up to the bell tower and catch Chu Luyun on the spot. Some people were desperately backing away, the bell and drum tower was a few tons of fireworks, who knew what this madman Chu Luyun would do? If they ignite a few tons of gunpowder, they'll all be blown up. The crowd was raging, like a wave of front and back. As a member of tens of thousands of people, I can only sway left and right with the crowd, like a flatboat. The few plainclothesmen led by Zhao Huai were now squeezed by the crowd and swayed left and right, like a flatboat on the sea. All out of the way, we're police officers on a case, all out of the way. Quickly apply for hands from the task force, Chu Luyun really came to Tiandu Square. Tell him to send all the police forces over and surround Tiandu Square. Tiandu Square was so noisy that no one was listening to what he was saying. Looking at the commotion below the square, Chu Luyun was very satisfied because this was the effect he wanted. The Zodiac had brutalized the living, and though I have 1,000 words to say, I have nowhere to voice my grievances. To show up today is to show innocence. I hope you can give me some time, I will definitely bring the real culprits behind this to justice. Chu Luyun stood on a high place and also began a speech that was uniquely his own. Zhao Huai in the crowd took out his binoculars and examined Chu Luyun on the city wall in detail. At this moment, he had dialed Li Shue's number. Team Leader Li, hurry up and send more men over to blockade Tiandu Square. It's the real Chu Luyun, not some double, it's the real Chu Luyun. Zhao Huai yelled into his cell phone, afraid that Li Shui couldn't hear him. And the situation in Tiandu Square at this moment has also been broadcasted live on the whole network through the live camera. Looking at Chu Luyun in the screen, Li Shui hesitated. It was because she did not know what the purpose of Chu Luyun's move was. Is it really just about showing up and self-evidently relying on words? Team Leader Li, are you listening to me? This is the closest we'll ever get to Chu Luyun, it's a rare opportunity. If you don't act at a time like this, I'm afraid you won't be able to say anything in front of the citizens of Qingyang. Zhao Huai re-emphasized into his phone, and had even released a threat. He could be said to hate the person in front of him. Having been in the profession for more than 20 years, he is always honored with the name of Detective Chiu wherever he goes. And Chu Luyun was the only stain on his decades of practice. If he could not bring him to justice in this life, then Zhao Huai would die in peace. Looking at Chu Luyun who was vibrating in the screen, Li Shuez bit her lips tightly. Notify down, all police forces in Xingyang City to gather towards Tiandu Square. Make sure you catch the man. Li Shuai picked up the walkie-talkie and finally gave the order. One time. The Qingyang police were all busy up and down. Li Shuai put on her jacket and got up to head out as well. As he passed the door, he happened to run into Constable Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun has a birthmark on his face and usually has some low self-esteem, but he is diligent in doing things. Every time Li Shui saw this man, she would be extra gentle, wanting to take care of his fragile heart. At the moment he was escorting a yellow-haired man in from outside. Team Leader Li, this kid fought with someone in the downtown area, what do you think of him? Zhang Shun took a yellow hair and looked up to inquire about Li Shui. Let's just leave him here for now until we can deal with him, for now. There's something important going on right now, go get the car and let's go to Tiandu Square. Chapter 47, the show begins. Qingyang City, late at night. The otherwise silent street began to become noisy. Sirens could be heard everywhere in all directions. Whether it was the Public Security Bureau in the main city or the police stations in the nearby places, all of them were driving to Tiandu Square. I said, what's all the commotion tonight? Did some big case happen? Big case? Is your family not connected? That Chu Luyun guy, he's giving a speech at Tiandu Square. Two youths, wrapped in down jackets, stood under a streetlight and were swallowing clouds. Holy, this kid is so ballsy? Still dare to venture out? Who says it isn't? The two men looked at the police cars coming and going. What we saw and heard tonight has become the talk of the tea time again. Police car after police car pulled up to Tiandu Square. Li Shui got out of the car with her coat on. Zhang Shun, take the men and pull the cordon, no one in the square is allowed to leave, and no one outside is allowed to go back in. Zhao Long, bring your fingerprints and DNA test paper and organize the masses to cooperate with the screening to prevent Chu Luyun from disguising himself and blending into the crowd. Wang Anxiao, go contact the police drones and have them cooperate with us if necessary. The rest follow me forward to the Bell Drum Tower. Today, absolutely do not let Chu Luyun go. Li Shui arranged all the deployments. Then with his men, he went to support Zhao Huai. If there had to be one person to personally catch Chu Luyun, then Li Shui hoped that that person would be herself. That's it for now for the meeting with you all. Time will prove my innocence, so wait and see, folks. Chu Luyun looked at the increasing number of police cars outside and knew that his performance was coming to an end. Li Shui was worthy of being the leader of the task force. With a small group of people, he quickly made a path through the crowd and managed to meet up with Zhao Huai and the others. Looking at Chu Luyun on the bell tower, Li Shui frowned. These days, every time when it was late at night, he would study Chu Luyun's every move, the subtle expressions between his brows and eyes. He was very sure that at this moment, the person standing on the bell and drum tower was Chu Luyun himself, as if he was a fake. Yeah, it's Chu Luyun. We must not let him escape this time, we must catch him. Li Shui was both happy and angry in her heart at the moment. Joy was finally meeting Chu Luyun on a truly narrow path. Now that hundreds of police forces were assembled, they would definitely not let Chu Luyun escape. What was infuriating was that Chu Luyun was simply too blind. To dare to show up with such fanfare is simply a provocation to the Qingyang police. You guys flank him on both flanks and keep an eye on him. Li Shui gave orders to the crowd. She, on the other hand, stood in the crowd and used the binoculars in her hands to deadlock Chu Luyun. As long as Chu Luyun had any movement, she would notify down at the first opportunity. In the meantime, Chu Luyun, who was standing on the bell tower, also noticed Li Shui in the crowd. She was wearing a uniform and the chill that emanated from her body made the people around her afraid to approach. Chu Luyun knew that Li Shui, at this moment, was definitely staring at him in death. A wry smile was flashed in Li Shui's direction. Team Leader Li, we meet again. Let me perform a magic trick for you today as a meet and greet gift. Chu Luyun took out a red balloon from behind him. Does Team Leader Li know the magic handout? Whatever the audience sees is what the magician wants you to see. The magician is always one step ahead of the audience, and just when you think you're about to catch up with me, I'm already behind you. The show begins. Chu Luyun rushed in Li Shui's direction and released the balloon in his hand. The out-of-control red balloon began to rise. Tens of thousands of people all looked up at the balloon in the sky. Pang! With a soft thud, the balloon then exploded violently. Golden fragments scattered down from the sky, and when everyone moved their eyes back to the bell and drum tower once again, Chu Luyun's figure, however, had already disappeared without a trace. Holy, people are actually disappearing. This applied? Where is Chu Luyun? Where did Chu Luyun go? No way, there are so many people here, and so many police officers, they can let him get away? The people were all talking. Li Shui in the crowd was even more panicked, holding up the walkie-talkie in her hand and constantly shouting. Quickly! Everyone rushed to the bell drum tower. Catch Chu Luyun!
Get on it, flank over left and right, drones in range, search for Chu Luyun. Li Shui kept giving orders. Not even bothering to disturb the public, search drones were used directly. Receiving the order, Zhao Huai took a few people and ran forward. The 6 drones in the night sky also rushed directly towards the bell and drum tower, vowing to lock onto their target, Chu Luyun. Just as the crowd stirred and the capture opened. Phew! A sharp sonic chirp sounded. A crimson fire rose from the bell tower. Pang! It exploded into brilliant fireworks in the sky. Swoosh! As this crimson glow lit up, countless fireworks began to ignite. This belated flower and fire conference is finally here. At this moment, the bell and drum tower was all filled with dazzling flames, and the explosion of fireworks seemed to engulf the entire roof of the bell and drum pavilion. Team Leaderly, the explosion is too big. At a time like this, our men can't even rush up. Reporting to Team Leaderly, there's smoke and fire all around, the drones can't get close. Various reports came over the intercom. Everyone knew that Chu Luyun was right in front of them, but such a violent explosion. It could only force Li Shui, force all the police officers to all be still and quiet, enjoying the fireworks display in front of them. They could not even get close to the bell and drum tower before the bright and brilliant fireworks went out. With such a violent explosion, do you think that guy will still be alive? Take what live, even if you can't blow him up, jumping off the building will kill him. Let's just enjoy the fireworks, and when they're over, we can go up and collect his body. The crowd looked at the top of the bell tower and murmured. There were even quite a few people who said that this memorial service was a manifestation of the spirits of those who had died unjustly, and that was why Chu Luyun was killed. But for these words, Li Shui didn't take them to heart at all. He always believed in living and dying. The fireworks lasted a full half hour before they finally stopped. Before the smoke cleared from the bell tower, Li Shui gave the order to attack. Agent Zhao, you lead the charge. Live and let live. Li Shui gave an explanation over the intercom. Zhao Huai led his men right up to the bell and drum tower, while the 6 drones began circling the top of the building. When everyone reached the top of the bell drum tower, Chu Luyun's figure was nowhere to be seen except for a steel wire that extended into the darkness. He can't get far, let the drone follow the steel cable, I don't believe he can run as fast as the drone. Meanwhile, block off the entire Tenda square and check them out one by one. Today, we will definitely capture Chu Luyun. Chapter 48, The Mobilization of Forces. Li Shui had made up her mind from the moment she arrived at Tenda Square. Even at this very moment, there is still a steady stream of police forces being assembled towards Tenda Square. That 50-meter rope would not be a lifeline for Chu Luyun to escape at all. It's important to realize that the speed and range of drones is simply not comparable to human power. If Chu Luyun really glided away through the iron cable, he would definitely not be able to escape the drone's tracking. If he chooses to conceal himself from the world and blend in with the tens of thousands of people, that case-by-case lineup will also reveal him as he is. Agent Zhao, don't make any mistakes this time. Even if someone has to go into the resuscitation room, they have to be fingerprinted for me before they're let through. Li Shui emphasized. After all, the last time Chu Luyun, he was mixed as a wounded man and left from under the bottom of several people's eyes. Time passes by. The people gathered in Tenda Square were supposed to be the ones who came to memorialize. They also all actively cooperated with the actions that could capture Chu Luyun. Everyone was in high spirits at first, but when it came down to it, it was a different story. Even though Li Shui has increased the police force, the progress is still slow and many people have lost their patience. Why are you so slow? Can you hurry up? I have to work tomorrow. Yeah, what time is it? And the kids have to go to school tomorrow. Agu, this old arm and leg of mine can't carry it anymore. Cooperate with your police investigation. Is there any compensation or something like that? The plaza is full of complaints and uncooperative sentiment is still festering. Li Shui stood on the bell and drum tower in a vain attempt to find the traces left behind by Chu Luyun. Team Li, something's not quite right, the drone didn't search for any trace of Chu Luyun. Yeah Team Li, the number of people in the square has also decreased by half, and there's still no Chu Luyun. The men under his command typed a report to Li Shui that the situation was not too promising. At the moment, Li Shui tried to calm herself down. She began to think logically. What exactly was Chu Luyun's purpose in doing this? Do you guys remember when he said he was going to show me a magic trick and then said something? Do you find those words strange? Li Shui began to recall the scene she had just witnessed frame by frame. She fondly remembered that Chu Luyun had said, What the audience is watching is what he wants people to see. He'll always be one step ahead. This also meant that his appearance in the square today was purely for the crowd to see. And that's not what he's really up to. No good. The dossier. Li Shui realized with a jolt that something was wrong. In his perception, Chu Liuyun's only purpose was those murder dossiers. If that's the case, then that means that everything in Minto Square was just a diversion. Zhao Huai, you continue to bring people to sift through the crowds in Tendu Square. I have urgent business now and must hurry back to the station. Li Shui arranged it casually, turned and ran to the police car at the side of the road. The crowd looked at her back without understanding. Li Shui was the only one who was anxious at the moment. Unscrewed the key, turned on the siren, and pushed the gas straight to the floor. After wind chill. Li Shui pushed open the door to the surveillance room directly. Look at the surveillance in the archive room, any suspicious people appeared after we left. Looking at Li Shui's windy appearance, several agents who stayed on duty froze. But in the face of the demands of the task force leader, they dare not have the slightest procrastination. Pull up all the footage from the file room for the last few hours and fast forward to speed it up. Everything was so calm and there were no signs of suspicion. Li Shui was puzzled. Team leader Li, a few of us have been staring at the file room, we don't even dare to blink. That's right, and for that reason we've taken all other surveillance offline to watch this area exclusively. A couple of guys with instant noodles in their hands. In order to keep an eye on this archive room surveillance, they don't move an inch, so to speak. Li Shui frowned, so she left the monitoring room and returned to the conference room. She really didn't know what the hell Chu Luyun was up to. While passing through the lobby, I noticed a yellow hair was sitting in the hallway, thieving. What do you do? Li Shui frowned, and her stern gaze then instantly locked onto this yellow-haired brat. Seeing her eyes and feeling the pressure from Li Shui's body, Yellow Hair's face couldn't help but show a hint of timidity. It's a pretty girl, but it's the leader of the task force anyhow. The aura on his body was in no way comparable to that of an ordinary person. Officer, didn't the two of us just meet? You just left when I was escorted in by Zhang Shana. I've been sitting here waiting for hours, are you guys going to handle this or not? Yellow Hair's side came back to his senses and first put up a stinky face. Hearing his words, Li Shui then remembered. She couldn't help but hold her forehead, it seemed that she had really been made nervous by Chu Luyun. What's the offense? Officer, it's just a couple of fights on the side of the road, I've been waiting for you guys here for a couple of hours, so consider it a detention, right? Yellow Hair looked at Li Shui with a smile, looking like an old man. At this moment, Li Shui had already been burnt out by Chu Luyun. How could she have the heart to deal with such trivial matters like Yellow Hair? Alright, you hurry up. If you dare to provoke trouble in the future, it won't be as simple as locking you up for a few hours. Li Shui verbally educated him and then let Yellow Hair leave the police station. She sat alone in the conference room, rubbing her somewhat swollen forehead. At the moment, the screening operation is in full swing in Tendu Square. The dim sky was also gradually flooded with a faint bright light. Young man, come over here and give the big man a hand. Grandpa's been squatting a little too long to stand up. In the bushes, an older man with a pipe in his mouth kept waving at Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun's character is just honest. Seeing a Moncler outlet store help, rushed forward to assist. Gee, this screening operation of yours is taking too much of our time. How can our elderly bodies compare to you young people? The old man kept complaining at Zhang Shun. In the face of the people's opinions, Zhang Shun could only nod his head vigorously, not daring to return the favor at all. It was only after a burst of verbal output to Zhang Shun that the old man sat down on one of the steps with his assistants. Looking at the slowly dwindling crowd in the distance, he sighed at the sky. Alas, it seems the screening is coming to an end. Come lad, give the old thing face and accompany the grandpa for a smoke. The old man fished a cigarette out of his pocket. Zhang Shun originally wanted to refuse, but in the face of this positive cooperation with the screening of the elderly, and embarrassed to refute the face. Okay, then I'll give Moncler outlet store you face and smoke one with you. Chapter 49, Hiding and Shadowing. The sky is slightly light. Li Shui sat by the window of the conference room and watched the morning sun slowly rise in the sky. Her pupils showed some red blood from staying up all night. Sipped the coffee in his cup, trying to use it to lift some spirits. Jingle bells. The phone on the desk rang. Without thinking, Li Shui directly picked it up and put it to her ear.
Team Leader Lee, the drones have already covered a 20-mile radius in pursuit, and there's no trace of Chu Lu-yun. The trace sections also come to do a check. Chu Lu-yun must not have left through the wire. The final report that came over the phone made Li Shue's heart pinch. Good. It's been a long night, so all of you should hurry back and get some rest. Li Shue exchanged a word and then simply hung up the phone. Time passes by. 5 minutes later, the phone on the desk rang again. Team Leader Lee, there are a total of 51,233 people in Tenda Square, and they have all been screened. No Chu Lu-yun was found. Another expected response. In fact, after a whole night without news, Li Shui had already guessed the result 9 times out of 10. The reason for sitting here all night withered in anticipation of a miracle. But Chu Lu-yun, once again, gave the Qingyang police a blow. Li Shui pushed open the window in front of her and took a deep breath. It took a few moments for his mind to clear as he felt the bleak air fill his lungs. Chu Lu-yun, what kind of devious trick did you use? Where the hell are you? This beautiful team leader who had once become famous at a young age was also in a deep daze at this moment. Tenda Square. The many police officers left to clean up the mess all held up at the sunrise with cups of soy milk in their hands. Everyone kept gulping white haze between words. The temperature around us dropped again. The cotton shoes on his feet were already soaked with sweat, and the cold blew in as if he were stepping on ice. It's really evil. We've been doing this lineup as hard as an 80-year-old man, down to a 3-year-old doll. Frozen didn't find Chu Lu-yun, do you think it's evil? The detective took a sip of soy milk and rubbed his already frozen palms together. What do you guys say? Will this Chu Lu-yun really know something? Otherwise this is too unbelievable, people just disappearing? I say, Xiao Wu, you have to watch yourself, this kind of feudalistic and superstitious words, you have to say less in the future. A few people gathered around and discussed some of their opinions. Although they did not say it on their lips, everyone had already lost confidence in capturing Chu Lu-yun in their hearts. If this guy just disappears and never shows up again, that so-called Zodiac murder case will never be solved. Zhang Shun, what are you doing? Come over and have some breakfast. Let's clean this place up after we eat and call it a day and head back. Xiao Wu greeted Zhang Shun, who had some low self-esteem. Everyone knew Zhang Shun's temperament and took extra care of him. The group of them were thinking of rushing home, taking a hot shower, and getting a good night's sleep. But for Li Shui, her mental pressure, she had already reached her limit. This station news, just last night, Qingyang City, Tianta Square Memorial Service Site, fugitive Chu Lu-yun. The morning news in front of him was constantly broadcasting what happened to Chu Lu-yun last night. The murderous fugitive that everyone knows is so naked in front of tens of thousands of people. It even openly provoked the Qingyang police. Qingyang police mobilized hundreds of police force, the result is still no luck. The public pressure caused by this kind of news is all to be borne by Li Shui alone. Chu Lu-yun, I swear, I will bring you to justice. Li Shui had killing intent in her eyes. She was determined to start a real fight with Chu Lu-yun. The next day, all police stations and police posts have resumed their normal work. The citizens of Qingyang City, too, were all discussing the matter of Tenda Square. But they don't have many complaints against the Qingyang police. Because in their hearts, Chu Lu-yun was a superb boss. It's only human that the Qingyang police couldn't catch him. This kind of recognition is a great shame for the Qingyang Police Department. These temperatures are really getting cold lately. What do you guys say about how that Chu Lu-yun guy lives on when he's on the run? A few people lined up to clock in to work. This is the rule set by Li Shui, if you want to enter the police station to work, you must go from fingerprint to punch the card. Everyone lined up at the door, one by one, for fingerprinting. Among the crowd, Zhang Shun followed at the end of the group. We all know each other, is this fingerprinting really necessary? Zhang Shun, who had always been quiet, opened his mouth to spit out a sentence in an unprecedented manner. Everyone turned their heads and looked at him with some surprise. Before the crowd could reply, another voice sounded behind them. Chu Lu-yun is proficient in the art of disguise, and his purpose is the murder case file in the archive room. That's why I concluded that he would one day blend in with us and infiltrate the police station. This fingerprinting and clocking in at work is all about compliance. Li Shui's voice seemed a bit icy. These days she was being messed up by Chu Lu-yun. Just from the color of her face, everyone knows that at this time, Li Shui is in a very bad mood, so it is better not to be offended. Okay, team leader Li, we definitely comply with the rules.
Several detectives flashed smiles at Li Shui. No one thought of messing with Li Shui in this period. So much press opinion, all on her. As long as one is human, there will be resentment in one's heart. Whoever touched Li Shui's bottom line at this time would definitely have to endure the anger she had accumulated for so long. Zhang Shun, what are you standing back for? Why are you being so weird today? Come over here and fingerprint your clock. Li Shui looked at Zhang Shun at the end of the line. She always had the feeling that the kid was a little different today. Team leader Li, I don't want to punch in later, it's not good to cut in line, right? Zhang Shun's prevarication made Li Shui frown even more. Under the pressure of her eyes, Zhang Shun could only come to the very front of the group. He looked at the fingerprint punch set into the wall. There are some very hard to detect gaps around the silver screws, as if they have been disassembled. It's just that this kind of trace, without going to deliberately observe, will not be found at all. Zhang Shun extended his palm and pressed his index finger on the fingerprint identification. Drop! An electronic beep sounded and then lit up the green color representing passage. Watching his movements, Li Shui nodded in satisfaction. Zhang Shun, from now on, the task of supervising everyone's fingerprint clocking will be yours. Never show your serious energy. Li Shui knew that Zhang Shun was an honest person, and it was most reassuring to leave this kind of work to him. After patting Zhang Shun's shoulder, Li Shui stepped into the police station. Watch her back. A strange smile appeared on Zhang Shun's face. Constable Zhang Shun. Copy that. Chapter 50, Water Drops Kill Crime. Inside the conference room. Li Shui sat at the table with a serious face, and behind her was the huge projection screen. The entire backbone of the police department, all sitting here. Even the forensic department was there. Zhang Shun sat right next to Zhao Huayi and watched him constantly laugh. That smile made Zhao Huayi uncomfortable. Zhang Shun, what's so beautiful about you, kid? Keep looking at me and smiling. Zhao Huayi really couldn't hold back and muttered in a low voice beside Zhang Shun. Nothing. Zhang Shun casually replied. He felt the warm air blowing from the air conditioner and surveyed his unfamiliar surroundings. Zhang Shun is a staff member of the police department. Why is it strange to everything around you? That's because he's not Zhang Shun. Instead, it was Chu Luyun. This air conditioning is so warm, it's much more comfortable than outside. Chu Luyun unbuttoned his collar and couldn't help but mutter. If the person sitting in the conference room at the moment, how did that person get through the fingerprinting? In fact, the so-called Tendu Plaza, and the murder dossier. All of them were trick minds thrown out by Chu Luyun, trick minds used to attract Li Shui's full attention. On the day of the Flower and Fire Festival, the yellow hair that was caught by Zhang Shun at the police station was Wang Su. He didn't need to take away the dossier for Chu Luyun. There was only one thing he needed to do, and that was to tamper with the fingerprinting apparatus. Let all the people who recognize the fingerprints, all show through. Anyway, in the police station, they are all acquaintances who know each other, and a full pass will not arouse suspicion. But if Chu Luyun is Zhang Shun? Then where did the real Zhang Shun go? Agent Cho, would you like a cigarette? Chu Luyun pulled out the cigarettes in his arms and handed one to Zhao Huayi. Tendu Square. The old man who invited Zhang Shun to give face and smoke a cigarette was Chu Luyun. He had never left the Tendu Square at all, but was looking for an opportunity to become Zhang Shun. As for the real Zhang Shun, he was currently staying in an unknown place with Wang Su. Waiting for the day when Chu Luyun wanted to release him. I've worked hard on the recent Chu Luyun matter, everyone. He's currently our biggest opponent in the Qingyang task force, but the other cases, they shouldn't be taken lightly either. You've all heard about the recent water droplet killing crime, haven't you? Li Shui said and pressed the remote control in her hand. Above the curtain behind her, a lot of information about this case also appeared. For others, it's another hard case to crack. But for Chu Luyun, it was the first time he had learned about it. The dead are all fugitives from justice for the most heinous crimes. And every single one of the dead died in an absolutely secret room, and at the scene, there were symbols left in the shape of water drops. Li Shui gestured at the curtain and analyzed the case for the crowd. Listening to his introduction, Chu Luyun's brows tightened slightly. The absolute chamber of secrets. This is no joke. Even in the previous Lu Qingsong beheading chamber, at the very least, there was a ventilation duct. The absolute chamber, on the other hand, is tantamount to a box that is impervious to air on all sides. Except for the gods. No one can create a true and absolute closet murder. And it's strange that all the deaths were of fugitive criminals. Team Leader Lee, has there been a proper verification of the cause of death of the deceased? There are only 13 secret killing techniques in the secret room handout. And absolute backroom killings are simply not possible in real life. Chu Luyun sat in his chair and raised doubts about the current case. Hearing his words, Li Shui frowned slightly. Before he could say anything, the forensics department on the sidelines got upset first. Chen Fashion, the old forensic doctor, took the lead and stood up. Kid, there's a responsible way to talk. I've been practicing medicine for over 30 years, but I've never made any mistakes. That's right, all the physical evidence at the scene was sent to the forensic department first, and all of us examined and reviewed it for accuracy before we printed the report. Intern Hooten also came forward and stood up for his teacher. Looking at this old and young, Chu Luyun slightly held his forehead. That's the way these guys are, just the slightest bit of questioning and they think they're being held accountable. Alright Zhang Shun, you'd better listen to the seniors doing their analysis. The captain on the side, Han Feng, pushed Chu Luyun's arm. Han Feng is considered a veteran cadre in the department, and I've heard that he's stayed in various departments and is considered a versatile person. In the midst of his work, he also took great care of Zhang Shun. Zhao Huai, who was on the side, knocked on the table with a hint of indignation on his face. Is there anything else worth discussing in this case? Murder in a closed room, unsolved cases, doesn't that sound very familiar to anyone? This must all be Chu Luyun's handiwork. This Zhao Huai guy is just like being bewitched. The cases that couldn't be solved were all thrown at Chu Luyun's body. What he didn't know was that at this moment, Chu Luyun was sitting at the same table as him, and was even sitting right beside him. Chu Luyun couldn't help but give Zhao Huai a blank stare. He originally just wanted to casually say a few words and find some presents, but he didn't expect the dirty water to come back on him. I think there's some truth in what Inspector Zhao said. Chu Luyun is a highly intelligent criminal, so I guess he's the only one who can do it. That's right, it must be Chu Luyun, we've been teased by him more than once. The forensic duo on the sidelines were also very cognizant of Zhao Huai. Looking at the crowd at the scene nodding frequently, if Chu Luyun didn't speak, then this black pot would definitely be on his head again. Solving a case is all about evidence. When all the logic forms a closed loop, that's the truth. Even Chu Luyun, I'm afraid that he doesn't have the means to complete the killing of the absolute secret chamber, right? Chu Luyun sat on the side and expressed his opinion. At this very moment, everyone was looking at Chu Luyun with strange faces. This Zhang Shun in their hearts, who was usually silent, how did he suddenly become enlightened? If Li Shui hadn't watched Zhang Shun's fingerprints clocking in with her own eyes this morning, she really would have suspected Zhang Shun for a moment. But I heard that the kid is studying the case very hard in private, so I guess he's getting the hang of it. Zhang Shun, since you have a different opinion from everyone else, why don't you tell us your insight? Li Shui looked at Zhang Shun and decided to give him a chance. Everyone in the room also looked at this colleague who usually had a very low presence. Ahem, in that case, I'll give my insight. I hope you will point out any shortcomings. Chu Luyun coughed slightly twice and cleared his throat. In fact, this kind of publicity will definitely increase the risk of his identity being exposed. But now the Zodiac murder case has not been cleared. You can't just watch this droplet kill a crime and snap it to the head. When enough hats are snapped, that which is not, is going to become what is. Under the absolute chamber, there is only a certain possibility of causing death. That's suicide. That's right, I'm talking about this one guilty fugitive, all suicides. Chapter 51, Corpses in the Cellar. After Chu Luyun's words finished, everyone present froze. Even Li Shui, who had taken care of Zhang Shun, could not help but frown. Chen Fashion on the side even laughed out breathlessly. Han Feng, who had taken much care of Zhang Shun, could not help but hold his forehead. Ah, I say boy, you. Are you not awake? Suicide? You're saying that these fugitives, who are so guilty, are committing suicide. These guys can commit suicide? If they can even commit suicide, why don't they turn themselves in? At least you can still die clean and not end up committing suicide? Zhao Huai was like looking at a little cutie. Like looking at Chu Luyun. As a professional detective, he simply couldn't accept this kind of statement from Chu Luyun. Looking at the crowd's gazes filled with hesitation, Chu Luyun's expression did not change in any way. As a writer of speculative fiction, he had always believed in the line that Holmes had once said. When all impossibilities are eliminated, what remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. I know it sounds pretty incredible. But with the absolute chamber, he would have had to commit suicide. We should, next, continue our reasoning down the line with the topic of why suicides occur. That's where we're headed at the moment. Chu Lioyun's words could be said to be justified. But naturally, as the least existential Zhang Shun body in the police department, he doesn't get much recognition. Especially with Zhao Huai, a professional detective, standing against him. Many people were just listening to Zhang Shun's speech as if it was a joke. Well, there's nothing wrong with having more ideas when it comes to solving crimes, when we're all brainstorming. All in all, the purpose of today's meeting is to tell everyone that Chu Liyun is our primary target though. But there are other important cases that can't be slowed down. Li Shueri emphasized the purpose of this meeting to the crowd. But everyone knew in their hearts that to say the person who was the most infatuated with Chu Liyun, Li Shui was the first. But in the face of the reprimand, everyone could only nod in response. After the meeting was over, it was also a case of each doing their own thing. Chu Liyun held a cup of coffee and sat at the workstation belonging to Zhang Shun. Looks like it's been a good time to eat and drink. Not only is there free coffee at the police station, but the cafeteria even covers 3 meals a day. As long as you don't pick and choose, you'll still have no problem getting enough to eat. Chu Liyun fished out a set of keys from his pocket. He had long inquired about Zhang Shun's apartment address, and as long as he waited until he got off work, he could take a hot bath and have a nice long sleep. Zhang Shun, hurry to the conference room. The murderer of the water drops murder case may have struck again. Hu Tian poked his head out from the side and called out Chu Liyun's name. Seeing the intern beside this old medical examiner, Chu Liyun frowned slightly. You came to call me? You and your teacher, aren't you pretty upset with me? Chu Liyun felt strange. To be solicitous for nothing is either treachery or theft. As a result, this guy listened to Chu Liyun's words and scratched the back of his head with a smile. Ha, wasn't that my teacher present? Watching you dislike those old codgers is just too much. You don't even know, us newbies usually can't even get a word in. Hooten smiled a goofy smile. I didn't see that this kid is still in Chao camp. Thinking that one more acquaintance would provide more cover, Chu Liyun did not resist Hu Tian's enthusiasm. The two men had a word and took a step toward the conference room. Through the short contact, Chu Liyun realized that this guy Hu Tian's head was definitely missing a string. That mouth is like a machine gun, beep beep beep. Even the old medical examiner's daughter-in-law, his third aunt's embarrassing stories are told out, living like an octogenarian. Okay, do you have anything useful coming out of your mouth at all? I thought there was another development in the teardrop murder case? Are they all already in the conference room for the meeting? Chu Liyun really couldn't endure his broken mouth and couldn't help but open his mouth to interrupt. Hearing this, Hu Tian was obviously slightly stunned. Yeah, they've all gone to the site. Minions like us usually just sit in the conference room and wait for the meeting. Let's go get a seat, we'll sit in the window later, the air is good. Hu Tian wrapped his arm around Chu Liyun's arm in a brotherly manner. Hearing his words, if it weren't for the need to maintain Zhang Shun's character, Chu Liyun really wanted to jump up and give him a slap. The bastard dragged him towards the conference room, making a fuss about taking a seat. Do you have a car? Hurry up and drive me to the scene. Or else I'll repeat everything you just said to the old coroner, and what do you think your master will do to you? Chu Liyun here also used some extraordinary means. The Hu Tian who was just now full of smiles was instantly dumbfounded after hearing this. Originally, he was still good with Chu Liyun's brother, who thought that this guy would flip when he said he would flip. There was no choice but to drive that forensic department van and take Chu Liyun to the scene of the crime. Dilapidated and old residential area. A hodgepodge of wires, tangled in the worn poles, like a spider's web blown about by the wind. The crowd of people of all shapes and sizes, all wrapped in thick down jackets, watched from the side of the road. Chu Liyun ignored Hu Tian and directly got out of the car. By virtue of the uniform on his body, he was also able to enter the scene of the crime without any problem. A few of Li Shui's men were gathered around a cellar opening. On the mouth of the cellar, a 10-centimeter thick steel plate had been sliced open. The smell of cut steel was still in the air. This steel plate is welded from the inside, another absolute chamber in every sense of the word. Li Shui held her head and rubbed her somewhat swollen forehead. Chu Liyun's matter had already made him anxious. The murder in the chamber that took place in front of us clearly also belongs to the water droplet murder case. Go down and look. Li Shui opened her mouth and gave the order. Zhao Huai and Chen Fashion took the lead and Chu Luyun followed closely behind. A few people had just entered the cellar when they smelled an unpleasant stench of rotting corpses. Over there! Zhao Huai covered his mouth and nose and aimed his flashlight at a wall. Everyone followed his light. The scene that presented itself before their eyes caused everyone to feel a chill down their spine. This kind of fear that strikes right into the depths of the soul is something that even many horror blockbusters fail to do. A highly decomposed body was just pressed up against the wall, the whole person in a large zigzag shape. The deceased's small arms and knees were penetrated by steel bars the thickness of his thumbs. It can be said that the deceased was nailed to the wall alive. The head was covered with a rubberized hood and all the air outlets were blocked with glue. The victim died of asphyxiation. Chen Fashion looked like he couldn't smell the unpleasant odor. Carefully observing the body in front of him, Chu Luyun, on the other hand, turned his head to survey the surroundings. This deep underground cellar had no doors or windows on all sides, and the only exit was welded shut from the inside. Another suicide. Chu Luyun couldn't help but open his mouth and analyze himself. Hearing the words coming out of his mouth, everyone stared at him as if they were looking at a monster. Are you saying that the deceased nailed himself to the wall with rebar and killed himself? Chapter 52, The Way of Redemption. The expressions on everyone's face, though different in demeanor, were all expressing one thing. That is, Chu Luyun's head. Is there something wrong with it? Even Li Shui and Han Feng, who had previously taken much care of Chu Luyun, both expressed extreme speechlessness at this moment. Check around and see if there are any hidden organs. I don't believe the murderer can vanish. Li Shui opened her mouth and gave the order. Chen Fashion led Hu Tian to start collecting information from the corpses on the wall. This old guy is worthy of being a 30-year veteran forensic pathologist. The putrid odor that would instill fear in his own kind did not affect him in the slightest. In the face of a highly decomposed corpse, he was as serious as if he were handling a fine work of art. Zhao Huai, on the other hand, led a group of people and began to survey all the surrounding traces. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, stood on the side, surveying the 10-centimeter thick steel plate door cover with interest. This level of protection is mostly found in safes or vaults. A cellar as rudimentary as the one at hand clearly seemed out of place with this level of protection. Alright, I don't see any point in continuing the survey. This place is an absolute chamber, and there is no second possibility except suicide. Chu Luyun couldn't help but feel upset when he watched this group of people busy themselves. He now kind of knew why the guys couldn't catch him. With this kind of reasoning ability, as long as Chu Luyun didn't want to turn himself in, they wouldn't be able to catch him in 8 lifetimes. Kid, forget about your nonsense in the conference room. What time is it now? What's the occasion? The dead man welded the exit, then nailed himself to the wall with rebar, then suffocated himself. Do you think that's possible? Zhao Huai looked at Chu Luyun and had completely lost his patience. Han Feng turned his head and frowned slightly. Zhang Shun, go out for a moment and assist everyone outside to maintain order. Let the crowds that are watching around us disperse first. Get on with it. Han Feng was ostensibly kicking Chu Luyun out. But in reality, it was to stop him from offending Zhao Huai. After all, we are all under the same roof, head up, head down, not good to make too much of a stalemate. Chu Luyun shrugged, turned around, and left the cellar. After all the evidence from the scene had been collected, another group of people came to dispose of the body and seal off the scene. Everyone then returned to the police station. At this point, midnight has arrived. The conference room at the police station was still lit up. The lab results are in. The deceased is the murderer who's been on the run for 5 years, Li Sanren. Another case of a fugitive felon dying in a secret room belongs to the water drop murder case. Li Shui lit up the projector in front of her, her tone filled with melancholy. Hearing her words, a bad smile appeared on Zhao Huai's face as he turned his head to look at Chu Luyun. How about it, kid? Why don't you keep talking? I bet you're going to say again that this murderer who's been absconding for 5 years has not only come up with a handful of crimes to commit, and nailed himself to the wall with his own hands and suffocated, didn't he? Zhao Huai is a notorious small-minded person. It was hard to catch the opportunity, so naturally, he had to take a dig at Chu Luyun. His words were spoken in public, and everyone in the room pressed the corners of their mouths. It's not natural to laugh out loud on such occasions. Why do murderers abscond? It is because they are afraid of being judged by the law and of paying for their lives with their deaths. But now to say that a murderer who has been absconding for 5 years has committed suicide in a cellar? And still, after torturing himself in 100 ways, he nailed himself to the wall in such a gruesome and unbelievable way. This simply doesn't make sense no matter what. Dr. Chen, are you sure there's nothing wrong with the lab results this time? Is the deceased really the murderer Li Sanin? Chu Luyan didn't pay any attention to Zhao Huai at all, but instead turned his head to look at Chen Fashion. As a veteran forensic pathologist in the police department for more than 30 years, Chen Fashion was highly respected. But here and now, Chu Luyun, as a young junior, was already questioning him for the second time. The first time, Chen Fashion also said that he was on fire and furious. And this time, although he didn't get angry, his face was already gloomy to the extreme. I've told you before, all the lab results, they've been retested multiple times. If the organization doesn't trust me, they can replace me with someone they trust. When Chen Fashion could say such words, he had already moved on. Even Li Shui, who was a member of the task force, couldn't help but stand out as a peacemaker. Okay, Dr. Chen, don't get angry yet. This case is weird and complicated, it's normal for everyone to have speculations. Zhang Shun, when Dr. Chen came to the police station, you were all still in school, you still need to have a little more respect for your seniors. Li Shui said this very politely. But that's what was in the minds of everyone there. Chen Fashion has been in the police department for more than 30 years, dedicated to his work and has never made a single mistake. If he has problems, doesn't that mean that all the cases investigated by the police department in the past 30-odd years are all bull? Holmes' words had been lingering in Chu Luyun's mind. When all impossibilities are eliminated, what remains, no matter how unbelievable, is the truth. The truth was not false, but Chu Luyun could not guess the deceased's motives. Although Zhao Huai was obnoxious, his words were not without reason. A murderer who has been absconding for several years, he is perfectly capable of turning himself in, there is no need for him to commit suicide. Not to mention in this self-torturing way. It doesn't make sense, and it simply doesn't logically close the loop. Well, that's it for today's meeting. It's late, and everyone must be tired, so go back and rest. Li Shui aborted the argument. The already sleepy crowd all clocked out as well. As Chu Luyun, who used a false identity to blend into the police department, the reason why he did his best to solve the case was so that the water droplet killing crime would not be held on his head. As for whether or not he could ultimately solve the case, he didn't care. Anyway, just don't take this charge and put it back on the name Chu Luyun. After work, he walked aimlessly through the streets. The air on an early winter night is cold and crisp. The orange streetlights don't warm things up in the slightest. Wanted and hunted all this time, he was like a sewer rat, only able to lurk in the darkness and dampness. It had been a long time since he had strolled the streets so much as a human being. Turn your head between sideways glances. A small advertisement taped to the wall caught his attention. The blood of the Lord is shed for many for the forgiveness of sins. Matthew. The way of salvation lies in it. Confessional Tea Party. It's a leaflet that advertises, with a peculiar symbol printed at the end of the tagline. A V is closed with a curved line at the opening. A cold wind blew through. The leaflet fell off the wall, in the moment it was hanging upside down. The weird symbol was inverted and turned into the shape of a water drop. The moment he saw the symbol, Chu Luyun's nerves were instantly pierced. Because of that symbol. It's the water droplets. Water drops kill crime. Chapter 53, The Sign of Hell. By the time that particular symbol was inverted, it had turned into the symbol that had appeared in the water droplet killing crime. Look at the words again. The blood of the Lord is shed for many for the forgiveness of sins. Matthew. So it's possible that this symbol in the shape of a water drop could represent not a water drop, but blood. Bleeding, atonement. Chu Luyun recited these two words, and something seemed to have been touched in his brain. Is it hard to believe that all those dead fugitives were brainwashed by some kind of rhetoric? Thinking that only death can repent and atone for your sins? Chu Luyun stepped forward and tore down the shaky notice. The address was barely legible through the wind-blown, already modeled handwriting. Xindu District, Guihu Street, 168, Tianshan Road. Interesting. Although Chu Luyun was a fugitive, the purpose of coming to the police station was the murder case file. But as a writer of speculative fiction, such puzzling cases are naturally tempting to him. Chu Luyun first found a noodle shop and ate 2 whole bowls of ramen. After burping, with a cigarette in his mouth, he started for 168, Tianshan Road. Cold winter nights. The streets were empty, and under the orange streetlights, the only person walking with Chu Luyun was Shadow. After crossing several dark paths, he finally stood in front of his destination. In front of us was a small, detached building that resembled a church. It's kind of like one of those little churches that used to be in the countryside. A sign for a tea party stood in front of me. A tea party in a place like this seems to be bound to be fishy. Chu Luyun turned his head and surveyed his surroundings. This place is located in the urban village of Qingyang City, surrounded by old silos that were originally slated for demolition. Those who still live here today are older people, or construction workers in the neighborhood. In a place like this, the only business that can be sustained is the kiosk and the affordable restaurant. Tea party is such a casual place, they don't have this kind of free money to come over and sip tea. Looking at the orange light inside, Chu Luyun then stepped inside. We are born sinful, and only suffering can cut down on sin and accomplish self-redemption. If one dies with sin, that soul will fall into the flames and be tormented forever. A middle-aged man's voice echoed continuously throughout the auditorium. The lights within the auditorium were dimly lit. A man in a black robe stood on a raised platform, behind him were shadows drawn to long lengths. At the moment, he stood under the light like a savior. And at the bottom of the stands, it was surprisingly filled with dozens of people, men and women, young and old, all of them, which really made Chu Luyun eat a surprise. Karma in this life is tied up in this life, don't return the suffering to the realm of desire. Middle-aged people constantly preach a certain point of view. The crowd under the stage was listening with great interest, and no one cared about Chu Luyun's appearance at all. He sat himself back and listened to what the guy had to say. Listening around, Chu Luyun really couldn't hear any fresh tricks. Presumably it means that people are sinful in this life and have to be tortured in order to give redemption for their sins. If you die with your sins, you will suffer all kinds of horrors when you get down there. The usual rhetoric of this religion is not surprising at all, and even this guy doesn't speak as well as those priests. To have such a large audience was a surprise to Chu Luyun. That's the end of today's speech. And then it's time for the final part, where I will randomly select an audience member to witness the gate of spiritual vision. The middle-aged man looked at the crowd on the stage and held up a chalice from the table. After he said this, everyone on stage revealed expectant gazes. Even many old people, all with hands folded, were praying with unparalleled devotion. Please God, choose me. I'm an old man, I don't have many days left to live. Check me off, check me off. All the people were silently looking forward to it, and in their eyes, this kind of opportunity seemed to be more precious than winning the lottery. However, Chu Luyun didn't have any feelings about it. Many of these organizations are the ones that will pick some of the trustees that have been planted in the crowd long ago. It's a well-worn tactic. Today's lucky winner has been created. He's the gentleman in the last row of. The middle-aged man waved a big hand. Everyone snapped back with his movements, their gazes all focused on Chu Luyun's body. Me? Chu Luyun was also slightly stunned. It's logical that most people in this situation would be looking for a trust, so why is this even coming to me? Aren't you afraid he'll ruin it? That's right, that's you, please come up to the stage, just a little cooperation is all that's needed. The middle-aged man extended his hand and continued to extend an invitation to Chu Luyun. The people in the audience all cast envious glances. After a short hesitation, Chu Luyun still got up and went on stage. He wanted to see what kind of drugs this guy was selling in his gourd. The agar in this chalice is the water of the heavenly river. After drinking it, you will be able to see the scenes of the suffering of the guilty in hell, as a warning for the rest of your life. The middle-aged man handed the chalice to Chu Luyun. According to him, it means that by drinking the water of the chalice, one can see hell. Yeah. Chu Luyun didn't believe in this kind of thing. He raised the chalice and took a slight sip. The cool spring water made him shiver as he drank it. Immediately afterward, a fiery burning sensation came from under his feet. Looking down, what had been a wooden floor was now scorched earth. The flowing lava filled the room, and looking up, the church in front of him had been transformed into an abyssal hell. A hot lava was rising, and many struggling and ghastly people were slowly being swallowed up by the lava. Help! Help me, help me! Dude, where's my head? Where's my head? Luyun, why did you kill me? Amidst the lava, ghosts, and shadows. A broken Luching song is struggling to find his head. Covered in blood, Tanyan was demanding his life. All the dead that Chu Luyun had seen were all struggling in the hot lava. And beside them stood an incredibly tall demon. Whenever these ghosts tried to struggle out, they were mercilessly pressed back into the magma with their pitchforks. It wasn't me, I didn't kill you guys. The scene in front of him completely stunned Chu Luyun. Rolling heat wave. The wail of the dead. The devil's low roar. The constant stirring of fear caused Chu Luyun's cerebral cortex to begin to tighten, and his entire body could not stop trembling. Come back to. A drop of water fell from his forehead. Chu Luyun instantly felt the sky spinning. In the next second, he snapped back to his senses and realized that he was still standing in the middle of the high platform. The middle-aged man beside him was assisting him. What's wrong with me? What's wrong with me? Chu Luyun was covered in sweat, and the panic on his face had not yet receded. How about it, Mr. Chu, what have you seen? The middle-aged man's voice was low, but these words caused Chu Luyun to be violently stunned. How did you know my last name was Chu? Chapter 54, Tomshin Technique. The visual impact just now had not yet slowed down. Another sentence from the middle-aged man completely made Chu Luyun dumbfounded. You should know that his current identity is Police Constable Zhang Shun. In order to get this identity without God's knowledge and without realizing it, he could be said to have exhausted all his calculations. And managed to fool everyone too. And this person in front of him, whom he had never met before, had directly stated his last name. Sir, what have you seen? Is there really a hell in this world? Mr. Sir, did you really have psychic vision? Sir, please tell us what hell is really like. The crowd underneath the stage all perked up and looked at Chu Luyun with expectant eyes. At this very moment, Chu Luyun also finally understood. Why are there so many listeners in this one remote place? Chu Luyun looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, forcibly restraining the complex emotions in his heart. I wish I could talk to you alone. As Chu Luyun spoke, he quietly revealed his police department ID. The middle-aged man didn't move and just nodded slightly. 10 minutes later, the two appeared in the small, dark room. The middle-aged man slowly removed his cloak and hat, revealing his true colors. With his sword brows and starry eyes, he looked quite righteous. Just above the left side of his face, there was a horrible scar that ran from his temple to his chin. It was like a hideous centipede on its face. My name is Wang Taixing, I'm the owner here. Wang Taixing took off the cloak on his body and raised his arm to shake hands with Chu Luyun. But Chu Luyun only raised his eyes for a moment. Tell me, what kind of hallucinogenic ecstasy did you put in the water? What you're doing is beyond a tea party, it's a crime. Now that he had this layer of identity to facilitate his actions, Chu Luyun naturally did not use it for nothing. In the face of cross-examination by public officials, Wang Taixing's face was not the slightest bit flustered. I don't quite understand what you mean. If the officer thinks there's something wrong with this holy water, he could have brought some back for testing. My daily speeches are just making a point. Wang Taixing pushed the chalice beside him to Chu Luyun and also thoughtfully took out a small bottle. The guy moves generously and doesn't look like he's faking it at all. But Chu Luyun didn't believe his bull. Do you know about the water droplet murder case? Many felons who absconded, all committed suicide. And suffered some kind of torture while alive, like what you call atonement. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing and trade out his ultimate purpose. Between words, his eyes stayed fixed on Wang Taixing. As long as he had any subtle expressions, all of them could not escape Chu Luyun's fiery eyes. Don't know, never heard of it. But it's a great thing that these people who have committed great crimes can know how to atone for their sins with their bodies. Wang Taixing sat at the table and expressed his great approval of the water droplet killing crime. This guy said he didn't know, but Chu Luyun didn't believe it at all. For in reference to the word atonement, a flicker of heartfelt pride flashed in his eyes. Wang Taixing, you used those hallucination-creating potions to brainwash people and induce them to commit suicide. Even though you booby-trapped and killed felons, it's an indisputable fact of life. As the conversation progressed to this point, Chu Luyun's mind had a rough outline. Although he didn't know what Wang Taixing had given him to drink. But it must have been the potion that caused him to see the hellish surroundings. The same is certainly true of those who have been brainwashed. Wang Taixing then induced the criminal to commit suicide and die by using that rhetoric that being tortured is atonement for one's sins. Mr. Chu, speculation is just speculation, everything is about evidence. Since you're talking about me using these potions to induce suicide, bring it back for a lab test. If I am truly guilty, I will certainly be willing to lay down my life. Wang Taixing sat across from Chu Luyun with a light breeze. The name for him in his mouth had also changed from the officer just now to the current Mr. Chu. The three words Mr. Chu caused Chu Luyun to instantly frown. He looked up at Wang Taixing, wanting to know if this guy was swindling him. But in Wang Taixing's eyes, it was filled with complete certainty. Then you'll wait here for good. I'll be sure to come back to you with the lab report. Chu Luyun used the small bottle on the table to take away some of the clear water from the chalice. As long as a suspicious ingredient was detected in the water, Chu Luyun would have ample evidence to come back and arrest him. And he was 100% sure that there was definitely something wrong with the water. If the water is okay, that means that this Wang Taixing, indeed, possesses the ability to make people see hell. But that's a pipe dream, an impossibility. Chu Luyun brought the sample with him and turned around to leave. Wait, Mr. Chu. Wang Taixing got up and called out to Chu Luyun, who was about to leave. What? Boss Wang has come to his senses? Going to confess to leniency? Chu Luyun didn't have a good tone when he looked at this guy. Because what he disliked the most in his life was these guys who pretended and tricked. Wang Taixing took a step closer to Chu Luyun with a contemptuous smile on his face. Mr. Chu, your time on the run must have been very hard? But you do have a knack for getting mixed up in this status. Wang Taixing sized up Chu Luyun with eyes that seemed to be smiling. Chu Luyun, who heard these words, instantly stiffened, as if a thunderbolt from a clear sky had penetrated from the ceiling to his heels. Not only was this guy able to say his last name was Chu, he even nailed his fugitive status. People were so close to saying the three words Chu Luyun. You. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing and frowned. He was certain that the only person in this world who knew his identity was Wang Su. Wang Su, on the other hand, is dead set on not betraying him. Just now, although he drank the ecstasy and fell into a hallucination, Chu Luyun definitely did not utter a single word. How did this pretender in front of me manage to spot it at a glance? Can't it be that he really has some kind of ghostly divine skill? Mr. Chu, your sins are so deep that even if you can escape the legal trial, you can't escape the sanctions of hell in the end. I, and I alone, can fulfill your atonement. Wang Taixing looked at Chu Luyun, and his falcon-like eyes were as if he had locked onto a prey. Chu Luyun subconsciously drilled his fist. It was because he sensed a hint of killing intent in Wang Taixing's body. This guy, is it possible that he wants to turn him into one of the dead in the water droplet murder case? Fugitive, penance, suicide. He, Chu Luyun, was really in line. Boss Wang, if you really have some kind of psychic technique, better find a way to save yourself first. Chapter 55, Waiting in the Wings. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing and only left such a sentence before resolutely leaving this place. This Wang Taixing with a scar on his face is just a little too weird. Not only could he instantly recognize his identity, but he had the audacity to try to get him to join one of the brainwashing armies. He, Chu Luyun, was the #1 fugitive that had recently shaken Xingyang. But this guy surprisingly didn't have any change in his expression, and there was a hint of excitement in his complexion instead. This is definitely a dangerous man, no doubt about it. But further investigation is needed as to whether he killed anyone or not. But just checking the water for the presence of an illegal substance will put him under control first. The rest is all good. Hu Tian, you have to help me in this matter. Maybe the two of us will be able to break this water droplet killing crime. Haven't you been displeased with Chen Fashion for a long time? Now we can raise our eyebrows too. Chu Luyun began to desperately try to fool Hu Tian while spreading cigarettes for him. Trying to assay what drug content is in the water is impossible to do without forensic help. But he had already offended Chen Fashion at the meeting. There was absolutely no way that old man would help him. Zhang Shun, don't kid yourself, with just the two of us being strawmen, what kind of case are we going to solve? It's quite comfortable to lie flat honestly. Hu Tian raised his hand and was about to light a cigarette. Chu Luyun's words were a heavenly joke to him. Looking at this kid's rotten appearance, Chu Luyun forced down his fire. Even if he said he was a straw man himself, he took him on. If he hadn't been begging for it, he would have wanted to break into song. Listen to me, this discovery is definitely very rare. I didn't tell anyone, I just shared it with you. The ingredients of the drug in this vial are the reason why those fugitives committed suicide. With a simple lab test, the two of us can head out to catch the killer right now. Chu Luyun wrapped his arm around his shoulders and was close to betraying his ass. Even snubbing and then stuffing cigarettes, Hu Tian's eyes finally showed some relief. He surveyed the small bottle that Chu Luyun handed over and shook it twice with some suspicion. Is everything you say true? What's in here? It's not your pee, is it? Hu Tian's brain circuits were completely unaware of how they grew, and this sentence was said, causing Chu Luyun to become a few more points hotter. After a good discussion, Hu Tian finally sort of agreed. Receiving the bottle handed over by Chu Luyun, the two hooked up and walked towards the laboratory. 2 hours later. I say Houghton, how the hell did you get mixed up in the police station? Tell me honestly, are you related? After more than 2 hours of research, you're telling me this is just plain old tap water? Chu Luyun looked at the clear water in the bottle incredulously. If what's in this glass is really tap water, what does that mean? It showed that Wang Taixing was not a liar at all, but really possessed psychic powers. But whether this hell thing exists or not is another matter. How could Wang Taixing possess such supernatural powers? There can be no mistake, if I don't even know about tap water, all those years of studying would have been for nothing. Let you kid fool me again, go, you have to buy me a drink whatever you say. Hu Tian wrapped his arm around Chu Luyun's shoulders, still as close as he was just now. Instead, Chu Luyun, who had finished using Hu Tian, slowly ripped his arm off. Drink what? You can't even test tap water, so what the hell are you drinking? Chu Luyun was annoyed in his heart and dropped a sentence, turned around and left the lab. Looking at his back, Hu Tian's entire body was dumbfounded. These two were still brothers just now. Chu Luyun's sudden change of face made him slightly uncomfortable. What a weirdo! Hu Tian scratched his head, feeling a hint of strangeness towards the Zhang Shun he knew so well. Chu Luyun, who had left the laboratory, returned home. Zhang Shun's home. After a nice hot shower, he lay down on the big soft bed. I can't believe it's really just tap water? Chu Luyun unscrewed the cap of the bottle and took a sip to himself. After waiting quietly for 10 minutes, there was indeed no response at all. This means that the water of the Holy Grail that he drank didn't have any psychedelics in it at all. And what about the hellish scene he saw? Can it be that this Wang Taixing is also one of the badgers? Like River Bell, with some kind of uncanny ability? But the Badger organization guys, they're all busy with their god-making plans right now. How can they have time to hunt these criminals? Wang Taixing, what secret are you hiding? Chu Luyun thought back to that horrible scarred face. Not only did this guy possess psychic ghostly tricks, he also recognized his true identity at a glance. This is something that even the Qingyang police station cannot do. He had managed to arouse Chu Luyun's interest. Water drops kill crime, I'll take it. There was a hint of determination in Chu Luyun's eyes. Early the next morning, Chu Luyun took out some food from the refrigerator and dealt with a bite of breakfast. To his surprise, he found a lot of cash in the drawer, all belonging to Zhang Shun. Sat on the couch, smoked a cigarette, and posted a random video to use to cope with the system. And then it was time to take the subway and arrive at the police station. Walking through the corridor, he happened to pass by the volume archive room. The door to the archive room was set with a combination lock, apparently newly added. Getting a door lock for such a safe place, our team leader Li is still too careful. What's the point? The whole police department knows the code anyway, it's the same with or without it. Listening to the conversation between the two passing people, Chu Luyun's brows furrowed slightly. This newly installed electronic door lock was obviously used by Li Shui to deal with Chu Luyun. Prevent him from entering the file archive after sneaking into the police station. But now the entire police department all knew the password. That infiltrated Chu Luyun could completely get the password without any effort. This electronic door lock is a sham. There must be a demon when things go wrong. Chu Luyun would like to ponder over what Li Shui's real intention of installing this electronic door lock is. Team leader Li, I'm taking a leave of absence this afternoon to go out and run some errands. A vacation? For what? Li Shui looked at Zhang Shun. In all these years, Zhang Shun had never taken the initiative to ask for a vacation. It's something about a case, and I want to do my part. Chu Luyun imitated Zhang Shun's coy look. Li Shui, who had always hoped that Zhang Shun would make a change, naturally would not refuse, and very readily approved the leave. That afternoon, Chu Luyun took the car and once again arrived at the dilapidated little house. A golden sunset shines into the auditorium. In the empty auditorium, Wang Taixing was the only one standing on the stage, as if waiting for someone. It wasn't until the figure in the doorway appeared that a smirk appeared on his face. Mr. Chu, you're finally here. I've been waiting for a long time. Chapter 56, Capital Punishment. You knew I was coming? Chu Luyun walked into the auditorium step by step. He really didn't have any good feelings towards this pretentious wine-tasting. Sure. You are bound to come back again after you have essayed the holy water. In order to welcome you, I have dismissed all the guests today. Wang Taixing wore a wide cloak and hat, and it was impossible to see his face clearly. The golden sunlight hit his body, and after covering the horrible scarred face, the figure appeared to be a bit transcendent. Chu Luyun came to the front of the stage, and Wang Taixing fished out a remote control from his pocket. When he pressed on for a moment, the doors to the auditorium were closed and locked, and all the windows were closed and unlocked. Only a beam of sunlight passed through the glass window and hit Wang Taixing's body. At this point the auditorium has been turned into a secret room. Only 2 people stood in the chamber. Chu Luyun stood in the shadows, and Wang Taixing stood in the sunlight. The 2 are one light and one dark. The picture is extremely poetic. The absolute secret room in the auditorium, the biggest fugitive in Xingyang City. It looks like Boss Wang has already planned it. I, Chu Luyun, will be the next dead person in the water droplet killing crime, right? Chu Luyun looked at the changing environment around him, his heart had already made up its mind. This Wang Taixing in front of me, 80% is the murderer of the water droplet murder case. He utilized unknown means to put the fugitive in an illusion. Eventually, because of his inner fear of hell, he committed suicide. Now that he's drawn to it, he's sure to be the next victim. Mr. Chu, don't you want to redeem yourself? A guilty body in this life, an innocent soul in the next. As long as the redemption of the self is accomplished, in the next life, one can be a new man. Wang Taixing stood in the light, but his mouth spoke absurd words. Chu Luyun fished out the dagger from his arms. He wasn't going to be a fish on the chopping block, even if he died, he had to leave a trail. It's not for you to say whether I'm guilty or not. Based on these words alone, Chu Luyun knew that Wang Taixing was by no means a member of the Badger organization. That organization is only for the creation of the Sensei Shogun. They knew better than anyone else just how wrong Chu Luyun really was. And the Wang Taixing in front of him clearly viewed Chu Luyun as a fugitive who had committed a great crime. This alone was enough to prove that Wang Taixing and the Badger organization had nothing to do with each other. He's just a simple psychopathic murderer. Mr. Chu, is there still a need to fight between the 2 of us? Watching Chu Luyun touch the dagger, Wang Taixing's eyes carried a faint smile. Between the 2, the cards are almost clear. Wang Taixing knew Chu Luyun's true identity. As for Chu Luyun, he had almost determined that Wang Taiyan was the murderer in the water drop murder case. This guy has a sick mind. It was thought that a tortured death would allow the guilty to clear their sins. I'm sure that's the motivation for why those absconding felons would commit suicide in fear of their crimes. Wang Taixing looked at Chu Luyun in the shadows and slowly closed the book in his hand. The blood of the Lord is shed for many for the remission of sins. Wang Taixing threw the book on the ground and slowly unfolded his arms as if embracing the golden holy light. Ahem! With a shaking of his shoulders, he coughed softly twice toward the stage. Blood seeped through the covering cloak and dripped onto the floor. Seeing the scene, Chu Luyun fell a little cold. Immediately afterward, there was a sharp break in the air from all around. Under the reflection of the setting sun, Chu Luyun then noticed that Wang Taixing's body had long since been penetrated by the transparent fishing line. Those fishing lines were just barely visible in the reflection of the light. Shoo! 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 The countless transparent fishing lines all began to shrink as if they had been touched by an organ. Wang Taixing was right in front of Chu Luyun. Torn into the air by those fishing lines, hanging in the golden sunlight. Blood stained the fishing line, forming a big bloody net. Wang Taixing was the prey that fell into the life-threatening spider's web. Ahem! Wang Taixing's body was trembling from the pain. But he was desperately trying to suppress the pain. You're... this. Chu Luyun stared blankly at the scene in front of him. He had thought that the guy was trying to kill him, so how is this even suicide? Looking at Wang Taixing who was hanging in mid-air, Chu Luyun was a bit at a loss for words. He only noticed it at the moment. Wang Taixing's chest was also penetrated by several fishing lines. At any moment this guy could have his aorta severed or even his heart cut by the fishing line. Trying to save him has been a pipe dream. Chu Luyun, you're so guilty that the only way to get off the hook is to be like me. After Wang Taixing said this, he raised his neck high. From the ceiling of the auditorium came the sound of an organ being touched. Chu Luyun looked up, an iron barrel was reversing at the moment, and a large amount of liquid poured down. The liquid all showered on Wang Taixing's smashed face. Snort! Thumbs up! Ah! A large amount of white smoke kept rising. The pretentious Wang Taixing finally let out a miserable cry at this moment. Because what poured down on Wang Taixing's head was all concentrated sulfuric acid. Ah! Ah! The screams were endless and the air was filled with a strange smell. Chu Luyun subconsciously took a few steps backwards, fearing that the sulfuric acid would splash onto him. The screams continued for more than 10 seconds after that. Wang Taixing then completely lost his movement and his body stopped trembling. The corroded canopy was already visible on the head that had been drenched in sulfuric acid. Dead? Chu Luyun looked at the scene in front of him for a long time. The acid dripped down his body and onto the floor, corroding hole after hole. And after Wang Taixing was tortured, he was transformed into a lifeless corpse. This. You're not a murderer? You're the newest dead person in the water droplet murder case? Chu Luyun looked at the corpse hanging in the air in front of him and was completely dumbfounded. Just when he didn't know what to do. Outside the auditorium, however, the shrill sound of sirens rang out at that moment. Chu Luyun subconsciously turned his head to look out the window. Several police cars have surrounded the auditorium. Coming so fast? Chu Luyun was a bit flustered for a moment. At a time like this, I'm afraid whoever shows up at the scene will jump into the Yellow River and not be able to wash it away, right? What's more, he's an imposter with a replacement identity. Wouldn't this be a dead end if it was investigated? Chu Luyun was trying to find a place to hide when the auditorium's door was slammed open by brute force at that moment. The blackened muzzles of the guns were raised in unison, aiming at Chu Luyun's back. Freeze, hands up. A few reprimands came. Chu Luyun slowly raised his hand, then slowly turned around. The moment he turned around, he locked eyes with Li Shui in front of him. How could it be you? Chapter 57, Inexplicable. The moment all eyes met, the crowd present was dumbfounded. Especially Han Feng, the captain who took much care of Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun, how did you end up in this place? What are you doing with a knife in your hand? Han Feng's voice was almost questioning. Only after being reminded of this did Chu Luyun realize that he was clutching the dagger in his hand. He subconsciously let go and the sharp knife fell to the ground. Behind him was the body of Wang Taixing. Damn it, how did we get counted again? Chu Luyun clenched his fists, his heart hating to the extreme. As far as the current scene is concerned, there's almost nothing to say. Even if everyone present believed that Zhang Shun was not a murderer, he had to obediently go back to be investigated. Qingyang Police Station, Interrogation Room. Chu Luyun never expected that as a top fugitive, he had not been caught by the Qingyang police for a hair's breadth. But now, posing as Zhang Shun, he was invited into the interrogation room. We got a tip-off call that a murderer was on the loose. Just arrived on the scene and ran into you, so that's the thing. Han Feng looked at Chu Luyun across the table and couldn't help but marvel at the coincidental nature of things. This obvious false accusation is clearly deliberate. Wang Taixing had only just breathed his last when the police surrounded the auditorium. That is to say, when the police received the tip-off call, Wang Taixing was still alive. The caller was either Wang Taixing himself or someone behind the scenes. This really has nothing to do with me. I took a leave of absence from Team Leader Li earlier, saying that I was investigating the Water Drops murder case, which is why I headed to the auditorium. You can ask Team Leader Li for confirmation on this matter. With things having come to this point, even though the defense was powerless, Chu Luyun could only speak up for himself. Han Feng naturally trusted Zhang Shun 100%. However, Zhao Huai, who was sitting beside him, had a big problem with Chu Luyun. Kid, don't be in a hurry to pull Team Leader Li down first. It's debatable whether this case is a water drop murder case or not. Even if it is true, Team Leader Li can only prove that you had a valid reason for leaving the police station, it doesn't exonerate you. This guy Zhao Huai is a notorious small-minded person. Now that he finally caught a chance, he naturally would not let Chu Luyun off easily. Han Feng on the side could only pray that Chu Luyun would seek his own fortune. Time passed by, and the cross-examination of Chu Luyun came to a standstill. Squeaky.
The door to the interrogation room was pushed open again. Li Shui walked in from outside, holding a pile of papers.
Following her was the old medical examiner, Chen Fashion.
Seeing this old thing, a bad feeling rose in Chu Liuyun's heart.
This guy is just as opinionated as Zhao Huai. What a creation. Chu Luyun shook his head inside. As the #1 fugitive in Xingyang City, he escaped with his life under layers of siege. But now that it's so hard to assume someone else's identity and regain your freedom, you're going to be arrested. Nowadays it's just a pending investigation, alright.
In case he is taken into custody and gets fingerprinted at the guardhouse later, it will be a total disaster. The case has been established. The deceased, Wang Taixing, was a felony fugitive 7 years ago. So this case, it fits the water droplet killing crime. Li Shui sat down at the table and told all the results of the investigation into the case. Hearing that Wang Taixing was actually a felony fugitive, Chu Luyun was slightly stunned. He thought Wang Taixing was a murderer, constantly brainwashing people to make the fearful commit suicide. From the way things are going, Wang Taixing, himself, is the brainwashed one. I've told you before, all the victims of the water drop murder case were suicides. Now that my investigation has also come to a head, these fugitives were brainwashed and committed suicide for the purpose of atonement. Chu Luyun once again brought out his previous theory. However, people have not yet agreed that all the victims of the water droplet murder case were suicides.
Pang!
Zhao Huai directly slapped the table. The loud noise startled everyone in the interrogation room.
That auditorium you're in is a completely closed and absolutely secret room. You and the deceased were the only two people in the entire confined space, so of course you would say he committed suicide. Zhao Huai pointed at Chu Luyun's nose.
In his eyes, even if Chu Luyun was not a murderer, he definitely belonged to the category of accomplices.
He wouldn't admit to the suicide talk. Looking at his demeanor, Chu Luyun couldn't help but itch his teeth. Agent Cho, what are you so eager to pin a charge on me for? Chu Luyun's case is controversial to this day. Were you, at that time, forcing a crime on people like this? Chu Luyun stared into Zhao Huai's eyes. These words could be said to be explicitly rubbing salt into his scars. That moment. Zhao Huai was like a stray cat that had its tail stepped on, electrocuted and stood up from his chair. What are you talking about? Zhao Huai, who had always pretended to be cultivated, also couldn't help but break into a rage at this moment. Seeing that things have come to this, Li Shui then had to intercede. Alright, all of you, stop arguing. Medical examiner Chen has done a detailed analysis of the crime scene. There are no other fingerprints on Wang Taixing's body. On the contrary, on those tools of crime, they are all his fingerprints. All things considered, it's really possible that he committed suicide. Li Shui is a smart man. The water drop crime killing case has gone this far. If they still can't admit the possibility of suicide, then they really are a bunch of mediocre people. Zhang Shun's character is clear to everyone, and with the evidence provided by Dr. Chen's medical examiner, the possibility of him being the murderer can be directly ruled out. Zhang Shun, tell everyone what you've investigated. Li Shui looked at Zhang Shun and sort of recognized him. Chu Luyun had somehow escaped this time. It's just that he didn't expect that Chen Fashion would prove his innocence for himself. It seems that there is still a difference between this old man and Zhao Huai. In the next few hours, Chu Luyun palletized out all of his investigations, as well as the things he had come into contact with. Of course, this still hid away the fact that Wang Taixing had recognized his identity. Bull, it's bull. What a load of to see hell, it must have been some kind of psychedelic drug that caused it. This clumsy maneuver can only favor rookies like you. Zhao Huai scoffed at Chu Luyun's analysis. And at this moment, Chen Fashion placed another lab sheet on the table. He's not lying. I had the clear water sample tested again today, and it does not indeed contain any other ingredients. It's unclear for the moment what's so fishy about this. Chen Fashion was like a different person at this moment. Although it was indeed speaking on the matter, it was disguised as helping Chu Luyun. Li Shui placed a sealed evidence bag on the table. This is the key to Wang Taixing's place. Looks like a couple of US should take a trip. Chapter 58, Tides of Truth. Several people nodded and directly left the interrogation room, heading to Wang Taixing's private residence. At this time, it was 3 hours after Wang Taixing's death. The more time passes, the more likely it is that Wang Taixing's residence will be destroyed. Although Wang Taixing's death was a suicide, there is definitely a manipulator behind the water droplet murder case. though it's not clear what his reason for abetting the crowd's suicide was. But this person must have bad intentions. I know where this place is, I'll drive. Chen Fashion volunteered to drive the van and it was a whirlwind. I ended up driving for over 40 minutes and froze myself. It's just that at his age, he's an elder to a few people, so people can't say anything. In the end, it was Li Shui who took over the steering wheel, and only then did a few people make it to the entrance of the residence. Li Shui took the brunt of it with her keys. Upon opening the door to the room, a pungent smell of paint hit the room. A few people looked up and inside. The entire house, all that was within eyesight, was all in black and white. Even the greenery in the house was painted in black and white. With such a heavy smell of formaldehyde, I'm afraid he won't live long even if he doesn't commit suicide. Chen Fashion put the mask on his face and handed a couple more pairs. The overall monotony of black and white is extremely depressing. There was a diary on the table. Chu Luyun wore gloves and turned it over. Every page was filled with negative words. It looks like this guy's psychology has been in trouble for a long time. Suicide is also premeditated. Zhao Huai looked at the diary on the table and finally recognized Chu Luyun's guess. But just as he uttered these words of approval, Chu Luyun stood to the side and shook his head. His suicidal tendencies, I'm afraid, are false. It's making us think he was going to kill himself, and favoring suicidal thoughts just as the investigation was on him. Hearing Chu Luyun's words, Zhao Huai couldn't bear it completely this time. The antipathy towards Chu Luyun in his heart had risen to its peak. Zhang Shun, do you have something against me? You're an antagonistic personality, aren't you? You fight me on everything I say? I said it wasn't a suicide, and you're saying it was. I recognize you now. Say it's suicide, then you say it's not. What do you want? Zhao Huai's brows were furrowed, and the anger in his eyes was already self-evident. It wasn't the first day he knew Zhang Shun. Just how did he not realize this guy was so annoying before? Just in the last few days, the more he'd seen of this guy, the worse he'd gotten. As for Zhao Huai, Chu Luyun did not have a good face for him even if he had disguised himself as Zhang Shun. All of this is because of Zhao Huai's ignorance and incompetence. Between the two, it was as if there was some sort of natural contradiction, a magnetic discord. Agent Cho, when will you learn to look to yourself for problems? Whatever I say is based on evidence and reasoning. And you, there's not much else you can do but be a horse's ass. After Chu Luyun finished this sentence, everyone in the room turned their heads to look at him. Especially Li Shui and Han Feng, their eyes both became strange for a moment. The two of them were leaders who took good care of Zhang Shun. The reason for the special care was the fear that Zhang Shun, an introverted and shy character, would be bullied. But now, he had actually reprimanded Zhao Huai in public. Publicly reprimanding this guy who was the hardest guy to mess with in the Qingyang Police Department. Anything I say has a deductive logic to it. Chu Luyun hurriedly opened his mouth to distract away the crowd's attention. He almost exposed himself with a lack of restraint. Such a pungent formaldehyde odor suggests that the paint in this room was just recently painted. And this so-called suicide diary, the color of the ink on every page, it's almost the same. That means this entire diary was all written in one day. Chu Luyun flipped through the books page by page. The crowd examined the handwriting on the pages of the book and also greatly agreed with Chu Luyun's speculation. Seeing this scene, he was sort of relieved that he had finally fooled around. Strange, really strange. This guy was supposed to commit suicide, so why go through all the trouble of making others think he did? Isn't this redundant? What's the point of doing this? Li Shui had already noticed something wrong with it. Combine the above clues. It also means that Wang Taixing is intentionally trying to make other people think that he is committing suicide. Even the forgeries were made with extreme haste. Let me think. Chu Luyun's brain was racing. Based on the traces of suicide that were faked here, Wang Taixing should have begun his plot only after he met Chu Luyun. In other words, before Chu Luyun found the auditorium, this guy had no intention of committing suicide. Rather, it was because Chu Luyun had already traced it here that the guy had to commit suicide. Having to commit suicide. I seem to understand it all. That's right. The felons who have been absconding for years are all men who fear the justice of the law. How could they go and kill themselves? Unless it's because... Chu Luyun muttered to himself there, directly leaving several people dumbfounded. The words he murmured under his breath even made Zhao Huai's face turn ugly. Back when Chu Luyun raised the suicide speculation. He had said exactly the same thing. How could a guy who has proposed these escapes from the law go on to commit suicide? However, at that time, Chu Luyun had gone toe-to-toe with him, and now he was changing his words. He was beyond certain that this guy was just messing with him. Zhang Shun, just tell me what exactly your guesses are. We will definitely cooperate with you fully in solving this water drop murder case. Nowadays, Li Shui had long been impressed with Chu Luyun. But to verify this, you have to return to the scene and use the power of Death Echo. And there was no way for him to articulate to a few people about this superpower. I'm afraid it's back to the auditorium. By returning to the scene, I can confirm what I suspect in my mind. If everything is right, then the cause and effect of this case is clear to me. Chu Luyun did not make a conclusion first, but planned to seek confirmation first. Listening to his words, Li Shui and the others didn't hesitate, left their residence, and drove off to the scene that had been cordoned off. Zhao Huai didn't say a word on this journey. He always thought that Chu Luyun was pretending to be a god. Just wait until he can't make it up and then stand up and bash him properly. What was strange was Chen Fashion, who had a somewhat tense expression on this journey. As if contemplating something disturbing. In the middle of the auditorium, Chu Luyun slowly closed his eyes. The moment the death echo was unleashed, a tidal wave of emotions hit me instantly. He, who has been in the tide, sees the truth. Chapter 59, Backroom Operations. Young teenagers in the middle of the sunrise aspire to freedom and vigor. Raging father. Wailing woman. Chronic depression makes it feel clogged and life is bleak. Under the whisper of a demon. He took a step into the abyss. The pain of a fishing line through the chest can't hurt as much as a young family tragedy. The searing burn of sulfuric acid on the face could not burn out the depressing dim gloom. Sure enough. Almost had you fooling everyone. Chu Luyun returned to his senses. Before him was a young man who had long been repressed and had committed suicide. And these experiences and mental journeys clearly don't match up with wine tasting. Dr. Chen, the deceased's face was corroded by sulfuric acid, can we still recognize the appearance? Chu Luyun turned his head to look at Chen Fashion. The other man just shook his head at this. The face is no longer recognizable, but the DNA is an exact match to wine tasting. This can be more accurate than facial recognition. Chen Fashion looked as if he had guessed that Chu Luyun would pick a fight, and had already had words to respond. Hearing his words, Chu Luyun merely nodded. Today he knows the case inside out. Suicide is indeed suicide, but none of the dead are fugitives. I also finally understood the words Wang Taixing said before he died. He's getting off the hook. Chu Luyun silently chanted, not making his words too clear. On the side, Chen Fashion frowned. He also didn't understand what exactly Chu Luyun was trying to say, but it always felt like it was targeting him. Team Leader Li, are you free tonight? Can we go to your house and try your handiwork? Chu Luyun turned his head to look at Li Shui and inexplicably asked. Several people in the room were slightly stunned. Because that's a bit of an ambiguous thing to say. Although Li Shui is the leader of the task force, she is also a single woman. Without saying a word, Zhang Shun was going to eat at someone's house. It's a murder scene, so it doesn't seem appropriate to go on a date like this. And when did Zhang Shun, this elm brain, become enlightened? Still open on Li Shui. Ha? This. It's okay. Li Shui didn't look back for a while. However, facing Chu Luyun's sincere gaze, he did not refuse. Good, then let's get going now, just when I'm already hungry. After Chu Luyun said this, he pushed Li Shui and headed out. Li Shui didn't know what kind of drug he was selling, but ghostly followed. Looking at the backs of the two as they left, Zhao Huai's trio completely froze. Captain Han, what's with this Zhang Shun lately? Why do I feel he's so out of sorts? Zhao Huai looked at Han Feng beside him and finally couldn't help himself. In the face of his inquiry, Han Feng, who was the captain, could only shake his head. Instead, it was Chen Fashion who took over Zhao Huai's words. Agent Zhao, this kid seems to be a bit of a problem with the two of us. We've got to be careful. Chen Fashion's face was grave, and his words had a hint of something. Chu Luyun looked for Li Shui alone for dinner. It was obvious that there were some words that were not convenient to say here and intentionally avoided them. Vegetable market. Just in time for the end of the day, the crowded and noisy food market was overcrowded. Chu Luyun and Li Shui chatted while shopping for groceries. Rather like a young couple coming home from work. Zhang Shun, you asked me out alone because you have something inconvenient to say, right? Just now in the auditorium, what did you mean when you said something about getting off the hook? Li Shui carried 2 bags of vegetables and opened her mouth to inquire. Seeing Li Shui take the initiative to open her mouth, Zhu Luyuan no longer hid it either. Team Leader Li, think about it, these are clearly suicide deaths, this is hard evidence. And as an absconding criminal, it is absolutely impossible to commit suicide. Under what circumstances can these 2 contradictory points coexist? What is the means, other than death, by which a fugitive can be exonerated from the world? Zhu Luyuan did not directly point out the answer to the riddle, but instead asked Li Shui a few questions. After all, he had touched with Li Shui before. Although she was young and beautiful, she was not a vase and was even smarter than Zhao Huai and the rest of them. After these 2 questions were raised, Li Shui's brows gradually locked up. Looking at her lustful appearance, Zhu Luyuan nodded as well. Yes, the answer is that someone died for them. If there is such a group of people who are so desperate for life that they want to disappear from this world. And it just so happens that there is another group of criminals who hope to get away with faking their own deaths. Zhu Luyuan looked at Li Shui's eyes as his own left and right hands violently closed and slapped. Pop. In that case, the water droplet killing the crime becomes a business. Where there is profit, there must be people, and the people behind the scenes, compelling others to commit suicide while eliminating the guilt of the criminals. This is the water droplet killing crime. Zhu Luyuan said everything. And Li Shui's face also revealed a look of sudden realization at this moment. Putting everything Zhu Luyuan said all together. Motive, purpose, evidence, all of it. The whole case, at last, has formed a complete vein. Zhang Shun, why didn't I realize before that you even have this mind? If it weren't for the fact that you opened your fingerprints on time every day, I'd really have to wonder if you were Zhu Luyuan in disguise. Li Shui patted Zhu Luyuan's shoulder and joked at him. In the midst of the noisy crowd, Zhu Luyuan's eyes changed slightly, but fortunately it was not detected by Li Shui. By the way, according to you, if none of those dead were the fugitives themselves, then why can't the lab test it? Every autopsy result is the fugitive himself. Li Shui thought about it carefully and realized that there was a bit of a match here. And it was as if Zhu Luyuan had already thought of this. Think about it, Team Leader Li, why the bodies in the cellar were highly decomposed in the face, and why the bodies in the auditorium were disfigured by sulfuric acid. Zhu Luyuan uttered this guide, and Li Shui instantly came up with an answer. Identity swap. Zhu Luyuan's best trick. But even if the face was destroyed it wouldn't help, the lab section uses DNA, that's a lot more accurate than the face. Li Shui couldn't get away from Zhu Luyuan in 3 sentences. This in turn made the honored one standing beside her feel sweaty. But if you look back on it later, Li Shui knew that the person who was working with her on the case was the Zhu Luyuan that she had longed for, so she really didn't know what she would think. The topic had already proceeded to this point before it truly came to what Zhu Luyuan had to say. Good, that's why I called you out alone. Zhu Luyuan nodded. Li Shui violently stood still, her eyebrows instantly knitting into a ball. Are you saying? Has a mole? Chapter 60, Excellent Trickery. Li Shui is not a cutie. The words have been said to this point, it's no different from picking a fight. According to Zhu Luyuan's reasoning, there was an identity swap between them. But when we got to the lab, the autopsy reports all matched up. That speaks volumes. Someone's been tampering with the lab section. Not bad, where there's profit, there's bound to be people involved. One thing I've always believed is that there is no such thing as a wall that money can't hit, and if there is, it's not a large enough amount. For Zhu Luyuan to be able to generate such thoughts was something Li Shui had never expected. The people in the task force were colleagues who had been with her for many years. Everyone has even all become friends. She never doubted those around her. Zhu Luyuan's words made it seem like something shattered in her heart. It feels heartbreaking, but it is indisputable. And who do you think that person will be? Chen Fashion? It would be most convenient if he came to do the deed, wouldn't it? Li Shui frowned slightly. There's no point in being cagey when the words are already out there. But when he heard her words, Zhu Luyuan shook his head slightly. Chen Fashion, Hu Tian, Han Feng, Zhao Huai, and even you and me. The whole police department, that's a possibility. It's not too difficult to go to the lab and do some tinkering. Zhu Luyuan did not arbitrarily speculate at this time. All reasoning is about clues and evidence. He wouldn't be like Zhao Huai, who falsely accused others based on his feelings. We don't know who the mole is yet, but we've sorted out the case. Next, we only need to catch the mole to uncover the real culprit. That's all I have to say, and it's time for team leader Lee to go home. The two had come to the parking lot without realizing it. Chu Luyun had accomplished his purpose. It would be a bit of a stretch if they were really brazen enough to go to Li Shue's house for dinner. What for? You've done me such a great favor, it's only right to buy you a meal. Now that the groceries have been bought, let's go. A warm smile surfaced on Li Shue's face. In her private life, she is a change from her usual high spirits. The whole person was like a gentle lady of the house. Then I'll take it with a grain of salt. Chu Luyun had a smile on his face as he graciously followed Li Shue to the car. Seeing Zhang Shun at this moment, a hint of a smile also surfaced on Li Shue's face. If you put it in the old Zhang Shun. I'm afraid that even being alone with Li Shue would make me shy. Although he didn't know what Zhang Shun had made the change because of, he was, now, Li Shue's favorite. The two were sitting in the car with freshly purchased groceries in the trunk, listening to soothing in-car music as the sun sets over the western frontier. The two men chatted about one thing or another with easy smiles on their faces. Feel the peacefulness of the moment. How Chu Luyun wished that time would stay in this moment forever. Regal Public House. Group Leader Li, your family lives here? Chu Luyun looked at the upscale neighborhood in front of him and couldn't help but be taken aback. This place is the most expensive neighborhood in Xingyang City. It can be said to be an inch of land. With Li Shue's small salary, I'm afraid that even if she worked for the rest of her life, she wouldn't be able to buy a toilet. Ahem, my family. My family is a businessman, a little bit of money. Come on, let's go upstairs. Li Shue just stalled and led Chu Luyun into the neighborhood. The somewhat small amount of money in her mouth, that amount was not at all something Chu Luyun could imagine. It seems that Li Shue doesn't work for money at all, it's purely a hobby. Follow her upstairs. Opening the door of the room and walking in, the decoration inside was even more astonishing to Chu Luyun. Without $3 million, it's absolutely impossible to take it down. He had never imagined that this team leader Li, who had been fighting against him, was still a real rich girl. I'm going to go to the kitchen and make dinner, so you can watch TV for a while. The remote is on the table. Li Shue placed her slippers in front of Chu Luyun and carried the dishes into the kitchen. Chu Luyun sat on the leather sofa and surveyed everything around him. Miss $1,000 herself cooked for him. I really didn't think I'd have this in my life. Chu Luyun curiously surveyed everything around him, but something in the trash can caught his attention. It was some clear tape, and some thin string. I can't see that this $1,000 lady, she still likes to do crafts? Chu Luyun picked up the thin rope thread from the trash can and felt something familiar. Team leader Li, I'd better come and give you a hand. As if Chu Luyun thought of something, he dropped the thin rope in his hand and took a step into the kitchen. After the two of them had a busy time, a simple four-course meal was brought to the table. After entering the kitchen, Chu Luyun realized that having Li Shue cook was pure bull. This woman has never even been in the kitchen. The 4 dishes and 1 soup on the table were still saved from the pot by Chu Luyun. Let's us start eating. Would you like some red wine? Li Shue placed a bottle of red wine on the table with some apologies on her face. If it were anyone else, I'd be dripping with alcohol, but Team Leader Li gave the word, so let's drink some. If it wasn't for Team Leader Li, I'm afraid I wouldn't have had the chance to drink such a good bar in my life. Chu Luyun poured the purple red wine into a highball glass. He didn't usually drink much and couldn't make a good or bad one. Zhang Shun, what do you think of the investigation into the police station's mole? Since you're already a step ahead in your reasoning, I'm sure you must have some ideas as well? Li Shue was the first to speak, finding a topic of conversation. The woman is still talking about the case even at this moment, and she does seem to have a true love for her job. Chu Luyun slightly sipped his red wine, as if pondering something. There is a way, only I need a little help from Team Leader Li. If you can trust me, I need the keys to your house and $1 million in cash. Chu Luyun looked at Li Shue and made his request. Just after these words were said, Li Shuelian's movements of pinching the food stopped. Although she knew Zhang Shun's character very well and shouldn't do anything bad. But she's a single woman herself anyhow. Giving a man the keys to her house forced her to be a little hesitant. And $1 million in cash. It wasn't something that was impossible for her to do. But it was $1 million, and her family's money didn't come from the wind. Team Leaderly, if you ask me, let's just take our time investigating this matter. It's a public matter anyway when all is said and done, and I do think you don't have to consider that I just made a joke. Shu Lu-yun snorted to ease the awkward atmosphere. Instead, Li Shui slapped her chopsticks on the table at this moment. Okay, I promise. Li Shui agreed in one gulp. And Shu Lu-yun's heart fluttered at this moment. Li Shui is willing to cooperate. That is the time to let the truth come out. And the moment the truth came out, that was when he, Shu Lu-yun, left. After all, that guy, Wang Taixing, knew his true identity. However, at this moment, Shu Lu-yun's mind had already had a perfect ruse to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. Chapter 61, A Promise is a Promise. Give me 3 days, within 3 days, I will definitely make the truth surface. Shu Lu-yun made a vow in front of Li Shui. And behind that vow was his unknown purpose. Okay, I believe you. Then we'll make a pact with a cup of wine. 3 days later, I'll wait for your good news. Li Shui raised her highball glass and gently touched it with Shu Lu-yun. Her biggest knot in this life was not the water droplet killing crime, but the Shu Lu-yun who was on the run. If the Zhang Shun in front of us can really solve this big case, then maybe we can get him to join the scouting team, maybe we can catch Shu Lu-yun. Looking at the appreciation and laughter in Li Shui's eyes. Of course Shu Lu-yun didn't know the plan in her head. And Li Shui is even more unaware that the person sitting opposite to her in front of her, sipping a cup of wine, is the Shu Lu-yun that she has been thinking about for so long. Don't worry Team Leaderly, within 3 days, I will definitely give you a big surprise. Shu Lu-yun finished off the red wine in his glass. When he said the word surprise, he made a point of biting it a few times heavier. 3 days later. Li Shui will know that this Zhang Shunbian in front of her who was talking to each other was Shu Lu-yun, that certainly counted as a big surprise. After having enough wine and food, Shu Lu-yun left the regal mansion. Walking on the winds of the night. The smell of alcohol had not dissipated, and there was still some warmth in his body. Looks like it's time to go too. But I'd rather not part with these comfortable days. Shu Lu-yun raised his head to look up at the sky and sighed heavily. Now that he has the water drop murder case as an attraction, he is able to get away with it in the police station as Zhang Shun. But the longer you stay, the more you are bound to show signs, and the more you are bound to attract the attention of others. By the time someone set their eyes on him, it would be a nightmare to get away. Early the next morning. Shu Lu-yun once again appeared at Wang Taixing's residence. He left a note on the table. What Wang Taixing did was simply not something that could be accomplished by one person. They definitely have a team, and if they have a team they need money and even more talent. At the time he knew Shu Lu-yun's identity, there were clearly better options. That would be to expose him and pin the charges on him. That's when Wang Taixing could really get off the hook. But instead, he showed up to give Shu Lu-yun a lecture, clearly having the intention of absorbing him. After leaving the note, Shu Lu-yun sat in the cafe, slowly drinking his coffee. Until dusk, the sun sets. A man in a ducktail hat and mask sat down across from him. Mr. Chu, you really are a smart man. Not only can I get you off the hook, but I can keep you from living that life on the streets. Wang Taixing opened the door and didn't bend at all. Even you know that I wind up in the house, so what else do you know? Shu Lu-yun looked at the person in front of him, and it was obvious that he was not an idle person either. It's not easy to fool him. The only difference in information between the two was that he thought Shu Lu-yun was the real culprit. I know a lot, but that's not what I'm going to talk about today. Wang Taixing ordered a cup of coffee and breezed through it. Obviously he had investigated everything around him before coming and there was no ambush. I'm curious as to how you could tell I was Shu Lu-yun with a single glance. I've been in the Qingyang police station for a few days now, but no one has ever recognized it. Shu Lu-yun looked at Wang Taixing with interest, his heart really curious. Instead, Wang Taixing just smiled slightly and pointed to his eyes. I have a special talent for picking up on a lot of subtle things. I've seen your wanted posters, and your disguise can fool others, but it can't fool me. Wang Taixing was full of confidence. Seeing that the conversation was almost over, Shu Lu-yun directly placed the box on the table. It's $1 million in here. That's my DNA in the bottle, and I need you to help me complete my exoneration. When it's done, I'd like to join you. Shu Lu-yun directly lit up his sincerity. This action, however, caused Wang Taixing to be slightly stunned. Apparently things were going too well, raising his guard.
You needn't worry, my Zodiac case is much more powerful than this one of yours. There's no need to doubt that they'd prefer to catch me than to catch you. Chu Luyun spoke again, shaking Wang Taixing's vigilance. After a few minutes of reflection, Wang Taixing finally made up his mind. Chu Luyun, I will help you with your matter. But I need to tell you a little bit in advance. As long as there's anything wrong with you, I promise to blow the whistle on your Chu Luyun before you even leave the police station. At that time, I can take the money and go far away, and you must die. Wang Taixing looked at Chu Luyun, and his eyes became ferocious in an instant. It was a risky move for Wang Taixing. For Chu Luyun, it was even a risky move. Wang Taixing can take the money and go far away, but Chu Luyun is in the Qingyang police station and is already a bird in a cage. But it just so happens that two people are the same kind of person. It's a deal. Chu Luyun placed the coffee on the table. Wang Taixing lifted the box in his hand and left the cafe on that note. Watch his back as he leaves. Chu Luyun turned his head to look out the window as snowflakes flew in the sky. The layout wasn't the most difficult thing for him. The hardest part is breaking the mold. No matter how far things went, Wang Taixing was always out there, ready to run. But he could be right in the middle of a police station. A hard thing to do, a really hard thing to do. Chu Luyun thought of this and lifted his cell phone to dial a familiar number. Time passes like a white horse. 2 days passed in a flash. The Chu Luyun of these 2 days could be very busy. Took Li Shue's key and frequented her mansion while she was away. The security guard noticed it several times. However, due to the clothes on Chu Luyun's body, he did not ask much. Police Department. Zhang Shun, come with me, something's wrong. Li Shue stood behind Chu Luyun, and her cold words startled him. The water droplet killing crime has reappeared? Chu Luyun's heart shook violently. A case with himself as the protagonist happened, which made Chu Luyun still a little excited. Seeing Li Shui nod her head, Chu Luyun was the first to reach out and pull her in. Don't alarm too many people about this. Just call up you and me, Han Feng, Zhao Huai and Chen Fashion. Just a couple of us going over there. Under Chu Luyun's arrangement, the 5 people then sat in a car and headed to the crime scene. Several people had different expressions. We all know in our hearts that this outing is extraordinary. Looking at the several people's faces, Chu Luyun instead revealed a smirk. There's a ghost inside the police station. And it's clear to me that this ghost is among the 5 of us. I wish he'd listen, I'd keep an eye on him. Chapter 62, Choosing Between Two. Chu Luyun sat in the car and directly made a clear sign. After saying this, he even directly put everyone's cell phones into a bag and sealed it. He was actually afraid that this ghost would ventilate with Wang Taixing. That game could end early. Zhang Shun, if we're talking about seniority, you're the youngest among the 5 of us. If you want to say there's a real mole, you'll have to start by taking stock of you. Zhao Huai had long been looking at Chu Luyun with displeasure. Given that opportunity, surely he would be taken out first. What's Agent Zhao so eager to throw dirt on? Is it hard to believe that this has something to do with you? Chu Luyun looked at Zhao Huai and naturally returned the favor mercilessly. The atmosphere in the compartment became unusually quiet. The expressions on several people's faces were constantly changing, but Chu Luyun always looked out the window, not bothering to observe. The car sped along for more than 30 minutes before finally arriving at the scene of the crime. It's a long-abandoned outhouse. The dead man fell headfirst into the cesspool in an unparalleled manner. Captain Han, go get someone to dispose of the body. Coroner Chen and Agent Cho, return to the station with the DNA samples collected. I'll survey the area with team leader Li. Chu Luyun directly crossed over Li Shui and started giving orders. Look at his look of commanding the big picture. Zhao Huai's heart was naturally a little dissatisfied again. But under the threat of Li Shui's eyes, he could only obediently do as he was told. After a few people left, only Chu Luyun and Li Shui remained at the scene. You have Chen Fashion and Zhao Huai send samples. Is it suspected that the mole is between the 2 of them? Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun and really couldn't hold back the curiosity in her heart. However, in response to her inquiry, Chu Luyun only revealed a smile and did not say anything more. He lit a cigarette and stood silently to the side, enjoying the last vestiges of peace. When the water drop murder case is solved, he is afraid that he will have to continue to live in the wind. After about 2 hours. What?
You mean the test results came back and the deceased was Chu Lu-yun?
Li Shui held up her cell phone, unable to stop the shock in her eyes. And all of this was within Chu Lu-yun's expectations.
After hanging up the phone, she looked at Chu Lu-yun with a face full of incredulity. The caller said that the test results, the deceased is Chu Lu-yun? This matter, Chu Lu-yun is also involved? The Zodiac murder case, the water droplet murder case, what role did Chu Lu-yun really play in it? Li Shui's curiosity had been pulled full circle.
Now it was one step closer to the truth, and Chu Lu-yun was also moving closer to danger.
This is not the time to talk about it. We can go back and close the net.
Chu Lu-yun extinguished the cigarette in his hand and followed Li Shui to the car.
The two men returned to the police station in a hurry. Straight to the lab section. Among the sections,
Chen Fashion, Hu Tian, Han Feng, and Zhao Huai were already standing in the section.
The lab sheet was sitting on the table. You guys say that the one drowned in the thatched pit is the Chu Lu-yun that we have been pursuing so hard? Do you guys think that's possible? A hint of anger even surfaced in Li Shui's eyes as she looked at the lab sheet. A major criminal that the Qingyang Police Department couldn't catch with all their efforts and fuss. I can't believe I just drowned in a hole. This is simply unacceptable.
Perhaps
the murderer of this water droplet killing crime is much more divine than Chu Lu-yun?
Zhao Huai's eyes darted around. If Chu Lu-yun could close the case on this, it wouldn't be a bad thing.
Nonsense. There's definitely something wrong with this lab work. The mole, I see, appeared on this.
Li Shui slapped the table. Although she was a woman, the aura emanating from her body still energized everyone. Chu Lu-yun sat at the table and slowly lit a cigarette.
He was almost certain of it.
The mole, at this very moment, is standing within the section.
Dr. Chen, Agent Cho, was anyone else involved in the delivery of that lab sample on the way here? Chu Lu-yun was the first to look at the two.
But when the words were said, both men shook their heads together. After shaking their heads, the two men began to stare at each other.
If no one else touched the sample, that would also mean that the mole was between the two. Are you guys doubting me as an old man? When I was a forensic scientist, the Qingyang police station was still just a district police station.
Chen Fashion immediately took out his credentials. His words naturally made the crowd all nod frequently. But Zhao Huai, who was standing on the side, was not happy.
Elder Chen, what do you mean by that? The sample was escorted by the two of us, and since your innocence is clear, do you mean that I moved this thing?
Zhao Huai's brows were tightly locked, and his voice was exceptionally loud in the section. Just as the two were arguing, Chu Lu-yun's eyes had been following the expressions of several people. He'd pointed out long ago in the car that this operation was all about uncovering the mole.
If he's the mole,
it would never have continued to tinker with the samples, which is a clear no-brainer.
No need to argue, the mole can be ruled out. Chen Fashion and Zhao Huai.
Chu Lu-yun sat on the side and was the first to open his mouth to interrupt the conversation between the two. Hear his words. Not only did Zhao Huai and Chen Fashion both froze. Even Li Shui turned her head with a puzzled face. These were clearly the two most suspicious people, how could they still be directly excluded by Chu Lu-yun?
Zheng Shun, what do you mean by that? I don't understand.
Li Shui really couldn't hold back her curiosity. Chu Lu-yun was slowly getting up at this moment. Uncovering the mole can't be done with the mind of a detective, but with the mind of a criminal. I singled out in the car that I would keep a firm eye on the mole and deliberately arranged for Chen Fashion and Agent Zhao to escort the samples.
What would you do if you were the mole between the two? Chu Lu-yun looked at Li Shui and faintly opened his mouth to inquire.
When everyone substitutes into the role of the mole, it becomes instantly clear. If you dare to mess up in this situation, it's a two-way street for the murderer. It's not hard to uncover him with just a little more detailed screening. If I were the mole, I would have done nothing. After a moment of contemplation, Li Shui voiced her thoughts. And Chu Lu-yun snapped his fingers at this moment. Not bad, but now the mole is still out there.
He's also very smart, he wants to draw the scourge onto Chen Fashion and Zhao Huai.
So there's no way in hell they're both murderers. Chu Lu-yun came up with his own conclusion, causing both Zhao Huai and Chen Fashion to breathe a sigh of relief. And at this moment, Chu Lu-yun also placed his gaze on Han Feng and Hu Tian.
After excluding those two, that mole, then it can only be one of the two. Chapter 63, Entering the Game. What are you all looking at me for? What the hell is going on here? Hu Tian looked at the crowd with a confused expression. He was a little overwhelmed when everyone focused their eyes on him. Don't even know what's going on.
At this moment, everyone also shifted their gazes to Han Feng.
Zhang Shun, you're not doubting me, are you?
I'm your captain, even you were in the team at the time, I promoted you.
Han Feng was very emotional.
To him, Zhang Shun was the one he had promoted. Because of Zhang Shun's character, he was often bullied and not well received. Han Feng had taken good care of him over the years. As a result, when it came to this critical moment, he even doubted himself, making Han Feng somewhat unacceptable.
Captain Han, don't get excited yet. Uncovering the mole who is among us is also a contribution to the police department.
Li Shui comforted Han Feng's emotions. However, when faced with the Han Feng who suddenly stormed out, everyone's hearts were a bit stymied.
Huten, isn't it true that you've been guarding the instruments in the lab all this time?
If it's not the sample that's wrong, then the problem, it's the instrument. Chu Luyun turned his gaze to the harmless Hu Tian. The entirety of Hu Tian, who was named, was in a state of confusion.
What do you mean? Suspecting me again? I don't know anything. Hu Tian's entire face screwed up.
He was purely shouted over and had no knowledge of even this case.
The process of identifying the mole seems to have reached a dead end.
However, a smile appeared on Chu Luyun's face.
Actually, I already know the truth about this matter.
The equipment in the section has definitely been tampered with, and you're the only one guarding the section.
If there's a problem with the instruments in the section, then you can hardly escape responsibility. Chu Luyun turned his gaze to the instrument used for verification.
At this moment, however, Hu Tian's expression was incredibly relaxed, as if he had found the answer to vindicate his own grievances.
Good. Then we'll do the lab tests on site.
I'll just stand here and wait for the results.
Hu Tian was so emotional that he directly brought the instrument over. All eyes were on the instrument.
Chu Luyun stepped forward and directly blew up his finger, dripping blood onto it. Chen Fashion stepped forward and then began to reassign the values. Chu Luyun wiped off the blood on his hands as his body slowly backed away. Everyone looked at Chen Fashion's back, waiting for him to say the result.
When all validation is complete.
He turned his head to look at the crowd and locked his icy gaze on Hu Tian again.
This verification verifies that Zhang Shun's DNA and Chu Luyun's DNA are an exact match.
Everyone froze after Chen Fashion said this.
Han Feng was even the first to guard the doorway. Huten, do you have anything else to say?
Li Shui's tone also became icy cold.
Only Hu Tian was dumbfounded.
His eyes grew dull, staring at the instrument in a daze.
That's impossible, that's absolutely impossible, there must be nothing wrong with the instruments.
Either way, there's no way the instruments are going to go wrong at this point.
Someone must have tampered with the instruments again. Hu Tian's entire body was dumbfounded.
He hadn't expected this to be what was in front of him at all. But Li Shui's eyes were dead set on him.
What do you mean the instruments couldn't have gone wrong at this time? What do you mean someone's been tampering with the instruments again?
Li Shui caught the loophole in Hu Tian's words.
Hu Tian looked at Chu Luyun's back as he left, and his entire body froze. He is Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun has mixed in, he's mixed in. He is Chu Luyun.
Hu Tian was about to rush out like a madman to chase after Chu Luyun. But the crowd in the section no longer had time to care about the departing Chu Luyun. Han Feng was blocking the doorway, Chen Fashion and Zhao Huai had already stopped Hu Tian, and Li Shui had taken out her cell phone, ready to call for help.
I was wrongly accused. He is Chu Luyun. Zhang Shun is Chu Luyun.
Hu Tian kept shouting loudly, but he had already been pressed to the ground by Zhao Huai and Chen Fashion. Han Feng was even kneeling on his back, pressing down on him and unable to get up. Seeing that he had jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't be washed away, Hu Tian's face turned red.
Instruments. The instruments I changed back after I moved them.
There is no problem with the instruments now, he is Chu Luyun. Hu Tian was also broken at this moment. Anyway, Chu Luyun had already pointed him out, he only needed to go back to verifying fingerprints and such, and it was always hard for him to escape. And the man behind it once told him. The day his identity was exposed, Chu Luyun would appear, and that would be his chance to redeem himself. The entrance to the section was only 5 or 6 meters away from Hu Tian. But even with all his strength, he simply couldn't move a single step. Hearing his words, Li Shui's brows instantly knitted together.
What do you mean by that? Hu Tian, tell me what you meant by what you just said and I can give you a lighter punishment.
Li Shui's became extremely serious. Her eyes were starting to get bloodshot.
Group leader Li, I was paid to move some hands in the section. But I cleared all traces after moving the instrument, so there won't be any problems with the instrument now. Just now Zhang Shun took blood, and it matched Chu Luoyun's DNA perfectly. He is Chu Luoyun. He is the Chu Luoyun who mixed into the police station. Hu Tian's voice was almost muffled.
Her words also made Li Shui's body go cold.
If this is true, then this would be a very scary thing. Team Leader Li, the thieves are out of the nest, we have fish on the net. Surveillance in the archive room, someone's blending in to look at the dossier. Loud shouts came from the hallway outside.
Li Shui didn't even have the heart to estimate Hu Tian, turned around and rushed out of the section. All sorts of emotions were intertwined in her mind.
It's got to be him, he's creating chaos and blending in to read the dossier. Finally fell for it.
Li Shui couldn't suppress a smile at the corner of her mouth. She had long ago replaced the volumes in the archive with white paper, and the real ones, which she had hidden in her house. A group of people rushed into the archive room like mad. Eventually, a guy with dyed yellow hair was escorted out.
Chu Luoyun, you can't run away.
No, I'm not Chu Luoyun, my name is Wang Su, I'm in the wrong house.
Whether you are Chu Luoyun or not is not up to you. First, arrest him and take blood to be tested.
Li Shui knew that Chu Luoyun would be able to disguise himself and did not believe the words of the yellow hair in front of her at all.
And outside the police station at the moment, a pudgy, tattered man rushed into the hall. Quickly! Call Team Leader Li, I'm Zhang Shun. I was imprisoned, Chu Luoyun. Chu Luoyun has been impersonating me.
The man was panting heavily, his whole body lying on the floor, still crying out.
The entire Qingyang police station was in complete chaos. Right in the middle of this chaos, a man in a white down jacket and a mask left the police station. He casually slapped the spare key to Li Shui's house on the police car with a smirk on his lips. Team Leader Li, thank you for the dossier. Next, I'm going to go on a badger hunt. Chapter 64, Land of the Divine Enlightenment. Chu Luoyun walked into the wind and snow. And at the moment, the Qingyang police station is in chaos up and down. Hooten is being expedited for questioning. Yellow Hair, on the other hand, was imprisoned and guarded by a dozen men. The water drop murder case and the Zodiac extermination case will most likely be solved in one fell swoop today. Team Leader Li, the test results are out, he's not Chu Luoyun. What? When Li Shui heard this news, she only felt her brain fuzzy. Her feet went limp and she slumped right back into her chair. Team Leader Li, Zhang Shun is back, he said that he's been imprisoned for the first few days. Zhang Shun. Zhang Shun is Chu Luoyun. The news one after another made Li Shui feel her blood turn over. Her face slowly turned white. Team Leader Li, Team Leader Li. Several people rushed up and handed Li Shui a cup of warm water. She sat paralyzed at the table, slowing down for a good 10 minutes before some blood returned to her bleak lips. Turning his head to the fingerprint clocking machine at the door, she grabbed Yellow Hair's hand and pressed on it, and surprisingly, it showed pass as well. It's something that, surprisingly, has been a fixture for a long time. Asshole. Asshole. Chu Luoyun, you bastard. Li Shui rushed to the door like crazy. The original dignified look was gone, with a head full of hair strewn about like a female devil. She looked out at the endless expanse of snow-covered mountains. In the reflection of the sunlight, she saw what looked like something on the roof of the car reflecting the light. Li Shui trembled as she walked down the steps. 1 foot at a time, he stepped on the snow and took the piece of key from the car. This was precisely the spare key to her home, which she had promised to give to Chu Luoyun earlier. And those volumes that Chu Luoyun had always wanted to see were hidden in her family's study. The words Chu Luoyun said at the flower fire assembly once again echoed in his ears. The more you think you see, the easier it is to be fooled. I'll always be one step ahead of you, and just when you think you're about to catch me, I'll pop up behind you. The words, like demonic whispers, played over and over in her mind. Chu Luoyun. You. Li Shui only felt her head sink and fell directly into the snow. Chu Luoyun, the top fugitive that the Qingyang Police Department had been pursuing,
had actually worked a week's shift at the police station.
This is a big joke. It's the greatest mockery and foolishness to the entire Qingyang police department. And the captured Houghton is just an inside man who was paid off by money. The real leader, Wang Taixing, is also still on the run. Simply put, in both cases, there was no way to close them. Li Shui was also hospitalized thereafter to recuperate. Chu Liuyun's case is once again sensational. The top is negotiating to send a few crime-solving experts over.
At this moment, Chu Luyun had already arrived at the downstairs of a library.
Finally. I can't believe you're this close to me. Chu Luyun looked at this library. This was his favorite place to come when he used to write and code novels. On the first visit to Li Shui's house, Chu Luyun then had already discovered those things in the trash can, especially like the ones removed from the file bag. Combine that with the weirdness of the file room combination lock. The lock was clearly set and everyone knew the combination, so it was obviously a trap. Heaven forbid, he eventually found the hidden dossier in Li Shui's home. It's just a shame that those volumes are only from within this decade. However, Chu Luyun had found some clues in it. A fugitive with a very similar experience to his was surrounded by a heavy police force of over 300. It eventually disappeared into this library. Later a dozen experts searched the library carefully and froze without finding any trace. The guy just completely disappeared in plain sight. Hello sir, can I get you a drink? The attendant politely opened his mouth to ask. Chu Luyun was a regular customer here, and although there was no money needed to read books here, there was a low consumption. He casually ordered a cup of tea and then wandered around the library. Is it hard to believe that this guy also has some extraordinary ability? Chu Luyun carefully observed and surveyed this library that he had visited countless times. He envisioned himself as the fugitive he was at the time. How would he have accomplished this trick of disappearing into thin air? Chu Luyun just walked around lost in thought, and when he was not careful, he collided with a person around the corner. The books the woman was holding all fell to the floor. I'm sorry. The woman jumped ahead of Chu Luyun and took the lead in apologizing. It's okay miss, I'm the one who didn't see you, I'm so sorry. Chu Luyun also hurriedly opened his mouth to apologize. A woman in front of her in professional attire, a white shirt with a short black skirt. Wearing black-rimmed glasses, her hair was loose on her shoulders. Let me help you. Chu Luyun also hurriedly squatted down to help her pick up the books. The coyness on the woman's face was a far cry from her urbanite dress. When Chu Luyun helped her pick up the scattered books, but perceived the names of the books. The 10 most unsolved cases of Xinjiang. Advances in traceology. Xinjiang Prefecture records. Looking at these books that were so raw that they were out of the way, Chu Luyun's brows fell into a slight frown. You still like reading these books, huh? Chu Luyun snickered. These books for ordinary people will not say flipping through them. I am afraid that even if you look for it, you cannot find it. Especially the book that has been yellowed Xinjiang Prefecture and County records. I'm afraid none of the books are from the librarian's collection, but she searched for them from somewhere. Well, I like to work on difficult cases. Especially with some of the hard-to-solve cases, I've kind of enjoyed working on them. The woman slowly raised her head and gave Chu Luyun a polite smile. Chu Luyun was also interested now. After all, he could use some thoughts right now to redirect the investigation for himself. Hello, my name is Lin Shui, and I happen to be more interested in this area as well. We can communicate. Chu Luyun smiled and extended his palm to the woman. Hearing that the person in front of her was even a fellow traveler, the woman's face was slightly surprised before she extended her palm. Hello, my name is Zhou Bingyue. The two briefly exchanged greetings, and Chu Luyun helped her carry her books to the window seat. Zhou Bingyue reached out and straightened the hair on her forehead. What cases has Ms. Zhou been working on recently? Can we exchange ideas? Chu Luyun thoughtfully ordered a cup of coffee for her. Zhou Bingyue also spread out her notes on the table. Of course it's the famous Zodiac murder case that shook Qingyang City. I looked up the historical county records of Qingyang City once upon a time and found a similar case a long time ago. The so-called Zodiac murders are most likely the crimes of some ancient organization. The first sentence that Zhou Bingyue opened her mouth directly shocked Chu Luyun. But before he could open his mouth to ask again, Zhou Bingyue's next sentence even caused Chu Luyun to be petrified on the spot. Based on the literature I've looked up, the name of this organization, most likely, is Badger. Chapter 65, Toward a True Rado. When Zhou Bingyue spoke of organized crime, Chu Luyun already had great admiration for her. It was important to realize that the original Chu Luyun only thought that someone was targeting him. It wasn't until what happened to the estate that he realized it was organized crime. And the woman in front of her was able to reason this out just from the words on the page. The best part is, it was surprising that she could learn that the name of the organization behind it was Badger. Ms. Zhou, you are simply amazing. Where did all of this come from? Is it hard to believe that even the name of this organization is documented? Chu Luyun looked at the densely written words on the notes and could hardly suppress the shock in his heart. Zhou Bingyi had been studying the words on the notes. He didn't even notice the change in Chu Luyun's expression. That's just a first guess. I've got something even better to discover. It's just a pity that if you want to corroborate those conjectures, you have to go through the murder case files of Qingyang City. It's just a shame that those are confidential things that the police won't show me. Zhou Bingyi's cheeks blushed slightly as she was complimented. She ruffled her hair with some embarrassment. Chu Luyun also understood in his heart that if he couldn't help much, people wouldn't waste their time on him. Much less share the greater discovery. What a coincidence, I used to work in the archives department of the police department, and I happen to know something about the Qingyang City dossier. Chu Luyun casually made up a lie. He could have studied those volumes many times at Li Shui's house, and of course he was very familiar with them. Hearing that Chu Luyun even had this message, Zhou Bingyue's eyes all lit up in a flash. Are you telling the truth? You really read those murder files? Then tell me, in recent decades, has there been anything similar to the Zodiac murder case in Qingyang City? It's really important to me, so tell me. Zhou Bingyin was so excited that she subconsciously grabbed Chu Luyun's palm. In this moment, the woman in front of her bore a resemblance to Li Shui, and her eyes were filled with a desire for the truth of the case. It happened, just 10 years ago, after the deaths of the 12 Zodiac victims, the fugitives were hiding in this library. But here he is, under siege by hundreds of police forces, vanishing into thin air, an unsolved case. Chu Luyun spoke out the only clue he knew. Hearing his words, Zhou Bingyue's eyes became. She pulled a map out of her bag, docketed with densely written clues. Graphs that will also be drawn. Right. Everything is right. These guys, they're completing a ritual called a Sahi Zen ritual do. Zhou Bingyue took out another yellowed ancient book from her bag. This book looks dated. The bucket, in the opinion of ancient wisdom, symbolizes extraordinary power. Badger shaped the 12 Sifu shoguns and ritual fighting to gain power to open the door of the end. Zhou Bingyue informed Chu Luyun of all the things she had analyzed. Hearing the door of the end, Chu Luyun was slightly stunned. And Zhou Bingyue didn't know much about it. If you look at this line of drawings again, this is the graphic of the Chaojin ritual do. Here, this is Qingyang City. The divine general god that is guarding this time is the male rooster, and as far as I know, Chu Luyun's zodiac sign is the rooster. So he may not be the real culprit, but the badgers are molding him into the Sujetsu shogun. Zhou Bingyin's sentence after sentence was like a heavy hammer hitting Chu Luyun's heart one after another. He looked at Zhou Bingyue incredulously. Just how much literature had this woman read and how many ancient books had she studied, that she could know so much information? Li Shui's group of task force people, I'm afraid that even if they think about it, they can't find this direction. And what seems like an unthinkable direction is uncannily correct. According to you, the Badger organization has carried out this kind of case countless times before Chu Luyun? And when was the earliest time about the shaping of the subrats? Chu Luyun felt that he had fallen into a large net. Hearing Chu Luyun ask this, Zhou Bingyue also turned her head to look at him. Her face wore a look of amazement. You may not believe me when I tell you. The first occurrence of this similar case can be pushed back as far as the 9th year of Hangu. Qingshan County. When Zhou Bingyue finished speaking, Chu Luyun's heartbeat began to accelerate. Hangu 9 years. That's more than 600 years from today. It's amazing how the Badger layout started over 600 years ago and continues to this day. It's not right. It's not right. Didn't they say that the Chaojin ritual do needs to get together 12 Sishu shoguns? If Z-Rat's birth was more than 600 years ago, wouldn't he have died long ago? How could it be possible for the 12 divine masters to bring the gods together? It's impossible that everyone can live for hundreds of years, right? The span before these 12 general gods is too big, isn't it? Chu Luyun discovered the clues.
When Zhou Bingyue heard his inquiry, she only frowned slightly inside. For those I don't know, I haven't researched it yet. Zhou Bingyue shook her head. There were many things in this that would have to be further investigated. However, it was Chu Luyun who looked like he had found a blessed general, staring closely at Zhou Bingyue. If he could have this woman on board, he would no longer be alone in dealing with the Badger organization. It might even be possible to bring the murderer behind it to justice. Ms. Zhou, what is your genus? And the phases of your family members, may I take the liberty of asking? Chu Luyun carefully opened his mouth to inquire. He really wanted Zhou Bingyue's help, but he couldn't put others in danger because of it. The god-making about him isn't over yet. After the incident at the manor, there can be only 3 offerings left, the Yuji, the 100 Days dog, and the Ohi pig. If Zhou Bingyue or her family had this genus, it was very likely that they would become victims because of Chu Luyun's involvement. What are you asking me that for? Don't worry, I don't have any of the 3 remaining sacrificial genera at home. And you're not Chu Luyun. The dead will only appear where Chu Luyun appears. Zhou Bingyue could be said to have studied everything to understand. If she hadn't been so honest with Chu Luyun, he really would have wondered if this woman was in the Badger organization. Even the conditions under which the victims appeared had been given to her to study. The two sat and talked for hours. Seeing that the sky outside had slightly taken on a darker shade. Ms. Zhou, would you like to have dinner together? Chu Luyun now had a little bit of money in his hands, so he launched an invitation to Zhou Bingyue. The two people talked to each other, and Zhou Bingyue agreed readily. After putting on his jacket, Chu Luyun was even more considerate in helping Zhou Bingyue carry her school bag. The two left the library and strolled like lovers into the snow and wind. Just as she walked across a suspension bridge, Zhou Bingyue suddenly stood still. She looked at the back of a middle-aged woman, slightly lost in thought. Ms. Zhou, what's wrong? Chu Luyun was slightly surprised. Her. She'll be the next to die. I'm afraid I'll die tonight. Chapter 66, Catching a Murderer in the Dark. Zhou Bingyue stood in the snow, looking at the woman's back. His words caused Chu Luyun to frown once again. Even he, Chu Luyun, did not have the ability to find the next dead person. But Zhou Bingyue just took one look and came to this conclusion. Chu Luyun really doubted that this woman was not pretending to be a god. But all the previous speculations in the library proved that this woman was extraordinary. Ms. Zhou, why do you have this insight? Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue strangely. She's a librarian with the sign of the rooster, kind of a familiar character. Chu Luyun also frequented that library before, and is considered a half-acquaintance with her. Combined with the previous deaths of Chu Luyun's hairdresser and ex-girlfriend, she's considered the next most compatible. There's only one condition missing now, and that's Chu Luyun appearing in the library. Zhou Bingyue analyzed the layers and said that although it was far-fetched, it was not unreasonable. And the final condition she thought was missing happened to have been reached long ago. Chu Luyun had not only appeared in the library, he had been by her side the entire time. Then we can keep up with this administrator. Maybe we can find some clues. Chu Luyun gave Zhou Bingyue a look. Both nodded in unison. I was going to get some Western food and then continue to talk about the Zodiac case. Now it was one man nibbling a piece of bread and following the administrator's lead. The two people pretended to be an intimate couple, but they would not arouse suspicion. He followed them all the way to the doorstep of the family's house, and only then did he stand his ground. What now? Fortunately it's staying on the second floor, I'll keep watch here tonight, Miss Zhou can go back to rest first. Chu Luyun stared at the light that was lit up on the second floor. With the help of Zhou Bingyue, it was so hard to find some eyebrows again, he wouldn't give up just like that. Keeping watch at night? It's so cold and snowy, I'm afraid it would only take half the night to freeze you. Besides, it's empty, and you could easily be spotted by the killer standing alone in the snow. Zhou Bingyue looked at the flying snow, and what Chu Luyun was wearing wasn't that thick. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, did not say much, but only gave her a smile before turning his head and prying open the door of a sedan. After prying open the door, he got inside and turned on the heat in the car. This way it's not cold and it's well hidden. As long as the murderer dares to come, he will not be able to escape my eyes. Chu Luyun sat in the car and rubbed his hands, and even more so, he fished out binoculars from his arms. In the face of his lawless behavior, Zhou Bingyue was a bit dazed. She looked at Chu Luyun with some incredulity, as if she had some kind of subversive knowledge of him. Ms. Zhou, those of us who do great things are the ones who don't bother with small things.
Besides, it's just a loner and a waste of gas. What's this compared to catching the killer? In 3 or 2 sentences, Chu Luyun made Zhou Bingyue faint. Then that I'll stay with you too. Zhou Bingyue directly got into the car and closed the door with a bang. Snow was flying outside the car. The streets were empty under the dim streetlights. The cold wind kept on raging, blowing up the snow on the roads. The two were nestled in the warmth of the car, and it was quite cozy. Ms. Zhou, you study these things every day, don't you have to go to work? Chu Luyun gazed at the second floor and gave a bored inquiry. After all, Zhou Bingyue was dressed in workplace attire, but had the presence of mind to study these things. It's my job to research these, sort of a hobby and sort of a job. I don't usually dress like this, today it's because of a meeting, usually it's more casual. Zhou Bingying tugged on her jacket and answered Chu Luyun sincerely. However, Chu Luyun had never heard of any company that worked on solving crimes. Wasn't that the job of the police department? And looking at Zhou Bingyue, she didn't really look like a detective. But this was someone's privacy, so Chu Luyun was not in a good position to get to the bottom of it. The two just nestled in the car. The warmth and coziness, paired with the snowy weather outside, makes you feel sleepy. Even Chu Luyun couldn't help fighting between his upper and lower eyelids. Look over there seems to be a figure. Zhou Bingyue suddenly raised her hand and pointed to the mouth of the alleyway to the side. This sound of her words caused the drowsy Chu Luyun to jolt awake. The two men lowered themselves in the car to keep from being noticed by anyone outside. Not far from the mouth of the alley, a man in black is blending in with the night. If it weren't for the red sparking cigarette, it would have been really hard to notice his presence. Miss Zhou, your eyes are really something, you can see such a small spark. Chu Luyun catapulted himself to his feet and couldn't help but open his mouth to praise Zhou Bingyue. If the Qingyang task force had someone of her caliber, then I'm afraid my own life wouldn't be so easy. He's already smoked 2 cigarettes in the alleyway on such a cold day, there's definitely something wrong. Zhou Bingying reached out and pointed. The two men catapulted themselves into the car, their eyes locked dead in the corner. Fruity. It didn't take long for the dark shadow to sneak into the building. This guy struck out. Wait in the car, I'll go meet him. Chu Luyun didn't have any procrastination and directly rolled over to get out of the car. But Zhou Bingyue was also close behind. This woman never obeyed obediently when it came to cases. After burrowing into the hallway, there were footprints with snow on the ground, stopping at the doorway to the second floor. The door to the librarian's room was open in a false sense, and someone had obviously been in there. Chu Luyun turned his head and made a silent gesture at Zhou Bingyue before tiptoeing into the room. System prompts, please live stream this murder catch to be exempt from the 7-day update. The system that had been dead for an unknown amount of time, unexpectedly gave Chu Luyun a difficulty at this time. Faced with the temptation of being able to not have to update for 7 days, Chu Luyun was still somewhat moved. But it is indeed too risky to go live in today's situation. And it was very likely that Zhou Bingyue would see the clues. The selection has been completed for the host. Please turn on the live broadcast. The voice came from his mind once again, and this fellow had actually already made a choice for Chu Luyun. With his heart crossed and his teeth clenched, Chu Luyun still felt out his cell phone and turned on the live broadcast, aiming it at the darkened room. Zhou Bingying watched Chu Luyun's every move, and then her entire body froze. What are you doing? Going live? Zhou Bingyue's voice was not loud, but it was filled with shock. As a normal person, it was hard for her to imagine that Chu Luyun had the heart to broadcast live under these circumstances. And the moment Chu Luyun turned on the live stream, the number of people in the live broadcast room, too, climbed crazily in a short period of time. Chapter 67, The Big Lie. I drop a good boy, really do not take the Qingyang police station as a person open live? Isn't it normal to not treat them like human beings when you can't catch them for so long? Why is there a woman's voice? Can't it be that Chu Luyun is going to commit another crime? Countless pop-ups crossed the live broadcast room, and the number of people was still rising. Within the Qingyang police station, the crowd had also assembled, preparing to head to Chu Luyun's live broadcast location. It's just that because the leader of the group, Li Shui, wasn't there, the speed of the assembly was not as fast as it used to be. VIP ward. Li Shui was half lying on the hospital bed, holding a cup of clear tea and looking at the live broadcast on her cell phone. Chu Luyun, no matter the ends of the earth, I will capture you. Li Shui's expression was calm and no longer had the emotional fluctuations from before.
However, for the determination to capture Chu Lu-yun, it was getting stronger and stronger.
Scene. Chu Lu-yun didn't have time to give Zhou Bingyue an explanation, dodging and heading towards the house.
The room was filled with old-fashioned tungsten bulbs that gave off a dim yellow light. The old furniture around it was like the 80s and 90s all over again.
Barricade the door, don't let the murderer get away. Chu Lu-yun whispered and commanded Zhou Bingyue.
The woman was also smart enough to pull a chair from one side and put it against the doorknob. The people in the live room were all confused when they heard the murderer. Even Li Shui, who was in the hospital room, couldn't help but sit up straight. This dude said something about a murderer, can't it be that he's really wrongly accused? Could it be directing itself here? There are actors to match. Don't joke, who dares to play with a fugitive? The live broadcast room was all filled with voices watching the fun. The audience was mesmerized, enjoying the once-in-a-lifetime show. There's movement inside the bedroom, Ms. Zhou, please protect yourself. Chu Lu-yun barked out an instruction, then held up his cell phone and headed for the bedroom. He slowly raised his hand to open the door, only to have the wooden door suddenly open from the inside and hit Chu Lu-yun's head hard. The cell phones went flying in that moment. Ah! Screams came from behind Chu Lu-yun. The head that had been knocked unconscious was now jolted awake. Zhou Bingyue trembled her hand and pointed towards Chu Lu-yun's front. As the day turned his head with the intention of climbing to his feet, a woman with a bloodthirsty face jumped right on top of him. She opened her blood-filled mouth and went straight for Chu Lu-yun's throat. This is... What's going on here? Looking at the woman who was as mad as a zombie, Chu Lu-yun was a bit unresponsive for a moment. He lay on the ground, only able to keep himself safe by using all his strength against her chin. But the skinny-looking librarian was bursting with unrivaled strength. Help me! Chu Lu-yun shouted at Zhou Bingyue who was on the side. She was also clearly subdued by what was happening in front of her. Under Chu Lu-yun's cry for help, Zhou Bingyue, who had come back to her senses, grabbed the chair and rushed over. It slammed into the women's backs indiscriminately. With a loud bang. The women were breathless and limp. Did I beat her to death? Zhou Bingyue was a bit alarmed. At this moment, Chu Lu-yun also struggled to get up from the ground. Just as the two men were panicking, a dark shadow scurried out of the bedroom. He kicked the chair against the doorknob and snatched the door open. Keep an eye on her, I'll be right back. Chu Lu-yun picked up the cell phone on the ground, not caring about the pain in his body, and hurriedly chased after him. That guy was clearly a killer from the Badger organization. Maybe today, he could make the real murderer come out in the open on the air. Stand still. There are cameras all over the place, you can't get away. Chu Lu-yun held up his cell phone and chased after him through the biting wind and snow. Looking only 3 or 4 meters ahead. Truth, injustice, and innocence are only 3 meters away from him. But no matter how much Chu Lu-yun chased after him, the distance between the two was always kept at 3 meters. In a dark, narrow alley. Snowflakes streaked under the streetlights and swept over the heads of the two men. It was as if all of them had reached the limit of their physical strength. Don't run, true murderer, Badger. Badger traitor, you. Chu Lu-yun was tired and couldn't catch his breath. The people in the live room were all confused as they listened to his words. Is this guy tired? What are you mumbling about? Yeah, what with the badgers and the dogs and the zoo visits? But you all don't say, he's a pretty good actor. The crowd in the broadcast room joked about it. Eventually, the exhausted two stood still in the alleyway, keeping the distance between them still 3 meters. Yun-zi, you said you a code word, how? How to keep physical strength so good? The dark figure held onto the wall, panting. Hearing the intimate name that came out of his mouth, Chu Lu-yun's heart froze slightly. Because that's a name that only one person has ever called it since I was a kid. That's impossible, you. Chu Lu-yun looked incredulously at the black shadow in front of him, shock filling his eyes. The other party seemed very pleased with his expression as well. The black shadow slowly fished out a box of cigarettes from his arms, pulled out one, and threw it at Chu Lu-yun. The cigarette arced through the air and fell steadily into his hand. It's your favorite smoke. The other man lit himself up and took a drag before exhaling rising disgust towards the sky. Chu Lu-yun sat on the ground and smashed himself twice, not holding back his laughter. What is this? A show? Or a tease? Do you guys think this is funny? Chu Luyun only felt that his body was powerless, as if he had been drained of all motivation, and sat down on the ground in a disheveled state. The other man sighed at that, too, and didn't say anything. The two men were silent for a long time, until the cigarette in their hands burned out. What about Huma? Is she involved in this? Chu Luyun couldn't help but open his mouth to inquire. That black shadow also took off its mask at this moment, revealing Lu Qingsong's face. That's right. It was that Chu Luyun's longtime hairdresser, the dead man who was decapitated and placed in the refrigerator, Lu Qingsong. So it's all fake, right? You people, you've joined forces to lie to me, haven't you? Chu Luyun slammed the cigarette but hard on the ground. He only felt his heart was in turmoil now. If Lu Qingsong didn't die, then who was the person who died before? Lu Qingsong is the deceased in the case of Z-Rat, but Z-Rat is the beginning of the Zodiac. If all his deaths were faked, would the Zodiac murders still stand? If even these were not valid, then wasn't what Chu Luyun had been struggling after a joke? Want to know the truth? Want to know what this is all about? The answer, right here. Lu Qingsong pulled out a card from his pocket and threw it directly to Chu Luyun. Through the dim streetlight, Chu Luyun could see the handwriting printed on the card. On the front it says 101-24. On the back, it reads, snakes wear clothes, people molt their skins, the divine dragon opens its eyes, and the true king descends here. What does this mean? Chapter 68, Arrests. Chu Luyun surveyed the card in his hand and pondered for half a day without understanding what was going on. When he looked up at Lu Qingsong's position, he had long since disappeared. At this moment, Chu Luyun sighed and picked up the cell phone on the ground. Countless pop-ups had long since swept through the broadcast room. What Lu Qingsong? Back from the dead? I told you, this kid is just directing himself, it's all a lie. Surely a murderer is a murderer. There were all sorts of rumors in the live broadcast room, all of which had nothing good to say about Chu Luyun. But for these, Chu Luyun didn't care and directly closed the live broadcast. He had more important things to investigate now. He wants to figure out why Lu Qingsong is still alive. Being the deceased in the case of the Sun and Rat, that was the beginning of the Zodiac. If his guesses about the Zodiac murders were wrong, wouldn't everything after that be even more ridiculous? Even the so-called Badgers, the 12 divisional generals, could be fake. But if these are also false, what about the Riverbell thing? More and more doubt wrapped him up. Chu Luyun just rubbed his fuzzy head and walked back step by step. Miss Shou, Miss Shou. Chu Luyun shouted as he headed upstairs. Just as he rushed to the door, he caught a pungent odor of blood. Taking a look inside, at that moment, Chu Luyun's entire body was stunned. Zhou Bingyue stood in the corner with her face covered in blood, clutching her cell phone in shock. The woman who had gone berserk earlier was now half slumped in her chair. A sharp dagger, through the back of his head, blood was dripping down his hair onto the floor. You killed her? Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue with some incredulity. It was a little hard for him to believe that this soft-looking city girl could do such a thing. She was injected with a maddening drug and I accidentally killed her to save myself. From a legal standpoint, I'm considered self-defense. Zhou Bingyi confessed to his murder. But the cell phone also retained enough evidence to prove that she was wrongly accused. Let's not talk about that for now, it's not a good place to stay, let's go first. Chu Luyun assisted Zhou Bingyue and was about to leave. After all, people have died and just live-streamed the place. The Qingyang police will come later. Zhou Bingyue had evidence that she had acted in self-defense, but Chu Luyun wouldn't have a good ending. Ka-ching! Before Chu Luyun could return to his senses, a shiny handcuff was cuffed to his wrist. Without waiting for him to react, the other side of the handcuffs was cuffed to the radiator. Electricity. Chu Luyun was thus handcuffed to the heater, completely losing his freedom. He stared blankly at the mastermind of it all, Zhou Bingyue. Ms. Zhou, you. What are you? Chu Luyun didn't react for a long time. Excuse me, I'm a cop. The words that came out of Zhou Bingyue's mouth caused Chu Luyun's heart to instantly cool halfway. He looked at Zhou Bingyue with a face full of incredulity. In that instant, Chu Luyun's brain instantly went down, and it took a full 5 minutes to complete the reboot. He thought fast, thinking of ways to get out. And it's a way out that must be rushed before the Qingyang police arrive. Ms. Zhou, listen to me. You. It's none of my business whether you're a cop or not, what are you cuffing me for?
I can go with you to the police station to file a report, just cut me loose. Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue and began a bitter persuasion.
But no matter how flowery his words were,
Zhou Bingyue's eyes didn't waver a bit and were as firm as stone.
The hearts of men are like iron, and the laws of the government are like a furnace.
Chu Luyun, it's time for you to be brought to justice.
Zhou Bingyue sat to the side and began to wipe the blood from her face.
Just an icy cold look pierced through Chu Luyun's disguise.
Chu Luyun was able to tell that Zhou Bingyue did not know the art of recognizing people, nor did she detect his disguise technique. But the determination in her eyes was as if she had naturally locked onto Chu Luyun's identity.
Ms. Zhou, what are you talking about? Chu Luyun continued to play dumb.
At a time like this, he had no other choice but to do so. Facing the chattering Chu Luyun, Zhou Bingyue only shook her head helplessly. She picked up her cell phone and looked at the time. It's about 10 minutes before the people who arrested you arrive.
You have 1,000 words, so give them a go. Catching you wasn't my main mission.
Zhou Bingyue sat on the sofa, took out her notes again, and began to analyze the case with her head down.
The notes are all about the analysis of the Zodiac murders.
It was as if she knew that Chu Luyun wasn't really behind this. And catching Chu Luyun was not her main task, it was just a matter of passing by.
Seeing that things are set in stone. Even if he continued to weasel his way out of it, it wouldn't change anything.
And there were only 10 minutes left for him.
Ms. Zhou, could it be that you've been squatting me in the library from the very beginning? How did you know I'd be at the library?
Chu Luyun squatted next to the heater and looked curiously at Zhou Bingyue. Hearing his inquiry, Zhou Bingyue merely pushed her eyes on the bridge of her nose and scanned Chu Luyun. You're overthinking it, I wasn't even thinking about arresting you, and it's not my job to arrest you. It was on the drawbridge that I became suspicious of your identity.
The determination of your identity was just now. Zhou Bingyue looked at Chu Luyun, and with those few words, she caused Chu Luyun to fall into deep thought. I don't seem to have shown anything, do I? How are you sure that I am Chu Luyun? Chu Luyun continued to open his mouth to ask questions.
Listening to his question after question, Zhou Bingyue also simply closed her notebook.
In fact, I'm not even capable of predicting who the next dead person will be.
Including when we were just squatting downstairs, I didn't realize that there would actually be a murder here.
In other words, it was actually a case that should never have happened, and it was the two of us who made it happen. After Zhou Bingyue finished those words, Chu Luyun even furrowed his brows. He just felt goosebumps all over his body. First, the Zodiac case requires two necessary elements to occur. Factor 1, there must be Chu Luyun himself present. Factor 2, the deceased must be next in line for the Zodiac. The librarian's Zodiac sign happens to fit Factor 2, so that leaves only one other factor in her death. Do you understand? Zhou Bingyue looked at Chu Luyun and revealed a faint smile.
And Chu Luyun's heart was already chilling at this moment.
So you lied and lied to me about her being the next victim.
The librarian herself is a chicken, so she has Factor 1.
After I'm drawn here, if a hit happens, then I'm Factor 2. You actually used a fresh life to corroborate your reasoning? Chapter 69, New Inspiration. Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue incredulously.
In her body, Chu Luyun unexpectedly saw a trace of Jiangling.
All are harmless-looking beauties.
But it's as if the dolls have no feelings. Zhou Bingyue in particular was gentle and soft, like a big sister in her gentleness.
Don't be so cruel.
The Zodiac tragedy revolves around you, and even if it's not her who dies this time, it will be another rooster victim.
I could use her to corroborate your identity and arrest you without wasting one of her lives.
After Zhou Bingyue finished saying this, she opened her laptop again and immersed herself in her case. She still had blood on her face, and next to her was the body, still dripping. Just being in this situation, she was still so calm and caught up in her thoughts, clearly another freak of nature.
Bumping into such a guy, Chu Luyun sort of admitted defeat. People are having a case and going after the killer based on many clues. And this woman is the opposite.
Creating a hit with the rules, corroborating the reasoning, coming up with an effect pushing the cause. In front of this group of people, his transfiguration art, how cockamamie it seemed.
Ms. Zhou, aren't you curious if I caught the real culprit after chasing him out? If you'd caught the real killer, you wouldn't be handcuffed here.
Zhou Bingyue didn't even raise her head and gave a cold reply. You're wrong, it's not that I didn't catch the real culprit, it's that I couldn't bring back a dead man to deliver.
The Zodiac murder case is not as simple as we reasoned, there may be more mysteries hidden behind it.
If you don't believe me, check out my live replay. Chu Luyun knew that Zhou Bingyue had her mind on the case. So if you want to be rescued, this is the only place to start. Hearing his words, Zhou Bingyue half-heartedly opened her cell phone. Although the live stream just now was not considered exciting. But after all, it was Chu Luyun, and the heat on the internet was immeasurable. The live broadcast that just took place has been recorded in its entirety and is being circulated amongst various bloggers. It's not hard to search for the full image. The conversation between him and Lu Qingsong was also clearly played out from the cell phone. Zhou Bingyue frowned. At this moment, the same doubts as Chu Luyun arose in her mind. He's lying to you, our reasoning must not be wrong. It's all a badger plot, a plot by the 12 divine generals, to open the land of the end. There's no way we can go wrong with the direction of our investigation. Zhou Bingyue vehemently denied it. Because she couldn't accept that all her reasoning, her painstaking search for evidence was useless. Once those things are denied, the whole thing is overturned. It didn't matter if it was Zhou Bingyue or Chu Luyun. None of them could imagine where to look for the head next, if after everything was overturned. You have the same agenda as me, and you know full well that I'm not the real killer. Why can't we join forces and solve this case? Miss Zhou must also be clear in her heart that the two of us working together will do more good than harm. Chu Luyun made an enticing offer. Looking at the relief in Zhou Bingyue's eyes, Chu Luyun struck while the iron was hot. Lu Qingsong gave me a card before he left, and what's on it might give us a new direction. The card? Where? Zhou Bingyue's curiosity was piqued and she took a step and came to Chu Luyun's side. We have a partnership, of sorts? Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue and took the opportunity to put forward his own conditions. After a short hesitation, Zhou Bingyue still bent down and uncuffed Chu Luyun. I hope you're not playing tricks. In the whole of Xinjiang, you definitely won't be able to find a second helper who believes in you. Zhou Bingyue warned Chu Luyun. In fact, Chu Luyun couldn't be clearer about this point. Whether it was from the mind or from the clues already in hand, Zhou Bingyue was a rare aid. This woman, moreover, could be much nicer to talk to than Li Shui. Here's my house key and address. Go wait for me here. Zhou Bingyue listened to the sirens downstairs and handed her key to Chu Luyun. There's been a murder here. Someone has to stay and take charge. Chu Luyun didn't have time to think about how Zhou Bingyue would clean up this mess, as he took the key and dug into the dark snowy night. Tai on court. Chu Luyun stood in front of a small house. It wasn't as luxurious as Li Shui's place, but it was worth tens of millions of dollars at the very least. It's so strange, what's wrong with rich girls these days? Instead of enjoying life, one is addicted to difficult cases. Chu Luyun shook his head helplessly and used the key to open the door of the room. Li Shui counts as one, and Zhou Bingyue counts as one. All rich, good-looking, extremely beautiful women. But it's dead on with these boring cases. Entering the interior of the small townhouse, the decor is fairly minimalist, and the walls are plastered with numerous clues about the Zodiac murders. It was only through some clues that Chu Luyun was able to determine Zhou Bingyue's identity. She was a panel of experts who had just been transferred to Qingyang City from the top. And Zhou Bingyue is mainly responsible for dissecting the many difficulties of the Zodiac murder case. For the capture of Chu Luyun, it was indeed not within her job description. Both come and go. Chu Luyun rummaged for some food from the refrigerator, warmed it up himself, and began to feast on it. Between meals, he even took out the card given by Lu Qingsong and studied it. The serpent wears clothes, the man molts his skin, the divine dragon opens his eyes, and the true king descends here. It appeared to be some kind of unknown ballad, and Chu Luyun didn't really know what he meant. The 10124 written on the front of the card made Chu Luyun even more confused. After 2 or 3 hours, the sound of unlocking came from outside, and Zhou Bingyue walked in slowly, carrying a file bag. Judging by the fatigue on her, one could tell that setting those things right hadn't been easy either. Chu Luyun was a parasite after all, and still went along to heat up a meal for Zhou Bingyue. As I ate, I talked to her about what was on the card. That ballad, I've never heard it either. Not much for that number, I do have some guesses. Could this be latitude and longitude coordinates trying to get you somewhere? Zhou Bingyue stuffed a mouthful of rice into her mouth. Her casual words caused Chu Luyun to act. After all, we've reached a dead end, and there's only one thing to do, try the dead horse. Took the card and entered the latitude and longitude on the computer. Longitude 101 east, latitude 24 north.
After entering the coordinates, Xu Luyun then tapped on the location search. Zhou Bingyue also came over at this moment. The computer ran for a while before finally locking onto this location. 3 large characters came into view, causing Zhou Bingyue and Xu Luyun to all frown. Morning Mountain. Chapter 70, The Morning Plate Revelation. The appearance of the 3 words Morning Mountain caused Xu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue to subconsciously glance at each other. After all, this place is not simple. Since 1988, the Morning Mountains have been classified as a nature reserve and visitors are prohibited from going there. I heard that deep in that dense forest, it was full of miasma and poisonous insects, snakes and ants. There are even isolated villages living. Many of the groups that went on expeditions to the Morning Mountain ended up going nowhere. Gradually, it was also seen as a no-go area for humans. I think it might just be a coincidence. It's best not to dabble in this place, Morning Mountain. Zhou Bingyue frowned, her eyes filled with hesitation. After all, Lamentable Mountain was a place where once you went in, it wasn't that easy to come out. In case a life is cut short in there, it's not worth it. But now that this is the only clue left, I have no choice. Xu Luyun looked up at Zhou Bingyue. These cases are just her job to Zhou Bingyue. Maybe there's some personal interest mixed in there, but it's obviously not a good idea to put your life on the line for it. But for Xu Luyun, that was the only option. Ms. Zhou, you're not like me. If you can't solve this case, you can live a life of peace and wealth. But for me, if I can't solve the case, even if I die, I'll be left in the dust, so I have to go. Xu Luyun looked at the Morning Mountain address on the computer screen and had already made up his mind. For what lay before him was not a question of choice, but a question of necessity. Give me time to think about it. I'll help you prepare for your trip in the next few days, and even if I can't accompany you, I'll give you what help I can. Although Zhou Bingyue had a strange personality, she was considered a conscientious one. Probably also because she knows it in her heart. In the matter of the tragic Zodiac murder case, Xu Luyun had always been wrongly accused. For the next few days, Xu Luyun lived in this small townhouse. Well fed, warm and very safe. It's just that every night when he sleeps, he always dreams of a hovering gray sphere. The orb was the size of a head, and was so gray that it was hard to see what it was. Xu Luyun, let me tell you some good news, do you want to hear it? Zhou Bingyue carried some vegetables and spread a smile when she entered the door. It was only the first word she opened her mouth that almost caused Xu Luyun to spray out the tea in his mouth. I say auntie, can you lower your voice a little? Are you afraid that people won't know I'm hiding in your place? Xu Luyun quickly stepped forward and carefully probed to look outside, confirming that it was safe before unlocking the door. For his cautiousness, Zhou Bingyue was full of concern. After all, she was also considered a commissioner, who would have thought that Xu Luyun would hide in her house. I poked around and found out a message. In 3 days, an expedition to study wildlife is going to enter the Morning Mountain. You could forge an identity and join in, and not only would you be guaranteed personal safety, but there would be no shortage of specialized equipment and supplies. Zhou Bingyue had sort of brought good news in the snow. These past few days, Xu Luyun was worried about entering the Morning Firmament Mountain. Although the equipment and supplies, Zhou Bingyue, a rich white woman, could help him out. But as a penholder, how can you have any semblance of wilderness survival experience? Rushing into the Morning Mountains like a headless fly is purely giving rations to the wildlife. In the end, I'm afraid I won't even be able to leave a whole body. To be able to form a team to enter the Morning Mountain, surely you must have public permission? A professional science team like this, and I'm an outlaw who can blend in? The joy on Xu Luyun's face diminished for the most part after he recalled it. If you can mix in a professional team, not only is your safety guaranteed, you don't even have to sneak around. Don't worry, I've fabricated a geologist identity for you, and they're treating you like meat and potatoes. Zhou Bingyue sat at the table with a confident look. At the time when Xu Luyun was in a difficult position, he had actually already planted Xu Luyun. A geologist? But I don't know anything, won't I be exposed if I go in there? Xu Luyun himself was a meticulous thinker. I'm afraid that a clumsy lie like this would have to be punctured by people before they even entered the Morning Mountain. In the face of Xu Luyun's concern, Zhou Bingyue's face was a smirk. Don't worry, as long as I'm around, you won't be able to show your face. I was a graduate student in geology before I started working, so I'm more than capable of fooling them. Zhou Bingyue picked up her coffee and took a sip. Upon hearing this, Xu Luyun's brows were furrowed. You're going to enter the Morning Mountain together? It's a sellout, and no one can guarantee absolute safety, even with a science team. Chu Luyun kindly reminded Zhou Bingyue. After all, she was a rich, pampered girl. All the mosquitoes in that morning mountain are much more vicious than the ones outside. In case you get bitten by a poisonous snake, losing your life is just a rare occurrence. The Zodiac murders took a lot of effort, and I couldn't afford to miss any clues. Don't worry, my wilderness survival experience should be above yours. One could tell from Zhou Bingyue's expression that she had already made up her mind. Chu Luyun also did not say anything more. Zhou Bingyun was the same kind of person as him. As long as he made up his mind, it would be hard to change it. Over the next 3 days, they went shopping for quite a bit of wilderness adventure gear. Chu Luyun had even urgently supplemented some knowledge of wilderness exploration on the internet. Waiting left and right for the day of departure. Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue brought their equipment with them, and then arrived at the agreed location. Ms. Zhou, this brother is the geologist you mentioned, right? But you, a girl doll, are tagging along, and you're going to suffer a lot on the way. The old man leading the group greeted Zhou Bingyue with a smile. The two were obviously not meeting for the first time. Chu, this is Professor Tan from the expedition, and the two over there are his students. Zhou Bingyue fell on her feet and introduced each other enthusiastically. From her expression, it was completely impossible to tell that she was lying. No wonder they say the prettier the woman, the easier it is to believe. Under her introduction, Chu Luyun also began to size up the few people in front of him. Hello Professor Tan, please take care of yourself. Chu Luyun was also very knowledgeable in shaking hands and greeting. This Professor Tan looked like he had to be in his 60s, with a white goatee and wrinkles on his face that looked like old, wind-dried tree bark. Although he looked dry and thin, his spirit was stronger than that of a young man. At first glance, it was somewhat immortal, but the aura was filled with a hint of a strange flavor. Since everyone is here, let's get in the car. Depart, Morning Mountain. Chapter 71, Strange Village. At Tan's command, several people all went on. It's a medium-sized bus. Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue sat together, while Elder Tan and the two students sat in the second row. In the last row of the passenger car, there was also a competent young man with a cold face. What's the deal with that dude? Hitchhiker? Chu Luyun looked at the rearview mirror and inquired curiously. It was a cold day, and the youth was wearing only a jacket and carrying a black snakeskin bag. From the beginning to the end, he did not say a word, and he had a posture of being unapproachable. Ahem, I'm really sorry, this is my grandson. Young people stay at home every day, a little bit not understand the world, please forgive me ha. Elder Tan also noticed the expressions on the two people's faces and hurriedly opened his mouth to explain. Zhou Bingyue, however, kept her eyes on the rearview mirror, observing the youth. This kid is not simple, his eyes, they don't look like a normal person. As an expert in difficult cases, Zhou Bingyue's insight was far from ordinary. But the two of them were supposed to be blending in, and they had to count on someone else to take them into the mountains. So even if you have doubts in your mind, it's not convenient to say it in public. The group then arrived at the airport by car. In 3 hours of flying time, the group arrived at the nearest airport to Morning Mountain. Taking another bus, we arrived at the nearest township in the Morning Mountains, Dutian Township. The roads in this place are also too difficult. If it were an unusual car, I'm afraid it wouldn't even be able to drive in. Yes, it really is a primitive forest, even the climate is different from the outside. The two students tugged at their damp clothing. Even though it's winter, it's still drizzling here and it's cold and wet all around. This is just where we are, we haven't even officially entered the mountain yet, this is not even the edge of the Morning Mountain. Tan Lao wiped his neck with a towel and smiled. After what we've learned along the way. Chu Luyun also learned that these two students, a bit shorter and more lean-looking, were called Wang Wu. The other tall skinny guy is named Li Han. These two dudes are all tendon, if they didn't know ahead of time that they were students. This strikes the eye and you think it's a man who does strength work. Folding feather, go get all the luggage from the car, let's rest here tonight. Tomorrow we'll go to the village and find a guide, then we'll go into the mountains. Elder Tan opened his mouth to command at the youth who didn't say a word. Hearing his name, Chu Luyun froze slightly. Folded feathers means, that can mean broken wings. Which elders do not hope that their children can soar, how to give such a name? The youth remained silent, doing as Elder Tan commanded. Dokton Township. It's a township, but it's not far from a mountain village. This place doesn't even have a place to stay.
Luckily, they were a scientific research team, and after making their intentions clear, the people agreed to give them the village hall to deal with for one night.
Elder Tan, on this cold day, what kind of animals are you looking for when you go into Morning Mountain?
Chu Luyun roasted the campfire and casually inquired to Elder Tan. It was still necessary to have a token chat in order not to reveal their disguise. Little brother doesn't know, this Morning Mountain is a primitive forest, and there are still many unexplored places. I've heard that there are some extinct wild animals that hang out here, so if something is found, it's sure to cause quite a stir. And when the time comes, our state's policy on wildlife conservation. It was like Tan was opened up when he talked about it. Chu Luyun was actually just making a polite inquiry. Who knew that this one sentence would be like a spark falling into a dynamite tube? Elder Tan's mouth was like speaking on a fast track, he simply couldn't stop. Chu Luyun couldn't interject and could only laugh awkwardly on the side. Alright teacher, I'm quite sleepy, let's just hurry up and go to sleep, we still have to travel tomorrow. Wang Wu, who was baking clothes on the side, could see Chu Luyun's discomfort. Elder Tan also realized that he had lost his temper and just smiled and waved his hand. Brother Chu, don't mind, my teacher is like that, when we talk about professional issues, we talk endlessly. Wang Wu had a very good personality and even opened his mouth to comfort Chu Luyun. In order to ease the somewhat awkward atmosphere, Chu Luyun still chose to go out and smoke a cigarette. Standing outside the door, Chu Luyun lit a cigarette and pulled out the card. The serpent wears clothes, the man molts his skin, the divine dragon opens his eyes, and the true king descends here. Chu Luyun pondered over these two sentences, never being able to guess the meaning. Any thoughts on going into the mountains tomorrow? Zhou Bingyue's voice came from behind. Chu Luyun subconsciously tucked the card away and extinguished the cigarette in his hand. Ms. Zhou, no matter what, you're also considered to have done me a favor. Always be careful and stay safe. Chu Luyun couldn't help but exhort. Zhou Bingyue's eyes did not change in any way, and she just faintly hummed. After the two returned to their room, they fell into a deep sleep. Zhou Bingyin was not very accustomed to this humble and humid living environment, but Chu Luyun acted indifferent. Having a warm fire and a full stomach was much better than the previous days of sleeping in the elements. He only hoped that this expedition could figure out the truth of the case and why Lu Qingsan was still alive. The firewood burned with a crackling, crunching sound that was hypnotic. Early morning. The light rain that had been falling all night had finally stopped. The air outside was exceptionally crisp and the roads were a little muddy. I've heard that there's a medicinal farmer in the village below who often goes into the morning firmament to collect medicines. If we can get him to take us into the mountain, we'll definitely get twice the result with half the effort. Tam put on his shoes while arranging the next line of business. Primitive forests like the Morning Mountains. Everywhere, high branches and leaves blocked the sunlight, and bushes and thorns impeded forward movement. Only these medicinal farmers who often go into the mountains will know some hidden trails. There are also those stinging with poisonous insects, snakes and ants. If you are stung, in this primitive forest that lacks medical treatment, it is easy to lose your life. And in the hands of these medicine farmers, they often hold some secret life-saving recipes. Tam, the road is too slippery for the car, we'll have to change into boots and walk. With a shout from Li Han, they went from 3 wheels to 2 legs. Walking down a muddy, slippery dirt road in thick leather boots. Elder Tan and the others looked like they had been in the wilderness a lot, and faced such road conditions as if they were walking on water. On the contrary, if Zhou Bingyue didn't have Chu Luyun to support her, she would have fallen her ass into 8 pieces. A few people finally arrived at the remote village that Tan Lao had spoken of. At the entrance of the village stood a stone monument with the name of the village engraved on it. After reading the handwriting on it clearly, Chu Luyun's heart thumped. Immediately after that, he turned his head to look at Zhou Bingyue on the side and realized that the other party was also looking at him. On the stone tablet were 3 big words. Snake Clothes Village. Chapter 72, The Secret of the Serpent's Garment. These 3 words instantly reminded Chu Luyun of the words on the card. Snakes wear clothes, people molt. Could it be that the cryptic phrase on the card had some connection to the village in front of us? Chu Luyun was constantly thinking about this in his mind. After a few people entered the village, Tan Lao went up and exchanged a few brief words before finding the medicine farmer's residence. Elder Tan, you really don't show your face, you can make a whole 2 sentences out of the dialect of such a remote place? Chu Luyun gave Elder Tan a thumbs up. The neighborhood of this Morning Mountain is full of some of Yunnan's ethnic minorities. They spoke country slang that few outsiders could understand. But Tan was able to communicate with them without any obstacles. Being out there all the time, I know a little bit of everything, but it's all half-baked. Elder Tan smiled very happily when he heard the compliment. A few people walked for 3 to 5 minutes according to the villagers' directions and came to a thatched hut. On the steps in front of the hayloft sat an older man. He sat crouched on the stone steps with a knitted black wire hat on his head and a tobacco stick raised in his hand.
May I ask if you are Master Chen? We'd like to enter Morning Mountain, can I trouble you to lead the way? Tara went up to the guy and accosted him.
The old man smoking a cigarette in front of me is the medicine farmer, known as Chen Smokestick. The other party just glanced at Elder Tan and shook his head. It's been the rainy season lately, and the trails are slippery, so it's not a good idea to go into the mountains.
And I'm old and leggy and haven't been in the mountains for a long time.
Chen Smokepole looked at a few people and quickly understood the reason for the visit.
Chu Luyun didn't expect that this guy, at his age, could still speak fluent Mandarin.
It doesn't look like there was ever a shortage of people to guide. Upon hearing this, Elder Tan hurriedly gave Wang Wu a look. Wang Wu immediately understood, took out the cigarettes in his arms and came to the side of Chen Smokepole. Old-timer, we're here to study the protection of animals, to contribute to the country. And I won't let you run for nothing, here's your hard-earned money, just do me a favor.
Along with the cigarettes were passed in envelope. Judging by the thickness, it's at least a 5 grand or more.
Chen Tobacco Pole just pinched it and tucked it into his pocket. The money was taken and the deed was done. But let's make a deal, I can only lead you as far as the Tea-Horse Road, no further.
Chen Smokepole is not a saint, and is bound to falter in the face of money.
But when he said that,
the straight-laced Li Han was instantly offended. The money's already in my pocket, and now I'm saying it won't get done, isn't that a joke?
Old man, you're...
Li Han, don't be rude to the old man
naturally has his reasons for doing this. Wang Wu, who was on the side, directly interrupted Li Han's words. Compared to the straightforward Li Han, Wang Wu was quite a bit more mellow. Hearing his words, Smokepole Chen's face eased a few points. It's not that I'm not willing to help you, you all know about this place, Morning Mountain. Deep in the dense forest, even we, who have lived nearby for generations, dare not go deeper. I can only send you as far as the Tea-Horse Road, if you don't want it, take the money. Chen Tobacco Pole made a gesture to take out money, Wang Wu hurriedly waved his hand.
Old sir, he doesn't know any better, don't be general with him, you think it's okay for us to leave now?
Wang Wu's face was full of smiles, making it difficult for Smokepole Chen to refuse. This rain had just stopped and the trail was muddy, so I had planned to put it off for a few days. But just because of Wang Wu's attitude, Chen Smokepole could only nod his head. After all these twists and turns, the crowd finally set foot on the road into the mountains. Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue were both people who didn't work out much, and couldn't compare to them at all, so they could only follow at the end of the group.
Does the name Snake Clothes Village seem a little familiar to you? It seems to have something to do with that line, right? Could there be any other clues hidden here?
Zhou Bingyue came up beside Chu Luyun and was the first to speak. It had to be said that this woman's mind was just delicate, Chu Luyun hadn't even shared this clue yet, but she said it first. We can only find a chance to ask that Chen Smokepole, maybe he knows some mysteries. Chu Luyun was panting. He looked up at the group ahead of him, the first step in trying to find someone to ask about things privately was to keep up with the group.
The minutes ticked by. By midday, the sun actually rose in the sky.
It's just a shame that daylight in the middle of winter doesn't bring much warmth. The damp coldness around them still made people shiver uncontrollably.
Okay guys, let's just rest and relax here. Then I'll study our next route. Tam reached out to greet a few students.
Hearing the word rest, Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue sat on their asses.
The two of them weren't interested in going over to discuss any routes. It's important to take advantage of the precious time off and give your body a good vacation.
Several people also took out their dry food and feasted on it. Even a somewhat dry and cold pancake becomes a delicacy on earth with a mouthful of hot soup. Chu Luyun pretended to inadvertently come closer to Chen Smokepole. Elder Mr. Chen, with this kind of skill in your possession, I'm sure you must be considered highly respected in the village. Chu Luyun slowly opened his mouth, first latching on to the proximity.
Virtuosity doesn't count, it's just that I've lived here longer.
Chen Smokepole took a sip of the hot soup and faintly replied with a sentence. Chu Luyun saw that the conversation had already been opened, so he directly cut to the chase.
Snake Clothes Village, that's an odd name.
I think I read a rumor in a book that was very similar to the name of this village. Call it what the snake wears, the man molts. Chu Luyun wanted to make an aside, but when he hadn't even finished his sentence, Chen Smokepole's eyes widened. He hurriedly put down the hot soup in his hands and grabbed Chu Luyun's arm as soon as he could.
What about back there? What's back there? What's after this sentence? What's after this sentence, do you remember?
Chen Smokepole's sudden agitation startled Chu Luyun. The second half of the sentence that he had intended to say was also hardened. You should know that this Chen Smokepole is not a person to be dealt with. When he was just asked to come out, he was just looking at people with his nose in the air and being condescending. But when he heard this rumor, he was so out of sorts, which was out of Chu Luyun's expectation.
Mr. Chen, is it hard to believe that there's some secret hidden behind these words? What kind of connection exists between the snake-clad village and this phrase?
Chu Luyun didn't rush to tell Chen Smokepole the latter half of the sentence, and was the first to issue a query. Chen Smokepole sighed heavily and smashed Bart 2 mouthfuls of dry smoke.
This matter is far-reaching, probably in the 9th year of Hangwu. Chapter 73, the 9th year of Hangwu.
Hearing the year name Hangwu, Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue turned their heads to look at each other in a split second.
The first time they met in the library between the two, there was talk about the year. According to Zhou Bingyue's previous reasoning, the 9th year of Hangwu is the time of the first of the 12 zodiac murder cases, the Z-Rat case. Is it possible that there is some hidden connection between them? Could it be that the Badgers have a sphere of influence that can be used to influence even such out-of-the-way places? Mr. Chen, just say it, the two of us are listening well.
Chu Luyun hurriedly fumbled for his lighter and lit the tobacco for Chen Smokestick. Chen Smokepole contemplated for a moment, but still intended to tell everything. Because looking at Chu Luyun's posture, if he didn't tell what he knew, people probably wouldn't say what the second half of the sentence was. In the 9th year of Hangwu, a fleeing official, wrapped in a huge amount of wealth fled here. Rumor has it that someone saw a whole 8 carts of gold. 3 years later, this man fell seriously ill and eventually died, and all the possessions he brought with him during his lifetime disappeared. Before he died, he left only one sentence, and all that has been passed down to this day is that snakes wear clothes and men molt. Chen Smokepole recounted the saga out, his eyes flat. While he was recounting this matter, Chu Luyun had been observing Chen Smokepole's expression the entire time. This guy's a chip off the old block. It was evident from his previous collection of money that he was a lover of money, but when it came to the 8 carloads of gold, there was actually no greed in his eyes. Apparently he had something to hide about it and didn't tell all. In the 9th year of Hangwu, a great thing happened in the Ming dynasty, the empty seal case, one of the 4 major cases. Zhu Yuanjin beheaded tens of thousands of officials and was known as a murderous fiend ever since.
Chu Luyun searched the information in his mind.
This officer, odds are, is a survivor of the Airmark case. As a corrupt official who survived a major case, it is not surprising that he enjoys such a large amount of belongings. But it doesn't seem to have anything to do with the name of the Snake Clothes village, does it? Chu Luyun knew that Chen Smoke Rod was hiding something. Come to think of it, the Snake Clothes village is a place that is all extremely remote today. In the 9th year of Hangwu, during the Ming dynasty, to put it bluntly, they were probably uncivilized tribes. A foreign fugitive arrives here and is eaten alive by the locals? How can he live here for 3 years? That's natural, because my story is not yet finished. Chen Smokepole could also see that Chu Luyun was not a person to be fooled. It was hard to empty your hands on Chu Luyun if you didn't say something useful. In addition to those 8 full carloads of gold, he had a precious pearl with him. That bead has the power to compel people's hearts, and anyone who is illuminated by the light of the bead will be so hungry that they will keep eating until itself is stretched to death. Rumor has it that within that precious pearl lies a scaly snake that has not yet transformed into a dragon, and those who can take the snake's egg can possess the divine power to dominate everything. It was only when Chen Smokepole talked about the snake eggs that a brilliant light flashed in his eyes. Zhou Bingyue and Chu Luyun listened to his words and only smiled without saying anything. There are literally countless folklore rumors like these and more. The thing about the 8 caravans of treasure could be true, but when it came to any divine power, Chu Luyun had some difficulty believing it. By the way, lad, you haven't told me what the second half of that sentence is. Maybe there's a real chance to go look for it. Chen Yanjiang looked at Chu Luyun expectantly, wanting to get an answer from him. And in the face of his inquiry, Chu Luyun only shook his head. I'm sorry, old man, I've actually only heard the first half of the sentence, and I'm not quite sure what the second half is. Chu Luyun casually found an excuse and muddled through. The other party looked at Chu Luyun incredulously and did not say anything for a long time. Taking advantage of his frozen moment, Chu Luyun ate the last mouthful of biscuits and drank the last mouthful of hot soup, then turned to leave.
You. Chen Yanjiang looked at Chu Luyun's back and did not say anything for a long time. Well, the rest is almost over, and we've mapped out the route, so let's keep going.
A few of Tan Lao's people also walked over. Even if Chen Smokestick wanted to pursue the matter, he could only stop there. About the Snake Clothes village, he didn't want more people to know about it either. The reason why he said it to Chu Luyun was because he wanted to exchange it for a bit of information, but nah, this guy had teased him a bit. Elder Tan, we're not looking for wildlife, why are you looking for a route? Is it hard to believe that we have been informed of the wildlife areas? Chu Luyun approached Tan Lao to strike up a conversation to ease the awkwardness between him and Chen Smokepole. Brother Chu is really a smart man. The reason why we decided to come to Morning Mountain is because someone wrote a letter saying that extinct animals were found in Morning Mountain.
Elder Tan couldn't stop praising Chu Luyun. Under Zhou Bingyue's choreography, Chu Luyun was a very good geologist. With such learning at such a young age, Elder Tan maintained respect for Chu Luyun at every turn.
It was only Chen Smokepole on the side that always peeked at Chu Luyun from time to time. In the middle of the dense primitive forest, not even the sunlight can penetrate in. Elder Tan held a map and kept pointing out the direction, while Chen Smokepole's task was to find the way based on the direction. After roughly another 20 kilometers or so, even Elder Tan and the others had a look of fatigue on their faces.
I think it's getting a little late, let's just camp here and rest. Wang Wu checked his surroundings.
It's right next to an old tree, barely sheltered from the wind and rain. The campfire then started, and several people felt warmth on their bodies as they all surrounded the fire and exhaled the cold air from their mouths. It's about 2 days away from the old Tea-Horse Road, and when I get there, I'll be heading back. Chen Tobacco Pole was gathered around the fire, his face was not very good. He was afraid that Chu Luyun would give the matter of the treasure away. The conditions are more biting, so everyone get over it a little bit. We must all be exhausted today, let's rest early, we have to continue our journey tomorrow.
Tam dug into the tent as he snorted a greeting. Midnight.
Chu Luyun, who was sleeping in the tent, felt a burst of coldness, and a burst of laughter seemed to come from the deep forest. Who's up most of the night, laughing so hard, found a treasure? Chu Luyun was so disturbed that he forced himself to endure the coldness and burrowed out of the tent.
But the next second, the image in front of him then woke him up instantly.
Just 3 or 5 meters away from the camp, a white shadow was hanging above a tree branch.
What? Something?
Chu Luyun rubbed his eyes. That turned out to be a naked guy, hanging naked from a tree.
The scarlet eyes were staring at Chu Luyun with a sinister smile. Chapter 74, The Evil Eagle Pounces. What the hell? Chu Luyun was jolted. As he swept his gaze over, the other man happened to look right back at him. Ha ha ha. A creepy laugh came.
In that instant, Chu Luyun's body trembled with sweat, he was like a prey being targeted.
First to collect. First to collect.
The monster opened its mouth violently, its shrill voice piercing through the entire mountain forest. With a cry, the monster hanging upside down from the tree slowly unfolded its arms. Under its armpits, a thick layer of fleshy wings was surprisingly attached.
First to collect.
With another scream, it violently shook its fleshy wings and rushed straight towards Chu Luyun.
Right at that moment,
the fear within Chu Luyun continued to spread, his legs were like lead, he could not move at all. That's right, he's scared. Chu Luyun thought that his psychological tolerance was still relatively strong. But the bloody horrors he has experienced are from cases that actually happened, and no matter how vicious and sick, the killer is always human. But now this guy in front of me clearly doesn't know what it is.
Pang! A loud bang rang out in the darkness.
Just when that thing was about to touch Chu Luyun, a black shadow that sprang out from the tent directly knocked Chu Luyun out.
Ouch! The intense pain caused Chu Luyun to cry out.
After staggering a body position, the guy swept over Chu Luyun's scalp. Wrapped in a putrid odor, he fled into the darkness and disappeared. Chu Luyun turned his head to look back and realized that the person who saved him was none other than Tan's old grandson, Folding Feather, who did not say a word in the group. The others heard the sound at this moment and came out.
What happened? What happened?
The person who first reacted was none other than Smoke Polchin. The crowd after him sparsely came out as well. Chu Luyun spoke out what he had just seen, and everyone present had different faces.
Chen Smokepole was filled with seriousness, while Elder Tan and the others looked excited. Brother Chu, don't be afraid, perhaps it's some yet undiscovered peculiar species, after all, it's an unexplored primitive forest. But that's what we're here for, and that's a good sign. Tam and the others are the ones who came for the rare animals. If it was possible to discover a new species, it wouldn't be immortalized. It was just that the Chen smoke pole on the side had an iron face. Bull good omen, that guy he described looks like a rumored evil eagle. That's a ferocious beast raised by the gods, specializing in eating human brains, will be dead if we're targeted. Chen smoke pole's eyes were filled with fear, not like he was lying. Instead, Tan was trying his best to calm him down. Mr. Chen, that's all feudal superstition on your part, scientific exploration definitely involves some risk. Tan Lao tried his best to persuade Chen smoke pole, fearing that he would temporarily give up. But Chen smoke pole was like seeing a ghost and said he would stop moving forward. It was as if a vicious eagle in the darkness would take his life at any moment. Elder Chen, if you give up here, then all the money you gave before will have to be returned. If, as agreed, you'll just send us to the Tea-Horse Road, then I'll give you an extra 5,000, so you can think about it. Wang Wu once again came to Chen Smokepole's side. With this one sentence, he pinched the lifeblood of Chen Smokepole. Who would be willing to let him go back without earning a cent after all his hard work to get here? And it does make one hesitant to double the paycheck just by gritting one's teeth and moving forward. Ms. Zhou, this Wang Wu doesn't look like a student, but rather like an old fart who has been in society for many years. Even someone like Chen Smokepole has to be taken by him, he still sees human nature quite thoroughly. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Wu's way of dealing with people, this was already more than just being smooth. He could be said to have coaxed and threatened Chen Smokepole again and again. People are just students of Elder Tan, and they're not college students on campus, so I guess they've already had a lot of social experience. Zhou Bingyi looked at Chu Luyun and couldn't help but spit out a sentence. Just by looking at Wang Wu and Li Han's age, that couldn't be the age to be in school. Okay. Then we have a deal. I can only send you as far as the Tea-Horse Road, I won't go one step beyond that. Chen Tobacco Pole finally took the pile of money and decided to venture forward. After this fiasco, Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue chose to temporarily live in a tent. In case there were any emergencies, it would be good to react. Both of them were also considered children of the jungle, and they wouldn't care about those side issues at all. Fortunately, the night was uneventful and nothing further unexpected happened. All wake up! Wake up, something's wrong. A shout came from outside the tent. Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue, who were sleeping, instantly woke up. The two men opened their eyes almost at the same instant and this camping tent wasn't very big, and the two of them at the moment were cuddled up together. Ahem, I didn't mean to ha. Chu Luyun awkwardly explained. The temperature in this primitive forest was extremely low, so it was normal to cuddle together in their sleep. Forget about that for now and get out there and see what's going on. Zhou Bingyue put on her clothes and ran out. Chu Luyun also followed suit, putting on his jacket and drilling out. A few of the people present were slightly surprised to see two people come out of a tent, but didn't say much. It's Li Han is gone and the tents are all destroyed. Wang Wu briefly told Chu Luyun about the situation at hand. Fear spreads around when Li Han disappears this morning after having just experienced something bizarre last night. Chen Tobacco Pole sat on the side, smoking a cigarette vigorously, as if he regretted agreeing to continue to lead the way. Strange that there is no sign of struggle. Chu Luyun observed the traces of the tent and subconsciously began his own analysis. No signs of struggle? This tent is rotting like this, and you say there are no signs of struggle? Wang Wu looked at the tent with some disbelief. On the other hand, Zhou Bingyue on the side was checking out the tent's torn openings. Judging by the cuts, the tent should have been destroyed from the inside out, and there's a weird smoky odor. Zhou Bingyue sniffed the tent and added her analysis for Chu Luyun as well. Only the words of the two men could not be believed by the people present. In such a dangerous primitive forest, facing such a wet and cold climate, Li Han cut his own tent and then ran away and lost himself. How could Li Han, an animal expert who often explores the wild, do such a stupid thing? Perhaps there is some unknown trickery hidden here. Chapter 75, The Torture of the Bloody Eagle. The atmosphere was very silent, and a different look filled everyone's face. What disappeared on its own? This is the evil eagle, it's the evil eagle that did it. We've angered the gods, we really can't go any further. Chen Tobacco Pole threw away the cigarette stick in his hand, his eyes filled with anxiety. But just as he finished his words, Elder Tan directly waved his hand in rejection. Now that my student is missing, it's even more important to not stop moving forward. Not only must we continue our own mission, and we must find the missing person. Elder Tan's expression was even more anxious than Chen Smokestick's. According to Chen Smokepole's meaning, it was to completely ignore Li Han, and they hurriedly fled for their lives. It's just that Tam and others are zoologists and don't take myths and legends to heart. Chen Smokepole, lead the way. It's no longer a matter of whether you agree or not. In case anything goes wrong with Li Han, we can't all escape the blame. Wang Wu rushed at Chen Smokepole and scared him. Although this guy was young, he had already taken a dead hold of Chen Smokepole. Spend money when you need to spend money, and scare when you need to scare. In fact, even if Li Han did die in the old forest, their group would only be investigated. There is simply no responsibility to take. Okay, I promise I'll quit after I help you find that guy. Even if you give me as much money as you want, I have to have a life to spend, that's what it's called. Chen Smokepole looked viciously at a few people and set up his own harsh words. Once the emotions are out of the way, then it's time to get back on the road. A few people followed Chen Smokepole as he advanced through the old forest, all of them not saying a word, and the atmosphere was much duller. Mr. Chen, how do I feel? Did we just come to this place before? You're not leading us around here because you're scared, are you? Wang Wu looked at Chen Smokepole and frowned. Actually, Zhu Luyun and Zhou Bingwei had long since realized this situation. It's just that everything in the woods is very similar, so it's not as certain as it could be. But now that Wang Wu opened his mouth and said it, everyone nodded their heads very unanimously. Something's not right. Something's not right. I've been traveling this road for decades, how? Why is it suddenly wrong? Chen Smokepole scratched his head and looked around. His words caused several people's hearts to sink. This is the Morning Mountain, a place where even signals can't be transmitted. If you get lost here, all that will happen is death. What the hell is going on? How come I've never been to this place before? Beads of sweat oozed from Chen Smokepole's forehead, and that nervousness didn't look like it was feigned. Zhu Luyun knew that this guy wasn't lying. Today's Chen Smokepole is bent on leaving, and can't wait to hurry up and send them to the Tea-Horse Road, and then he'll hit the road back home. So there's absolutely no way to play around with this kind of thing. Rustle. A sound of swaying trees suddenly came from the side. What the hell? There's a black shadow running past. Wang Wu yelled at a short distance away. Everyone in the room scrunched their necks in unison. The original atmosphere of the scene was already tense. As Wang Wu roared out this voice, everyone's hearts all jumped to their throats. That is, Chen Smokepole is in a lost state at the moment, otherwise he would have already scampered away. Is it possible that it's Li Han who disappeared last night? We need to get over there. Elder Tan looked into the distance and spoke worriedly. Through his behavior along the way, Zhu Luyun realized that Elder Tan treated these two students as if they were his own children. Now that Li Han is missing, he should be more worried than anyone else. Anyway, now that we're lost, it's better to go over and take a look than to stay where we are and die waiting. Zhu Luyun, who had been silent for a long time, slowly opened his mouth and spoke for Elder Tan. Elder Tan gave Folded Feather a look. The young man who had not spoken a word before drew his machete from his belt and cut through the bushes in the road to clear the way for the crowd. On the other hand, the guide in the deep forest, Chen Smokepole, was at the moment full of disorientation, like a puppet on strings following behind a few people. Do you guys smell anything strange? Zhou Bingwei shrugged the tip of her nose and gave a curious inquiry. Being reminded by him, Zhu Luyun also smelled a smell similar to mugwort. It seems to be coming from this way. Zhu Luyun pointed in a direction, tracing the flavor a little bit and moving his feet. A few people followed Zhu Luyun and walked for roughly 10 or so minutes. Behind him, Chen Smokepole suddenly erupted into a scream. The crowd turned their heads to look back and found that Chen Smokepole had sat on his butt on the ground, his eyes wide open and his mouth wide open. Quick! Look over there! Chen Smokepole's face was incredibly pale. Following the direction of his finger, the situation in front of him instantly subdued several people. A headless body, drenched in blood, was hanging from a branch, swaying in the wind like drying laundry in the wind. Li Han! Li Han! Wang Wu shouted. Zhu Luyun and the others approached step by step, and the smell of blood hit their faces. The body in front of me had been tortured to the point of being unrecognizable. The headless body, which had been disemboweled, had its entrails spilling out all over the place. The most unacceptable thing was that the ribs in his chest were all broken and spread out under his armpits like the wings of an eagle. The sentence of the blood eagle. A very cruel penal code that was abolished back in the Middle Ages. Zhou Bingyue slightly covered her mouth and nose, her brows slightly furrowed. It's Evil Eagle, it must be. It must be that monster Evil Eagle who did this. I want to go home, I want to go home, I don't want any of your money, I want to go home. Chen Smokepol's mental defenses were completely shattered. On the other hand, Wang Wu, who was on the side, looked at Elder Tan with eyes full of anger. Old Ghost Tan. Didn't you say there wouldn't be any danger in this business? You old fart, you tricked me? Wang Wu looked at Elder Tan and his attitude instantly reversed. In that instant, the so-called teacher-student friendship was gone, and even the address changed from Tan Lao to Tan Lao Gue. Looking at his angry eyes, Folding Feather on the side also drew the long sword on his waist and made a defensive stance. And at this moment, there wasn't much movement on Elder Tan's face. Wang Wu, you should also be well aware that there are certain risks involved in doing this business. Elder Tan's words caused Chu Liuyun's heart to freeze for a moment as well. What's the deal? Are they also grounded in their scientific research? No matter what. Nowadays we're all on the same rope. I'm afraid it won't do any good to start infighting now. Elder Tan's eyes swept over the crowd. The aura emanating from him was completely different from the amiable old man from before. One moment. Chu Luyun also sensed that perhaps this science team of theirs was not as simple as it seemed. Zhou Bingyue was currently standing underneath the corpse, and from amongst the many bloodstains, she pinched out a sharp dagger. Perhaps Li Han's death was not the work of an outside force. It could be suicide. Chapter 76, The Heart of the Matter. Zhou Bingyue spoke again, and with a single sentence, she stunned everyone present. Wang Wu's patience had reached its limit. I mean, you two, are you geologists or crime-solving detectives? One says that Li Han himself destroyed the tent and walked into the deep woods. A man said that Li Han hung himself from a tree, disemboweled himself, and then cut off his own head, didn't he? At this moment, Wang Wu was gripped by fear, and his entire body was filled with aggression. Zhou Bingyi's words were indeed untenable. Is it hard to believe that it's some kind of scapegoat trick again? What's hanging from this tree isn't Li Han at all. Chu Luyun chanted to himself. Along the way, the most common thing that comes up in the cases he's been through is identity replacement. So as soon as Chu Luyun took a look at the body without a head, he would subconsciously think in that direction. Morning Mountain is a primitive forest where people are rare, and even less others will enter the mountain in this weather in season. There's no one else in this old forest but us, and now that we're all well and good, this body, it can only be Li Han. With just one sentence, Chen Smokepole directly shattered the fantasies in the hearts of the crowd. Time to time. Everyone also had to believe that Li Han was dead. The smell of blood may attract wild beasts, let's change places and rest for a while. Elder Tan took one more look at the body and turned away on his own. The atmosphere of the scene seemed a bit strange as a few of the men rediscovered an open area and started the campfire again. Have you noticed that no one has even suggested ending the quest, except for Chen Smokepole, who is clamoring to go back? Chu Luyun sat down with Zhou Bingyue and stated this strange point. He and Zhou Bingyue didn't go, that's because the purpose of coming here wasn't some kind of scientific examination. Instead, you're looking for the clues on the card, and you won't stop until you get there. You're right, Tam's gang, it's a bit suspicious. It seems we're not the only ones with evil intentions. Zhou Bingyue narrowed her eyes. At a time like this, she was still in the mood to make a joke. In the final analysis, Elder Tam and the others came here just to look for wildlife. Now that someone has died tragically, in a normal situation, the science project should be stopped immediately and the situation should be reported. But although Wang Wu threw a tantrum, he ultimately chose to stay on. Is it really worth it for a so-called wild animal? This is very much food for thought. Look at that guy, what's he doing? Zhou Bingyue bumped Chu Luyun with her shoulder, signaling him to look in the direction of Elder Tan and the others. Chu Luyun raised his head to observe and found that Elder Tan was twisting a small handful of soil from the ground and putting it into his mouth, savoring it. That contemplative look was as if he was savoring some delicious dish. Before the two could discuss it for a moment, the other came in the direction of the two. Brother Chu, I heard from Ms. Zhou earlier that you are a very powerful geologist. Look at the soil here, is there anything unusual about it? Elder Tan grabbed a handful of dirt and sent it to Chu Luyun. Faced with this situation, Chu Luyun could only turn his gaze for help to Zhou Bingyue. He had never dabbled in any kind of geology.
Elder Tam, your method of scouting wildlife is quite rare.
Zhou Bingyi smiled and made a snide remark.
Ms. Zhou is really joking. Many times the condition of the soil can also reflect the ecology of a place.
If the ecology can be studied thoroughly, doesn't that connect with wildlife?
Elder Tan recited with a smile. This sounded like it had a few points of truth to it, but from Zhou Bingyue's contemptuous eyes, one could tell that this old thing was obviously talking nonsense. There's nothing special about this dirt, it's just ordinary mud.
Zhou Bingyue casually responded.
A trace of disappointment also flashed through Elder Tan's eyes.
After Elder Tan left, Zhou Bingyue's eyes also became stern.
Looks like we've been taken advantage of by others as well. This group isn't a wildlife science team at all.
Zhou Bingyue looked at Elder Tan's back and faintly chanted. That doctrine of Elder Tan's just now was fine to fool ordinary people. But Zhou Bingyue is highly educated.
What is this talk of extrapolating wildlife through dirt is complete and utter nonsense.
Not a science team? And what is a group of them doing out here in the deep woods? Chu Luyun felt extremely puzzled after hearing Zhou Bingyue's words. This lamentable mountain, it's not an exaggeration to say that it's a man-eating forest. Who has nothing better to do than to come to this place to die?
It's unclear for now, but what's certain is that this group definitely has other unknown purposes. Now not only is Smoke Pole Chen tied to this thieves' boat, but the two of us are also on the ropes. Zhou Bingyue's words completely reduced the two to clowns.
To find the clues on the card.
The two of them also faked their identities to blend into the team, thinking of utilizing other people's teams to achieve their own ends. I didn't expect to be smart and fall into the hands of others.
After a brief respite, the crowd once again set out on the road.
Although there is still no direction, but even if like a headless fly bumping around, or better than waiting for death in place.
Act carefully and keep a slight distance from them. Zhou Bingyin admonished Chu Luyun. The queue at the moment was filled with weird vibes. The youth named Folding Feather held a machete and was alone in the front.
Elder Tan and Wang Wu were exchanging words along the way, as if they were arguing about something, and it seemed that there was some sort of conflict between the two. Chen Smoke Pole followed in the middle of the group, keeping his distance from Elder Tan and the others, a pair of thieving eyes sweeping around as if looking for a familiar path. The rest were Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue, following at the end of the group, which also allowed them to keep their distance. A team that, because of Li Han's death, has broken into three small groups who trust no one.
Ding dong!
There was a crisp, alien sound in the silent forest.
It was like the movement of a kitchen knife on a rock. There seems to be something up ahead.
Wang Wu hollered out, then followed Tan Lao and ran ahead. Chen Smoke Pole, who had heard the commotion, also followed closely behind. When Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue came to follow them, they found several people gathered around a stone monument. Vines and bushes were tangled around the stone wall. After so many years of weathering and erosion, not much of the writing is legible anymore.
Above the stone monument, three large characters were engraved. Snake Clothes Village. Look underneath the monolith. Zhou Bingyue muttered in a small voice. Chu Luyun could see the shock surfacing in her eyes.
When Chu Luyun lowered his head to look over, his entire body froze as well.
Snake Clothes Village. Inscribed in the 9th year of Hangu. Monument Carver, Lu Qingsong. Chapter 77, The Real Face. Lu Qingsong?
Chu Luyun's entire body froze, he didn't control his voice at once and directly shouted out.
Can there be such a coincidence in this world?
Hairboy Lu Qingsong gave him the card and guided him to this place to search for the truth. And this engraved monument from the 9th year of Hangu has his name on it.
It's impossible, it's absolutely impossible.
Chu Luyun shook his head, it was really hard to believe the situation in front of him. He grew up with Lu Qingsong, that is wearing crotch pants grew up hair little.
Hangu 9 years.
You must be hundreds of years old by now.
What's the matter, Brother Chu, you've heard of this person? Elder Tan sensed Chu Luyun's abnormality and couldn't help but open his mouth to give an inquiry.
Facing his inquiry, Chu Luyun hurriedly shook his head. He and Zhou Bingyue already knew that Elder Tan and the others were by no means good, so it was better not to be targeted.
He just couldn't really explain what was in front of him.
He may not be recognizable, but I have heard of this man. The shivering Chen Smoke Pole, at this moment, but looked at the name of the person to interject. Hearing his words, everyone turned their gazes toward Smoke Pole Chen. Chu Luyun's face was astonished. He hadn't even said he knew each other yet, and this old guy spoke first instead?
Mr. Chen, as I recall, isn't your village just called Snake Clothes Village? Shouldn't this tablet be in your village? Elder Tan looked at Smoke Pole Chen, his eyes filled with thirst. As for Chen Smoke Pole, who had been shrouded in fear before, he was also looking at the stone monument in a daze at this moment. This old guy slowly lit a cigarette and smacked 2 mouthfuls, as if recalling some old memories. Actually, we, Snake Clothes Village, have a very long history. Where the village is now, it was newly built later, and the ruins of the old village, even many of the village elders can't say. Chen Smoke Pole looked at the stone monument in front of him, and there were some other emotions in his eyes. In any case, this was considered to be their ancestral land. So about this Lu Qingsong, you say you know him? Tam followed up with a tight question. To this question, Zhu Luyun also perked up his ears. He would like to hear what kind of person Lu Qingsong was in the mouth of Chen Smoke Pole. Nice. The green snake wears red, and gold is not to be missed. If you can get the precious pearl, it's hard for the emperor to come out. Chen Tobacco Pole spoke of a riddle that had been passed down in the village for a long time. That ancient rumor, too, was once again told from his lips. The 9th year of Hangwu. The great official named Lu Qingsong, who hid in Snake Clothes Village with 8 carts of gold, died without his treasure. There have been a number of villages that have launched searches, but they have all searched in vain. It seems that it's not that the rumors are false, but that the Snake Clothes Village of that year was not the Snake Clothes Village of today. Chen Smoke Pole stared at the stone monument, and a glow gradually appeared in his eyes. He's not making any noise about leaving at this point. 8 carloads of gold, that's an astronomical amount. Besides, there was that rumored snake pearl. Lu Qingsong. The great officials of the Ming dynasty. Chu Luyun softly chanted 2 sentences. Is it possible that there is really such a coincidence under the sky? Lu Qingsong gave him the card and led him here to find the truth. It turns out that the Ming dynasty man who used to hide here was also named Lu Qingsong. This kind of coincidence always made Chu Luyun feel out of place. Old Ghost Tan, it looks like you didn't support this pot for nothing. These chopsticks of mine are considered to be adding to the meal. A smile also appeared on Wang Wu's face. Hearing the words that came out of his mouth, Chu Luyun raised his eyebrows slightly. Zhou Bingyue detected this faint expression on his face. It's a black saying. It's usually used within a special group. Chu Luyun whispered a word of caution. Special groups? What special group? Zhou Bingying didn't know about these strange and weird doorways. Chu Luyun pondered for a long time before slowly uttering those 2 words. Grave robbing. When he said those 2 words, Zhou Bingyue was also startled for a moment. Seeing that he had already sought out the location, Elder Tan no longer hid it. Everyone, we've worked hard to get here, so I'm sure none of us want to come here for nothing. You've all heard it, 8 cartloads of gold, if you can find it, not to mention this life, even if it's 3 lives, you won't be able to spend it all. Elder Tan looked at a few people and directly stated the ultimate purpose. Wang Wu on the side also had a smile on his face. It all ties together at this moment. Tan Lao and Folding Feather were the main initiators of the gang, while Wang Wu and Li Han were recruited in as helpers. I don't want the gold, I just want the rumored snake pearl. A hint of greed flashed in Chen Smoke Pole's eyes. His yes was, to say the least, without hesitation. In fact, Chen Smoke Pole had entered Morning Firmament Mountain 3 times, and had even become a tour guide at the back. Its purpose at the very beginning was also to go into the mountains to look for treasures. Now not only have we found the treasure, but we even have a helper, a win-win partnership, so what's not to like? No problem, anyway, a few of us are only looking for wealth, those things are not good for bidding instead, we only want gold. Elder Tam agreed very readily. Apparently he only knew about the gold and not the rumors about the treasure beads. The 2 sides clicked together, and then they also turned their gazes towards Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue. Things have come to this point, and it's no longer a matter of 2 people saying yes or no. These guys were all outlaws, if the 2 of them dared to say a single word of no, they might have to be killed immediately. In such isolated deep forests, killing someone couldn't be easier. Moreover, Zhou Bingyue was born so beautifully, I'm afraid that her downfall will be even more terrible than death. The 2 of us. The 2 of us are certainly fine with it. If I could make such a big fortune, what's the point of studying bull geology for the rest of my life? Chu Luyun deliberately revealed a greedy look, matching the performance of several people. Watching him be so forthcoming, Elder Tan was also in a good mood. Now it's a hit and a miss. Since you're all okay with that, let's get to work. According to the custom of ancient times, those 8 carts of gold were, most likely, buried with them.
After Elder Tan finished saying this, he turned his gaze towards Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue. Both of you are learned men, it shouldn't be too difficult to find a grave based on the soil, should it? I'm sure with the two of you on board, you won't let us down, will you? Elder Tan looked at the two men in a polite manner. That ghostly look truly demonstrates what it means to have a smile on your face. Although the words were spoken very politely, they were full of threats. The implication is also that if Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue couldn't help much, then there was no point in staying. This place is so wet with mud that it would be difficult to build a burial chamber, even if it were well waterproofed. And looking at the soil here, it sure doesn't look like there's a tomb. After Zhou Bingyue finished these words, Wang Wu directly pulled out the dagger at his waist. Damn, I think you're tired of living, you. Since you're not willing to cooperate, I'll send you on your way first. Wang Wu directly stabbed Zhou Bingyue's neck. In that instant, Chu Luyun saw the bloodlight that appeared at first glance. Chapter 78, The Creepy Village. Stop! Boss Tan shouted. The folding feather on the side instantly shot out and blocked the flying dagger. Zhou Bingyue touched her neck in shock. Fortunately, it was only the skin that was cut and the capillaries that bled crimson. Wang Wu, what are you doing? If you kill them both, who's going to help us find a place? Elder Tan was just loudly reprimanding at Wang Wu. At this moment, Zhou Bingyue was already in shock. No one could have imagined that the Wang Wu, who had previously shushed them and dealt with them in a cordial manner, would say that he would kill someone. Looking at the viciousness in his eyes, Chu Luyun concluded that this guy's hands were definitely stained with human lives. Elder Tan, but the two of us have promised to cooperate. And what's the point of making a fortune, when you can't make a sword fight? If you can't even do that, even if you find the treasure, there's no guarantee that you won't kill yourselves and then take it all for yourselves. Chu Luyun's brain was still considered calm. He slowly opened his mouth and elaborated on the stakes to Elder Tan. Smoke Pole Chen, who was on the side, also frowned when he heard this. Right now in this team, it's Tan Lao's people who are the most numerous, and in case they do find the treasure, it's smooth sailing to kill people and get rid of them. Seeing that the atmosphere that had just been united had faltered, Elder Tan hurriedly came out to round things up. Brother Chu, I promise that this matter will never happen again. If this kid dares to make a move on you guys, I'll stick him first. Tan Lao patted his chest with all kinds of assurances. On the side, Folding Feather also clutched the machete in his hand, which made a few people temporarily put down the stigma. Chu Luyun bandaged Zhou Bingyue's wounds, and she was already in shock. If you're too scared, I can take you away. Let's get you back to the city and then we can think about what happens after that. Chu Luyun gave a soft inquiry. After all, Zhou Bingyue was only here to help, and she had good intentions. Leaving his little life here because of this matter would make Chu Luyun very overjoyed. I'm not a coward. And if we leave now, with just the two of us, I'm afraid we'll die in the forest too. Although she was in a state of shock, Zhou Bingyue still kept her mind clear and calm. Do you smell anything? She chimed in as if she were digressing. Being reminded of this, Chu Luyun also once again puckered his nose and shrugged in the air. Because the air is so fresh after the rain, it's not hard to detect the slightest hint of any other smell. It smells like burning mugwort, like I've smelled it before. Chu Luyun nodded, recalling what happened before. Elder Tan and the others also noticed the smell that filled the air, and several of them explored forward following the smell. Fruitfulness. Deeper in the forest, several people found a pile of smoldering mugwort. This mugwort is all smothered with wood underneath, it's making charcoal. Chen tobacco stalks, all the people in your village, they all run here place to make charcoal? Wang Wu lifted the mugwort and took a look at it, then turned his head to inquire about Smokestick Chen. Chen Smoke Pole also shook his head with a blank expression, obviously not knowing anything about the situation either. Is it hard to believe that there are traces of other people living in this old forest? Wang Wu looked around with a puzzled face. How can anyone live in a hellhole like this? What a guy! Tam yelled at a bush to the side. Immediately afterward, a dark shadow scurried out. Without thinking, Folding Feather followed with his machete. Everyone was right behind them. The black shadow fled so fast that the crowd followed, panting with exhaustion. It came straight to the edge of a bluff before the route was completely lost. Look down there, you guys, there's even smoke from the cooking. Chen Smoke Pole shouted and pointed down the cliff with his hand. Everyone's heads turned to look. It was surprising to find that there was actually a trail of cooking smoke rising from beneath the cliffs. I didn't realize that there was such a peach blossom garden in this isolated place. Maybe it has something to do with the treasure, go down and take a look. After Elder Tan exclaimed, he led the way and turned to leave. Although Folding Feather hadn't said a word from the beginning to the end, the kid was like a wild man, rushing ahead to open up the road. And this guy has an excellent sense of direction, and can actually make a path to the bottom of the cliff in the dense jungle. After almost 2 hours of traveling, we finally came to the bottom of the cliff. What a village! Chen Smokepole looked at the scene in front of him and couldn't help but sigh. He had lived in the Morning Mountain for so many years, and surprisingly, he had never even realized it. This village is full of simple houses built of wood and leaves. A few people had just walked in when they caught a peculiar smell of meat. It smells so good, what kind of meat does it smell like? Wang Wu shrugged the tip of his nose, and his eyes were on the verge of glowing green. And Chu Luyun and the others were all filled with doubt. This meaty flavor was something they had never smelled before, so they thought it must be some kind of unknown animal. A few people just walked into the village. Just after entering the village, the situation in front of them opened the eyes of Chu Luyun and the others. These people are so strange. Not like savages at all. Yeah, it's really kind of a weird thing. At the entrance of each straw house, there were some villagers lying on their sides. The reason for this is eye-opening. It's because these guys, all of them, are 300 or 400 pounds of fat. And every one of them is white and fat, like a yearling pig with its hair off. Seeing outsiders visiting, these guys also all swept a lazy glance, and then stopped caring. Instead of people, it looks like a bunch of captive pigs. Zhou Bingyue looked at these guys and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. She wasn't so much mocking with that statement as she was expounding on the facts. Hey, old folks, let me ask, do you know Snake Clothes Village? Do you know Lu Qingsong? Wang Wu casually grabbed a fat man and opened his mouth to give an inquiry. But the other party just shook his head like a livestock without intelligence. Do you have anyone here who can manage? Where? Wang Wu continued to cross-examine the other party. She couldn't believe that all of these guys were a species of low intelligence. If that was the case, it would be a herd of pack animals at best, and would never develop into a sizable village. The other party froze for a while when he heard this question, before reaching out and pointing to a large tree not far away. And then he rolled over and went back to sleep. Go over there. Elder Tan opened his mouth and a few people followed the direction of the guy's finger. Folded Feather stayed in front, clutching the machete tightly. Although each of these guys acted harmlessly, they were still several 100-pound behemoths anyhow. If they swarmed, they would definitely not be able to carry it. That guy was talking about would be this one. Wang Wu looked at the situation in front of him, and even his voice couldn't help but tremble. Because what appeared in front of the crowd was an immense and incomparable mountain of flesh. It was a behemoth big enough to be 3 or 4 stories tall. Just between breaths, the white, fat flesh on his body rose in a wave. Is this still human? Chapter 79, 1,000 Eyes. Everyone in the room couldn't help but have that thought. 3 or 4 stories high, what's that? An adult brown bear is only 1,000 pounds or so. And this one right here looks like an elephant. But no matter what part of the body you look at, it's a living, breathing human being. This isn't right. It's impossible for a human being to get this fat, his body organs simply can't handle the load. These guys are most likely just monsters that look like people. Zhou Bingyue looked at the situation in front of her and frowned. The constantly rolling white fat did look a bit disgusting. Everyone present was all shocked. Do you think we could make a profit if we shipped this guy out, just for exhibition? Chen Smokepole looked at this guy and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. It's just that with this tonnage in the mountain roads of the Morning Mountains, I'm afraid that even if you drive a truck in, you can't get it out. Who is it? Who's talking? The deafening sound came from overhead, like thunder on a clear day. It was this guy, who was seen by everyone as a livestock, who actually spoke at this moment. The crowd looked up in unison. A head the size of a human head stood atop a mountain of flesh. A 3 or 4 story tall mountain of fat flesh with a tiny head on top of it was weird to look at anyhow. Is it an outlander? There hasn't been an outlander here in centuries. What a rarity, what a rarity. This guy doesn't have a big head, but his voice is like a morning bell. His comment that there hadn't been an outlander in hundreds of years gave a few people a whiff of something. The last outlander who came here, was his name Lu Qingsong? Chu Luyun stood out and rushed at him, opening his mouth to inquire. The other party raised his eyebrows slightly when he heard this. Rather a clever fellow. Meat Mountain responded with a faint sentence, unable to hear the joy or sorrow in his words. Several people looked at each other. Not only did this guy grow beyond human weight, it was as if he had a lifespan beyond human life. But since he knew about Lu Qingsong, it proved that Lu Qingsong, who had disappeared back then, had most likely come here. If this is where he was last seen, then the missing treasure, say it can't be here as well. Well, it's time to eat. Would you guys like to join us for some? Before a few people could say anything, Meat Mountain sniffed the air and spoke to himself. After saying that, the behemoth moved partially and stepped out into the distance. As he moved, several people felt the ground tremble. Dinner? Can these guys farm when they weigh hundreds of pounds each? And with all these fat pigs, what do they usually eat? Wang Wu was full of doubts at the moment. The words he uttered were also what Chu Luyun felt strange in his heart. The smell of the meat was especially puzzling. He didn't trust these hundreds of pounds of fat to run out and chase their prey. Besides, this guy right here would eat hundreds of pounds of grain in one meal. Let's go, follow them over there. Chu Luyun's curiosity was aroused again. Without waiting for a few of Elder Tan's people to react, he took the first step to follow the mountain of flesh. Fortunately, the guy had a huge torso and wasn't moving very fast. The direction he was traveling was right in the middle of the village. Many villagers are now converging and rushing to the center of the village, just like a herd of pigs heading for a meal. As he continued to get closer, the smell of the meat became more and more intense. What the hell do you think these guys ate to grow one so big? That's a nice flavor, I'd like to taste it if I had the chance. Wang Wu slithered forward, his mouth still chattering. The doubt in his mouth was exactly what everyone wanted to know. Fortunately, it's not a very long stretch. After walking for about 5 or 6 minutes, they came to the center of the village. That's quite a sight, though. Zhou Bingyue looked at the situation in front of her and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The center of the village at the moment. One white, fat guy, neatly lined up in 2 lines. Though all eyes were full of desire for things, no one stirred for a moment. It was as if they were waiting for some big shot to come before they could start the meal. Rumble. Rumble. The sound of dragging came from the distance, accompanied by the trembling of the earth, as the same mountain of flesh from before finally appeared. Little by little, he moved his body and eventually stopped next to an ancient well. And that's exactly where the group of fat white guys lined up to go. Seeing this guy standing still, all the villagers' eyes flashed with longing. Dinner! Meat Mountain roared, and then stomped down hard on the ground. 1 foot down. It was like an earthquake around them, and the earth began to shake like a chafing sieve. My God, is this guy that strong? Nope. It looks like an earthquake, it looks like an earthquake. Chu Luyun sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly reached out to support Zhou Bingyue on the side. As the shaking intensified, it was as if something was boiling in that ancient well. Pff. With a strange sound. Numerous milky fats gushed out of the well. Those pervasive meaty aromas were emanating from those very creamy fats. Wang Wu, who had originally said he was going to have a feast, lost his appetite looking at these things. Starving. Come on, start eating, don't crowd. Numerous villagers swarmed the area. They were like captive pigs, all lying on the ground, arching their mouths over the food. When you say it's food, it's really just some thick, milky fluid. I don't know what it's synthesized from either. The mountain of flesh was now situated at the edge of the well, lapping up the food that spewed onto it. These guys are disgusting. Zhou Bingyue covered her nose. The original aroma of the meat was only nauseating at the moment. I'm afraid the food in the well is the reason these guys have grown into what they are today. What are you doing? Zhou Bingyue reached out and did not grab Chu Luyun. At this moment, Chu Luyun had already carefully moved his feet to the edge of the well. These guys have eyes for food. If you don't take extra care, you're likely to get knocked out or even trampled to death. Don't worry, I'm going to see what's in that well. Chu Luyun cast a reassuring look at Zhou Bingyue. When he came to the edge of the well and looked down, his entire body froze. This is... countless pairs of blinking eyes beneath the wide wellhead. In a split second, he met Chu Luyun's line of sight. In the well, was an immense black meatball, which was covered with densely packed pupils.
Thousand Eyes Teo. Chapter 80, Stripping and Inflating. Chu Luyun looked at the writhing monster at the bottom of the well and thought of a folk rumor he had once read. Sends evil to the body, gives birth to 1,000 eyes and transforms them into taiyaki. This is a strange story recorded in the Yu Yang Miscellany Chopper. It is rumored that 1,000 eyes Taiyu is the embodiment of the most evil thoughts of mankind. I didn't realize that what was written in this ancient book actually existed. What monster is this? This? Are we really not dreaming? Wang Wu also came over to see the well. Several people turned their heads to look around. Below the well is the estimated 1,000-eyed Teiyukai recorded in the rumors. Above the well was a white giant of several hundred pounds and the immense mountain of flesh. The scene looks like it has a kind of magicalism that strongly contrasts with reality. The group of saved, fat bodies even felt a little absurd. What now? What else can we do? We can only wait until these guys finish eating and then see if we can continue to communicate. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Wu and didn't give any good face. After all, this guy had almost killed Zhou Bingyue. The group of villagers who were feeding today were basically unquestionably the same as livestock, with no possibility of communication at all. A few people were also known to come to one side, raise a fire and cook their own food. Although those things would still give off a strange meaty aroma, they couldn't inspire a dinky appetite in them. Look, what are those guys doing? Zhou Bingyue ate the biscuits in her mouth, her eyes always observing the many villagers. At her reminder, everyone turned their heads in the direction of the ancient well. The massive mountain of flesh from before was holding a villager of over 400 pounds to the ground. Thank the gods for food. Long live the Lord God. Amidst the many cries of outrage, Meat Mountain powered up. The villager who was pressed to the ground had a layer of skin ripped off hard. Ah! He let out a pig-killing scream from his mouth. But facing the huge mountain of flesh, he pressed on with no room for resistance. Eventually, under the brutal means of the Meat Mountain, the entire skin was hardened and ripped off. Ah! It hurts. It hurts. The guy rolled around on the ground covered in blood, mud, and sand covering his bloody body. The surrounding villagers saw this as if they were used to it. They carried the bloodied villager and shoved his fat body into the mouth of the well. The whole thing was stuck there because it was just too fat. Eventually, the guy's body was about to be crushed under the brutal tactics of Meat Mountain before he was stuffed. Did I just see it right? They actually killed someone just like that? Zhou Bingyue frowned. The villagers, who had just been feasting on the food, suddenly started killing people, something that no one reacted to. And this means, even so cruel and bloody. Killing people? Do you think these guys, they're even human? Chu Luyun coldly looked at everything in front of him. By human, I don't mean looking like a human. At the very least, there must be autonomous ideas, moral standards, and values. And the group in front of us is, at best, white meat that looks like a human being. Ms. Zhou, it seems like we should have found the right place in this line of work. Chu Luyun looked at the group of guys in front of him and once again recalled the contents of the card. The so-called snake-passing clothes should refer to this snake clothes village. And people molting, I think, is what is happening here in front of us. Only after the ceremony before them had been performed did the many eating villagers gradually disperse. Meat Mountain pinched the faded human skin from the ground and put it to his mouth. Is he going to eat it? Zhou Bingyue frowned. Although she is an expert in solving crimes, her own job is case analysis. She had never even seen the scene of a murder a few times, and when she saw the scene for the first time, she just felt her stomach turn over in her gut. Put. Meat Mountain put the skin to his mouth and spat it right out violently. The originally dried out skin instantly inflated and turned into a humanoid doll. Meat Mountain shrugged it off, dropping it casually to the ground. The moment the humanoid doll hit the ground, it actually slowly stood up and became a living, breathing villager again. This amazing scene directly stunned the crowd. This will strengthen your body and make you strong after eating it. Do you want to try it? Meat Mountain dumped a puddle of white lotion in front of the crowd. Even though he talked this thing up, no one would try it. Where were we talking before? Meat Mountain looked down at a few people. As he spoke, he also opened his mouth and licked the blood left on his fingers. The guy was acting harmless and even very polite though. But the thought of what he had just done was always chilling. Ahem, that. Wang Wu moved his head again, thinking as he approached the mountain of flesh. We're both outsiders, we may not know the rules here, may I first ask what you call yourself? Wang Wu was a typical smiley face. When you have a request, your mouth is like honey, and Chen Smokepole was snubbed like this. But when he flipped out, he was unrelenting, and Zhou Bingyi was brutally murdered. Name calling? In our village, there's no name calling, you can call me Meat Mountain. This behemoth is rather unpretentious. Seeing that there was a doorway to communication, Wang Wu began to show his true purpose. Lord Meat Mountain, what about us are all good friends of Lu Qingsong? He came here earlier just missing, so we wanted to inquire about him. This Wang Wu guy was just full of lies, directly treating Meat Mountain as a cutie. Lu Qingsong came here in the 9th year of Hanwu. It's hundreds of years between us and others. Oh, so that's it. When that guy came back then, he brought a lot of gold and a bead. It's just that I've heard that he seems to have only one friend, so which one of you is actually his friend? Meat Mountain looked at the crowd, the corners of his mouth curling into a patient, searching smile. Hearing his words, several people present froze. The other party's meaning was clear, out of their group, only one could get the real treasure. Well, it looks like you guys need to talk it over some more. On the east side of the village there are houses built by Lu Qingsong, you guys can stay there for now. Meat Mountain raised his hand and pointed a short distance away. A few people looked at each other and could only accept this arrangement for the time being. In just one day, they had simply seen too much to take in. When they came to the east end of the village, several people saw a small, ancient courtyard. It was in a state of disrepair, but it was 100 times better than the thatched huts in the village. In a place like Morning Mountain, having this kind of small courtyard to stay in was just great for the camping Chu Luyun and the others. Just after arriving at the small courtyard that Lu Qingsong had constructed, Chu Luyun was the first to speak. You can all see it, can't you? That Meat Hill guy is no good, he wants us to kill each other. Chapter 81, The Dangerous Alien Life. It was also just now that Chu Luyun saw that smirk from the corner of Meat Mountain's mouth. This guy is clearly not as naive as he appears. Kill each other? That guy can have that kind of intelligence? Wang Wu didn't care at all about Chu Luyun's words. He was still gloating that a casual lie had tricked him into a mountain of meat. Brother Chu, I don't think you should worry too much. Let's get some rest tonight, and first thing in the morning, just send out one of the men and get the information out of Meat Mountain. Elder Tan was also unimpressed by Chu Luyun's warning. Looking at the crowd all picking out rooms and preparing for a good rest, Chu Luyun's heart sprouted a bad premonition. It seems that tonight, something is going to happen. Chu Luyun sighed and looked at Zhou Bingyi with some concern. Eventually the two decided to sleep in one room. It was getting dark. The village resounded with the sound of a rising and falling snort, as if they were lying in a pigsty. Dry wood burned in the house with a crackling sound. Chu Luyun, don't you think this is all too fake? Are we really still in real life? Zhou Bingyi lay on top of her sleeping bag, staring at the roof in a slight daze. They were here, originally, because of a serial murder case. For the real culprits behind the Badger organization. But what was in front of them now had completely exceeded their knowledge of this world. I don't know, I was thinking. What is the purpose of Lu Qingsong bringing me here with a card? Is it to show me this incredible place? But what's the connection between this place and the murders? If all of this is really a supernatural force at work, is there any chance of me overturning the case? Chu Luyun lay on the bed, looking back and forth at the card in his hand. Now, a deep sense of powerlessness flooded his heart. He began to think about the purpose of Lu Qingsong doing everything. Could it be trying to get him to see the facts in front of him and then willingly join the Badger organization? After all, if it was really a supernatural force at work, I'm afraid that even with Zhou Bingyi as a witness, he would never be able to overturn the case. Chu Luyun, do you still not realize the seriousness of the matter? Zhou Bingyi realized that Chu Luyun's mood was not right, so she rolled over and sat up from her sleeping bag. Wouldn't you feel terrible if there really were such supernatural forces, committing murder after murder without restraint in the world? The consequences of this turbulent force are simply unimaginable if we don't draw attention to it. Zhou Bingyi's status was still that of a defender of order, after all. After seeing everything in front of her, she would rather believe that Chu Luyun was the murderer of the Zodiac murder case. At the very least, Chu Luyun was still a person, still an existence that the police could handle. I'm just an ordinary citizen. These great rights and wrongs are not for me to consider, nor is it for me to control. From the beginning to the end, all I wanted was to be cleared of the charges against me and live my life in peace. Chu Luyun put the card into his bosom and sighed heavily. Zhou Bingyue had nothing to say about Chu Luyun's lack of ambition. Having come this far, she had also gained a preliminary understanding of Chu Luyun. At the end of the day, people are just ordinary people who get caught up in murder cases. She is a member of the police force, but she is powerless to prove her innocence. Being in such a situation, I'm afraid that anyone else would have collapsed long ago. Let's go to bed first, we can only take one step at a time as things stand now. Chu Luyun casually dealt with the situation and rolled over to sleep. This sleep was extraordinarily sweet for the tired and exhausted crowd. The mansion was dilapidated, but it was a shelter. Fold the feather. Fold the feather. Early in the morning. There was a loud shout from Tam just outside. Chu Luyun opened his eyes in a daze, and Zhou Bingyue's figure was long gone by the bedside. He came outside the room even after getting dressed. What happened? Chu Luyun looked at Elder Tan and stepped forward to ask. Folding feather is gone, as soon as I woke up from my nap this morning. Elder Tam frowned. The tense look he revealed at this moment was much more serious than when Li Han disappeared. After all, it was his grandson. And the position in his heart was naturally not comparable to that of Li Han. Could it be that your grandson secretly sought out Meat Mountain to inquire about the hidden treasure while we were asleep? I think that kid, he wants to keep the treasure all to himself, doesn't he? Wang Wu walked out from the back, his pair of thieving rat eyes constantly glancing at Tan Lao. The guy is no good himself, so in his eyes, no one else is any better. No way. Folding feather was raised by my own hands, he would never do such a thing. Tan Lao denied away Wang Wu's speculation with a single breath. Several people searched the yard and found no trace. But when several people came to the door and saw the situation in front of them, they were considered completely dumbfounded. Fold the feather. Fold the feather. My grandson, my good grandson. A wail erupted from Elder Tan's mouth. His entire body went limp in a flash, tears rolling down his wrinkled eyes. At this time, Folding Feather was covered in blood and flesh, and he could no longer see his face. The machete that had been used to open the way ran through his body. He was then nailed to the tree with a death grip, like a skin prey. The man is long dead and the skin has been stripped from his body. Chu Luyun forced himself to endure the pungent smell of blood and approached the corpse step by step. Looking at this horrifying scene, other than the grieving Elder Tan, everyone else's hearts were appalled. No matter who the murderer is, this kind of method is definitely considered cruel to the extreme. It must be that Meat Mountain. We've all seen his methods with our own eyes. Wang Wu was the first to jump in and lay the blame on Meat Mountain. Although there was no motive to kill at all. But during the day, everyone did witness the guy's skin-picking tactics. Exactly. It had to be that guy, who else could do such a thing? It's just cruel. Chen Tobacco Pole was also unknown and chose to support Wang Wu brainlessly. Chu Luyun carefully observed the corpse in front of him. On the back of the body, some scratches from a sharp blade can be seen. The murderer had apparently cut from the back and peeled off Folded Feather's pouch, which was not the kind of skinning that Meat Mountain would have used. The killer is not Meat Hill. The man who killed Folded Feather and shed his skin is between us. Chu Luyun's words. Everyone in the room froze. Chapter 82, Human Evil. Folded Feather was not killed by unusual means. If what Chu Luyun said was true, then there was a top-tier demon king hiding between them. Everyone subconsciously pulled away at the thought of traveling with a skinned murderer. Mr. Chu, you have to speak with evidence. We're all human beings, and as long as we're human beings, who could do such a thing to their own kind? Wang Wu was the first to stand out and sing against Chu Luyun. With regards to such fart-like remarks, Chu Luyun was simply too lazy to pay attention to them. Monsters can only be monsters. But there are times when people are not people. Greed, anger, jealousy. All of these negative emotions can twist a person into something more horrible than a monster. Folding Feather's stance is very good, just with us, I'm afraid we're no match together. And he's always wary of everyone, so if the murderer is between us, it won't be easy to kill him. Zhou Bingyue also used her knowledge to help Chu Luyun analyze. After he said that, several people in the room started sizing each other up as well. Elder Tan was Folded Feather's grandfather, Chen Smoke Pole was an elderly man, and Zhou Bingyue was a soft woman. These three were obviously unlikely. Wang Wu, this guy will only bully. To say that to deal with folding feather, this guy is expected to be abashed on the spot. And it was again Chu Luyun who made the claim that the murderer was among the five. If Chu Luyun was the murderer, he could not afford to create difficulties for himself. If we look at it from a physical quality point of view, there doesn't seem to be any one of us that would be a match for folding feather, right? Zhou Bingyue stood to the side and once again raised her doubts. But when she had just finished those words, Chu Luyun waved his hand at her. On the contrary. If it's just in terms of physical fitness, everyone here can kill folding feather. Chu Luyun's words directly froze everyone. Remember what Meat Mountain said about those foods spewing out of the wells, that if you eat them, they'll give you a huge boost in stamina. For 8 cartloads of gold, those things, they don't seem too hard to swallow, do they? After his reminder, everyone remembered what had happened earlier. If that's true, then indeed everyone has the ability to kill folding feather. The motive for the murder is the treasure left behind by Lu Qingsong. When Chu Luyun stated the murderer's purpose, almost everyone turned their gazes toward Wang Wu. Of the few, this guy had the most greed. What are you all looking at me for? If I become incredibly powerful by eating that disgusting thing, I'll kill you all while you sleep. Listening to the words that came out of Wang Wu's mouth, a look of disgust appeared on the faces of everyone present. He was able to somewhat excuse himself with that statement though. But he has become a time bomb in the team, and if it comes to a life or death situation, he will definitely be the one to be abandoned. Rumble. Rumble. Just as several people were wondering about each other, the sound of heavy footsteps once again came from the distance. From afar, the behemoth that looked like a small mountain was moving a little bit this way. Tisk, tsk, tsk. This must be one of your companions? What a tragic death, who on earth would do such a thing? Meat Mountain sipped his mouth in mock sadness. Anyone could hear the mockery in his mouth. He's been waiting to see this play out since yesterday when he uttered those words. Now, have you discussed who will be Lu Qingsong's friend? That guy's got an awful lot of treasure, enough to take one's mind off all one's troubles. Ha ha ha. The mountain of flesh seems to be the embodiment of the devil on earth. The fat meat all over his body also trembled continuously because of the laughter. This guy was like an evil god. A few people exchanged glances. Although everyone wanted the treasure now, they had not lost the last of their sanity. It would be a real cutie if we couldn't see what Meat Mountain meant when things got to this point. I'll be a cutie. Me. I'm Lu Qingsong's friend. Now you can tell me where the treasure is hidden. Elder Tan stepped forward, looked at the mountain of flesh, and was the first to admit his identity. After all, someone has to step up. Meat Mountain towered over him, his eyes constantly sweeping over Elder Tan's body. You said you're Lu Qingsong's friend, are you? It has to be Lu Qingsong who recognizes your identity before you are qualified to learn about the hidden treasure site. Meat Mountain wasn't as stupid as a few people thought. Instead, he was very cunning and teased the crowd. Looking at the teasing smile on his face, Elder Tan, who had endured the pain of losing his grandson, could no longer endure it. How dare you? How dare you fool us? That Lu Qingsong is a person from hundreds of years ago, he's been dead for hundreds of years, where can we find him to admit it? Elder Tan's subconscious words caused a hint of ferocity to appear on Meat Mountain's face. You also know that Lu Qingsong has been dead for centuries? Then you guys claim to be Lu Qingsong's friends, aren't you guys playing me? This retort from Meat Mountain left everyone in the room speechless. Where is this guy a mentally retarded piece of livestock? Simply a 1,000-year-old fox. Chu Luyun really wondered if the entire village's intelligence was concentrated to this one guy. Human nature is evil. Even without me stirring things up in the middle, you'd still kill each other. I'm only helping to speed things up a little bit for you guys. Meat Mountain's tone was teasing. But for such a huge existence, several people dared to be angry. After all those hundreds of pounds of villagers were pressed to the ground and easily skinned and extracted by him. When you meet Lu Qingsong, you will naturally know where the treasure is. If you can't see it, it's proof of no connection to the treasure. Meat Mountain let out an exclamation before moving his massive body into the distance. Watching his back until he faded away, Wang Wu began to break into tears. Damn this fat, he's just ing with us. After a few hundred years, Lu Qingsong is probably even rotten to the bone. Where can we find him? Wang Wu was so furious that he could not wait to stab the mountain of flesh into a hornet's nest with his dagger. But Chu Luyun was savoring Meat Mountain's words. He had just talked about Lu Qingson without the slightest feeling of nostalgia. The tone was as if he was telling about an old friend he had met yesterday. He's not lying, I'm afraid. Chu Luyun looked at the direction where the meat mountain disappeared and faintly chanted. The voices of the few people around him instantly quieted. They unanimously looked at Chu Luyun, completely unable to understand the meaning of his words. I mean, Meat Mountain might not be lying. Perhaps Lu Qingson, in the 9th year of the Hangwu era, is not dead, he is still alive. Chapter 83, The Life Gambit. Chu Luyun didn't know why, he was just inexplicably certain. At this moment, the way everyone looked at Chu Luyun was like looking at a mountain of meat. Kid, you didn't eat from the well and become as stupid as these villagers, did you? Wang Wu scoffed at Chu Luyun. Not only is this guy money-grubbing and selfish, he's even arrogant. Chu Luyun was also really strange, last night's murderer, why didn't he end this stupid bastard first? If you want to live longer, you can't do it unless you have a mountain of flesh skinned and blown. When he turns into a fat pig like those villagers, I guess he'll be able to live forever, right? Zhou Bingyue proposed another conjecture, causing everyone to feel quite desperate in their hearts. Those villagers they had come into contact with were just a bunch of livestock that only knew how to eat, drink, and be captive. If Lu Qingson really had become one of them, a few hundred years would be enough to assimilate him. We even found a place like this, so we can't end up making a trip for nothing, can we? Even if Lu Qingson has turned out to be one of the villagers, we still have to find him out. Wang Wu had been completely dumbfounded by greed inside. Although it was said that Chu Luyun and the others were not aiming for treasure, they had traveled 1,000 miles and taken 2 lives. It's a little disheartening to just go back. Nowadays it seems as if all they can do is wander around the village thinking of taking their chances. But there was nothing but those obese figures that were saving up everywhere. Night. The crowd gathered again inside the dilapidated building. If you ask me, a couple of us should tie up the mountain of meat while he's sleeping, and when we put a knife to his neck, he'll say anything. Wang Wu wiped the dagger in his hand, already fuming. The greed shown in his eyes caused everyone to become wary. The real culprit has yet to be found for the previous death of Folding Feather. And Meat Mountain had once said that while all that white meat could make a person stronger, it would also magnify the ugliness inside of a person over and over again. Wang Wu's greed is also magnified day by day for all to see. It's better to rest early today. Search well tomorrow, and as long as the treasure is here, traces are sure to be found. Chu Luyun interrupted Wang Wu's words. With Zhou Bingyue in tow, he then left the place and returned to the room where the two of them were staying. Just as he got back to the house, he put a couple of sticks against the door of the room. And he fished out a dagger and handed it to Zhou Bingyue. Never go out at night. When tomorrow dawns, we'll find a chance to get out of here first. It's just too dangerous to be with this group. Chu Luyun wasn't discussing with Zhou Bingyue, but rather making a strong decision. White meat magnifies evil thoughts. He wasn't sure exactly who was responsible for eating the white meat though. But that guy's greed is only getting bigger and bigger and will never stop, and one day it will be their turn. Good. Zhou Bingyue didn't say anything more and lay back down on her sleeping bag. Both men knew it very well in their hearts. The truth is important, but life is more important. If you die here, there's nothing left. Midnight. The sleeping Chu Luyun heard a fuzzy, melodious sound. Come here. Come here. I have everything you want to know here. Get over here. That voice continued to reach Chu Luyun's ears. Danger lay beyond the door, but he couldn't help getting up and taking down all the defenses blocking the door. As if possessed, the entire group followed the music to the door and slowly made their way to the village. Come over to. The sound gradually became clearer, and Chu Luyun was already standing at the entrance of the well. Under the bright moonlight. Meat Mountain stood there, his eyes flickering with a hint of something else. Chu Luyun, right? It seems you haven't joined the Badgers and know the truth. Meat Mountain spoke slowly. His voice was no longer sharp and eerie as it had been during the day, but rather like that of a wise old man. You know me? I don't think I've ever mentioned my name to you, have I? And you know about Badgers? What the hell are you? Chu Luyun was captivated by Meat Mountain in 2 sentences. The original caution had all but disappeared, and his eyes were full of desire for the truth. Listening to Meat Mountain's words, he knew he had come to the right place. Of course I know you, I don't just know you, Lu Qingsong, Tao Yanran, Zhangling. I've lived too long to remember many names, anymore. The mountain of flesh sat there, silver-white moonlight spilling over even his face. That moment. He was no longer an ugly monster, no longer an obese demon. He's like a weathered wise man. Who the hell are you? The Luqing song you speak of, which Luqing song is it? Chu Luyun was completely confused this time. By all rights, this place should be isolated from the world. Moreover, with this physical condition, Meat Mountain was by no means in a position to travel to the outside world. Tao Yanran, Jiangling, Luqing song, this can be a recent event. Chu Luyun, are you willing to make a bet with me? If you win, I'll tell you all the truth. Meat Mountain did not answer Chu Luyun's words with a straight face, instead choosing to digress. It was as if this fellow wasn't even listening to what Chu Luyun was saying. Bet? What do you want to bet? With no other choice, Chu Luyun could only follow the words of the Meat Mountain down. It was only when he heard Chu Luyun reply that Meat Mountain slowly turned his head and aimed his gaze at Chu Luyun. Bet your life. Meat Mountain's voice was low. His eyes glowed with a flash of light, and his morose killing intent instantly locked onto Chu Luyun. This killing intent. It's the kind of morose murderous intent that comes with facing your father's killer. Chu Luyun was puzzled in his heart. The two were obviously able to meet for the first time. Why was he so murderous towards himself? The bet is also simple. I bet that none of you can leave the village alive. You will all, in the end, remain here forever because of your greed for treasure. Meat Mountain's tone was very certain, as if he had seen the future. But this bet was simply a 100% victory for Chu Luyun. Wang Wu and the others said it was not good, while Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue were not interested in the treasure in the slightest. Only by waiting until dawn could the two leave the village. That was their original intention. Okay, I promise you, I hope you can keep your promise. Chu Luyun's heart was already secure in victory. It's as if the truth, too, is just one step away. After all, he could be certain that he and Zhou Bingyue would never covet any treasures. Hearing Chu Luyun promise to come down, Meat Mountain's entire body began to tremble continuously. After a moment of trembling, a deafening laugh escaped his mouth. That laughter stunned throughout the dark night sky. Ha 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 ha. Chu Luyun, Chu Luyun. Your life. I'll take it. Chapter 84, The Forest of Bones. Listening to his laughter, endless doubts rose in Chu Luyun's heart. It was as if he had lost the moment he agreed. I want you to know that not everyone is blinded by money. The purpose of Zhou Bingyue and I coming here is not treasure. Chu Luyun looked at the mountain of meat. Even in the face of such a behemoth, he argued his case. Meat Mountain withdrew his eyes that were staring at Chu Luyun and once again looked aimlessly elsewhere. In addition to the many strange phenomena you have seen, there is another special ability that exists here. It's called a phase. Phase's ability to see into the future, and I've seen you fall. Meat Mountain made a pretense, and in that moment, he was like an unforeseen high priest. But it's the fat image that really doesn't fit. Then we'll see what happens. Chu Luyun left such a sentence and turned around to leave this place. Only Meat Mountain watched his back. Luqing Song's treasure is hidden under the water well. Meat Mountain's voice came from behind. However, Chu Luyun didn't return his head and only waved his hand at the back. I've already said that I'm not interested in the so-called treasure. After Chu Luyun finished speaking, he returned all the way home. Looking at Zhou Bingyue, who was still sleeping peacefully on the bed, he became even more certain of his inner thoughts. It was a done deal to leave this place of wrongdoing. A drizzle was falling outside the window. Intermingled with those grunts, it was rather like a white noise, allowing Chu Luyun to quickly enter dreamland. It's early morning on another day. The crowd, awakened from their slumber, gathered once again in the center of the courtyard. Chu Luyun noticed that the soles of everyone's shoes were covered in some mud, even Zhou Bingyue. It rained all night. They had all just woken up and hadn't gone out yet, and only those who had sneaked out last night would have mud on the soles of their feet, including him, Chu Luyun. But for these things, he still didn't care anymore. Everyone, this place is really too dangerous. Throwing your lives away here for the sake of treasure is really not worth it. That's why Miss Zhou and I have decided to withdraw from the treasure hunting team, and we'll take our own dry food and leave the village. Chu Luyun unapologetically stated his request. After all, the group had come to seek their fortune, all running with the aim of definitely finding the treasure. His and Zhou Bingyue's exit would allow the group to share more of the cake, and there was no reason for them to refuse. Ms. Zhou, let's go. Chu Luyun rushed to greet Zhou Bingyin and picked up his backpack to leave. But he had walked to the door, but he did not see Zhou Bingyue move her body. No one is allowed to leave, no one is allowed to leave here today. Wang Wu stood up from one side and stared viciously at Chu Luyun. The scene was filled with a bizarre atmosphere, making Chu Luyun somewhat uncertain. Did you see Needhill last night, and did he tell you where the treasure was hidden? Wang Wu took a step towards Chu Luyun and kept questioning. Looking at the dirt at the bottom of a few people's feet, he instantly realized. It seems that last night, he wasn't the only one who was attracted to that weird voice. Meat Mountain told me that the treasure is at the bottom of the well, whether it's true or not I don't know, you can verify it yourselves. Chu Luyun spoke truthfully, without a single bit of concealment. However, his sincerity caused Wang Wu's face to become even more gloomy. Shucks. I think you kids are just pretending to leave under the guise of wanting to keep the treasure all to yourself, right? Meat Mountain told me that the treasure was hidden in the woods at the east end of the village, but you said it was at the bottom of the well, so tell me why that is? Wang Wu's face showed ferocity, and his eyes even had the killing intent of drawing a sword. Seeing such a tight step, Chu Luyun also reached his palm into his arms and clutched his defensive dagger. If Wang Wu suddenly attacked, he would also make a retaliation as much as possible. Which one of the hidden treasures in Meat Mountain's mouth is real and which one is fake, you need to verify it yourselves. Chu Luyun kept staring at Wang Wu's palm as he spoke. As long as he had a raised hand to strike, he was bound to strike first. I'm sure you've all heard about the hidden treasure from Meat Mountain. Next we just need to verify them one by one, and we'll surely find the treasure. But before searching for the real treasure, no one is allowed to leave first, or I'll be rude. Wang Wu directly lit up the dagger in his hand. This guy has been completely blinded by money. Anyone who got in his way of wealth would surely be the target of his attack. Ahem, let's not argue, let me say a fair word. All of you have traveled a long way to get here and have taken 2 lives, no one will be happy if you return empty-handed. Brother Chu, even if you want to leave, I'm sure it's not urgent for a while, as long as we find the treasure, we'll never stop you if you go or stay. Elder Tan stood up from the sidelines and acted as a peacemaker. Although the words in his mouth were very kind, he had already made his position clear. That's right, everyone has come here after all the hard work, we definitely can't return empty-handed because of you alone. You certainly did not lie, but what if? We can't afford the consequences of your lying. Chen Smoke Pole has never been much of a talker. But at this point in time, for the sake of the greed in his heart, he also had to voice his opinion. What was most incomprehensible to Chu Luyun was Zhou Bingyue. The two had obviously discussed it last night. However, looking at her hesitant expression that she now wanted to say something, it was obvious that she was also standing on the opposite side of Chu Luyun's position. Good. I promise you. Chu Luyun loosened the palm of his hand that was clutching the knife in his arms. The situation at the moment was such that he had long since run out of options. After a brief respite, all of them named the places where they had gotten their treasure. Separately. The woods at the east end of the village. The cellar at the west end of the village. Large elm tree at the entrance. Lu Qingsong's residence. And under the old well in the village. The few of them had been living in the area for many days and had long ago dug into the ground and found nothing. Since all of you are pretty much rested, let's go ahead and check out the situation in the woods at the east end of the village. Take what you can while you can, and always be safe. Tam got up and decided to go ahead and look for the location he had scouted. A few people live closer to there as well. It's just a trip to the woods to see what's going on, what's there to notice? Is it hard to believe that we could be killed by those captive pigs? Wang Wu wiped the dagger in his hand, and the arrogance in his eyes had reached the extreme. Chu Luyun now seriously suspected that the murderer who killed Folding Feather was Wang Wu. Everything from the guy's eyes to his mannerisms are getting more twisted by the day. It's best not to take it lightly. Last night when Meat Mountain was telling me about that grove, he also told me the name of that grove. Elder Tan's eyes were heavy, and only after a moment of pause did he slowly utter 3 words. Bone-picking forest. Chapter 85, 10,000 Dermas. Hearing such lurid names, several people couldn't help but feel a chill down their spine. This entire village is shrouded in eeriness. But for the sake of the treasure, the people had to risk their lives. Especially for Tan Lao, treasure no longer means more than just treasure. That's what his grandson's life was going to be traded for. Unlike you, my life is above treasure. If there is danger, I will abandon the treasure, even you. So I hope that when you enter the forest, you will not make any risky moves, even if you have 10,000 taels of gold,
you must have the life to spend it. Although Chu Luyun had compromised, he had also made his words clear. By putting it this way, he was not only showing his attitude to the crowd, he was also telling them that he was not greedy for the treasure and that he was not a threat to them. The people simply nodded and left the mansion, heading for the boning forest at the east end of the village. On the way there, Chu Luyun looked for an opportunity to pair up with Zhou Bingyue.
Didn't we discuss this last night? We're leaving today, why did you change your mind? Is it hard to believe that you have your eye on those treasures too?
Chu Luyun began to rise against Zhou Bingyue.
But although Zhou Bingyue was not as rich as Li Shui's family, she was still considered a rich white woman, and she was definitely financially free in this life. Would a rich girl gamble her life for treasure?
Chu Luyun, I know that this will create resentment, but I have reasons why I have to stay.
Flesh Mountain has an extremely special ability, and I have answers that I must know.
Zhou Bingyue stared at Chu Luyun's eyes, her eyes incomparably firm between words. Hearing his words, Chu Luyun could only smile bitterly and shake his head.
He said he had the ability to see things before they happen, didn't he? That's all a lie. No. That has to be true.
Zhou Bingyue directly refuted Chu Luyun's words. The conversation between the two came to an abrupt end.
Chu Luyun did not continue.
At this moment, he was already on the opposite side of Zhou Bingyue on some level. If the Mountain of Flesh truly possessed the ability to foresee the future, then he, Chu Luyun, would have to pay for it with his life.
Because Meat Mountain claimed that he met Chu Luyun's death. Look, there's a monolith over there.
Wang Wu opened his mouth and gave a reminder that they had already arrived at the entrance to the woods at the east end of the village. The first thing that caught my eye were three big words, bone-chopping woods. Next to the boning forest, there were lines of thumb-sized writing erected. He who wishes to give up his body and bones will gain access to 10,000 dermas. He who deceives and picks out the bones gets the wonderful art of getting out of life. Into the forest dreams of butterflies, out of the forest dreams of waking up. Looking at the inexplicable lines of handwriting, several people were dumbfounded.
Let's go in first.
Elder Tan said this and took the lead in stepping into the forest. The crowd had just entered the forest. The situation that came into view was a chilling one.
Many decayed white bones swayed on the branches.
Moss grew on top of the dead bones that were deep in the mud. As far as the eye could see, there were creepy dead bones.
What the hell is going on here? I don't know, how did so many people die? Didn't Meat Mountain say no one had been here for hundreds of years? How many words of truth came out of that guy's mouth?
Fear subconsciously appeared on the faces of Elder Tan and the others.
Hoo.
A gust of cloudy wind blew through the forest.
The sunlight that was still shining through the gaps in the trees instantly dissipated.
A white mist enveloped the entire bone-ticking forest. The mists are full of phantoms.
The echoes were faint between the dense forests.
Careful, something's not quite right here.
Chu Luyun cautiously reminded. How are we going to find the treasure in such a big fog? Wang Wu inquired strangely, unable to stop looking around.
It's just that the weird fog is so thick that visibility is low.
I'm afraid that somehow crashing into a tree isn't even that uncommon. Ah!
A scream came from Zhou Bingyue behind her. Chu Luyun subconsciously turned his head violently. Zhou Bingyue, who was originally standing right beside him, had then disappeared.
What the hell? No.
Don't know, a shadow just flashed by.
Zhou Bingyue. Zhou Bingyue.
Chu Luyun kept rushing around and shouting loudly, but he could not get any response.
Elder Tan and the others were also fearful. But under the thick fog, they couldn't even find the way they came.
Forget about that woman for now, it's too dangerous to rush into the fog at this time, we must stay together.
Wang Wu's selfishness and self-interest is shown to the fullest extent under the danger. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, shook his head. The murderer of Folded Feather is still among us, is it really safe to stay together? Chu Luyun coldly left behind a sentence and rushed into the mist.
Out of the many people, the only one he trusted was Zhou Bingyue. Compared to going in search of Zhou Bingyue, perhaps staying with Wang Wu and Elder Tan and the others was the most dangerous.
Zhou Bingyue. Zhou Bingyue. Chu Luyun walked around aimlessly in the mist, constantly calling out Zhou Bingyue's name, but he never received a reply. Zhou Bingyue, Zhou.
Chu Luyun's words ended abruptly. Because due to his afterglow, Zhou Bingyue was half lying 3 meters away from him. As if she had been injured, she was leaning on a dead tree, coldly looking at Chu Luyun.
Zhou Bingyue. What's the matter with you? Why don't you respond when I call out to you? Chu Luyun hurriedly approached Zhou Bingyue.
Instead, Zhou Bingyue, who was leaning against a dead tree, flashed her dagger.
Stay back. Zhou Bingyue's entirety was on alert, her pair of beautiful eyes staring at Chu Luyun in death. At this moment, Chu Luyun also realized that Zhou Bingyue's palms were covered in blood.
Next to the dead tree stood a head-sized stone statue with a skull-like head. In the mouth of the skeleton stone statue, a bloodied finger bone was being placed, obviously just cut off from Zhou Bingyue's body.
What are you doing? Chu Luyun froze for a moment.
Zhou Bingyue's hand and the blade of the knife were filled with blood, obviously she had cut off her own finger.
Where did the two of us first meet? Zhou Bingyue opened her mouth to give an inquiry. The library, what's going on? What the hell happened?
Chu Luyun was now in a daze, completely unaware of what was happening. It was only after getting the answer she wanted that Zhou Bingyue finally breathed a sigh of relief. Only at this moment did Chu Luyun feel relieved to come beside Zhou Bingyue. This picked bone forest is very spooky, and someone exactly like you just tried to kill me. Zhou Bingyue looked at Chu Luyun and told him what she had just experienced. Looking at the small sculpture next to the dead tree, the finger bone was stained with blood.
And what's this about?
In the face of Chu Luyun's questioning, Zhou Bingyue did not reply, but only stared at Chu Luyun with stern eyes.
Look out!
Zhou Bingyue suddenly cried out and threw out the flying dagger in her hand in a flash. The sharp blade that flashed with a cold light. Just like that, it stuck to Chu Luyun's ear and stabbed straight behind him. Fast, precise, and ruthless, completely unlike what Zhou Bingyue, a soft woman, could do.
Do you remember that?
He who wishes to lay down his body and bones shall receive 10,000 dermas.
Chapter 86, The Treasure Hiding Place. Chu Luyun was confused at this moment. He had absolutely no idea what Zhou Bingyue was talking about. This picked bone forest is very spooky, there will be many monsters that will take our shape.
And by sacrificing a piece of one's own bone, one can awaken a random ability that can be used to defend oneself, otherwise it would be very difficult to survive. Zhou Bingyue's eyes also looked at the severed finger in the skeleton between her words. The strangeness of this place made it difficult for Chu Luyun to appreciate.
Do you want to cut off a finger first?
The loss of a finger is insignificant compared to the loss of a life. Zhou Bingyue handed the dagger in her hand to Chu Luyun. Looking at the blood-stained blade, Chu Luyun's heart was still somewhat hesitant. After all, it's a self-cutting finger. I'd rather not use it yet, I'll make my own choice when the crisis comes. Chu Luyun waved his hand to reject her offer. Just as the two were conversing, a figure once again appeared behind them.
What are you two doing? Wang Wu's voice came from behind. Both of them subconsciously looked towards Wang Wu.
Chu Luyun was always wary of this fellow, while Zhou Bingyue slowly stood up.
Wang Wu, do you remember when we used to eat at the restaurant?
Zhou Bingyue wiped the blood on the dagger and approached Wang Wu step by step.
Listening to her inquiry, Wang Wu's eyes flickered slightly. Remember. Remember
Wang Wu touched his head and responded with some hesitation. When he finished those words, Zhou Bingyue had also come to his side.
In that case, I'll send you back to that day.
Zhou Bingyue struck viciously, directly stabbing Wang Wu in the abdomen. No one could have predicted this action by Zhou Bingyue.
Wang Wu couldn't react in time and was directly stabbed in the abdomen. Blood splattered as he stared in disbelief. Chow!
Chu Luyun had just wanted to step forward to stop it when he realized that the Wang Wu in front of him had actually started to melt. The skin and flesh of his body was like rubber candy hanging on a steel frame, eventually melting into a puddle of blood, leaving only a skeleton.
See, that's their shtick.
That's why I advise you to break your finger now. The only way to get the ability to defend yourself is to put the bone into the statue.
Zhou Bingyue's eyes changed from their previous softness.
There was no hint of hesitation in the eyes of the ruthlessness that flashed when he killed.
Chu Luyun felt even more that Zhou Bingyue's body must be hiding quite a few unknown secrets.
Folding feather.
Folding feather, you can't do this to Grandpa. Grandpa too.
A voice of constant supplication came from the mists, and the two subconsciously turned their heads to look in that direction.
It's Tam's voice.
The two people did not think twice, and when they passed through the layers of mist, they saw the scene in front of them clearly. Elder Tan knelt on the ground, kowtowing uncontrollably. And standing in front of him was the long-dead Folding Feather. Folding Feather held the long sword in his hand high, a fierce look in his eyes.
It's an illusion, Elder Tam, it's an illusion. Chu Luyun rushed at Elder Tan and couldn't stop shouting loudly.
On the other hand, Zhou Bingyue, who was on the side, quickly stepped forward.
Elder Tan, quickly cut off one of your fingers, only after you do that will you be able to defend yourself.
Zhou Bingyue once again shouted out what she had realized. Looking at the machete that was about to fall above his head, Tan Lao didn't dare to have the slightest hesitation, and directly chopped off his own fingers with a single slash.
That moment.
The disembodied Folding Feather turned his head to look at Zhou Bingyue, his eyes filled with resentment.
You seek death.
Folding Feather looked like he had been spoiled and rushed towards Zhou Bingyue like a madman.
You lose.
Without hesitation, Zhou Bingyue raised her hand and resolved the illusion in front of her. The two men hurriedly approached and assisted Elder Tan on the ground. Looking at his blood-drenched severed finger incision, Chu Luyun couldn't help but feel a tremor in his heart.
Zhou Bingyue, on the other hand, squatted beside Elder Tan with great eagerness. Did you gain an ability as well? What is the ability? Can it get us out of here?
Zhou Bingyue was like a big sister. Chu Luyun knew her composure and calmness, and the more she faced an urgent situation, the more she was able to clear her thoughts. Tan Lao clutched his injured finger, his forehead covered with cold sweat oozing from the pain.
I think there's a picture in my mind. It seems like a map of the bone-chopping forest. I seem to know where the treasure is.
Elder Tan's brows furrowed slightly, and his eyes lit up with joy after pondering. Hearing his words, Zhou Bingyue's face also revealed a smirk, and only Chu Luyun shook his head and sighed.
It seems you already know what you want. I'm not interested in treasure. Why don't you tell me how to get out of here, and I should be able to leave? Chu Luyun could not empathize with this joy.
His mind was all about the bet with Meat Mountain. Must either leave this creepy village. Hearing that Chu Luyun was actually truly uninterested in the treasure, Zhou Bingyue and Elder Tan's faces both froze slightly.
Brother Chu, this has come and gone, you really don't want the treasure? Elder Tan looked at Chu Luyun incredulously.
At his age, he was unable to let go of his materialistic desires. Chu Luyun, a young man, could really resist the temptation of treasure? In that case, I won't force myself on you. Just keep heading east from here and you'll get out of this bone-picking forest. After Elder Tan finished saying this, he waved his hand at Chu Luyun. Now that we have all found the place of the treasure, why not share the money with one less person?
Ms. Zhou, aren't you leaving?
Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue, his eyes filled with doubt. I'm sorry, I have reasons why I have to go.
Zhou Bingyue once again uttered those words, causing Chu Luyun to sigh.
From the time Zhou Bingyue chose to side with Elder Tan and the others earlier, the suspicion between them had already arisen. Now here, too, the time has come to part ways.
Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue, his heart was very unfavorable. But since he had promised Meat Mountain to keep the bet secret, he couldn't say anything. Good luck then, Ms. Chow.
With a heartfelt blessing, Chu Luyun turned around with the intention of leaving. Not that he cared about any of this anymore, as long as he left the village to win the bet, he would know the truth of all the mysteries. Just as the two sides were walking behind each other, Elder Tan came up to Zhou Bingyue's side.
Ms. Zhou, now the two of us are rich.
Those treasures are hidden in a giant badger statue. Turn the combination lock on the zodiac and we can bring the treasure home. His voice was not loud, but it reached Chu Luyun's ears.
Badger. Zodiac. These conspicuous words caused Chu Luyun to jolt.
You just said, what statue?
Chapter 87, The Big Lie.
What's up, Brother Chu, are you interested this time too? I told you, how can anyone be faced with treasure and not be moved?
To get rich, no shame.
Elder Tan thought that Chu Luyun had changed his mind. He came to Chu Luyun with a smile on his face.
What did you just say about badgers and the zodiac? Chu Luyun looked at Elder Tan strangely, all his attention on this.
With what he knew about Tan Lao, the guy was a grave robber.
There is absolutely no way that the Badger organization and the Zodiac killings could have been known in advance.
There must be something fishy about it to be able to say it at this moment. That's good, the ability I just acquired not only allows me to view a map of the entire bone-chopping forest. And again, to be clear, it's that everything in Picklewood is in my mind, and I already know the place like the back of my hand. Elder Tan's eyes carried some arrogance, as if this bone-culling forest had become his private territory.
You may not believe it when I tell you.
This bone-picking forest is a maze created by 12 gods, and the key to the maze is a stone statue that is in the middle of the bone-picking forest. A stone statue in the shape of a badger, and those 12 gods, it seems, are called. What's it called? Elder Tan spoke with his head, his eyes slightly upturned as if he was pondering something. Hearing his words, Zhu Luyun didn't think twice and almost blurted them out. The 12 Sifu Shoguns. When Siwei said the 4 words God, Elder Tan slammed his head. That's right, it's the 12 divine generals. Lu Qingsong's treasure is there, and that back then, Lu Qingsong came here in search of this badger statue. Rumor has it that underneath the statue, a great secret is hidden. Elder Tan looked at Zhu Luyun mysteriously. Every word he uttered was like a hook, firmly drawing Zhu Luyun in. Can't it be that Lu Qingsong, the one from the 9th year of Hanwu, also has something to do with the Zodiac murder case? Did he come here to find the badger's secret, too? But if that was the case, then this Lu Qingsong of the 9th year of the Hanwu era was too similar to the Lu Qingsong that Zhu Luyun knew. It's almost as if it's the same person over 600 years apart. Can you take me with you? I don't share your treasure, I just need to know the secret under the statue. Zhu Luyun, after all, was a temporary regret, and the words were still said beautifully. Ha ha ha, what are you saying, brother Chu? We originally came for the treasure, so naturally we're here for those who see it, and besides, with so much gold, the two of us can't move much. Elder Tan thought that Zhu Luyun was making peace with him and smiled as he patted his shoulder. With that, the three made their way through the mists to the place where the badger-shaped stone statue was located. All along the way, Elder Tan was harping on about the treasure. Zhu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue, on the other hand, did not say a word, and the atmosphere between the two of them was somewhat awkward. Ms. Zhou, I consider the two of us as friends, right? Do you have any hard feelings that you can't tell me? Zhu Luyun really couldn't help the curiosity in his heart and approached Zhou Bingyue to open his mouth to inquire. Hearing the word friend, a cold smile flashed across the corner of Zhou Bingyue's mouth. It was the ultimate in contempt and mockery. Friend? Zhou Bingyue couldn't help but let out a mocking sound. This big contrast in attitude made Zhu Luyun completely unable to accept it. He didn't even know when he had offended Zhou Bingyue. Moreover, he had saved Zhou Bingyue at the hands of Wang Wu. Even if he was offended, for the sake of saving his life, he wouldn't be like this, right? Zhu Luyun, do you know why I'm investigating the Zodiac murder case? Zhou Bingyue's question made Zhu Luyun feel a bit puzzled. Aren't you with the police? Police case analyst, analyzing Zodiac murders, isn't that your job? Zhu Luyun certainly would not forget the identity of Zhou Bingyue. Previously, he was identified by Zhou Bingyue and was almost arrested for it. Fortunately, Zhou Bingyue let him off the hook at that time, or else he would have been squatting in jail by now. So do you remember the two of us in the library, how we got to talking? Zhou Bingyue asked another question, pulling Zhu Luyun back to the day they met. Thinking of the gentle and elegant Zhou Bingyue at that time, everything from the past was vivid in my mind. You said that your case analysis was still missing the content of the Qingyang police files, and it just so happened that I had read those murder files, so it just clicked, and that's how we. As Zhu Luyun spoke, he realized that something was wrong. His pupils gradually dilated as he looked at Zhou Bingyue incredulously. And the hint of a smile at the corner of Zhou Bingyue's mouth grew stronger and stronger. What? Do you notice something wrong too? Yes, as a police case analyst, why can't I even view the Qingyang police file? Unless. As Zhou Bingyue spoke, the corners of her mouth began to rise and her eyes carried a smile. Unless. You're not even a police case analyst and are simply lying to me. Zhu Luyun only realized it afterward at this moment. Behind such a tiny detail lies the biggest lie in the world. How can we get to the truth if we don't pull the threads out of the cocoon? In that case, our meeting wasn't a fluke either. If you're not with the police, how come you're investigating the Zodiac murders? The two of them nowadays had already opened the door, so there was no need for Zhu Luyun to express himself euphemistically. Upon hearing his question, a hint of killing intent emerged in Zhou Bingyue's eyes instead. Do you remember Torahu? You mean that company president? With regards to the deceased of the 12 Zodiac tragedy, Zhu Luyun certainly had an impression. It was shortly after he was wanted by the police and had stayed secretly at a large company. As a result, the company's boss died strangely early the next morning, and it was at that time that Zhu Luyun comprehended one of the guidelines for murderous tragedies. That is, the victim will die where he appears or will appear. Yes, that's why I'm rich, because the head of that company, who is a Siger, is my father. Zhou Bingyue slowly opened her mouth, finally revealing her true identity. Chu Luyun, who had learned the truth, cringed slightly. He had never imagined that his bond with Zhou Bingyue had actually been formed at that time.
Chu Luyun, I've been looking for you for a long time. I once swore to avenge my father's death, and the day I seek proof that you are the murderer is the day you die.
Zhou Bingyue changed her soft appearance and her eyes were filled with hatred. Facing her killing intent that was nearly impossible to conceal, Chu Luyun's nerves seemed to be touched.
Zhou Bingyue, did you eat the white meat in the well? Chapter 88, Invitation to Death. The question that Chu Luyun asked coldly was not an empty question. Because before revenge is taken, the truth is investigated first. How can one display killing intent when the truth is not even known? If revenge was to be taken, that was Zhou Bingyue's purpose for being with Chu Luyun in the very beginning. Wouldn't that killing intent have to unfold from that point on? Why was it fine before, and now suddenly you can't hide it?
The only reason Chu Luyun could think of was the white meat in the well that was able to amplify one's evil thoughts continuously. Chu Luyun, you don't need to digress, it has nothing to do with white meat and black meat. If you're not a murderer, we'll still be close friends. If you're a murderer, I'll have to cut you down. Zhou Bingyue let out harsh words, causing Chu Luyun to smile helplessly and bitterly. I thought I had found a fellow traveler, but I didn't realize that it was also a debtor who came to my door to collect a debt.
In addition to the Qingyun police, one has another pursuer. What are you two talking about back there?
We have to go quickly, we have to reach that place before Wang Wu and Shin Smokepole do.
Elder Tan couldn't stop urging the two.
Looking at the sultry look in his eyes, it was largely assumed that the two of them were flirting.
Got it, it's coming up. Chu Luyun casually responded.
He was speechless at these people's greed for money.
If there were really 8 cartloads of gold in that place, how much of it could be carried away from the Morning Mountain by just a few of them, without any outside help?
After smiling bitterly, he refocused his gaze on Zhou Bingyue. If you can really investigate me as a murderer, then I am willing to give my life to pay for my sins. I wish you could find out the truth for yourself instead of trusting Meat Mountain's so-called foresight of the future. Chu Luyun could only leave such a heartfelt advice in the end. The three strolled through the fog to the heart of the Bonepickers' forest. Although the direction had been made clear, the crisis lurking in the forest could not let them take it lightly.
Kill them all. Kill them all. I'll kill you all.
Kill. Kill. There was a murmur of voices coming from the forest, causing the three to instantly go on alert. They pressed on, cautiously following the sound. But when they looked at everything in front of them, everyone felt a chill down their spine.
It's King V. Elder Tan's voice was also trembling with fear.
Above the trees in front of them hung body after gruesome body. Some were cut off at the head, some were disemboweled, some were made into human swine. These corpses were like wind chimes, slowly swaying with the breeze.
Though the misery varies, there is a common thread. That is, they all look like Wang Wu. Kill you all. Kill you all. The voice still seemed to come through. The three men hid behind a tree.
Seeing the bloodied Wang Wu was kneeling on the ground, the dagger in his hand was still stabbing at the black shadow. The dark figure just lay on the ground, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth as he stabbed down slash after slash.
That still looks like Wang Wu too. This kid has gone killing mad. Who knows if this is real or not? Elder Tan couldn't stop trembling as he looked at Wang Wu, whose face was covered in blood. The meaning of his words would be clear.
That is to ignore this King 5 and quietly go around and leave.
Shoo! Don't talk!
Chu Luyun made a silencing gesture at Elder Tan. Because that epileptic Wang Wu had stopped moving at this moment.
He couldn't stop looking around, shrugging his nose.
It was like a hungry hyena smelling blood. After 3 minutes of this, he picked up the dagger in his hand and started walking in the other direction. Elder Tan gave the two of them a wink, and was about to lift his leg to follow closely behind.
Later. I thought you said you were going to walk around him. Why are you following him? Chu Luyun stopped Elder Tan's movement.
But Elder Tan, who had just been extremely afraid of death, was now filled with anxiety. The direction this kid is going is the place where the treasure is hidden. He's greedier than all of us, and if he finds us first, we might not get any of it.
Tara hollered and gave chase right after him.
Sure enough, in the face of greed, even the threat posed by death is cut down.
The helpless Chu Luyun could only follow closely behind.
A burst through the forest and through the fog followed.
A huge black shadow in front of him finally came into view.
It was a huge, immense stone statue covered in lime green moss. Underneath the stone statue, Wang Wu and Chen Smokepole faced each other.
Tam signaled to press down, looking to sit back and take advantage.
But Chu Luyun had lost patience with the greedy game between them.
Enough.
If there really are 8 whole carts of treasure here, the 5 of us wouldn't be able to transport them even if we were to take 1 cart each. There's no need to kill each other over this. Chu Luyun stood out and called out, and Wang Wu and Chen Smokepole also turned their heads to look over. When Elder Tan and Zhou Bingyue saw that Chu Luyun had already been exposed, there was naturally no need to hide. Looking at the huge stone statue in front of him, Chu Luyun couldn't wait to gather clues.
Dad! Zhou Bingyue suddenly let out a cry.
Immediately afterward, he rushed at the stone statue like mad.
It was only at this moment that Chu Luyun noticed.
Around this giant stone statue was surrounded by 12 huge ancient trees.
Zhou Bingyue was running towards one of them.
Chu Luyun followed suit and went up to check, and found that amongst the trees, there was a corpse embedded.
That corpse had long ago become one with the ancient tree.
Judging from the face revealed, it was the same old boss who had died in the previous Torahu case. If the body of the old boss of the Toro case is here, then... Chu Luyun once again turned his head to look. Sure enough, there was a corpse embedded in each of the ancient trees.
Lu Qingsong, Zhang Hai, Tai Yanyan, Zhang Ling. Each of the deaths from the Zodiac tragedy were embedded into the trees in order.
Only the ancient tree whose genus was chicken had only an empty depression, as if it was specially prepared for Chu Luyun.
What the hell is going on here?
There's no logic at all. Chu Luyun's heart was already in turmoil at this moment.
He really didn't understand what was going on here.
Everything that has happened since coming to this village appears to be related to the tragic Zodiac murders. He learned bits and pieces of information that all seemed to surround him. However, these fragments could not be put together at all, were disorganized and clueless, and seemed to have been created just to attract Chu Luyun. There should be a reason for everything.
It should all be logical. Chu Luyun's brain was dim.
And at this moment, Zhou Bingyue had already pulled out her dagger and arrived in front of Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun, there's only one missing from the 12 zodiac signs. Perhaps by filling you in, we can get the secret of the stone statue.
Chu Luyun, please go to your death. Chapter 89, Echoes of Despair.
Zhou Bingyue had killing intent in her eyes, and it was not like she was discussing with Chu Luyun. Looking at her broken piece of bone, Chu Luyun still had some fear in his heart. This was because Zhou Bingyue had cut off a bone long ago and obtained one of the spells. Chu Luyun had seen her clean up a few monsters with her own eyes. If the two clashed, he would be no match. Miss Shou, calm down a little, perhaps opening the secret of the stone statue doesn't require Brother Chu's life.
Maybe it's okay for him to offer up a bone to stuff into an ancient tree? Elder Tan looked at Zhou Bingyue and began to act as a peacemaker.
Wang Wu, who had long been killing red eyes on the side, also carried a dagger towards the side.
What's the point of wasting words with him? There are so many of us, do we need to consult with him?
Wang Wu had a fierce light in his eyes. It was only at this moment that Chu Luyun noticed that this fellow's entire 3 fingers had been lost, and it seemed that he had also gained great power through sacrifice. Although Chen Smokepole didn't say anything more, the greed in his eyes had made his position clear.
Chu Luyun, what do you choose?
Several people gradually approached and surrounded Chu Luyun.
What was in front of him at the moment was no longer a multiple-choice question.
Even if they wanted to fight back, they would have to sacrifice their bones to get some sort of ability to fight the crowd in front of them. Therefore, regardless of whether one agreed or disagreed, Chu Luyun had to give up his body and bones to obtain one of the 10,000 dermas. Brother Chu, it's better to break your finger, compared to losing your life, a finger is nothing.
Tam kept on persuading.
But with every word he said, he was pushing Chu Luyun into the wind. Looking at the bitter crowd, Chu Luyun frowned. With no choice but to hold the dagger, he took a step towards the badger-shaped stone statue. At the very bottom of the stone statue, there was a moss-covered black hole. Directly in front of the cave entrance, there were a few stray fresh footprints. Chu Luyun pressed the dagger to his finger and turned his head to look at the crowd. Every single person's eyes were filled with anticipation and greed. Ms. Zhou, there's one thing I don't quite understand. Chu Luyun pursed his lips slightly, as if he slightly understood.
They don't know who I am, don't you know who I am? The corpses in these 12 trees are all the victims of the Zodiac tragedy.
Why do I need to fill in the gaps when I, a murderer who is a suspect, have nothing in common with them at all? Chu Liuyun's slow and methodical sentence caused Zhou Bingyue to be somewhat speechless for a moment as well. You've been trying to persuade me to sacrifice the bones since before we got here. What exactly is your purpose? Chu Luyun looked straight at Zhou Bingyue as if he wanted to penetrate her soul. I have no agenda. One of the guidelines of the bone-culling forest is that those who give up their bodies and bones will gain thousands of dermas. I just want you to gain the ability to defend yourself. Zhou Binghua tried to make his expression look very natural between his words. However, Chu Luyun tasted the answer he wanted from it. A light smile floated at the corner of his mouth, and the clues that were cluttering his mind were finally all sorted out. You're right. But there is another guideline that exists in the picked bone forest. He who deceives and picks out the bones gets the wonderful way to get out of life. When Chu Luyun spoke this guideline, Zhou Bingyue's features began to twitch uncontrollably. It was the kind of look that only comes from annoyance after having the last piece of cover ripped away from one's face. So you weren't Zhou Bingyue from the beginning. You are a disturbed soul imprisoned in the bone-picking forest, trying to trick me into picking out my finger bones as a way to get out of life. With one sentence, Chu Luyun directly punctured Zhou Bingyue's true identity. As he said this, Zhou Bingyue's skin began to rot all over her body, and her delicate features became hideous. That horrible look was the same as the rotting corpses in the bone-picking forest. Oh my god, she's actually fake! Elder Tan let out an exclamation of surprise from the sidelines. And Chu Luyun's sharp gaze instantly locked onto the old man. Stop pretending, none of you guys are real. It's all a lie, it's all a lie. Chu Luyun had seen through all the machinations. Another rule of this bone-picking forest should be: if you trick the bone chopper, you will become him completely and leave this forest. It's just a pity that you won't be able to reach it with me. As his voice grew louder, Wang Wu, Chen Tobacco Pole, and Tan Lao all shed their skins and revealed their original faces. And the 12 ancient trees in front of him gradually disappeared. The huge badger-shaped stone statue, too, gradually faded into the fog, leaving behind only a blackened hole. Even though you're all fake, you've brought me a lot of real clues. Chu Luyun looked at this group of guys. Although they were monsters that had been hallucinated out of thin air, they were able to learn some of the messages of the person who had been hallucinated. The people may be fake, but the words spoken are true. Damn it, I can't believe I failed again. Since we can't leave the bone-chopping forest with the help of you, we'll kill you and make you stay with us. The monsters hissed and rushed towards Chu Luyun in unison. Chu Luyun did not think twice and ran directly to the blackened hole. Don't know what's in it though. But the fresh footprints at the entrance to the cave suggest that someone else was also tricked into going here and escaping. Kill him. The killing and shouting behind them went straight to the sky. Chu Luyun didn't dare to carry the slightest bit, and went in headfirst. The cave was pitch black and even had a slight, chilly cool breeze. And the killing shouts behind them came to an abrupt end at this moment. What a guy! There was a shout from inside, a woman's voice. Zhou Bingyue, is that you? Chu Luyun gave a tentative inquiry. Immediately afterward, Zhou Bingyue revealed her figure from within. Her pant legs were stained with blood, her face was pale, and her whole body was exhausted to the point of exhaustion. The two men looked at each other, and a bitter smile appeared at the corners of their mouths. Looks like you recognized their trick at the last minute, too. Zhou Bingyue leaned against the stone wall and sat down again. Chu Luyun also looked towards the cave entrance in despair, a trace of despair arising in his heart. The three of them, I'm afraid they won't have such good luck. He and Zhou Bingyue could both be experts in analyzing cases and were the best at finding those clues. Even the two of them ended up like this. Then Wang Wu, Tan Lao, and Chen Smokepole, the three of them would have a predictable end. Nowadays, they were the only two living people in the entire bone-culling forest. All that awaits them is death. Meat Mountain, it looks like you won. Chu Luyun's entire body was paralyzed on the ground. An emotion called despair had drained him of all strength. Chapter 90, The Treasure House. Can I know what, exactly, Meat Mountain told you? Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue and asked the most curious question. Because she knew very well that Zhou Bingyue's failure to leave this place could not be for money. I'm afraid neither of us has a chance of leaving alive. It can't hurt to talk about it. Chu Luyun looked at the silent Zhou Bingyue and once again opened his mouth to persuade her. Even if he died, he didn't want to die with doubts. Meat Mountain tells me that you are the real murderer of the Zodiac tragedy. He's got the ability to see into the future and see your big kill.
Zhou Bingyue had nothing to hide at this moment. The reason I continue to stay is because I want to get the crack from him.
Zhou Binging turned her head to look at Chu Luyun, her eyes flashing with a hint of killing intent.
She was well aware of Chu Luyun's ability.
Being wanted by the police for so long and still being able to get away with it is definitely not that great of a solution.
Getting to see the future. All paradoxes, all paradoxes.
Chu Luyun looked at the pitch-black cavern and couldn't help but feel a hint of contempt.
There is clearly a strong conflict between the two prophecies of the Mountain of Flesh.
If Chu Luyun would really make a big kill, it would mean that he had left this place alive. But Meat Mountain favored to say that Chu Luyun would die here. He only had one life, he couldn't both die and kill.
Tap tap tap.
Outside the cavern, there was a dense sound of footsteps.
There are still people alive?
Chu Luyun looked outside, his tone filled with doubt.
Zhou Bingyue also subconsciously looked outside.
She couldn't think of anyone other than her and Chu Luyun who would have the ability to recognize the illusion.
Is there anyone else alive? A shout came from the cave. The two men followed the sound and realized that there were three dark shadows standing in the doorway. Wang Wu, Tan Lao, Shun Smoking Pole.
I can't believe you two arrived before us.
Wang Wu looked at the two and let out an exclamation. Looking at these three familiar figures, Chu Luyun sighed in resignation.
Again, is it? There's no way the two of us are going to be able to pick the bones, so do it. Chu Luyun had already resigned himself to his fate. Even if he died here, he would definitely not allow these guys, with his skin on top, to roam around. Looking at his disheveled appearance, Wang Wu pouted disdainfully. We're here to find treasure, who cares about your bones?
Wang Wu skipped over Chu Luyun and walked straight to the depths of the cave.
Brother Chu, the treasure is most likely just ahead, let's hurry up.
Tan Lao closely followed Wang Wu deeper into the cave. All three of them didn't bother to look at Chu Luyun more than once. This caused both Zhou Bingyue and Chu Luyun to freeze.
The three of them arrived as if they had encountered nothing, extremely smoothly.
What the hell is going on here?
Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue and frowned strangely. And Zhou Bingyue shook her head, everything in front of her could no longer be explained.
There's a light up ahead.
Wang Wu's voice came from the very front. Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue supported each other and also walked towards the light.
Half an hour later.
The group passed through the light and the scene opened up before them. Surrounded by modest houses.
Isn't this where we first saw Meat Mountain? Elder Tan surveyed everything around him and couldn't help but let out an exclamation.
It was through a huge hole in the tree that they came. And this huge tree is where they first saw the Mountain of Flesh. I thought you guys could come out with all your whiskers and shadows, but I didn't realize that the guys from the bone-culling forest still got it. The sound was deafening as the massive body of the Mountain of Flesh moved over. His words caused Chu Luyun and the others to look at each other.
Or could you have come out of it so unscathed?
Meat Mountain's eyes glanced back and forth over the crowd. His words caused Chu Luyun's heart to tremble violently. That means that out of the 5 of them, one of them has already been replaced by the guy from the bone-picking grove. But it doesn't matter, after all, as soon as we leave the boning forest, the double will completely replace the body. Whether it's emotionally or memory-wise, think of it as just a change of skin.
Meat Mountain waved his hand.
It was as if the demise of a person was nothing to him. A few people could only look at the mountain of meat with hatred, but they couldn't do anything.
Not a moment too soon.
A large group of saved white meat once again ran towards the center of the village. A sign that the guys are about to start eating again.
I don't want to stay any longer.
The next one goes directly to the ancient well, and if I can't find any treasure even in the ancient well, I'll leave here.
Chu Luyun opened his mouth to propose a sentence.
After all, the place where he learned about the hidden treasure from Meat Mountain was the ancient well.
If Furuwei is excluded, that means he is excluded.
This place was already in crisis. The guy who killed Folding Feather has yet to be found, and now there's a bone cruncher mixed in with a few others. It wasn't as simple as having a heart of gold anymore, and if he stayed any longer, he might actually die in the middle of this village.
Let's go, it's the only way left nowadays.
Elder Tan chanted and led the way towards the ancient well in the village.
Chu Luyun and the others also followed behind.
And beside them, uncountable villagers, like a herd of pigs, shook their fat and advanced in an orderly fashion. When I came to the ancient well, it was that familiar sight again. White latex everywhere, feasting on fat villagers. Meat Mountain wiped his mouth, and a puddle of milky white food was dumped in front of the crowd. Wang Wu stared at the pile, slightly mesmerized. Within moments, it was so ghostly that he reached out and grabbed it.
Wang Wu, what are you doing? Tan Lao rushed at Wang Wu with a shout.
After all, although that white meat would make one powerful, it would inspire evil thoughts. Whoever goes for that stuff is most likely to be the one who kills Folded Feather.
What do you guys see here?
Wang Wu touched a thumb-sized piece from amongst the white flesh and wiped it on his clothes. When he lifted that thing up, a hard lump the size of a thumb, glinting gold in the sunlight.
It's gold! It's gold! It's real gold!
Wang Wu placed it on his mouth and bit it, unable to hide the greed in his eyes. Elder Tan and Shen's smoke pole immediately surrounded them as well. After confirming that the hard chunks of white meat were gold, the mouths of the three grinned to the back of their ears.
We found it, we finally found it.
All this stuff is spraying up with the white meat, the treasure must be down the well.
We're rich now. Wang Wu was on the verge of jumping up in excitement, only Chu Liuyun's face did not change in any way. Since you have found the treasure, am I free to go?
After Chu Liuyun finished saying this, he turned around and was about to leave.
But the next second,
Zhou Bingyue, however, clutched his palm.
No, you can't leave. Chapter 91, The Beloved. Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue in doubt. After what happened in the bone-culling forest, he already knew Zhou Bingyue's identity and understood her purpose.
Don't worry, if one day, you can really prove that I am your father's murderer,
I will offer my head when I see the evidence.
When Chu Luyun said these words, a trace of shock flashed through Zhou Bingyue's eyes as well.
She must be very curious as to how Chu Luyun learned the truth.
Looking at his determined eyes, Zhou Bingyue's heart however felt unbearable. She opened her mouth, but nothing came out. It was only the palm that clutched Chu Liuyun's hand that had slowly loosened. After the many villagers had finished their meal, Wang Wu and the others could not wait to come to the edge of the ancient well. At this moment, they have only one idea, and that is to go down the well to find the treasure.
I hope that in this life, we will have another chance to meet. Zhou Bingyue glanced at Chu Luyun and eventually turned around to join Wang Wu and the others.
Meat Mountain, standing in the distance, had been watching this side.
TSK, you're really ruthless. Meat Mountain licked the dirt at the corner of his mouth and looked at Chu Luyun snidely.
Regardless of whether it was for her own sake or for Chu Liuyun's sake, Zhou Bingyue, a weak woman, going deeper into the morning firmament mountain was also considered to be trusting Chu Luyun. But knowing that there was a great deal of crisis under the ancient well, Chu Luyun chose to flee from the battlefield, which was indeed somewhat unrighteous.
But it's a choice that has no choice.
You don't need to say those words to provoke me to leave the village and win the bet now.
At that time, I hope you can keep your bet.
Willingness to gamble is the key to losing. Chu Luyun looked at the mountain of meat and left the village with these words. Watching his back as he left, a light smile appeared on Meat Mountain's face. Under this ancient well, there's not just treasure, there's also a magical snake pearl. That bead's divine power is boundless, even if it can resurrect the dead, don't you want it? Meat Mountain looked at Chu Liuyun's back, and just like a demon, he opened his mouth to seduce again. In the face of his words, Chu Liuyun's pace was unwavering.
The dead have gone. All I care about is the truth. Chu Luyun dropped such words and continued to walk out.
The reason why it was resolved this way was because Chu Luyun simply didn't believe that there would be that kind of thing. Though what happened in the village was incredible enough.
But he could also barely explain it as a mutation, an illusion.
But if he said that he had returned from the dead, Chu Luyun really found it hard to accept.
Only care about the truth. Then wouldn't Tao Yanran die in vain?
She was calling out your name the last moment her blood ran dry. The mountain of flesh pierced deeply into Chu Liuyun's heart. Especially those three words of Tao Yanyan were like steel nails that stuck in Chu Liuyun's heart. The original firm pace finally slowed down at this moment. However, Meat Mountain's vicious words still did not intend to let Chu Luyun go. Even that lickspittle Jiang Haichuan is willing to act as a dead soldier for Tao Yanyan. And you, the beloved one, in the face of the opportunity to resurrect Tao Yanyan, are still hesitant and indecisive, when it's really a white love.
Meat Mountain's eyes were filled with sneers. The gaze towards Chu Luyun was like looking at a pitiful ghost.
Chu Luyun's fists clenched.
Of course she didn't want Tao Yanran to die, but in this world, is there really a way to resurrect?
You guys are full of lies.
Just trying to trick me into dying. Chu Luyun turned his head to look at the mountain of flesh in front of him. In the face of such a behemoth, not only did he not have the slightest fear, but instead, he developed a killing intent. A large and a small silhouette were thus facing each other in front of the well. If it's really full of lies, then wouldn't the fact that you're dead become empty talk? Meat Mountain opened his mouth to refute Chu Luyun. In the face of the resurrection technique, Chu Luyun's heart began to loosen. If the art of resurrection really exists, then all the dead in the Zodiac tragedy will be brought back to life. Regardless of whether or not this case could be solved, Chu Luyun could be restored to his innocence. But is there really such a thing in heaven? Go on, down this well, there's another one of your old friends. It's been waiting for you for a long time. Meat Mountain made a pretense of chanting a few words. Hearing the words old friend, Chu Luyun's brows wrinkled once again. He really couldn't think of any other acquaintance of his who could have found this hellhole. This old friend of yours might even be able to clear up a lot of confusion for you. Meat Mountain seemed to be smiling, and his words raised Chu Luyun's interest even more. Look at the ancient well in front of you. And he gradually made up his mind. If you lie to me, I'll do everything I can to destroy the entire village altogether. After Chu Luyun said this, he directly ran towards the ancient well and jumped in without hesitation. The well isn't very deep. Falling from a height of 3 to 4 meters, it fell right on top of the Thousand Eyes Taiyu. The black gooey ball of flesh full of eyeballs was smashed and spewed out quite a bit of nasty white lotion. Chu Luyun rolled off of him and realized that this guy even had a body. The eye-covered ball of flesh turned out to be growing out of the corpse's head. Lu Qingsong? Chu Luyun's head buzzed as he looked at this corpse in ancient clothes. That group of villagers in Meat Hill can be unclothed guys. There were only a few Chu Luyuns left in the entire village who wore clothes, but they were all in modern dress. This corpse in ancient clothes in front of me can only be Lu Qingsong, who broke into this place in the 9th year of Hangwu. The bodies of the original owners are here, so I suppose the treasure, too, should be here? Chu Luyun muttered a sentence to himself, almost having determined the idea in his heart. The entire bottom of the well was filled with a rotting, sour odor. Chu Luyun, is that you? Zhou Bingyi's voice came from within the darkness. Chu Luyun hurriedly stepped forward quickly. Just after advancing a distance of 3 or 4 meters, he saw Zhou Bingyi lying on the ground. Her abdomen was covered in blood and had soaked through her shirt. Zhou Bingyi, what's wrong with you? What the hell is going on here? Chu Luyun hurriedly pulled off the cloth from his clothes and bandaged Zhou Bingyi's wound. Looking at her pale, weak face, as if she was going to breathe the next second. The guys found a bag of nightshade down there. They were afraid I would get involved in the scramble, so Wang Wu chose to strike first. Zhou Bingyi's eyes carried a bitter smile. That bitter smile seemed like a self-mockery of her insouciance. Why don't you listen to me? You know it, you know that these people are beasts blinded by money. You're a woman, why did you even follow me down here? Chu Luyun worked hard to stop Zhou Bingyi's bleeding, and the reprimand in his words became more and more vicious. Just a little bit of remorse mixed in with the grumbling. If he had followed down from the beginning, maybe this wouldn't have happened. Life and death are inherently unpredictable. From the moment I decided to accompany you to Morning Mountain, I had already prepared for the worst. If I do die, you should not grieve unduly. Zhou Bingyi raised her hand and stroked Chu Luyun's face, unprecedented gentleness flowing from her eyes. That look in his eyes was as if he was a husband and wife who hadn't seen each other in years. Looking at the true feelings that flowed out of her eyes, Chu Luyun, not being able to hold back, ghostly uttered 3 words. Tanya Tao. Chapter 92, The Demon Technique of Killing. What did you say? Zhou Bingyi covered her wounds and frowned with an inquiring voice, clearly not having heard Luyun's words clearly. And a hint of panic flashed in Chu Luyun's eyes. Calling out your ex-girlfriend's name to a beautiful stranger is a bit too scummy. No. Nothing, it's just that for a moment, it felt like you were especially like a friend of mine. Chu Luyun re-examined the Zhou Bingyi in front of him. It was completely different from Tao Yanyan's facial features. But in that moment just now, he really seemed to see the gentle girlfriend he once had. It was by no means an illusion. Rather, it's the familiarity of looking back among millions of people and settling in with a single glance. You're hurt too badly, there's only one way to stay alive. Chu Luyun eyed the front. It was a deep, dark tunnel with no end in sight. If you were in the city, you would only need to call an ambulance and get to a hospital in time, and saving your life would not be a problem. But this is in Morning Mountain. Zhou Bingyue's injuries were basically a dead giveaway in a place like this. The only thing that could save her was one thing. Cabernet Journeyed grape type. You must find the snake pearl before they do, only then will you live. Chu Luyun temporarily bandaged Zhou Bingyue's wound and helped her up. Even a simple movement like getting up caused a lot of blood to seep out of the wound. Zhou Bingyue can only last a few hours at most. I hope Meat Mountain isn't lying to us. Chu Luyun assisted Zhou Bingyue and headed deeper into the tunnel. Leaving aside the fact that the snake bead that brought the dead back to life was true or false, the Chen smoke pole in the team could be running towards that bead. It's not an easy task to get a tiger's mouth. You'll only delay your steps by taking me with you, and you'll get nothing out of it. Just leave me here for now, I can make it on my own. Alone. Zhou Bingyue wanted Chu Luyun to put her down for a while. Assisting her to go forward, I am afraid that without 2 or 3 hours, she will not be able to catch up with Wang Wu and the others. If the snake pearl could not be found, what awaited Zhou Bingyue would still only be death. I shouldn't be able to die for a while, so leave me here and go find the snake pearl first. I'll live to see you come back for me. Zhou Bingyue looked at Chu Luyun and tried to squeeze out a smile on her weak face. Humbug. Bared 2. There was a rustling sound in the darkness. That sound is like a domestic pig foraging for food. Chu Luyun fished out the flashlight from his arms and shone it forward. Under the faint light, Chu Luyun saw a guy covered in blood, lying on the ground and licking the blood that Zhou Bingyue had spilled. When caught in the light, they rushed to flee and hide in the darkness. These are the villagers who were stripped of their skin and thrown down the ancient well by Meat Mountain. They're forming new groups here. With just a glance, Chu Luyun saw the true colors of this group of guys. At the end of the day, people are omnivores after all. Especially those villagers who were shaped like livestock, said that they would not move to eat Zhou Bingyue as food. If I leave you in this place, then even if I find the snake pearl, it won't be of much use. If this is really a treasure place, the structure will definitely not be simple. With the 3 of them, they won't be able to go far. Chu Luyun expressed his attitude and determination. With that, he assisted Zhou Bingyue and moved forward step by step. As we continued to go deeper and deeper, this place was truly something else. Underneath the old well are horizontal tunnels, all made of black stone bricks. Look at that wall, what's plastered on it? Zhou Bingyue pointed at the surrounding walls. Chu Luyun shone his flashlight's light over, and there were countless red threads torn from the black stone walls. Copper bells hung above the red threads, plastered with densely packed yellow runes. As if suppressing some unimaginable demonic creature. It looks like it should be some years old. What happened here? Chu Luyun looked at all of this, his brows locked. There was a good chance that what was happening in this village was not what he thought it was. All we know about the village now is from the mouth of Chen Tobacco Pole. That guy is just hearsay, not necessarily the truth. Zhou Bingyue was physically weak, but she still tried to analyze everything for Chu Luyun. The two just took one step deeper into the tunnel. After roughly 200 meters or so of forward travel, a tightly closed bronze gate blocked the two's path. In front of the bronze door, there stood a stone monument, which was inscribed with densely written words. Go see what it says. Chu Luyun temporarily placed Zhou Bingyue on the ground while holding up his flashlight and approaching the stone monument step by step. The black monolith looked a bit old and was covered in slime. Chu Luyun could not help but lower his head, wanting to see more clearly. As he drew ever closer, an unpleasant, putrid odor hit him. Chu Luyun reached out and wiped the slime from the stone tablet. Rustle. There was an eerie sound in the darkness. Chu Luyun maintained his 10,000% vigilance and raised his flashlight to check the surrounding situation. But there was nothing to see but a cold black stone tile. Only after confirming that it was safe did Chu Luyun withdraw his thoughts and refocus his attention on the stone tablet. Above the stone tablet, the first sentence at the beginning directly caused Chu Luyun to stare blankly. Qin Tian Supervisor Lu Qingsong, in the name of the Imperial Chancellor, Lord Lu Bowen, to thoroughly investigate the 12 zodiac murderous demonic arts, came here to behead the dragon, encountered. Just these opening words alone had shaken Chu Luyun directly. Chinatown, choppers. Rumor has it that Zhu Yuanzhang ordered Lu Bowen, who chopped up all the dragon veins in the world, to specially organize a mysterious team. To exhaust the chi of the world's dragon veins, and to cut down the monsters and demons of the strange and chaotic gods. The Lu Qingsong who came to Snake Clothes village back then was not a corrupt official who fled here, but a member of the dragon beheading team. The demonic art of zodiac murder. Could it be? Chu Luyun was incomparably excited inside, even his fingers were trembling. Zhou Bingyi had already guessed. The Badger organization's murderous layout was carried out as early as the Ming dynasty. And the inscription just backs that up. Badger organization, what kind of being are you? The demonic art of zodiac murder. Who the hell is the killer? Chu Luyun's heart continued to accelerate. This physical arousal was not something he could resist. The two men are separated by more than 600 years of time and space, but they are pursuing the same truth. It's a kind of historical reunion, a concerted effort more than 600 years apart. It is really hard to believe that Lu Qingsong, the Qintian supervisor more than 600 years ago, was also pursuing the case of the 12 Chinese zodiac murders. Chu Luyun lowered his head once again, his fingers stroking the words on the stone tablet. Perhaps when he had read all of the stone tablets, it will provide complete insight into the true nature of the Badger organization. The Forerunner, over 600 years ago, would inject one last clue into his reasoning. Chapter 93, Duobao becomes immortal. Just as Chu Luyun lowered his head, a cloudy wind suddenly blew around him. Those red threads hanging on the walls began to shake. The talisman paper swayed and the magic bells rang loudly. Watch out up there! Up there! A shout suddenly came from behind from Zhou Bingyue. Chu Luyun, who had already seen entranced, heard the shout and jerked his head up. The scene in front of him made all the hairs on his back stand up. Hey, 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 hey! Got you! Got you! A huge eyeball slowly rose from behind the monolith. The crimson eye was the size of a tire. Around the eyeballs, countless tentacles were waving like waves. Run! Run fast! Zhou Bingyi continuously urged Chu Luyun from behind. It was only in the midst of a sharp cry that Chu Luyun snapped awake. Returning to his senses, he turned and was about to leave. But the deadly tentacle wrapped around his ankle. So hungry. So hungry. Eerie voices continued to resonate around them. In that moment, Chu Luyun only felt the sky spinning. The tentacles had wrapped around his ankles and lifted him into the air. At this moment, Chu Luyun was in an inverted state, and his body was unable to exert any force at all. Chu Luyun drew out the dagger at his waist and began to slash those tentacles like crazy. Going through a lot of trouble. He was finally just one step away from the truth, but he didn't expect this turn of events. Die for me, all of you. Chu Luyun used his dagger to cut the tentacles wrapped around his feet. The tentacles were covered in slime, and every time they cut, they spewed out a large amount of putrid liquid. Chu Luyun exerted a lot of effort and managed to cut through the tentacles on his ankles. But more tentacles have wrapped around his arms, thighs, waist. It was only a matter of moments. He was then already wrapped in tentacles. The arms were also starting to lose strength from the entanglement. As the dagger in his hand fell to the ground, fear and despair had spread throughout his body. Feeding. Satiety. The huge eyeball began to quiver. The tire-sized black pupil instantly disappeared, and the entire eyeball slowly split open into a huge round mouth. The giant mouth was covered with densely packed teeth, like a meat grinder, emitting a disgusting putrid odor. No matter how much Chu Luyun struggled, it couldn't change the fact that he was being fed into his mouth step by step. Zhou Bingyue, go quickly! Hurry up! Chu Luyun couldn't see the situation behind him. The only thing he could do at this moment was to shout as loud as he could. Just as he was preparing for death. Zhou Bingyue's face, however, appeared behind the eyeballs. Go to hell! Ignoring the wound in her abdomen, Zhou Bingyue raised the dagger in her hand and ruthlessly stabbed into the eyeball. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. The tentacles flailed like crazy, directly throwing Zhou Bingyue out. In Chu Luyun's afterglow, Zhou Bingyue was seen flying out like a kite with broken strings and crashing into the stone wall. Blood gushed out from his abdomen once again, and his entire body fainted instantly. Zhou Bingyue! Anger filled his heart, and Chu Luyun only felt his eyes heat up. There was only one thought in his mind right now. Take out this eyeball. Ah! Miserable cries echoed continuously throughout the underground. That huge mouth instantly closed, and the pupils that had disappeared reappeared. Blood spurted and all the tentacles let go in a flash. The Chu Luyun, who was out of control, didn't dare to hesitate a bit, picked up the dagger on the ground and jumped directly on top of the eyeball. Die for me, die for me!
Chu Luyun mechanically raised the dagger and stabbed above the eyeball one after another. Not caring about the putrid slime splashing into his mouth, he just stabbed down numbly. Moving like a madman, he stabbed a full 70 times. It was only until that swollen eyeball had been stabbed into a dried-up balloon by Chu Luyun that he slowly stopped his hand movements. Zhou Bingyue, Zhou Bingyue. Chu Luyun dropped the dagger in his hand and hurriedly rushed towards the unconscious Zhou Bingyue. Wake up, you mustn't die here. Chu Luyun kept patting Zhou Bingyue's miserably white face. The original wound had disintegrated, and blood soaked Zhou Bingyue's pants. Her face was bloodless and she was as good as dead. Looking at her weak appearance, Chu Luyun only felt his heart dripping blood. Chu Luyun. Zhou Bingyue finally slowly opened her eyes under the constant shaking. With all her strength, she raised her arm and caressed Chu Luyun's face. I'm glad you're okay. Chu Luyun, no matter what happens in the future, you must live well. Zhou Bingyue looked at Chu Luyun, love and admiration showing in her eyes. Chu Luyun didn't understand. She didn't understand why Zhou Bingyue would show such emotions towards him. The two had clearly not known each other for long. Why did she feel such a strong love for herself? And why does one's heart ache? You're not going to die. I will find the snake pearl and save you. Chu Luyun tore his jacket and rebandaged Zhou Bingyue's wound. In fact, both of them knew it very well in their hearts. Medical treatment, no matter what, can only delay death. Can you carry me over to see the writing on the tablet? After all, this is the truth that we both seek together. Zhou Bing language was many and incomparable as she issued a final request to Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun didn't say a word. Holding Zhou Bingyue in his arms, he took a step towards the stone monument. Based on the opening sentences of the stone tablet, they had already determined Lu Qingsong's identity and purpose. Seeing that this person was also investigating the Zodiac murder case, a smile appeared on Zhou Bingyue's face. This would at the very least prove that much of her reasoning was not useless. Qin Tian supervisor Lu Qingsong, under the order of the Imperial Chancellor, Lord Lu Bowen, to thoroughly investigate the 12 Zodiac's murderous demonic techniques, has come here to cut down the dragon. When you meet a place where greed is rampant, lure them with treasures and seal them within the multi-treasure divine pearl. Abandon your filthy and useless body, borrow the power of the many treasures divine pearl, disintegrate your corpse here, and become an immortal in order to detain the demons. The writing on it is not obscure. It seems that the precious pearl he brought here back then was something used to collect demonic energy. Those gold and silver treasures are also just bait used to lure the demons to show themselves. Seeing this, Chu Luyun had already understood all the ins and outs. There's a little line underneath. Zhou Bingyue raised her weak finger and tapped the very bottom of the stone tablet. It was a very ethereal sentence. In the 13th year of the Hangwu era, Lu Qingsong's corpse was dissolved here and became immortal. No. Duo Bao Xianrun. Anyone who obtains the precious pearl in future generations will become immortal. Looking at the information revealed between the lines, Chu Luyun also knew that the bead was not a snake bead, but was called the multi-treasure bead. Zhou Bingyue's fingers kept stroking the word Chengxian, no longer realizing that the blood had already soaked into it. Chu Luyun, you say. This bead, can it really help people become immortal? Chapter 94, Dreams of the Past. Zhou Bingyue's words were filled with skepticism. Her purpose in saying this was not so much a plea for proof, but rather more of a prayer. For Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue, as case analysts, they always maintained absolute rationality. The so-called becoming immortal, in the eyes of the two of them, was a complete joke, a lie, and a rumor without logic. When Zhou Bingyue asked these words, she actually had an answer in her heart. It'll work. What is written on this stone tablet must all be true. Chu Luyun nodded, his tone filled with a certainty that even he could not believe. He had to believe the words that he could become immortal by borrowing the pearl of many treasures. Because this was Zhou Bingyue's only chance to survive. Under such a dire situation, if there was no immortal's power, how could Zhou Bingyue be brought back to life? Don't lie to me. You and I both know very well in our hearts that the so-called becoming immortal is just a fantasy of the world about transcendence. Zhou Bingyue slowly closed her eyes as a feeling of powerlessness swept through her body. And why wouldn't she want any of this to be true? And why would she not want an immortal to come to Earth and save her on her deathbed? It must be true. We've come to this village, the Thousand-Eyed Taiyu, the Mountain of Flesh, the Forest of Bone Pickers, which one of them is not unbelievable? Under these circumstances, even if there really is an existence of becoming an immortal, I don't think it's unusual. Make sure you don't give up hope. I will find the doppelganger pearl and save you. Chu Luyun carried Zhou Bingyue on his back. He didn't care if there were any demons sealed within the multi-precious pearl. His purpose is to be like Lu Qingsong. Becoming immortal with the help of the multi-treasure pearl and then saving Zhou Bingyue, he must let this woman live. Carrying Zhou Bingyue on his back, Chu Luyun painstakingly pushed open the stone door in front of him and walked in without any hesitation. It's cold. Zhou Bingyue shrunk her body and wrapped her arms into Chu Luyun's neck. Zhou Bingyue, you mustn't sleep. Tell me your story. I've never heard you talk about yourself before. Chu Luyun carried Zhou Bingyue on his back and walked forward step by step. He kept talking to Zhou Bingyue to keep her awake. Because once you go to sleep, then you can never wake up. Chu Luyun's words felt like they had awakened some sort of memories in Zhou Bingyue, and her eyes carried a lot of fascination. I was in college and fell in love with a guy who was a great writer and would write me a lot of speculative stories. From that point on, I wanted to be a case analyst, and I wanted to give him more material to work with. I want him to write the best speculative fiction in the world. Zhou Bingyue fell above her memories, talking about the beautiful love story she once had. Chu Luyun didn't say a word, doing a good job of being a listener. But every word Zhou Bingyue uttered was like a heavy hammer that hit Chu Luyun's chest. It was hard to restrain the shiver even with his nails dug into his hands. Because the story Zhou Bingyue told from his mouth was the path of his love for Tao Yanyan. Go on. Keep talking. Chu Luyun's voice became trembling. He really didn't understand why Zhou Bingyue knew this. What had happened between her and Tao Yanran? But in this situation, no matter how many doubts Chu Luyun had in his heart, he never dared to say anything. Because he didn't dare to interrupt Zhou Bingyue's words, fearing that once he did, he would never hear her voice again. Doppel. In the midst of the darkness, there was a sound that interrupted Zhou Bingyue's words. The two held their breath for a split second and pricked up their ears. Doppel. The voice from the darkness grew more and more emotional. Chu Luyun looked from afar, only to see a precious pearl that shimmered with flowing light, not far ahead. Doppel. Chu Luyun placed Zhou Bingyue on the ground and hurried forward. The duo Baozhu meant a lot to him, but it was Zhou Bingyue's life. Zhou Bingyue, wait for me, I've found the multi-treasure pearl, you'll be saved soon. You must not die, wait for me. Chu Luyun continuously injected hope into himself, and step by step, he approached the precious pearl that emitted streams of light. The flashlight had been damaged in the fight just now and could only give off an extremely faint glow. It was only when he got closer that he saw a familiar figure. Wang Wu? Chu Luyun looked at the guy in front of him, and hatred rose in his heart. If it wasn't because of him, Zhou Bingyue wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Chu Luyun. Wang Wu's face was all covered in blood, and his eyes collapsed as if he had experienced something horrible. He stared godlessly at Chu Luyun, his face as pale as a dead man. The precious pearl that was bubbling with streams of light was lying quietly in his hand. Wang Wu, give me the beads. You want gold, this bead is worthless, give me the bead. I can help you find gold. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Wu, who was like a loss in front of him, and kept opening his mouth to discuss. Even though his heart was filled with killing intent towards Wang Wu, he must also exercise extreme restraint. Gold? Gold. Hearing the word gold, Wang Wu's eyebrows slightly raised as if he had returned to his senses. Then you come over here to accompany me to find gold, okay? Come on. Hurry up and get over here. Wang Wu looked at Chu Luyun with a creepy smile on his face. Chu Luyun had just taken 2 steps forward when he instantly realized that something was wrong. At the moment, Wang Wu's face was more than a meter taller than him. Wang Wu's height was only a little over 1 meter 6, and when the two of them stood, his head could only reach Chu Luyun's shoulders. But now that the two of them were conversing, Chu Luyun had to tilt his head in order to look straight into his eyes. When did you get so tall? Chu Luyun stood his ground. He patted the flashlight hard, trying to get it to give off more light. After flickering, the flashlight did resume illuminating. As the light shone out, the vision in front of him gradually became clearer, but Wang Wu's appearance caused Chu Luyun to keep backing away. Don't go, don't go. Wang Wu saw Chu Luyun's movements and couldn't stop himself from opening his mouth to urge him. Chu Luyun felt out the dagger at his waist, his feet still retreating.
Because the Wang Wu in front of him had long since ceased to be a human being. His body had long since turned into a pile of dark, rotten flesh, like sludge, covered with eyeballs of all sizes. A neck like a python connected his head to a mound of flesh. At this moment, Wang Wu's head was just held up in the air by the long neck. Don't you want the doppelganger bead? Come on. Come and get it. Between Wang Wu's words, his head was still shaking left and right, and his long neck was swaying like a strange snake. And Chu Luyun saw what he was holding in his hand. It wasn't the doppelganger pearl. Instead, it's an eyeball. Chapter 95, Death of the Body. Come and get it, come and get it. Wang Wu kept urging. On top of the pile of rotting flesh, many tentacles slowly rose up as well. Above the tentacles were all eyeballs, blinking and staring at Chu Luyun. Even if it was a cutie. One could also tell that at this moment, Wang Wu was no longer human. He had obviously been parasitized by the demons in this place. I think Lu Qingsong came here back then to clean up this guy. It's just a pity that he became immortal with the help of the many treasures pearl. Instead, the remnants of the monster took over his body and formed the thousand-eyes Taiyu. Judging from Wang Wu's situation so far, not only had that thing not been annihilated, it was even slowly awakening. Treasure. Come with me to find treasure. The tentacles poked out from behind Wang Wu and approached Chu Luyun a little bit. Chu Luyun clutched the dagger tightly. His experience from the previous encounter outside the door told him that to deal with this guy, he had to attack his eyes. It's the eyes that are weak. Come too. The tentacles slowly wrapped around Chu Luyun's body. Chu Luyun simply hid the dagger behind his back and allowed the tentacles to pull him closer to Wang Wu. Chu Luyun, I know you want to get rich too, right? Let's go together to find gold, to find treasure, to make a fortune, haha. Wang Wu was a greedy man. Treasure had become an obsession for him. He was just parasitized by the monster and turned into this shape, but he still can't get enough of the treasure. In his demonic-like whispering voice, Chu Luyun was thus pulled in front of him. The tentacles that were filled with slime and putrid odor slowly moved upwards and wrapped around Chu Luyun's neck. Just as the tentacles were about to lash out, Chu Luyun made a move. Want the treasure? Then I'll send you to the treasure. This blade is for you on behalf of Zhou Bingyue. Chu Luyun's movements were like lightning, first cutting off the tentacles wrapped around his neck. Then with a backhanded slash, he directly pierced the eyeball in Wang Wu's hand. Sharp blade sheathed. Just one cut was like sticking in a water balloon. Slime poured out and that eyeball shattered instantly. Although Wang Wu had been parasitized by the monster, Chu Luyun's slash was considered to be revenge for Zhou Bingyue. Chu Luyun, who had accomplished all of this, once again looked up at Wang Wu. Hey, hey, hey! Wang Wu did not die in body, but instead showed a strange smile at Chu Luyun. What a relief! What a relief, ha ha ha! As Wang Wu smiled and laughed, a gaping hole opened in his ghastly white cheek, and a fist-sized eye squeezed out. If the eyeball is the monster's heart. On that Wang Wu's body, there were at least dozens of eyeballs, and they continued to grow. The flesh on his body continued to split open wounds, and those eyeballs were like rain, constantly splitting. One after another. It tickles. It tickles. Come on. Come on and keep relieving my itch. Keep relieving my itch. Wang Wu's entire body began to tremble continuously. The dozens of large and small eyeballs all over his body also all looked straight at Chu Luyun. More tentacles poked out from his reach. It was like demonic claws and teeth, wanting to entangle Chu Luyun in death. Chu Luyun's brain spun rapidly. He was clearly no match for this guy, and right now, the only option was to avoid him. Want to leave? Do you think you can still walk away? Wang Wu's tentacles began to lengthen continuously, directly encircling Chu Luyun and Zhou Bingyue into them. He surrounded the entire place like a ring, completely leaving Chu Luyun with nothing to hide. Chu Luyun turned his head to look at the dagger on the ground. It was the only weapon he could resist. If he had a chance to get close to Wang Wu, he might be able to completely crush him by stabbing the largest eyeball. Great idea. Wang Wu spoke again, his voice filled with teasing. A tentacle extended out and grabbed in front of Chu Luyun, picking up the dagger that had fallen on the ground. That one eyeball continuously surveyed Chu Luyun, filled with teasing. You can hear what I'm thinking? Chu Luyun looked at Wang Wu with some incredulity. This guy was clearly different from the wide-eyed monster out there, he was more advanced. Not only are the eyes numerous and difficult to kill,
but they also have other abilities. If I could be killed by relying on force, it wouldn't be your turn to come. Throughout the ages, how many toughs have died at my hands? Wang Wu's figure began to sway, and those rotten flesh began to swell. Chu Luyun finally saw the components of those rotten flesh, and it wasn't just a corpse of Wang Wu. Instead, it was hundreds of capped white bones dressed differently. Just by looking at the costumes, it was easy to tell that the soldiers came from different dynasties. But they were all turned into the creature's sustenance. Chu Luyun, are you ready to join us? The monster issued an invitation to death with the help of Wang Wu's mouth. More tentacles grew out from behind him, each pulling a weapon above it. Knife, sword, dagger, axe, and battle axe. These were all the blades that had once tried to end its life, but now they were all at its disposal. Not only do I possess an immortal body, I also possess the eye of insightful thought. You want to kill me? You'll all die. Wang Wu had gone berserk. Those tentacles started waving their blades continuously. Facing this kind of monster, Chu Luyun knew that he would not be able to defeat it and turned around to run. If you put it in the usual way. Encountered this certain death situation, Chu Luyun certainly backwater fight, and see who is the main sinking and floating. But right now, he has a hold on his heart. Zhou Bingyue, go! Chu Luyun rushed in Zhou Bingyue's direction and shouted, his footsteps becoming more and more hurried. Not far away, Zhou Bingyue had also staggered to her feet. Look out! Zhou Bingyue cried out and rushed towards Chu Luyun with all her strength. On the last few steps, she hardened her body weight and knocked Chu Luyun out of the way. By the time Chu Luyun rolled aside, the tentacles that caught up behind them instantly penetrated Zhou Bingyue's abdomen. Blood spurted out, and the shadow of death completely enveloped Zhou Bingyue. Cough. Zhou Bingyue's body began to mechanically spasm from the pain. Blood spurted uncontrollably from his mouth. In such a moment of despair, the only thing she could do was to incline her head and stare blankly at Chu Luyun. The realization in his eyes had begun to dissipate. Don't move her. Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue's appearance and was extremely broken inside. Oh? Since you like her so much, I'll give it back to you. The tentacles were casually thrown. Zhou Bingyue fell from the heights like trash and rolled down to Chu Luyun's side. Zhou Bingyue, Zhou Bingyue. Chu Luyun took Zhou Bingyue into his arms. Don't you die, don't you die. Chu Luyun kept praying to the god of death, but he was unable to keep Zhou Bingyue. Ahem. Zhou Bingyue continuously coughed out blood. With all her strength, she grabbed Chu Luyun's sleeve in a death grip. The other hand pressed against the bowl-sized wound on his abdomen. Blood flowed uncontrollably through the between. I'm in pain. It really hurts. Chapter 96, The Jade Shatters Sing Along. Zhou Bingyue, Zhou Bingyue. Chu Luyun kept calling out Zhou Bingyue's name. He tore his jacket into uncountable strips of cloth in a vain attempt to bandage Zhou Bingyue's wounds. But how could a fatal wound like that be healed by some rags? Promise me you won't die. Chu Luyun had always prided himself on being rational, but at this moment, tears were overflowing uncontrollably. Zhou Bingyue let go of the palm covering the wound and let the blood flow. She raised her blood-stained palm and wiped away the tears from the corner of Chu Luyun's eyes. Don't cry, okay? This is the last I'll see of you before I leave this world. Leave me a good image. If there is an afterlife, I'd like to sit under a tree with you, blowing in the afternoon breeze, and listen to one of the stories from your pen. Zhou Bingyue used her last ounce of strength to straighten Chu Luyun's hair. And then his eyes closed slightly. The arm dropped feebly. Zhou Bingyue. Zhou Bingyue. Chu Luyun held Zhou Bingyue's corpse and raised the sky to roar. No matter how hard he hugged Zhou Bingyue tightly, he was never able to stop the gradual receding of his body temperature. No! No! Chu Luyun cried and hissed. However, it was unable to stop the life force from flowing out of Zhou Bingyue's body, little by little. The feeling of heartache is beyond any words. That moment. He just felt empty inside. The heart in his chest was still beating hard, but it had lost all meaning. Tisk, tsk, tsk. What a nice bitter play. I can't even bear to interrupt your grief. Wang Wu's sharp voice came again. Those kind of teasing words caused the anger within Chu Luyun to rise. He slowly raised his head and closed his eyes. Despair grew in his heart.
There is no greater sorrow than the death of the heart. At this moment, he only wanted to hear Zhou Bingyue's voice again. This thought was once again read by Wang Wu. Hey, you still want to hear her voice, right? That's an easy wish, I'll just send you down to her. I've done a good deed by sending you down for a reunion. Wang Wu's snarky voice came again. You can analyze this from the white meat thing. The monsters here are all incarnations of evil thoughts, and they are filled with human inferiority. Watching Chu Luyun being tortured, they instead became more excited. Then I really do have to thank you. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Wu in front of him, and a cruel smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Not only can I hear her voice again, and also for you, to listen with me. Chu Luyun rushed towards Wang Wu, and all the tentacles mobilized in an instant, wrapping around Chu Luyun like crazy. Facing the many tentacles, Chu Luyun discarded his sharp blade and allowed those tentacles to entangle him. A hint of determination flashed in his eyes, the determination to die with his enemy. Don't you just love prying into other people's minds? I'll let you, then, have a good listen. Death Echo. Chu Luyun made up his mind and unleashed Death Echo in this place. Death Echoes, which feeds back all life emotions that die within range. The previous Chu Luyuns were used to investigate cases. But not here. For thousands of years, countless treasure hunters and demon busters have been buried here. There are countless people who have died here. A myriad of emotions came rushing in like waves. Cries of greed from treasure thieves. Judgment from the justice of the exorcist. Despair and remorse on the deathbed. Emotions like monstrous waves instantly overwhelmed Chu Luyun, and the sheer volume of information gave him a headache. And the one who suffered more than him was Wang Wu. Let go of me. Get off me. Shut up, all of you, shut up. He was forced to read Chu Luyun's mind, and the huge messages were similarly torturing his nerves. Under the impact of countless voices, Chu Luyun directly fainted. And the loss of consciousness after fainting turns out to be a protective mechanism for the brain. But for the immortal monster, he had no such protective mechanism. No. No. Put. Put. Amidst Wang Wu's screams, those eyeballs burst open one after another. Before Chu Luyun completely lost consciousness, the only thing left in his ears was Wang Wu's supplicating voice. But all that was too late. After falling unconscious, Chu Luyun could only feel his body falling. It was as if he had fallen into an abyss of 10,000 feet and could never reach the bottom. That's probably what death feels like. Chu Luyun in the darkness had completely given up struggling. Now that he was able to drag Wang Wu to die with him, he could be considered to have avenged Zhou Bingyue's death when he reached the 9 springs. It's just that the mysteries that linger in my mind, I'm afraid I'll never get the chance to solve them. Chu Luyun, quickly wake up. Zhou Bingyue's voice suddenly came from his ears, causing Chu Luyun, who had already prepared to meet death after, to return to his senses once again. Her voice was so real in the darkness. This is not the time you should be dying, there's too much you haven't done yet. Wake up. Wake up. That urging voice kept coming. One moment. The original feeling of falling disappeared in an instant, and it was as if a time pause had been imposed on the surroundings. After a short stay, Chu Luyun felt himself begin to rise. Snapped. The putrid odor refilled his nostrils and he opened his eyes directly. Before his eyes was a shattered face, barely connected by skin and flesh, the already exploded head of Wang Wu. I finally can't hear you. Chu Luyun, I will kill you, kill you. Wang Wu topped the head that shattered into a fry, and with the only 2 tentacles left, he kept crawling towards Chu Luyun. All the eyeballs in his body had blown out, leaving only the one in his head, lingering. Asshole. Asshole. Wang Wu's jaw opened and closed, and his tongue or shredded flesh fell away until he could make no more sound. The guy who claims to be immortal has also reached his deathbed. Looking at the monster that was getting closer to him bit by bit, Chu Luyun was unable to move at all. The weak tentacle grabbed the dagger on the ground and pressed it against Chu Luyun's neck. Chu Yun, go to hell with me. Wang Wu stammered out his final words and raised his dagger to stab Chu Luyun's neck. Just at this time of crisis, Chu Luyun blurrily looked up into the air. A young girl in a JK jumped down from the heights, her neatly pleated skirt spread out like a blooming lily. Ka-ching! As her form hit the ground, a pair of small leather boots on his feet stepped right on Wang Wu's head in an unbiased manner.
The only remaining eyeball, too, instantly burst at her feet. Jiangling flicked her somewhat messy hair to the back of her head and flashed a smile at Xu Luyun.
We meet again, Xu Luyun. Chapter 97, Meeting Acquaintances. Riverbell?
Xu Luyun looked at the young girl in front of him, somewhat unable to believe his eyes.
Since the last time we left the manor.
He never expected to be reunited with Riverbell again so soon. At this point, remembering what Meat Mountain had said about old friends, he thought he must be referring to Jiangling.
That's disgusting.
Riverbell jumped down from the eyeball and shook the slime off her feet.
It was this seemingly inadvertent kick that saved Xu Luyun's life.
How did you end up here?
Have you been following me? Xu Luyun looked at Jiangling, somewhat incredulous.
He's not so much a narcissist as he is a matter of fact. This isn't some mall or something where the possibility of a chance encounter exists.
This is deep in the Morning Mountain. But even Smoky Chan never found the weird village. For Jiangling to appear in a place like this, there was absolutely no way it could be any coincidence.
Yes and no. I came to this place just to put a trick in place, and it's almost done.
Just happened to meet up with you and then had to go.
Jiangling swept Xu Luyun's eyes full of concern. Xu Luyun rubbed his somewhat swollen head and turned his head to look at Zhou Bingyue's corpse on the side.
Multi-precious beads. Jiangling, do you know where the multi-precious pearl is? Xu Luyun looked at Jiangling.
The two weren't exactly friends at all, and were even a bit hostile.
But it's a bit of a friendship anyway.
Right now at this juncture, he could only open his mouth and ask for help from Jiangling. Hearing the three words Duo Bao Zhu, Jiangling just shook her head with a bitter smile.
Xu Luyun, so you don't really believe in this nonsense of becoming immortal? What the hell is wrong with you? You weren't like this the last time I saw you.
Jiangling looked at Xu Luyun without mixing the slightest emotion in her eyes. For Riverbell, she is a super-rational, emotionless running machine. Simply can't understand the impact and change that feelings can have on a person. I'm willing to believe he's real if I can save Zhou Bingyue. Xu Luyun closed his eyes. He didn't even have the courage to look at Zhou Bingyue's corpse again. Looking at him in this manner, Jiangling took small steps and approached Xu Luyun step by step.
Pop.
She raised her hand and gave Xu Luyun a slap without hesitation. The crisp ringing sound stung in the darkness. Xu Luyun, you have more important things to do than dwell on childish love. If Zhou Bingyue were still alive, she would definitely not want to see you like this either. Jiangling's words were very cold. But Xu Luyun actually saw a trace of gravity from her face. This young girl who didn't care about anything actually showed other expressions. I know this place has a Badger connection. As long as you take out the multi-precious pearl and let me revive Zhou Bingyue, I'm willing to join the Badger organization. Willing to become one of the 12 generals. Xu Luyun looked at Jiangling and opened his conditions. For the sake of this woman who had given her life twice to save him, Xu Luyun was willing to go this far. But Jiangling, who heard this request, just shook her head. You already are. There is no such thing as a doppelganger bead in this world that brings people back to life. It's the only way you want her to live. Jiangling pulled out a grape-sized sphere from her bosom and threw it into Xu Luyun's hands.
It was an eyeball.
Looking at this eyeball in his hand, Xu Luyun then understood what Jiangling meant.
Becoming immortal may be something that exists in legend. Instead, Shimei Teo is real. Maybe it's some kind of parasitic monster. But it is undeniable that this eyeball parasitism can indeed rejuvenate the human body. Let him die with dignity or become a monster and live. The choice is yours. Xu Luyun, we will meet again.
Jiangling dropped this sentence and turned to leave.
It was as if she had somehow appeared and just disappeared without a trace.
Xu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue in front of him and then looked down at the eyeball in his hand.
For a while, he was also caught in a dilemma.
From Zhou Bingyue's mentality, I'm afraid that even if she were to be broken into pieces, she wouldn't want to become a monster like Wang Wu. But for Xu Luyun, even if Zhou Bingyue lived as a monster, he wouldn't mind in the slightest. As long as Zhou Bingyue could come back to life, Xu Luyun didn't care what would become of her. He clutched that eyeball and took a step towards Zhou Bingyue.
Fancy that body, getting warm again. Elder Tan, we had an agreement before. The treasure belongs to you guys and the snake bead belongs to me, you can't keep your word. I say Mr. Chen, this sharing of the spoils should also be divided into occasions. Now that the treasure has yet to be found, how can I easily hand over the snake beads to you? In the darkness, the voices of Tan Lao and Chen Smokepole were heard. Chu Luyun hurriedly put away the eyeball in his hand and dodged a high to the side. Just thinking about dealing with these things, I actually forgot that there was an old man Tan and a smokestick Chen. Wang Wu was parasitized by the monster, but these two old guys were unharmed, so it was evident that they still had some skills. Mr. Chen, I'm a man of my word, as long as you help me find the treasure, I'll give you this snake bead right away. Elder Tan's hand clutched a fist-sized precious pearl. The jeweled beads have an overall slightly reddish color. Through the light, it could be seen that inside the treasure pearl, a monster that was not a dragon or a snake was coiled up. Chen Smokepole's eyes were filled with thirst as he looked at the beads. Multi-precious beads? Chu Luyun also raised his spirits in an instant. The hope that had just been struck down by Jiang Ling burned up again. Old man Tan, I'm too lazy to continue talking nonsense with you. You must give me the snake beads today, or otherwise you don't want to leave here alive. Chen Smokepole was considered to be completely anxious. He reached straight for his long machete from his belt. The blackened woodchipper was still covered in crumbs and slime. This shows that the way forward for these two people is not smooth either. Mr. Chen, it's just a bead, we can't go to this extent, right? Elder Tan looked at the Chen Smokepole in front of him without a hint of panic in his eyes. You have to realize that he is already in his 70s or 80s, and Chen Smokepole is also old though. However, they have been traveling through the mountains and forests for many years, and their physical fitness is not generally good. If these two people were to draw swords against each other, Elder Tan would definitely not be a match for them. And you know it's just a bead thing? If you don't want to lose your life, hand it over now. Otherwise, let alone continuing the treasure hunt, I'm going to let your old life be accounted for here. Chen Smokepole had already moved to kill. And there was no hint of fear on the face of Elder Tan, who had no chance of winning. Chan Smokepole ah Chan Smokepole. I'm an old man on the verge of a coffin. If I didn't have two hands to prepare, do you think I'd dare to come down and hunt for treasure? Today, not only will the treasure be mine, but the precious pearl will also be mine. And you are ready to hit the road. Chapter 98, Showing Your Sword to the Enemy. Humph. I say old man, cut the bluff here. Even if I let you have an arm, you're not good enough. Chen Smokepole is considered to have completely torn his face. He rubbed the woodchipper against his pants twice, already wanting to try. Chu Luyun just hid in a dark corner, quietly watching the two confront each other. After all, his purpose was also to seize the treasure god pearl. Hiding in the shadows and waiting for them to lose both of them before striking was the best tactic. Smokepole Chen, it's not too late to leave. If you really make a move against Lao Fu, I will definitely tell you to have a death wish. Elder Tan was dripping with confidence. It's not clear what kind of pressure card he has. The question arose in the mind for a moment. Chu Luyun seemed to have vaguely touched the answer. Old thing, die for me. Chen Smokepole roared and raised the firewood knife in his hand before charging at Tan Lao. The moment his woodchipper fell, there was a clanking sound in the darkness. After the sound of metal clashing, Chen Smokepole's firewood knife flew out. It drew a perfect parabola in the air and finally landed in front of Chu Luyun. Tan Lao naturally didn't have this kind of stature. A trace of dismay also flashed in Smokepole Chen's eyes. Chu Luyun, who was hiding in the shadows, and Chen Smokepole, who was blocked from the attack, looked at Elder Tan at almost the same time. Right in front of him stood a young man. Fold the feather. Chu Luyun hurriedly raised his hand to cover his mouth. He almost didn't hold back and erupted into an exclamation of surprise. Chen Smokepole, who was face to face with Folding Feather, had his jaw even dropped to the ground. They had seen Folded Feather's body with their own eyes. There was absolutely no way that body, hanging from a tree and shedding all its skin, could be faked. No way, that's impossible, aren't you dead? Chen Smokepole looked at Folded Feather and subconsciously took 2 steps back. Folded Feather's terrifying battle power was something that everyone knew by heart, if they knew that he was still alive. Then even if he gave Chen Yanzhang 10 guts, he would definitely not dare to take a shot at Elder Tan. Chu Luyun, who was hiding in the shadows, had already seen many clues. It seems that the person who killed Folding Feather has surfaced. Chu Luyun secretly chanted. Even though Folding Feather was standing right in front of him, Chu Luyun still sensed that something was wrong with him. At this time, Folding Feather still did not say a word, but the killing intent that filled his eyes was much sharper than before. Old thing, it's your turn to die. Elder Tan gave Folded Feather a look, and the fellow ran towards Chen Smokepole without hesitation. Seeing that something was wrong, the old boy pulled out his legs and ran. In a frontal one-on-one encounter with Folding Feather, Chen Smokepole would naturally wimp out. But he had been running around in the deep mountains for years, and if he were to compete with him in footwork, Folding Feather would not necessarily be a match. This old man pulled his legs out and ran, and Elder Tan immediately stopped Folded Feather from pursuing him. Don't chase after the poor. This place isn't quite safe enough to save any accidents. Tam is still very cautious in his actions. Indeed, as he said, if Folding Feather had just gone after Chun Smokerod, then Chu Luyun, who was hiding in the shadows, would not hesitate to strike and dodge the precious pearl from his hands. Seeing that the two figures, one old and one young, were about to leave, Chu Luyun knew that he could not wait any longer. Stop! Chu Luyun in the darkness stood out. He's not like Smoky Chan. Chin Smokepole could escape, but Chu Luyun had no choice. Regardless of whether or not the other party was a terrifying existence like Folding Feather, he had to face it. Chu Luyun? Didn't you leave? Tisk, TSK, it looks like it's all an act. I really thought you weren't interested in treasure. Elder Tan looked at Chu Luyun and began to sneer in his words as well. He had changed from his usual amiability to sharpness and meanness. It was as if with Folded Feather's protection, he could do whatever he wanted. How are you qualified to sneer at me when you're someone who can even lay a hand on his own grandson? Chu Luyun looked at Elder Tan and was filled with disgust. Being exposed to the ugly secret, Tan's face still did not look remorseful. And it's not because you people have a heart of gold? How can an old man like me be a match for all of you? How can Folding Feather alone be a match for all of you? That's the only way I'll have a chance to come back full circle. Elder Tan looked at Chu Luyun and hissed and growled. Looking at his maniacal appearance, Chu Luyun only felt a bit pathetic. Originally, he thought that Wang Wu was greedy and ugly, and must be the guy who ate white meat and was inspired by evil thoughts. But today it seems that perhaps no one has ever eaten white meat. The group, long ago, had been twisted by greed into inhuman monsters. What did I do wrong? Did I do wrong? Now that my grandson has not only become stronger, but also has an immortal body, what's wrong with me? Elder Tam can be said to have reached a level of shamelessness. Chu Luyun knew very well what he had done. At that time, Chu Luyun reasoned that none of the people present were Folding Feather's opponents. Whether it was a head-on fight or a sneak attack from behind, it would be difficult to take out Folding Feather without getting injured. And there's only one way it can be, and that's if Folding Feather is killed voluntarily. The only person who could make him behave and give his life was Grandpa. So he can't leave the village anymore, right? One day, he will become as obese and incompetent as those villagers until he loses all consciousness. Chu Luyun tore apart Tan Lao's self-congratulation. After he kills Folding Feather, he throws his skin next to an ancient well in the village. When the mountain of meat is done feeding, by blowing the skin of the Folded Feather to revive it, the present Folded Feather was created. Although he became tougher, it wouldn't take long for him to be reduced to the same monster as the villagers. My purpose is only the multi-treasure divine pearl. This bead is so important to me that I can even give it back to you when I'm done with it. Chu Luyun looked at the beads in his hands and spoke sincerely. But who is Elder Tam? He is an absolutely selfish and self-interested villain, and how could he possibly agree to give up even his grandson's life for the sake of treasure? That's a lot of crap, Folding Feather, do him. Elder Tan tucked the precious pearl into his bosom and gave his order to Folding Feather. Facing the Folding Feather who was walking over step by step, Chu Luyun would not be like Chin Smokepole, who fled. Because his real purpose was to get the multi-precious pearl and save Zhou Bingyue. Let's try it then. Facing the raging Folding Feather, Chu Luyun also touched out his own dagger. But before he could swing twice, Folding Feather approached with a flash. The sharp knife in his hand penetrated Chu Luyun's abdomen in a flash of lightning. A knife kills. Blood spilled down the corners of Chu Luyun's mouth, and a smile appeared on his face instead. Folded Feather frowned when he saw the smirk. Because not only did he see Chu Luyun smile, he also saw a lifelike eyeball in Chu Luyun's chest. Chapter 99, Deadly Bet. The frightened Folding Feather wanted to draw his sword and leave, but Chu Luyun backhandedly grabbed his wrist. Is it too late to leave now? Evil thoughts flashed in Chu Luyun's eyes as he also brandished his dagger and stabbed directly into Folding Feather's abdomen. Folded Feather didn't say a word, but was already visibly flustered. He was desperate to stab Chu Luyun's body with one knife after another.
But Chu Luyun, who had already voluntarily been parasitized by the eyeballs, had long since turned into a monster that did not fear death. These so-called fatal wounds couldn't do him any harm at all.
It's my turn. Chu Luyun directly slit Folding Feather's throat with a knife.
He covered his throat as his body fell backward incredulously. If this guy wants to come back to life, he'll have to get Meat Mountain to blow again.
But Chu Luyun was different. He voluntarily embedded the eyeball that Zhang Ling gave him into his chest and turned into the same monster as Wang Wu.
And those eyeballs, they're still splitting.
Face, arms, neck. Wound after wound tore of its own accord, and eyeball after eyeball blinked.
With that, he topped off with an eyeball and clutched his dagger as he approached Tan Lao step by step.
Don't you come over. Don't you come over here. Tan Lao finally knew fear at this moment, clutching the knife in his hand and stepping back.
But even a guy like Folding Feather had been killed by him, so what could the aged Tan do?
Old thing, your time to die has come. Chu Luyun's mind was also gradually polluted by evil thoughts.
An uncontrollable killing intent tumbled through his heart. He only had one thought at the moment, and that was to whip Tan Lao into pieces.
Hate to eat him alive. Don't you come over, don't you come over.
This is the pearl of many treasures, I'll give it to you, I'll give you everything, don't kill me.
Elder Tan pulled out the precious pearl in his arms.
In the face of death, he's willing to share the precious pearl, too. But if this had happened earlier, why would things have turned out this way?
People always do. Always doing things that you regret, always not hitting the wall. Ouch.
Constantly backing up, Tan Lao was shattered by fear to his mental defenses, his legs couldn't stop trembling, and he fell to the ground accidentally. The doppelganger bead in his hand also fell to the ground and rolled out. However, Chu Luyun didn't care about the duobao bead that rolled out, but instead stared at Elder Tan dead in the face. The multi-treasure pearl was already his, and getting it was only a matter of time. And the Elder Tan in front of him, he would definitely not let him escape.
Please don't kill me. I don't want anything, I'll give you everything. Please, please don't kill me. Elder Tan knelt on the ground and couldn't stop kowtowing at Chu Luyun.
Looking at the old man begging for mercy in front of him, Chu Luyun's heart did not have a single bit of pity. His back squirmed uncontrollably and cracked open. Terrifying tentacles poked out of it. That was like another limb of Chu Luyun's, directly wrapping around Elder Tan's neck and lifting him off the ground.
Woohoo!
Tan Lao was carried in the air, his legs stomping around helplessly. The air could no longer reach his lungs with that deathly tight neck. Chu Luyun looked at Tan Lao like this, watching his face turn from red to pale, and then from pale to blue.
Old man, hit the road.
At the time when Elder Tan was in the most pain, Chu Luyun violently launched his sword.
The dagger just stabbed into the neck and then ripped his head raw. Blood sprayed on Chu Luyun's face. He stuck out his tongue and licked the somewhat slightly salty blood. Looking at the miserably dead Elder Tan, Chu Luyun's heart was indescribably happy.
This kind of brutal abuse made all the evil thoughts inside him cheer. After resolving Old Man Tan, Chu Luyun turned his head to look at the place where the multi-precious pearls rolled down.
Multi-precious beads? Chu Luyun frowned.
This was because the multi-precious pearls that had originally fallen silently on the ground had unexpectedly disappeared at this moment. There was only one silhouette, a quick flash that disappeared into the doorway.
Chan Smoky Pole. Chu Luyun's heart was filled with rage.
Originally, he had planned to hide in the shadows and watch Elder Tan and Chen Smokepole lose both of them, and then he would reap the benefits. As a result, I didn't expect Chen Smokepole to become that fisherman instead. The multi-precious pearl that he had gone out of his way to become a monster to obtain, how could it be cheaper for Smokepole Chen?
Seek death. Chu Luyun angrily walked towards the door.
It was only when he passed by Zhou Bingyue's corpse that he finally stood his ground. Stretching out a tentacle, he lifted Zhou Bingyue off the ground and handed it in front of him. Looking at her face that had long since been cut off from life, Chu Luyun's heart was indescribably painful. Either we both become immortal together, or we sink into monsters together.
No matter what, the two of us are going to be together forever.
Chu Luyun plucked an eyeball from his body and shoved it directly into Zhou Bingyue's abdomen.
As the eyeballs were embedded, countless blood vessels grew wild and crazy, instantly controlling Zhou Bingyue's body. Chu Luyun knew it worked. Now, it's either find the doppelganger beads to help the two get back on their feet. Either the two of them will come together and become completely this lurid fiend at the bottom of the well. With Zhou Bingyue, who was being parasitized, Chu Luyun just took one step forward and left this heartbreaking tunnel.
Until he arrived at the location of the wellhead, he once again looked at the Chime Taiyuki who was dressed in an ancient costume.
Torso. Chu Luyun's self-consciousness was being devoured by the demonic monster and began to become a little blurry.
The time left for him was running out. Either he is like Lu Qingsong, who became immortal with the help of Duo Bao and regained his life. Either that or they'll go along with and vice versa and turn into something inhuman and haunted, entrenching themselves in this place for 100 years.
Get out. Doppelganger beads.
Chu Luyun struggled to leave the ancient well. His brain was getting more and more confused, and it was becoming very difficult to say a complete sentence. When he brought Zhou Bingyue's corpse with him, he managed to come outside the ancient well with great difficulty. Seeing the situation in front of him, he once again fell into despair. Chen Smokepole, who was holding the Duo Bao divine bead, had been caught by Meat Mountain and carried in his hands.
Help me! Help me!
Chen Smokepole's size was like a small chicken compared to Meat Mountain. To finish him off, all Meat Hill had to do was move his finger. That Kodo jewel, too, would inevitably fall into the hands of Meat Mountain. Chu Luyun, I really didn't expect that you would turn into this appearance, it really surprised me. Meat Mountain looked at Chu Luyun, who was covered in eyeballs, and could not help but let out an exclamation. However, Chu Luyun's eyes only had the multi-precious divine bead in them. Meat Mountain dodged the precious pearl from Smoky Chan's hand and backhanded it into the well. Falling into the well from such a high distance, Chen Smokepole was directly thrown into mush. Facing a mountain of flesh that possessed absolute strength, Chen Smokepole had no room for resistance at all. Meat Mountain, on the other hand, was pinching the multi-precious pearl and looking at Chu Luyun with a wry smile at the corner of his mouth. Chu Luyun, you're bet with me.
You're the one who lost. Chapter 100, Becoming Immortal and Achieving the Way.
Meat Mountain's voice was low, but filled with an irrefutable pressure.
He's absolutely right.
Now Folded Feather, Wang Wu, Zhou Bingyue, Tan Lao, and Chen Smokepole are all dead. And the only one alive, Chu Luyun, was being slowly and miserably killed, turning into a monster bit by bit. When he was completely monstrous and completely lost his sense of self, it also meant that he perished in this heaven and earth. From that time on, no one will leave the village alive. The winning side of the bet between the two was also locked in on Meat Mountain.
Doppelganger beads. Doppelganger beads.
Chu Luyun was as if he had gone insane, his eyes staring at the precious pearl in Meat Mountain's hand. Before this situation of certain defeat in front of him, there was only one way left for him to go, and that was the doppelganger bead. If he could snatch the multi-treasure bead from Meat Mountain, he might still have a chance of winning.
Meat Mountain.
Chu Luyun's back kept splitting out to strike, and the sharp dagger was clutched in his hand. Noticing the killing intent rising from Chu Luyun's body, the corners of Meat Mountain's mouth could not help but reveal a hint of contempt.
I am older than this village is ancient.
Even before the Thousand Eyes Teo was born, I was already here.
Do you think that with you can be my match? The mountain of flesh was completely indifferent to the parasitized Chu Luyun. He's the real owner of this place.
Facing the behemoth in front of him, Chu Luyun knew that he could not make a rash move. Even with monster-like strength, you can't take a mountain of flesh lightly. Meat Mountain pinched the multi-treasure divine bead, his eyes couldn't stop sizing up the bead, and he didn't put Chu Luyun in his heart at all.
Do you really believe that this multi-treasure pearl can make one immortal? Do you really think that a tiny bead has such power? Meat Mountain looked at Chu Luyun and inquired curiously.
His words made Chu Luyun feel very familiar because it seemed like he had seen Jiangling before.
From that time, Chu Luyun had already made his answer. He didn't have a choice.
At that time, in order to save Zhou Bingyue, he had to choose to believe in the power of the multi-treasure divine pearl. Now he himself has been reduced to this. More than that, he could only believe that the multi-treasure divine pearl not only had the ability to make people immortal, but also the ability to bring the two back to life.
Chu Luyun, tell me out loud, do you believe in the power of the multi-treasure divine pearl? It was as if the Meat Mountain had gone berserk and kept pursuing Chu Luyun.
Question after question continued to impact Chu Luyun's worldview. Deep down in his heart, it was impossible to believe in the talk of becoming immortal. But as the mountain of flesh continued to pursue, the deafening roar completely made Chu Luyun's inner defenses crumble. In the 13th year of the Hangwu era, Lu Qingsong's corpse was dissolved here and became immortal.
No. Duo Po immortal.
Anyone who obtains the precious pearl in future generations will become immortal.
All can become immortal. Shu Luyun almost yelled out. He had completely believed in the ability of the multi-treasure divine bead, and had completely believed in Lu Qingsong becoming an immortal. After receiving an affirmative reply, a loud and refreshing laugh escaped from Meat Mountain's mouth. As he laughed violently, the flesh on his body rolled uncontrollably. Ha ha, it's done, multi-treasure divine pearl, it's done. Meat Mountain held up the precious pearl in his hand and couldn't stop letting out a big laugh. It was also after Chu Luyun hissed. Your otherwise dull beads glowed with a mesmerizing light in a matter of moments. The serpentine creature that was in the middle of the bead directly opened its eyes. I'm a success. I've finally made it. The road to immortality. Meat Mountain fell into a frenzy, and his voice, like a thunderbolt, startled the many villagers into scurrying everywhere. At this very moment, the village, which had a clear sky, was instantly shrouded in clouds. Even in the middle of winter, that dull rolling thunder rumbled on. At this moment, Chu Luyun finally understood that phrase in its entirety. The snake wears clothes, the man sheds his skin, the divine dragon opens his eyes, and the true king descends here. That line about the divine dragon opening its eyes is a reference to the Duo Bao divine pearl. Chu Luyun, thank you so much. Meat Mountain laughed out loud and directly stuffed the multi-precious pearl into his mouth, swallowing it in one gulp. No! Chu Luyun looked at this step in front of him, and his entire spirit collapsed. He tried to stop the mountain of flesh from moving, but it was too late. With the multi-treasure divine bead being swallowed into his stomach, all of Chu Luyun's hopes were all extinguished. His entire body fell to the ground helplessly. With the laughter of Meat Mountain all around his ears, he turned his head to look at Zhou Bingyue, who had already been parasitized. Chu Luyun's heart also had to accept this cruel reality. It was as if he and Zhou Bingyue were really going to be trapped in this village forever. Treasure. Treasure. Zaibo. In the ancient well, a low murmur continued to come from it. Chu Luyun, who was in despair, turned his head after hearing the voice and looked towards the ancient well. Treasure. I want treasure. I want to be rich. A broken face peeked out of the ancient well. It was Wang Wu, who had already been killed off earlier. Zaibo. He shook his head, which was only half rotten, and his eyes were dead set on the mountain of flesh. When he saw that Meat Mountain swallowed the multi-precious pearl, he rushed towards Meat Mountain like a madman. Treasure. The treasure is mine. Gold, I want gold. Wang Wu let out a maniacal and shrill roar from his mouth. He ran hand over hand to the mountain of flesh. After approaching the body of the Meat Mountain, the tentacles wrapped around the bronze sword and struck out directly, opening a large hole in the body of the Meat Mountain. Ah! A pained Meat Mountain cried out. This was also because Meat Mountain was attracted by the multi-treasure divine bead and was just laughing and happy, which gave Wang Wu the opportunity to sneak in and win. It was only a momentary lapse that left him with a half-meter-long gash in his body. You asshole! Meat Mountain frowned, unable to hide the anger in his eyes. It was also on the wound where he was cut open that countless gold and jewels all flowed out. They were like the blood of a mountain of flesh, pouring out along the wound. The original Wang Wu only had one breath left, but was nothing more than a lingering cripple. But after he saw the gold and jewelry all over the place, the whole person went directly crazy. Ha, treasure, I found treasure. I'm rich, I'm rich. Wang Wu completely disregarded the merits of the Meat Mountain and started tearing the wound like crazy. Off. Off. Meat Mountain also panicked. He watched as the half-meter-long wound gradually grew larger. 1 meter. 2 meters. He raised his raining fists and smashed them on Wang Wu. That face had already been smashed into rotten flesh, but Wang Wu's movement still didn't stop. Gold. Jewelry. No. As a large amount of treasure flowed out of his body, the massive body of the Meat Mountain began to dry out uncontrollably. Among the many treasures that poured out, a bead that emitted a strange light rolled down in front of Chu Luyun. Chapter 101, The Man of Destiny. Ahahaha, treasure. Treasure. Wang Wu stuck his head into the pile of gold, constantly grabbing the jewelry gold and spilling it into the air. Looking at the scene before him, Chu Luyun's heart understood something. On that stone tablet, Lu Qingsong had recorded. It says that he lured the monster into appearing with gold jewelry. It seemed that the most powerful demonic creature was not in the ancient well, but above it. It was the mountain of flesh in front of us. Ah, get rich, get rich. Wang Wu's entire body was bathed in gold jewelry. The massive body of the meat mountain also finally collapsed. The head that was originally high above the ground was like a Waterloo at this moment, falling from a high place and falling in front of Chu Luyun. Without the golden jewelry to support it, the mountain of flesh was reduced to a hollowed-out husk that just lay limp on the ground. Chu Luyun picked up the multi-treasure divine pearl from the ground in front of him. Chu Luyun, I really didn't expect that you were going to win. The head of the meat mountain looked straight at Chu Luyun, with some playful smiles at the corners of his mouth. Look at his head. The guy who had been laughing wildly just a moment ago was no longer even capable of turning his head at this moment. Can we say I've won now? Can you tell me the truth about this place now? Chu Luyun held the multi-treasure divine bead and looked at the mountain of flesh at his feet. Not to mention whether or not this multi-treasure divine bead could revitalize a person, at the very least, he wouldn't have to die in front of a mountain of meat. Meat Mountain blew up his eyes with a bitter smile. He really didn't expect that he had folded on this madman Wang Wu. Remember, I once told you that I have the ability to see the future, and that ability is called phasing. Meat Mountain helped Chu Luyun with his recollection. He knew what Chu Luyun felt like after being parasitized. His brain was not as flexible as before. Chu Luyun pondered for a moment before nodding. It was the night he was coaxed out to make a bet by Meat Hill, who claimed to have an ability called phasing that allowed him to see the future. And said he foresaw Chu Luyun's death. In this world, there exist three powers of creation, which are Ru, Quan, and Sang. They represent the past, the present, and the future. Meat Mountain's mouth narrated some obscure knowledge that Chu Luyun had never heard before. But as for getting to see the future, Chu Luyun only shook his head. If you can really see the future, then maybe I can't stand in front of you and talk? Chu Luyun looked at Meat Mountain's eyes and couldn't help but open his mouth to be sarcastic. This is the guy who said he would lose the bet. Hearing the ridicule and sarcasm in Chu Luyun's words, Meat Mountain didn't care, but only let out a bitter smile. That's because the power of the phase represents observation, and it can only observe the future. And the power you possess represents creation, is the view. Meat Mountain looked at Chu Luyun and pointed out the most crucial proposition. View? Chu Luyun listened to this word and was somewhat slightly lost in thought. Meat Mountain blinked. Although only a head was left, his eyes were still full of wisdom. All people in this world are either immersed in memories of the past or live in the enjoyment of the future. But if you can savor the present moment and return to your heart, you will gain a power called view. Meat Mountain introduced Chu Luyun word by word. Past, present, future. What the world thinks of as time is as linear as a line that stretches beyond. That's why it's also called a timeline. The past represents the cause, the present represents the process, and the future represents the result, the cycle of cause and effect, which is the timeline as most people understand it. But for those who have the view, time is never linear, and cause and effect are not in a cycle. All that is created in the present moment. Time is not threadbare and causality does not exist. Chu Luyun couldn't understand what Meat Mountain was saying at all. Faced with these unfamiliar words, he only felt as if he were hearing heavenly books. And Meat Mountain was no stranger to Chu Luyun's behavior. He was like a patient and tireless mentor. For example, because you planted an apple tree that was diligently irrigated and eventually produced sweet apples. Planting a tree as a cause, irrigating it as a process, apples as fruits, going through the beginning, the process, and ultimately the birth of the result, can you understand that? Meat Mountain's speech was not fast, and he struggled to make Chu Luyun understand his every word. Chu Luyun pondered for a moment before finally nodding. The thing that Flesh Mountain is talking about is the order of all things in the world, which is very plain and easy to understand. Good, it's good to understand. And those who have the ability to see can transcend karma. All he has to do is believe and trust that there is an apple there, and then he will get it. If he believes that peacocks can be born out of cracks in the stone, that too will come true. Meat Mountain's words came out and directly shattered Chu Luyun's worldview. He stared blankly at the mountain of flesh. Are you saying? You're saying that the person who has the view that if he believes in something, that something that doesn't exist, will also exist? And it's becoming a reality for no reason at all? Chu Luyun looked at the mountain of flesh incredulously. He was already trying as hard as he could to understand the so-called view. Meat Mountain blinked again. Not bad, if the one who has the view believes in dragons, believes in the devil, believes in hell, believes in heaven. All these things that perhaps do not exist will also all be made real the moment he believes.
These things have nothing to do with logic, nothing to do with cause and effect, nothing to do with anything.
This is the view. Is creation. Meat Mountain's words were filled with yearning for the view. This exaggerated ability also caused Chu Lioyun's entire body to freeze. He was silent for a long time. Then, in that case, someone with the ability to view is not invincible? If he believes that he is a heavenly god, the Jade Emperor, and that he will live forever, won't it all come true? Chu Liyun had trouble believing in this heavenly ability. If there were such a person, would the world before us still function properly? All it took was one person, one thought from him, and the world would be turned upside down. Even though Kan's ability to create is incredible, it's not that simple. It's as if from the time we are born we know that the heavens are above and the earth is below, the birds fly and the beasts run. So much so that a multitude of things have long been ingrained in our minds. Viewing is about believing and believing to create, not deceiving yourself. Meat Mountain slowly explained to Chu Liyun. And Chu Liyun only nodded with seeming understanding. Meat Mountain looked at Chu Liyun and sighed once again. I have indeed met your future, only you believe you will never stop there. It was the power of the view that changed the outcome. And you are the one who has the heavenly destiny of the view. Chapter 102, A Shocking Layout. Chu Liyun looked at the mountain of flesh in front of him, and the two of them looked at each other. Although Meat Mountain had recounted everything for Chu Liyun in great detail, the truth was that no actual clues had been uttered. He simply explained in detail for Chu Liyun what a view was. Whether it is something related to Lu Qingsong or something related to the Badger organization, it froze without saying a word. However, it was like there was something beyond the words, desperately hoping that Chu Liyun could comprehend it. Since you know that I'm the one who owns the view, wouldn't others also know? The more I believe in something, the more it happens. Chu Liyun looked at the multi-treasure divine bead in his hand. Perhaps from the moment he arrived at Morning Mountain, he fell into the conspiracy. Not bad. If you want to save Zhou Bingyue, you have to admit that the multi-precious pearls can indeed help one become immortal. Available at the same time. Meat Mountain said half and hid half, while Chu Liyun had already read the meaning of the second half of his sentence. If I believe that the multi-precious pearl can make one immortal, I must believe that 600 years ago, Lu Qingsong had already become immortal and ascended, right? It was only after a big circle that Chu Liyun finally comprehended a little something. The many coincidences are also finally linked together. Lu Qingsong's purpose of using a card to lure him to Morning Mountain had also surfaced. Everything, is a lie. It's just that some people want me to be able to take the fake, through and through, and have it become real, right? Chu Liyun had already looked back. The head lying on the ground could only blink back at him. Chu Liyun looked at the multi-precious pearl in his hand, and then turned his head to look at Zhou Bingyue who was on the side. If he didn't believe it, then Zhou Bingyue would definitely die. But the seeds of doubt have been planted, and even if they are small, the power to believe has cracked. Chu Liyun clutched the multi-precious pearl, his fingers getting harder and harder. He drew the dagger at his waist and drew his sword in all directions. Lu Qingsong, get your ass out here. Chu Liyun rushed around and kept shouting. He had realized at this moment that all of this was a setup by Lu Qingsong. Knowing Chu Liyun's ability, this fellow laid this well-intentioned big game. It was a delusional attempt to utilize Chu Liyun's ability to wish him to ascend to immortality. Get thee outta here. Chu Liyun was cheated by his closest relative, his emotions naturally broke down. At a shout from him, a man in a long shirt walked out. On top of the green-gray tunic, embroidered with soaring cranes and longevity peaches. Its owner, apparently, was ready to become immortal. Yunzi, you're really smart, laying such a big setup, and you were able to find out the end of it. If it wasn't for this guy's bad behavior, I'm sure that at this moment, I would have already become immortal and gone away, right? Lu Qingsong took one step forward and kicked Meat Mountain's head into the well. He had a faint smile on his face as if he was joking with Chu Liyun. For his cynical appearance, Chu Liyun couldn't wait to go up and punch him. Lu Qingsong, is this how you use me? You asshole. Chu Liyun's eyes widened angrily as he stared at this only friend since childhood. Yunzi, you can't be so thoughtless, you don't need this ability for nothing. If I do become an immortal, will I still treat you badly? Lu Qingsong looked at Chu Liyun, his mouth still saying pretty words. Chu Liyun looked at the devastation everywhere. This scam is infused with human greed, cruelty, and ruthlessness. Lu Qingsong, as a man of layout, how good can it be?
Such a person, if he really became an immortal and stood on top of 10,000 people, that would be the tragedy of this world.
I am not going to let you plot. Chu Luyuan looked at Lu Qingsong fiercely. For his determination, Lu Qingsong's face was filled with disdain. You don't have a choice.
For your own sake, and for Zhou Bingyue's sake, you must believe that the multi-treasure divine pearl can help one ascend to immortality. And Lu Qingsong, who has long since become an immortal and attained Taoism, is called Immortal Duo Bao. Lu Qingsong slowly stretched out his arms and was ready to become immortal.
The two emotions uncontrollably intertwined in Chu Luyuan's mind.
On the one hand, there is the heart of the people who have realized the truth and told him that everything is a trick and a lie. On the one hand, there was the selfishness towards Zhou Bingyue, who had to be trusted completely and unreservedly in order to be able to resurrect her.
Chu Luyuan.
You watched Tao Yanyan die in front of you, you had no chance to save her.
Now that Zhou Bingyue is dead in front of you again, do you still choose to stand by and watch?
Believe in the pearl of many treasures, believe in it.
Lu Qingsong's voice, unable to stop compelling on the side. Chu Luyuan was even wondering if allowing himself to resurrect Zhou Bingyue was all a part of the plan.
Cough cough cough. Zhou Bingyue had regained some vitality under being parasitized. The slightly bloodied face looked as if it were truly half alive. The love for Zhou Bingyue was in a backlash, deadening reason. Zhou Bingyue is dead, I no longer have the heart to distinguish between right and wrong. Chu Luyuan had completely lost his guard the moment he saw Zhou Bingyue's face.
If Zhou Bingyue was allowed to awaken and return to him again, so that he could become an immortal, what would be the harm? Multiple treasure divine pearl, save Zhou Bingyue. Chu Luyuan dragged the precious pearl in his hand and prayed silently.
Lu Qingsong, dressed in white crane immortal clothes, slowly stood on the ground with his feet, and the whole person slowly suspended in the air. A ray of golden light passed through the clouds and shone on Lu Qingsong's body.
Ha, I'm going to become immortal. I'm going to become immortal. Finally, I've succeeded, after laying out for many years, I've finally made it.
Lu Qingsong raised his hands high in the air, his eyes filled with excitement that could not be suppressed.
And Chu Luyuan just hugged Zhou Bingyue, praying that the multi-precious divine pearl could really save Zhou Bingyue. Put. A subtle sound rang out around them.
Lu Qingsong, who had just levitated and was only half a meter off the ground, stood with the tip of his blood-stained blade through his heart position and just appeared in front of Chu Luyuan.
What man? Chu Luyuan took a step back vigilantly.
The man drew out his long knife, and Lu Qingsong, who had been stabbed through the heart, had already lost the path to immortality, and his entire body collapsed helplessly to the ground. And the multi-precious divine bead in Chu Luyuan's hand lost all of its luster and divine power in an instant.
Xian. Xian. Cough. Lu Qingsong was lying on the ground, coughing out blood from his mouth.
He only felt that his breathing was getting more and more difficult. Not only was there no hope for his dream of ascending to immortality, but it would be difficult for him to even stay alive.
What a pain in the ass, almost got it. Brats just can't be relied on, thank goodness for my insurance policy.
A familiar voice came.
The person behind Lu Qingsong's back wiped the blood from the tip of his knife while walking over to Chu Luyuan.
Surprisingly, he was the first of the team to die.
Li Han. Chapter 103, The Scapegoat. Li Han? You're not dead? Chu Luyuan looked at the reappearing Li Han, and his entire body froze.
The guy who was clearly the first one in the group to die was just in front of him at the moment. And also personally killed the mastermind behind it, Lu Qingsong.
I die? If I die, who is there to be the last insurance policy?
Without me, I'm afraid this guy would have gotten it.
Li Han kicked the corpse on the ground and shrugged his shoulders with disinterest. Chu Luyuan tried to recall what happened before.
At that time, he and Zhou Bing language, reasoning results, all as Li Han suspected suicide.
Until he was found in a tree and put under the punishment of the Blood Eagle.
Because of the dense forest of Lamentable Mountain, only their line of people, all the others are well, that tree hanging on the dead, can only be Li Han.
No matter how unbelievable this result is, it can only be Li Han. How is this possible? If you're not dead at all, then who is that headless body hanging from the branch?
You should know that in the Morning Mountain line, there is only this group of us, and there are no corpses to complete the fake death replacement for you.
Chu Luyuan looked at Li Han and raised the unanswered questions in his mind.
It wasn't that he hadn't thought about the possibility of faking his death to replace such. It's just that in the whole Morning Mountain, there are only a few of them. There was simply no replacement at that time.
The decapitation was to prevent others from recognizing the face, but why rip out all the underarm ribs? The purpose of going to the trouble of doing the bleeding eagle's torture, what is it, to cover up? Li Han looked at Chu Luoyun's eyes and asked himself the question. Chu Luoyun faced his inquiry and felt enlightened in an instant. With a flash of light in his head, he realized something was wrong. It's to cover the flesh wings. So the body hanging from the tree at that time was not a human being, but the vile eagle. Chu Luoyun instantly thought of the monster that he had once encountered. The guy with blood-red pupils and fleshy wings sprouting from his armpits. After utilizing the monster to take the place of the dead, Li Han infiltrated the village and had been secretly observing all of them. Did you just say that your purpose in coming here was for a layer of insurance against Lu Qingsong's immortal ascension trickery? Who are you insuring for? Chu Luoyun looked at Li Han and asked the ultimate question. The person behind all this layout is Lu Qingsong. And behind Li Han, it was as if there was someone more powerful than Lu Qingsong, who had come specifically to stop Lu Qingsong from becoming immortal. If you guys really don't want Lu Qingsong to succeed, it wouldn't be better to just poke him directly. Why go through all the trouble of lurking? What about coming out and fixing things until they get out of hand? Chu Luoyun was very incomprehensible. Since Li Han had lurked into the village from the beginning, it meant that he already knew everything about the place. If you already know all about it, why don't you choose to make the first move, instead of waiting until things get out of hand? It's a very wasteful thing to directly destroy someone's layout. Wouldn't it be even more perfect if it were but a bureau of one's own, utilizing another's bureau? Li Han looked at Chu Luoyun with a smile on his face. Another bureau? Can it be that this place has other deeper conspiracies besides Lu Qingsong's observation of immortality bureau? Chu Luoyun looked at Li Han incredulously. This pass of Lu Qingsong's intentionality had already made Chu Luoyun feel deep in the mire. Is it hard to believe that there is a conspiracy behind this conspiracy? Of course, although Lu Qingsong's Immortal Formation Bureau has failed, your Bureau of God Formation has succeeded. Congratulations Chu Luoyun, welcome to the Badger Organization. Li Han looked at Chu Luoyun in front of him and revealed a very polite smile. His words caused Chu Luoyun to feel his heart flutter violently. How can you join the Badgers when you've just come back from the dead? We used Lu Qingsong's bureau to slip 2 people in there. Shin Smoking Pole, whose sign is the Shin Monkey, and Tan Lao, whose sign is the O-Pig. Now that the 2 are dead, and you were there, the 2 of them, therefore, have completed the last 2 hits of the Zodiac murder case for you. Li Han looked at Chu Luoyun in front of him and spoke the conspiracy behind the conspiracy. When Chu Luoyun heard this, his entire body froze. It was only at this moment that he finally reacted to why Jiang Ling had appeared under the ancient well. Why were the 2 bad old men, Tan Lao and Shen Smokepole, able to survive in the underground with so many monsters? Even the cunning and treacherous Wang Wu died before the 2 old men. The underlying reason for this was not because the 2 were overly strong or because they were lucky, but because Chu Luoyun had not yet appeared. Being the murderer and not yet present at the scene, then the deaths of Tan Lao and Shen Smokepole are meaningless. Good calculation, what a good calculation. I'm afraid Lu Qingsong wouldn't even dream of the fact that the layout he has been working so hard on has only served as a dowry for you guys. Chu Luoyun looked at Li Han in front of him and couldn't help but feel admiration for the Badger Organization. Riverbell was there to make sure that the prey couldn't die before the hunters arrived, and that the Badger Organization's plans could proceed steadily. And Li Han's presence was to prevent Lu Qingsong from succeeding. Each of the 2 men has a clear division of labor. Well, I guess you shouldn't have any other questions. After today's events, there are many things you will slowly realize. I'm at the Badger Organization, waiting for you to report for duty. Li Han rushed at Chu Luoyun and turned to leave. After he left, Chu Luoyun only felt that everything around him began to rotate in the sky. What had been a clear view began to blur. The tentacles and eyeballs on his body gradually disappeared. The humble houses became empty meadows, and all the gold and treasure on the ground turned to stone and deadwood. Many strange sights began to return to normal. It is the power of the view that is fading. Ha ha ha, get rich. I'm rich. The bruised Wang Wu was sitting in a pile of stones, one after another, stuffing dead wood and stones into his clothes. Zhou Bingyue, who had originally regained some vitality, once again turned into a cold corpse. Fortune. Getting rich. It's all treasure, all treasure. Wang Wu had gone completely insane. Chu Luoyun didn't have the heart to pay attention to him, he just took a step and arrived in front of Zhou Bingyue. The others might exist illusory, but for everything about Zhou Bingyue, Xu Luyun was unequivocally clear that it was all true. It was just that he didn't understand why Zhou Bingyue could say everything about him in Tao Yin. And it's like you've experienced it yourself. Xu Luyun's afterimage saw Zhou Bingyue's toes. The pinky on her left foot had been severed flush, and by the look of the bandaged wound, it would have been a short time ago that it was severed. Xu Luyun's head buzzed as if he had realized something. Bone-picking forest? A scapegoat? Chapter 104, The Legal Net is Wide Awake. Xu Luyun's heart was filled with being replaced by shock. Long ago, Meek Mountain had warned the crowd that a scapegoat had come out of the bone-chopping forest. Xu Luyun had suspected Wang Wu, suspected Tan Lao and Shen Smokepole, just not Zhou Bingyue. It was just that the truth and falsehood had now washed over Xu Luyun's brain. He really didn't care to tell the difference. Everything around them slowly returned to normal. Xu Luyun was lying on the damp barren grass like this, surrounded by all the dense woods and the mist with extremely low visibility. On the side was the maddened Wang Wu, constantly letting out loud laughter. With the two of them wanting to escape from the morning firmament mountain, it was simply a fool's errand. Ta-da-di-day. Strange sounds came from the air. Xu Luyun lay on the ground for 3 minutes before he finally realized that it wasn't an illusion. Is that the sound of a helicopter? Xu Luyun chanted suspiciously. He hastily fished his cell phone out of his pocket. As the environment disappeared, the signal, which had obviously been turned off, surprisingly returned to normal at that moment. The signal was back to normal, which meant that his location had been exposed. No good. Xu Luyun dabbed his head and stood up from the ground. Immediately afterward, the sound of dense footsteps resounded around them. Footsteps came from all directions, which caused a bitter smile to appear on Xu Luyun's face. Congratulations to the host, who has achieved the hidden achievement, Ultimate Serial Killer. Exempted from all sign-in tasks from now on. Final mission, open the door of the end. Reward, everything returns to its source. The familiar system voice came again in his head. When those words were finished, the system transformed into a golden orb that quietly sat in Xu Luyun's chest. The door of the end. There's that familiar name again. That's what the Badger organization has been trying to accomplish. And it is not difficult to understand that the return of all things to their original form is the return of things to their original form. What a tantalizing reward for getting things back to the way they were. Xu Luyun, put your hands up. You're surrounded. Put your hands up. A shout came from all around, followed by the sound of bullets being loaded. Xu Luyun stood on the grass and slowly raised his hands. In that instant, countless red dots locked onto Xu Luyun's brow. But if he made any sudden move, the group of heavily armed men would not hesitate to pull the trigger. He's now a serial killer who's committed over a dozen murders. The difference between being caught alive and being caught dead for committing such a felony is no longer significant. Put your hands behind your head and slowly get on the ground. Show us your hands. The sound of horns shouting kept coming from outside. More and more armed men were appearing around them, and helicopters were circling in the sky. Xu Luyun already had no way to escape, and the only path in front of him was to surrender. Being pointed at by countless gun muzzles, Xu Luyun instead felt unprecedentedly at ease. At the very least he doesn't have to run around in fear anymore. After the 7 or 8 people approached, they put handcuffs and shackles on Xu Luyun, and even put on a mask. Someone in the back brought in the retractor straps and made a heavy binding of Xu Luyun's limbs once again. Within moments, he was tied into a dumpling. Carried by 4 men, he was taken into a helicopter. The suspect in the Zodiac serial murder case, the ultimate fiend that shrouds the skies of Qingyang City, has finally been caught. The news quickly shot to the top of the charts. Really caught it? You didn't get teased this time? It can't be fake news. Can Xu Luyun be caught that easily? Morning Mountain? Good man, this dude is good enough to run. Oh my god, the net is finally down, and those victims can finally rest in peace. This whole thing is a sensation all over the internet, to say the least. Everyone went from skepticism to shock and eventually to joy. They all waited with bated breath for the Qingyang police to report on the incident. And within the Qingyang police station, there was also a lot of laughter. Xu Luyun had tossed them around, and now that they were finally caught in the net, it was a great joy for everyone. Especially for Li Shui's major crimes unit. Great, finally got this guy. The shame of our Qingyang police department can finally be washed away. Zhao Huai sat in front of his desk, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. His conflict with Chu Luyun was not just between criminals and police officers. Between the two, there is also quite a bit of what is a personal vendetta. Although Chu Luyun has been caught, the case cannot be closed. It has already stirred up a lot of public opinion before, this time it must be investigated properly, there can never be any wrongful convictions. Li Shue's mind still remained clear. Her hatred for Chu Luyun wasn't any less than Zhao Huai's. Previously in the water droplet killing crime, Chu Luyun was completely teasing her like a clown. She even brought Chu Luyun to her home for dinner. This kind of shame, Li Shue will never forget in her life. Han Feng, strengthen all the defenses of the police station, especially Chu Luyun, make sure to keep a close watch on him. Li Shue looked at the captain on the side and opened her mouth to instruct with a grave expression. After Chu Luyun was sent over, the first thing that happened was that he was put in solitary confinement. Not only are they bound and immobile, but they are also guarded by 10 armed guards with guns. 6 monitors are monitored 24 hours a day in all directions. Even if it was a fly, there was no way to cross the guards and make secret contact with Chu Luyun. Nonetheless, Li Shue didn't dare to let her guard down. After all, this was Chu Luyun, a super criminal who had performed miracles under the noses of the police countless times. Don't worry, team leader Li, even if he, Chu Luyun, turns into a fly, I won't let him fly out of the Qingyang police station. Han Feng patted his chest and reassured him. In order to be able to better guard Chu Luyun, he even moved his bunk to the police station. Until the truth came out, he would not take half a step away from Chu Luyun. Let's go and meet this old acquaintance of ours. Li Shue got up and led the way outside the conference room. Han Feng and the others were following behind. The room leading to the room where Chu Luyun was being guarded was separated by a triple iron door. Each of the heavy iron gates was guarded by 2 men with real guns. To get through the triple iron gate, you need 3 consecutive verifications of identity, facial recognition, fingerprints, and a password. Even core members of the task force like Li Shue, Han Feng, and Zhao Huai who wanted to see Chu Luyun went through a full 10 minutes of screening. After all the checks were confirmed to be correct, the 3 of them finally sat across from Chu Luyun. Through a layer of bulletproof glass, Chu Luyun's body was bound, and his entire body was just fixed to the wall. Upon seeing Li Shue's first glance, Chu Luyun revealed a smile. It's like reuniting with a friend you haven't seen in a long time. Long time no see, team leader Li. Chapter 105, A Serious Challenge. Chu Luyun just gave a normal greeting, but it caused Li Shue's brows to furrow. How could he know that the last time, he had hospitalized Li Shue for a week? Under such a premise, Chu Luyun's friendly greeting was more like a provocation. We found 5 corpses in the Morning Mountain, 2 of which had the genus of the 100 Days dog and the Ohio pig. You've completed the Zodiac murder case, it's time to explain the motive and the process of the crime, isn't it? Li Shue just stared coldly at Chu Luyun and turned on the recording device on the side. The entire Qingyang city, and even the whole country, knew that Chu Luyun was a suspect in the Zodiac murder case. The purpose of his crime was to kill 12 innocent people in the order of the 12 signs of the Zodiac. Although the Qingyang police have now arrested him. But he had already accomplished that appalling murderous plan. This is a great shame for the police department. I have nothing to account for, and as usual, I haven't killed anyone. This is not the truth as you see it. Chu Luyun couldn't move his body and could only barely shake his sore neck. Listen to his words. Zhao Huai's face was incredibly red, and the anger in his chest caused him to slap the table. Things have come to this, and you're still sophomoric. If you're not a murderer, then what do we have you for? Zhao Huai was furious. According to his thoughts, he should have immediately pulled Chu Luyun out and shot him. Listening to his words, Chu Luyun's face could not help but reveal a trace of contempt. What is it, Agent Cho? Are you still going to force a guilty conscience on me, as you did before? Why I was brought here is a question you should answer, not me. Chu Luyun was not at all convinced. Understand it from a normal perspective. In a place like Morning Mountain, everyone died and only Chu Luyun survived. Coupled with previous case after case, Chu Luyun had long since jumped into the Yellow River and couldn't wash himself away. But even if the entire world believed that Chu Luyun was the murderer, then substantial evidence would have to be produced. Chu Luyun, like you, we all want to investigate the truth. You don't have to be resistant to us, don't you want to find the truth? Li Shue was still sort of keeping her head in sanity. Spending time with Chu Luyun like this would not be beneficial to anyone.
Although there was no trial, but having been imprisoned here all this time, that Chu Luyun was no different from being sentenced to life imprisonment.
And the Qingyang Police Department, too, needs to give an account to the nation.
Looking at Li Shui's sincere eyes, Chu Luyun's heart also loosened somewhat.
If I tell the truth, I'm afraid you won't be able to accept it. Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui in front of him and faintly recited.
After all, some of what he's been through is just too much light.
As far as the Qingyang Police Department is concerned, they don't even know that badgers exist.
Don't worry, this case has been permeated with so much weirdness to this day. Everyone's goal is to solve the case, and we'll do our best to understand what you're talking about. Li Shui spoke first to give Chu Luyun a peace of mind. She turned her head and instructed everyone not to interrupt during Chu Luyun's speech, recording the entire time.
Can you untie me and get me a glass of water? Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui and let out a request.
After a few moments of contemplation, Li Shui nodded. Now that this place was a brick wall, even if Chu Luyun was given 10 pairs of wings, he would not be able to escape. Chu Luyun sat on the chair wearing handcuffs and shackles. This special chair had already been charged, and as long as Chu Luyun left the chair, it would instantly release voltage and stun him. Chu Luyun took a sip of warm water and began to narrate everything. Sure. About the system and superpowers, he still hid all of them. After all, it was too unreal.
Until the sun set, Chu Luyun spoke for 4 whole hours.
The three of them, Li Shui, who were sitting on the opposite side of the room, were dumbfounded.
Is what he said true?
Li Shui turned her head to the recorder on the sidelines. During the period when Chu Luyun was speaking, his pulse was all being monitored in real time. As long as Chu Luyun lied, the waveform on the instrument would change. The person in charge of recording, however, nodded at Li Shui.
Zhao Huai, who was on the side, scratched his head and couldn't bear it anymore. It's bull, it's just bull.
What badger organization, what 12 divine generals, what final gate? A serial murder case that involves the Ming dynasty is nonsense.
Zhao Huai looked at Chu Luyun in front of him.
The stereotypes in his mind simply did not allow him to believe Chu Luyun's words. Even Li Shui and the others were frowning.
That's all I know, and it's up to you to believe it or not, and how you go about seeking proof. I've finished my statement. Chu Luyun drank all the tea in his cup.
He didn't really care if the crowd in front of him believed it or not, he just felt a lot lighter in his heart when he said everything out loud. 4 hours of information infusion made Li Shui and the others somewhat slowed down for a long time.
That's enough for today for now. We'll continue this conversation tomorrow.
Li Shui left such a sentence, and the three of them got up with the intention of leaving.
Chu Luyun looked at the trio's backs and finally chose to speak.
I know you guys don't believe what I'm saying, and now that I've completed the Zodiac sacrifice, the next person will appear soon. The Zodiac murders will not end with my arrest. Chu Luyun rushed at the trio's backs to utter his final words. But no one of them turned around, they just gradually disappeared into Chu Luyun's field of vision.
It's just nonsense, Team Leader Li, you wouldn't believe that kind of crap, would you?
Zhao Huai looked at Li Shui and Han Feng, who didn't say a word. His purpose was simple, and that was to complete Chu Luyun's trial as soon as possible.
Only if Chu Luyun was ambushed could he prove his innocence.
After all, Chu Luyun could have said that Zhao Huai's arrest of him had the suspicion of forcing a charge. There's no rush, he's caught now and we need to know more details about what happened. This is not an unusual little case, there are too many people watching us, we must be careful. Li Shui dropped such a sentence and returned to her office on her own. In the middle of the closed room at the moment, Chu Luyun sat on the simple iron frame bed, and the thousands of thoughts in his mind began to gather. He looked up slightly at the darkened ceiling. There was silence all around. But Chu Luyun's heart knew that a new storm was coming.
A new round of carnage is about to begin. Qingyang Police Department, your bigger challenge is coming soon.
Chapter 106, Begging Me to Get Out of Prison. By the time the crowd had left, the lights outside had dimmed. Chu Luyun lay on the bed and closed his eyes. Just because he's been arrested doesn't mean he's resigned to it. A secluded place, and the whole person is better able to fall into contemplation. After experiencing the trip to Morning Mountain, the biggest doubt in his mind was what the door of the end was. The golden blob that the system and the body turned into was more of a key. Is everyone in the Badger organization for the endgame, and is there a little golden orb in their bodies that is conjured up by the system? And the 3 powers of creation that Flesh Mountain spoke of, how did that relate to what was going on behind the scenes? The thing that caused Chu Luyun to feel most puzzled was the existence of Zhou Bingyue.
Thinking about it nowadays, the special feelings he developed for Zhou Bingyue were all sort of a mystery. On her deathbed, why was Zhou Bingyi able to tell the story of Tao Yanran's love for him? Is it hard to believe that in this world, there exists something like soul possession? Chu Luyun couldn't help but chant. At that time, that state of Zhou Bingyue, as if her soul was Tao Yanran's, could even make Chu Luyun lose his mind. It's just too bizarre to think about in retrospect. Things are getting complicated. Looks like it's not just the Qingyang Police Department that's having a headache this time. Chu Luyun sighed leisurely. He used to be a fugitive from justice, so the headache was the Qingyang Police Station. But now that he's in, the case outside is out of his hands. The mind is full of thoughts. After lying on the bed for a while, fatigue hit like a tidal wave. Inside the conference room. Team Leaderly, I think that for Chu Luyun, we should be quick on the uptake. The citizens of Qingyang are waiting for us to deal with them. Zhao Huai sat down at the table and gave his opinion. Only when the officials pronounced Chu Luyun's guilt would he be able to redeem his lost reputation. Agent Zhao, we're not off duty this late to take personal revenge for you. The citizens of Xinjiang don't just want an explanation, they want the truth, the real truth. Things have been all over the city, do not come up with some practical evidence, a light sentence guilty, you think tens of thousands of netizens can buy it? When Li Shui looked at Zhao Huai, she really didn't give any good face. If he had investigated properly at that time, instead of rushing to a conclusion, perhaps everything in front of him would not have happened. The crowd at the scene was silent. Chu Luyun made a big mess and everyone was in danger. The whole country knows him as the Zodiac murderer. And the Qingyang police finally went to great lengths to capture him, but now the hardest thing is that it is impossible to convict him, which really makes people feel a bit ridiculous. A well-known murderous maniac whom the police were unable to convict. No matter what, Chu Luyun can never be released. Whether it's 5 years, or 10 years, or 20 years. Before the truth is revealed, my Qingyang Police Department shall not release Chu Luyun even in the face of even greater public opinion. Li Shui gave an order in public that did not comply with the regulations. The coroner didn't know if Chu Luyun was the real culprit or not. But the only thing that was certain was that all of these deaths were inextricably linked to Chu Luyun. Letting him out will definitely wreak havoc again. Team Leaderly, in fact, you don't need to be overly anxious. Didn't Chu Luyun say that even if he was arrested, the murders would continue to happen? If things are really as he says, it's not too late for us to think long and hard about it. Han Feng sat to the side and slowly spoke, attempting to ease the heavy atmosphere. But his words not only didn't make Li Shui's brows relax, instead a hint of anger surfaced. You mean, wait until a few more innocent people die, and then we, the police, can open a discussion of plans? No wonder Chu Luyun said that we're a bunch of straw men, I think he's absolutely right. As a member of the police department, instead of preventing danger before it occurs, he waits here for a murder to occur before making a move. I don't think we should be a task force either, let's go be a body collection team. Li Shui's voice resounded throughout the corridor, and her angry growl caused everyone present to be shocked at the bottom of their hearts. This anger had been suppressed by Li Shui for I don't know how long. There are just too many comments on the internet about the Qingyang Police Department. Many netizens have sharply commented that their Qingyang police station is not good at solving crimes, but is most adept at collecting corpses, so they can consider establishing a cooperative relationship with crematoriums. In order not to affect the task force's enthusiasm for the case, she had been restraining herself until today. When she arrested Chu Luyun and brought him to justice, she could no longer restrain herself. Team Leaderly, you calm down, calm down. At the very least, we've caught Chu Luyun now, so we can, temporarily, give the citizens a small explanation. Han Feng hurriedly stepped forward to be a peacemaker. It's not really their fault for not doing anything about it. Chu Luyun's case is definitely a bizarre unsolved case that the Qingyang Police Department, and indeed the entire nation's police department, has never encountered before. Whoever is here will have to wait and see what happens when confronted with this kind of murder. The meeting went on until the early hours of the morning before everyone finally left without a fight. In the end, only Han Feng and Li Shui were left behind. Team Leaderly, what's wrong with you today? Catching Chu Luyun is a great joy for everyone. Everyone has been so stressed out lately, you really shouldn't have gotten so mad. At that moment, there were only the two of them in the conference room, and Han Feng lit a cigarette and began to talk to Li Shui about what was on his mind. Alas, how could I not know? Li Shui sighed heavily and rubbed her distended forehead. Now that Chu Luyun had been arrested and brought to justice, but the stone hanging in her heart was slow to fall. Especially after Chu Luyun said those words today. An even bigger stone weighed heavily on her heart. Maybe it's like what Chu Luyun said, these cases, they were never meant to be touched by us. Li Shui looked out the window at the snow and let out a sigh. There was indeed nothing she could do now but be anxious, fearful, and impatient. If a murder still occurred after Chu Luyun's arrest, she really didn't know what to do. Early morning. The snow and wind outside the house not only didn't stop, but intensified. The snow on the ground was over 5 centimeters, which counted as the biggest snowfall in recent years. Chu Luyun slowly sat up from the bed and stretched a great deal. Han Feng carried his breakfast and handed it to Chu Luyun through the window. Yoo-hoo, there's eggs in this breakfast, it's so good, if I'd known that I'd eat and sleep well here, I'd have turned myself in early. Chu Luyun feasted on the food and even opened his mouth to tease with a smile. Han Feng looked at him in this manner, but he didn't give him any good looks. First time I've ever seen a serial killer on his deathbed and still have the heart to joke about it. Chu Luyun, have you ever thought that if you were convicted, you would be directly sentenced to death with immediate execution? You still have the heart to eat it? Han Feng couldn't help but open his mouth to attack as he watched Chu Luyun enjoying his food. In the face of such words, Chu Luyun merely smiled faintly at Han Feng. I am worth far more alive than dead. In less than 3 days, you'll be begging to get out. Do you believe it? Chapter 107, Top Criminals. Chu Luyun ate the meal in his bowl and chatted with Han Feng as if he were joking. However, his words quickly made Han Feng show disdain. How much effort did the Qingyang Police Department go through to bring him to justice and beg him to get out? Not to mention that the people in the police department would not agree, even the netizens of Qingyang City and the whole country would not agree. If we let him out, why all these layers of defense? You don't believe me, do you? Why don't you and I make a bet on a box of cigarettes? Chu Luyun wiped his mouth and looked at Han Feng with a smile. At this very moment, Zhao Huai also happened to walk in from outside. When he learned that Han Feng was betting against Chu Luyun, his face was even more filled with disdain. I think this kid has killed too many people and killed his way out of schizophrenia. Want to get out? Unless you are sent to the execution ground, you won't be able to leave the cell even one step. Zhao Huai looked at Chu Luyun with hatred in his eyes. With that expression, he hated to let him be the one to carry out the execution and personally send Chu Luyun on his way. Looking at the two people in front of him, Chu Luyun was even more interested. Tell you what, if I win, Captain Han will buy me a box of cigarettes, and Agent Zhao will be responsible for lighting my cigarettes. If I lose, I'll immediately admit that I committed all the cases and let you close them as soon as possible, how about that? Chu Luyun had a cynical smile on his face. The two of them also did not expect Chu Luyun to play so big. It's important to realize that the Zodiac murders were not only a dozen names, but they were also egregious and impactful. In this kind of case, as long as Chu Luyun pleads guilty, he can be pulled out for execution the following day. For a carton of cigarettes, he went so far as to put his life on the line. I really don't know if it's confidence or just stupidity. Yeah. Then we have a deal, I'll only give you 3 days. When the time comes, I'll be sure to see you off in person. Zhao Huai didn't even wait for Han Feng to speak and was the first to open his mouth to agree. He wanted Chu Luyun to confess to the crime too much. Last night, he was even reprimanded by Li Shui for saying this in the meeting. As a result, he didn't expect that Chu Luyun would actually bring it up on his own now. How could he not agree to such a good thing? Using a pack of cigarettes to bet on Chu Luyun's life, there was simply no better deal than this. Good. Then we have a deal, haha. You're all from the police department, so you must do what you say you're going to do, or else I, a fugitive, will look down on you. Chu Luyun smiled and reminded a sentence. He knew in his heart that the Zodiac killings were bound to continue and that the Badger organization would not stop. Many of the previous hits were not counted. Now he, Chu Luyun, had made the Zodiac case known to everyone. So as soon as the Badger organization strikes, it will be noticed. Within 3 days, they're bound to strike. The next few days, Chu Luyun was the one who received inquiries every day, and they were probably all the same soup for soup questions. He's nothing like other murderers. In the cell can be said to eat and sleep well, is not still able to cheat a few cigarettes from the hands of Li Shui. It's been a great life. It's so much better than the escapist, runaway life out there. 3 days later, Zhao Huai hummed a little song as he walked on his way to the police station. Chu Luyun, I hope your kid can keep his words. Zhao Huai was in a very good mood.
In these 3 days, it can be said that the wind and waves are calm, and all the voices on the network are denouncing Chu Luyun.
The vast majority of netizens were crying out for Chu Luyun to be sentenced to death immediately. Today is the 3rd day of a bet he has won. As long as Chu Luyun nodded and confessed, then everything would go down in the direction Zhao Huai wanted.
Hello? This is Zhao Huai, what can I do for you? Oh, emergency meeting huh, I'll be right there, 3 minutes tops. Zhao Huai received a call from the police station and couldn't help but speed up his pace. Today happened to be the 3rd day, and there was something vaguely disturbing in his mind.
Inside the conference room,
Zhao Huai arrived late and hurriedly took his seat. At this moment the conference room was already overcrowded, the entire police department's dignified characters, all sitting here. Li Shue's face was grim, and it looked like she hadn't slept all night.
What happened? Can it be that Chu Luyun ran away? Zhao Huai looked at the crowd and couldn't help but reach out and pat his head.
Seeing how everyone had this look of concentration, other than Chu Luyun escaping, he couldn't think of anything else that could have happened. Li Shue sighed and slowly stood up from her chair.
Everything is just as Chu Luyun said, the Zodiac murder case has reappeared.
Just yesterday on a wintry night, right here in our neighboring city of Qingyang, Boyun. Li Shue really didn't want to believe it was true. But eventually, the facts of what happened were told. When the people present heard this news, they were all talking to each other, and Zhao Huai was even more at a loss as if he was struck by thunder, not knowing what to do.
No way, that's impossible. Team leader Li, is there a mistake somewhere, or is it just a coincidence? We can't have a murder and we'll conclude him as a Zodiac case. Zhao Huai had trouble believing it and kept bringing up other possibilities.
Li Shue sniffed and just shook her head bitterly. Believe me, I don't want this to be true any more than any of you do. Li Shue said this very sincerely.
What can it only prove when the murderer is caught and the murders continue? The internet is a mess these days.
She was the leader of the task force and all the pressure was piled on her. The murderers have been caught, but the Zodiac case continues. And it happened on the 3rd day of the killer's fall.
Did the Qingyang police department make the wrong arrest or did something go wrong with the case? Chu Luyun, who had been stuffed into the cell with great difficulty, would continue to be imprisoned, or would he be acquitted? If it is to remain in custody, what reason is to be used? If it's an acquittal, is that good enough for the people? If Chu Luyun was truly acquitted, then more than half of the officers in the Qingyang police station would be afraid that they would resign because they couldn't accept it. This can't be. There must be a mistake somewhere, there must be a mistake somewhere. Zhao Huai still had his heart in the right place, while Li Shue was directly opening the projector behind him. Above the curtain, 5 dead men appeared. The murderer we're facing this time is 100 times trickier than Chu Luyun, killing 5 people in a row in one night. The coroner has verified the identities of the deceased and the time of death, after arranging the order. Exactly Z-Rat, Ugly Ox, Yin Tiger, Mao Rabbit, Cinnabar Dragon. Is it a Zodiac murder case? Do I need to explain it to you? Li Shue's words were very calm. Fate is the fact that this report produced by the coroner is nailing the nature of the case. Li Shue slowly bent over and braced her hands on the conference room table. Gentlemen, 5 kills in a row in a night of wind and snow. We're facing a man who was even more ferocious and cunning than Chu Luyun, a top criminal. Chapter 108, The Sleuth Lights His Cigarette. One wintry night, 5 fresh lives. Especially at this critical juncture where Chu Luyun had just been captured. The other party was clearly a super murderer who was even more arrogant than Chu Luyun. The task force has sent people to the scene and nothing has been investigated. None of the 5 men's deaths have been deciphered so far. Even we don't know where to start. Li Shue looked at the crowd present, and her words were filled with difficulty. This time the case is tricky. Even the decades-long veteran agents of the task force could only shake their heads and sigh. This kind of case, unless it is done with the help of ghosts and gods, an ordinary person, it is absolutely impossible to accomplish. That was the answer the old agent finally gave. Han Feng sat at the table, smoking cigarette after cigarette, his face full of melancholy. Li Shue quickly realized that something was wrong with him. Captain Han, do you have anything to say about these cases? Li Shue looked at Han Feng and opened her mouth to inquire. Han Feng raised his head to meet Li Shue's eyes, tangled for a while before extinguishing the cigarette in his hand. Team leader Li, there's something I think I'd better say. We met Chu Lu-yun a few days ago, and he said that there will definitely be another Zodiac murder within 3 days. Nowadays things, it seems like they're really going in the direction he said. Han Feng told Li Shui all about his conversation with Chu Lu-yun. For that bet, it really gave Li Shui a lot of inspiration. Chu Lu-yun, as a suspect in the last Zodiac murder case, was definitely much better than them at solving cases. Moreover, the last water droplet murder case was only detected so quickly because of Chu Lu-yun's participation. If the two sides could reach cooperation and work together to catch the real culprits, it might work wonders. Go see Chu Lu-yun. Li Shui gave the order and got up to leave the conference room. Zhao Huai and Han Feng and the others were even close behind. Before leaving, Han Feng even shouted for someone to buy a box of good cigarettes over. A few people passed through the heavy iron doors and finally saw Chu Lu-yun in the cell. At this moment, Chu Lu-yun was sitting on the edge of the bed, not knowing what he was pondering. Chu Lu-yun, there was another Zodiac tragedy in Boyun City. The murderer killed 5 people, all by your words. Li Shui looked at Chu Lu-yun and directly opened the door without a bit of bending. Hearing her words, Chu Lu-yun's face did not have the slightest shock. He just nodded and shrugged. Since there's been a murder, you guys should hurry up and investigate. What are you looking for me for? I've been in custody for the past few days, so I can't still say I committed the crime, can I? Chu Lu-yun spread his palms, and there was some sarcasm in his words. His words caused Li Shui to lower her head in some embarrassment. The murderer was caught and the case continues. This was simply a disgrace to the Qingyang Police Department, and with all the rumors on the internet, Li Shui didn't even have the courage to go through them. I hope you can assist us in our approach to apprehend the real murderer. Li Shui opened her mouth and voiced her request. And Chu Lu-yun raised his cuffed hands and kicked the shackles on his ankles. Investigating cases is your police department's business, not mine as a fugitive. Chu Lu-yun began to take a stance at this time. Though he had every intention of helping, he couldn't appear to be overly proactive. If they were taken by these guys and lost the initiative, it was bound to not go too smoothly during the rest of the investigation. Let's say it's me, Li Shui, who's requesting you. Catching the murderer will benefit both you and me, as long as you promise, the Qingyang police station can fully cooperate with you. Li Shui is all about the case. As long as she could get the case solved, she didn't care about bowing down to Chu Lu-yun. Moreover, Chu Lu-yun's reasoning ability was evident to them. Okay, I need you guys to let me out and take me to the crime scene. Paper is ultimately empty, I had to be there. When Chu Lu-yun made his first request, it caused Li Shui to frown. Everyone knows he's scheming. He has repeatedly escaped from the eyes of the police, and if something happens this time, it will be much harder to catch him again. Zhao Huai, who was on the side, clenched his fists and grabbed Li Shui before she could speak. No way. Can't promise this guy. If the case isn't solved and he slips away, the consequences will be unimaginable. Zhao Huai had always been hostile to Chu Lu-yun, and he was naturally the first to object to such conditions. Listening to his words, Chu Lu-yun also sighed with a feigned helplessness. Then there's nothing to be done. Without even this most basic bit of trust, what is there to talk about cooperation? You'd better do your own investigating, I'm going to catch up on my sleep. Chu Lu-yun laid back on the bed and squinted his eyes before preparing to sleep. Looking at his dangling appearance, Li Shui couldn't help but grimace. Now their situation with Chu Lu-yun had been completely reversed. The longer Chu Lu-yun was locked up, the more public pressure there would be outside. With the delay in getting the results, there is no way for the Qingyang police station to deliver. Yes, I promise. Li Shui agreed directly despite the opposition of the crowd. Zhao Huai and Han Feng turned their heads to look at Li Shui with surprise in their eyes. You can be released, but the handcuffs and shackles can't be loosened. And you're not allowed to go more than 3 meters away from me. Li Shui also sort of came to an appointment with Chu Lu-yun. Seeing that he had already accomplished his purpose, Chu Lu-yun also nodded his head in agreement. After all, he was still a fugitive from justice and someone else had gone to great lengths to capture him. A full return to freedom is also a bit unlikely. Release. Li Shui gave the order. A heavy iron door just opened. Wearing handcuffs and leg irons, Chu Lu-yun just took a step away from the cell. Be careful, I applied for a sidearm for your sake. If you move in a crooked way, I will really strike you down. Li Shui warned Chu Lu-yun in a low voice, and specially patted her waist. Under the crowd, Chu Lu-yun just left the police station and arrived at the door. Outside the Qingyang police station today, there are circles and circles of reporters and netizens. Seeing Chu Luyun appear, everyone was all excited.
While facing the boiling crowd, Chu Luyun turned his head toward Han Feng and Zhao Huai.
I say, you two, you haven't forgotten about the bet, have you? Are all of you from the Qingyang Police Department so playful? Chu Luyun let out a taunt.
Han Feng took out the cigarettes he had bought long ago and pushed one against Chu Luyun's mouth. Zhao Huai, who was on the side, also took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for Chu Luyun.
Right here in plain sight.
Top fugitive Chu Luyun not only appeared in broad daylight, but also police officers personally handed cigarettes and lit fires.
Chu Luyun took a sharp breath and slowly exhaled the smoke. Yes. Chapter 109, Murder on a Snowy Night. Team Leader Lee, could you please explain why the murderer has been apprehended, but the murders are still going on? Team Leader Lee, is Chu Luyun the real murderer or not? Have the police investigated clearly? Team Leader Lee, may I ask what your purpose is in bringing Chu Luyun out now? Are you planning to acquit him? Team Leader Lee, please answer the question positively. Team Leader Lee. Numerous reporters came forward and had surrounded the Qingyang police station.
The many questions that came out of their mouths were like one bullet after another, mercilessly shooting at Li Shui. Li Shui just lowered her head and kept greeting the manpower to clear a path.
But these reporters will not let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, all desperately crowded up. Team Leader Lee, we're live, please answer the question positively. Team Leader Lee, do you have something difficult to say? One tricky question after another kept coming.
Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, Chu Luyun extinguished the cigarette in his hand and stood out.
Guys and gals, listen to me haha.
As for the Snowy Night murder case, we have only just received the news, and I will assist the task force in solving the case and apprehending the real murderer.
With the real culprit in the net, I'm willing to accept all investigations from the Qingyang Police Department.
When Chu Luyun said this, he even raised his handcuffed hands. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun and directly signaled the people on the side to press him into the police car.
It sounded like Chu Luyun was speaking for the Qingyang Police Department.
But in reality, the words were consistently pulling goodwill to himself.
If we let him continue, Chu Luyun would almost become a good citizen.
Get out of the way, all of you. If you don't get out of the way, you're mobbing and obstructing law enforcement. The case alone was enough of a headache for Li Shui. She didn't have time to report back to these reporters.
After lighting up the siren, there was a yell to the outside.
When those reporters heard this, naturally they were all honest.
They don't want to really get caught in it.
The car was finally able to move freely and wended its way to the crime scene.
Briefly, what is the case this time?
Chu Luyun sat in the back seat, so he reached out and asked Li Shui for the case information. With that light-hearted look, those who didn't know would have thought he was a sleuth hired by the police. The 5 victims of the case, all of whom died in a black cubicle in the countryside, were all killed in a closed room. The interval between deaths was not more than an hour, and all of them died on the stormy night of last night.
Li Shui succinctly elaborated to Chu Luyun what happened last night. Hearing her words and looking over the information in his hand, Chu Luyun's brows couldn't help but wrinkle. He looked at Li Shui with some disbelief. Are you saying that the killer created 5 closet murders in one night and left no trace?
As a deduction writer, Chu Luyun had seen a lot when it came to trickery. But it was the first time he'd heard of such a bombastic case.
The perpetrator, an absolute genius at subterfuge. And this was all done under Stormy Mountain.
In the snow, there are only the footprints of the 5 victims who traveled to the cube, not those of the murderer who traveled there, much less those of the murderer who left. Another comment from Li Shui pushed the case to the highest level of difficulty.
Stormy Hills made the case. It's a technical term. The cube pavilion stands in a wilderness, surrounded by plains and covered in snow. Whether traveling to or from, you are bound to leave footprints. There are only footprints of the 5 victims, so how did the killer get to the cube and how did he leave? This is certainly making the case more confusing.
This case is even more unbelievable than the ones that happened before you. When you arrive you'll realize that even if the murderer had the ability to fly, he would never be able to pull off the crime. Li Shui rubbed her forehead, no longer interested in continuing.
Chu Luyun flipped through the information in his hands and fell into leaving contemplation. Could the murderer have hidden in the pavilion early in the morning and then not left even after the murder, but hid?
You know that in a number of cases, there is a ruse where the murderer hides at the scene after committing the crime.
Chu Luyun opened his mouth to give an inquiry.
A number of murderers will even hide at the scene for tens of days after the crime has been committed in order to complete the murder. And this possibility had long occurred to Li Shui. She shook her head slowly.
That's absolutely impossible. The cube pavilion looks like a square from the outside.
There are only 3 floors in the pavilion, and there are 4 rooms at the corners of each floor, and we've checked them all, and there's no sign of the killer.
Li Shui had dismissed all simple speculation. Things are getting more complicated. Interesting.
I can't wait to see a crime scene like this. Chu Luyun closed the information, his heart filled with anticipation. After all the light and darkness, it's finally time to savor the charm of Benjamin's reasoning once again. There was no supernatural ability, just splicing shenanigans to accomplish the unbelievable.
Chu Luyun only felt that the reasoning factor in his body was being released.
The car was traveling for a long time.
It finally stopped above a snowy plain. Chu Luyun slowly stepped out of the car and saw the building called Black Cube Pavilion from afar.
It was a black square building that sat on top of a clean white snowfield, like a black box.
On the road to the cube, 2 yellow police lines were drawn, and within them were 5 rows of footprints heading for the cube.
Chu Luyun followed the footprints to the cubic pavilion, and he had been observing them all along the way. From the far end all the way to the cubicle, the footprints went from dark to light.
On the verge of arriving at the entrance to the cube, those footprints were even shallow enough to be somewhat unnoticeable. Interesting, why would the footprints be one step shallower than the next when there is no change in weight? It's something to think about. Chu Luyun paid attention to the clues.
As he spoke, he had arrived before the black cube pavilion. Looking at the black square in front of him, he fell back on it. After all, who builds a house and changes it to look like this, like a box, and it doesn't look too auspicious?
You said this building, it's a square with 3 floors inside and only 4 rooms on each floor, right?
That's right, there's an elevator in the center of the house for access to each floor. Li Shui responded to Chu Luyun's words, informing him of all the known conditions as much as possible. Within Chu Luyun's brain, he began to construct the model of the black house.
Don't you think this house is kind of like a Rubik's Cube?
Chu Luyun's mere words caused Li Shui to be somewhat surprised.
Solving a case is solving a case. Does it have anything to do with what the house looks like?
Seeing the lack of understanding in the eyes of several people, Chu Luyun once again lit a cigarette. Among the many murderous subterfuges, there is one that will kill by architecturally devising the impossible.
We call it architectural shenanigans. Chapter 110, Half a Footprint. Architectural shenanigans?
It was the first time Li Shui had heard this name, and she somewhat didn't quite understand it.
Zhao Huai, on the other hand, revealed a disdainful expression, believing that Chu Luyun was merely pretending. Come on, let's just enter this black box and see what's inside.
After Chu Luyun said this, he took the first step into the cubic pavilion.
Just after walking into it, it was pitch black. This place is more like a coffin than a building.
Because all around is pitch black, not even a window, completely closed square.
Let's go ahead and solve the case, take me to the Sabrat case first. Chu Luyun signaled Li Shui.
Li Shui also pressed open the elevator, and several people walked in. The elevator wasn't very big and there was a monitor overhead. There is surveillance in this elevator, we investigated the surveillance and no one else has ridden the elevator other than the 5 deceased.
That means the murderers' up and down passages were not in an elevator.
By the way, as a reminder, there are no stairs in this place, and the only way to get in and out or upstairs and downstairs is by elevator. Li Shui looked at that camera and once again explained a sentence for Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun, who heard this, frowned slightly. Like Li Shui said before, there were no stairs to navigate, the surveillance in the elevator was on 24/7, and there was no line for the killer to ride. If you want to accomplish these murderous tricks, I'm afraid that flying has really become the most basic requirement.
Go! A few people came to the 3rd floor in the blink of an eye. The first case occurred in the room in the northeast corner, follow me. It's also a completely airtight room with the door unlocked from the inside. It's an absolute chamber.
After Li Shui said this, she pushed open the door to her room.
A strong smell of blood hit the air.
The scene within the room directly caused Chu Luyun's brain to jolt. The room, which was only 50 meters or so, was covered in bloody footprints. The door to this room can only be unlocked from the inside, and the deceased is the only person in the house. Li Shui introduced the case for Chu Luyun.
The body is not moving at the moment. It can be easily seen that the deceased was a middle-aged woman. She was barefoot and her blood had coagulated from the multiple wounds on her body. The most horrifying thing is the eyes that have been gouged out. The coroner's preliminary ruling is that the victim died of blood loss. The bloody footprints on the ground have been compared and all of them are left by the deceased. We analyzed that the deceased was first knocked out before he was born, brought to this room, had his eyes gouged out, and had cut wounds on multiple parts of his body. After waking up, he began to feel his way around the room for a way to survive, but he eventually bled out and died. Li Shui spelled out their initial conclusions. And Chu Luyun didn't strike up a conversation when he heard this. After all, anyone who has grown a brain can analyze these things and it's pretty obvious. The real crux of the problem is this door to the room that can only be unlocked from the inside. How did the killer leave the room after unlocking the door and finishing everything? Chu Luyun grasped the real core of the problem and began to make his own deductions. First, let's rule out the inference that the killer used the dead man to lock the door after he left. Because the deceased had his eyes gouged out, if he could have found the door, he would have escaped long ago and would not have bled to death. Concluding that the person who locked the door could only be the murderer himself, the question is how the murderer left the room after unlocking the door. Nonsense, if we knew how the killer left, would we need to bring you here? This room is a small, completely enclosed box, not even a window, so hell knows how the killer got out. Zhao Huai had a lot of opinions about Chu Luyun. Just now, in front of so many media, he even lit a cigarette for Chu Luyun. And it was all broadcast live, and now the internet doesn't know what to say about him anymore. If you can't come up with anything constructive, then shut your mouth. By the way, I like to smoke when I'm thinking, come over here and light me up. Chu Luyun naturally didn't give Zhao Huai any good looks. He placed a cigarette in his mouth and snorted at Zhao Huai. Hearing that he was going to light another cigarette, Zhao Huai's face instantly became gloomy. You don't want to light it? That's fine, then give me a lighter and I'll do it myself. Chu Luyun wore handcuffs and kept waving at him. You should know that Chu Luyun himself is a felon. Giving a lighter to a felon, in case Chu Luyun used it to escape, or used it to commit suicide, Zhao Huai would be hard-pressed to escape culpability. In Zhao Huai's reluctant eyes, he could only raise his hand and light the cigarette for Chu Luyun. After Chu Luyun took a drag, he even patted Zhao Huai's shoulder. A tricky case indeed. The case of Lu Qingsong, the dead man with the swapped head, has a chimney opening at the very least. Whereas this is a completely enclosed space, it's not a simple matter for the murderer to leave. Chu Luyun surveyed everything around him. There were no clues to refer to other than the bloody footprints all over the floor. Zhao Huai, who was on the side, also stopped interjecting at this moment, fearing that Chu Luyun would call out to him again to go over and light a cigarette. Every footprint here, has it been compared? Chu Luyun turned his head towards Li Shui and opened his mouth to inquire. Hearing his question, Li Shui could only shake her head. There are at least a couple hundred footprints on this floor, and they're so disorganized that many of them are covered. There's no way to compare them one by one, but after comparing a lot of them, it turns out that almost all of them belong to the deceased. Li Shui pointed to the numerous footprints on the ground and gave a vague reply. The deceased was the only person in the room. And a dozen footprints were extracted, all belonging to the deceased alone. Putting it in an unusual mindset, there really is no need to rank them all. But these footprints were the only clue they had. The half footprints, have they been checked too? Chu Luyun stood in the corner of the wall, pointing at the half footprints on the ground. This half footprint was close to the wall, with only a heel, not much different from the many others. Li Shui also shook her head after taking a look. Han Feng, who was on the side, was also a bit impatient by Chu Luyun's grinding. What the hell are you trying to say? If you can solve the case, then solve the case, if you can't, then go back to jail and stay there. There's no end to the questions, is there? Han Feng was also looking at Chu Luyun in a bad light. When he impersonated Zhang Shun before, he had also infuriated Han Feng. There's not a single person in the entire Qingyang police station who looks at him favorably. After being angrily disliked by Han Feng, Chu Luyun's face didn't have a trace of anger. All the mysteries of the case lie in this half footprint. If you guys had been more serious about investigating the case and had noticed the half footprints, the case would have been solved long ago and I could have continued to sleep in my cell. Chu Luyun looked at the footprints and flirted. Li Shui also frowned at the moment. You mean you already know how the killer left? Listening to Li Shui's inquiry, Chu Luyun pointed at the footprints on the ground and snapped his fingers. Good, the answer lies in this half of the footprints. I've figured out how the killer got away with it. 111. Architectural Shenanigans. I have said before that there are architectural shenanigans within this black cube pavilion. Now with half a footprint here, the answer is clear. Chu Luyun looked at the wall in front of him, turned his head and walked towards the door. Several people watched his movements, all confused. Especially Zhao Huai, who had been holding his breath for half a day. It's just a little too much to bear at the moment. Chu Luyun, are you finished or not? What does half a footprint here tell us? What do you mean you saw half a footprint puzzle solved? Do you think we're all blind? Zhao Huai couldn't bear it. In his rage against Chu Luyun, he even pulled out his lighter in advance. Even if he were to light another cigarette for Chu Luyun, he would have to take out this bad breath. Agent Zhao, since you're so capable, how about you help me show how to leave half a footprint at the base of a wall? Chu Luyun looked at Zhao Huai with interest. Being so provoked by him, Zhao Huai raised his foot and stomped on the half footprint. But when he tried to land on his paw, the first half of his foot was blocked by the wall. All that could be left on the ground was a rounded heel. Hey! This! Zhao Huai was outright dumbfounded on the spot now. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, came to be interested and put his palm on the doorknob. There are only two reasons for being able to leave half a footprint on the edge of a wall. One is this murderer, who only has half a foot. The second is the architectural trickery involved. Chu Luyun clutched the doorknob and slammed it directly upwards. Rumble. There was a deafening sound throughout the room. Li Shui and the others had a look of panic on their faces. The wall that had half a footprint had actually started to move. Everyone's eyes widened. Ka-ching! The wall moved a full meter, and where the corner was, a crack opened up, enough to pass a person. Li Shui and the others curiously came forward. Finally, below the active wall, they found another half-dozen footprints. This wall is actually movable? This is too much bull, isn't it? Zhao Huai looked at the cracked wall and had some difficulty believing it. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, shook his head. I said a long time ago that there must be some kind of architectural trickery going on here. That's why from the beginning, our thinking should have been on architecture. It was pitch dark here, and the murderer's undetected half-footprints were his undoing. Chu Luyun looked at the footprints on the ground and cracked the first case so easily. So-called architectural shenanigans are all about brainstorming. Find a way to break the game based on the clues left behind by the killer. And this sub-rat case is just an appetizer for the trip. Okay, it's time to go to the next place. Chu Luyun snorted a greeting, then opened the door and walked out on his own. Li Shui couldn't react in time and just took 2 steps in to keep up. This flustered movement of hers was not to compliment Chu Luyun, but to keep him from leaving her sight. Who knew that the next second, Chu Luyun would also stage a spot to disappear into thin air. Next ugly cow case, the victim is a middle-aged male in a room on the 2nd floor. Led by Li Shui, several people took the elevator to the 2nd floor. The elevator inside the cube pavilion allowed Chu Luyun to discover the end. The elevator takes a long time to start up when it's obviously just going down 1 floor. And this elevator is noisy, but surprisingly smooth. Upon reaching the 2nd floor, several people quickly made their way to the room where the ugly cow case took place. The layout of this room is the same as the one before. With a space of over 50 square feet, the deceased's entire body was pressed against the wall and held in place with duct tape. The face was bruised and still dead for a long time. The victim was secured to the wall with duct tape, there were no traumatic injuries on his body, and there were no foreign objects in his mouth or nose. The medical examiner determined it was asphyxiation. The only reason this could have been accomplished is if the deceased himself had deliberately held his breath until he had suffocated himself. Li Shui uttered this result, and even she herself had some difficulty believing it. Chu Luyun approached the corpse little by little, observing all the traces on his body. The victim's face is bruised, kind of like frostbite. The hair is slightly damp, but there's no water here, so it should have been drenched in snow. Chu Luyun made his own analysis based on the subtle clues. Hearing about frostbite and snow brought doubt to the faces of several people. Realizing that the room was completely airtight, with no windows at all, there was no way the wind and snow could have gotten in. And while the temperature was a bit chilly, it definitely wasn't frostbite. Shouldn't our problem be finding out why he choked? Does this frostbite and lingering wind and snow tell us anything? Li Shui was a bit confused. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, thought of a case he had read about in a book. One of the deceased's deaths was also a case of asphyxiation without any external injuries and without any foreign bodies in the mouth or nose.
It was eventually discovered that the murder weapon turned out to be two fans. When two fans are blowing against each other, the deceased who is in the wind will not be able to breathe. Eventually, you'll wind up suffocating. With the knowledge of the architectural shenanigans, this case is somewhat simpler. Just need to figure out how to move this wall out and make it spin. That dead man is the equivalent of being tied to the blades of a fan, and the strong wind that keeps blowing in front of him is what is suffocating him. Chu Luyun stated his reasoning, which was very sparse. On the basis of solving the first case, this one was hardly difficult. Look guys, isn't this place a little rough? Li Shui waved her hand at a few people. Opened against the not-so-barrier wall, it turned out to be a joystick-operated mechanism inside. As Li Shui reached out and pulled the rocker, the wall in front of several people slowly opened up, and cold air blew in from outside. All four walls of this room are movable. The murderer's modus operandi was also the same as what Chu Luyun thought, which was to stick out the wall that had the dead man glued to it. Let it rotate like a fan around this main building. The cold winds that blow indicate the cause of the deceased's death by suffocation. The dead man in the third case is at your feet. Li Shui stretched out her fingers at the bottom. Chu Luyun took one step forward. Because this wall in front of him was completely open, it was easy to see the scene below. 3 floors down, in the snow. A cold body just lay there. Judging from its size, it should be a young girl in her 20s, except that its head had been smashed and it was impossible to see what it looked like. Is there anything to reason about? It must have fallen to its death. Zhao Huai opened his mouth to read a sentence from the side. Chu Luyun didn't care, he just raised his head and looked at the room. None of these murders are difficult to solve, but our real purpose is to find the murderer and the ruse by which he got away. The modus operandi of these 5 deaths may not be difficult, but we need to pull the strings from the 5 deaths. Finding the murderer's getaway ruse, which is the ultimate goal. Chapter 112, Clouds of Doubt. This room we're currently in is about 2.5 meters high, and the height of the 3 floors combined is only 7.5 meters. If she fell from the 3rd floor, that's a fall of 5 meters. The deceased was a young maiden, and by her figure should weigh not more than 100. At this weight, falling from a height of 5 meters, it would take some luck to even die from the fall, let alone fall until your skull bursts. This is clearly not a phenomenon that can be achieved with a mere 5 meters. Chu Luyun looked at the case in front of him, searching for something fishy. His words also quickly caught Li Shui's attention. Indeed, as Chu Luyun had said, they had dealt with quite a few high-altitude falls as well. Looking at the extent of the shattered skull of the young girl in front of her, it was at the very least a fall from a height of more than 10 meters that could have done this. But this whole black cubic pavilion is only 7.5 meters high. In a height of 7.5 meters, what if it is done so that a person can fall to his death from a height of more than 10 meters? Is it hard to believe that the murderer really knows how to fly and take the young girl into the air? The mystery of the high fall, it seems that this case, is not so simple. Can I go over the rest of the cases first? Chu Luyun proposed a temporary suspension. It was true that he had not yet been able to give a reasonable explanation for these somewhat bizarre phenomena in front of him. The only clue that the previous 2 cases provide is that the walls of this house are movable. In this way, it confirmed that the architectural trickery that Chu Luyun had said did exist. Other than that, it's pretty much worthless. After all, there was no way for the killer to leave through the open walls. Because whether you jump out, or walk out, you will leave visible footprints in the snow. And other than the footprints of the 5 dead men traveling to the cube, no other footprints exist. The other 2 deaths occurred in the last case. That case, even weirder. Li Shui's face carried some strangeness while Chu Luyun followed to the 1st floor of the cube pavilion. It's also the crime scene of the last case. Following Li Shui's pace, the few people came to the innermost room on the 1st floor. The situation in front of him caused Chu Luyun to frown as well. It's also a closed room of over 50 square meters. In the center of the room, there was a not very large glass cabinet. 2 blood-covered bodies were leaning against the narrow glass case. Blood stained the glass, and it was easy to see that both men had fought fiercely before they were born. Shine the light for me, I want a closer look. Chu Luyun greeted Zhao Huai. The guy didn't have much to show for it, but he did as he was told. Under the bright light, Chu Luyun began to surround the glass cabinet, checking all the traces. The entire glass cabinet is a mess, so to speak.
The blood that spattered around had coagulated and stained the perimeter of the glass case. The two bodies inside were even more gruesome. The two corpses were covered in wounds, and even one of them, even its head had been sliced off raw. And the killer, the dagger clutched in the hands of the two victims. A dagger that small, severing a man's neck. It seems that these two men had a really intense struggle. Chu Luyun could not help but let out an exclamation. It's not right. Both of them are victims, why are they fighting for their lives? Shouldn't you be trying to escape when you're locked up in such a cramped place? Li Shui didn't quite understand, and Chu Luyun couldn't explain it for a while. With that question in mind, he began to study the glass case in front of him more closely. With a jolt, he realized the point where something wasn't quite right. Shine the light in there, I want a closer look. Chu Luyun kept commanding at Zhao Huai. Although he was not happy in his heart, he could only be at his disposal. After all, it wasn't like they were handing over the lights to Chu Luyun. Through the glass that was smeared with blood, Chu Luyun finally got a good look at the situation inside. The eyes and mouth of the corpse were all stitched up. Chu Luyun hurriedly squatted down his body to check the head that had been cut off and was also sewn up with a needle and thread. That would be the point at which they stabbed each other. The eyes and mouth were sewn shut, and there was a living person across from himself. Out of instinctive fear, both attack indiscriminately with their daggers, and both sides just perish one after the other. Chu Luyun looked at the situation in front of him and stated what might have happened here at that time. It's not much of a reasoning at all. This is neither a secret room nor a trick, just a simple bloody fight. The killer would never do something so pointless. The first and second cases show us that architectural shenanigans do exist here. And the unsolved third and fourth cases are supposed to be the path to the end of the mystery. Chu Luyun waved and started smoking again. He asked Li Shui for a paper and pen and began to organize all the thoughts in his head. There are only a few core issues that are currently being confronted. First, there are 6 murderers and the dead, but there are only 5 lines of footprints, so how did the murderer get to the cube? Second, the cases took place on different floors, and there are no stairs at the cube, so how did the killer complete the climb up and down without taking the elevator? Third, how did the murderer leave the cube after all this and without leaving footprints in the snow? The 3 questions above are the real reasoning they have to deal with. All homicides are just theorized in terms of modus operandi, and to tie it all together, you want to restore it. The manipulation is only part of the reasoning, the restoration of the story, the final mystery. In the case of Bengal reasoning, we have to first catch the invariant in the case, the incredible only. That means there were 6 people in the cubicle, counting the murderer, so why are there only 5 footprints? There were 6, and the murderer left alive, that's a hard fact. Maybe the other way, rather than trying to figure out how to get the killer in, seems easier. Chu Luyun looked into Li Shui's eyes and began to make his own bold guess. Several people were staring intently at Chu Luyun, anticipating the final words that would come out of his mouth. Probably after a short silence, Li Shui's eyes snapped open. She had already thought with Chu Luyun. Although he was much slower than Chu Luyun in terms of reaction, he was not too stupid. Team Leader Li, it seems that in your mind, you already have the answer, right? Chu Luyun made a special effort to sell a secret. After all, it is to assist the task force to handle the case, how to make Li Shui, the leader of the team, a little bit of presence. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun and nodded. Instead of going through the trouble of trying to sneak in. Instead, think about how to bring in a corpse. 5 alive, 1 dead. So the murderer, from the beginning, was hidden among the 5. Chapter 113, The Art of Fighting and Killing. Wait. Just wait a minute, I need to organize my thoughts and digest the clues. Li Shui raised her hand, interrupting Chu Luyun's words. They were not Chu Luyun, nor were they in Chu Luyun's thinking. So it was impossible to stay synchronized with Chu Luyun in terms of thinking. If anything, the killer brought in a body. That would also mean that one of the 5 dead, among the ones we know of, was dead a long time ago. Right? Li Shui's mind was spinning so fast that the others in the room hadn't realized it yet. When one question is answered, it is only natural that another new question also arises. If one of these 5 bodies was someone who had died long ago, which one do you think it would be? Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun and once again asked a central question. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, looked towards the glass cabinet in front of him. The purpose of all subterfuge and reasoning is to create the impossible. Of these 5 corpses, the less likely they are to be the corpses of people who are already dead, the more likely they are to be the corpses of people who are already dead. After Chu Luoyun's words, Li Shui also reacted and turned her head to look at the glass cabinet in front of her. If that body was the least likely to be the dead, it was the two in front of me. For it is impossible for a living man to wrestle with a dead man. Even if it were possible, but a living person, full of desire to live, could not be killed by someone who was already dead. This is unbelievable. You're saying that one of the two of them has been dead for a long time? How did those two get into a fight? Zhao Huai also stared at the glass cabinet in front of him, but couldn't see anything fishy. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, grabbed the torch in Zhao Huai's hand before shining it into the interior of the glass cabinet. The light swept over the dead man's face. Their eyes and mouths are sewn shut and they can't see if the person in front of them is dead or alive. When people are faced with an unknown threat, they attack indiscriminately out of fear. So it is possible to cut wounds in the body of someone who is already dead, or even to cut off the other person's head. Chu Luyun looked at the two corpses in front of him and narrated his analysis. No one in the room refuted this point. Imagine that. If you have your eyes and mouth sewn shut and wake up in an unknown environment. No matter how much you struggle, there is no escape, anxiety, panic, survival. If the outside world gives you a little more excitement. These many elements blended together to create a highly aggressive person is not very difficult. Well, we understand all that you said. It's not even hard for a living man to stab a dead man until he has 1,000 holes in him, or even to cut off his head. I ask you then, how does a person who is dead kill another living person? Don't you tell me that this living man will accidentally stab himself out of fear. Zhao Huai pointed at the corpse in the cabinet and couldn't understand this at all. After he finished his words, Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun with the same puzzlement. First of all, the body was certainly unable to fight back, and the deceased could not have committed suicide in a panic. This glass case was sealed, and the killer couldn't kill another victim afterward. Then the question arises. The problem is over that murder weapon. Chu Luyun stared at the daggers clutched in the two men's hands and gently tapped the glass cabinet with his flashlight. The few people in the room still didn't get it. To corroborate my suspicions, all you have to do is open the glass case and you'll see. Chu Luyun had already made his own answer to this question. The rest is for them to do the verification. Being a criminal and with handcuffs on his hands, he certainly wasn't in a position to help. Li Shui gave Han Feng and Zhao Huai a look. The two men also pulled tools out of their arms, and with 7 hands, they opened the glass cabinet. The smell of blood hit me the moment the cabinet was opened. There was even a putrid odor mixed in with the smell of blood. It took them a lot of effort to drag out all the 2 bodies. Especially the corpse with the severed head, which was so full of holes that it was almost unrecognizable. Look guys, there seems to be something in the belly of this corpse. Han Feng stared at the severed corpse and appeared to have made some new discoveries. Several people just gathered around the body as Li Shui put on her gloves and pinched out the unidentified object. Surprisingly, it's a little tape recorder. Listen to what's in there. Chu Luyun reminded from the side. As Li Shui pressed the button on the recorder, a sharp and piercing sound came out. It was followed by a man's roar. Kill me! Kill me! Kill me! The voice kept hissing as if it was a demon from the abyss. After a few people looked at each other, they turned their heads in unison to look at Chu Luyun. Here, that's the external factor I was talking about. I'm afraid it's hard to calm down in the midst of extreme fear and then hearing this kind of sound, right? Chu Luyun pointed at the severed body. The answer is already clear, the body that has lost its head is the person who has died. And the other one, the real dead one. Chu Luyun squatted on the ground and pinched the dagger in the dead man's hand. Noticing this thing of his, Li Shui subconsciously pressed her palm to her waist. In case Chu Luyun had any misbehavior, she would be able to react first. Noticing Li Shui's movements, Chu Luyun had a light smile on his face before he threw the dagger in front of Li Shui. Check it out, all the organs are on this dagger. The one who really died, killed himself. If he hadn't lost his mind and attacked this already dead man, then he wouldn't have died himself. Chu Luyun was already 100% certain of the answer in his heart. His comment piqued the curiosity of the 3 men even more. They had put on their gloves and began to take turns looking at the dagger. But turning it over and over and scrutinizing it, I never found anything strange about it. In the end, they could only look towards Chu Luyun for help. With no choice but to take over the dagger once again, Chu Luyun could only clutch the blood-stained blade in his hands. He looked up at Zhao Huai in front of him, and a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Chu Luyun, what do you want to do? You put the knife down, put it down. Li Shui sensed that something was wrong and hurriedly called out at Chu Luyun. And before she could even finish those words, Chu Luyun raised his dagger and viciously stabbed Zhao Huai in the abdomen. In the meantime, Li Shui had also quickly drawn her gun and aimed it at Chu Luyun's brow. Chapter 114, Forced Suicide. Asshole, help me. Zhao Huai covered his stomach and yelled. And then the room was dead silent. After a long while, Zhao Huai looked up at Chu Luyun with a confused expression. Looking down at his abdomen again, he was surprised that there weren't any wounds, not even a puncture in his shirt. Then on the contrary, the dagger in Chu Luyun's hand. The original front convex sharp edge had all but retracted and emerged from the other end. The pointed blade that was originally stabbed at Zhao Huai was now aimed at Chu Luyun. See? This dagger is a big deal. When he stabs outward, the sharp edge bounces right back at himself. The dead man had his eyes sewn shut, and in that panic, he withdrew each thrust. Both have to be able to stab the dagger into themselves the moment the arm is retracted. Chu Luyun made a stabbing motion one after the other. Each time the dagger stabbed forward, the sharp edge bounced back, stabbed again, and bounced back again. In this way, the panicked deceased did not realize that the person who stabbed him was himself. In the face of an unknown attack, he will only become more frantic and thrust his dagger harder. But this, however, only traumatizes oneself even more to the point of death. Li Shui also understood and made a short addition to the second half of Chu Luyun's unspoken words. Between words, she also put away her pistol without a trace. If there had been a real accident just now, she would have pulled the trigger, I'm afraid. If that's the case, shouldn't the person who has died not have a single wound on his body? But what even had his head cut off? Zhao Huai is considered to be hugging a big leg at this moment. His head is not thinking at all, he just opens his mouth and asks questions. Of course the murderer did all this. I'm afraid that if his head hadn't been cut off, the murderer wouldn't have been able to bring it in. Chu Luyun stretched out his fingers, and Han Feng very familiarly lit his cigarette for him. Don't you have surveillance of 5 people entering the elevator at the same time? There's definitely a bloated guy in there. He was, in fact, folded up with the body of the dead man at the time, and the two of them shared the same clothes before he hid the head in his arms. It's like I'm standing behind you, sticking together and walking, bringing the body in. Chu Luyun took a drag on his cigarette and gave his explanation very calmly. And Li Shui nodded when she heard him. Good, I checked that surveillance, except the fat guy was heavily armed and each couldn't see his face. Li Shui sighed with some regret in her tone. With the case reasoned to this point, the least they can do is know how the killer got into the cube. The most difficult point, though, is not how he got here, but how he left. Okay guys, now comes our most difficult point. How the killer left. Chu Luyun stood up and stretched, then slithered to the corner and sat down on his butt. The three of them, Li Shui, were like obedient elementary school students as they looked up at Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun waved at Han Feng. The guy directly threw the entire box of cigarettes and lighter to Chu Luyun. The case has been reasoned to this point, and the trust between the two parties has increased a bit. Everyone could see that Chu Luyun was indeed here to solve the case and had no other crooked thoughts. If you want to solve the mystery of how the murderer left, you first have to make sure that it's not a problem. From the inside, we need to know how the killer managed to avoid the elevator surveillance and travel through 3 floors. From the outside, it's about how to escape the entire cubicle without leaving footprints in the snow. Chu Luyun pressed the cigarette but on the ground and first drew a square to represent the cube pavilion. Again, on the outside of the square, a large circle was drawn to represent the snowy surroundings of the cubicle. The 3 men crouched on the ground, listening with some fascination. Let's tackle the first problem. Except for the very beginning when 5 people rode the elevator together, the surveillance never showed anyone else using it. So how did the murderer return to the first floor after doing the crime on the 3rd floor? Chu Luyun raised this question, and all 3 of them fell into deep thought. Their minds had become much clearer under Chu Luyun's organization. The cases, which were originally disorganized, gradually became traceable. Just follow Chu Luyun's thoughts and solve one mystery after another. Then the truth of everything can be pieced together. You said before that there were architectural shenanigans going on here. Is it possible that the killer opened the floor and jumped to the lower level? Or maybe he just opens the outer wall, by climbing, or just jumping off. Han Feng's thinking had also gotten better, coming up with many ideas of his own.
And all of these conjectures of his, Chu Luyun shook his head. The walls of the stairs can be moved, but not the floor.
This was something Chu Luyun had studied before.
The entire cubic hall has a special structure where the ground is supporting most of the power, so all 3 floors are immovable. As for the point of climbing the wall, it is even more impossible. I have observed the exterior of the cubicle building, which is so smooth that it would be bound to leave traces with the aid of tools.
Chu Luyun slowly dismissed Han Feng's conjecture.
As for that argument about opening the outer wall and jumping off, it's even less valid. For one thing, it's easy to get hurt jumping from that high up. Moreover, around the cube pavilion, there is snow, so if you jump, you are bound to leave traces.
After Chu Luyun rejected all the answers, the few people present then all fell into silence.
That was all the possibilities they could think of. After all, they were all new to the so-called architectural shenanigans.
The only thing that can move up and down in the entire cubicle is the elevator.
Elevator, denoting invariance in Bengal's reasoning. That means the killer had to use the elevator if he wanted to shuttle floors. The killer, on the other hand, used the elevator in a way that we don't know about, avoiding going to the deathless surveillance.
Chu Luyun calmly stated his guess.
The first half of his sentence is still understandable to everyone, that is, the murderer must have used the elevator. But the second half of the sentence, dodging the dead-end surveillance of the elevator and using it, is confusing. Anyone who has ever ridden in an elevator knows that the space in an elevator is just a little bit bigger, so how can you possibly hide from the dead-end surveillance? You guys remember that case we haven't solved yet? The highest point in the entire cubicle is 7.5 meters, while the young girl fell to her death from 12 meters. Perhaps the hidden mystery of the elevator lies within.
Chapter 115, The God of Trickery.
It's just an elevator, and even if you speak out, it's only a few square meters. Don't sell relationships if you have any guesses at all. Zhao Huai looked a little anxious. At this moment, he no longer had the heart to trouble Chu Luyun. The 3 men crouched on the ground as if they were listening to a deduction story. They just want answers now, and it's like a cat scratching at their hearts. A lot of my reasoning, too, is just conjecture. If you want to know why the truth is, you still need to verify it to know. After Chu Luyun said this, he stood up from the floor, left the room, and went straight to the elevator entrance. In front of several people was the elevator that was filled with all the puzzles. At this moment, the crowd was on the first floor, and if they wanted to go to the second or third floor, they needed to take this elevator in front of them. Chu Luyun reached out and pressed the number 3 on the elevator. Ding dong! There was a soft thud from the elevator, and then it opened slowly. Zhao Huai was about to take a step inside, but Chu Luyun reached out and stopped him. Looking up, the upper right corner of the elevator was fitted with a camera with no dead angle. Chu Luyun pulled out a cigarette from the cigarette case before throwing it into the elevator. Ding dong! There was another clang and the elevator doors slowly closed. It was followed by a roaring sound. It's the rattle of an elevator being run. This elevator is really loud, even the old generation elevators, I'm afraid they don't make that much noise, right? Zhao Huai couldn't help but open his mouth and spit out a sentence as he listened to the deafening sound. Chu Luyun did not bother to pick up on his words. Instead, he silently watched the elevator display and waited until it reached the 3rd floor. The roar finally stopped at this moment, signifying that the elevator had completed its own run. Chu Luyun was silent, only lifting his hand once again, his finger pressed on the button for the 3rd floor once again. Ding dong! There was another crisp thud and the elevator slowly opened its doors again. This time, the crowd realized something was wrong. At this very moment, the elevator should have stayed on the 3rd floor. They pressed the up button again and the elevator should come back down from the 3rd floor. The elevator should make a deafening roar whenever it is running. But today, not only was there no sound, the elevator didn't even come down, the doors just opened watertight. Look inside, do you guys see anything wrong? Chu Luyun pointed to the interior of the elevator before turning his head to look at a few people, revealing an inquiring gaze. All 3 men looked up in unison at the interior of the elevator. The cigarette that Chu Luyun had originally thrown into the elevator was now gone. And the camera that was supposed to be in the upper right corner of the elevator had disappeared. What appeared in front of the crowd was a brand new elevator. Incredible, just incredible. Li Shui looked at the situation in front of her and couldn't help but open her mouth wide. So it seems. The answer to the murderer's avoidance of surveillance is revealed. All he had to do was ride back and forth in this hidden elevator, and he wouldn't leave any surveillance images behind. But immediately afterward, Li Shui's brows frowned once again. How does solving the mystery of the elevator explain the young girl's fall? Even if there are 2 elevators, at most they can only reach the 3rd floor, still doesn't explain how a floor with a total height of only 7.5 meters can cause a teenage girl to fall more than 10 meters to her death. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun with a curious expression. She couldn't help but reach up and scratch the back of her head, she was so curious in the face of what was in front of her. Chu Luyun smiled faintly and sat directly on his butt, pulling out the cigarette case from his arms once again. Although we have uncovered the matter of the elevator surveillance, our purpose is to penetrate the mystery to see the essence of the phenomenon. We need to know what principle the killer utilized to accomplish this phenomenon. What is the structure of the elevator like? Why does it run and make a loud noise, like it's making a really hard lift? Chu Luyun once again threw out a question. Again, a few people were left pondering. Their spatial imagination was not as powerful as Chu Luyun's. There was another hidden elevator in the entire cubicle, and all they could think of were just 2 elevators. Other things are, indeed, clueless. The possibilities I'm about to tell you about next may break through your brain's perception. It also has the potential to be very messy for you. I have tried, as far as I can, to set it out to you in my own words, briefly and graphically, and I hope you can listen attentively. As long as you understand what I'm saying, the case of the young girl who fell to her death can be solved. Chu Luyun glanced at the several people, desperately trying to consolidate his words. For a deductive writer. How to accomplish tricky reasoning, or somewhat difficult. But the hardest part is to express the reasoning steps in your mind, concisely and still be understood. The 3 had already reached a consensus on Chu Luyun at this moment, all of them nodding their heads obediently. After confirming that the 3 were focused, Chu Luyun used his cigarette to draw a 9 grid on the ground. Let's say that this 9-cell grid is the entire cubiculum. Chu Luyun raised his hand and poured out all the cigarettes in the cigarette case. And then he put up a cigarette in each of the 9 compartments. From a distance, it looked like a box. Okay, what is presented to you now is the 3-dimensional black cube pavilion. The 9 squares represent its total area, and the vertical cigarette, his height, a perfect square, no problem? Chu Luyun looked up at the crowd and saw the 3 nodding their heads before he continued his story. Okay, as we can see, all around the 9 squares are rooms or corridors. Only this compartment in the middle is a running elevator, can this be understood? Chu Luyun repeatedly made sure that a few people were keeping up, and tried to slow down his speech as much as possible. After making sure everyone understood, it picked up a new cigarette from the ground. After holding my breath, it took this 1 cigarette and stood it on top of the one in the center of the 9-gallon grid. This cigarette located in the middle of the 9-panel grid is like a standing tower, far above the other cigarettes. This is where the elevator is, and the height of 2 cigarettes stacked on top of each other is twice the height of the entire cubicle. Chu Luyun pointed to the middle, the elevator that is as high as 2 cigarettes. The 3 men furrowed their brows, they were already doing their best to understand everything Chu Luyun said, but they still didn't know what he was trying to convey. Chu Luyun turned his head to look at a few people before pointing his finger at the 2 cigarette smoking pillars. The elevator in the cubicle, as you say, is not the kind of wire rope dangling from a small box as we perceive it. The elevator in the cubic hall is an elevator stone pillar that doubles the height of the cubic hall. The mystery of trickery lies within. Chapter 116, Fraudulent Thunder. This speech by Chu Luyun directly shocked all 3 people. Several people just sat on the floor. Dumbfounded, he looked at the 9 grid, dumbfounded at the cigarettes standing inside the 9 grid. If you really can't understand it, then you can say it like this. The elevator we're riding in now is a vertical pipe, and then there are wire ropes that suspend a house and run up and down. And the elevator in the cubic hall is a huge vertical stone pillar that runs up through the center of the cubic hall. The reason the elevator's operation makes a loud roar. It's because it runs, not with wires dangling up and down the house, but with the whole stone pillar moving up and down. Chu Luyun had tried to make his words clearer. Several people were originally in the clouds, and it was only after Chu Luyun explained it so well that they finally nodded. Because the minds of unusual people have long been solidified. Plus things like elevators are just too common in life. Over time, the structure of the elevator became common knowledge. And the subtlety of architectural shenanigans is counterintuitive. Wait. If that's the case, then the cube pavilion shouldn't look like a square from the outside.
And it should be a stone pillar standing on top of the square, because didn't you just say that it was a stone pillar far above the main building of the cube pavilion? Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun with a touch of doubt on her face. In fact, there are basically no shenanigans about this issue. Chu Luyun pressed his fingers on top of the 2 cigarettes in the center. What if there's a hidden space underneath the cubicle? This protruding cigarette would normally be hidden underground. Chu Luyun took off the extra cigarette. Taken as a whole, the cube pavilion in front of us once again took the shape of that regular little box. Now the crowd sat down on the floor and began to build graphics in their heads over and over again. So, the cubic hall is a building with a height of 7.5 meters, and in its center, a 15-meter elevator stone pillar is hidden. Li Shui sort of understood and repeated the answer in her mind. When she spoke those words, Chu Luyun also snapped his fingers in approval at her. He gathered up all the cigarettes on the floor and put them back in the box. At either end of this 15-meter long stone pillar are the 2 elevators. All the killer had to do was take the young girl in the elevator at the top of Stonehenge and then have the elevator at the end reach the 3rd floor. Then this 15-meter high stone pillar will stand at the top of the cube pavilion. At this point in time, the height was much greater than 15 meters, and that's the truth about the teenage girl's fall. Chu Luyun leisurely exhaled a mouthful of smoke. Now the modus operandi of the case of the 5 deceased has been fully deduced. They even found a way for the killer to avoid elevator surveillance. Li Shui also slowly moved to stand up on the ground, moving her somewhat sore thighs. She slapped at the bar one after the other. Wonderful, just wonderful. Chu Luyun, you are truly worthy of being a reasoning writer. If the task force can absorb a talent like you, it will definitely be a big help, it's just a pity. As Li Shui spoke, there was a look of regret in her eyes. Only Zhao Huai's mouth was tinged with a cold smile. The admiration in his eyes flickered, and what immediately replaced it was jealousy and defiance. It's just a shame he's a fugitive. A serial killer. A little bit of brains doesn't go to good use, all you think about is killing people all day long. Zhao Huai's mouth was still unforgiving. For this kind of small-bellied guy, Chu Luyun was simply too lazy to pay attention. The better he behaved, the more jealous this guy became. At this point, almost all the mysteries are pretty much solved. It's snowing outside, like it's going to stop too, right? After Chu Luyun finished saying this, he directly took a step towards the outside of the cube pavilion. That idle posture was as if he had come to visit the place. It wasn't until he had already walked out of the door of the cube pavilion that the 3 men snapped to attention. No good, is this guy running? Zhao Huai let out a roar. This guy Han Feng was the first to react, directly rushing up with an arrow step. The remaining 2 followed suit. After they chased out the door, they saw Chu Luyun standing in the doorway, looking out at the fluttering wind and snow. The 3 people rushed out to see Chu Luyun and heaved a sigh of relief. What? Are you guys still worried that I'm going to run away? With these handcuffs and shackles, and in the middle of nowhere in the freezing cold, where can I run to? Chu Luyun dangled his cigarette and breathed in the cool air. The 3 looked at his back, slightly embarrassed. Looking at the 5 footprints in the middle of the snow, Chu Luyun's mouth hung a faint smile. Did you just say that the puzzles are all completely solved? But there doesn't seem to be an answer to the question about the murderer leaving. There are only 5 footprints on the snow going to the cube, and no footprints leaving, so why the hell is that? Li Shui grasped the last question and kept opening her mouth to ask. This has been the last mystery of the case. Once this mystery is solved, then the whole story will truly be complete. Chu Luyun's eyes were slightly despondent. He turned his head to look at Li Shui. He felt a bit like a teacher for this very studious woman. Team leader Li, do you know what the essence of subterfuge is? Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui and opened his mouth to inquire. Li Shui froze for a moment when she heard this. There simply isn't a very precise explanation for subterfuge in the broadest sense of the word. Every detective has his own understanding of subterfuge. Although Li Shui was smart, her understanding of trickery was naturally no match for Chu Luyun. Seeing her shake her head, Chu Luyun smoked again. The essence of subterfuge is the concealment of the truth of a case by means of elaborate and misleading maneuvers that lead the investigator or observer to erroneous conclusions. Its central feature is to lead the investigation in the wrong direction by falsifying evidence, creating false impressions or exploiting psychological blind spots. Chu Luyun uttered an obscure sermon, causing Li Shui's brows to wrinkle once again. However, Chu Luyun did not intend for Li Shui to understand in a short period of time. He lifted his hand and pointed to the blanket of snow in front of him. If our thinking has been in the direction of how the murderer got away and didn't leave footprints in the snow, then one will be caught in a whirlpool of trickery and never be able to extricate oneself. Chu Liuyun's pretentious words caused all three people to frown. They were never able to understand what exactly Chu Liyun was talking about. Without waiting for the three to respond, Chu Liyun extinguished the cigarette in his hand. The truth this time is that the murderer left the cube in a big way, without using any trickery at all. And he, too, doesn't leave footprints in the snow at all. Chapter 117, Another Difficulty. When Chu Liuyun's words came out, the three people were confused again. It's not right. It's not right. When these five came, they left 5 lines of footprints on the ground and were not covered in snow. Then the murderer is also bound to leave footprints in the snow when he leaves and they won't be covered, right? Li Shui found a loophole in Chu Liuyun's words. Their ability to decipher shenanigans was not as good as Chu Liuyun's, but after all, they were also a specialized team. Some basic detective skills are still in place. They had thought of quite a few possibilities, but in the end they couldn't crack it perfectly. There is only one point you need to know first. That means the murderer didn't use any subterfuge, he just waltzed out of the cubicle. After he left, his footprints, then, were once again covered with snow. The puzzle in front of him was not a puzzle at all for Chu Liyun. But his wannabe words couldn't get any resonance from a few people. Li Shui scratched her head, never able to understand. It's not right, is it, if he waddled off and left with his footprints covered in snow? And why, pray tell, were the footprints of the 5 men when they came not covered? That's completely out of character, isn't it? After all, a roiling snowflake wouldn't avoid certain footprints as you requested. Li Shui asked a new question, and Chu Liyun snapped his fingers again. A hint of approval flowed from his eyes to Li Shui. Not bad, you found the breaking point of the ruse. So now the question is no longer why the killer left no footprints when he left, but why the footprints were not covered when he came. Chu Liyun agreed with Li Shui's words. She had recognized the misdirection in the midst of the ruse. It is the mystery of the footprints that is now to be solved. Chu Liyun led a few people and began to stroll forward along the long cordon. Where a crime is committed, there must be a clue. Did you guys notice something strange? All these footprints coming in from the outside are from deep to shallow? Those footprints near the cubicle are so shallow that they're about to disappear. We all know that the depth of a footprint is determined by weight, but it defies common sense that 5 people can't lose weight while walking. So some trickery must have been used in this. When Chu Liyun's words came out, all 3 of them nodded their heads obediently as if they were elementary school students. In fact, the task force had noticed something fishy about this from the beginning. But they also just found these unusual clues. And yet, I can't find the connectivity at all. Think about it, what is something that makes the snow fall and doesn't cover it? Chu Liyun raised his hand and pointed to the entrance of the cube pavilion, not far from the bushes. The answer, I suppose, is in that patch of grass. Following Chu Liyun's finger, all 3 of them reached the grass in a jog. When they rummaged through it carefully, they did find some bottles and jars in it. Li Shui took the bottle and saw the 3 big words on it, instantly as if she was enlightened. Snowmelt. Li Shui snapped, she appeared to have touched the truth. Chu Liyun came to the entrance and pointed at the ice that had condensed on the ground. The killer sprinkled a large amount of snowmelt on the ground, and when the 5 men came, they stepped on the snowmelt and walked toward the cube. So their footprints would then remain on top of the snow, and even if snow fell on them, they would not cover them. As the 5 men continued to approach the cube pavilion, the snowmelt on their feet slowly becomes less and less, so the footprints get shallower and shallower. Do you understand this one? Chu Liyun had already explained this puzzle very clearly. Now all the questions have been answered, the many mysteries cleared of the clouds, and all the stories have been closed. The case here can be solved, all that remains now, is to find the murderer. With the power of your police department, if you look around this building, you'll always get a clue. Well, it's time for me to go back, and remember to add to my dinner today. After Chu Liyun said this, he walked towards the police car on his own. Looking at his back, all 3 of them showed admiration. They had finally opened their eyes today. Thinking back to the previous days of fighting with Chu Liyun. It was also definitely not a matter of luck that the Qingyang Police Department couldn't catch Chu Liyun. Chu Liyun's understanding of trickery was far above theirs. Although I've always looked at this kid with displeasure, I have to admit that he's definitely a genius. Zhao Huai couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. When there was no Chu Luyun present, he did not mince his words of praise. He was, after all, old and had the title of sleuth on his head for more than a day or two. Under all the aura, it was hard for him to bow down in front of Chu Luyun, but in his heart, he had already submitted long ago. It looks like we're really going to have to mull over what he once said. Such a trickster genius would never have committed so many obvious cases. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun's back and let out a heartfelt sigh. But even if several of them believed that Chu Luyun was not the real culprit, there was nothing they could do. Now the matter is well known. Almost everyone thought Chu Luyun was the murderer. So to Chu Luyun, he was in a very awkward situation at the moment. The police wanted to convict him but could not find any tangible evidence. But if you want to acquit him, you can't find evidence to prove his innocence. Today's Chu Luyun could only be kept in custody until the day the case was actually pushed forward. Qingyang Police Station. Chu Luyun sat in his cell. Nowadays, he is unshackled from all but his shackles and has a certain amount of freedom. Dinner was even served by Li Shui herself. Eat, it's a thank you for what I ordered for you from a fancy restaurant. Li Shui handed the lunchbox to Chu Luyun with an inexplicable emotion in her eyes. Although Chu Luyun was in a prison cell, his mindset was good. Open your lunchbox and start chowing down. Not bad, not bad, counting that you guys still have some conscience, it's not in vain that I accompanied you to work all day. Chu Luyun was very happy in his heart as he ate the exquisite dinner. The police couldn't convict him anyway, so he now had a free long-term home. Moreover, Li Shui was a rich person. Even if she customized boxed lunches for Chu Luyun every day, it was just a drop in the bucket for her. Looking at Chu Luyun's ugly eating fragrance, Li Shui's mouth couldn't help but float up a smile. She took out a pile of information from her arms and raised her hand to hand it to Chu Luyun. We've searched all the information about the Black Cube Pavilion, which was built in 2002. His designer and builder was named Li Ring. But this Li Ring died the year after the cubicle was completed. Chapter 118, the clue continues. Dead? When Chu Luyun heard this, he was still slightly stunned. Let's not talk about the purpose for which this person built such a bizarre structure. Designer and builder, you can also see that this person also poured energy and money into the Cube Museum. It did turn out to be a bit bizarre when it died the year after completion. We investigated and visited his family and confirmed that it was indeed dead. And it was a death from some chronic illness he himself suffered from, which has ruled out the possibility of homicide. Li Shui gave a brief exposition of everything about him. Simply put, the trail checks out and disconnects again. Now it's at the point of no return. Chu Luyun ate with his mouth full of oil, just roughly scanning the information. You shouldn't just focus on the builders. Anyone who is familiar with the structure of the cube could be the perpetrator. Chu Luyun raised his chopsticks and suggested to Li Shui. And there was a silent smile on Li Shui's face. Good, and we followed it up with an investigation, and found that after his death, the owner of the cubicle became his son. His son sold the house again, and in the intervening decades it has changed owners quite a bit. It is also true that some have passed away, some are out of the country, and there is no way to find out, and if it is a case-by-case check, the workload will be huge and difficult. Li Shui lays out the sizable factors. Although as a police department, the judicial power that can be mobilized is great. But going after these people one by one and investigating each of them in detail is definitely not something that a single Qingyang police station can do. The amount of work that would need to be done to unite police departments across the country, and even international departments, would be staggering. Since it's a Zodiac serial murder case, it's perfectly fine to start with the Zodiac. I'm a rooster, and the fact that this case happened immediately after me means that the other side has already begun to create a Sifu shogun whose genus is dog. After all, you must be well aware of the Order of the Zodiac as well. Chu Luyun made a reminder. The Zodiac, it was something that had been etched into his brain. Do you mean to say that of the former owners of the cubicle, the one who was a dog, was the murderer? Li Shui made a guess while Chu Luyun was hurriedly waving his hand at her repeatedly. No. You're completely wrong on that one. My zodiac sign is the chicken. Am I ironically the murderer in the zodiac case that surrounds me? It's the Badger organization that's making gods. It's the Badger that's killing people. Those victims were just sacrifices, and the one who was a dog, the Sensei Shogun, was most likely forced to do so. Just like me, the Badger organization has a zodiac sacrifice around me, and everyone thinks I'm the killer, and there's nothing I can do about it. Chu Luyun had already finished all the delicious food and pulled a tissue to wipe his mouth.
He didn't know if Li Shui would believe it or not, but in his reasoning, the only people behind the scenes were badgers. It wasn't the doggy Sesh Shogun they were trying to catch, but the badger who was facilitating the sacrifice to create the god. According to you, of these owners, the dog is not the murderer, but the victim? Li Shui asked again. However, Chu Luyun waved his hand once again when he heard this. I can't guarantee this, perhaps his method of sacrificing to create a god is different from mine. What I am certain of, though, is that finding the one of them who was a dog and centering around him will lead to something. Chu Luyun lit a cigarette and began to gulp it down again. For now, according to his reasoning, that's the way things should be. Li Shui heard up to this point, but a small smile appeared on her face. It was a small smile of triumph, as if he had finally tricked Chu Luyun. I'm sorry Chu Luyun, I'm afraid you've miscalculated this time. Of all the people connected with this case, not a single dog person. The only ones that are still alive are those belonging to horses, tigers, monkeys, and snakes, but only those belonging to dogs. Li Shui lightly opened her mouth, directly shattering all of Chu Luyun's reasoning. A group of them had originally remained suspicious of the badger organization that Chu Luyun had spoken of, the divine general god. Now Chu Luyun once again used the Chinese zodiac to start reasoning, which was already not very convincing. And now with the gaff, it's even less convincing. Team Leader Li, I know you're skeptical about what I've told you. But I need to remind you that this case will have to start with the zodiac if it wants to move forward. The only way to find the breaking point. Chu Luyun didn't care if Li Shui believed it or not, but still kindly reminded him. He's helping the police department solve crimes now, purely to relieve his boredom. Because he already knew the killer was a badger. Only, it was a bunch of guys who were smarter and more mysterious than he was. With Chu Luyun's strength alone, it would be difficult to pull them out. But the Qingyang Police Department does not believe him, and the current Chu Luyun can only continue to swing like this. Maybe it really is as you say. But now, the case is at a dead end. Li Shui stood up from the ground with her hands on her knees. It was also getting late and it was time for her to get off work. Chu Luyun waved his hand at her and then just lay down on the bed. It was about time for him to go to sleep after the amount of activity he'd had today. Chu Luyun, who was lying on the bed, kept thinking about the conversation with Li Shui. He trusted his judgment to be absolutely sound. But why is it that out of all those people, there isn't a single one with a dog sign? Is it hard to believe that everything that has been investigated here has really come to a dead end like this? Surely it's not simple indeed to want to prove something. Zodiac. Zodiac. What was the killer thinking? Chu Luyun's mouth kept chanting. The zodiac order, the only point of clues he had, was impossible to break. At this point, there's absolutely nothing that can go wrong, right? Chu Luyun lay on the bed and fell into deep thought. Right between half asleep and half awake, Chu Luyun suddenly sat up from the bed. His hand slapped his head hard with his hand. Why am I so stupid? How can I not react to something I'm clearly experiencing? Chu Luyun hurriedly got down from the bed and just shouted at the outside of the cell. He had come up with the vital clue. It's just that this thread is very time sensitive. It's possible to be just 3 or 5 minutes late and be missing out on an important message. Quick, hurry up and get someone, hurry up and contact Li Shui for me and tell her to hurry over. I've made a major discovery and have figured out the killer's next plan. Hurry up and call her over, if you're late, it'll be too late. Chapter 119, All Have a Destiny. Chu Luyun shouted at the people outside. Han Feng had been squatting 24 hours a day, and when he heard Chu Luyun's shout, he was more than ready to react at the first opportunity. After rushing in and exchanging a few brief words with Chu Luyun, he directly dialed the phone to call Li Shui. Because of what happened during the day, Han Feng was already impressed with Chu Luyun as well. A white SUV sped down the highway. Chu Luyun sat in the back row, already wearing shackles and handcuffs. Han Feng was driving while Li Shui and Chu Luyun sat side by side. Go find that snake guy. I hope he can wait for us. Chu Luyun continuously urged Han Feng. Li Shui, on the other hand, looked at her cell phone's navigation. It's a good thing that guy is right next to us downtown or we wouldn't be able to make it by car. Why go to this person though? Didn't you say before that you wanted to have something to do with the genus dog? Li Shui's eyes were still a little bleary. She had been forcibly gripped up, and her brain was still trying to reorganize her thoughts at this point. Chu Luyun also slapped his head in chagrin and sighed at the stupidity of his reaction. Things can't just think about the genus that is related to the murderer, there are times when you have to think about the victim as well.
If we can think of going to someone connected to the building, won't the killer think of it?
He's likely to silence people, and the 5 people who died in the Cube Pavilion were Z-Rat, Ugly Ox, Een Tiger, Ma Rabbit, and Cinnabar Dragon. If the murderer wants to silence him, he will most likely use him as the next victim of the zodiac, which is the person whose sign is the snake. Chu Lioyun's tone was very certain. Although the two of them did not have much agreement on the point of the 12 zodiac signs, they still trusted Chu Lioyun more. After all, in the case of the Cube Pavilion, Chu Lioyun's demonstrated abilities had already convinced them. Han Feng's driving skills are very good, plus there are few cars at night. A trip that would have taken 2 hours froze and was shortened to just over an hour. When the trio arrived at their destination, there was a small townhouse in front of them. It wasn't the kind of building that was extremely luxurious and grand, but although it wasn't big, it was extraordinarily cozy. Li Shui went up and knocked on the door, and it was an old woman who opened it.
Hello, we're from the police department, there's something going on at the moment that requires your cooperation, is your husband home?
Li Shui came up and flashed her credentials, saving herself a lot of trouble. The old lady was still a little flustered at the first sight of the trio. When he saw Li Shui flashing his credentials, his face eased up a lot.
Sorry guys, my husband is asleep.
He has a pre-existing heart condition, I can't very well wake him up, why don't you guys come back tomorrow? The old lady was still polite and kind.
There was no anger in the face of the late-night chatter of several people.
From the way she came up, from the way she was dressed, she should be considered an intellectual as well. If it was in normal times, Li Shui and the others would definitely wait obediently. But if we follow what Chu Luyun said, the other party had already been targeted by the Badger organization.
Every minute of delay might have killed someone.
I'm really sorry, we have to see someone right now immediately and make sure he's safe.
There is a strong possibility that your husband will be the next victim in a recent serial murder case.
Li Shui stepped forward, her attitude still very strong. Chu Luyun ducked behind Han Feng, his height being seen in the handcuffs on his hands. It is important to realize that 2 officers with a prisoner, and a late-night visit, will make people feel more uneasy. Hearing the 3 victims, the old lady's face obviously panicked for a moment. The police department doesn't joke about things like that. And looking at their faces, they did look full of anxiety. My old lady is upstairs, so you guys should go up and check it out. The old woman pointed to the stairway in the house. The 3 of them briefly exchanged a look, and then they were rushing towards the 2nd floor. When she arrived, Li Shui raised her hand and pressed the door handle a few times, but the door did not move.
What's going on? Can't you open it?
My old man is never in the habit of unlocking the door. The old lady opened her mouth to give a reminder, and her expression was a bit flustered.
The anomaly at hand was clearly not right.
Get out of the way, all of you. Han Feng hooted and pushed Chu Luyun and Li Shui, who were blocking the doorway, aside. He stepped forward with an arrow and flew up and kicked the door hard.
With a loud bang.
The door lock was instantly destroyed, and the wooden door looked unbearable under Han Feng's feet. Several people rushed inside the bedroom. The old lady's partner, who the old lady said was sleeping, was at the moment lying on the desk. A hint of bad feeling rose in Chu Lioyun's heart.
No good. Quick, call an ambulance.
Li Shui similarly realized that something was wrong and rushed outside with a shout. At this moment, Chu Luyun had already come to the old man's side and placed 2 fingers on the carotid artery. No need to call an ambulance, the man is dead. Chu Lioyun's faint sentence directly caused the old lady to collapse and sit on the ground. A hint of disappointment appeared on the faces of all 3 men at the old man's death. Chu Luyun was not surprised by the old man's death, he was just helplessly still a step too late. He seemed to be writing something before he died. Chu Luyun realized that the old man had a fountain pen clutched in his hand and a diary pressed under his arm.
By definition, they are not at liberty to move the body until the coroner arrives. But Chu Luyun made a move, and Li Shui and the others didn't say anything.
When he carefully moved the old man's body, he saw a small line written on the journal.
All is in the destiny.
Chu Luyun looked at this inexplicable sentence and was somewhat confused. He had thought that on the diary, there was a possibility of writing clues left by the old man, or even a provocation from the murderer. The only thing that was left behind was such a mysterious sentence that even made Chu Luyun confused as to who actually left it behind. He seems to be clutching something in his hand. Li Shui reminded Chu Luyun of this. Looking down, the old man's other hand deadened into a fist.
And by the height of the fist bulge, it was obvious that he was clutching something in his hand. Chu Luyun raised his hand and was about to check it out, but he was stopped by Li Shui, who then handed over a latex glove. The least amount of protection is still necessary. Under Li Shui's forceful request, Chu Luyun still reluctantly put on the gloves. If he had been put in his solitary time, where would he have gotten that much over the top? But since we're doing the officials' work for them, the situation still has to go. After putting on the gloves, Chu Luyun slowly opened the old man's palm. What is it? Chu Luyun's brows furrowed slightly as he pulled out a small black object and placed it in front of his eyes to survey it. Is this the king in chess? Chu Luyun surveyed the exquisite chess pieces in front of him. On the back of the chess piece, a small line is engraved. Murderer, Chu Luyun. Chapter 120, Midnight Talk. When Li Shui and Han Feng read the small line clearly, they turned their gazes to Chu Luyun. However, Chu Luyun had long since gotten used to this kind of slander. What struck him as odd was why the murderer had come to vilify him in the midst of this zodiac sacrifice that was not his. What are you guys looking at me like that for? Don't you know in your hearts whether the murderer is me or not? I've been staying in the cell the whole time. Chu Luyun complained helplessly. Han Feng and Li Shui's eyes made him feel uncomfortable. The two men looked at each other and agreed that it did seem that way. After all, there was no way for Chu Luyun to be able to ignore the distance and kill someone when he was under strict guard. But what exactly does that mean? Chu Luyun clutched that one chess piece and really did not understand what the deep meaning was. The three men stayed at the scene and waited until the coroner came. Since the case is being handled in the City of Prosperity, the help of the local police department is also needed. After a full hour, forensic doctors and police officers from the local police station came to the scene one after another. After both parties exchanged greetings, they realized Chu Luyun standing behind them. Isn't this Chu Luyun? That suspect in that big Zodiac case. I say, Team Leaderly, you guys have too much guts, don't you? This kind of criminals dare to bring them out to work on the case together. Awesome, not bad for an artist, but don't let him get away with it again. When the many police officers in Lin City saw Chu Luyun, each one of them looked like they were mobbing a rare animal. Regarding the commotion caused, Chu Luyun was not at all moved. He just smoked the cigarette in his hand slowly, not caring what the people around him said. As a top criminal, he could stand in the midst of many police department officers and calmly smoke a cigarette. This kind of treatment is definitely considered unprecedented. The victim suffered from a previous heart attack and died of cardiac paralysis, so we can rule out homicide. There were also no signs of a struggle at the crime scene, and it can be concluded that the victim should have died of a heart attack. The pro-city medical examiner gave a report on the tests. Their reasoning is simply speaking to the facts and is not necessarily correct. A normal death? Can it be that coincidental? Li Shui was a little less convinced. But the other party didn't understand what Li Shui meant. Because they don't know any zodiac order of killing, they just present the report according to the scene. There are no more clues here. I'm afraid we're going to have to go back to the drawing board again. Chu Luyun sighed. There's nothing left to stay here. There were so many ways to kill an old man who was himself suffering from a malady that could leave no trace. It would be a waste of time to delve into this case. With 10,000 reluctance, the three people once again got into the car and returned to Qingyang City. Now that the clues are sort of completely broken, I really don't know where I should start. Ugh, what a difficult character. Han Feng couldn't help but open his mouth and spit while driving. Li Shui, who was on the side, was looking out the window with a helpless look in her eyes. Originally, he thought that after capturing Chu Luyun, everything would be happy. As a result, it was not expected that more complex cases would emerge today instead. Captain Li, isn't it a bit regrettable that you caught me? If I'm still on the loose at this time, then you can put the case on my head for now. But not now, I've been caught, and the pressure of public opinion on you guys is going to be a lot bigger than it was before. Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui and couldn't help but show regret. This is actually a regular tactic used by the police force to pacify the public. After all, the public doesn't care how far you've gotten in your case, and they don't talk about clues. People are just trying to have a good time, and the more outlandish the rumors are spread, the happier they are. If it was in the past, all the Zodiac murderers could be temporarily attributed to Chu Luyun and just wait until later to investigate. This way the pressure of public opinion would mostly turn towards Chu Luyun. But not now. Chu Luyun has been caught, but the case continues.
Then the public pressure of the whole society will all pile up to the Qingyang police station, piled up to the head of the task force. And even to be more specific, it was piled on top of Li Shue's head. What our task force is after is the truth of the case. Nowadays it is inevitable to bear the public opinion when the case is not handled properly. There's nothing to be said for making a mistake and getting beaten. Li Shue sat in her car seat. This rich young lady, however, showed a superb mental capacity at this moment. Chu Luyun also understood in his heart. She just needs a certain amount of time and she will definitely grow into a very good detective. It's already this time of night, do you want to go for a late night snack? Chu Luyun sat at the window, looking at the night outside, and chanted anachronistically. It was only when the words came out of his mouth that he looked down and saw the shackles on his hands and feet. It seems that being a criminal does not qualify one to make such a request. Han Feng and Li Shue locked eyes in the rearview mirror. With Agent Zhao out of the picture today, it might actually be a good idea to break the rules. Han Feng, drive straight to my house. Li Shue gave Han Feng instructions. Han Feng didn't hesitate at Li Shue's order, and the corners of his mouth were tinged with a smile. Han Feng raised his hand and shut down the law enforcement monitoring. Li Shue, on the other hand, raised her hand and started ordering takeout. You too, that's pretty daring, but thank you for that. Chu Luyun's face carried a smile. He had long since run out of ideas for escape. Nowadays, although Chu Luyun was already a prisoner in a cage, he was living a life that was 100 times more nourishing than that of a fugitive. It was amazing how he was even beginning to enjoy this kind of day a little bit. After the car sped by, it once again arrived at the familiar upscale neighborhood. Cover up some clothes. Li Shue gave a reminder. Han Feng also put his jacket over Chu Luyun's head. The three just dodged the surveillance and made their way to Li Shue's house. Not much later, the barbecue meal was also delivered upstairs, and the three of them sat down at Li Shue's house and began to eat. Aren't you too afraid of being disciplined for doing this to me? Chu Luyun looked at Han Feng and Li Shue, the two of them eating with oil at the corners of their mouths at the moment. Han Feng, on the other hand, raised his hand and poured Chu Luyun a glass of beer. In fact, since the Cube Pavilion, Team Leader Li and I thought that you wouldn't escape, and that you might even have been wrongly accused. But Agent Cho has a slight opinion of you, and in his presence, we can only take you seriously. Han Feng smiled and explained. The three people were so happy that for a moment, Chu Luyun even felt that they were friends at a party. Ding dong! Just as the three of them were having fun, a ding-dong sound came from the cell phone in Li Shue's pocket. Han Feng's cell phone also rang in the next second. Li Shue and Han Feng took out their cell phones at almost the same time, and the moment they saw the text message, their faces changed violently. Chapter 121, Reasoning Duel. What's wrong? Did something urgent happen? Chu Luyun was holding a meat skewer in his hand and looked at the two with some surprise. Han Feng and Li Shue exchanged a look before they placed their cell phones in front of Chu Luyun in unison. The same text message surfaced on both men's cell phones. Hello, I am the originator of the Black Cube Hall case. I invite you all to come and work with me to solve the unbelievably bizarre case. On that note, I sincerely look forward to meeting with all 7 of you. Location, Kaitenkan. Invited by, Defenders of the Way. 2 identical text messages appeared on the phone. Both of them were looking their inquiring gazes towards Chu Luyun, who was also in a moment of deep thought. This murderer is arrogant to the core. What a sight for sore eyes to send an invitation to the police station. Han Feng looked at the text message and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. The Chu Luyun in the beginning was avoiding the police station, but this one, he was directly sticking his face to the provocation. Just as the two sides were talking, Zhao Huai surprisingly called from his side as well. Hello? Team Leader Li, I just received a text message from someone claiming to be the murderer of the Cube Pavilion, inviting me to go to the back to form pavilion. And Chu Luyun's cell phone, which is used as physical evidence, also received an identical text message just now. Zhao Huai expounded the news he received from his side to the crowd. Those present were slightly stunned to hear it. And Li Shue answered and hung up the phone in her hand. This guy is inviting the 4 of us to go. This is unbelievable. Looking at the indignation in Han Feng and Li Shue's eyes, the corners of Chu Luyun's mouth were hooked into a smile. His arrogance goes beyond just sending text messages. Counting the 4 of us, there were 7 of the people he said were traveling to the Kaitenkan. 5 people died in the Cube Pavilion, counting the old man from before, that makes 6. The murderer is 6 lives short of completing the sacrifice ritual, and there are a total of 7 people who traveled to the Kaitenkan. This also means that the murderer who is hiding among the 7 is going to kill all 6 of us with his own hands.
After Chu Luyun said those words,
Han Feng and Li Shui were no longer in the mood to eat. They couldn't imagine why the killer was rampant to such an extent. Not only did they send invitations, but they also wanted to target police department personnel for hunting. This is simply unthinkable. Chu Luyun took a sip of his beer and began to continue with the grilled meat. Instead of feeling resentful, these provocations felt challenging to him. He really wanted to meet this opponent. Let's see what kind of heavenly ability he has to dare make such a provocation. We must now return to the police station immediately to formulate a plan in response to this incident. Li Shui had lost interest and stood up to get her jacket from the coat rack. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, packed all the grilled meat and beer straight away.
I'll take these back to eat, should that be okay with you guys?
Chu Luyun had a bright smile on his face. Han Feng and Li Shui didn't have the heart to care about this, and with Chu Luyun in tow, they returned to the Qingyang police station.
Before Zhao Wei arrived, he sent Chu Luyun back to his cell.
I'll entrust you to stay here for the time being, we'll definitely come back to inform you once we've formulated a plan. Li Shui left a sentence and turned to leave. Chu Luyun sat alone in his cell, deep in thought. In fact, regarding that invitation, there were some things in it that he hadn't revealed to Li Shui and Han Feng.
It is the title of that letter. Defenders. The so-called defenders, Chu Luyun had some ideas. Riverbell, you must be my defender. Chu Luyun sighed to himself.
He guessed that in the case of the Zodiac murders, in order to make sure that the Zodiac murders could run perfectly, all of them will have a predecessor who has become a sensei shogun to assist in this case. And the defenders on the invitation are supposed to be that kind of character. Thinking of Jiang Ling, Chu Luyun's heart instead surfaced a touch of a different emotion. Though Riverbell is also in the Badger organization.
However, Chu Luyun could not feel a single trace of malice from her. It would be nice to meet up with Riverbell again.
Perhaps she could tell herself more truths about badgers.
After eating and drinking, Chu Luyun lay down on the bed and sank into dreamland.
This sleep was very sweet.
When Chu Luyun woke up again, it was already morning. Awake from your nap?
Li Shui's voice came from the side. Chu Luyun was jolted and realized that Li Shui had already sat beside him.
You're too scary, at least say hello beforehand.
Chu Luyun chanted, getting up slightly. Li Shui did not say anything, but threw a set of keys to Chu Luyun.
We have conferred.
You'll go with the 3 of us to the Kajamusha Can for the appointment. Open all the shackles on your body, or you'll be more than a little inconvenienced in the action afterward, too. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun and spoke the plan they had already decided on.
Really set me free?
Chu Luyun looked at the key in his hand, still somewhat incredulous. Though it was a very amicable few days together, to say the least. But this trust was definitely not enough for Li Shui to do this.
Just removing the handcuffs and shackles, who said anything about releasing you? Here, take this thing with you.
Li Shui took out an electronic shackle from her arms. She walked step by step to Chu Luyun and personally put the electronic shackles on Chu Luyun's ankles. Looking at this kind of high technology, Chu Luyun's eyes still carried a touch of novelty.
Don't blame me for not warning you, haha.
This thing is made of a special alloy and is impossible to open without a key. As soon as you get within 10 meters of me, or make me feel out of place, the shackles can release a strong charge that can instantly render you unconscious.
Li Shui kindly reminded Chu Luyun.
Chu Luyun would not have any doubts about her words. And he had no intention of escaping at all.
You don't say, but it's quite nice.
Chu Luyun stood up and moved his muscles and bones. Without the comfort of handcuffs and shackles, Chu Luyun felt much more relaxed.
Let's just have a good day off today.
Tomorrow morning, we, the 4 of us, will be traveling to the Kajamusha Can. Leaving this plan behind, Li Shui turned and left the cell. Chu Luyun was already rubbing his fists at this moment as well. He was also very much looking forward to going head-to-head with the shadowy murderer. Blatantly categorizing the police officer and me into the sacrificial hunting list, interesting. Since you have such confidence, then let's have a contest of subterfuge at the Kajamusha Can.
Chapter 122, The Hunting List.
The reasoning factor within Chu Luyun's heart was unleashing.
This tricky confrontation made it very much anticipated. But he doesn't know it. This trip to the Kajamusha-ken would become a lingering nightmare for him. At the Kaitenken, he will touch the real secret about badgers. Early the next morning, Chu Luyun walked out of the police station like a free man and entered an ordinary car. It's really just us going over there? As I've said before, the killer will definitely be among the 7 of us who went to the appointment. Aren't you going to put more police on it and just surround it? Chu Luyun looked at the several people in doubt. When he was first arrested, the Qingyang police station moved hundreds of people. Why are you even on the low side this time? We don't even know where the cloister is. The killer is navigating us in real time, and if we lay out in advance, we'll inevitably spook them. But as long as you deduce who the murderer is, the 3 of us won't let him get away. Li Shui pressed her waist, the meaning couldn't be clearer. 3 people holding the truth, then indeed there was no fear of the other side playing any tricks. Under the circumstances, it would make sense to kill them even if they were shot on the spot. Han Feng's cell phone was placed in front of the car. The navigation on it was constantly shifting, and it was obvious that the killer was controlling the phone. Zhao Huai looked at Chu Luyun's ankle. If we can catch the real culprit this time, you can at least clear half of your suspicions. So we hope you don't pull any tricks or else. We're not just aiming our guns at that one murderer. Zhao Huai was also opening his mouth to warn Chu Luyun. But today's Chu Luyun no longer cared about clearing any grievances. Badger organization for everything. It's all filled with so much unbelievability. From the moment the system judged Chu Luyun as a murderous fiend, he had never thought of clearing his name. His purpose now was the door of the end. Lu Jingsong is dead, Ta Yanran is dead, Zhou Bingyue is dead. Too many people Chu Luyun cared about had already died, and there was no telling how many more would die in the future. The only way to do this is to open the door of the end, so that everything can return to its original state and everything can start all over again. Badger, the final gate. Chu Luyun was minding his own business, not caring at all about Zhao Huai's warning. The group followed the navigation and drove for over 3 hours. Finally, we came to a jungle outside the city. Another hour's drive along the well-traveled mountain road highway. Finally, we reached our destination. Here it is, it should be right up ahead. Han Feng stopped the car and pointed to the goat path outside. The weed-covered path was only passable by one person, much less a car. Looks like we're going to have to walk next. Li Shui said and got out of the car first. The 4 of them walked along the goat path, step by step. Chu Luyun followed behind Li Shui the entire time. He had no intention of running away per se, and in case he left too far away and got a shock of electricity, it would be a real bad idea. There's a white church up ahead, isn't that the cloister? Han Feng pointed ahead and called out. The crowd followed the direction of his finger and found a classical Western-style church, all white. At the very top of the church, there is also a huge clock that stands out. The 4 men stepped forward quickly. In front of the door of the Kaitenken, 2 men had already been standing. One wore a black down jacket and looked honest and naive. Beside him stood a woman with dyed red hair, wearing leather boots and still quite sexy. The other, draped in a white trench coat, wore sunglasses and had a cigarette in his mouth. Hello, my name is Wang Molan. This is my wife, Su Yumei. This kind brother's name is Li Jingfei, and the 3 of us just arrived. The man in the black duffel coat stepped forward to say hello, introducing the guy in the sunglasses in the process. Li Shui also revealed a polite smile, and both parties made brief introductions. Chu Luyun was wearing electronic shackles though. But you can't tell because you're wearing baggy pants. The people are already here, should we consider going in first? It's not a good place to talk outside in this cold. The sunglasses man named Li Jingfei shrugged his shoulders, puzzled by this. Chu Luyun had been secretly observing. The murderer was hidden among the 7 of them, but the 3 strangers in front of them were a bit more likely as murderers. It's freezing outside, let's go in first. Li Jingfei greeted him and pushed the door in on his own. This fellow hadn't interacted with Chu Luyun and the others since the beginning, and the entire person was condescending to the extreme. A few people pushed the door and walked in, a very spacious hall with a huge and immense round table in the center. Surprisingly, there was a large banyan tree growing around the hall. Do you guys smell a really strong odor of blood? Han Feng shrugged his nose and frowned as he chanted. And the unbeatable man from before had already arrived in front of the big banyan tree. Can a man be made like this and not smell of blood? Li Jingfei pushed the sunglasses on the bridge of his nose and tilted his head to look at the large banyan tree in front of him. Several people hurriedly leaned over when they heard this. When they saw the situation in front of them, everyone froze. Corpses? Li Shui looked at the large banyan tree in front of her that was filled with the smell of blood, and her entire mouth was incredibly wide open. Flesh and blood hung all over the branches of the tree, and the corpse in front of him had become one with the big banyan tree. An early death? Chu Luyun looked at the corpse on the tree and was slightly surprised. Li Jingfei stepped forward and observed the blood on some of the branches. Based on how the blood coagulated, it would have died in the early hours of this morning. And his killer is hiding among us. Li Jingfei turned his head to look at the crowd present and surprisingly spoke what Chu Luyun wanted to say first. His eyes, too, lingered constantly on Chu Luyun's body. I don't suppose you're all strangers to the Zodiac case, are you? This one who died on the big banyan tree, his horoscope should be the noon horse. Of the 7 of us left, 5 of them are targets for the killer to hunt. Li Jingfei's words directly stunned the crowd. 5 people died in the cubic hall, so the next victim in the case was the old man who died holding a chess piece, a snake. Z-rat, ugly ox, een tiger, ma rabbit, cinnabar dragon, sea snake, wu horse. The next new dead person to show up, in order, is indeed the woon horse. But the case of the old man's death happened only yesterday, and the police haven't even informed about it yet. The only people who knew about this matter were Chu Luyun and Han Feng Li Shui, and even Zhao Huai didn't know. And how does the person in front of me know that this person is the Wuma? Don't look at me so surprised. I naturally have my channels to get information. But one thing is certain, the murderer must be among the 7 of us. Li Jingfei pushed the sunglasses on his face, and his eyes eventually locked onto Chu Luyun's body. A smirk curled the corners of his mouth. I analyzed it correctly, didn't I? Chu Luyun. Chapter 123, The Chosen One. He named Chu Luyun in public, once again causing everyone in the scene to be stunned. It sounds like you're familiar with the Zodiac murders, too? Chu Luyun looked at Li Jingfei in front of him and could not help but smile slightly. This guy has a cynical look about him though. But his clear mind was telling the crowd that he was not as simple as he looked. Of course. As a detective, these light cases are my favorite. But please don't worry, I will definitely uncover the murderer and avenge my predecessor's death. Li Jingfei looked at Chu Luyun and nodded slightly in respect. Hearing the word revenge come out of his mouth, everyone present was slightly stunned. Revenge? Avenge me? Chu Luyun looked at the self-proclaimed detective in front of him and felt a bit puzzled. Nice. The murderer kills according to the 12 signs of the Chinese zodiac, and now the dead one is the noon horse, so next, it's the shin monkey, the UG. As far as I know, Mr. Chu should be the rooster, so among the 6 of us, you will be the second deceased. It was as if Li Jingfei had already foreseen Chu Luyun's death. Without realizing it. He seems to have become the real star of the show. And Chu Luyun was the lamb to the slaughter, waiting to crack the ruse after Chu Luyun was killed. Interesting, energetic young people who might actually be able to work miracles. Maybe the others will be a little strange, what with 7 of them and all. Let's organize our thoughts first. To complete the sacrifice ritual of the Divine General God, in total, 14 people were needed. 12 of the victims were sacrifices. Of the remaining 2, one was a Zodiac Guardian who was about to become a Divine General God, just like Chu Luyun from before. The other, the real killer of the murderer. The same guy that Chu Luyun had searched so hard for but never found. A total of 5 victims died in Cube Hall. An old man died in the Pro City. On the big banyan tree, another one died, and that's 7 victims. With 7 of the 12 zodiacs dead, there are only 5 left. And it was the 7 of them who were still alive in the Kaitenkan now. So out of the 7 of them, 5 would die, and of the 2 remaining survivors, one of them would be the killer. Nobody move. Sit down at the table. Wait until the police come and take all of you back to the police station for investigation. When the time comes, whoever the murderer is, he won't be able to run. Li Shui pulled out her documents directly from her arms. As long as it's confirmed that the killer is among the 7, then things will be fine. In Li Shui's eyes, the 4 of them were definitely fine. The problem lies with Li Jingfei and Wang Molan. As long as they all have to be brought back to the police station, they can always be found out. I knew it, this is no fun again. Li Jingfei shrugged his shoulders and could only obey Li Shui's words as he sat down in front of the table. 7 people just sat down, and Li Shui also pulled out her cell phone from her arms. There's absolutely no signal in this house, there's no way to send a message to the police department. Han Feng, go out and send a message to the police station so they can send someone over. Li Shui raised her hand to command Han Feng. He stepped to the door and pushed it outward a few times. The gate in front of him didn't move at all, it was impossible to destroy this gate made of steel alloy. It's too strong to get out of the way. We're locked in here now. Han Feng turned his head to look at Li Shui, they were now completely forced into the situation. 7 people sat around the table, all with different expressions. Chu Luyun then picked up a black cloth bag on the table and carefully examined it. In front of all 7, there was such a black cloth bag, not knowing what the significance was. Ka-ching! A soft, thin sound came from it. Throughout the ceiling of the cloister, a single silver steel tube sprang up. Each steel pipe carries a strange nozzle. Welcome, everyone, to the Kaitenkan. The metal tubes that appear above your heads are the nozzles used to deliver the highly toxic gases, and your lives no longer belong to you from the moment you enter the cloister. The sound of electronics came from the house. It's pre-recorded as soon as you hear it. You all have a black hood in front of you, which you will need to keep on at all times during your time in the back to form hall, and it is impossible to take it off. Once someone violates the rules, the poisonous gas will be released immediately, and you will all die. The killer's voice came over the loudspeaker. It was an emotionless electronic synthesized voice, but everyone knew the killer was in no way joking. After all, it was a guy who had killed 7 people in a row in 2 days, and would never joke around about such things. Within 3 days, the chosen one of God will be born among the 7 of you. Please make the most of it, the rest of the day. The megaphone finished the sentence and a dead silence fell. Chu Luyun was of course clear about the so-called chosen of the gods. That is, the person with the sign of the dog will become a new Sifu shogun as a result of this bloody sacrifice. After Chu Luyun, a new divine general god. It's not hard to analyze from his words either. Of the 7 people present today, perhaps only 2 will make it out alive. One is a newly promoted Sishu shogun. The other, a murderer. We'd better do what he says or it's really going to end the game early. Chu Luyun knew. The guys in the Badger organization are nuts. It was entirely possible that he would kill everyone present and then reorganize a bloody sacrifice ceremony. I'll say this in advance. The murderer offered to propose wearing a hood for no other reason than to use identity trickery by making us unrecognizable to each other. I hope that you will memorize each other's looks, physique, and voice before you put on your masks to prevent the murderer from blending in with us. Chu Luyun kindly reminded. The killer has a reason for everything he does and must be preparing for his ruse. After all, the killer was among the 7 of them. Everything has to be done a little bit ahead of time. After Chu Luyun finished speaking, he took the lead in putting on the black headgear. What do you guys say? Why didn't the killer just release the gas and kill us? Zhao Huai also put on his headgear, but couldn't help but make an inquiry. To such a stupid question, Chu Luyun was simply too lazy to answer. It was only after a few long minutes of silence that Li Jingfei couldn't help but offer an explanation for Zhao Huai. Because the murderer had to kill in the order of the 12 signs of the zodiac, and if he had released the poisonous gas directly, he would not have been able to sway the order at all. In that case, today's Kajamushikan banquet will be meaningless. Li Jingfei has a very clever mind. Almost everything Chu Luyun could think of, he could think of all of them. With such an expert as a match, perhaps today, the murderer could really be caught. However, Chu Luyun's heart was also a little worried. Because the killer is among them, and there's no guarantee it's not this clever detective. In just a few minutes, all 7 were wearing black hoods. Let me interrupt, we know that out of the 7 today, only the murderer and the shogun will leave alive. And we know that this time, the Sifu shogun is the one whose sign is the dog. May I ask you all, is there anyone here who is a dog? Chu Luyun was the first to speak. As long as the new Sifu shogun is identified first, at the very least, it's a way to rule out a murderer ahead of time. But after a moment's silence, there was still silence. A bad feeling sprouted in Chu Luyun's heart. Could it be that there were no dogs present at all? Our reasoning, from the beginning, was wrong? Chapter 124, The Killing Frenzy. Chu Luyun's brain was a bit down for a while. After all the fuss, of all the people on the scene, he was the only one who knew that his Chinese astrological sign was chicken. Han Feng and I, we came out of an orphanage, were adopted by different families, and were admitted to the police force together. So as to the true genus, the two of us. The two of us don't really know. Li Shue's familiar voice was not unfamiliar despite the black hood. Chu Liuyun's heart sank slightly. 7 people, now that's 2 people who don't know their genus. Because of my family of origin, my parents died early, so the only person who knows my zodiac sign is my aunt from long ago. But I can't reach her right now, so I don't know. Zhao Huai opened his mouth, and once again, a bad news came. Chu Luyun turned his gaze to the couple. The honest Wang Molan rubbed his palms together. My wife and I, we both came from poor rural areas under those circumstances. It's good enough to have a meal and bring up the kids, who's going to remember that stuff? Wang Molan's naive character does fit his mountain man character. It was the turn of the last one, Li Jingfei. He also shrugged his shoulders, expressing his helplessness. I was adopted by a foreign family when I was a child, and I don't even know who my parents are, much less my zodiac sign. With another piece of bad news from Li Jingfei, Chu Luyun was considered completely dumbfounded. The zodiac's rules for killing. It's him as the root of all reasoning, the pulse about the overall case. But apparently what he could think of, the murderer had thought of too. In this way, Chu Luyun's thoughts were directly cut off by the murderer. Originally, it was possible to determine the murderer's order of killing based on the Chinese zodiac. Now there would be no more clues other than the knowledge that he would be the second to die. What's the matter, Mr. Chu, has your reasoning gone into the swamp? Li Jingfei's smiling tone seemed to be mocking Chu Luyun. For this guy who was engaged in coming to touch the porcelain, Chu Luyun couldn't help but have a trace of disgust rise in his heart. This guy was simply pretending to the extreme. Not only had he been touching Chu Luyun, he was even mimicking the tone of his voice. The most exaggerated thing about it is that even though he has a black hood on, the guy is still wearing sunglasses. Listening to your tone, it seems like you've already found a way to break the situation, right? Chu Luyun looked at Li Jingfei. For this guy who had no one in his sight, Chu Luyun had no need to be courteous to him. As if he had anticipated Chu Luyun's retaliation, he could not help but let out a burst of laughter from his mouth. It's not so simple that we don't even need to go after what everyone's zodiac sign is. Mr. Chu's zodiac sign is known to be the rooster and is the second person to die. Then all we need to do is wait for the first dead person to be born and then keep an eye on Mr. Chu. Anyway, all of you have come here prepared to die, haven't you? Li Jingfei swept across the crowd, his tone filled with unspeakable confidence. His words had reminded Chu Luyun. All 4 of them came over here to catch the real culprit behind this. And Li Jingfei, the psychopath, looks like a guy full of paranoia about the case. He had been prepared to make sacrifices in order to crack the Zodiac case. But the honest couple in front of them was really suspicious. My wife is gravely ill and says she can get a fortune if she comes to this party. We don't know anything about murderers, not murderers, we just wanted to come here to get money for my wife's treatment. Wang Molan's tone was full of sincerity, making it hard to doubt the truth of his words. But to Chu Luyun, these appearances were hardly enough to confuse him. No one knew the truth or falsehood of Wang Molan's words. It's almost break time, so let's go to our respective rooms. Li Jingfei glanced at the clock on the wall. They'd been trapped inside the cloister. All that can be done nowadays is to follow the killer's idea and press on here. Ka-ching! When Li Jingfei finished his sentence, door after door of rooms then opened around the hall. In all, there were 7 long prepared rooms. Gentlemen, I'll take a break, and we'll begin our reasoning after the dead have been produced. Li Jingfei greeted the crowd and entered the room on his own. This guy is very strange. Granted, everyone's personality is different, but this guy is just a little too relaxed. This is a murder scene. They're lambs to the slaughter. It was too strange to be so relaxed in the face of impending death. Then we will rest individually as well. Li Shui looked at the crowd and responded before returning to her room as well. Once everyone had left, Chu Luyun chose the room next to Li Jingfei. What a cluelessness! Chu Luyun was lying in the tiny room and only felt his head was drowsy. The 4 of them, in high spirits, came to catch the murderer. But Li Shui, the 3 of them, didn't even know their own zodiac signs. And why haven't they done that when all it takes is a locator in the car to lead the police here? In that case, the killer may not just be among the 3 strangers. Li Shui and the 3 of them are also heavily suspected. Ka-ching! A succession of subtle sounds rang out in the darkness of the room. Chu Luyun sat up violently from the bed. He looked around the room and didn't notice anything strange. Is it hard to believe that there is architectural trickery even in this return to the formal hall? With a skeptical gaze, Chu Luyun began to examine everything within the entire room. Ka-ching! Another rattle came. Chu Luyun instantly locked onto the source of the sound this time. He jerked his head around to see some loosely scattered dust in the corner of the wall. Immediately afterward, a crack opened above the neat and smooth wall. A cold wind blew in from outside. Apparently behind this wall is the outside of the cloister. Ka-ching! Another rattle came. The secret door in the wall opened completely. A beautiful silhouette stood in the cold wind like this. We meet again, Chu Luyun. Jiang Ling's hand clutched a remote control as she slowly walked in from outside. Seeing the suddenly appeared Jiang Ling, Chu Luyun's brain was a bit unable to react. Wait a minute. What are you doing here? Is it hard to believe that? You're a murderer? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling, a flash of surprise appearing in his eyes. According to Chu Luyun's understanding, as Jiang Ling was a member of the Badger organization and she appeared here, in all likelihood, she was the murderer. But their previous reasoning was that the murderer was hidden among the 7. And Riverbell isn't one of the 7. What are you talking about? How can the murderer be me? The murderer is among you. Am I right? Murderer, Chu Luyun. Chapter 125, The Ring of Destiny. Jiang Ling faintly uttered these words, causing Chu Luyun's entire body to be dumbfounded. He frowned and looked at Riverbell suspiciously. I don't understand, what do you mean by that? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling warily. After all, in this environment, the emergence of Jiang Ling is definitely not a coincidence. He came here with Li Shui and the others to work on the case. But now when it came to Jiang Ling's mouth, he turned out to be a murderer, which was obviously a bit off. Is that hard to understand? You are the true culprit hiding among the 7, the defender of this sacrifice ceremony. Jiang Ling sat on Chu Luyun's bed and crossed her legs. The words that came out of her mouth were such an understatement. However, the shock brought by his words caused Chu Luyun's body to tingle. I'm here on a case, I'm here to find the murderer, why am I? Chu Luyun surprisingly did not know how to explain for a moment. Instead, Jiang Ling slowly sat up straight and stared at Chu Luyun with her eyes dead center. So what? Do you really want to expect the police department to clear your name? Do you really want to be in a cell, waiting for yourself to become innocent? Xingyang Police Station, they only go out after a case has occurred and they receive a call. Who do you think they can catch with this kind of speed of falling one step behind? A few questions from Jiang Ling then directly caused Chu Luyun to fall to the bottom. In fact, Chu Luyun had thought about a lot of things in the past few days in the cell. Following the Xingyang Police Station is a waste of time for him. Because the purpose of the two sides is simply not the same. In fact, you only know a little bit about the Badger organization, and you don't know the rules of his operation. In the Badger organization, we've never even met except to know that we're a member of the Badgers. You're barely a Badger now, and the only companion I've seen so far. Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun and spoke faintly. Hearing the words that came out of her mouth, Chu Luyun was also slightly stunned. Messed up most of the day. An organization this big, and it's just a hat, and they don't know each other? I actually had the same experience as you when I joined the Badgers. From the moment I became a Sifu Shogun, I have been tracking the many Zodiac cases to find the real killer behind the scenes. This is the first time that Riverbell has talked about himself. Chu Luyun also sat beside her. You were wrongly accused of being in here too? Chu Luyun was a bit surprised. Riverbell just nodded. If my guess is right, all the sacrifice rituals were done by a single assassin. It's just that he's so good, and I haven't caught him so far. Just in these few moments, the information that Jiang Ling uttered was constantly breaking through Chu Luyun's previous conception. It turns out that the dedication ceremony of the 12 Sifu shoguns was most likely done by a single murderer. This guy, then, is a real killer. Whether it's a police tip or a private investigation on our part, the information we get is postulated. We always investigate cases after they have occurred, and in time to crack the case ruse, the murderer will have long since gotten away. That's why we have to lock up the case before the murder happens, and only then will we be able to catch the murderer. Jiang Ling's eyes were also filled with determination. The only one who was confused was Chu Luyun, because what Jiang Ling said was completely inconsistent. Whether it's a detective or the police department, surely they can't take over the investigation until after the murder has taken place. What's the point of investigating if the murder hasn't even happened yet? It's a given timeline that we'll investigate after the killer kills someone. There's no way we can lock the case before the killer kills. It's like, there's no way we can predict in advance what's going to happen. Chu Luyun spoke this most basic logic. In his impression, Jiang Ling was also an extremely intelligent person. It was impossible that she didn't even know this. However, after hearing Chu Luyun's question, Jiang Ling revealed a smile. You're right, I've been forewarned about the case that's going to happen. After today's sacrifice regarding the 100th dog is completed, there is the Ohio pig. I found the soon-to-be Ohio pig's chosen one, and as long as the two of us keep an eye on him, we might be able to catch the murderer. Jiang Ling opened her mouth and sort of brought Chu Luyun a powerful news. The plan she was talking about was very doable indeed. After all, the murderer will always reveal himself when he has to complete a sacrifice ritual of 12 human lives around the chosen one. If you want this, you must find a way out of this case. Dump the Qingyang police once and for all, only then will you be able to come with me to investigate the Ohio pig case that's going to happen. Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun with sincere emotions in her eyes. Chu Luyun knew that Jiang Ling hadn't deceived him. Moreover, the action that Jiang Ling had stated was indeed very tempting to Chu Luyun. No, if I get out of this, doesn't that mean this Zodiac murder case has failed? After all, I'm a chicken, so wouldn't I be missing this important piece of the puzzle? As Chu Luyun spoke, he realized that something was wrong. He looked at Jiang Ling, rather like he had remembered something. And the corners of Jiang Ling's mouth broke into a smile at this moment. That's right, in the case of a Zodiac murder, the Zodiac who is a defender can escape death. Just as when we two met before, I am the dead man in your prisoner's chamber, the lake case. And you, too, will be the defender of this case. Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun and spoke the rules of the game that he could get away with. Hearing her words, Chu Luyun also fell into deep thought once again. Faced with such a choice, whoever it is will be in a dilemma. Chu Luyun, the Ohio pig case will be the last of the 12 Zodiac murder cases. This is the killer's last shot, the only chance to catch him, the last moment to learn the truth. Think about it. Riverbell placed the remote control on the bed and got up to walk out through the secret door. As Jiang Ling left, the dark door began to close a little bit. Chu Luyun held the remote control that Jiang Ling had left behind. He hypothesized that the walls in the returning shape pavilion, like the cube pavilion, should have numerous hidden doors. Perhaps this is destiny. Chu Luyun let out an exclamation. He kept convincing himself internally. Even if he didn't make a move, all of these people would die just the same. From the moment he entered the Kajamusha hall, everything was all but predetermined. That's the destiny of all people. Badger. Chu Luyun's mouth only popped out one word even after a long time. I'm afraid that starts today. He will be completely reduced to a badger. And this is his destiny. Chapter 126, The First Deceased. Chu Luyun put away the remote control and lifted up his loose pants. No matter what he wanted to do, what kind of getaway he wanted to accomplish, he had to do one thing. That would be this electronic ankle bracelet. Li Shui had once said that this thing could not be destroyed at all. I believe she wasn't lying either. But if we don't take it down, then all the shenanigans are bull. Chu Luyun clutched the remote control, pondering in his heart. The power unit behind it that can move such a heavy dark door must have plenty of kinetic energy, right? A hint of determination flashed in Chu Luyun's eyes. Early the next morning. A piercing scream woke everyone from their sleep. What's going on? What's happening? There was a cacophony of voices from outside. Within a short time, almost everyone appeared in the hall. The woman who had just let out a scream was none other than Wang Molin's wife, Su Yume. She was currently sitting paralyzed in front of Wang Molin's room door, having sobbed uncontrollably long ago. Please, please, please save our Murin. There's a good chance that something has happened to him. Su Yume hugged Li Shui's thigh. She knew that Li Shui was a police officer, so she kept asking her for help. And at this moment, Li Jingfei came over. You said the person might be dead? But the door isn't even open now, so how do you know that Wang Molin inside is dead? Do you have the ability to see things before they happen? This Li Jingfei guy is disgusting. I don't know if it's just low emotional intelligence or if it's just really sightless and never subtle in its speech. In his eyes, anyone would be considered suspect. You don't understand, my husband loves me. I'm bedridden most of the time because of my health.
Whenever I call out my husband's name, he shows up in time, but I've been yelling at the door for a long time, and he must be in trouble. Although Suyume was wearing a black hood, her tears had already soaked the black fabric. Seeing him cry like a pair, Han Feng and Li Shui both turned their heads to look at Li Jingfei as well. It was hard to see the eyes, but you could feel the disgust in them. Your husband is dead or not, kick the door down and find out. If he's really dead, then we can move on to the next step in our plan. Li Jingfei's words caused another sigh of relief. If it wasn't for Li Shui pulling him back, Han Feng really wanted to go up and teach this disgusting guy a lesson. Drive me! Li Jingfei raised his paw and kicked the door with vigor. A loud thud came from within the entire room. What a sturdy door! Li Jingfei took 2 steps back with some embarrassment. He wanted to bend down and rub his ankle, but was too dead set on showing it. Looking at him in that manner, Han Feng couldn't help but show a hint of sarcasm on his face. Detective Li, I thought you were more than capable. That's all you can do after all that? Han Feng looked toward Li Jingfei, and his mouth was also filled with a mocking tone. But after he finished his sentence, Li Shui turned her head and stared at Han Feng dead in the face. What's going on with your voice? And why are you calling Li Jingfei Detective Li too? Li Shui's alertness is excellent. After all, yesterday at the dinner table, Chu Luyun had reminded everyone. Because of the headgear to see the appearance clearly, everyone should do their best to memorize the voice and behavior. To avoid identity replacement shenanigans. Han Feng's body was also slightly stunned by Li Shui's sudden questioning. Subconsciously, he coughed a few times. I had a little trouble with my throat last night, so my voice is a little muffled. As for the title of Detective Li, hasn't he always fancied himself a detective? Han Feng didn't understand why Li Shui was questioning herself like this. But out of his trust in Li Shui, he still subconsciously gave a reason. Never mind, let's kick the door in first. Get out of the way, all of you, let me do it. Han Feng made a direct sprint and kicked the door. Immediately after, a scream then rang out within the entire room. Ah ha ha ha. My legs, my legs. Han Feng broke on the ground, covering his ankle. And Li Jingfei couldn't help but let out a sneer at this moment. This door is made of alloy and can't be opened except from the inside. So all we can do is wait. Li Jingfei deliberately walked past Han Feng, and although he was limping, he could be a lot stronger than Han Feng. Zhao Huai approached the door of the room uncertainly, wanting to study what was going on. But the moment his palm touched the iron door, ka-ching! After a subtle movement, the impenetrable door of the room, surprisingly, opened a crack. Everyone turned their heads to look at Zhao Huai, who was himself confused. How come no one else can open it, but you can? Li Shui once again turned her gaze toward Zhao Huai, her tone filled with incredulity. Facing Li Shui's questioning, Zhao Huai hurriedly raised his hands and shook them from side to side. I don't know. I really don't know what's going on here. Zhao Huai is a human being. He knew very well in his heart that Li Shui was obviously suspecting him when she said this. A strange atmosphere permeated the room. Now is not the time for mutual suspicion. The murderer is hiding among us, and a crisis of trust between us is what the murderer wants most. Li Jingfei stopped the crowd from arguing in time. Although this guy is very obnoxious, he can surely give the most proper guidance on the cracking of the case. Now that the door to the room had been opened, it was imperative to hurry and enter to find out what was going on. The man is dead. Zhao Huai looked at the cold corpse on the bed and spoke this reality that everyone had already seen. The moment she saw her husband's body, the woman sat down on the floor and burst into tears. Her cries echoed throughout the room, causing Li Jingfei to frown. Come on, stop crying here. Before you came here, didn't you know very well that this trip was about exchanging your life for money? Why grieve here when you are ready to die? After Li Jingfei finished this sentence, the woman also let out a cold snort and directly got up to leave the room. Li Shui was shouting at the moment. Stop right there, all of you. No one leaves this room, the murderer is among us. Li Shui took out the pistol in her hand as a deterrent. The original Suyume didn't want to pay attention to the crowd, but when she saw the truth in Li Shui's hand, she still stood her ground. Even through the black fabric, several people could feel the discontent in her. It's like being poked and prodded about something embarrassing. Why? Why do we have to stand still if you tell us to? Didn't you say yourself that the murderer is among us? Why wasn't the murderer yourself? Chapter 127, The Death of the Protagonist. Su Yume's words also caused all eyes to look at Li Shui. From start to finish, Li Shui played the role of notary. But it is clear that she has not cleared herself either, and naturally she cannot represent justice. Li Shui, why don't all three of us hand over our pistols? Since we don't know who the killer is, we have to keep everyone safe. What do you think of my offer? Han Feng looked at Li Shui and first placed his firearm on the ground. This behavior is in case the murderer is among the three of them. Looking at Han Feng's behavior, Li Shui was furious. Han Feng, what the hell is wrong with you today? By handing this over, we'll be completely out of cards to restrain the murderer. Even if the murderer is among the three of us, as long as the murderer dares to shoot, the remaining two will inevitably take care of it straight away. What the hell is going on in your head? Li Shui looked at the limping Han Feng in front of her and felt more and more out of place. Han Feng was questioned by her in this succession, but he just picked up the pistol silently and didn't say a word. Immediately, Li Jingfei was violently shocked. Not good, something is going to happen to Chu Luyun. In order, he must be the second case of the dead, go and see what's wrong with him. Li Jingfei rushed out with a shout. The person who was even more worried about Chu Luyun's safety than him was Li Shui. Li Shui was so fast that she even surpassed Li Jingfei and reached Chu Luyun's doorway first. She raised her hand and slammed it hard against the door. But the sturdy iron door was not moving at all, and there was no response from inside. Until Zhao Huai's palm pressed on the door. It's like a combination lock has been triggered. With a small click, the door slowly opened. This really isn't my fault, I don't know what's going on. Zhao Huai waved his hand repeatedly, completely. Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun. Li Shui yelled at the dark house. But it never got the response she wanted. Look there. Li Jingfei turned his flashlight on and shone it upward. In plain sight. A body with a black hood was hanging from the roof. This is Chu Luyun? Li Shui looked at the hanged body in front of her with incredulity in her eyes. Impossible, this is simply impossible, how could Chu Luyun die? How could he possibly die? Li Shui kept repeating the words in her mouth. But no matter how much he conformed to denial, the body in front of him had that electronic shackle on his foot. That's something that's impossible to destroy. Haven't you been waiting for Chu Luyun to die and then start reasoning? Now that the man is dead, you reason. Li Shui yelled in a frenzy. She forcefully brought Chu Luyun out to the banquet, but the man died. In the face of this situation, she simply couldn't deliver when she went back. And even less to face the pressure of the many media outlets. Looking at Chu Luyun's corpse in front of her, her heart was even more empty, as if she had lost something important. Me this. Li Jingfei was also a bit dumbfounded for a while. I was thinking that one will die first, and then we'll keep a close eye on Chu Luyun. I didn't expect the murderer to kill them both at once. Li Jingfei touched his nose in some embarrassment. You should know that this thing was Chu Luyun's favorite thing to do before. Wait. Li Shui looked at everyone present. Her head kept thinking back, recalling what Chu Luyun had once taught her. She gazed around at everyone in the room. From now on, no one is to leave each other's sight. Li Shui's voice was very low. The chill that came out of the words caused everyone to feel chills all over their bodies. As far as the eye could see, it was Han Feng first. The strange voice, the weird demeanor, made Li Shui feel out of place in any way. And Zhao Huai. No one could push that door open but this guy. And the harmless-looking Su Yume. He came to the banquet with Wang Molan in order to raise money to cure her. As a result, the moment he saw Wang Molan die, her subconscious thought was that she was out of money. It's just that she's still pretending to cry, and this hillbilly is not a very good actress. The remaining one, Li Jingfei, is even more suspicious. From the moment he entered, he was fighting against Chu Luyun, and now that the people are dead, he is saying that he can't do anything about it. Aren't you the police? Hurry up and find a way to get us out of here. I don't want to die here, I don't want to die here. Su Yume shouted loudly, disturbing Li Shui's thoughts. Quiet down, you. Li Shui hollered at Su Yume. Su Yume, who had been making a lot of noise, was also intimidated by Li Shui and could only obediently shut her mouth. Li Shui looked up at the hanging Chu Luyun. Even though the electronic shackles that could not possibly be removed were already in front of her, she still found it hard to believe that Chu Luyun was dead. Take off his hood, I want to see if he's Chu Luyun or not.
Li Shui stared at the corpse dead in the face. Hearing her resolution, Zhao Huai was the first to jump out and reject it. No! Have you forgotten that murderer's warning? As soon as the hood is removed, the gas will be released. Never risk it. Zhao Huai pressed Li Shui, not agreeing with this risky move of hers at all. Knowing that the two were superior and subordinate, Zhao Huai had never dared to disobey Li Shui's orders. Perhaps it was the inner fear in the face of death that inspired his courage. Chu Luyun once said that the murderer couldn't have somehow made us wear headgear. This is bound to be some kind of identity trick. I must see it. At this moment, Li Shui was already deeply involved in her own reasoning. She pulled out the pistol at her waist and made everyone take a step back. Han Feng and Zhao Huai also had guns on them, but they didn't have the courage to aim them at Li Shui. Because just by looking at this state of Li Shui right now, there was a real possibility of shooting. Li Jingfei, didn't you say that you had long been prepared for death? Help me put Chu Luyun down, let's see what the truth really is. Li Shui looked at Li Jingfei, who was on the side. She herself didn't expect that at this moment, the one who could stand on the same side as her was actually this guy who looked at her the most unfavorably. Yes. Li Jingfei barely hesitated and directly placed Chu Luyun's body down. He muttered under his breath as he cupped his hands around the hood. Mr. Chu, I hope you haven't let me down. Identity shenanigans must exist. Li Jingfei's thoughts were the same as Li Shui's. There must be a reason for anything the killer does. What are you chanting about? Hurry up and take off the hood. Li Shui kept ordering. Li Jingfei also stopped dilly-dallying and directly removed the black hood that was placed over Chu Luyun's head. The moment the headgear came down. Underneath the hood, it was clearly Chu Luyun's appearance. Chapter 128, The Brink of Death. Really? Really dead? Li Jingfei's hand shook. Although he had been getting high before, when Chu Luyun's body was lying in front of him, it was another feeling. Li Shui stared blankly at Chu Luyun's face. At this moment, Chu Luyun's face was pale and bloodless, and he had obviously been dead for a long time. Impossible, Chu Luyun is so smart, how could he be killed? Wake up, don't play dead. Li Shui kept kicking Chu Luyun's corpse. But what response could such a cold corpse bring her? Li Shui didn't know if it was because she was too emotional or if she was touched by other emotions. In the midst of a cry, 2 lines of tears were actually shed. Ms. Li, calm down. The man is not breathing, his pupils are glowing, he's dead. This is reality. Li Jingfei looked at Li Shui's maddened appearance and hurriedly stepped forward to stop it. After all, she could be clutching a firearm in her hand, so who knows what she could do. But. There were several gas gushing sounds from the room. Several people all looked up at the top of the room in unison. Green poisonous gas had been sprayed through the pipe. It smells a little like rotten eggs. Everyone covered their mouths and noses almost at the same time. This is, naturally, the deadly gas the murderer spoke of. Come on, hurry up and put his hood back on, hurry up. Zhao Huai had already panicked, covering his mouth and nose and constantly shouting loudly. It was Li Jingfei who was the first to react. Hurrying to put the hood in his hand, he put it back on the head of Chu Luyun's corpse. It was only when this was done that the gushing poisonous gas finally stopped. Come on, get out of there. Zhao Huai hollered and took the lead in turning around and leaving the house. A few people followed him and also hurriedly evacuated. I told you, don't take off the headgear, don't take off the headgear. Team Leader Li, are you trying to get us all killed? Zhao Huai looked at Li Shui, and his expression became incomparably angry. But Li Shui could no longer listen to any persuasion. In her eyes, several people at the scene could have been the killer. She clutched the firearm in her hand so tightly that her body was constantly trembling from the emotion. Ms. Li, you first put down the gun in your hand. Li Jingfei stood in front of Li Shui and kept persuading her, not daring to do anything excessive for fear that Li Shui would lose control. Han Feng and Zhao Huai also detected something wrong with Li Shui. The two of them quietly circled around to the side, ready to grab the firearm in Li Shui's hand at any moment. It's kind of a protective measure for Li Shui. In case she does something out of the ordinary in her extreme emotions. Then back at the police station, Li Shui will also face very serious punishment. The physical death of a felon like Chu Luyun was enough for dismissal. If anything else goes wrong, maybe this task force leader will also face jail time. Ms. Li, calm down. No matter what happens, we can only keep thinking about it if we stay calm. Li Jingfei was trying his best to persuade Li Shui. He had already detected Han Feng and Zhao Huai's movements. This move was also helping the two, attracting Li Shui's attention. But just as he kept persuading, Li Shui raised an arm. With that, she aimed her pistol at Li Jingfei. This sudden move caused Han Feng and Zhao Huai to stop moving as well. Li Jingfei also didn't dare to move a muscle. But the slightest mistake could cause Li Shui to pull the trigger. Li Shui, put your gun down. Do you know you're going to become a murderer? Put the gun down now. Han Feng shouted loudly. The two had, after all, spent some time together at the orphanage. In his eyes, he had always treated Li Shui as his sister. He couldn't stand by and watch Li Shui do something wrong. Li Shui couldn't hear Han Feng's voice at all as she simply pressed the muzzle of her gun against Li Jingfei's forehead. Take off the hood. Li Shui looked at Li Jingfei in front of her and issued a command. The poisonous gas that was just released is still haunting. Now Li Shui let people take off the head cover, this time several all hair. Li Shui, what are you doing? Get your head out of your ass, will you? Li Shui. Are you? You really still Li Shui? Han Feng looked at Li Shui in front of him. Li Shui though looked a little off at everyone present. She held the suspicion of a murderer against anyone. But now she was in front of the crowd, and she had gone as far as being perverse. Even Han Feng, who was familiar with Li Shui, couldn't help but doubt Li Shui's identity. Ms. Li, taking off the hood will make the gas spew out. And haven't you already finished confirming Chu Liuyun's identity? Why are you still? Li Jingfei looked at Li Shui in front of him, and his heart began to become suspicious. But no matter what he said, the muzzle of the gun against his head didn't move at all. Don't make me repeat myself, remove my hood. Li Shui's voice was very cold. It was permeated with his killing intent, leaving Li Jingfei without any choice. Li Shui's eyes were dead set on Li Jingfei. She simply couldn't die until she saw the truth. He had no choice but to pinch the corner of the hood. After Li Jingfei removed his hood, the poisonous gas spewed out again throughout the room. Cough cough cough. Su Yumei sat directly on the ground and began to cough violently. Everyone on the scene covered their mouths and noses. Ms. Li, are you satisfied now? Li Jingfei took off his hood, revealing his original appearance. Wearing sunglasses, Li Jingfei, still with a face that looks like he's in need of a beating, is no stranger to anyone. After confirming his looks, Li Jingfei hurriedly put the hood on before the poisonous gas finally stopped. Instead, Li Shui, who had achieved her goal, flicked her wrist, and the pistol fell straight to the ground. Her eyes were filled with disorientation. Han Feng seized this opportunity and directly pounced on Li Shui, snatching her pistol back. Chu Liuyun. Chu Liuyun is really dead. Li Shui finally accepted Chu Liuyun's death, and her entire body collapsed to the ground powerlessly as if she had lost her soul. Quickly! Come and see, Su Yumei is no longer able to make it. Zhao Huai yelled from the sidelines. It was only at this moment that the reactive crowd all looked at Su Yumei. Cough cough cough. Su Yumei was lying on the ground coughing continuously, and blood was already dripping through the fabric. Her entire body was convulsing, already on the verge of death. It seems she didn't lie, Su Yumei does suffer from a serious illness. Those poisonous gases she just inadvertently inhaled are simply too much for her body to handle. Li Jingfei looked at Su Yumei, who was about to swallow her breath, and gave his answer. Han Feng turned his head to look at Li Shui on the ground. Even though he couldn't see his face, he could feel the anger radiating from him. Li Shui, you're in big trouble. Chapter 129, All Dead. Han Feng had a completely hateful tone. On the other hand, Li Jingfei, who was on the side, pulled down a white cloth from the table and covered Su Yumei's face. There's no need to blame Miss Li for this matter. If we don't find the killer, we'll all die anyway. She's just one step ahead of us. Li Jingfei's tone was extraordinarily flat. Li Shui, who had been lost in thought, but suddenly seemed to have thought of something. She crawled on her hands and knees towards Su Yumei's body. Take off the hood, I want to see if she's still Su Yumei. Li Shui was like a demon at this moment. She always remembered what Chu Liuyun had said about identity trickery and wanted to see all the answers. Seeing her like this, Han Feng slightly clenched his fists. He was exercising extreme restraint, restraining the sadness in his heart. Looking at Li Shui, who had lost control, Han Feng directly picked her up. Stop it. Li Shui. Han Feng hugged Li Shui, and his own voice couldn't help but choke a bit. Pang! A gunshot rang out across the room. Almost all the commotion stopped at that moment. Everyone all turned their heads to the source of the gunfire. Surprisingly, it was Zhao Huai. After calming the commotion, Zhao Huai, wearing a black hood, squatted beside Su Yume. Pulling back Su Yume's sleeve revealed the spot on her arm. This kind of mark is called a spider spot, and Su Yume suffers from a serious liver disease. This kind of spotting can't be imitated, and the one who died was Su Yume. Team leader Li, stop it. Zhao Huai looked at Li Shui. It was only after hearing his analysis that Li Shui finally calmed down a little. That's 3 dead in the blink of an eye. Even Chu Luyun, who was regarded as the backbone, was dead. The crowd was a bit overwhelmed for a moment. Li Shui's eyes kept wandering through the few remaining people. Wang Molan and Chu Luyun are dead. And Su Yume is now dead. Li Jingfei's identity, she had also confirmed. If the killer is still hiding amongst a few people, that doesn't leave a lot of options. Han Feng, Zhao Huai. Li Shui mouthed the names of these 2 men. The last thing she wanted to do right now was to take off the hoods of these 2 men. See if it's still the original owner under the black fabric. But her heart was also clear. There was no way these 2 were going to cooperate with her after those out-of-character actions just now. The only 4 living people left were once again seated at the table. Zhao Huai raised his hand, pulled out the lighter that had lit Chu Liuyun's cigarette, and lit the candle on the table. Above the tabletop, 4 candles slowly burned. The flickering candlelight reflected on several faces. No expression could be seen under the hood. But everyone knew in their hearts that the murderer was among the 4. From now on, no one is allowed to leave, and the 4 of us will just keep an eye on each other. The killer will never stop killing, he must strike again. Li Jingfei sat at the table, his eyes sweeping over everyone present. This plan of his was meant to be used on Chu Luyun. Nay, Chu Luyun was already dead, so there was only a timely remedy. Of the 7 of them, 5 lives were needed to complete the sacrifice. 3 are dead today. The killer will have to kill 2 more if he wants to accomplish his goal. Good, I'll keep an eye on you guys. As soon as the murderer shows the slightest hint, I will not let him go. Han Feng directly slapped the pistol on the table. Now Li Shui has made a big mistake. Only by arresting the real murderer back will we be able to get credit for the crime. Otherwise, it would be hard for Li Shui to survive this punishment. The 4 men just sat around the table, wide-eyed. Everyone is convinced that the killer will kill again. I have a great suggestion. A few of us staring at it like this will surely not make it through the night. Why don't we all take turns, 2 for a shift, and keep an eye out in shifts? How about the 2 people who happen to be staring can also keep an eye on each other? Zhao Huai looked at the crowd and offered his thoughts. He has a point, naturally. After all, we are all flesh and blood, so even if we don't sleep for 24 hours, how long can we keep an eye on them? You guys take turns resting, I'm not sleeping. I will catch the murderer myself. Han Feng sat at the table, his eyes incomparably determined. Everyone also didn't understand how Han Feng, who had always had the strongest sense of order, started jerking on at this moment. Right in the middle of a conversation between a few people. The candles on the table began to burn continuously, giving off a very nice pine scent. Gradual. Li Jingfei feels his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. Before he lost consciousness. In a trance, he saw that Han Feng, who was sitting across from him, had his head slammed directly onto the desktop and slept to death. Shasta. Li Jingfei raised his hand and pointed to the candle on the table. Candles. Wax. Before he could finish the sentence, his entire body lost all of its physical strength. His eyes went dark and he too fell asleep. In the last second of his loss of consciousness, he knew in his heart that they were all finished. The murderer can already declare himself victorious. The darkness lasted for I don't know how long. Li Shui only felt like she had fallen into an ice hole, and the surrounding cold was incomparable. Just half asleep, she couldn't help but reach up and tighten the clothes on her body. Not right. Not quite right. Li Shui, who was tightening her clothes, was startled violently and instantly opened her eyes. How can it be so cold when the cloister is a completely enclosed space with the right temperature? Noticing that something was wrong, Li Shui hurriedly sat up straight. She just glanced in the direction of the door.
The doors of the Kaitenkan, which had always been closed, were surprisingly open right now.
The door is open, quick. Contact the police department, the door is open.
A hint of fluttering appeared on Li Shue's face, and she reached out to push Li Jingfei beside her. But Li Jingfei's body fell straight to the ground.
Li Jingfei.
Li Shue's heart wavered, and she directly removed Li Jingfei's headgear. At this moment, Li Jingfei's face was pale, and the blood flowing from the corner of his mouth had already solidified, so it looked like he had been dead for a long time.
Dead. Dead?
Li Shue looked at Li Jingfei's corpse, and her entire body froze for a moment. And then she looked around and realized that Han Feng had long since disappeared. Following him, the pistol disappeared.
Team leader Li, what happened?
Zhao Huai also woke up in a daze at this moment.
Han Feng is gone. Quick, go find Han Feng.
Li Shui shouted at Zhao Huai. When these shouts were spoken, Zhao Huai instantly returned to his senses and violently stood up. As Zhao Huai's body stood up, the candle that was burning on the table directly fell down. The entire desktop, which was also made of an unknown material, was instantly ignited like gasoline. Immediately after that is the entire cloister.
In a matter of seconds, we're in a sea of flames.
Both the long dead bodies and the massive furniture burned as if dyed with gasoline.
Team leader Li, go.
Chapter 130, The Cicada's Shell.
Han Feng is gone. I have to find him, I can't give up on him. Li Shui kept shouting.
In her heart, Han Feng was a brother-like existence. Now people were living and dying, and there was a raging fire, but she was left to run for her life alone. No, the fire is too big to put out.
Go.
Zhao Huai forcefully pulled Li Shui outside.
The entire cloister would be engulfed in flames in a matter of moments.
Both the floor and the walls looked like someone had poured gasoline on them. As she watched the fire consuming everything, Li Shui's entire body fell to her knees. The despair that kept growing in her heart made her want to cry. She turned her head to look at Zhao Huai on the side, flashing a hint of resentment.
Zhao Huai, why are you still alive? Why are you the only one alive?
Li Shui looked at Zhao Huai, and her voice became incomparably grim.
Because before, Chu Luyun had said, of the 7 people who came to the Kaitenkan, only 2 would survive.
One was the chosen one who was about to become a divine general god. The other, the murderer. Li Shui didn't know if she was considered a chosen one, but she was definitely not a murderer. And the only person left alive in front of him would be Zhao Huai. She had never questioned Chu Luyun's reasoning. So the murderer can only be the person in front of us. Team leader Li, Zhao Huai, have been in the task force for some years, right? Besides, I've solved countless cases and brought countless murderers to justice before working with you, so how could I be a murderer? Zhao Huai looked at Li Shui and sighed leisurely. But these words could not extinguish the anger and hatred in Li Shui's eyes.
Chu Luyun's reasoning can't be wrong.
Li Shui's tone remained firm. But Zhao Huai also acted very helpless. If I really am a murderer, then I could totally kill you with a gun right now and throw you into the fire. As long as we finish this before the police arrive, we'll be fine, so why would I save you from the fire? If Team Leader Li feels that I have any problems, you can feel free to launch an investigation when you return to the police station. Zhao Huai knew very well in his heart that he could not persuade Li Shui in front of him at all.
Chu Luyun is dead. Han Feng is missing.
Faced with such a double blow, Li Shui's heart had long been near collapse. There was no point in trying to argue with her at a time like this. It did not take long for the police department to arrive at the scene. The firefighting that immediately followed also pounced on the blaze in front of them. Amidst the many ashes, the police department quickly launched an investigation. The number and location of the corpses were generally the same as what Li Shui and Zhao Huai had described.
Only Han Feng. It's safe to say it's dead and completely missing.
In the end, that was all they could get. For the other clues have long since been all but consumed by the blazing fire, and there is no way to trace them.
Qingyang Police Station. Conference room.
Li Shui, do you realize your mistake? A middle-aged man wearing glasses stood in front of Li Shui. The strands of white hair on his temples all seemed to speak of this man's extraordinary experience.
Directorate General, I really don't know what to say.
Li Shui looked at the middle-aged man in front of her, and for a moment, she was somewhat at a loss as to how to speak. And the General Directorate slapped the tabletop. The loud ringing caused Li Shui to shudder.
You don't know how to say it? How else does it need to be said? You made all the plans, and now the murderer hasn't been caught, not to mention. Now, the felon Chu Luyun is also dead, Han Feng was sacrificed, and so many people died. How do you want me to explain to the higher-ups? How can I explain to the people? The general director's entire body was like a furious lion, fiercely reprimanding Li Shui in front of him. Li Shui, on the other hand, turned her gaze to Zhao Huai, who didn't say a word. Directorate, I think we can open a case against Agent Zhao. He could very well be the final killer. Li Shui was still firming up Chu Luyun's reasoning, always feeling that Zhao Huai had a problem. Zhao Huai didn't say a word while the general directorate was furious. Enough, Li Shui, haven't you made enough of a scene? I see that this incident has also hit you hard. You should not be in charge of this case in the future. Go home and get some rest for a while. The general director sat down at the table, took a drag on his cigarette, and sighed. He also knew that Li Shui had been running around for a long time for this case. It's also time to take a break. But such a seemingly comforting word from him became the last straw that crushed Li Shui. Because she was upset, really upset. No, Chu Luyun is dead, Han Feng sacrificed his life, I have to investigate this case until the bottom falls out. Li Shui faced the general directorate, and for the first time, defiance surfaced in her eyes. But the Qingyang Police Department here is not Li Shui's team alone. When this happened today, Li Shui had an inescapable culpability. It's almost impossible to stay in charge of cases anymore. Go home. You're not in charge of anything here, obey. The general director looked at Li Shui, his mouth full of unrefusable orders. In the end, Li Shui also looked like a frosted eggplant, losing all her strength. Lost in thought, he left the Qingyang police station. It's over. It's all over. Li Shui looked at the cloudy sky. Thinking about what she had experienced before, she also began to feel the incredulity. If it is as Chu Luyun said, each divine general god requires the sacrifice of 12 human lives. That Zodiac murder case definitely counts as the biggest serial murder case in history. However, in the face of such a case, the police force has not grasped any useful information in its investigation to date. It's not an exaggeration to say that he was completely teased by the killer. The drama about Li Shui is over. With the advent of the Directorate General, this case is destined to be taken to a new level. Li Shui returned home in a state of disorientation, directly turned off the phone completely, and smothered herself in her room alone. At this very moment, above the snowy plains surrounding the Kaitenkan, the wind was still bitterly cold, blowing up quite a bit of snow and wreaking havoc everywhere. A young man with a limp strides through the snow on a wooden stick. The clothes on his body were burned with holes, and there were even some places that could no longer cover his body. With trembling fingers, he lit a cigarette. Taking the already tattered black hood off his head, he threw it into the snow. Phew, finally, I've escaped. It seems like it takes more than thinking logically to pull off shenanigans, it also takes a little bit of luck. Chu Luyun patted the embers of the flames burning on his body. With the black hood falling to the ground, his true form was finally revealed. Li Jingfei. Chapter 131, The Return of All Things. It is not easy to accomplish all this. Let's take our vision and go back to the timeline after the departure of Riverbell. Chu Luyun utilized the immense force of the dark door opening in closing to pinch his ankles raw before removing the electronic shackles. Using a remote control to control the poisonous gas, he kills Wang Molan and Li Jingfei, who later becomes Li Jingfei. When Han Feng was asleep, he secretly released poisonous gas to make his voice mute and cover up for himself. As for Zhao Huai pushing the door, it was much better controlled with a remote control. Then there were the candles on the tabletop, burning ecstasy that rendered several people all unconscious. He used silk thread to connect the candle to Zhao Huai. So as Zhao Huai got up, the candles would fall to the ground, and a blazing fire would burn inside the Huiming Hall. As for the fact that Chu Luyun had already completed his identity replacement, why had he not been recognized again after removing his headgear? Knock, knock, knock. The door to Li Shui's room kept getting knocked on. Her cell phone was turned off and no one could reach her. So anyone who wanted to find him had to come to his house in person. That knocking on the door went on and on until Li Shui couldn't stand it before she went to open the door herself. When he opened the door, he saw the panting Zhao Huai. What did you come to see me about? Is it to scoff at me? Li Shui looked at Zhao Huai and didn't give him any good looks. After all, she thought Zhao Huai was the murderer until now.
Zhao Huai, on the other hand, didn't care about Li Shui's attitude, but took out a burnt leather bag from behind his back. This is something I found at the scene, a makeup bag. It should be Suyume's makeup bag. Zhao Huai carried this blackened leather bag. But Li Shui didn't understand what he was talking about. There's a makeup bag, so what? Li Shui still didn't have a good face for Zhao Huai. Zhao Huai, on the other hand, had a look of hatred. He didn't know how Li Shui had become disheveled like this. Well, you still don't see anything wrong? Shu Luyun knows the art of disguise. Zhao Huai's words were spoken, directly causing Li Shui to be struck by lightning. Suddenly, she began to shake. If Zhao Huai hadn't reached out in time to help her, she would have fallen to the ground. Identity shenanigans. Our identity shenanigans? Li Shui murmured. She knew from the start that there was an identity ruse going on here. Chu Luyun. Li Shui almost shouted the name through gritted teeth. Chu Luyun got rid of all the camouflage on his body and found the clothes left behind by Jiang Ling in the woods not far away. Only after rechanging and putting on more makeup did Chu Luyun walk out of the woods. He fumbled for a card. The card left an address. Riverbell, we're going to join forces again. I hope you're not punking me this time. Chu Luyun said faintly. Following the address above, Chu Luyun arrived at an extremely remote tea house. It says it's a tea house, but it's actually a chess room. The first floor is full of retired grandparents playing mahjong. Chu Luyun pressed the brim of his hat, and then went straight up to the second floor. In a private room, he met Riverbell, who was drinking coffee. In the midst of such a noisy environment, Jiang Ling was sitting on the edge of the bed, her eyes calm and unperturbed. Only someone like Jiang Ling, who suffered from mental illness, could calmly conduct herself in such a noisy environment, right? Gee, why did you make such a mess of yourself? Jiang Ling looked at the limping Chu Luyun and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. And Chu Luyun directly placed the wooden stick on the side, then sat down at the table trembling. Or what? Do you think everyone has that ability to molt your shell? Losing a foot is the best that can happen. If you're unlucky, you'll lose your life. Chu Luyun took Jiang Ling's coffee and directly drank it in one go. That fire. If Zhao Huai hadn't insisted on pulling Li Shui out, then Chu Luyun would have to lie on the ground for a little longer. If the two delayed a little longer, then he was afraid that he would really be buried in the fire. Let's go, this isn't the place to talk. Riverbell slapped $100 bill on the table and got up to leave. This woman was not taking care of Chu Luyun at all, and her steps were extremely fast. Chu Luyun was leaning on a wooden stick, just like a homeless man on the street who had his legs broken. Passing through many narrow hutons, Chu Luyun followed Jiang Ling to an ordinary small courtyard. The yard is surrounded by some ordinary residential houses, lived by grandparents, rarely seen by strangers. Many of the grandparents passing by also greeted Jiang Ling cordially, obviously all already familiar with it. In such a territory, it was indeed difficult for Jiang Ling to be captured by the police department. Go on, come on in. Jiang Ling welcomed Chu Luyun into the house. Above the white walls on all four sides of the room, drawings, photographs, and materials are plastered. The white walls were scrawled with red, blue, and green ink pens. Everything you see is all the information I've compiled over the years. In the end, only one thing was deduced, and that was the Ohio pig. Riverbell said, and then pointed her finger on top of a photo. The picture is of a girl who looks like she should still be in school age. Chu Luyun forced himself to endure the pain in his ankle and pulled a chair aside and sat down. After what happened last time, Chu Luyun kept an eye out. No matter how heavenly Jiang Ling said, he always kept his guard up. You said before that the Badger organization basically doesn't recognize each other. And you were all forced into it by the killer. But if that's the case, why are you guys helping Badgers with some of their operations? And where did you get the orders from? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling and threw out several questions one after another. After all, without recognizing each other, without even the most basic level of organization, why help Badgers organize their actions? In response to such an inquiry, Jiang Ling looked like she had half expected it. First of all, no matter where we are, the one who is behind this can find us at any time and pass on instructions with a note. Secondly, the reason why we are all acting has only one purpose, which is the gate of finality, which is for the return of all things to their origin. Jiang Ling gave a very reasonable explanation to Chu Luyun's question. When Jiang Ling's mouth uttered the four words everything returns to the origin, Chu Luyun's heart was already certain of one thing.
That would be that Jiangling, like him, had once had that system. I believe that the gate of the end and the return of all things to the origin is the wish of all the divine generals and gods. Jiangling's eyes actually showed a ripple of emotion as she said this. The return of all things to their original form, the return of all things to their original form, possessed a great temptation for all. But before we can do that, we have to uncover the real culprit behind the scenes. Chapter 132, Advancing the Operation. Jiangling's ultimate goal was also the gate of the end, and in the end, the 12 divine generals had the same purpose. But if you uncover the real culprit behind the scenes first, and then face the gate of the end, it will be full of initiative, and at the very least, you can learn everything about the gate of the end in advance. If the waiting endgame Riverbell, then their position would be very passive. If we get used again then, there's really nothing we can do about it. You name the plan. I did everything I could to uncover this guy. Chu Liuyun's heart also had a hint of determination. It would be the first and last time they would face the real killer head-on. It's all that's left to catch him in the act. In this state you're in now, even if the murderer was in front of you, I'm afraid you wouldn't be able to catch him. Jiangling looked at Chu Liuyun's pillar stick and couldn't help but open her mouth to tease. She didn't complain about that, just pulled gauze and wound medicine out of a drawer off to the side. Coming in front of Chu Liyun, he slowly squatted on the ground. Ahem. As Jiangling touched the injured area, Chu Liyun could not help but clench his crutches. Gritting her teeth and stopping, Jiangling personally corrected Chu Liyun's misalignment and used a wooden stick to make a simple brace to hold it in place. Get well, it will take at least a month or so before you can walk on the ground. Riverbell even clapped her hands after doing this. For the injuries on Chu Liyun's ankles and wrists, for more than a month it was just a matter of walking on the ground, even running was a huge problem. So is there still time? Chu Liyun looked at Jiangling with some surprise. One has paid so much to finally get here. Wouldn't it be a joke if it turned out he couldn't participate at all? Don't worry, there's plenty of time. Rest here for 3 or 4 days, and we'll be ready to depart. Jiangling turned around and opened the refrigerator, which was full of fruits and vegetables. It never occurred to him that Jiangling had been living this self-reliant life here. You can rest here in peace, a place like this will never be approached by anyone from the police department. If a living person does show up, we'll be the first to know. Riverbell very naturally cracked 2 eggs into a bowl and prepared tonight's dish. Chu Liyun merely nodded. At this moment in time, he simply had no other option but to choose to believe Jiangling. Let's not talk about the fact that there are injuries that make it difficult to move around. Once the Qingyang Police Department knew about his escape by faking his death, it would be impossible to avoid this felony. Night. Dim orange light. I didn't realize that you were so good at this. Chu Liyun served the rice and ate a mouthful of the homemade small dishes, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. For her part, Jiangling said nothing in response to his compliments. Getting off the topic of the Zodiac murders, Jiangling had no intention of talking about it at all. Regardless of what Chu Liyun said, she only nodded faintly and then stopped answering. I'm done eating, you clean the dishes when you're done. Nothing else, don't disturb my rest. After Jiangling finished eating, she put down her dishes and turned to leave. Looking at her back, Chu Liyun did not open his mouth to answer either. That's what this guy is, a complete walking robot out of the case in reasoning, and no fun whatsoever. After cleaning up all the dishes on the table, Chu Liyun began to survey everything in the house. Those clues on the wall were all Jiangling's efforts over the years. I can't imagine, so I've also entered Jiangling's field of vision a long time ago. Chu Liyun looked at the photos on the wall. There are even quite a few of them, or pictures of him before he was famous. For his life, Riverbell had come to know him like the back of her hand. Don't ever let me down again. Otherwise, I'd be apologizing to too many people. Chu Liyun closed his eyes slightly and could not help but let out a sigh. At the Hui-shaped pavilion, he had heard Li Shue's heartbreaking cries with his own ears. He has sacrificed too much for the truth and failed too many people to believe it. Knock, knock, knock. There was a sudden sharp knock on the door from the yard. This sudden sound directly interrupted Chu Liyun's thinking and subconsciously turned his head to look at the door. Instead, the lights in Riverbell's room were the first to go on. Chu Liyun squatted by the window and watched as Jiangling went to open the courtyard door. Outside the yard were a couple of grandparents. Ms. Jiang, we saw 2 living people enter the village. Is it your ex-husband's people who are looking for you? Yeah, we're all neighbors, that's why we rushed over to let you know. A few Amazons kept chanting at Jiangling. And a warm smile appeared on Jiang Ling's face, the kind of smile that looked like a freshly graduated college girl. It's pure, and you can't help but want to be close. But for Chu Luyun, who knew her well, he knew very well that it was all a disguise. Because Riverbell was crushingly incapable of any emotional expression. Riverbell supposedly fabricated a story that her ex-husband was looking for her as a way to get the hearts of the neighbors to spontaneously oversee everything for her. This approach is very old-fashioned, but it is very effective for these old people who like to chat about gossip. What's wrong? Is something wrong? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling, who walked in and couldn't help but open his mouth to give an inquiry. Riverbell pulled a backpack straight out from under the bed. This place is exposed. There's a tail coming after you, we'll have to leave early. There was no complaint in Jiang Ling's tone, only the lightness with which she handled things. Tail? Chu Luyun was a bit incredulous at his words. What he did at the Kaitenkan was, by all accounts, perfect. I didn't expect to be chased here? Go! Jiang Ling pulled Chu Luyun and headed outside. Because this place belongs to an urban village, it doesn't even have streetlights. The only thing around them was the darkness of reaching out and the constant sound of barking dogs. Stay close to me. Jiang Ling whispered at Chu Luyun. She had obviously prepared an escape route long ago, and was able to proceed normally even if it was dark and lightless around her. Combined with the sound of barking dogs around them, no one even knew the two had left quietly. When they came to the side of the road, they very naturally got into a pre-prepared automobile. Your tails, I think, are those two. Jiang Ling sat in the car and faintly pointed not far away. Chu Luyun followed the direction of her finger and saw two sneaky figures as well. It was none other than Li Shui and Zhao Huai. The reason why there are only these two people is that the Qingyang police station has stripped them of their law enforcement powers. These two people are all currently on vacation, and this moment is purely their own private investigation. Chu Luyun, there is one thing that I haven't figured out. Where did Han Feng go? Chapter 133, Meeting an Acquaintance. Jiang Suo slowly started the car and motionlessly drove past behind the two. At the same time, he also turned his head to look at Chu Luyun with some curiosity. In fact, some curiosity sprouted in Chu Luyun's heart regarding this question. Chu Luyun was unshakably responsible for the deaths of the others. In the middle of all the layouts. The murderer among the seven, the obvious opinion, was Chu Luyun. The escaped Zhao Huai and Li Shui, one of them, was the divine chosen one of the 100 Days dog case. By all accounts, the sacrifice is complete. One of the two of them should have already known the secret of the final gate as well. But why would it still bite you? As for that missing Han Feng, even Chu Luyun didn't know whether he was dead or alive. That guy was a totally unexpected factor. Perhaps the case of the Hui Shurken is not all in my plans. Chu Luyun's brows furrowed slightly. The original Chu Luyun still regarded the Hui-shaped pavilion as the scene of his duel with the murderer. It turns out that without thinking about it, he's the one who did it. Looking at the vanished Han Feng today doesn't directly confirm his death. But anyway, the one that belongs to the case of the 100th dog, the Divine General. It must be among Han Feng, Li Shui, and Zhao Huai. If it was just the two of them, it would indeed not be enough to fear. As long as they can't mobilize the forces of the Qingyang Police Department to launch a large-scale manhunt, they won't be able to have much of an impact on us. If you leave Qingyang City, you are considered completely safe. Jiang Ling stepped on the gas and followed the route she had planned long ago, leaving Qingyang. In the eyes of the Qingyang Police Department, Chu Luyun had long been a dead man, so the blockade on him had long disappeared as well. The road out of the city for the two was unusually smooth. After leaving Qingyang City and traveling for more than 3 hours, they finally arrived at their final destination, Yunhai City. This is where we're going to live in the future. Jiang Ling stood on the balcony and pointed to Chu Luyun not far away. There's the academy where the chosen one is. Following Jiang Ling's finger, Chu Luyun looked at the huge academy in front of him. This is an adult college in Yunhai City. As she said this, she also handed a photo to Chu Luyun. The photo was of a girl in her 20s. You'll be in charge of this balcony, watching each other all the time. I will find a way to get into their school and get close to this chosen one. From now on, it's our final showdown with the killer. Jiang Ling's tone was very serious. Chu Luyun was naturally also in high spirits. In order to take care of Chu Luyun, the injured man, Jiang Ling took care of almost all the household chores. Chu Lioyun's daily task was to sit on the balcony and use the binoculars to observe everything in Jinhua Academy. At first he only felt that the job was boring and tedious. But after a week, he gradually sensed that something was wrong. Here, this is the information you asked me to investigate, and I've got it all. Jiang Ling handed a pile of documents to Chu Liyun.
During this recent period of time, Jiang Ling had surprisingly applied for a job as a school nurse and entered Jinhua College.
And what Chu Liyun had asked him to investigate were the 3 teachers in the academy.
They look like Tao Yanran, Zhang Haichuan, and Lu Qingsong.
Although these 3 people had all died in front of Chu Liyun. But there have been countless weird things happening lately. In case another resurrection comes, it's a matter of time. There's nothing wrong with this information.
All 3 were pretty normal teachers, normal entry level, and had been in the profession for a long time.
It shouldn't be the 3 you mentioned.
Jiang Ling placed the many dishes on the floor and started washing and cooking again.
Chu Liyun flipped through the information and indeed could not find any clues.
These 3 individuals have been on staff at KCC for more than a long time, the longest being 10 years and the shortest being 5 years. According to this time, Tao Yanyan and the others at that time were all still safe and sound.
How's your recent contact going? Did you find anything out of place? Chu Liyun also exchanged information to Jiang Ling. I haven't found anything wrong yet, and counting the time, I don't think they've started moving yet.
Lately, though, there's been a lot of people prowling around this neighborhood, so you'd better be careful.
Jiang Ling kindly reminded Chu Liyun.
Regarding the fact that someone was following him, Chu Liyun didn't care. After all, he didn't even leave the door.
And Riversong is very alert, so I don't think there's going to be any hits. But that guy doesn't look like he's here for the Zodiac case.
On his face, he has a very scary scar, and the attention is almost always on our residents. Jiang Ling just casually said something, but it caused Chu Liyun to be shocked violently, and it seemed as if an explosive thunderbolt had exploded in his heart. There was a scar on his face that reminded him of a deceased person.
Wang Tai Hang.
The guy who was once in the water drops killing crime, the guy who pierced through his identity with a single glance. At that time, Hu Tian had already fallen, but Wang Taixing had escaped.
I didn't expect to follow it here.
Knowing that was a ruthless guy, Chu Liyun was really afraid that he would lay his hands on Jiang Ling.
Come back early from now on and don't go out too late.
That guy is most likely one of my previous enemies, you must be very careful.
Chu Liyun instructed Jiang Ling.
As for his concern, Jiang Ling just gave an oh-so-sweet sound and didn't take it to heart at all.
Another quiet few days. Into the night. The sky is cloudy and dark.
The streetlights downstairs also began to flicker as if they were signaling something bad was going to happen. Riverbell, who should have been home 2 hours ago, was late.
Chu Liyun's heart was apprehensive. Jiang Ling was an emotionless fellow, but Chu Liyun was not.
The fact that Jiang Ling had taken care of him with all her heart during this time had already made him see her as a friend.
No, I have to go down there. Chu Liyun tucked a fruit knife into his pocket and went downstairs on his crutches. Outside, the cold wind is even more prevalent. Chu Liyun shivered with cold.
Jiang Ling, Jiang Ling.
Calling out her name, Chu Liyun walked down the dark alley. He limps and is kind of disabled.
But his cries were all blown away by the cold wind and received no response.
Don't move!
Suddenly, a sharp knife was pressed against his backside. Chu Liyun, who had encountered the attack, tried to pull out the weapon in his arms, but the other party's sharp knife was a few points forward. That sharp part had even poked Chu Liyun in pain. When he turned his head, he finally got a good look at the man's face through the dim streetlight. On his face, there was a lurid scar.
It was precisely the fellow Chu Liyun had inferred, Wang Taixing. Chu Liyun, we meet again. Chapter 134, A Kick in the Air. Wang Taixing looked at Chu Liyun, and his already hideous face looked even more terrifying under the eyes filled with a murderous aura. I told you we'd meet again. You screwed me over so hard back then. Wang Taixing looked at Chu Liyun with a sinister look in his eyes. His hatred for Chu Liyun was not a single star. And Chu Liyun's heart understood more than anyone else. After falling into Wang Taixing's hands today, he would definitely not have a good ending. Let Riverbell go, if you have any hatred, just come at me alone. Chu Liyun had seen Wang Taixing's methods. Judging by the miserable deaths of each and every one of the victims of Waterdrop's murderous crimes, he's a ruthless character. Falling into his hands, Chu Liyun knew very well what awaited him. The only thing he wanted now was not to involve Jiang Ling. After all, Riverbell had to go after the truth and had nothing to do with this. What jamboree? Chu Luyun, you're already on your own now, and you still have the heart to hang on to others? Wang Taixing's dagger pushed forward a few more points. Chu Luyun felt that the sharp knife had pierced through his clothes and dug into his flesh. The fear of death hangs over the mind, and it is impossible to say that you are not afraid. Kid, you can, today, get ready to hit the road. Wang Taixing's grim voice came from behind. Just when Chu Luyun was about to perish. Above the heads of the two men, however, an icy voice came. His life is still useful, you can't kill him. The cool voice came from high above. Chu Luyun and Wang Taixing both subconsciously raised their heads to look high above. Just above the high walls on both sides of the Hadong, there was a slender figure standing right in the middle of the cold wind. And this figure was the one Chu Luyun was worried about. And who are you? How dare you come and meddle in my business? Wang Taixing is a ruthless character. How could he be coerced by a woman when he knew it was a woman just by the sound of her voice? You don't have to care who I am. Let him go and get out. Jiang Ling's tone was very cold and filled with unquestionable killing intent. And Wang Taixing would definitely not let go of Chu Luyun, his enemy, just because of her 3 or 2 words. When he tried to continue his threat, the figure on the wall simply disappeared. Where are the people? Wang Taixing chanted suspiciously. But immediately afterward, a dark shadow appeared above his head. Jiang Ling leaped down and without waiting for Wang Taixing to react, she kicked him on top of his neck. Wang Taixing, who couldn't react, received a heavy blow to his neck, leaving half of his body unconscious. Take him back. He's already on our trail, we definitely can't let him go. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing on the ground. Faced with his offer, Jiang Ling simply nodded and grabbed Wang Taixing without any hesitation. The powerful strength that erupted from her tiny body caused Chu Luyun to be somewhat surprised. Thankfully, he hadn't gotten into a confrontation with this woman before. It's hard to tell that Riverbell is still a violent girl. It didn't take the two men much time to bring Wang Taixing back to his residence, and then he was tied up and thrown into a corner. Keeping someone like that in the house is a security risk if he escapes. Or we should just get rid of him. Jiang Ling drew out a fruit knife and clutched it in his hand. There was no emotional fluctuation in her eyes. Killing was not worth anything to her. And Wang Taixing's life was similar to a cat or a dog in her eyes. If it was placed in the past, Chu Luyun would not necessarily agree. After all, killing was not a simple matter for him either. But after the incident at the back to form hall, killing wasn't that difficult for him. Listening to the two men discussing killing him, there was no fear in Wang Taixing's eyes. There was nothing but remorse in his eyes. He regretted talking too much nonsense and did not directly settle Chu Luyun on the spot. If you want to kill or die, hurry up and do it. People always die, let the girl do it later, I'm afraid you won't be clean enough. Wang Taixing glanced at Jiang Ling and was ready. When Jiang Ling heard his words, she directly drew her dagger and stepped forward. Without dragging his feet at all, it crossed above his neck. Chu Luyun, help go to the kitchen and bring the basin here, it's not easy to clean up when the blood is splattered on the floor later. Jiang Ling said coldly, making a gesture to strike. And when she was about to end Wang Taixing's life, Chu Luyun suddenly thought of something. Wait. Chu Luyun hurriedly stopped Jiang Ling's movements. Luckily, he opened his mouth in time, and the sharp blade was still just a cut through the skin. Wait, maybe he's of some use to us. Wang Taixing, I know you have a knack for recognizing people, do you believe that there are 2 people in this world who look exactly the same? Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing and asked him a rather specialized question. This was already on the verge of death, and he didn't understand why Chu Luyun was still telling him this. He and Wang Taixing, though, are almost the same kind of person. All that matters between 2 people is what it means to be willing to bet. No matter how much makeup is applied to disguise the face, there is always an unchangeable point on everyone's face. That's why in this world, no matter how much 2 people resemble each other, there is absolutely no such thing as an exact match. Wang Taixing is still an authority in his own right in the field of facial recognition. Chu Luyun was also convinced of his words. After all, at that time he disguised disguise, the entire Qingyang police station cannot be recognized, but by Wang Taixing a glance recognized. Then I'd like you to do me a favor and go see some people for me. In Chu Luyun's heart, he had always been relieved of those few people from Jinhua Academy. They are really too much like Tao Yanyan, Lu Qingsan, and Zhang Haichuan. Chu Luyun had always suspected that the three of them perhaps existed something. Help? Why would I help you? If we were to think differently, even if we helped you, you would definitely not let me go because there is a great risk. So why should I, a dying man, help the man who killed me? Wang Taixing looked at the two men with interest. He couldn't find a reason why he wanted to help Chu Luyun. It was also even more impossible to find a reason why Chu Luyun would let him go. Between the two sides, it is impossible to reach any cooperation at all. Wang Taixing, your serious pursuit should be more than just money, right? Doesn't there also exist a certain temptation for you to create unsolved crimes and solve them? Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing in front of him, and ghostly ventured such a sentence. What do you mean by that? Wang Taixing was also slightly stunned. Do you know the truth about the Zodiac tragedy? Chapter 135, Face Recognition. With just this one question, Chu Luyun instantly attracted Wang Taixing's interest. Wang Taixing was naturally interested in this unsolved case that shocked the nation and attracted millions of netizens. He created the water drop to kill the crime, not just for money and to satisfy his fetish. There was also the later intention of pulling Chu Luyun into the fold. All of this stemmed from only one mentality, that of jealousy. He created the water drop murder case in order to go beyond the Zodiac case. But in the end, he found that it was too difficult, so he thought of pulling Chu Luyun into the gang, and together they felt the honor of shocking the nation's big case. I'm all ears. Wang Taixing was finally singled out for interest. Chu Luyun knew that if he wanted others to help, he naturally had to show some attitude. He recounted the case of the 12 zodiac signs to Wang Taixing from beginning to end. And of course it hides some. But just the cases and shenanigans he recounted already made Wang Taixing's pupils light up. 12 division generals, badger organization, superpowers. Wang Taixing kept murmuring these keywords. He'd never come across such an unthinkable case. It was filled with a likeness that he couldn't get enough of. Chu Luyun, I know that the two of us don't deal with each other, and I also know that you won't trust me easily. But I beg you to let me join the investigation of the Zodiac case. I'll accept even death if I'm allowed to know the truth. Wang Taixing's mood finally fluctuated. His eyes that looked at Chu Luyun were only filled with thirst. In that moment, it was as if all the hatred between Wang Taixing and Chu Luyun had disappeared. Chu Luyun exchanged a look with Zhang Ling. Both of them agreed that Wang Taixing's prayers were not feigned. Don't worry, if he really has other bad intentions, I will definitely kill him. Zhang Ling threw the dagger in his hand. The sharp blade that glittered with cold light spun around in the air a few times before falling into the box with precision. With the addition of Wang Taixing, Chu Luyun would be able to complete his verification. Untie him. Let's eat something together and get to work tomorrow. Chu Luyun left such a sentence, and Zhang Ling began to busy herself again. The three ate dinner briefly. When it was time to sleep, Wang Taixing was still temporarily locked up in another room just to be on the safe side. After all, he had just defected and no one knew he wasn't genuine. Wang Taixing was an understanding man and did not resist the situation. And that was it for the night. Finally came the following morning. It is now nearing the end of the year. Outside, the biting cold wind, wrapped in bits of snow, drifted down from the sky. Even the wind, as cold as a knife, could not stop people from taking to the streets. Everywhere there is a festive spirit of New Year's Eve. The big red color is everywhere on the streets, and the flavor of the year is everywhere. Do you think we'll be able to have dumplings for New Year's this year? Chu Luyun looked out the window at the people coming and going. For the New Year's Eve dinner, he no longer dared to pray. But as a northerner, eating dumplings on New Year's Eve is the last thing he needs. I can make it for you if you want, whenever you want, it doesn't have to be New Year's. Zhang Ling was not able to appreciate Chu Luyun's feelings. She was now completely in the role of a little cook, and thought that Chu Luyun really wanted to eat dumplings. But for Chu Luyun, dumplings were just a metaphor. It is implied that there is no way for him to return to a peaceful life ever again. Dinner's ready, go put that guy out. Zhang Ling waved her hand at Chu Luyun. Nowadays, Chu Luyun had already thrown away his crutches, and although he could not walk fast, he could already walk independently. When he pushed open the door to the room that held Wang Taixing, a sharp cold wind hit him. The bundled-up Wang Taixing was curled up in the corner, his lips frozen purple. Chu Luyun, you asshole. It's winter and you don't even close the window, are you trying to freeze me to death? Wang Taixing couldn't help but growl loudly at Chu Luyun. At that moment he turned his head to the window and realized that he had forgotten to close it last night. And Wang Taixing froze to this state, did not jump out of the window to escape, so it can be seen that it is not a false defection. Ahem, excuse me. There's been a bit too much going on lately, so I don't remember much. Chu Luyun hurriedly stepped forward to help Wang Taixing untie himself before taking him out of the room. Right now, there was Jiang Ling in the house, so Chu Luyun wasn't worried about what would happen to Wang Taixing. After all, from the stance that Jiang Ling had displayed, it shouldn't be difficult to clean up a Wang Taixing. I'll show you the original picture of the three of them later. I'm not going out myself, it's up to you to tell if the three are the original owners. Chu Luyun directly placed the original photos of the three on the table and pushed them to Wang Taixing. Wang Taixing ate while carefully observing the three people in the photo. His eyes are comparable to a state-of-the-art scanner. The nuances of the three men's looks were all imprinted in his brain. Well, remember, almost, if you get a chance to meet them head-on, you'll be able to tell if it's a disguise or not. Wang Taixing patted his chest and issued an assurance to Chu Luyun. He can't speak for other things, but in this area, he is definitely a professional. I'm done eating, so I'll go first. Riverbell said hello and left the house. She was now the school nurse of Jinhua College, and this image, which had been hard to build up, could not afford to have a definite slip-up. Even a seemingly inconsequential tardiness may well be the tip-off that leads to a compromised identity. Well, now it's time for us two to make our entrance. Chu Luyun greeted Wang Taixing. The two of them then went downstairs and sneaked to the entrance of the Jinhua Academy. Later on, you find a random excuse to get close to them and watch them carefully. It's up to you to take control of this vital clue. Chu Luyun was still a bit untrusting of Wang Taixing though. But in this situation today, he can only be counted on. Where is the need for contact in such matters? Just a simple glance is all that is needed to have the answer in one's mind. Wang Taixing accompanied Chu Luyun as he squatted on the side of the road. He could be said to be confident in his own watchful eye. Looking at his complacent appearance, it was as if he possessed not just the art of recognizing people, but the fiery eyes of the Monkey King. People are coming, look over there. Chu Luyun bumped Wang Taixing with his shoulder. Because it was the time to go to work, the man who bore a slight resemblance to Lu Qingsong walked at the front. Behind them were two other cool people who looked like Tao Yanyan and Zhang Haichuan. These two people walked very close to each other, a look of ambiguous young lovers. Looking at Chu Luyun's heart was very uncomfortable. Well, aren't you known as a face printer? Can you see the end? Chu Luyun couldn't help but urge Wang Taixing. And Wang Taixing, who had just been filled with self-importance, was now frowning. The expression he displayed was filled with shock, gravity, and suspicion. All of which finally turned into disbelief. This is just weird. Chapter 136, The Bastard Who Couldn't Be Killed. I didn't ask you to come over here to be weird, do you see the signs or not? Chu Luyun kept opening his mouth to urge Wang Taixing. Wang Taixing dropped the cigarette in his hand and hurriedly rubbed his eyes. Until the backs of the three men disappeared, he froze without uttering a word. Hey, what the hell is wrong with you? Worry filled Chu Luyun's eyes. He knew that Wang Taixing's skills could not be wrong, and the problem must lie with those three people. Chu Luyun desperately wanted to know the answer to the question. Is that hard to answer? No difference is looking the same, and a difference is looking different. There are only two answers, go ahead. Chu Luyun continuously urged Wang Taixing. This matter involved Tao Yanyan, so there was no way for Chu Luyun's heart to calm down. Under his constant urging, Wang Taixing's face became even more ugly. I don't even have an answer to that question, it's just so weird. Wang Taixing was a bit incredulous. He retraced the path the three had just come from and stood under the ginkgo tree. Strange, simply strange. Just now those three guys, in the shadows, look exactly like the guys in your picture. But when they passed through the shaded area and stepped out into the light, it became different again. Would you say you're surprised? Wang Taixing looked at Chu Luyun incredulously. He's done a lot of law and lawlessness using this ability, so to speak. No matter how good the camouflage was, it couldn't escape his eyes. No matter how powerful the testing instruments are, they can't compare to him. But just today, the skill he was so proud of was out of order. Come on, let's go home first. Chu Luyun chanted coldly and turned to leave. Although Wang Taixing did not say a word, at the very least, it had already made Chu Luyun certain that there was something wrong with these three people. Since there's a problem, he's going to have to hide himself. To do otherwise would be to derail a major JLT program. The two men who returned to the house were wide-eyed and half-speaking. At this moment, Wang Taixing had been completely captivated. It's like an old fisherman who's been keeping fish for a generation and is surprised to find big talking carp. It's so hard to figure out, I can't figure it out at all. What the hell is going on here? It's only light and shadow, why did it cause a change in appearance? Chu Luyun, where are those three people in your picture, can you let me see them again? Wang Taixing looked at Chu Luyun, this was the biggest doubt in his mind. Listening to his question, Chu Luyun only shook his head. I'm afraid there's no chance of that, because those three are long dead. When Chu Luyun said this, Wang Taixing also fell silent. If the three people he saw today were the three people in the photo, wouldn't that mean that there is resurrection from the dead in this world? Is it because they are people who have come back from the dead that they can't identify them? Interesting, really interesting. The Zodiac murders have thoroughly piqued my interest. Chu Luyun, you tell me what to do next, I'll listen to you all. It was only now that Wang Taixing finally made up his mind that he had to find out the truth about the Zodiac case. The original him also admired Chu Luyun. Everything was done with the intention of making a name for themselves as well. And now, Chu Luyun took the initiative to invite him to join the Zodiac case. This is precisely what made him whole. It doesn't matter who these three people really are, or whether or not there is a return from the dead. The one thing we know for sure right now is that there's something wrong with these three. If you can't see anything strange in the academy, then investigate in secret. Chu Luyun had already made up his mind. After all, Tao Yinyan's death at that time was a knot in his heart. His memories once again returned to the day of Toranuma's death. What's more, he couldn't forget that he kept pressing Tao Yinyan to ask who the murderer was, only to have her finger point to Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun wanted to know why, wanted to know the truth of this. As for Lu Qingsong, the man he trusted the most, he had even more to say. Lu Qingsong had already died twice in front of him, and the second time, he had even killed Zhou Bingyue. He had too many scores to settle with Lu Qingsong before. Okay, just tell me how to act, I'm all yours. Wang Taixing no longer had any other bad intentions and did everything at Chu Luyun's command. Zhang Ling's side didn't care about Chu Luyun's matter. The purpose of her visit was the chosen one of the gods in the case of the Ohio pig. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, was attracted by the three guys who looked like his deceased friends. And JLT's purpose hasn't changed since the beginning. She wouldn't let these strange things hold her back from spying on the chosen one. The more such times that something popped up, the more she dared not let up. The night is getting thicker. Chu Luyun and Wang Taixing went out early and squatted at the entrance of Jinhua Academy. The two had changed into dark clothes specifically to avoid the glow of the street lamps and hide in the gloom. Which one of the three of them are we following? Wang Taixing rubbed his palms together, and many white huffs of air emerged as he spoke. The nights at this time of year are chilly. Chu Luyun was also shivering from the cold, and his feet were starting to go a little numb. That woman, she's closer to another guy, and the two should be living together. So let's follow the one that fell off the grid and be a little more stealthy. The person that Chu Luyun was talking about who had fallen behind was the male teacher who looked like Lu Qingsong. According to the information Zhang Ling brought back, this person's name at Jinhua Academy was Lin Feng. A name that has nothing to do with Lu Qingsong. It's out, it's out. Wang Taixing patted Chu Luyun's shoulder. At this moment, three teachers walked out of the academy, and after they said goodbye to each other, Lin Feng walked alone in another direction. Chu Luyun and Wang Taixing didn't dare to have the slightest delay and hurriedly tailed Lin Feng. The two of them had very light steps, always keeping a distance of 50 meters from Lin Feng to prevent being discovered. After following him until he was inside the alley, Lin Feng stood his ground and dug into the store to buy a pack of cigarettes. He stood under the streetlight, pulled out a cigarette, stubbed it a couple of times on the carton, and pulled out another match to light it. Watching this ignition process of his, Chu Luyun's frown grew tighter and tighter. Lu Qingsong told him before that cigarettes need to be knocked a bit for the tobacco to be tighter. And he doesn't like to use lighters, but matches. Said match-lit cigarettes smelled like wood. Lu Qingsong. Chu Luyun's fists kept clenching. He didn't believe in coincidences like that in the world. You asshole. I can't believe you just can't be killed. Chapter 137, Taking him upstairs. In the Subrat case, his head was placed in the refrigerator. In Snake Clothes Village, he was stabbed through the heart by Zhang Han. But now, it was standing in front of Chu Luyun alive like this. Perhaps Lu Qingsong is also one of the 12 divine generals. Perhaps he also possesses some unknown ability. But Jiangling had once said that in the 12 zodiac signs, each person's ability could never be the same, or even similar. The fact that Jiangling has the ability to shed his shell and be reborn means that it's unlikely that anyone else will come back to life. But the Lu Qingsong in front of him, and what is going on? Chu Luyun was considered completely confused at this moment. In the face of Lu Qingsong's resurrection over and over again, he really didn't know how he should parse it. What is clearly an absolute impossibility is playing out over and over again. Now. What now? Could it be some kind of superpower that brought him back from the dead? After all, you guys have been through so many weird things. Wang Taixing looked at Chu Luyun and also realized that something was wrong with the situation. Facing his words, Chu Luyun also shook his head. The abilities of the 12 divine generals could not overlap or even be similar. It also meant that it was absolutely impossible for such an ability to exist in anyone other than Jiangling. If what brought Lu Qingsong back to life wasn't superpowers, then it would only be trickery. Trickery? Wang Taixing felt a little cloudy as he listened to Chu Luyun's words. He wasn't as smart as Chu Luyun and hadn't experienced as many shenanigans. In his mind, the so-called subterfuge was some complicated murderous maneuver. But how can you bring the dead back to life with this kind of killing technique? So what now? Should we grab him and press him on what's going on? Wang Taixing rubbed his hands together and looked at Chu Luyun, asking for his opinion. In his vision, there was a good chance that this guy had the secret of coming back from the dead hidden in him. You definitely can't let go of a guy like that. If Chu Luyun gave him full authority over this matter, he would definitely arrest Lin Feng and send him to the lab to dissect and analyze him. Don't rush into it yet, I'll go up and test it out. Chu Luyun pacified Wang Taixing, who was leaping forward, then walked alone towards Lin Feng, who was standing under the street lamp. Dude, can I have a light? Chu Luyun reached out his hand at Lin Feng. The moment he saw Chu Luyun, the other party did not have any surprise and directly handed over the matches in his hand. Chu Luyun had been observing the other party's expression, but could not see anything. It's rare to see matches in this day and age. Chu Luyun pulled out a cigarette and pretended to ask without thinking. Instead, there was a smile on the other man's face. I don't like the smell of lighters, and lighting cigarettes with matches smells like wood. Lin Feng responded with a faint sentence. But it was these words that caused Chu Luyun to raise his head and stare at him in death. This reason, this tone of voice, is almost exactly the same as Lu Qingsong. Chu Luyun was in a bit of a trance for a while. He really wanted to show his hand on this. Has anyone ever said that you look like someone? Chu Luyun held a cigarette in his mouth and looked at the cool Lu Qingsong in front of him. The other party heard Chu Luyun's words, but only smiled faintly. You're talking about Lu Qingsong, right? The other party lightly, on the second, said the name of Lu Qingsong. Chu Luyun's face abruptly changed. You don't have to look at me so surprised. Who doesn't know about the Zodiac murders? I've seen the dead man's picture on the news, and all my friends around me say I look like him. Ugh, you say it's bad luck that I'm bumping faces with a dead man. The other threw his cigarette butt on the ground and sighed a little despondently. I'll leave if there's nothing else, this damn weather is cold. After Lin Feng extinguished his cigarette, he didn't have the heart to continue climbing with Chu Luyun. With a casual greeting, he simply stepped away. The whole thing, from start to finish, was a very normal roadie performance, so that one couldn't find any breaking point. Looking at his back as he left, Chu Luyun felt extremely unwilling. Lu Qingsong! He yelled at the man's back. If the other person responds subconsciously, it means he's been pretending from start to finish. But despite calling out the name of the other person without his or her defense, the other party didn't respond in any way either, and just continued to walk forward, his figure getting smaller and smaller. Could there really be such a coincidence in this world? Happens to look like Lu Qingsong, happens to have the same habits, and Wang Taixing happens to slip up? Chu Luyun tried to convince himself. But when those three conditions were said, even he couldn't believe it. But this deliberate probing could not find the slightest trace of it. Is there really such an unexplained coincidence? Chu Luyun slowly bent down and picked up the cigarette butt on the ground. Cloud smoke? Chu Luyun's heart snapped. This kind of tobacco is not sold locally and needs to be brought in from outside the country. And the old Lu Qingsong used to smoke only this kind of cigarettes. With so many coincidences linked together, Chu Luyun couldn't believe it at all. Damn it, Wang Taixing, get him! Chu Luyun yelled at Lin Feng's back.
Wang Taixing, who had long been poised in the shadows, scurried out like a wild dog the moment he received Chu Luyun's order. Originally, Lin Feng's back was still idly walking. But after hearing Chu Luyun's angry roar, he also scattered his legs and ran. The decisive pace was like that of a thief whose disguise had been uncovered. But Wang Taixing had been hiding in the shadows, just in case he escaped. Lin Feng had just run more than 20 meters when he was pounced on by Wang Taixing.
What are you guys doing? Who are you people? What are you doing with me?
Lin Feng was pressed to the ground, his face covered in shock. Chu Luyun also came to him in a jog, panting.
Catch you for what? You ran away so fast, don't you know in your heart?
Looking at this fellow's terrified appearance, Chu Luyun also admired his acting skills. From the moment he scampered away, Chu Luyun felt that 9 times out of 10, this person was Lu Qingsong.
It's the middle of the night, you two come up and arrest me, I'm afraid I must run.
Lin Feng had been pressed to the ground and was still desperately trying to defend himself.
But Chu Luyun had long since stopped believing in this. Does your family live in this neighborhood?
Chu Luyun looked at Lin Feng and opened his mouth to inquire. The thing he was contemplating was bringing Lin Feng back home from here. The journey was too far and too easy to go wrong. The safest way was to go to Lin Feng's house and interrogate the guy properly.
Yeah, this is the building, and 501 is my house.
Lin Feng replied honestly.
Chu Luyun then gave Wang Taixing a look. Go, take him upstairs. Chapter 138, The Beginning of the Sacrifice.
Wang Taixing was also a ruthless character, and there was no ambiguity about this kind of kidnapping. After all, it's the water drop murderer who kills without blinking an eye.
This guy is different from Chu Luyun.
He's a real serial killer.
If you don't want to die, be honest.
Wang Taixing directly picked Lin Feng up from the ground, turned around and headed upstairs.
Chu Luyun also looked around vigilantly and followed closely behind.
This Wang Taixing guy is no less of a professional.
It didn't even take 5 minutes for Lin Feng to be tied up and thrown onto the sofa. Even if it was dark, he had drawn all the curtains by hand.
Chu Luyun placed the cigarette in front of Lin Feng.
Lu Qingsong, you have too much guts.
Hiding your identity and having the audacity to have such blatant features and trying to slip out from under my nose.
Do you really think I'm a cutie? Trying to tease me a third time? Chu Luyun didn't believe any of Lin Feng's bull at all.
At this moment, he had already identified the other party.
Regardless of how the man in front of him defended, explained, and spoke, Chu Luyun did not believe any of it.
Lu Qingsong, the only point I'm curious about right now is how you accomplished coming back from the dead. As if I had confirmed that it was you who had the head in the refrigerator in the first place, why did you come out of nowhere and scurry to the snake-clad village? And how did you get here when I watched you get stabbed through the heart in Snakeclothes village? Chu Luyun's heart was filled with doubts. Thinking about him and Lu Qingsong, it can be said that they grew up in open pants. If he was the most trusted in the world, he definitely counted as number one. But the two have now come to this.
I can't understand what you're saying.
The man turned his head, not looking at Chu Luyun at all, completely broken.
But even if he were to die like this, Chu Luyun would not produce any looseness. It's okay, I'm not afraid of this kid's mouth.
All you have to do is let me off the hook and I promise to have this kid talking in 2 hours. Wang Taixing played with the knife in his hand with a sinister smile on his face.
Chu Luyun knew that this guy's methods were cruel.
But thinking about it, after all, Lu Qingsong is his hair, he really some heart. If Lu Qingsong was having a hard time with something, and he tortured it again, then he was afraid that he would die of guilt in the future. It's alright, no need to be too anxious, we have plenty of time to spend with him slowly. No matter how much his mouth wins, I'll be able to sidestep something of value.
Chu Luyun looked at the tied-up Lin Feng.
They're going to keep squatting here at the Goldwater Academy anyway, and there's plenty of time for that. Lin Feng, who had been thrown on the sofa on the side, didn't care, like he wanted to fight Chu Luyun to the end with a hardened attitude. I'm a little hungry, go downstairs and buy some food, you keep a good eye on him a little, don't make any trouble.
Chu Luyun gave an explanation and went out to go downstairs.
Wang Taixing was a professional murderer, guarding a tied-up man was a piece of cake for him. Chu Luyun didn't have much to worry about in this regard. He lit a cigarette and headed out into the cold wind, wanting to go to a random convenience store down the road. As a result, he had just stepped out of the neighborhood when he collided with an oncoming teenage girl.
Because it's snowy. The smooth pavement made Chu Luyun sit on his butt. There was a sharp pain coming from the ankle that was still not well. A fire sprang up in him. Why you? Chu Luyun just wanted to get angry, but he looked up and saw a familiar face. Riverbell. The two men looked at each other, both feeling very surprised. How did you get here? Chu Luyun subconsciously opened his mouth and inquired. And Jiangling also wondered why Chu Luyun was here. I'm following the chosen one of the Ohio pig case, the young girl named Lu Chanshan, who lives in this neighborhood. Riverbell stated the purpose of her trip. Chu Luyun heard this but felt a little apprehensive. How in the world can there be such a coincidence? It's amazing that two people can still meet here. Don't you usually spy on the school? Why did you even chase me here? Chu Luyun looked at Jiangling with suspicion. The previous Jiangling could have been careful and completely brought into the role of the school nurse of Jinhua College, never making any risky moves for fear that the murderer might catch wind of them. But now, she was stalking Lu Chanshan and even chased her to someone's home. That's a far cry from JLT's previous behavior. Instead, a trace of gravity appeared on Jiangling's face. According to my inference, the zodiac sacrifice ceremony in the case of the Ohio pig will most likely begin in the next few days. That's why I have to follow Lu Chanshan closely and not miss any valuable clues. JLT's professionalism is still credible. She was 80% confident in catching the real culprit in this Ohio pig case. Together with Chu Luyun, an expert in trickery and reasoning, it might really be possible to completely uncover that murderer. You mean, tonight, the killer might be about to strike? Chu Luyun instantly raised his spirits when he heard Jiangling's words. Even the hunger that had just bubbled up was gone. After all, they had traveled a long way to this place, and Chu Luyun had risked his escape by faking his death, but it was all for this. At this juncture, it's important to hit the ground running. And what are you doing here? Jiangling looked at Chu Luyun suspiciously, and even a trace of doubt surfaced in her eyes. To her, who had little emotion, anyone was suspect. She and Chu Luyun were not exactly acquaintances and friends, knowing people for what they were. It's still about Lu Qingsong. We caught that Lu Qingsong guy. But it is not yet known how he came back from the dead. Didn't you say before that the 12 divine general gods, other than you, would not have similar abilities? Chu Luyun looked at Jiangling, fearing that she was mistaken about some point. And hearing Chu Luyun's words, Jiangling was even more puzzled. Not bad, this is one I got corroborated. This guy's coming back from the dead must have nothing to do with the ability. Jiangling reached a consensus with Chu Luyun on this point. They all generally believe that Lu Qingsong's resurrection must have been aided by some trickery. Yeah, this guy's zodiac sign is Z-Rat, and as my first victim in that case, he should have died a long time ago. But he is resurrected again and again. It is really puzzling. Just after Chu Luyun finished those words, Jiangling's face instantly became grave. Did you just say that Lu Qingsong belongs to the rat and is the first case? Riverbell repeated the phrase again. And Chu Luyun instantly reacted. If the first victim of the Ohio pig case is to be born tonight, then Lu Qingsong. Hurry! Get upstairs! Chapter 139, The Cicada Mother Faith. Without saying a word, the reactive Chu Luyun turned his head and ran upstairs. Jiangling was also unwilling to lag behind and followed Chu Luyun closely. The two men ran upstairs at a furious pace, as if they were racing the murderer. That Wang Taixing guy is watching. He can surely confront the killer for a while. Let's hurry upstairs. Chu Luyun kept opening his mouth to urge. Because it's an old neighborhood, there's no elevator, and climbing up to the 5th floor is purely by running. Wang Taixing. Chu Luyun kept shouting loudly and directly kicked open the door of room 502. The moment the iron door was opened, the scene before them horrified the crowd. Wang Taixing, who was originally responsible for guarding Lin Feng, was currently passed out on the sofa, as if he had been knocked out. The knife in his hand fell naturally out of reach as well, and there was no sign of a struggle around him. As for Lin Feng, who was identified as Lu Qingsong, at the moment he was dangling by his feet, and his body was being hung in mid-air in this way. The windows of the house were open, and the cold wind blowing in made the body shake. Dead? Jiangling was a bit surprised. Chu Luyun took 3 steps forward and untied the body from the roof. It was still warm, but the breathing had stopped long ago. Riverbell went up to check it out and sighed languidly as well. It's not working, the pupils are all lax, it can't be saved. Jiangling shook her head and pronounced Lin Feng dead.
Looking at the corpse in front of him, Chu Liuyun's heart was mixed. Although this wasn't the first time Lu Qingsong's had died in front of him, he still couldn't help but tremble a little in his heart. But after this trembling, some other complex emotions were also implied. After all, who knows if Lu Qingsong will be resurrected again afterward. Wake up for me. Wang Taixing, wake up. Chu Luyun frantically shook Wang Taixing, a wave of anger in his heart. This guy is such a make it or break it. Pulling him in, he had wanted to use his ability to crack the case for himself. Turns out nothing could be done after all that messing around. Can't even look at a person. Chu Luyun, you finally returned. A man just came rushing in through the window and knocked me out. That guy must have followed us. Wang Taixing couldn't stop reporting the situation to Chu Luyun. But it's also true that you can't overly blame Wang Taixing for this matter. After all, he didn't know that someone would kill Lin Feng. It was completely unexpected. There's no sign of the door lock being broken, and the killer would have had to use the window if he wanted to leave. River Belle turned her head to the open window. And with that the three men came to the window. Looking down, he realized that the snow was smooth and there wasn't even a single footprint. The murderer, if he had gone through the window and fled in such a hurry in such a short time, was bound to leave traces. Does that mean the killer hasn't left yet? Still around? Chu Luyun frowned slightly and offered a different view. The three men renewed their thoughts in this direction. If that murderer is currently hiding in this building, where would be the most likely place for him to hide? Within the brains of Chu Luyun and Jian Ling, this question arose almost at the same time. And when the question arose, they arrived at their respective answers in an instant. Lu Chanxian. That Ohio pig case of the chosen one. Aside from them, she was the only other person in the building with a connection to the killer. Jian Ling turned his head and headed outside while Chu Luyun reached out to stop him. The murderer was able to kill Lin Feng under our noses, so that means we've been exposed. Maybe every move we make now is under the watchful eye of the murderer. The murderer, too, will not do what we suspect. Chu Luyun kindly reminded Jiang Ling. It was very strange in both of their minds that things had come to this. This operation can be described as stealthy as hell. Why would the killer even notice? And it was as if this murderer had provoked them, specifically picking on Lin Feng, who was right under their noses. Whether or not the murderer was watching us, whether or not he had insight into our actions, we'll know soon enough. Jiang Ling shook off Chu Luyun's palm and resolutely walked upstairs. Although he didn't spend much time with Jiang Ling, Chu Luyun had a preliminary understanding of his character. Once this woman decides something, it's hard to make a change. Come on, follow along, and go up and see. Chu Luyun greeted Wang Taixing and took a step upstairs. What he didn't expect was that Lu Chanxian's residence was actually right above them. Wang Taixing, you keep a lookout here, I'll go in with Jiang Ling and take a look. After all, it's sneaking into someone's home. It must be that the fewer people who go in, the more secretive it is. Okay, I got it. With an honest promise, Wang Taixing squatted at the door to act as a guard. Although he was not to blame for the blunder just now, his heart was still a bit sorry for Chu Luyun after all. River Belle crouched down and slowly pried open the door to the room. She led Chu Luyun to tiptoe within the room. River Belle clutched a thumb-sized light bulb in her hand, quite a bit dimmer than the light emanating from the candle. This faint light was enough for them to see their surroundings without disturbing Lu Chanxian. Just as he entered the house, a strong scent of sandalwood hit him. He burns incense at home? Jiang Ling frowned slightly. You know that unusual people don't have this smell in their homes. It is usually the elderly people who have worshipped the gods in their homes that linger with a sandalwood scent. But Lu Chanxian was so young and still a student of the academy, could it be that she also had some kind of belief in God and Buddha? River Belle chimed in strangely. Both of them had doubts in their hearts, but they were clear that now was not the time to break this up. They continued on to the bedroom. The closer he got to the bedroom, the sandalwood scent intensified. Nothing's going to happen, is it? Can it be that something happened to this Lu Chanxian as well? Chu Luyun's heart was a little scared. Jiang Ling heard Chu Luyun's speculation, and her footsteps towards the bedroom became more hurried. You have to know that the current Lu Chanxian is the only bait in their hands. The only bait that will bring the killer up. If something happened to Lu Chanxian, then they would have completely lost control of the murderer. He's our only leverage against the murderer, and absolutely nothing can happen to him. Jiang Ling kept chanting under her breath. It sounded like an admonition, but by the tone of her voice, it sounded like a prayer. It was only when the two came to the bedroom and saw Lu Chanxian sleeping peacefully on the bed that they finally took a long breath of relief. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, sniffed the direction of the sandalwood incense wafting from and looked to the side of the offering table. The table by the window was dedicated to a black god. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, had never seen such an odd idol before. It was a very fat-bellied cicada. At the moment, Riverbell also noticed. Cicada Mother Faith? Chapter 140, Another Purpose. A strange word came out of Jiang Ling's mouth, something Chu Luyun had never heard before. Looking at the strange idol in front of him, Chu Luyun also felt some apprehension in his heart. "We'll go first." Jiang Ling gestured at Chu Luyun, then turned around and headed outside. They had now determined that Lu Chanxian was safe and sound, so naturally they had to hurry and exit so as not to disturb. The two tiptoed away again. Just as he arrived at the door, he saw the eagerly awaited Wang Taixing. He was curious about it all, too. It was helpless but was arranged by Chu Luyun to guard the door here. "How's it going? Any important findings? What's going on in there? Any sign of the killer?" Wang Taixing asked one question after another. Fear of falling behind in this game of cracking shenanigans. "This is not the place to talk, go back first." Riverbell said hello and headed downstairs. Before she opened her mouth, Chu Luyun didn't say anything nonsense. After all, he had never known anything about that cicada Mother Faith. "Go. Lin Feng is dead, the police department will definitely come tomorrow, try not to leave clues here." Chu Luyun gave an explanation and also headed downstairs. He and Wang Taixing turned on their flashlights and packed up even the butts of the cigarettes they had thrown away. Luckily, this is an old neighborhood with no surveillance equipment at all. Otherwise the three of them, again, would have to encounter a lot of trouble. Inside the room, bright lights spilled down, and the three of them just sat at the dining table. Everyone had a bucket of noodles soaking in front of them. Everyone is a little hungry after working up to this point, so they just deal with a bite like that. "You guys say? There is no possibility that this Lu Chanxian himself is the murderer? Have you searched her room to see if there are any tools of the trade?" After understanding what happened before and after, Wang Taixing did offer his own insight. The murderer fled after the killing and left no tracks in the snow, so that means the murderer is still hiding in the building. Lu Chanxian's residence is upstairs, she is most likely to commit the murder. That's a good guess. If the murderer is really Lu Chanxian, then she must have known that I went in with Jiang Ling and that she was pretending to be asleep? Chu Luyun's brows furrowed slightly. This speculation of Wang Taixing's is also only theoretically valid. He didn't think that Lu Chanxian, a student, possessed such a strong psychological quality. Although we haven't searched Lu Chanxian's residence, I think that she shouldn't be the murderer. Jiang Ling spoke faintly, interrupting the discussion between the two. Because the previous Riverbell had emphasized that the chosen ones would not become murderers. This is not in accordance with the rules of the zodiac sacrifices. However, her repeated explanation caused Chu Luyun to frown slightly. Perhaps there are things hidden within the rules that we don't know about? Just like we don't know why Lu Qingsan was resurrected one at a time, could there be other rules hidden that we don't know about? Chu Luyun's trust in Jiang Ling had been shaken. What has happened so far has been a bit more than they expected. At the very beginning, Jiang Ling was like an observer who had fathomed the whole situation. It's as if catching the killer is a matter of course if you follow in her footsteps. But from what we've seen so far, things don't seem to be that way. I think this is something we need to investigate a little bit. This Lu Chanxian is definitely not just a simple student, perhaps even her body is harboring many secrets. By the way, Riverbell, when you were in her house, what was that cicada Mother Faith you were talking about, again? Chu Luyun finally didn't hold back and voiced his curiosity. The one he'd wanted to ask about when he was in that bedroom. It was only when Jiang Ling gave him a silent gesture that he swallowed his words back then. What cicada Mother Faith? What are you talking about? Wang Taixing is like a paparazzi. No matter what Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling said, it stirred his heart to gossip. I don't know if I'm here to reason or to eat. We saw a black idol in Lu Chanxian's bedroom. That thing was a cicada with a huge belly and 6 wings sprouting from its back, a weird and frightening shape. Chu Luyun spoke of what he had seen. The Jiang Ling at that time had also only looked at it and named the deity, so he thought that he might have recognized it. Wang Taixing also revealed a curious expression at this moment. The case of Zodiac is no longer a simple murder case, he is wrapped up in so much more. The cicada mother faith is a very bizarre faith that doesn't even belong to any religion or have any teachings. Back then, an explorer named Zhou Xinwan went to an unknown island and saw an idol of the cicada mother. From then on it was like he was possessed. He killed a dozen or so people members of the team and was eventually killed. Riverbell told a few people what she knew about the cicada mother's beliefs. And Chu Luyun also looked up a lot of useful information on the computer based on what he told him. If it wasn't for Jiang Ling's reminder, who would have thought there was such a thing? My god, that was over 100 years ago. Chu Luyun looked at the information displayed on the screen. Because it's so far back in time, there's only a handful of information that can be found on the internet. The information was basically similar to what Jiang Ling had said. It only recorded the many tragedies that occurred back then, but as for what the cicada mother beliefs actually were, no one knew. I have a hunch that this thing should be similar to the Snakeclothes Village's Meat Mountain, hiding a lot of secrets we don't know. Think about it, if Lin Feng is Lu Qingson, then that also means that the remaining Tao Yanyan and Jiang Haichuan are also bound to be the ones after the resurrection, right? Chu Luyun began his own hypothetical reasoning. Jiang Ling and Wang Taixing were both listening with their ears perked up, nodding their heads continuously during this time, indicating their approval of Chu Luyun. But in the tragic case of the 12 zodiac signs, only the murderer is responsible for the killings if the three of them are also the Sifu shoguns, or are the murderers. It is not necessary for all three to come over. And Lu Qingson's resurrection over and over again is also definitely hiding a mystery. So their purpose for coming to Jinhua Academy may be the same as ours, or different. It was as if Chu Luyun had touched some kind of answer, but for a moment, he was unable to sow the clouds. What the hell do you mean by that? Can it be that their appearance has nothing to do with the Zodiac case? Then what is the reason for their coming to Jinhua Academy? Wang Taixing frowned, his entire body having been completely confused. And after Chu Luyun pondered for a moment, he finally slowly spat out two words. Mother Cicada. Chapter 141, The Whole Game is Lost. Chu Luyun slowly spat out these two words. Judging from the current situation, perhaps there is only a coincidence in front of a few people. The coincidence has nothing to do with anything else. Coincidence is coincidental. Lu Chanxian was the chosen one of God and happened to be the one who possessed the cicada mother. And Lu Qingsong and the others appeared for cicada mother. But Chu Luyun and the others were here to catch the mastermind behind the Badger organization. Both sides didn't care about one thing, but because of these two things, both of them were focused on Lu Chanxian's body. It was only then that they became inseparably entangled. Now that the murder has happened, do we have time to sort it all out? As Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun, a trace of sorrow also surfaced in her eyes. Tracking down the Badger organization was already enough of a headache, but now a cicada mother faith was involved. And they still don't even know what this cicada mother is. Even Jiang Ling, who could remain rational at all times, couldn't help but get upset. No messing around, you can't be in a hurry at a time like this. Maybe that Badger murderer has been hibernating in the shadows, waiting for us to mess up. Chu Luyun could very well understand Jiang Ling's feelings at this moment. That murderer, after all, wouldn't give them time to slowly sort it all out. If they had waited for Chu Luyun and the others to figure it all out, perhaps the murderer would have finished killing people long ago. In JLT's mind, they are already in a race against time. We have to figure out what's going on with this cicada mother first. Jiang Ling, you do another investigation on Lu Chanxian's background tomorrow. She must still have some clues that we don't know. Chu Luyun began to take control of the whole situation and gave orders to Jiang Ling. At this moment, Jiang Ling also no longer had any plans and could only listen to Chu Luyun's arrangements. Wang Taixing, you go to investigate a Zhao Xinyuan that explorer in many ways tomorrow. Since a person came to this world, he must have left many clues behind. Even if he died more than 100 years ago, it's impossible to completely erase them there. Use your sources and go find it. Chu Luyun also gave Wang Taixing instructions. He knew that this Wang Taixing guy must still have a backhand. There is still a fundamental difference between the two. Wang Taixing isn't just a serial killer, he's organized crime. After all, Chu Luyun's plan to fake his death had even fooled the Qingyang police department, but this guy had chased him here. There should be some kind of tidbit of information. What about you? What are you doing while we're both out and about getting busy? Don't get me wrong, I don't know about playing small, but I'm worried about your feet. You can't afford to fall off the wagon. Wang Taixing looked at Chu Luyun's ankle.
It wasn't that he was afraid that Chu Luyun would be lazy, but he was worried that Chu Luyun had arranged some important plan for himself. He's a man with a foot injury, so if something goes wrong, they'll lose it all. I'll be here, continuing to keep an eye on Jinhua Academy. If I were a murderer, a time like now would be the perfect entrance. Chu Luyun turned his gaze to the balcony. Looked to the telescope that allowed complete surveillance of the Goldwater Academy. With all the plans all arranged, the three men went off to rest. Early the next morning, Lin Feng's death went straight to the news. But this incident didn't cause too many waves. The police department, for its part, is still firming up between suicide and homicide. After all, Chu Luyun was already dead in the official news, and even if Lin Feng's death was a homicide, it was still an ordinary homicide case. Wang Taixing and Jiang Ling left the house early and began to go investigate the things Chu Luyun had explained. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, had a box of cigarettes, a stool, and sat on the balcony, staring dead at Jinhua College. With Lin Feng's death, the surface of Jinhua Academy remained calm, but Chu Luyun's heart was clear. Underneath the calm, there is a hidden turbulence. Until the sun sets in the west. Chu Luyun yawned and rubbed the effort of his eyes. A familiar figure, however, flashed through the binoculars. I'm not mistaken, am I? Chu Luyun hurriedly lifted his 12% spirit and looked at the binoculars again. On the playground at King's College. A guy dressed as a teacher, with glasses and a suit, was talking to the school security guard in a dignified manner. It's totally a leadership style. However, this guy's face was very familiar to Chu Luyun. Zhao Huai. Why is he here? Chu Luyun was a bit dumbfounded for a moment. It should be extremely secretive for him to come to this place with Jiang Ling. And even if Zhao Huai had found this place, why was Li Shui missing again? If he was here to investigate the case, he should have followed Li Shui. Back to the shape. Chu Luyun's heart began to think. At that time, the ones who traveled to the Kajamusha Hall were a total of 4 of them in a small group. The answer given by the Qingyang Police Department was that Chu Luyun and Han Feng were both dead, and Zhao Huai and Li Shui were suspended. Because he wasn't sure if Han Feng's death was real or fake, he, Chu Luyun, should be dead on the surface. They speculated at the time. By all rights, out of the 4 of them, there should be a murderer, a chosen one. But Chu Luyun's heart was very clear that he himself was not the one behind the Badger organization. If he could only be considered a defender, not a murderer. That confirms that Li Shui and Zhao Huai, who survived, should be one God's chosen one and one is the murderer. And that divine chosen one will know everything after the dedication of the Kaimon Hall. Can it be that you, Zhao Huai, are that chosen one of God? Chu Luyun looked at Zhao Huai in the binoculars and couldn't hide his surprise in his heart. He simply couldn't determine what Zhao Huai's identity actually was. However, there was one thing that Chu Luyun was very clear about. That is, if Zhao Huai appears in such a place, there must be a ghost. Whatever his identity is, it must be unclean. Not good, Jiang Ling may be in danger. Chu Luyun suddenly realized something terrible. Li Shui and Zhao Huai, at that time, had already found that urban village. He and Jiang Ling escaped in the night, and there was still a picture of Jiang Ling in that shabby house in the middle of the city. Now both of them are in Jinhua Academy, which means that once they meet, Jiang Ling's identity will definitely be revealed. Thinking of this, Chu Luyun got up and was about to go report this news to Jiang Ling. But at the moment the door to the room opened. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun's astonished eyes and somewhat did not quite understand. So, your academy, is there a new teacher today? Don't you think he looks a bit like the agent who's after us? Chu Luyun didn't have a word of nonsense and directly opened the door. Hearing this, Jiang Ling directly placed the dish on the table and nodded lightly. You're talking about Zhao Huai. He has approached me today, in private, already. Jiang Ling's tone was very flat, but for Chu Luyun, it was like a thunderbolt exploding in his ears. What did he tell you? Chapter 142, 142, The 104th Dog General God. Chu Luyun completely did not expect that things would have developed to this point. But with Zhao Huai's character, if he recognized Jiang Ling, he definitely wouldn't let her go easily. But why is it that today's JLT is able to return unscathed? He has recognized me for who I am, but he has also revealed to me that he is the Sujetsu Shogun, whose genus is the dog, in the dedication of the House of Returning Forms. Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun and spoke Zhao Huai's true identity, also confirming Chu Luyun's suspicions from another aspect. He's the Sishu Shogun? Chu Luyun repeated Jiang Ling's words with some incredulity. If Zhao Huai is the general god, then what is Li Shui? Is it possible that Li Shui is the murderer? Chu Luyun had been in contact with Li Shui, and he didn't believe that Li Shui would be that kind of person. How can you be sure he's the sire shogun? You know what I told them about the Sifu shogun, he's perfectly capable of deceiving you. Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling and continued to discuss this issue with him. It was really hard for him to accept that Zhao Huai was the point of being a divine general god. Then you must not have told him about the golden ball? Jiang Ling's hands were cooking while not delaying talking to Chu Luyun. Hearing his words, Chu Luyun naturally nodded. He simply told Li Shui and the others about the Badger organization. As for the superpowers, the golden orb, the gate of the end, and all these things, he hadn't said a word about them. That's right. It's because Zhao Huai told me something today, something that only the Sifu shogun would know. That is the return of all things to their source. When Jiang Ling's 4 words were spoken, Chu Luyun was sort of speechless. Many people can accept badgers and can accept their status as a divisional general. Even the ability to spontaneously open the gate of the end is because of that return of all things. And Chu Luyun was able to come this far because of this. All things come back to life. Let it all come back to the way things were originally meant to be. We've been recognized, and Zhao Huai hasn't interfered with our plans. I didn't tell him anything about it, so he won't, for the time being, be a threat to us. Besides, do you have any way to counteract him? If he reports to the Qingyang police station, all of our plans will be over. Jiang Ling's flat tone was telling a fact that Chu Luyun could not deny. If Zhao Huai was from the police department, he would definitely contact Li Shui and take them straight to the pot. After all, from the Zhao Huai who was once there, he could not believe in the nonsense of the simian general god at all. And if Zhao Huai was the one behind the scenes, then he would definitely sabotage a few people's plans as well. Judging from the fact that he was currently at peace with this and even wanted to assist Riverbell. The only thing he seems likely to be is the divine general god. All of our plans can only be made in the shadows, we simply don't have a choice. So no matter what Zhao Huai's status is, it's already the best status quo for him to stay out of our operations. Jiang Ling's words were full of helplessness. Although her cooking movements were still flowing, her mind was already in a mess. Now things have become more complicated. The case of the Ohio pig, cicada mother, Zhao Huai. The original idea was to catch the murderer with the last case, but I never thought that it would stir up so many things into the mix. Right, you went to investigate Lu Chanqian today, did you find anything new? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling and inquired curiously. After all, that was her main task. And investigating Lu Chanqian involves being able to figure out the cicada mother beliefs. Only by figuring out the cicada mother beliefs could they better move forward. I almost forgot to tell you, I do have some new discoveries. Lu Chanqian was diagnosed with terminal stomach cancer 2 years ago and has a maximum of 3 years to live. He should only have a few months left to live if you go by time. Jiang Ling brought new news for Chu Luyun. This news, however, caused Chu Luyun to frown, feeling somewhat surprised. He lit a cigarette and began to contemplate it carefully. Why do you think that the choice of the Sifu shogun was to choose a man who was going to die? If he's dead, will that still open the gate of the end? Chu Luyun's eyes carried deep doubts. While listening to the words coming out of his mouth, the corner of Jiang Ling's mouth was revealing a cold smile. Isn't the answer given to your question? In that case, she'll have a reason to open the gate of the end. Jiang Ling's words caused Chu Luyun's aura to flash and instantly thought of the answer. You mean? All things to all things. Chu Luyun also instantly thought of this answer. But how accurate a predictor does this killer have to be? Wasn't he afraid that this Lu Chanqian would die before becoming a Sifu general god? No, wait, that's not right. For Lu Chanqian, she should only know about the matter of the return of all things to their source after she becomes a Sifu general god, right? So right now, she should still be just an unknown normal person? Chu Luyun continued to think downward. Instead, his words made Riverbell shake her head. It's normal, and a little too normal, she's a very sunny girl with a lot of hope for life. Hopeful? Chu Luyun felt a little surprised when he heard Jiang Ling's description of her. If placed in the body of a normal person, sunny and hopeful, there's really nothing wrong with that. But Jiang Ling was a dying man, a young girl with only a few months to live. At such an age, why would one still be hopeful about the few lives that exist? What? Do you have to let people curl up in the house every day and be depressed before they die? Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun somewhat helplessly. He himself is a mentally challenged teenage girl. Surprisingly, he can still think about Lu Chanchan now. It's not my negative energy, because that's the mental journey of a normal teenage girl. And she still lives alone, she shouldn't. Chu Luyun couldn't think clearly about all this. He sat down on the couch and began to fall into deep thought. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, continued cooking and did not continue to climb into conversation with Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun lit a cigarette. He substitutes Lu Chanchan's psychology and forgets the case of the Ohio pig in the zodiac. Forget about the endgame and the return of all things. Eventually. He gradually sowed all the fog. In the midst of the endless abyss, the golden light of truth was finally seen. He found what makes the dying hopeful. That's the continuation of life. And for someone who is medically obligated to die, the only thing that can save her is the power to transcend the mortal world. Mother Cicada. Chapter 143, Descendants. Chu Luyun didn't figure out what exactly the cicada mother faith was for though. It can be deduced from the clues given by Riverbell. The role of the mother of all cicadas. It must be the cure for Lu Chanchan's terminal illness. Now we're just waiting for Wang Taixing to return, hopefully he can bring back a bit of useful news. Chu Luyun sat quietly at the table and waited. Not a moment's work later, Chu Luyun ate the hot shredded meat noodles. I have to say that Jiang Su's cooking is still very good. Bang bang bang. There was a violent knock on the door from outside. Riverbell casually went over and opened the door to the room. As soon as Wang Taixing walked in, he smelled the scent of shredded meat noodles. Agu, I'm starving. After Wang Taixing said this, he directly rushed to the table and started to feast. Wang Taixing didn't say anything and first stuffed his mouth with shredded meat noodles. It took several mouthfuls of stuffing before he finally settled down. Okay, first of all, what's the situation and did you find out anything useful? You don't just eat. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing with some anxiety. But judging from Wang Taixing's expression, he should have gotten hold of some clues. Otherwise there would be no face to eat so heartily in front of Chu Luyun. Hey, there's so little information about Cicada Mother, I didn't find out anything at all. Wang Taixing's words left Jiang Ling and Chu Luyun speechless. The guy was laughing so hard and gobbling so hard, he really thought he was onto something big. Riverbell even served the shredded meat noodles directly from the table. Not giving Wang Taixing the noodles was already the only punishment she could think of. Hey, don't take it away. Although I didn't investigate anything about the Cicada Mother, I did find something related to Zhao Xingyuan. Wang Taixing hurriedly opened his mouth to explain himself. His eyes never left the shredded meat noodles in Jiang Ling's hands. Zhao Xingyuan? You mean the guy who died over 100 years ago? Chu Luyun gave Jiang Ling a look. Only then did Jiang Ling put the shredded meat noodles back in front of Wang Taixing. When he saw that the shredded meat noodles had returned, he once again took a big bite. Zhou Xinwan was the first explorer to come into contact with the Cicada Mother's beliefs, but he's been dead for over 100 years now, so how could you find any information related to him? Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing with interest. While I knew this guy had some skills, this was a bit of an overstatement. After all, people have been dead for over 100 years. And even the official records of Zhou Xinwan are few and far between. How capable does this Wang Taixing have to be to find his clues? There's nothing in this world that money can't do. But by coincidence, I found the descendants of Zhou Xinwan, and they live in this city. Wang Taixing ate the entire bowl of shredded meat noodles all by himself. Then pulled a tissue from the table and wiped his mouth. Not bad, I heard it's the grandson of Zhao Xingyuan, who didn't believe his grandfather was a devil, so he spent his whole life studying the Cicada Mother culture. I found his address, and once I find that guy, I'll definitely be able to figure out the Cicada Mother culture. Wang Taixing placed a piece of paper on the table. There is a small line on it that is the address of Zhou Xinwan's grandson. This guy's performance tonight did make Chu Luyun somewhat impressed. It seemed a bit out of place, but one had to admire his network of connections to find even this kind of information. Whether he can give us valuable information or not, we have to make the trip. There might be something new to discover. Chu Luyun faintly ordered, and then several people went to bed to rest. Wang Taixing was also tired after a long day. Even from across the room, he could hear the deafening grunts. Chu Luyun lay in bed, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. In the midst of his brain, he had been digesting all the clues he had received today. One of the things that he couldn't accept the most was Zhao Huai becoming a seafood general god. His mind kept going back to Li Shue's appearance. That seriously dedicated woman. She stood with Zhao Huai, and how she looked at Zhao Huai was not like a good thing. But it turned out to be the other way around, making it difficult for Chu Luyun to accept it for a while. Maybe it really is the vision that's wrong. Chu Luyun let out a sigh. He tossed and turned in bed for a long time before he finally sank into sleep. Early the next morning, Jiang Ling very rarely took a day off and decided to accompany Chu Luyun and the others as they set off. The three men drove over 40 kilometers before finally arriving in a very remote town. It's full of old, run-down neighborhoods. There's even a large area of abandoned brick buildings, complete with an old town waiting to be demolished. I say Wang Taixing, you didn't get the address wrong, did you? We need to find someone who really lives here? Chu Luyun looked at his surroundings. It was really a bit hard to accept. It's the end of the year and there's joy everywhere. Only this place, dead, not only cannot feel a little bit of New Year's atmosphere, not even feel too much anger. There's no way my intel can go wrong, it's definitely in this place. Wang Taixing's tone was decisive. Chu Luyun could only choose to temporarily believe in him. However, when he turned around and thought about it, Wang Taixing's network of connections was such that even he, Chu Luyun, was able to find his location. Finding someone whose identity is not hidden should indeed not be that difficult. A few people followed the address information and circled around this old town 3 or 4 times before finally finding a small courtyard. The yard is full of flowers and plants. An old man, who looked past his prime, was sitting in the yard, flipping through a notebook in his hand. Hello old man, it's our first time in this place and we're a bit lost. Could you please show us the way? Wang Taixing was a thick-skinned man, and did not shy away from stepping forward to ask for help. Looking at the 3 strangers that suddenly appeared in front of him, the old man took off the presbyopas on his eyes. His brow furrowed slightly, and there was some doubt in his eyes. This place has been abandoned for a long time, and the people you're looking for probably moved out a long time ago. Do you guys remember his name? I can put you in touch with the contacts? The old man was also a warm-hearted person, putting down the book in his hand and opening his mouth to inquire about the 3. Seeing that someone was willing to help, a faint smile appeared on Chu Luyun's face as well. Then thank you so much old man. The man we're looking for the moment, doesn't know his name for the moment. Chu Luyun touched the back of his head in some embarrassment. They were very good enough to ask for an address, and as for anyone else's details, they couldn't find them at all. This is nonsense, how can I help you without a name? The old man waved his hand with some impatience. Seeing that the other party was about to leave, Chu Luyun was a bit anxious for a moment. We don't know his name, we only know that he's the grandson of Zhao Xingyuan. Chu Luyun shouted out the purpose of this time. The old man who heard his words, however, instantly stood his ground. Chapter 144, The Idol's Secret Language. Zhou Xinwan? That's a really old name? Are you looking for his grandson for something? The old man turned his head to look at Chu Luyun and the others with deep doubts in his eyes. Noticing the change in his eyes, Chu Luyun's heart had gained some momentum. He made his face, as best he could, a very gentle-looking smile. At the same time, he pulled out a cigarette and handed it to the old man in front of him. Elder Zhao, no matter what Zhao Xingyuan did, that's an old generation after all. Those ennui things should have been drowned in the river of history long ago. We're here just to find out something about the cicada mother. Chu Luyun directly and dryly revealed the identity of the old man. In fact, from the moment just now when Elder Zhao revealed a wary look, Chu Luyun's heart was already 80% certain. Either way, Zhou Xinwan killed a lot of people on the island back then. This old man, I guess, thinks of them as the children and grandchildren of those victims, because they are here to seek revenge. Hearing Chu Luyun make his words so clear, Elder Zhao simply stopped pretending. Boy, you've got a good eye. You're right, I am the grandson of Zhao Xingyuan. Elder Zhao also graciously admitted his identity. Come, it's rather cold outside, let's go inside and talk. Zhao Lao took a step toward the house. Wang Taihang looked at the yard full of flowers and plants, although all had yellowed and withered. But it was also obvious that it had been well taken care of. After following Elder Zhao into the room, everything in front of them really surprised them. The walls, the desktops, were littered with pictures of cicada mothers and tons of text notes. It seems that Elder Zhao has also been studying the cicada mother faith. Seeing these things, a smile appeared on the faces of the Chu Luyun trio, knowing that they had come to the right place. As you can see, I have been studying the cicada mother culture for a long, long time. My grandfather, Zhou Xinwen, he was a very gentle man. I definitely don't believe that he could do something as tragic as that. All of this must be because of cicada mother. Elder Zhao sat in his chair and took a drag on the cigarette Chu Luyun gave him. The tone of his voice was full of indignation, as if he had been wronged by some great injustice. While Jiang Ling, who was on the side, couldn't help but snort coldly when she heard his words. This woman, Jiang Ling, didn't know anything about the human condition. And never gave face to anyone, because in her mind, there was no such concept. The whole island crew was all gone, and your grandfather is the only one who survived covered in blood. And he also showed extreme killing intent towards the people who boarded the island, so you're saying he's not a murderer? Is that possible? Although Jiang Ling said this in a very icy manner, it was an indisputable fact. For what happened on that island back in the day? They also went through all the information they could find. But no matter which way you look at it, it seems that Zhou Xinwen is having a hard time getting away from the suspicion of being a criminal. Elder Zhao didn't get angry when he listened to Jiang Ling's offending words, instead, he sighed heavily. The murderer is, indeed, the body of my grandfather, Zhou Xinwen. In the beginning his body, long ago, was taken over by the evil cicada mother, so killing wasn't his intention. He's all under the spell of Mother Cicada. Zhao Lao's expression was very angry. The three of them present, Chu Luyun, could all feel the aura emanating from Elder Zhao. But his words left several people confused. They simply didn't understand what it meant that the one who killed was Zhou Xinwen, but the soul was Mother Cicada. Shouldn't Mother Cicada be just an alternative belief? Is it hard to believe that faith will ever become real? Although Chu Luyun and the others all had abilities in their bodies that were beyond what normal people could imagine. However, if Chu Luyun were to believe in the so-called gods and ghosts, he still had some difficulty accepting it. After all, when he was in the Snake Clothes village, Chu Luyun had experienced this so-called immortalization once. From that time onwards, Chu Luyun did not think that these things could be true. In fact, many people don't notice that at the base of the cicada mother idol, there are 8 more words in cryptic language. 7 people rotate, and the inata returns to the soul. At this moment, Zhao Lao also rummaged through a drawer and pulled out an old photo that had already yellowed. He pushed the photo in front of Chu Luyun. In the photo, it was the cicada mother goddess statue, the one they had seen in Lu Qianxian's house earlier. This photo was taken from underneath so you can see the writing clearly. What does it mean when 7 people rotate and the inata returns to the soul? Chu Luyun looked at these 8 words somewhat strangely, somewhat unable to understand them for a moment. All 3 of them turned their puzzled gazes to Elder Zhao. But in the face of their inquiries, Elder Zhao only shook his head helplessly. My deductions over the years have also been based on very scanty information, and even a lot of it is hearsay. After all, I've never seen a real Mother Cicada idol. If I can see the real cicada mother goddess statue, I might be able to study its mysteries. Elder Zhao looked at the 3 people and couldn't help but let out a sigh. His words were full of helplessness and sighs. After all, he was old enough that his dying life was coming to an end. If you can't solve the mystery of the cicada mother even in your lifetime, then even at the moment of his death, I am afraid he will not rest in peace. We know where the cicada mother idol is. Chu Luyun looked at Zhao Lao as if the truth about cicada mother was already right in front of him. What? You found the cicada mother idol? Incredible, just incredible. Come on, show me. Elder Zhao's eyes were filled with infinite fervor. After all, it was something that had cost him his life's work. As long as he could unlock the mysteries of the cicada mother, even if he had to lose this old life, he would have no complaints. All 3 saw Zhao Lao's thirsty gaze. And then they looked at each other. The elder Zhao in front of him had no other choice, and they, too, had no more options. Good, then please ask Elder Zhao to come back to the city with us. We'll find a way to get you access to the cicada mother idol. Chu Luyun also made up his mind and directly slapped down this resolution. The remaining 2 naturally had no comment. Chu Luyun was currently the leader of this 3-member squad, and as long as it was his orders, everyone cooperated as much as possible. As soon as Zhao Lao heard that he could study the cicada mother up close, he naturally got on the car without hesitation. Didn't even bother to lock the door to this courtyard. I'm all alone, and there's nothing worth stealing.
As long as I can study the cicada mother goddess statue thoroughly, I won't have any regrets in death even if I die outright, ha. Elder Zhao let out a big, bright laugh and directly got into the car. Chapter 145, A Clear Vision. With Elder Zhao's help, the originally bizarre and mysterious cicada mother seemed to be slowly unveiled in front of several people. Zhao Lao, who came to the downtown area, also felt the atmosphere of the new year, and the smile on his face never disappeared. Late night. Zhao Lao, who had originally planned to go to bed, was dragged out by several people. What are you guys doing up this late at night? I'm an old man, I can't compete with you youngsters, I need to rest. Elder Zhao still thought that Chu Luyun and the others were going to pull out to go shopping and frowned as he kept opening his mouth to explain. Instead, Wang Taixing took the jacket that was on the side and forced it over Zhao Lao's body. Go, we'll take you to see the cicada mother idol. Wang Taixing's words directly caused Zhao Lao to raise his spirits by 12 points. He went out of his way to come here, but it was for the cicada mother idol. Strange, if you don't go to see this during the daytime, why do you have to go at night? Can it be that this cicada mother goddess statue, there's something else I don't know about it? Zhao Lao frowned. He didn't quite understand what the three men meant for a moment. He had also studied the cicada mother idol for a long time, and had not thought about this kind of argument at all. Hearing his confusion, a few of the faces showed some embarrassment. Ahem, you'll see when we get there. This cicada mother goddess statue is indeed not that good to see. Wang Taixing said this, then pulled Zhao Lao and headed outside. As for why the crowd didn't choose to steal the cicada mother statue, it was because the risk was too great. In case Lu Chanxian was disturbed, then it might ruin the big plan. And sneaking in with Zhao Lao would only take 5-10 minutes at most, which would minimize the risk. Well then, I'll accompany you on your journey. Zhao Lao also made up his mind that he would do anything for the cicada mother goddess statue. Braving the cold wind of the night, the four men just sneaked into the neighborhood again. 4 people stood in Lu Chanxian's doorway. Zhangling once again took out a wire and drummed it against the door lock. Zhao Lao froze on the spot when he took a look at the situation. What's going on with you guys? Didn't you say you wanted to see the cicada mother idol? How come you're still picking the lock? It's hard to believe that you guys are. Elder Zhao looked at the 3 men with some concern. Although he wanted to see the cicada mother goddess statue very much, but Zhao Lao had been honest all his life anyways. This kind of sneaking into a house was no different from a thief in his eyes. After a lifetime of innocence, he still can't accept it when it comes to this. Elder Zhao, you definitely know better than us what this cicada mother goddess statue is. Whoever gets this thing, it's hidden and won't be shown at all. And didn't you say, this cicada mother goddess statue may be an evil object, we sneak in to see, may also save that person's life, don't you think so? Chu Luyun was going to be a bit more talkative than Wang Taixing. Although the words coming out of his mouth were all crooked, Zhao Lao just needed that one reason. Hearing Chu Luyun's words, he contemplated for a long while before finally nodding his head and agreeing. Then let's go. But let's make a deal, it's just a quick look and then go, don't touch anything else. Elder Zhao really thought of Chu Luyun as a burglar who had entered the house. There was a specific instruction before entering to never do anything to steal a chicken. Chu Luyun felt somewhat speechless at this. Of the 3 of them, except for Wang Taixing, who didn't look like a good person, he and Jiangling still looked quite well behaved. Sure. If you look at the truth all aside, the 3 of them, in the eyes of the public and the police department, really aren't considered good people. Open. Along with a whisper from Riverbell came a snap from the door lock. And then they opened the door to the room as quietly as they had done last time. There are too many people going in there, it's easy to make a mess. Wang Taixing, you're still guarding the door. Chu Luyun looked at this fellow and opened his mouth to command. Me guarding the door again? Can't you let me see it too? Okay, I'll guard, okay. Although Wang Taixing launched a protest against Chu Luyun's arrangement, he ultimately endured it silently. Chu Luyun and Elder Zhao, just like that, entered the room. Zhao Lao was obviously doing this kind of thing for the first time, and although he was a handful of years old, he was full of fear. It's like a brat meeting his parents for the first time. I say we must be careful, we must not be found out. If I'm taken away by the police department at my age, I'll really lose this old face. Several people had already walked to the living room, but Zhao Lao was still in pieces. But compared to Zhao Lao, who was afraid of losing face, it was only then that Chu Luyun and the others became even more afraid of being taken away by the police department. They're all chart-topping serial killers. The three people just tiptoed around and came into the middle of Lu Chanxian's bedroom. Smelling the strong sandalwood scent, the three of them also saw the cicada mother idol on the table.
It's the cicada mother idol, it's the cicada mother idol.
Elder Zhao, who had just explained that the crowd's movements were slowed down, directly scurried up the moment he saw the cicada mother goddess statue. This sudden movement had startled Chu Luyun and Zhang Ling. To know that Lu Chanxian can sleep on the bed, only 2 or 3 steps away from them. With such a big step, Zhao Lao would most likely disturb the owner of the room. Shoo! Chu Luyun hurriedly made a silent gesture at Zhao Lao. He was afraid that the old man would hug the cicada mother idol and have a handstand in the room. But it's a good thing it was his reminder. Otherwise for a moment the complacent Zhao Lao would really raise the idol above his head and celebrate. 3 men stood at the table, gathered around the idol of the cicada mother.
How about Elder Zhao, do you see anything wrong? Now that you've kind of touched the idol yourself, surely you can find something different? Chu Luyun looked at Elder Zhao and couldn't stop asking.
After all, every second here is a big risk to take. Zhao Lao forced Chu Luyun and Zhang Ling to turn on their flashlights while he flipped around and looked at the cicada mother goddess statue in his hand. The color of the writing on the back of this is off, it's a little redder than before. Zhao Lao rubbed the handwriting underneath the idol vigorously and put it under his nose to sniff it. There's a faint odor of blood, this has stained itself with blood.
Elder Zhao was very professional and could even spot such clues.
Immediately afterward, he began to caress the idol again, sparing no detail. It's not quite right here either, the idol in that picture of mine only has 13 scratches on it. And you see, there are 14 of them, with an extra scratch. Chapter 146, The Return of the Shadow to the Spirit. Zhao Lao stroked the idol, feeling the crisp cracks. That tiny crack, if not for his reminder, Chu Luyun and Zhang Ling wouldn't have been able to see it at all because it was just too tiny. Elder Zhao was worthy of having studied this idol for most of his life. Even when you touch the idol for the first time, you can notice such a small difference.
Could it be a natural crack in the idol because it's too old?
Riverbell opened her mouth and inquired. He, like Chu Luyun, did not have too much in-depth research on this idol. To them, it was normal for cracks to appear on this idol. After all, as long as it's a creation, it's going to break at some point.
No way.
The cracks are very tiny, but they are all straight lines of 3 centimeters in length.
Have any of you ever seen an idol crack, and crack with such regularity? Zhao Lao directly denied Zhang Ling's questioning of him.
Among the people on the scene, there was absolutely no one who knew more about the cicada mother idol than he did. Several people had a discussion about the idol, and before they knew it 20 minutes had passed.
It's so strange, we've been talking by the bed for 20 minutes and she hasn't responded at all. Chu Luyun turned his head to look at Lu Chanxian under the covers.
He and Zhang Ling could both be professionals, but Zhao Lao was an old amateur. Moreover, his eyes were all filled with the cicada mother goddess statue, and he had long forgotten the matter of sneaking into the room. Even during the period they were just discussing, Elder Zhao had raised his voice several times when he couldn't hold back. But it was that whole 20 minutes.
Lu Chanxian, who was sleeping under the covers, surprisingly did not notice.
Should I lift it up?
Zhang Ling looked towards Chu Luyun with a somewhat skeptical inquiry.
Her words made Chu Luyun's heart thump, but there was some hesitation.
If Lu Chanxian didn't react, it was purely because she was sleeping too much.
Then this act of lifting the quilt of theirs would really be nothing.
The cicada mother idol brings bad luck, you'd better check on the boy. Zhao Lao took out his miniature camera and took a picture of the cicada mother idol.
That was a very good point on his part. Chu Luyun and the others were only here to find things, nor were they here to find names.
And Lu Chanxian is in advanced stage of stomach cancer, in case she is unconscious in bed, then they may be able to save her life. Moreover, as the divine chosen one of the Ohio pig case, she also had to assume the responsibility of its bait. Chu Luyun absolutely could not let anything happen to her.
Chu Luyun gathered his courage and pinched the corner of the quilt, slowly lifting it up. But the moment the covers were lifted, the strong and pungent smell of blood instantly hit him. The 3 men froze on the spot. What is this?
This?
Chu Luyun was somewhat surprised as he looked at the corpse in front of him. The blood had long ago stained the white covers and sheets red. The corpse's death was also truly shocking, if not a little sickening. The dead man's torso had disappeared. His limbs, all cut off, were tied to the 4 corners of the bed. And the bare head was tucked into the comforter all alone. What the hell is going on with this?
This? Didn't we agree it was just a home invasion? How is this even a death? Am I being involved in a murder case here? Zhao Lao was completely confused at that moment. Long before he entered the place, he had begun to worry that he would be caught and recognized as a burglar. Now it's good. Theft has gone straight to murder. Jiangling held up the light source in her hand and carefully examined the head in the comforter. The deceased is not Lu Qianqian, but I don't know what he would die here. Riverbell examined the body. Although I don't recognize it, I can be sure that it is definitely not Lu Qianqian. When he heard Jiangling say this answer, Xu Liuyun's heart then thumped. No good, I'm afraid it's going to be a bad dish. Xu Liyun subconsciously said something bad. You have to know that the current Lu Qianqian, that identity is the divine general god. The 12 lives that want to be sacrificed can be demanding. That's where the deceased died. And in order to receive the power of sacrifice, the chosen one must appear to fulfill a condition. Either he was at the scene of the murder or he was on his way to the crime scene. The Chu Luyun of that year was also pitted even more miserably by this article. How does this asshole, Wang Taixing, watch the door? Chu Luyun couldn't help but open his mouth and curse angrily. It was just after these words were spoken that the sound of a key turning a latch sounded outside the door. Zhao Lao hugged the cicada mother goddess statue, and, for a time, was also yellow in color. Under the bed, duck under the bed for shelter first. Chu Luyun took advantage of having the strength to get under the bed in a single bound. Jiangling had no shame about it, and also simply drilled under the bed. Only Elder Zhao hugged the idol and sighed continuously. What a thing to call this, what a thing to call this. I've lived a long life, how can this kind of thing still make a debut for me? His mouth was full of complaints, but his body was very honest. Clutching that mother cicada idol, he squeezed under the bed. Looking at the way he was in love with the cicada mother goddess statue, Xu Luyun and Zhang Ling were both speechless. Lu Qianqian is about to rush in, so hurry up and return the idol. In case he realizes that the idol is gone and looks around, all he has to do is bend down and he can see us under the bed. Chu Luyun hurriedly urged Elder Zhao's behavior. From the many offerings on the table aside, it was clear that Lu Qianqian was very sad about the cicada mother idol. If she had realized that the mother cicada idol was missing, she would surely have turned the house upside down before calling the police station. At that time, Chu Luyun and the others would definitely not be able to escape Lu Qianqian's search either. Tap tap tap. A sound of shoes on the floor came. Without even thinking about it, it is bound to be Lu Qianqian herself. And Zhao Lao also put the cicada mother goddess statue back to its original place, after Lu Qianqian entered the middle of the bedroom. Squeaky. After entering the house, Lu Qianqian did not even open the lights, but took the lead in choosing to light sandalwood incense, respectfully inserted in the incense burner, offering the cicada mother goddess statue. The 7 rotate, and the Inata returns to the soul. In the presence of the Lord Cicada Mother, the incense is honored. Lu Qianqian paid her respects before inserting the sandalwood incense into the incense burner. And what she doesn't know is this. Right behind her in the comforter eye that normally brought her warmth and security, there was a parted body at the moment. All she had to do was turn on the light and then turn around in one swift motion to see the appalling and horrifying scene. Zhang Ling could only silently pray in her heart that she would never scare Lu Qianqian to death. Ka-ching! With a crunch, the lights in the bedroom were turned on. And then Lu Qianqian stood in front of the bed. The bloody scene on the bed stung her soul. Die! Die! Dead man! Ah! Chapter 147, Foul Nature. Lu Qianqian's voice was extraordinarily harsh, like a whistle in the darkness of the night, making several people's ears sting. This time Chu Luyun and the others were all completely dumbfounded. Alarm! To alarm! Lu Qianqian stepped in a messy pace and hurriedly ran to the living room and started to call the police. The 3 men were hiding under the bed and were sort of completely panicked at this point. What should we do? If we wait for the police to come, we're all screwed. Chu Luyun looked at Zhang Ling and spoke of the not-so-optimistic situation in front of him. Zhang Ling had a grave expression on her face and knew that this matter was not trivial. Zhao Lao, on the other hand, was staring dead at the cicada mother idol on the table. He didn't have much to fear, after all, it wasn't like they killed the people. And at his age, even if he was caught in a tight spot, he would only simply investigate one and let it go. But Chu Luyun and Zhang Ling were different. Especially for the police department, Chu Luyun, who died in that fire long ago. If he gets caught, it will really shock the nation again. Must find a way to leave. And get out before the officers show up. Riverbell said, and wriggled her body out of the bed. She gestured at Chu Lu-yun, who dared to appear after him. Lu Chanxian didn't dare to come in from the outside for a while because of her fearful mind, so they were now trapped in the tiny bedroom. This is the 6th floor, and with the snow below, it's very, very difficult to leave through the window. Jiangling looked out the window at the snow and wind. If she was the only one this time, it wouldn't be difficult to climb down from the 5th floor. But he's not the only one on the scene today. Chu Lu-yun himself did not have such a good climbing ability, and now he was even more injured on his feet, all of which were simply impossible. The other elder Zhao was even more so. It was simply impossible for an old man who was past his prime to be expected to fly through the air. What's going to happen now? Are we just going to wait and wait for the police to come? Elder Zhao looked at the two and couldn't help but let out an inquiry. The three men today are entering a situation of almost certain death. Just as the three of them were in a hurry, there was a plausible sound coming from outside the window. Hey! This way, this way. Following the cold wind whistling through the window, several people seemed to hear voices speaking. Chu Lu-yun poked his head out with some curiosity. But there was nothing outside the window, a dead silence. Oh oi! This way! A sound came from above his head again, and Chu Lu-yun turned his head to look upwards at this moment. Wang Taixing was found poking his head out of the 6th floor window. Come up this way! Wang Taixing lowered the rope down the 7th floor window. Looking at the life-saving rope, hope was rekindled in the hearts of the three. According to their plan, first Jiangling would be pulled up by Wang Taixing, then the two would pull Zhao Lao up, and finally Chu Lu-yun. Elder Zhao, you can't move this cicada mother idol. We haven't quite figured out what the cicada mother idol does yet. That's why we can't alarm Lu Chanxian in advance. Chu Lu-yun detected Elder Zhao's eyes, but he still hurriedly opened his mouth and gave a kind reminder. Although Elder Zhao's heart was not happy, he had gained a lot today. Not only did he touch the cicada mother idol up close, but he also took a lot of clearer pictures, which were very helpful for his research. After all, he was an old man, and Chu Lu-yun still made a slight effort to send him up. Just as Chu Lu-yun sent Zhao Lao up, he intended to retie the rope around himself. There were suddenly blue and red lights outside, and many cars were parked down the block. It came so fast? Chu Lu-yun looked at the police officer downstairs with some surprise. This was only the 6th floor, which was not a very high floor, so the view was very clear. If he climbed out at this time, he would be clearly visible to any officer who looked up. By that time, not only would he be unable to protect himself, even the few people who had already escaped to the 6th floor would have to be unable to protect themselves. What to do? What to do? Chu Liuyun's only way out nowadays was to dare to walk through the living room and leave through the front door before the officers came upstairs. But Lu Chanxian was sitting in the living room, quietly waiting for the police officers to arrive. Today, a watcher's chamber has been formed. If he wanted to leave, he had to attract Lu Chanxian to leave the living room first. But now she was like a scared bird. What would have to be used to draw off her attention? Chu Lu-yun thought about this, but his gaze was directed to the cicada mother goddess statue on the table. There is a way. Chu Lu-yun walked to the table and placed the cicada mother idol underneath the table. And then it knocked the incense burner right over again. After doing this, he hid directly behind the door of the room. Lu Chanxian, who heard the commotion outside, first froze for a moment. Eventually, as if she thought of something, she rushed in with extremely fast feet. Looking at Lu Chanxian's back, her entire body panicked as she dug around under the table, searching for Cicada Mother. Cicada Mother-sama. Lord Cicada Mother. No, Lord Cicada Mother can't abandon me, I don't want to die. I don't want to die. Lu Chanxian was like a madman in that moment, constantly breaking into pieces. Chu Lu-yun didn't know why she had become like this. But now was the best time for him to leave. Finding the right moment, Chu Lu-yun did not have any procrastination and directly scurried out from the doorway. Fiery speed crossed the living room and left Lu Chanxian's room. He didn't dare hesitate for a second. Going downstairs at this moment would surely collide with the police officers coming up the stairs, and he had no choice but to go upstairs to meet up with Jiang Ling and the others. The person had just run to the corner of the stairs, and several police officers had already entered Lu Chanxian's home. If Chu Lu-yun had the slightest hesitation just now, then he would have been caught by others. After experiencing all of this, Chu Liuyun's heart was beating rapidly.
This kind of life and death excitement was something he hadn't experienced in a long time.
Get in here. Wang Taixing opened a crack in the door and kept shouting at Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun rushed in without thinking.
Luckily, Wang Taixing found this empty house on the 7th floor, or else they would really be wiped out today. I saw Lu Chanxian come back, there was no time to report to you guys. So hurry up and get to the 7th floor early to help you guys with your escape plan, am I smart?
I'm a pretty reliable gatekeeper, aren't I? Wang Taixing looked at the Chu Luyun trio in an inviting manner, unable to stop raising his chin. Given his behavior, Chu Luyun could not say anything more. I'm a little very curious though, how did you know that this 7th floor happened to be unoccupied? Wouldn't we be totally screwed if someone was living on this 7th floor?
Handling with looked at Wang Taixing and chanted somewhat jokingly. But who knows, after these words were said, a hint of viciousness flashed in Wang Taixing's eyes.
If there are people in this room, then I will kill them all. Chapter 148, Opening the Blood Sacrifice. I'm just kidding, why aren't you three laughing? This is too embarrassing for me, isn't it? Wang Taixing smiled and waved his hand, then ended the topic. But just for a moment. Chu Luyun clearly saw a smear of killing intent in Wang Taixing's eyes, that killing intent could not lie. This was a constant reminder to Chu Luyun. Although Wang Taixing was now fighting with them and seemed to be in perfect harmony. But he could never forget the difference between himself and Wang Taixing. Wang Taixing is a true and utter murderer. So what do we do next? The officers will surely cordon off the neighborhood and go door to door, they'll always find us. Elder Zhao said with some concern. He didn't care about the jokes that just came out of Wang Taixing's mouth. Because he simply did not know the true identities of Chu Luyun and the others. He was the only one in the entire room who listened to Wang Taixing's words as a joke. It's definitely not going to go away tonight. The only thing to do is to keep thinking about it tomorrow. Even tigers have their moments of snooze, there's always a chance. Chu Luyun gave a comforting cry and sat down on the soft and fluffy single sofa. They couldn't do anything at all now but wait. A few people just nestled into the house, hoping that the officers wouldn't check the place out anytime soon. The four men were now in a jar. Zhao Lao, on the other hand, was sitting on the sofa, flipping through the camera in his hand and checking the many traces that had been captured. How about Elder Zhao, any new findings? Chu Luyun approached Elder Zhao and curiously opened his mouth to inquire. After all of their actions this time around were aimed at giving Zhao Lao access to the cicada mother goddess statue. It would be a real loss to take such a big risk and not get anything out of it. I'm getting a little too old for my eyes, you guys. Is there not a few words in this position of the idol? Zhao Lao looked at the small camera in his hand and couldn't see clearly at all even when he squinted. Chu Luyun sniffed and took the camera from Elder Zhao and kept enlarging the photos. Yan Shanping. 3 little words came into view. And this handwriting is still in small seal script and is quite old. Old master, have you ever heard of this person Yin Shanping? Chu Luyun looked at the 3 small characters, which were obviously someone's name. But when the old man heard his words, he just shook his head. It's kind of a new discovery, but it doesn't prove anything. Inferring from the age of this handwriting, it is likely that he was the maker of the cicada mother idol. They also immediately checked their cell phones for many clues. But over the millennia, there have been a vast number of people who have come and gone, and there have been countless people named Yin Shanping. Trying to find the maker of the cicada mother is nearly impossible. It's almost useless except for getting a Yin Shanping name. One of the most valuable clues is still that extra crack. Why do you think a crack appeared on this idol? That's not very strange, is it? Is it hard to believe that it's some kind of marking? Elder Zhao looked at a few people and opened his mouth to inquire. Although he had studied the cicada mother culture more, after all, young minds were a little more flexible. When he heard the 2 words mark, Chu Luyun then slowly shook his head. Lu Chanxian has great respect for the cicada mother goddess statue, surely she wouldn't carve marks on it. Those who are able to collect this strange idol are also bound to have faith that they will not damage the idol. In that case, this crack with rules should have been created by the idol itself. Chu Luyun slowly opened his mouth and spoke out his deduction. When he said these words, everyone present nodded their heads uncontrollably, clearly agreeing very much with Chu Luyun's statement. But if you think about it again, how could the idol somehow crack? It was clearly illogical. Could this idol be similar to some kind of prop that will crack once it's used once? To the side, Wang Taixing inexplicably interjected. Xu Luyun, on the other hand, looked at Wang Taxing with some surprise, not expecting that this guy could even provide a key thought. I used to be more interested in games, and in a lot of games, there would be this kind of setting. Wang Taxing scratched his head and gave an explanation for himself. Looking at his somewhat embarrassed appearance, Xu Luyun could not help but helplessly shake his head. Obviously a vicious murderer, but showing this kind of embarrassed look, it really made people feel a little less comfortable. If that's true, then it means that the cicada mother idol is not just a belief, but a prop. Its ability also has something to do with healing, otherwise Lu Chanxian wouldn't be so devout to the idol. With just this tiny clue, Xu Luyun had already reasoned out the approximate purpose of the cicada mother idol. Elder Zhao on the side was like an enlightenment, instantly associating himself with something else. The fact that those 8 characters of the cicada mother's idol are still stained with a lot of blood means that ability of the cicada mother was not given for no reason. Rather, in all likelihood, a blood sacrifice is required. Elder Zhao seemed to be groping for some kind of answer. I get it. My grandfather, not in willful killing, but in blood sacrifice. 7 people rotate, and the inata returns to the soul. Zhao Lao became a bit emotional. If it wasn't for Xu Luyun hurrying to stop his agitation, his loud and boisterous commotion would definitely bring up the police officers downstairs. A large number of messages began to string together in Zhao Lao's head. A few people understood a bit of the meaning at the moment. The cicada mother idol should be a prop that possesses some sort of healing ability. And to open the idol, it should require 7 human lives as a sacrifice. What do you guys think? Does Lu Chanxian know about this rule? Xu Luyun faintly said a sentence, but this sentence was making the scene instantly quiet. Everyone present was in deep thought. Lu Chanxian kneels and worships the idol daily so that the idol can cure her terminal illness. If she didn't know what Mother Cicada was capable of, then why kneel? But if Lu Chanxian was very clear about the cicada mother's idol, that would be terrible. Are you saying Lu Chanxian is blood sacrificing the cicada mother? Riverbell reacted the fastest. She looked at Xu Luyun with some disbelief. Hearing her words, Xu Luyun also nodded, and his face would become even more grim. If Lu Chanxian is very clear about Mother Cicada's ability and still wants Mother Cicada to heal herself, then she must open the blood sacrifice. That Lu Chanxian is most likely the murderer. Chapter 149, Goodbye to an Acquaintance. Wait, this isn't quite right. Jiang Ling hurriedly waved her hand. She was a bit unable to digest that much information for a while. Could there be something left out of this thing? I've investigated a lot of things that have to do with Lu Chanxian, and she's considered a kind child. She has donated all her money and signed a posthumous donation. Perhaps she offered the cicada mother simply for peace of mind as well? Riverbell offered other speculations. She was different from the others. She had a very clear perception of the girl Lu Chanxian. If she is going to kill in order to heal herself, then why give away her fortune and sign up for a posthumous donation? After all, even if these things were done, not too many people would know about them. Wouldn't it be redundant? People are capable of anything when faced with death. Of all reasoning, human nature's the most unreliable basis for reasoning. Xu Luyun was not being cold-blooded, but was stating a simple fact. Human beings, as animals, change the most in the face of death. Using this as a basis for reasoning in the case is hardly tenable. The inference that Lu Chanxian killed someone is too unlikely. At her age, and with this body with advanced stomach cancer, killing is a bit difficult for him. And wasn't Lin Fang's death the beginning of the Zodiac case? It has nothing to do with the cicada mother sacrifice either. Riverbell was always puzzled by it all. She only felt that the case in front of her had become more complicated, so complicated that it was a headache. Xu Luyan looked at her frowning appearance and also felt hardship from the bottom of his heart. Riverbell, being the organizer, the logic of reasoning in her mind had collapsed into a string that was beginning to overwhelm her. As for Xu Luyun, he could only do his best to comb through the many clues in his own mind. Even if Jiang Ling is the murderer, she definitely doesn't know about the Zodiac sacrifice. So it's not very difficult to know all this. We just need to organize all the information of the dead. As long as it's in the order of the Chinese Zodiac, it's a Chinese Zodiac murder case. If a few dead people who don't fit the order of the Chinese Zodiac are suddenly stuffed in, that means that Lu Chanxian is killing people. After Xu Luyun went through his own combing, he eventually came up with some inferences as well. His words were quickly echoed by others. Isn't this a simple matter?
As long as we wait until this case is announced tomorrow and we know who the deceased is, we'll know if it's Liu Chanxian who's killing people.
Wang Taixing gave this answer that everyone knows. All they can do is keep waiting.
There was a moment of silence around them, and only Riverbell sat still. After all, they were all locked up here now, and if the murderer were to commit murder at this time, they would not be able to detect it at all.
Time passes by.
The body had been transported that night. The area was cordoned off and no more police cars had come.
It's as if everything just returned to the wind and the waves. Can't we take this opportunity to slip away?
Wang Taixing lay down on the sofa and yawned widely. There were only 4 people in the house in total, and last night, only Wang Taixing slept and snored.
No one opened their mouths to pay attention to his words. Only Riverbell was on the floor, listening to the sounds coming up from below.
There's still a lot of movement down there, and none of the officers should have left yet.
If we go down now, we'll definitely pass by Liu Chanxian's door. The probability of being discovered is too great.
Zhang analyzed the situation at hand for the crowd. Anyone who knows to remain in the house knows it's safest.
But this is the situation now, no food or drink. It's also simply not realistic to stay all the time.
Tell you what, how about we go out and buy some food and bring it back, just to find out what's going on out there.
Chu Luyun opened his mouth to propose.
Several people also nodded their heads, and in their eyes, the most suitable person was Elder Zhao. After all, Zhao Lao was clean, and even if he did get caught, nothing could be found out. It's just that he didn't have a good rest last night, and with the mental strain and lack of food and drink, he's very weak. After all, they are old people and have many difficulties with their legs. I'll go. Even if I do get shown something, I'm fast enough to run and have a good head on my shoulders. The constables, they shouldn't be able to find me for a while. Wang Taixing has kind of stepped up to the plate in this matter. But he had a few points. This guy has a very quick mind, otherwise he wouldn't have left the Qingyang police department clueless at that time.
Chu Luyun and Zhang Ling's goal was too obvious. And once the 2 of them are discovered, the Zodiac case will definitely be implicated.
Wang Taixing sneaked out amidst the expectant gazes of the crowd. Don't worry, this guy isn't a good person, but he's definitely an expert when it comes to sneaking around. His crime can be more serious than the 2 of us, and he'll definitely be shot if he's caught, so he should be careful how he acts.
Chu Luyun looked at the worry on Zhang Ling's face and opened his mouth to comfort her.
While the 2 were talking, Zhao Lao was squinting and sleeping on the sofa.
Otherwise hear them talking about shootings, cases. It must be inevitable to get to the bottom of it. Chu Luyun knew what Zhang Ling was holding onto, the case of the Ohio pig at Genoa Academy. After all, that was their common goal in coming here. But the best thing for them to do was to stay up until night. Wait until darkness falls, then see if you have a chance to slip away. Wang Taixing went out for about 2 hours. Even Chu Luyun, who had extreme confidence in him, was worried at this moment. This kid, something can't really be wrong, can it?
Chu Luyun padded over to the window and risked a great deal to slightly pick open the curtain slit. There were far fewer people downstairs, and only 1 police car remained.
It still seems to be calm and uneventful. Knock knock. There was a very small sound coming from the doorway.
Chu Luyun came to the door and looked out through the cat's eye and realized that it was Wang Taixing who had returned.
Only after nodding to Chu Luyun did he open the door to the room.
Wang Taixing led 2 large plastic bags in, all of which contained some instant noodles and bread and other things. Although he had successfully procured the necessities and hadn't been discovered yet, Wang Taixing's face wasn't the slightest bit happy. Instead, endless fear flowed from his pupils, as if he had discovered something unimaginable.
Guess who I see among the officers downstairs, you guys?
Wang Taixing's face was very ugly. When Chu Luyun heard this, a bad premonition also arose in his heart.
Li Shui. Chapter 150, Escape from the Cage.
Even Chu Luyun's head buzzed after Wang Taixing said this. After all, this is not good news for them. Wang Taixing was also chased to death by Li Shui in the water drops killing crime, so she had some impression of this team leaderly.
Zhang Ling and Chu Luyun were even more so. Li Shui is an old acquaintance of theirs.
Moreover, Li Shui's character is a blistering one. With her there, it was more than twice as difficult for the 3 to move, once again.
That's strange, hasn't she been suspended? How come she's still here? Chu Luyun's heart felt very curious.
The suspension of Li Shui and Zhao Huai was reported throughout the city. A suspension would have been the best possible outcome for a mess of that magnitude.
So much public opinion out there. It was impossible for Li Shui to resume her workplace, and it was not even an exaggeration to say that she would have to say goodbye to this profession for the rest of her life. When things go wrong, they go wrong. Chu Liuyun's heart was apprehensive. After all, it's the unknown that's scary. Li Shui's appearance was like a time bomb ready to explode. Zhao Huai came here because of his status as a seafood general god. What is Li Shui, the guy who is to be determined as a murderer, doing here? Is it hard to believe that these murders are really related to her? Chu Luyun had to place his skeptical eyes on Li Shui. After all, according to his previous reasoning, only 2 people in the Hui Form Pavilion came out alive, and that was Zhao Huai and Li Shui. Now Zhao Huai had been identified by Jiang Ling as the seafood general god. Then the remaining one, Li Shui, is 80% a murderer. Now, having been suspended and dismissed from the police department, she has reappeared. In what capacity is she? What purpose? This series of bizarre circumstances is releasing a not-so-good signal. The notice about last night's case should be out by now, right? Quickly look at the information on that victim from last night. Let's make sure if Lu Chanxian is killing people. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing, who was still drumming on the boiling kettle on one side. It's something they agreed to last night. The first thing to be determined about the cicada mother offering. If Lu Chanxian was also killing people, that would mean that it was the cicada mother sacrifice and the OHI pig sacrifice going on at the same time. That makes it much more complicated to have 2 cases going on at the same time. Check. The guy who died last night was called Zhang Dong, born in 1997, and his genus is ox. Wang Taixing told what he had found out. Lin Feng's zodiac sign was Z-Rat, and the next case happened to be the turn of the ugly ox as well. That would mean that Zhang Dong's death was precisely in the midst of the zodiac murder sacrifice. After receiving this answer, Jiang Ling and Chu Luyun were both relieved. This meant that Lu Chanxian should not have killed anyone yet, and the cicada mother's sacrifice had not begun. There are still just zodiac murders happening today. This way the cicada mother's sacrifice would not distract them much. If that's the case, then the situation is about to get a lot more interesting as well. Lu Chanxian didn't kill anyone, it was the badger who was killing all the time to fulfill the sacrifice of the Sifu shogun. And Li Shui, who is very much suspected of being a bad guy, shows up again, so Li Shui is very suspicious. Chu Luyun gave his initial judgment. That's not necessarily correct, but it's a guess at the very least. Reasoning is constantly generating conjectures and then testing them. It's great that in just 2 cases, we've got a preliminary suspect. Even if the findings end up being wrong, it's still a very successful validation. Jiang Ling couldn't help but open her mouth to make a complimentary remark from the side. If you average 2 cases you can find a suspect in dispatch. That means that out of 12 cases, they will have 6 opportunities to speculate and verify. It's not hard to find the killer when you can keep up this number of verifications. Wang Taixing boiled boiling water, made some instant noodles, and woke up Zhao Lao, and a few people simply ate something. And so it stayed in the house for another whole night. Until night falls again. I see there aren't even any police cars out there, so it should be safe now, right? It's better to be careful. Let Elder Zhao leave first and see if it's safe. Chu Luyun opened his mouth to propose. At this moment, Elder Zhao had already slowed down, and his body had almost recovered. He quietly opened the door to his room and walked out, and the crowd was left to stay in this small room, waiting for him to give the signal. After a long time, I saw Zhao Lao standing under the streetlight through the window. He reached upstairs to show that everything was safe. Only then did Chu Luyun and the others dare to descend the stairs in an orderly manner. Passing by Lu Chanxian's house, he found that it had been sealed and there was no sign of the police officers. Chu Luyun and the others braved the cold wind and left the neighborhood in an orderly manner. Just inside the sealed-off room, at the window that braved the cold wind, a woman was standing with a cup of tea. She just watched Chu Luyun and the others disappear from view, but the corner of her mouth slowly hooked out a cold smile. The crowd winds up at the door of the room. Wang Taixing was already hungry and couldn't wait to try Jiang Ling's shredded meat noodles again. Wait, don't go in yet. Jiang Ling raised her hand, stopping the crowd from advancing. She slowly bent down and found a few thin strands of hair on the ground. I originally caught these hairs in the doorway, but they're all falling out now. This means that someone opened the door and entered our residence during our absence. JLT is very cautious. Nothing so tiny had escaped her. And that statement was what caused a few people to be wary.
I didn't realize that they hadn't come back for just one day, but their lair had been taken out by others. This place can never go back, we have to go. Chu Luyun made a decision right away. The crowd was still slightly surprised to hear him make such a decision. After all, if you put it in a normal person's hands, you'd definitely want to go in first and take a look. Straight away, without your stuff? Wang Taixing frowned. They've been living here for quite a while, too. There's a lot of personal stuff, all in there. Must hurry and withdraw. Chu Luyun left such a sentence and turned his head away without hesitation. Seeing Chu Luyun turn around and leave, the crowd did not hesitate much and immediately followed Chu Luyun's footsteps. Through this iron gate in front of us. Just behind this protective door stood dozens of heavily armed police officers. Everyone held their breath. As long as Chu Luyun and the others pushed the door in, they would definitely be unable to escape. As for Chu Luyun and the others, they had already taken advantage of the night and left the neighborhood. Chapter 151, A Dead End. What do you guys think? How did those guys find us? Could it be that Zhao Huai has been lying to us all along? Was he the one who betrayed us? Mrs. Wan walked in the cold wind and opened her mouth to chant. Chu Luyun, however, shook his head at this time. Although he had always had a problem with this Zhao Huai fellow, he wouldn't let that emotion affect his reasoning. If it was Zhao Huai who wanted to capture us, there was absolutely no need to use this method. All he had to do was wait for Riverbell to continue working at the school, and then he could easily capture her. Chu Luyun refuted Wang Taixing's speculation in a single breath. They were like four homeless rats, hiding around in the darkness. The only one who didn't understand what it was all about was Zhao Lao. Quan took it as Chu Luyun and the others were afraid that the murder case would involve them. But they don't know that these three are all wanted by the police for murder. It's a good thing that Jiangling understands very well what it means to be cunning. A few people lost this theater spot, only to find the next one. Although very humble, the necessary amenities are still available. It's still Ms. Zhang's head that's smart, this logistics is too perfect. Wang Taixing opened the refrigerator and found that it was slowly filled with convenience foods, and he couldn't help but feel admiration for Jiangling from the inside. Though the people had come down safely, all action went into stasis. We must find a way to inquire about Lu Chanxian tomorrow. We can't have all of our plans derailed because of Cicada Mother's appearance. Riverbell chanted silently. Although we all know in our hearts that things have developed to the present posture, which is already very sinister. But in the case of the Ohio Hog, they had to continue the investigation no matter what. A few people took a brief break. Only Elder Zhao, who had been busy importing all the photos into the computer, and then kept studying the many details. All of his mind had already pounced on the Cicada Mother, and he was not at all interested in the actions and plans of Chu Luyun and the others. Early the next morning, Chu Luyun put on makeup for all of Wang Taixing and Jiangling. After the disguise, it was impossible to tell them apart by appearance alone. Jiangling continues to return to Genoa Academy and observe Lu Chanxian and Zhao Huai's situation. Wang Taixing go to the police station and find out what the hell is going on with Li Shui. Chu Luyun arranged all of Jiangling and Wang Taixing. The two were naturally obedient to Chu Luyun, and after receiving the mission, they immediately acted without any delay. Seeing the silhouettes of the two people fading away, Chu Luyun had his own mission, he was going to a very dangerous place. There were some things he still couldn't believe. Older neighborhoods. 6th floor. In front of Lu Chanxian's room door. Looking at the fresh seal on the door of the room, the constable who had left, could return at any moment. By standing here, Chu Luyun was already taking the greatest risk. Jean put on white gloves and ripped the seal off the door without leaving any fingerprints. After pushing the door to enter, the entire room reeked of blood, and the Cicada Mother idol on the table had disappeared. Apparently this is a crime scene and Cynthia Lu has moved. Chu Luyun stood in front of the window, looking at the bloodstains on it that had dried up long ago. Death echoes. Chu Luyun once again unleashed his ability. He wants to capture all the emotions left at the scene to determine if the real killer is Li Shui or not. One moment. The emotions of the victims, those remaining at the scene, all came flooding back. Under the ambiguous light is a man's uncontrollable lust. Constant stimulating teasing keeps the man's emotions running high. Immediately after, an icy coldness came from the neck and fear gripped his body. The fire in his body faded like a tidal wave. Rather a death to women. Chu Luyun could not help but let out an exclamation. It is easy to see from this recollection that the male victim, after being seduced, was killed in bed.
By now the answer has been called for. The odds are that the killer is a woman. If the murderer was a woman, it would have to come between Lu Chanxian and Li Shui.
Lu Chanxian kills people for the blood sacrifice of the cicada mother goddess statue, and since she doesn't know about the 12 zodiac signs at all, there's no need to kill people in order.
And now the dead man is of the ugly ox genus, clearly killing in the order of the zodiac.
Then the murderer, odds are, is locked on Li Shui.
Li Shui, you're hiding really deep. I can't believe he even entered the police station as a murderer. It looks like the trickster showdown between us is about to begin. Chu Luyun exited the room after getting the answer he wanted.
Thinking of the time with Li Shui and Han Feng, the three of them solving crimes together. At that time, Chu Luyun still wanted to cultivate Li Shui as a student in general.
But today he seems to be a clown.
Inside, Li Shui's heart must be full of contempt for him, right? Chu Luyun smoked a cigarette and stepped through the wind and snow. He risked so much to come here to verify it because he didn't believe that Li Shui could be the murderer. He felt from the bottom of his heart that Li Shui was a good girl. But now, he had completely accepted the reality.
I'm back. Chu Luyun opened the door to his room and gave a simple greeting.
Originally, I thought that only Zhao Lao was there, but I didn't expect Wang Taixing and Jiang Ling to all come back. Both of them looked a bit grim, like something extremely bad had happened.
What happened? Why do they all look so bad? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling. He rarely saw any other expression from Jiang Ling's face.
Sister Jiang Ling went to school and didn't see Lu Chanxian, while I secretly went to the police station to investigate and found that she was left at the police station. Wang Taixing briefly told Chu Luyun what had happened to him.
Chu Luyun didn't feel anything wrong when he heard it in his ears.
Such a bad murder happened in Lu Chanxian's house. Even if she has nothing to do with the case, it is normal to be under investigation.
Not only did I see Lu Chanxian in the police station, I also saw Li Shui. Wang Taixing once again gave a report. Hearing his words, Chu Luyun nodded once again. This was not surprising and within their reasoning. Aren't these the things we've known since last night?
You guys are surprised by this situation, huh? Chu Luyun shrugged his shoulders with some incomprehension, not feeling that there was anything strange about this. If you have something to say, just say it, don't hide it. Chu Luyun was on the verge of losing his patience.
Jiang Ling then took the wind out of Wang Taixing's sails. The police department seems to have sensed that Lu Chanxian is the next Sifu shogun. Put it out there that Lu Chanxian will remain in custody at the police station until the real culprit of the badger is caught. Jiang Ling's words directly caused Chu Luyun to freeze in place. Chapter 152, Farewell. Jiang Ling's words were extremely informative. First point.
The fact that the police department was able to make such a decision means that it was aware of the Ohio Hog case.
But even the Qingyang Police Department thought that with Chu Liuyun's death, the Zodiac case had come to an end. And now this local police department, hundreds of miles apart, has reopened the Zodiac case. This was obviously on Li Shui's radar. Strange, shouldn't Li Shui be the one doing the murdering? Why is she doing this? Lu Chanxian stayed in the police station all the time, so isn't it harder for the murderer to kill again? If the killer is Li Shui again, why did she do it?
Chu Luyun frowned as he really struggled to understand the reason for this. The original clarity that had been so difficult to sort out completely collapsed again at this moment.
Is Li Shui not the murderer? Or is she deliberately putting up a smokescreen to clear her name?
In any case, the case is now developing extremely unfavorably for us.
Lu Chanxian is locked up in the police station. It's hard for the murderer to commit a crime and harder for us to investigate. After all, we can't even see Lu Chanxian's face. This is no longer our bait.
Jiang Ling sighed languidly. Everything that was going on in the state of affairs was extremely unfavorable to them.
As it stands now.
Whether it's the cicada mother case or the Ohio pig case, there's nowhere else to go.
Because the key person in these two cases is Lu Chanxian. Without access to Lu Chanxian, everything is empty talk.
As things stand, there doesn't seem to be any other way for us to come out and stay like this.
But if it's just a bitter wait, then why come here? Jiang Ling's a little self-sabotaging at the moment.
She didn't think the guys in the police department were any smarter than they were. Most of them don't identify with the so-called badgers, let alone catch the killer.
Without access to Lu Chanxian, everything will be empty talk. As things stand, there seems to be only one thing we can do.
Chu Luyun placed the glass of water back on the desktop, as if he had made some sort of determination. Everyone turned their gazes toward Chu Luyun. In this situation where they were at their wits' end, they really couldn't think of what else Chu Luyun could do. Especially this guy Wang Taixing, who was in a state of complete self-loathing. What else can be done when things are going this way? Is it hard for you to get into the police station? That's not bull. Wang Taixing sat on the sofa with a hangdog look. And this joke of his was greatly recognized by Chu Luyun. You're really right, the way I'm talking about is to enter the police station and live with Lu Chanshan. Chu Luyun's words caused all the people present to freeze. Each and every one of them looked at Chu Luyun dumbfounded. Wang Taixing even ran over and touched Chu Luyun's forehead to see if he had burnt his head with fever. I say Chu, you're not mistaken, are you? It's a police station, and there's Li Shui sitting there, not a food market, just say go. If just a few of us go over there, they'll just shoot us on the spot, and it'll be considered a meritorious act. Wang Taixing pouted, disdaining Chu Luyun's suggestion. This mouse never hides from the cat. Whose mouse goes to the cat's den? And a bunch of field hunting cats who hunt every day. I naturally know what you're talking about, and the way for me to get into the police station is to turn myself in. Chu Luyun bubbled out the word surrender. Wang Taixing spat out all the drinks he had drunk. Even Elder Zhao, who had been studying the cicada mother picture intensely, looked at Chu Luyun incredulously. Jiang Ling frowned tightly and did not say a word, not expressing any opinion on Chu Luyun's proposal. On the other hand, Wang Taixing, who was on the side, directly exploded. No, I totally disagree with this plan. If you have to do this, then you're on your own. I'm saying I'm not turning myself in for anything. If we keep playing like this, we'll even lose our lives. Wang Taixing waved his hand in a completely non-negotiable manner. He wasn't like Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun is convicted is also laborious, not guilty is also impossible, even if they are caught, is also a case of investigation. Big deal is a life sentence. But he is not the same, the water droplet murder case has long been finalized, if he is caught, he does not even need to be tried. You don't have to go, if we all go in, then who's going to get us out? It's something that only requires me to go with Riverbell. Chu Luyun naturally knew what Wang Taixing had in mind. Although he was also very thirsty for the truth of the Zodiac case and was willing to help Chu Luyun and the others investigate the truth of this matter. But if it was compared to his little life, it still wasn't worth it. Get you guys out? I say Chu, do you not know what you are? Once you're captured and taken there, they're all heavy offenders, heavily guarded, so how am I going to save you? How can I do that? Wang Taixing was already mentally broken at this moment. He really couldn't keep up with Chu Luyun's thought process. Looking at him like he was dying, Chu Luyun couldn't help but sigh. I know how much you have, I'll tell you all the plans, you just need to cooperate with me. Chu Luyun knew that Wang Taixing didn't have the brains to do this, and had already arranged all this for him. Jiang Ling didn't say anything about it. What was impossible to the untrained eye was but child's play to her. She didn't find it difficult at all on how to escape from the police station, instead, she was worried that Chu Luyun had some unknown plan. Elder Zhao didn't know anything about these things, nor did he have any interest in them. He spent half his life on the cicada mother culture, and now he's just too preoccupied with research to care about that. Early the next morning, Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling put on their makeup and went to the local police station to surrender. Hello, we too. We both moved $200,000 of the company's money 3 years ago, and now we're here to turn ourselves in. Chu Luyun looked at the police officer at the reception desk and came to introduce himself. Hearing his words, the lady at the front desk froze. Somewhat inexplicably, he looked at Chu Luyun. To be honest, it was the first time she had encountered such a thing. What's wrong? Can't you turn yourself in? Chu Luyun spoke, interrupting her musings. It took a while for the other man to respond. Then tell me some personal information first, I'll help you investigate. The young lady's tone was quite kind after she responded. Just as Chu Luyun was preparing to fish in troubled waters, a familiar figure stood behind him. Chu Luyun, goodbye. Is your foot better? Chapter 153, Public Killing. When he heard the voice speaking, Chu Luyun turned his head to look back and saw Li Shui standing behind him. Li Shui's eyes were full of certainty. Under this kind of look, Chu Luyun knew that all lies were futile. This look of certainty, as if it had looked into his soul. Farewell, team leader Li.
How did you recognize me this time though? Did my makeup regress? Xu Luyuan looked at Li Shui smilingly. He didn't care if he was recognized or not. After all, his purpose of coming to the police station was to get in touch with Li Shui first. Being cheated by you so many times, even as a cutie, it's time to learn a lesson. As Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun, the corners of her mouth also carried a cold smile. Looking at the Li Shui in front of him, although the dressing style and such had not changed, it gave Chu Luyun a strange feeling. Especially her eyes, which were no longer as pure and flawless as before. Instead, it was full of teasing, as if it were the one standing behind a puppet on strings, the master. Agent Li, you know them, huh? So what do you think of these two? What should we do with them? The young lady looked at Li Shui and her attitude was also very respectful. Hearing the other party address Li Shui, Xu Luyuan also understood that Li Shui had not resumed her position. Instead, he assists the local police department as a detective on cases. I know what you're here for. Go on, lock them both up, with Lu Chanshan. Li Shui acted breezy. She didn't even cross-examine Xu Luyuan, as if she was indifferent to everything, and as if she knew everything. Instead, it was Chu Luyun who had many questions he wanted to ask. But Li Shui didn't give him that chance at all. After giving the order, he walked slowly to the side. Agent Li, that's not very nice. Both of them haven't even logged in their personal information yet, and it's not even known if they're guilty yet. Isn't it a bit? To arrest someone under these circumstances? The young lady was a little uncertain. Because she didn't know what entanglements existed between Li Shui and Xu Luyun. In her eyes, Xu Luyun and Jiang Ling were just two passers-by. It was a bit out of line to arrest someone for no reason. Then I'll tell you. He's Xu Luyun, the serial killer of the nationally recognized Zodiac murder case. Li Shui pointed at Xu Luyun and directly revealed Xu Luyun's true identity to the young lady. The moment she said this, the young lady covered her mouth in surprise. Immediately after that, he just grabbed his walkie-talkie and started asking for backup. Not long after, several heavily armed officers came out. Xu Luyun and Jiang Ling, as expected, were also handcuffed and sent into the custody room. Because Lu Chanshan is not a prisoner, she will not be in the cell just for security and to assist in the case. Get in there. The police officer directly pushed Xu Luyun and Jiang Ling into the room with one hand. It looks like Li Shui is still quite vocal here. How to say that Lu Chanshan now also belonged to the important protection personnel, and could even agree to lock up the three of them together. That alone is impossible to do without absolute authority. Lu Chanshan was still a bit surprised at the sudden appearance of the two. School Dr. Jiang. John? Why are you here too, huh? Did something happen? Lu Chanshan knows Jiangling. She also greeted the school nurse, who was quite impressive, with enthusiasm. At this moment, Chu Luyun also noticed. That statue of the cicada mother goddess was sitting on the table at the moment. For a little thing, and just happened to stop by to see you too. This is my friend, just call him Mr. Chu. Jiangling introduced Chu Lu Chanshan to Chu Luyun. The two men greeted each other briefly as well, and the three of them looked a little awkward sitting in a cell. That you guys want something to eat? I'll go out and get you some? Lu Chanshan was silent for a long time before she opened her mouth to break the awkward atmosphere. Since he is not a human offender, he is not incarcerated here, but only stays here for security reasons. So for his freedom, there is no restriction. Just need to have a couple of accompanying police officers as protection while out and about. And within the police department, she was also given complete freedom of movement. Buy some fruit, or if you're bored, buy a deck of cards and we'll play with you. Jiang Ling did her best to be gentle with Lu Chanshan. It's all in disguise, but it does bring people unconsciously closer together. Yes. Lu Chanshan promised obediently and left the custody room. Before he left, he even made a point of tucking the cicada mother idol into his bosom. Looking at Lu Chanshan's back, Chu Luyun also felt some regret. It was only a few minutes of contact though. But he could sense that Lu Chanshan was a very well-behaved and obedient child with a very mild temperament. It is indeed sad that at such a flowery age, one is suffering from an incurable disease. I don't know how, but staying inside this police station makes one feel quite peaceful inside. The days of escape, though free, are indeed not as reassuring as staying here. Chu Luyun lay on the stretcher bed, relieving the fatigue of the past few days. Looking at his appearance, Jiang Ling couldn't help but roll her eyes. She'd never really seen anyone who could sit in jail like they were home.
I'd be very curious to know what you came up with to escape the police station. There are layers of protection here, and for top felons like us, even more countless pairs of eyes are watching. And you escaped from Li Shue's hands once, she won't let you off easily again. Jiang Ling looked at Chu Liuyun's relaxed appearance. It was expected that he had already arranged for a fallback, otherwise how could he show such leisure and elegance? Hearing Jiang Ling's inquiry, Chu Liuyun's face was a smile. To be honest, I hadn't thought of that yet either. But even the tightest machine can make mistakes, let alone a human being. Besides, we're staring at Lu Chanxian's side right now, so there's no need to leave in a hurry. So what, keep an eye on it, I'll squint for a while. Chu Luyun dropped such a sentence, and then lay down on the steel-framed bed and began to snore. He didn't know how long it had been, but he heard Lu Chanxian come back in a daze, still chatting with Jiang Ling. Chu Luyun didn't care much and rolled over and went back to sleep. He hadn't had this kind of restful sleep in days. I don't know how long I slept again in a daze. Woohoo! A sharp, piercing alarm sounded. Finally waking up the sleeping Chu Luyun, he hurriedly sat up from the steel frame bed. And Lu Chanxian and Jiang Ling had already stood at the doorway looking around. He rubbed his sleepy eyes. What's happening? Why is the alarm still going off in the police station? Chu Luyun was a bit surprised, knowing that the alarm of this police station would only go off in times of great urgency. And at this moment, Lu Chanxian and Jiang Ling's faces were both extraordinarily grave. A police officer was killed in the middle of the police station. The murderer dared to kill in public in the police station. Chapter 154, The Unthinkable. Hearing the words coming out of the mouths of the two, Chu Luyun was also so shocked that he stood up from the edge of the bed. How bold must this murderer be to commit a crime here? One must know that even back then when Chu Luyun was imprisoned, he didn't dare to do such risky things. Li Shue, I want to see Li Shue. Chu Luyun rushed outside with constant shouts. As a result, not even 5 minutes had passed before Li Shue took a step forward. Li Shue, I know there is still some grudge between the two of us. But you and I always have the same goal, and that's to catch the killer. Let us out of here for now, let's go look at the crime scene and analyze the case. Chu Luyun looked at Li Shue and made this suggestion as a matter of course. According to his thoughts, Li Shue should have no reason to refuse. After all, an explanation had to be given for something that went so wrong within the police department. Listening to Chu Luyun's words, Li Shue's eyes remained calm and waveless. Looking at her cold expression, Chu Luyun's heart gave birth to a bad premonition. How did you know that my aim was to catch the murderer? Did I tell you that? Li Shue frowned slightly. This sentence of rhetorical questions directly confused Chu Luyun. He looked at Li Shue in front of him suspiciously, feeling incomparably unfamiliar. What do you mean by that? Is it hard to believe that you don't even want to catch the killer? Chu Luyun looked at Li Shue in surprise, and for a moment, he was a little confused as to what she meant by saying this. The woman in front of her, besides looking the same as Li Shue, her personality and talk, were completely different. Chu Luyun, aren't you being a little too presumptuous? I'm long gone from the police department, what's it to me if I catch the murderer or not? What does it matter to you if you catch the murderer or not when you're a prisoner? Li Shue's two words directly rendered Chu Luyun speechless. But if Li Shue came to the police station as an agent, what was she after if not to catch the murderer? Now that there was a murder, Chu Luyun was still not allowed to intervene under the premise of knowing that he possessed the ability to reason. Then there was only one purpose, and that was that Li Shue didn't want the murderer to be caught out. This was beginning to match up with Chu Luyun's previous speculation about Li Shue again. Can't it be that Li Shue is really the murderer who hides until the end? Okay, you guys just stay here. When the day of judgment comes, I will send you on your way with my own hands. Li Shue looked at Chu Luyun with only boundless hatred in her eyes. Leaving such a sentence behind, Li Shue directly turned around and left the custody room, not giving Chu Luyun the chance to continue speaking at all. Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun and sighed somewhat helplessly. It seems as if this plan of yours to turn yourself in isn't working out so well. Riverbell sat back down on the edge of the bed. She didn't care if her words would hit Chu Luyun or not, she just mercilessly spat out a sentence. And at this moment, Chu Luyun could only pin his hopes on Lu Chanxian's body. Chanxian, you're the only one who can help us now. Please sneak out and take a look to see what's really going on at the scene of the crime, and then get back to me with the information. Chu Luyun could only end up looking at Lu Chanxian for help. After all, she had the ability to move freely within this custody room.
Lu Chanqian didn't rush to answer Chu Luyun. Instead, she looked towards Zhang Ling.
After all, she didn't know Chu Luyun either.
Zhang Ling met Lu Chanqian's eyes and nodded silently.
Then you guys wait here for me a little bit. But I'm not a professional detective, so I can't guarantee whether I can bring back valuable clues. Lu Chanqian said this in advance and turned to leave the monitoring room.
Looking at Lu Chanqian's back, Chu Luyun did not expect too much. As long as Lu Chanqian could help them bring back a little clue, he would be satisfied.
In the surveillance room today, only Chu Luyun and Zhang Ling remained. The two just stared at each other wide-eyed. The only thing they could do was to wait for Lu Chanqian to come back.
Hopefully, she could bring back some valuable clues to the case, but let Chu Luyun complete the analysis.
It took a while before Lu Chanqian ran back from outside.
It's scary, it's just scary.
Lu Chanqian rushed back to the monitoring room with a shocked face, unable to stop gasping for air.
How's it going? Chu Luyun hurriedly went forward to inquire. Lu Chanqian's brows were tightly furrowed together.
That guy is mummified in duct tape all over his body.
Left in a bathroom filled with water and drowned alive. And the faucets in the whole house, all turned off. Lu Chanqian looked at Chu Luyun and said what she saw.
It's just that her exposition is so rough that it's impossible to check. A man covered in duct tape is drowned in a chamber where the faucets are all turned off.
The riddle of the case alone makes it a little hard to hear.
Lu Chanqian, can you think of some way to put me out for a look? I need to see the actuality of what's going on out there in order to make sound reasoning.
Chu Luyun looked at Lu Chanqian and opened his mouth to perform a prayer.
He knew that this would be difficult for Lu Chanqian. After all, Lu Chanqian had done nothing wrong per se, she was only here to receive protection from the police department. But if one were to release Chu Luyun without authorization, that would be purely causing trouble for oneself. Chu Luyun is a key person in the custody of the police department, where she dares to collaborate in the crime. This is not nothing to ask for trouble. I don't need you to help me escape, I just need you to forget to lock the door when you go out. This is the kind of thing that, at best, is not well guarded by others, and it has no effect on you. And there are guards all over the outside of the police station. I can only leave the surveillance room, I can't escape the police station.
Chu Luyun kept saying reasons, wanting to use this to shake Lu Chanqian's resolve. It was evident from her reaction that Lu Chanqian was indeed a very kind girl. She wanted to help the Chu Luyun in front of her, but she was hindered by her compliance. Eventually Lu Chanqian laid down on the table and rolled over to sleep. Chu Luyun's heart was filled with disappointment. He was now the canary in the cage, and perhaps coming to turn himself in was indeed a step in the wrong direction. Ding dong! A crisp sound rang out. Like some kind of metal had fallen to the ground. Chu Luyun turned his head to look, and realized that from the sleeping Lu Chanqian's hand, a key fell down. And that one key is used to unlock the door to the custody room. Thanks. With a voice that could only be heard by himself, Chu Luyun said thanks and picked up the key from the ground. Chapter 155, The Double Chamber. The door to the custody room was opened with a key, and it was all dead silence outside. Zhang Ling had also stood behind Chu Luyun at this moment. Come along, surely you can help. Zhang Ling said and walked out of the custody room first. Her stance was much stronger than Chu Luyun's. With her scouting ahead of them, it seemed much safer for the two to move forward as well. In the dimly lit passageway, Chu Luyun and Zhang Ling saw an area with a cordon drawn. The two looked at each other and nodded, confirming the destination of the trip. Be careful, don't get caught. Even if it is discovered, it will have to be after the survey is complete. Zhang Ling carefully explained, and the two of them entered the bathroom where the murder took place. A whole half a man's height was broken in the door of the bathroom room. Apparently the officers used an axe to break down the door to the room to gain access to the bathroom. This bathroom was very small, with a human-shaped white circle painted on the floor, apparently where the body had just been lying. Chu Luyun observed everything in the room. All the entrances, windows, and ventilation ducts were completely sealed from the inside with duct tape, and even the inside of the door was covered in duct tape. Even the toilet used to go to the bathroom was tightly wrapped with duct tape. Some soap bubbles remain in the corner. Here are some notes on this case. Zhang Ling arrived late from outside, still holding the case report of this time. Chu Luyun looked at Zhang Ling with some admiration. The woman was a ninja, there was nothing he couldn't do. It's a double chamber. Chu Luyun only glanced at the report book and identified the secret room here. Hearing the term double chamber, Jiang Ling was still slightly dazed and didn't quite understand it. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, stood in the bathroom and began to give her the simplest of explanations. First of all, the first level is the water chamber. Look, all the outlets here are taped off. There's no way the killer could have filled them with water from the outside. And all the faucets, they're all turned off, so where did this whole house of water come from? Chu Luyun looked at all the space around him and could not help but have doubts in his heart. If you follow normal human thinking, that means just turn on the faucet and leave the room and wait for the water to fill up. But the door of the room in front of him, as soon as it was closed, the murderer had no chance of re-entering the room, much less of turning off the faucet afterward. So where did so much extra water come from to fill up the whole room when it was completely airtight and the faucets were all turned off? It is indeed unthinkable, almost impossible to do, that the murderer had to have prepared a plan to fill the house with water before he left it. Jiang Ling followed Chu Luyun's train of thought and faintly coped. Wrong. The killer had to make sure that the entire bathroom, before leaving the house, and even say before locking this door, was dry. Look, the door to this room has been fitted with a drowning prevention device, so as long as there's water in the room, he can't possibly lock it. Chu Luyun pointed to a special device on the door and briefly introduced it for Jiang Ling. In this way, Jiang Ling was considered completely speechless, and her eyes were filled with doubts about this. That is to say, the room was incredibly dry before the killer left it. The house was filled with water only after the murderer had left completely, after all the passages had been blocked and all the faucets had been turned off? And how could so much water appear out of nowhere in this house? Jiang Ling was now considered completely confused by Chu Luyun. The only logic that could explain the immediate situation was that the killer would have some kind of special ability to open up some kind of channel and transport the water. But again, this is absolutely impossible. Because from the moment she and Chu Luyun entered this room, they already knew that it was definitely a Bengu's secret room. There is no reliance on any supernatural ability, it is a perfectly realizable killing technique in life. And the other secret room? What's the other secret room? Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun rather puzzled. She too had been intrigued by the chamber being drawn this time. After all, there hadn't been such brain-breaking shenanigans since the last cubicle. And it's still this purely Bengali chamber. The other, a space chamber, is how the murderer left the room. Look, the door to this room is neatly covered with duct tape, intertwined lengthwise and crosswise, sticking the door panel to the wall. Imagine if it were you, trying to tape the door to your room shut, what would you do? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Ling and instead asked her a question. Jiang Ling just thought about it briefly in her brain. She stepped to the door of the room and closed the door completely. It's not that simple, all I have to do is close the door to the room and, inside the door, tape everything up and voila. Jiang Ling did not know why Chu Luyun asked such a simple question. This maneuver, almost without difficulty, can be done by anyone with long arms and hands. You're right, there really isn't any difficulty in doing this. But when it's all sealed up, how will the killer get out? If the killer opens the door and leaves, it will destroy the tape that was just stuck on. But if the killer leaves the house first, then he has no way to put up the tape. Chu Luyun waited until Jiang Ling had finished answering before he slowly opened his mouth and asked the vital question. When the question was spoken, Riverbell froze again. Yeah, in that case, that's a big problem. The killer sealed off all access to the outside world and sealed the entire door on the inside. And how does he leave? The killer just disappeared into thin air? This time it's not some identity replacement ruse. After all, in the bathroom, there was only the dead man, and that's how the murderer disappeared completely in the absolute closet. Chu Luyun also felt a bit of a headache for a while. All the shenanigans he'd thought of couldn't explain what was happening in front of him. To summarize, there are two absolutely unsolvable problems that lie before the two men. When all the exit switches are closed, a large amount of fresh water inexplicably appears and fills the room. Where did the water come from? With all the exits blocked and the door sealed from the inside, how did the murderer manage to disappear into thin air? The two issues that seem to be in evidence are completely flawless. If the killer really didn't have any supernatural powers to help, then this can only be a trick belonging to the devil. The perfect murderous ruse that can't be broken. Chapter 156, The Water-Filled Chamber. These two words from Chu Luyun were undoubtedly the highest praise for the murderer. The two just stood there in the bathroom, looking for any sign of it. The two never believed in any perfect crime. And even less believe that there is a perfect ruse in the world that cannot be broken. How are we going to find the killer when we can't even decipher the method of killing? Chu Luyun scratched his hair with some annoyance. If it were usual, he would have had to light a cigarette and mull it over. But in these conditions now, there is no way around it. Ding! Just as Chu Luyun was thinking, a crisp metallic clang came from the doorway. It was the sound of a lighter being turned on. Jiang Ling and Chu Luyun turned their heads to look at the doorway almost at the same time. The familiar face stood in the doorway again. Li Shui. Chu Luyun shouted out her name while his heart was shocked. And Li Shui was not the least bit surprised that the two would appear here. Instead, he pulled out a box of cigarettes from his pocket and threw it to Chu Luyun along with a lighter. You knew I would escape? Chu Luyun looked at the cigarettes and lighter in his hand and looked at Li Shui with some surprise. The other party must have thought of his plan long ago, or else they wouldn't have prepared the cigarettes and lighters in advance. If you didn't object to us coming out to scout, why didn't you agree to it then? Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui with some confusion in his heart. At this moment, Li Shui not only brought him cigarettes, but even did not have any intention of arresting him. Let you escape on your own, then when the time comes to judge you, you can add another charge to the list. Let's get you punished severely. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun with endless hatred filling her eyes. Chu Luyun's heart also understood that Li Shui must have counted Han Feng's matter against him. It wasn't just because Chu Luyun had deceived him, but it had also led to Han Feng's sacrifice. What's the matter, Detective Chu? You can't solve the riddle in front of you anymore. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun with interest. A hint of teasing surfaced in the eyes of this woman who was always serious and earnest. It was an expression that once Li Shui would never show. What? Is it hard to believe that you already have an answer for this double chamber? Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui, feeling a bit incredulous at her words. Wasn't it you who once taught me that? All trickery, full of misdirection, makes you misjudge. The first thing you can be sure of is that the water couldn't have appeared out of thin air, it could only have come out of the faucet in this enclosed bathroom. Perhaps the goal of our reasoning should not be where the water came from, but why the faucet is in its off state. Li Shui's mouth uttered the words that Chu Luyun had once said. At this moment, Chu Luyun had also lit a cigarette and took a hard drag. Under the effect of the nicotine, his brain reactivated. You're right. So the faucet must have been on when the killer left. Now the question becomes how the killer could have turned off the faucet from the outside after filling it with water. Chu Luyun varied the question a bit, and then asked a question that was closer to the truth. At the same time, his eyes looked towards Li Shui, revealing a hint of relief. It seemed that after the last time, Li Shui had indeed grown up a lot, it was just that this character, too, had become much darker. The original him was trying to teach Li Shui a bit, because Li Shui was more persistent than him. At that time, Chu Luyun was also ready for the answer of dying in the Zodiac case. His hope is that after his death, Li Shui can become his successor and continue to investigate this difficult case. But in the light of the situation at hand, it was not to be. On the sidelines, Jiang Suzu also followed the question at this moment. Even if one reasoned to this extent, then the ruse would still be difficult to realize. With the room filled with water, as soon as the door is opened, all the water is bound to pour out. Trying to turn off the water in this situation is too difficult. Jiang Ling looked at the two people in front of her, she really couldn't think of an answer to this question. Even Li Shui, who had just come up with a new idea, had fallen into silence at the moment. The fact that she was able to help Chu Luyun reverse his thinking was already a great improvement. It would still be difficult for her to fully unravel the problem at hand. On the other hand, a smile appeared on Chu Luyun's face at this moment. You're right, it's almost impossible for the killer to turn off the faucet from the outside. But the dead can. Chu Luyun's words were not shocking. Another such appalling sentence caused a shocked look to appear on both of their faces. First of all, that the dead man is really dead, there is no way he could be an accomplice, or some kind of double-crossing shenanigans. And the victim had been wound into a dumpling, so even if he did swindle, he couldn't do the action of turning off the faucet. The words Chu Luyun uttered were beyond the realm of what they could comprehend. All I can tell you. It is he who turns off the faucet, the dead man on the floor. And the time to turn off the faucet is when you break down the door. Chu Luyun's face wore a faint smile. Apparently the water chamber trick has been cracked. But Jiang Ling and Li Shui, at this moment, were still listening to the clouds, and really couldn't understand the mystery. Seeing that the two were puzzled, Chu Luyun once again looked at Li Shui with his question. When you guys found the body, the one that was wrapped in duct tape, Was there an extra piece of duct tape that wasn't wrapped properly? Like a thin rope wrapped around a dumpling with an extra piece? Chu Luyun turned his head to inquire about Li Shui, but in reality, he was confirming his suspicions to her. Hearing his words, Li Shui really did have a strange expression on her face. How do you know? But does this have anything to do with the case? The victim had at least a couple hundred loops of duct tape wrapped around his body, isn't it normal to have an extra one? Li Shui still did not understand Chu Luyun's words. Although she didn't know how Chu Luyun knew this small detail, she really couldn't imagine it. What does this extra piece of tape have to do with the unbreakable water chamber in front of us? Is it hard to believe that the god-awful trickery is hidden in that little piece of tape? Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun suspiciously, and even Jiang Ling also looked at Chu Luyun in a rather puzzled manner. The eyes of both men were filled with a thirst for the truth, for the riddle of the ruse. You're right. The answer to the ruse is hidden in this half of the tape. The murderer is using that half of a seemingly unobtrusive piece of tape to accomplish this incredible ruse. Chapter 157, The Space Chamber. Why don't you stop selling, and tell me, how exactly did the murderer finish the chamber? Or how exactly was it out there, turning off the faucet? Jiang Ling somewhat couldn't stand Chu Luyun and didn't give any good face when she said this. He's always like that, when it comes to the most important juncture, he just likes to sell out. I don't know if it's because of the habit of being a deduction writer. Always like to whet people's appetites. It's actually quite simple. After the murderer left, the faucet started filling up constantly. He wrapped that extra piece of tape from the body around the open faucet, now do you understand? Chu Luyun had already made his words very clear. The Jiang Ling and Li Shui in front of them were both smart people as well, and when Chu Luyun said his words to this extent, they already understood everything. And then when our constable, with his axe, chops open the door, the water pours out and the body is flushed out. And the body that is flushed out pulls that extra piece of tape. A faucet that switches on and off left and right under the pull of the tape? But JLT has always been rational and calm in its thinking. In the fastest time possible, she reacted to what Chu Luyun had said in his mouth. In this way, the seemingly unbreakable ruse was thus cracked by Chu Luyun's reasoning. The only thing that separates a master reasoner from a reasoning loser is a cigarette. Although the trickery in front of him had been cracked, Li Shui's brows on the side were still furrowed. I think your reasoning is a little off. According to you, the killer turned on the faucet before he left. But in this house, there is a drowning prevention device, and if the murderer turned on the faucet, then this fan could not have been turned off. Li Shui had long since ceased to be the fledgling team leader she had been not so long ago. After some guidance from Chu Luyun, her thinking had become very meticulous. Some very small details are hard to escape her. And this question of hers once again caused a pleased smile to appear on Chu Luyun's face. You're right, that's a very crucial bit of clues. But if the murderer had turned on the faucet, wouldn't it have been enough to keep the water from coming out for a while, and wait until he had closed the door to the room, and then let the faucet run again? Chu Luyun had obviously realized this problem a long time ago as well. He was just waiting for Li Shui to bring this question up, to exercise Li Shui's reasoning mind in this way. However, his answer caused Li Shui to frown once again, not understanding what Chu Luyun was talking about at all. That faucet isn't a person, much less an accomplice, so why would it listen to the killer? That's clearly something that can't be done. Li Shui denied Chu Luyun's words. As for her denial, Chu Luyun did not refute it, but nodded. You're right, it's true that the killer couldn't do a remote faucet, but a sluice gate can. You mean the sluice master switch? When Li Shui heard Chu Luyun's instructions, she instantly woke up like a dream. The killer closed the main floodgate early. So he turns on the faucet in the bathroom, and water doesn't come out of the faucet, much less interfere with closing the door to the room. When the killer has finished setting up all the chambers, he simply flips the switch on the main sluice again. This will cause the faucet to run, filling the room with running water. By the time the crowd breaks down the door, the body drives the tape and shuts off the faucet, and it becomes a trick designed for the water chamber. Main sluice. This crucial bit of clues is not only the key to unlocking the water chamber, but also the clue point to finding the real culprit. The killer would have had to operate the main sluice twice to complete the chamber. And to operate the sluice, you need the key. So much for trying to find out who the killer is. But you did just say that this is a case of a double secret room. Nowadays, we've only unlocked the water chamber as well, so what about the space chamber? How did the killer pull off the disappearance trick? Although Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun with great displeasure. But in the matter of reasoning, she could only express her admiration for Chu Lu-yun. After all, above facing trickery, they were indeed no match for Chu Lu-yun. These tricky cases can only be brought to Chu Lu-yun as well. Team Leader Lee, weren't you the one who reminded me just now? Wasn't your previous train of thought quite good? What we have to think about today is not how the murderer disappeared into thin air, because disappearing into thin air is something that can happen. When we shift our thinking again, then the question becomes, how did the killer tape the door shut on the outside after leaving the room? Chu Lu-yun still borrowed the reminder that Li Shui had just given. But when he said this reminder, Li Shui's face became even more strange. It's a completely different concept than just now. The water chamber can be understood in the opposite way of thinking. But today's space chambers are not such a moment. The main idea is how did the killer accomplish the disappearance into thin air? The counter thought is how did the killer, from the outside, tape the interior door shut? This question, whether one uses positive or negative thinking, is simply insoluble. While both women were puzzled, Chu Lu-yun was crouching in the corner at this moment. He reached out and poked the soap bubble in the corner. Why do you guys think there are so many soap bubbles here? Is it hard to believe that a murderer would take a shower before killing someone? And by the amount of bubbles, the killer must have used a lot of soap. Chu Lu-yun poked those soap bubbles one after another and looked at Li Shui and Jiangling with interest. But with just a few extra bubbles, it was hard to give Li Shui and Jiangling ideas. Isn't it just some bubbles? What's in it? Maybe the murderer was doing something strange. After all, everyone has only their own habits, right? Li Shui spoke faintly. It wasn't that she hadn't thought about it, it was just in the middle of her thoughts. I really don't know what these unobtrusive soap bubbles can do that's so remarkable. Hearing her reply, Chu Lu-yun only shook his head with a bitter smile. However, Li Shui had only just touched the threshold of trickery, and she herself could not be too harsh on her. It's great to be able to notice the bubbles. Then I'm here to teach you something new today. Since the murderer was able to accomplish such a subtle chamber, it proves that he is a clever man. For a clever murderer, if he can leave no trace, then he won't. Because any hint of it will be the key to solving the case, which means the more you do it, the more wrong you'll be. So these soap bubbles, the traces that the killer had to leave at the scene, are the key to his completion of the space chamber. Chu Lu-yun coldly uttered a sentence. You mean? These bubbles are the key to space shenanigans? Chapter 158, The Bubble Trick. Li Shui looked at Chu Lu-yun incredulously, she really couldn't imagine how these bubbles had accomplished the ruse. The two people looked at Chu Lu-yun and really couldn't figure out what was going on here. And Chu Lu-yun once again lit a cigarette and took 2 slow puffs. It's true that these bubbles can't do it, but they were a hard bar of soap before they turned into bubbles. Why don't you go look at those tapes on the door? They're different from the ones that wrapped around the body. What's the difference? Chu Lu-yun pointed at the door of the room that had been destroyed and said indifferently. The two women heard his words and subconsciously came to the door of the room, checking the situation above. Li Shui reached out and poked her foot twice, realizing that even the back of the tape possessed a strong adhesive. Is this double-sided tape? Li Shui noticed the difference and was slightly surprised in her heart. She noticed the soap bubbles in the corner, but just didn't realize the difference in the tape. It seemed that in terms of small details, she did still have some differences compared to Chu Lu-yun. That's right, it's double-sided tape, so the problem becomes much easier. The killer simply grated the soap into very thin squares and stuck them to the back of the double-sided tape. When you're done setting this up, just close the door of the room firmly. Then, under the effect of inertia, the tape will all slap against the wall. The tape is all stuck directly to the wall as well. When the room is filled with water, the soap will turn into bubbles when it meets the water. Now, do you understand? Chu Lu-yun spoke out the simple trickery of it, and both of them also revealed an expression of sudden realization. This unexplainable secret room trickery finally completed everything under Chu Lu-yun's reasoning. You're really smart, it's just a shame, a shame. Li Shui was still filled with admiration for Chu Lu-yun. His powers of deduction are indeed amazing, but the two will never be able to come together. What's the pity? We have the same goal between the two of us, and there may be some misunderstandings, but we can still work toward one place. Chu Lu-yun looked at Li Shui. He didn't want to create a conflict with Li Shui. Much less want to put two people on opposite sides of the fence. Otherwise, he wouldn't have done his best to teach Li Shui. His heart had never believed that Li Shui could be the murderer. Chu Lu-yun, once trust creates a gap, it's irreparable. The two of us will never stand together. You're a criminal, I'm a police officer, and I have only one goal, to bring you all to justice. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun, her eyes heavy enough to only have indignation. In this instant, Chu Luyun once again saw a flash of light from Li Shui's eyes. He confirmed in his heart that although Li Shui's character had changed drastically, the goal in his heart had not changed. If she's still struggling to find the truth and track down the real killer, it means that Li Shui is most likely not the murderer. But for Chu Luyun, it was still unexplainable. Because he remembered the last death echo, and the emotional feedback from that death echo indicated that the killer was a woman. And there are only two women who can be murderers. One is Li Shui and the other is Lu Chanqian. Lu Chanqian had already been ruled out as a suspect, so there was only one Li Shui left. Although there is little substantial evidence to prove that Li Shui was wrongly accused. But Chu Luyun's heart just couldn't believe it, couldn't believe that Li Shui was the murderer, no matter how he looked at it. What are you gawking at? Are you waiting for me to cuff you back? Even the handcuffs and shackles can be undone, what an underestimate. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun and turned back into that cold-faced appearance from before. She was purely treating Chu Luyun as a tool person. Totally just let him go back to jail after using him. Moreover, he had also tripped Chu Luyun, causing him to fall under the charge of escaping privately. What's the matter? Don't you want to know who the murderer is? Isn't our goal to bring the murderer to justice? Now the murderer hasn't even been caught yet, and you're letting me go back, ah? Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui with some confusion. Now that the chamber in front of us was completely unlocked, all we had to do was follow the trail from the main sluice and we would surely find the murderer. But it was at such a critical time that people told him to get lost and just dumped him. What are you wasting your words for? Hurry up and get back to me. Don't make me call out for someone directly, they won't be gentle enough to send you back then. Li Shui continued to open her mouth to threaten Chu Luyun. As far as the situation in front of her was concerned, all she needed to do was shout and countless police officers would rush out. As for Chu Luyun and Zhang Ling, they could only honestly return to the middle of the custody room. At this moment, Lu Chanqian had already fallen asleep long ago. She's just a regular academy student, and none of this has anything to do with her. To be able to leave the key to Chu Luyun was already the greatest help he could offer. What are you thinking? Zhang Ling looked at Chu Luyun who was sitting on the edge of the bed, not saying a word, and inquired with some curiosity. Chu Luyun took the cigarette Li Shui gave him and played with the lighter in his hand. Li Shui shouldn't be the murderer, but if she's not, then who could it be? There was a firmness in Chu Luyun's heart. That is, Li Shui would not be the murderer, and after she said this, she turned her gaze back to the sleeping Lu Chanqian. What? Could it be that you still suspect Lu Chanqian? Do you, by now, still think she could be this murderer? Riverbell frowned in some confusion. If it was placed in the previous Chu Luyun, then he would really investigate it again. But now already with Lu Chanqian already have a short contact. He also had a hard time saying that this kind girl could be any kind of murderer. Could it be that the killer is someone we don't know about, and that person, as it happens, is a woman? Riverbell offered a guess of his own. Hearing these words, Chu Luyun just lay on the bed and sighed heavily. It wasn't that he hadn't thought about the possibility. But if that was the case, it would be much more difficult for them to solve the case. It's the same as if this murderer hadn't shown a single trace, and they'd have no way of finding out. It's hard. Hard. Chu Luyun sighed, feeling an immense headache. He could only hope that Li Shui, now, would be able to find out valuable clues. Early the next morning, Li Shui stood in front of the surveillance room once again. What's going on? Find out anything? The first thing you need to do is check out the maintenance workers first. The main sluice at the general police station is run by the shut-ins. Chu Luyun hurriedly opened his mouth and gave Li Shui an analysis. But Li Shui's face looked very strange. It was only after holding his tongue for a long time that he finally spoke slowly. The man is dead. Chapter 159, The Devil's Maneuver. After Li Shui said this, Chu Luyun froze on the spot. What? Dead? Chu Luyun's face was filled with surprise. He never expected the killer to strike so quickly. His ruse wasn't to fool us at all, it was just to stall for time. He has known for a long time that his ruse would surely be unraveled by us. Chu Luyun sort of felt a headache this time. No matter how smart the few of them were, the killer was always one step ahead of them, one step ahead of them. Has there been any investigation into the cause of death? I can't believe the killer killed so many people without leaving a trace. Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui nervously. It was sort of a clue they had managed to catch, a clue that was the only one they could follow. If they were to break off here just like that, then they would become headless flies again, scurrying all over the place. That maintenance worker's Chinese zodiac sign, it's the Yin tiger. And the police officer who died in the bathroom, it was Usagi. Li Shui faintly uttered a sentence, directly disrupting Chu Luyun's thoughts. Although these two sentences are very brief, they reveal very many clues. Chu Luyun froze for a moment as a large number of clues began to continuously intertwine in his mind. So you're saying that the repairman died before the officers? That means this guy designed the plan to kill the police officers long ago, and even prepared for this plan in advance. What makes him 100% sure that he can kill a police officer in the police station? Chu Luyun's tone became slightly agitated. He just couldn't understand, were these guys in the police department really all useless? The group of guards who were supposed to bring the murderer to justice became prey in the eyes of the murderer. It became a fish that could be chopped up and ambushed at will. What do you mean by that? Li Shui frowned. It was because Chu Luyun's words, but they were meaningful, and they were not mere exasperation at all. Listening to Li Shui's knowing question, Chu Luyun's temper came up. Don't you understand what I mean? The fact that the murderer can be so confident means that he knows very well how everything is deployed. He's probably inside your police station. Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui with a full-on look of hatred. But when she heard Chu Luyun's words, Li Shui immediately shook her head in denial. This is absolutely impossible. I completed an absolute self-check when I took over this case, there must be no way this could be a problem. Li Shui's vehement denial is not without reason. She's already suffered too much in terms of insiders going wrong. So after she entered the police station, the first thing she did was to check herself. And when it comes to insiders, it's always been careful, even to the point of being a brick wall. She absolutely could not believe that the murderer could be planted under these circumstances. Has the death scene been cleared? I want to go over and take a look. Chu Luyun didn't know if Li Shui would agree, but he still made the request at this time. After all, the only way to find clues is to investigate the death scene. More to the point, he had to be at the scene of death in order to use Death Echo. I can take it there, but she has to stay here. Li Shui turned her head to look at Jiang Ling. But she had already suffered a loss at Chu Luyun's expense. So if Chu Luyun wanted to move freely, he had to press a hostage here. Jiang Ling had already heard the conversation between the two, and she just shrugged her shoulders at Li Shui's request. There's nothing wrong with me, I happen to stay here and just rest. Jiang Ling just said lightly and did not take this kind of thing to heart. After all, no one else knew about her special abilities. Even if Chu Luyun really sold her out, it would be easy for Jiang Ling to leave this surveillance room. Let's go now. Chu Luyun couldn't wait to know the truth. He doesn't seek to arrive at the scene of death to immediately deduce who the killer is. Just wish I could get more alerts so I could narrow down the killer. That's enough. Li Shui brought Chu Luyun with her, and the two quickly left the police station and headed to the scene of the crime. Died here? Such a coincidence? Chu Luyun looked at this neighborhood in front of him. This old neighborhood he is really too familiar with, is exactly the neighborhood where Lu Chanxian lived before. There have been 2 murders here so far. Very coincidental indeed, but there aren't a lot of neighborhoods around here, and the murderer doesn't have much of a range to work with. Li Shui looked at the neighborhood in front of her and knew what Chu Luyun was talking about with those words. But naturally, her statement also revealed something, which was that in this place, the killer's range of motion was restricted. Come on, let's go inside. Li Shui said simply, then took a step and headed upstairs, while Chu Luyun followed right behind. When they arrived upstairs and pushed open the door to the room, the smell of decay hit them. This flavor that went straight to the sky caused Chu Luyun to frown as well. Following Li Shui's footsteps to the bathroom, seeing the corpse that had been giant viewed, Chu Luyun frowned even more tightly. The murderer killed him and then soaked him in water, and now the body is so highly decomposed that there are no traces to investigate. Li Shui looked at the corpse in front of her and was somewhat helpless. It's extremely hard for anyone to trace things to this point. No one wants the trail to just break. However, facing this highly decomposed corpse in front of them, Chu Luyun and Li Shui were both silent, not saying a word. Because it's just that in this current situation, the trail has indeed been completely broken. Come on, there's nothing to see here. I'm afraid we'll just have to find another way. It was hard to hide the disappointment in Li Shue's words as well. The sound of a motorcade had also sounded downstairs at the moment, a crew that had come to clean up the bodies. Chu Luyun no longer had a choice. He stood by the window, very upset. What are you still frozen here for? Trying to pull another trick? Li Shue stood behind him and couldn't help but open her mouth to chortle. She now had no trust in Chu Luyun to speak of. As long as she sensed the slightest hint of something wrong with him, Li Shue would not hesitate to press Chu Luyun to the ground. He wouldn't fall for the same thing twice. Noticing that the Li Shue behind him was filled with malice, Chu Luyun also felt very helpless. It wasn't what he wanted, but no matter how he explained it, it never cleared up the misunderstanding between the two. Chu Luyun stood by the window, staring ahead. Look at those two windows across the street. Those two occupants, are they the residences of Lu Chanxian and Lin Feng? Chu Luyun raised his hand and pointed. Li Shue also frowned when she heard this. Chapter 160, Following the Trail. You're talking about the two previous victims? Li Shue looked at Chu Luyun and inquired in a rather puzzled manner. Although the three murders, all of them happened in this neighborhood, Li Shue failed to find any connectivity between them. It was as if being in the same neighborhood was really just a coincidence. If I were the murderer, then this position would be the best point of observation. Just by standing here, you can better observe Lu Chanxian and Lin Feng and familiarize yourself with all of their habits, thus making my murderous plan foolproof. Chu Luyun stood on the balcony, his gaze looking straight ahead. That is, where he was standing, there were traces of a tripod on the ground, as if telescopic equipment had been placed. You mean the killer used to stand right here and observe the scene? The room we're in now is where the killer used to live? Li Shue frowned a little incredulously. As far as she knew, the place had always been inhabited by a repairman, and he had always been single. If the repairman is still alive, he is being properly investigated as a suspect later. But now that the man is dead, the repairman can't be the murderer. And again, the repairman died before Lin Feng and Zhang Dong. If it was really as Chu Luyun had said, then it also meant that the repairman could still be alive when the murderer stood here, spying on Lin Feng and Zhang Dong. How could he allow a murderer to stand here every day, watching the opposite floor? This is so impossible. We launched an investigation into the repair worker. This guy is called Xian Su. His life experience is very ordinary. His greatest wish is to find a wife. Such a person would never be a murderer, much less cooperate with one. Li Shue told the repairman in one breath. Hearing him say that this guy's greatest wish was to find a wife, Chu Luyun was as if he had completed stringing together some clues. He had previously used the death echo at Zhang Dong's death scene. Found out that the guy was in bed, in the throes of passionate excitement, when he was killed by someone else. So at that time, Chu Luyun initially suspected that the murderer might be a female. Right now this repair worker Qian Su's death seemed to be corroborating this suspicion to Chu Luyun again. Qian Su's greatest wish is to find a wife. But what if the murderer is a woman? And a good-looking woman at that. She pretends to be in love and live with Qian Su. I'm sure Qian Su himself surely won't refuse, right? Just need to find a suitable opportunity to kill Qian Su after completing everything, and things will be accomplished. Chu Luyun had only spoken 3 or 2 sentences, as if he had completed stringing everything together. And that was a little hard for Li Shue to accept. It never occurred to her that the murderer could be a woman. After all, many of the shenanigans require a certain amount of physical strength, and many of the dead are full of aggression. She couldn't imagine how a skinny woman could accomplish all this cruelty. Could there be a mistake here? Our case profiler analyzed it a long time ago. The murderer should be a man around 30 years old. And its heart is extremely dark and twisted. Li Shue was skeptical of Chu Luyun's words, somewhat not quite believing them. So-called case profilers. It's all about the habits and behaviors of a killer to deduce a general profile of a killer. Only when the case has reached a complete dead end and there is really no way to move forward. It's only then that they'll let give the case profiler out to open their minds a little bit. So the profiler, in and of itself, is just a copying role. Oftentimes, the murderer that is eventually caught will not match what the profiler depicts either, and there will only be a resemblance or two. Li Shue, you're not a newcomer to this line of work, and profilers themselves can only play a supporting role. As for whether the murderer is a man or a woman, I do have a more accurate way than a profiler. Chu Luyun grabbed his head and looked towards the bathtub where the dead body was. In just that instant, he directly unleashed his death echo ability. The profiler may be wrong, but his superpowers are not. All it takes is the completion of a verification with a superpower to know all this. Death echoes. Chu Luyun looked at that bathroom and directly unleashed an ability that was uniquely his own. He waited for the surge of emotions to hit him and relied on them to unlock the mystery in his mind. But after waiting for 3 whole minutes, everything around him was perfectly normal. Chu Luyun's sensory system, too, did not receive any strange messages, as if the death echo had failed. What's going on here? Chu Luyun was a bit surprised. This kind of result was indeed outside his expectations, completely unexpected. What's wrong? Did something happen? Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun somewhat strangely, not understanding why he was showing a puzzled expression. One must know that the Chu Luyun from before could always look like he had a plan. Now this puzzled expression could rarely appear on Chu Luyun's face. This is not the scene of his first death. He was killed and transported here. Chu Luyun fatally opened his mouth to utter such a sentence. Li Shui froze on the spot. After all, the body had decayed to such an extent that no clues could be extracted. But Chu Luyun said in one sentence that it was a body dump. In Li Shui's eyes, this speculation of Chu Luyun's had no basis. I naturally have my own methods. Get someone to pull all the surrounding security cameras immediately. Line up all the dubious points and you're bound to find something. Chu Luyun instructed Li Shui to follow this one clue to line up. For both, neither wanted the trail to just break here. Li Shui, on the other hand, looked at Chu Luyun with a suspicious expression. She had long since ceased to be that team leader who was at the mercy of Chu Luyun. Nowadays, she was very wary of Chu Luyun. No matter what Chu Luyun said or did, she had to first think in her mind if there would be any other purpose. Sort of an aftermath of being cheated by Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun, you don't have any other thoughts or intentions, do you? I hope you can see clearly that I would actually prefer you to be brushing up on your scheming. Because this time, I will get rid of you without mercy. Killing intent erupted in Li Shui's eyes. There was no telling if what she said was true or not, but Chu Luyun could feel that this woman was full of malice towards him. But now was not the time to break this up with her. They had more important things to do. The killer is a lot more front-loaded than they are. It was possible that the killer was already working on his next case just as she was talking to Li Shui. If you don't want the trail to be cut short, get on it. Chapter 161, The Guilty. Chu Luyun helped with the case and was still suspected to be suspicious. Naturally, he did not have much patience left. After a few moments of contemplation, Li Shui still made the call. But keeping an eye on surveillance is a time-consuming job. Several people nailed to their computers and stared at the accelerated images for many hours as well. Let's go, I'll be notified of the results over there. You need to get back to where you belong. Li Shui didn't seem to have anything to say to Chu Luyun. He's going to be sent back when it's over. The two sat in the car and passed a snack bar. The steaming dumplings were smoking tantalizingly white in the cold wind. You haven't had breakfast yet either, have you? Do you want to eat something together? Chu Luyun's stomach rumbled a little. His comment also made Li Shui's thoughts start to go backwards. It was like going back to that night, when the three of them gathered around the table, eating barbecue and drinking beer. It's just a shame that things have changed so much since then. Han Feng sacrificed. Li Shui is suspended. Chu Luyun was also imprisoned. What are you scheming about again? Li Shui glanced at Chu Luyun, her eyes still filled with skepticism. Having been questioned by Li Shui like this, Chu Luyun also felt a huge headache. He sighed helplessly and shook his head. Do you believe that if I really wanted to escape, you wouldn't be able to keep me at all? Chu Luyun took a very serious look at Li Shui. His words were a threat and more of a warning to Li Shui. Li Shui froze for a whole half day when she heard his words. But soon her face changed several times. Because she knew that Chu Luyun wasn't trying to scare her, nor was he joking. Just by virtue of Chu Luyun's ability, if he is really intentional. Even if she couldn't actually escape, it would be a huge headache for her. Only one plate. Li Shui dropped such a sentence and got right out of the car. Looking at her stubborn back, Chu Luyun's face also revealed a smile. But immediately afterward, his face resumed its grimace. Because the more he spends time with Li Shui, the more he feels that Li Shui is not a murderer. But letting your emotions cloud your reasoning judgment is a big no-no. Boss, 2 dumplings. Li Shui sat down at the table and shouted directly at the boss. Chu Luyun then sat opposite Li Shui. Ever been to Han Feng? Chu Luyun passed half a day before finally coming up with such a sentence. Because he knew it was a knot in Li Shue's heart. But it was also a test of Li Shue. When she heard Chu Luyun mention Han Feng's name, her fingers that were pinching her chopsticks turned pale. Looked. Nothing was found. Li Shue responded coldly. And when Chu Luyun heard this, he was also slightly stunned. We haven't even found the body, so we're just saying people were sacrificed? Have you ever thought about what if Han Feng has some sort of accidental identity and he's the killer? Chu Luyun very anachronistically uttered a sentence. But for Chu Luyun, without seeing things with his own eyes, he could not make a decision. Even if you see things with your own eyes, verify and re-verify. Chu Luyun, do you have to make me angry? Li Shue looked up at Chu Luyun, anger spewing from her eyes. She was originally still immersed in the grief of Han Feng's death and had yet to come out of it. Even inside, there was a lot of self-condemnation and guilt. And Chu Luyun had gone so far as to categorize Han Feng as a suspected murderer at a time like this. This was totally unacceptable to her. Li Shue, I once told you that all reasoning should not be influenced by subjective emotions. Han Feng's disappearance would have been a very suspicious point, haven't you ever thought about it? Chu Luyun looked at Li Shue in front of him. The natural thing to do with this kind of quandary is to administer strong medication. He couldn't believe that Li Shue had never made such an assumption. After all, she was the one who wanted Han Feng to die the least. We've searched, and the only footprints around the entirety of the Kajamusha Hall are the ones you left alone. There are no more other footprints in the vast snowy plains, and the cloisters, too, have long since been burned to the ground, with no place to hide. We detected Han Feng's DNA in the ashes of the Hui Formal Hall and determined that he was dead. Li Shue was no longer in the mood to eat. She coldly told Chu Luyun all the findings. That word-for-word anger was as if the person who killed Han Feng was Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun was also silent when he heard Li Shue's words. There weren't any footprints around, which meant that Han Feng definitely hadn't left the back to form pavilion, unless he could fly. And hiding in the Kaitenkan was even more impossible. Everything had been burned to ashes. Even if he did hide in some sort of secret room, he would still be roasted into jerky by that burning heat. Even Chu Luyun was unwilling to believe it, but even he couldn't find any breakthroughs in Han Feng's death. Why don't you say anything? How come you're not skeptical? Han Feng just got married the year before last and has 2 children under a year old. How do you expect his family to live on? Don't you have an ounce of guilt in your heart, you murdering fiend? Have you forgotten the happy times we had together? Li Shue jerked up from the table. She looked at Chu Luyun with a face of indignation, and all the anger she had suppressed in her heart was all vented at this moment. Facing her curses, Chu Luyun did not retort. Because he did kill someone in the Kaitenkan case. Li Shue was right, his Chu Luyun's palm was already stained with blood. Even if Han Feng hadn't disappeared at that time, Chu Luyun would have killed him to complete the zodiac sacrifice. It all makes sense. Even if Han Feng doesn't die, someone else will. There is nothing we can do to change the deaths of innocent people, the only thing we can do is to make their deaths worthwhile. Chu Luyun looked up at Li Shue and finally made his response. If you simply put Han Feng aside, too many people would have died in the case of the zodiac. If Han Feng's life is a life, then other people's lives are lives too. But if we don't catch the badgers, then the deaths will continue without respite. In order to catch the man behind the curtain, all of these people must die. Chu Luyun, the light of justice will not cover up the light of blood on the ground. Murder is murder, and no matter what your intentions are, you'll never be able to take off the charge of being a murderer in your lifetime. Li Shue looked at Chu Luyun with some hatred. The sorrow in her heart was not only Han Feng's sacrifice, but also Chu Luyun's innocence. She had always believed that Chu Luyun was wrongly accused, but Chu Luyun was now pulling himself into the abyss. Chu Luyun also understood that there was an essential difference between his and Li Shue's thinking. He was thinking of dying 1 to save 100. And in Li Shue's mind, life is something that can be measured as a value. Looking at the flying snow in the sky, Chu Luyun leisurely sighed. If the price for catching the badgers is that you have to be the guilty one, then let me be the murderer. Chapter 162, Immediate Action. Chu Luyun couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief. The presence of badgers doesn't just hurt the families of those who are victimized. Even Chu Luyun had been pitted by him far, far too miserably. If he is also evil, then he must also pull a badger on the road. There will be a satisfactory answer to all this, all of it. Chu Luyun looked at Li Shue and stiffly squeezed out a smile. He could sense that Li Shui didn't know about the final gate, much less the return of all things. Maybe after they beat the badgers, they can put it all back together. Humph, all these words of yours are nothing more than a reasonable excuse for yourself. An excuse to spend the night, peaceful as a dream. Li Shui coldly dropped such a sentence, then directly bought the bill and left. Chu Luyun also got into the car under Li Shui's outstretched hand. The two just traveled the rest of the way to the police station without a word. Though the atmosphere between them was still heavy, the stigma between the two was much less. Today's round of arguing also allowed Li Shui to understand the insistence in Chu Luyun's heart. The end of the road is the same for both sides, it's just the way to get there, that's different. The surveillance room. You guys are back? Jiang Ling swept her eyes at Chu Luyun and faintly greeted him. Where's Lu Chanxian? That girl doll went out again? Chu Luyun sat back on his own bed and casually chatted with Jiang Ling. And Riverbell just nodded. He hadn't been sitting on the bed for half an hour when Lu Chanxian walked in from outside. I'm back. Brought you some fruit. Lu Chanxian's face looked a little weak, and there were a few more pinholes on her body. The moment she bent over, even more medicine boxes fell out. Chanxian, I see you've been running out all the time lately, where have you been? Chu Luyun came over to help Lu Chanxian pick up the things scattered on the ground. Being questioned by Chu Luyun in this manner, Lu Chanxian's fingers visibly shook twice. I just went out to get you guys some fruit. And it's too stuffy for me to stay here all the time, get out and get some air. Lu Chanxian casually said two sentences to cope, while her pale face had already betrayed her. Chanxian, we all know about your situation, there's no need to force yourself to be strong in front of us. Chu Luyun looked at the needle eyes on Lu Chanxian's arm. And those drugs in the cloth pockets. It was known that Lu Chanxian was not what went out for a breath of fresh air, but went back and forth between the police station and the hospital. Hovering back and forth on the border between life and death. Lu Chanxian's eyes reddened in an instant, and she directly dove headfirst into Chu Luyun's arms. One hand went under Chu Luyun's armpit and one hand went over Chu Luyun's shoulder. Just like that, he leaned over and hugged Chu Luyun, crying bitterly. That heartbreaking cry made Chu Luyun's heart couldn't help but be a little touched. It took a whole half hour of comforting before Lu Chanxian's emotions calmed down a little. Chanxian, have you ever had a boyfriend before? Chu Luyun suddenly opened his mouth and inquired. Lu Chanxian first froze for a moment when she heard this question, and then she nodded. Even Jiang Ling, who was on the side, couldn't help but let out a cold snort. While she wasn't good at comforting people, she knew better than to ask such out-of-place questions at this time. But since Chu Luyun asked, he naturally had his reasons. It's okay, you just got back from the hospital, hurry up and get some rest. Chu Luyun patted Lu Chanxian's shoulder. There was nothing warm and fuzzy he could say at this time. After all, Lu Chanxian's terminal illness is basically a life and death book drawn up in advance. No words of comfort, no matter how gentle, could warm the long cold life of a poor girl who would soon die. Well, did you find any valuable clues? Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun and faintly opened her mouth to inquire. For other things, she did not care at all, the only thing she cared about was Chu Luyun going out to investigate. The clues have been broken, whether or not we can continue to follow the trail depends on whether or not Li Shui can find out something useful. Chu Luyun also simply replied. After all, it's all talk now. The only way to find out is to wait until Li Shui lines up the surveillance to see if she can find any clues. Now the killer has killed 4 people. 8 more to go before the goal of the Zodiac. It looked like a lot, but it left them little time. In case the killer ends up with a handful of multiple kills, that's enough to make up the numbers. After all, in the last cycle, the murderer had killed enough 12 people just by using 2 cases, Cubic Hall and Kajamusha Hall. A long time passed without realizing it. Chu Luyun seemed to hear someone calling out to him in his dazed sleep. He opened his eyes and spotted Li Shui standing in the doorway of the custody room. What's up? What's new? Chu Luyun jumped up directly from the bedside talk. Because he understood very well that Li Shui wouldn't have come to him if he hadn't made any new discoveries. You two come over here together and watch. She opened the door to the custody room and spoke coldly. Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling did not nag and hurriedly got up to follow. Following Li Shui's lead, the two arrived at the surveillance room. In front of me were 5 or 6 screens showing playback of surveillance in older neighborhoods. We've checked a lot of them, and only this one-year garbage truck is a suspect.
The garbage trucks, in general, will come by at 5 in the morning to pick up the garbage. This day, this car came 10 minutes early. Li Shui pointed to a garbage collection vehicle on the screen. Her eyes were a little red, thus showing that this clue, too, was very hard to come by. This lead is a bit far-fetched, isn't it? There are too many external factors for a garbage truck to come 10 minutes late. It could be that the workers are late for work, it could be traffic on the road, it could be many, many reasons. When Jiangling heard this clue, it was hard to hide the disappointment in her eyes. The clue, after all, was only barely okay, not at all a vein to follow in the case. Other than that, we don't have anything else to look into. The only thing to do is to go one way. Chu Luyun looked at the fixed screen and said faintly. A call has been made to the sanitation department to get the address of the worker on duty. It's too late in the day, so first thing in the morning, we can go to his door. Li Shui faintly chanted. And when Chu Luyun heard her words, he immediately shook his head. No, I'm afraid it's too late to wait until tomorrow. It has to be tonight. Chapter 163, Falling Down. As soon as Chu Luyun opened his mouth, he directly rejected Li Shui's suggestion. In Chu Luyun's opinion, the murderer was already one step ahead of them originally. And they were in the killer's reckoning the whole time. They were already a step behind, and if they didn't catch up in time, they would only be teased. Then let's go now. Li Shui briefly said hello, took the car keys and led Jiangling and Chu Luyun outside. It was only a matter of moments before the two were already sitting in the back of the car, being led to their destination by Li Shui. Chu Luyun sat in the back, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. There is one thing I am very curious about indeed. You're just hanging out as a detective at this police station, aren't you? Jiangling and I, how about we are also considered the felons among the felons? Why did you bring us out and not even greet us? Regarding this point, Chu Luyun was indeed very curious. And he'd been meaning to ask for a long time. You know what kind of treatment he got when he was in the Qingyang police station at that time? It's not an exaggeration to say that he's heavily guarded, so how is it that when he gets here, no one takes him seriously at all? Do you think the higher-ups haven't noticed the weirdness of this case? I was suspended, that's a name for the public, coming here as a detective. Li Shui concentrated on driving and simply responded to Chu Luyun. Being able to say things to this extent, Chu Luyun understood. It seemed that in this matter, one might really have some misunderstandings about Li Shui. She didn't lurk over here with intent, but with a plan and an arrangement. But this was also Li Shui's side of the story, and it was impossible to determine whether there was a star of other mixed in. Can I have a cigarette? Chu Luyun faintly inquired. Only after receiving Li Shui's permission did he slowly light a cigarette. Earlier he had often said that Li Shui had been psyched out. Without realizing that Chu Luyun himself was the one who was truly psychologically messed up. He's lost 100% trust in whoever he's dealing with right now. Whether Hot Price was telling the truth or not, he had to keep a question in his mind. That's the neighborhood up ahead. Li Shui pointed to an ordinary neighborhood in front of her and pulled over to the side of the road. Although the neighborhood in front of me cannot be said to be upscale, but can be better than Lu Chanxian is in that neighborhood, much, much better. But there is no comparison in this matter. After all, Lu Chanxian is a seriously ill person, and it would be nice to have a place to rest. It's a pretty high floor, the guy lives on the 17th floor of the third building. Li Shui pulled the piece of paper out of her pocket and confirmed the address. The group came downstairs normally, took the elevator to the 17th floor, and stood in the man's doorway. Li Shui very politely knocked on the door a few times, but there was still no response. A bad feeling was born in the hearts of all three at the same time. You can't tell me that this person's genus, coincidentally, is Cinnabar Dragon again. Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui and chanted with some fear. Li Shui did not answer Chu Luyun's inquiry, but the knocking on the door became more urgent. Don't knock yet, listen carefully. Did you hear anything? Chu Luyun reached out to silence the crowd. Jiangling and Li Shui both perked up their ears as well. Save. Behind this door came what sounded like a cry for help. But then again, it's like a kitten's purr. The three men were in a dilemma for a moment. After all, if you break right in, if nothing goes wrong, you can make a big deal out of it. Is there any way to see inside without opening the door? Chu Luyun subconsciously raised this question. Only he didn't have any solution in mind, but simply asked the question. But he didn't expect that when he had just finished the sentence, Jiangling fished out a screwdriver from his own bosom.
By destroying the cat's eye, you can simply see inside. When the time comes, even if there's no problem, just one cat's eye won't cause much of a problem. What Riverbell said was a very good idea. However, Li Shui looked at the things in Jiang Ling's hand, but she frowned in a very unnatural way. For Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling, they were both searched before entering the surveillance room. It's a screwdriver from somewhere somehow. Hurry up and get it off and see what's going on in there. Chu Luyun couldn't help but open his mouth to urge a cry. Riverbell was naturally not verbose in such matters. Not even waiting for Li Shui's eye to take a stand, he directly went up to the cat's eye and destroyed it. Check out what's going on in there. Jiang Ling kept opening her mouth to urge Chu Luyun. Chu Luyun didn't nag, and immediately lay down on the security door and looked in through the very small cat's eye. The cat's eye had a very narrow view, and through the hole in the cat's eye, you could barely see the balcony. Crap! Chu Luyun let out a cry. For in his vision, he saw a man's head, followed by the man's shoulders and bound hands. Even though he could only see above his shoulders, Chu Luyun could tell at a glance that the other party was suspended by a rope. Someone is hanging and alive, he must be rescued quickly. Chu Luyun saw that guy's hands were still moving around. It must be that the subtle sound they heard just now was this guy's cry for help. If he could save this one victim, he could certainly get many valuable clues from him. And maybe the killer is in the house right now, working on it. It would take half an hour at the earliest to call someone to come and unlock the door now. Li Shui took out her cell phone directly from her arms. But they were in this narrow hallway with a very poor cell phone signal. It won't take half an hour, 5 minutes at the slowest. Jiang Ling opened her mouth and spoke, then pulled out 2 wires and inserted them directly into the lock core. This scene was a sight to behold for Li Shui, but for Chu Luyun, it had already been a common occurrence. He had learned how good Jiang Ling was at picking locks. After all, it is much better than Lu Chanxian that neighborhood, so the time spent on this security door, but also a lot more. Although Chu Luyun and Li Shui were anxious in their hearts, they could only watch like this and could not help much at all. With a click, Jiang Ling also looked up at Chu Luyun. Open up. Hearing that the door to the room had opened, Li Shui did not hesitate and directly pushed the door to enter. But just as the door to the room was pushed open for a moment, the lock suddenly disconnected. A rope tied to the lock of the door instantly breaks off. No good, pull the rope. Chu Luyun shouted. But it was too late. As the rope broke, the victim, who was hanging from the balcony, fell straight down. Chapter 164, The Death Ruse. In that instant, all 3 were so caught up in the mechanism of the door lock that they couldn't make the first move to pull the rope. Several people rushed straight to the balcony, but there was no longer any miracle. After all, this was the 17th floor, and it was impossible for a person to have a chance of surviving a fall. Another step completed. Should we search the area to see if the killer left any traces? Maybe we can find some clues to pin down the killer. Li Shui opened her mouth to ask Chu Luyun. Although the 2 of them did not deal with each other, it was also true that they needed Chu Luyun's help in these arcane cases before they could do so. Regarding Li Shui's words, Chu Luyun wasn't listening, but instead raised his head, looking towards the place where the ropes were hanging from the balcony. Chu Luyun skipped over Li Shui and came step by step to the place where the dead man was hanged, slowly raising his arms, imitating the way the dead man was hanged at that time. What are you doing? Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun with some incomprehension, completely unaware of her purpose in doing so. Instead, Chu Luyun was standing with his arms raised just like this, at the place where the deceased had just been hoisted up. Jiang Ling and Li Shui are both quite puzzled, although there are the kind of detectives who bring in the identity of the dead and make deductions. However, since they had known Chu Luyun for so long, they had never seen Chu Luyun use this method of reasoning. Don't you guys notice anything strange? Suppose I am the dead man, and I have just been hanged in this place, and you see what is under my feet? Chu Luyun looked at the 2 and opened his mouth to inquire. 20 or so centimeters below Chu Luyun's feet was the edge of the balcony on the 17th floor. Although he was infinitely close to the edge of the balcony, the one thing that couldn't be denied was that his feet were still the leading edge of the balcony. Isn't it very strange that the deceased was hanging by a rope, then the moment the rope was suddenly lowered, the deceased should have been standing firmly on the balcony? How did it fall straight down? Chu Luyun unhurriedly voiced his doubts. Jiang Ling and Li Shui at this time also finally understood what Chu Luyun was talking about. At the feet of the dead man was the edge of the balcony, which was dangerous, but still a landing place existed.
According to the height at which the deceased was hung, it was only 20 or 30 centimeters above the ground.
A person whose feet were only 20 or 30 centimeters from the ground would certainly stand firmly the moment the rope broke, instead of falling straight down.
That means that the deceased was affected by something that caused him to not be able to stand still in the first place. Li Shui gave an answer to Chu Luoyun's inquiry. This answer is not a perfect answer, but it kind of pushes the question closer. But what exactly was the cause of the deceased's inability to stand on the balcony at the moment of his fall, and instead, he crashed downstairs? I'm afraid the only way to find out is to see the body. Chu Luoyun faintly said a sentence, then directly turned around and walked outside.
Because there's really nothing new to give them here anymore.
The murderer obviously set up all the traps here before leaving. All that was needed was to wait for Chu Luoyun and the others to come to the door and use their hands to kill the deceased.
Why do you think this killer always anticipates what our next plan is?
How dare he not kill the dead, but design the mechanism and wait for us to kill them? Is he not afraid that we will not come over? And isn't it all too much of a coincidence that every time we find a clue, that clue dies, and the zodiac sign of the death is exactly right?
Li Shui in the elevator couldn't help herself a bit. Only Chu Luoyun's face became more and more gloomy. Because he's teasing us.
There was no need for that garbage collection car to be 10 minutes late, he was 10 minutes late on purpose. Chu Luoyun spoke the truth, but it was difficult for Li Shui to interpret. She didn't tighten her locks, and she felt horrible in her heart. So what you're saying is that the killer could have created the perfect crime.
He deliberately revealed a breach, thus luring us to this place?
Li Shui's heart began to tremble slightly. Even though they hadn't met the murderer yet, the murderer had already brought him a very strong fear.
If everything was truly as Chu Luoyun had said, then the other party was simply an unbeatable existence.
He completely teased a few people. I know it's overwhelming, but the other side is a very powerful character indeed. 10 minutes late can be a garbage collector, a passing grocery lady, or a vendor out early. The next person to die needs to be in the Cinnabar Dragon's zodiac, so he just needs to find someone in the Cinnabar Dragon's zodiac, out of place, to show up on surveillance and get our attention. We would then be indirectly helping him to accomplish his crime, and what we call following the trail would be nothing more than the murderers following the trail. Chu Luoyun stood in the elevator and uttered this terrible conclusion. The garbage truck was 10 minutes late, the dead sanitation worker, all just because he happened to be a dragon.
If the dragon is a big mom,
then it wouldn't have been the garbage truck that showed up on the monitor 10 minutes late, it would have been Big Mama Dragon. Chu Luoyun also felt great pressure at this moment. The killer also seems to realize that this is the last round of the zodiac, the last chance to commit a crime. That's why each case is a lot harder than the previous one. It was as if he was also seizing this last opportunity to start showing off his shenanigans.
This was simply a challenge to Chu Luoyun, to the police department.
But even though they knew that the other party was fooling them, Chu Luoyun and the others could not do anything about it. Because the gap between the two sides was just too big, they were always being led by the nose by others. The fact that the victim could even be killed with the help of their hands in an honorable manner simply pulled the mockery of foolishness to the top.
Come on, let's go see the body.
Let's hope that body hasn't been wrestled to a pulp, or at the very least, help us solve the puzzle in front of us first.
Li Shui said and walked quickly towards the body. She's got a good point, too.
Instead of killing the victim outright, the killer deliberately got this maneuver to, frankly, mount a challenge. Because it's a lot less time-consuming to just do away with people than it is to design organs and lay out puzzles. And Chu Luoyun had already accepted the challenge in his heart. He was bound to find out why the dead man had not stood still, but had fallen downstairs.
Chapter 165, Unexplained.
The three men approached the body in front of them, which was arguably at an intolerable level. The head had burst open like a watermelon, and the skin all over his body was spilling a lot of blood from the impact of the fall to the ground. The bones of his legs, in particular, had been broken, even piercing through the flesh and blood, and were displayed in front of the trio.
Look, in his head, there seems to be something.
Chu Luoyun pointed at the pile of paste and opened his mouth to give a reminder. Li Shui looked at the situation in front of her and couldn't help but frown. Although she had been involved in quite a few murder scenes, those as miserable as this were definitely in the minority. Only Jiang Ling, who had no feeling for what was in front of him. She slowly crouched down and pulled out a card from the unforgiving pile of gore. And there was only one very short line on the card. Although the sentence was brief, it caused several people's brows to instantly furrow.
I'm hiding amongst a few of you. Such a simple statement provoked everyone in the room. They really couldn't imagine just how powerful a character could remain hidden among them. Let's not give him the benefit of the doubt. This is most likely just a ploy by the killer to keep us guessing about each other. Its purpose may be to distract us and delay the pace of our reasoning. Chu Luyun was the first to speak, stifling this suspicion in the cradle. Whether this was the murderer's ruse or his intentional provocation, they couldn't afford to have their tempo delayed. Let's see if there are any clues on the body first. The most important thing we have to do now is to crack the trickery in front of us. Li Shui also understood what Chu Luyun was talking about. So she didn't hold on to that either, but opened her mouth to give a prod. The immediate focus is to figure out why the deceased, whose feet were on the platform, did not stabilize himself on the ground the moment the rope was released. Corpses often do talk and can bring us reminders. Chu Luyun began to observe the corpse in front of him. Even if he had been destroyed to this state, there would be traces left on him. Therein lies the beauty of reasoning. No matter how smart the killer is, something will inevitably trickle down. Notice anything strange? The killer had strangulation marks on his wrists and ankles. Chu Luyun said faintly. Li Shui and Jiang Ling also noticed this at this moment. What's so strange about that? Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun, not knowing what was wrong with this. The murderer is going to tie a man up, and any behavioral habit can lead to a different result. In her eyes, the randomness of such clues was too strong to be reasoned with. But in Chu Luyun's eyes, all that was not for nothing. Any hint of it could reveal something about the killer. He always remembered the words. Faced with an extremely clever murderer, he must have left as few clues as he could. There is absolutely no way that it could have left traces that one could reason with. If the killer just hung it in midair, why tie up the arms and legs? Turn the body over, there must be some other clue. As long as there is a dubious point of view, it possesses reasoning. Hearing Chu Luyun's words, a trace of hesitation flashed in Li Shui's eyes. The body in front of him was on the verge of falling apart itself from that height. If they keep turning like this, the body is very much rotting into a puddle. We're running out of time. Chu Luyun opened his mouth to give a reminder. Although Li Shui had hesitations, Jiang Ling didn't care about that. When Chu Luyun opened his mouth, she went straight to her hands and turned the entire body over. When the body was turned over, Chu Luyun began to look at all the subtle places. The deceased was wearing a suit of pants, and where the buttocks were, a small cut was made right through the deceased's anus. It doesn't look like it fell open, but someone deliberately cut it open. Chu Luyun pointed at the small opening and spoke. Li Shui and Jiang Ling also noticed the situation in front of them, and the two women also felt a little strange. Why would a murderer cut someone's ass open? Wasn't it the murderer? The murderer had some weird special fetish? Li Shui frowned slightly, a little confused as to what was going on. But Li Shui had dealt with some heavier cases before, and it did happen. Take his pants off, take them off and see what's going on. Chu Luyun directly unbuckled the dead man's belt. Jiang Ling was also not hesitant at all, and the two of them cooperated before pulling down some of the dead man's pants. Only now did Chu Luyun finally see some clues. The vicinity of the dead man's anus was slightly red and swollen, as if he had been hurt. It looks like I should be right in this speculative direction, right? Li Shui looked up at Chu Luyun with some unspoken strangeness in her heart. Is it hard to believe that this murderer has some special fetish? All three of them looked at each other, the same thought arising in their minds. But immediately afterward, Chu Luyun shook his head. It's impossible, absolutely impossible. The odds are that the murderer can't do this. Chu Luyun had once used Death Echo and had already learned that the murderer should be a woman. He did hear once that there were some women who had some special fetishes, but the percentage of the population was not large. Besides, even if the murderer did have such a fetish, he wouldn't do it at a time like this, would he? Perhaps the trick about the dead man's rope coming loose, but not falling to the ground, is in this. There should have been something in the dead man's ass at the time that caused him not to stand still. Chu Luyun's mind had opened up to reasoning. Both Jiang Ling and Li Shui at the scene were still eating melon in their heads. There's no way you can't stand up no matter what you shove up your ass, right? And if you look at the fact that there's nothing else around him, it means that the killer didn't stuff a very big thing. When faced with a matter of life and death, you have to stand your ground first, even if you're stuffed with nails, right? Li Shui looked at the situation in front of her, her heart however was still very incomprehensible. After all, what is this pain compared to a precious life? Hearing Li Shue's words, Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling both fell into deep thought as well.
Chu Luyun's heart began to continuously conceptualize and connect all the messages. He slowly looks up at the roof of the building, and a flash of light goes through your mind, snapping as if you've realized something.
Oh no, the killer hasn't left yet. The killer is on the 18th floor. Chapter 166, 1/2.
After Chu Luyun said these words, he turned around and ran towards the residential building behind him. So much so that Jiang Ling and Li Shui hadn't reacted at all. However, looking at Chu Luyun's such a big mood swing, he also knew that things were not simple.
Although their hearts were very incomprehensible, they could only follow behind Chu Luyun, thinking to see what major discovery he had made.
We have to get upstairs as fast as we can or the killer is likely to get away. This will be the closest we'll ever get to the killer. Chu Luyun said and entered the elevator, directly pressing the elevator button for the 18th floor. Both of them were puzzled by Chu Luyun. They hadn't even recognized the dead man's ruse just now, yet Chu Luyun directly said that the murderer was on the 18th floor.
It's unbelievable and completely incomprehensible. Chu Luyun, what new discovery have you made? Could it be that you've already cracked that trick of the two?
Li Shui couldn't help the curiosity in her heart and kept opening her mouth to ask Chu Luyun.
Although Jiang Ling on the side didn't say anything, her eyes were also filled with curiosity. Do you know under what circumstances a man is hung up, and the moment the rope is loosened he does not put on his feet?
Chu Luyun brought back that question that everyone was curious about just now and opened his mouth to inquire. Both women furrowed their brows even more when they heard his. This was supposed to be the heart of the unbreakable ruse, and it was the question they had been struggling to find the answer to. They didn't wait for Chu Luyun's answer, but instead received Chu Luyun's rhetorical question, so naturally, they felt very puzzled. Looking at the two people's still confused eyes, the corner of Chu Luyun's mouth was revealing a smile. In fact, we've all been misled by the killer, because the answer to that question is, well, very, very simple.
That's upside down.
Chu Luyun spat out two words from his mouth, and this was the answer to that uncrackable trick just now. When Li Shui heard these two words, she was a bit unresponsive for a moment.
Upside down? What does that mean? Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun and couldn't help but open her mouth to inquire.
Chu Luyun stood in the elevator slowly rising. If a man is suspended upside down, then the moment the rope is released, the first thing he touches the ground is his two hands. If the deceased did not have the means to complete the inversion in a split second, then he would have fallen to the bottom of the building. Can you understand that?
Chu Luyun slowly and methodically spoke the truth about the deceased. This question felt really hard when they couldn't figure it out.
But when Chu Luyun explained it with just two words, they came to a realization.
So the answer is that simple?
Although it sounds a bit too simple, if you think about it, it does make sense. With the rope broken, the dead man, who had been inverted up, had no way to instantly invert himself, so he crashed down the stairs.
But why couldn't the crowd pick up on such a simple answer? No, if the deceased was upside down from the beginning, why wouldn't you be able to tell? Didn't you say that you looked in through the cat's eye and saw a head and dangling arms? But if the dead man had been turned upside down, why could you see his head? Li Shui finally sensed what was wrong. If the answer was as simple as that, then Chu Luyun shouldn't be mistaken.
The moment he saw the sight from the cat's eye, Chu Luyun should have known about the whole upside down thing. That's because we all fell for the killer's ruse. The one I saw through the cat's eye was indeed a real head, but it was not the head of this deceased.
So now, you can understand why there was some redness and swelling at the anus of the deceased? You guys should know by now what's really been stuffed in there, right? Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui and Jiang Ling and said all his explanations.
A look of realization finally appeared on both women's faces as well. When the puzzle is actually solved, they realize how simple the ruse was. But without Chu Luyun's reasoning, I'm afraid that even if they snapped their heads off, they wouldn't be able to crack it so easily. I can't believe it's so simple, just as simple as being upside down.
It's unbelievable, unbelievable.
Li Shui lightly slapped her forehead, she hadn't thought in that direction at all.
The elevator is still going up. Wait a minute. But if that's really what happened, then why didn't we see another head on the ground?
Li Shui also sensed the loophole. After all, a head that big can't just disappear into thin air.
Even if you fell that high and crushed it, you can at least see the skull, there can't be nothing there?
Not bad, you do make a very good point on this one.
That's why I would say that the killer is on the 18th floor.
Chu Luyun was even more confident as he looked at the lit-up elevator key.
The killer attached a noose to that head before stuffing it into the victim's anus. And the murderer had been waiting for us on the balcony of the 18th floor, and the moment the dead man fell, he pulled the rope on the 18th floor to retrieve the head. Chu Luyun explained all the causes and consequences of this to the two people. Now that the words have been spoken to such an extent, many things are obvious. The fact that the killer retrieved a head on the 18th floor is more than just proof that the killer was on the 18th floor. It's more indicative that there was another victim in addition to the one who just fell. Ding dong! With a soft sound coming from the elevator, Chu Luyun's trio also finally arrived at the longed-for 18th floor. But after coming here, the three of them realized something was wrong. On each floor here, there are 5 households. Relying solely on the fact that the murderer was on the 18th floor, there was no way to accurately find him at all either. Now what should we do next? Shout from house to house? Or should we have Riverbell figure out how to get all the doors open? Li Shui turned her head to look at Chu Luyun, wanting to know the final solution. After all, right now, they were most likely only one security door away from the killer. If you break open the door, you can bring the guy with the heart of gold to justice. Don't bother with that, the killer's gone. And the murderer, who expected us to find this place, we've been teased again. Chu Luyun sighed and pointed to the innermost occupant. A white A4 sheet of paper was being taped to that security door that everyone knew so well. It was written on it in black marker. 1/2. Chapter 167, Last Chance. Others may not know what 1/2 means. But after the three men saw the words 1/2, they all felt like they had been slapped in the face. They only felt a fiery pain coming from their cheeks, making them somewhat unable to raise their heads. That 1/2 means that it's telling the three of them that this has killed the sixth one. The zodiac offering, too, is halfway through. There's not a lot of opportunity or time left for them. Is there still a need to break down the door? Li Shui turned her head to look at Chu Luyun and opened her mouth to inquire. Chu Luyun, on the other hand, only shook his head helplessly and sighed. Every step they take is designed in advance by the killer. From start to finish, it's all about being led by the killer, following a script that someone else has written and is constantly acting on. How could they possibly bring the murderer to justice when it was in the murderer's playbook? Call the police department to come and clean up the mess. We've been teased by the murderer again, tonight, with an empty heart. Chu Luyun sighed in disappointment and directly pressed the elevator. This was the first time Chu Luyun gave birth to a sense of powerlessness, the first time he felt that it was hopeless to capture the murderer. Noticing Chu Luyun's dishevelment, Li Shui's brows were also tightly furrowed. Although Chu Luyun was now a prisoner, from reasoning to planning, they basically still had Chu Luyun as their backbone. If even this backbone begins to decay in despair, catching the murderer becomes impossible. If the killer can kill 2 people in this neighborhood, he's bound to leave a trail. This neighborhood isn't old, there's surveillance everywhere, all we need to do is pull up the surveillance and we're sure to get a lot of clues. Li Shui didn't want Chu Luyun to give up on this and tentatively inquired. She no longer had the same bad attitude she had towards Chu Luyun before. Only if Chu Luyun revitalized himself would the three of them be able to continue on. And Chu Luyun only waved his hand very helplessly at Li Shui's encouragement. It all seemed pointless to him. Investigating the surveillance of the entire neighborhood, they could certainly get a lot of clues, and those clues they got were nothing more than what the killer wanted them to get. Their newfound clues are the guidelines left by the killer to take them through another case. It looks like it's just one step at a time. It looks like there are 6 more dead people, 6 more chances. The truth is that they are already defeated and have nothing to fight the murderer. The murderer was this step ahead of them that they could never catch up with. Go on, get back. What the killer wanted us to see, we've seen. What the killer doesn't want us to see, we never will, no matter what we try. Chu Luyun had lost his patience and interest at this moment. He was beginning to think that catching the murderer was a pipe dream, and that it would be better to wait quietly for the murderer to kill. After killing them, all 12 divine general gods were already in place, and at that time, they only needed to wait for the gate of the end to open. Everyone's goal is the return of all things anyway. Catching the killer doesn't seem to be something they have to do either. Chu Luyun, you. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun's back and wanted to open her mouth to persuade him slightly. But Chu Luyun didn't give her that chance, and just pressed the elevator button and walked in. Seeing this attitude of Chu Luyun, Li Shui also knew that now was not a good time for any persuasion. She urgently notified someone over at the police station to rush over and deal with the situation.
And then they drove Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling, and returned back to the police station. Neither side spoke much on this journey, and there was silence all the way. This heavy atmosphere is as low as it has ever been. Though Jiang Ling never made any comments from the beginning to the end, and her expression didn't really change too much either. But anyone could see that there was also a disappointment in her eyes that was hard to hide. No words on the way. Eventually arriving at the police station, the two were also very conscious of entering the custody room. While Lu Chanxian was sleeping, she was unaware of Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling's return. Really just give up? Jiang Ling was lying on her own bed. She didn't turn her head to look at Chu Luyun, she just faintly inquired like this. Only Chu Luyun could read the despair in her words. The two men have gone to great lengths to get here, intending to catch the murderer with a final case of Ohio hog. And it turns out that this last chance is a hunting ground for the killer to humiliate us. If we don't give up, what other chance is there? Chu Luyun lay on the bed and also helplessly uttered such a sentence. The murderer was difficult to deal with, and it had gone far beyond their imagination. Once or twice, perhaps because of a mistake, can be the other side of the luck. That's 6 lives already. The killer was clearly teasing them. Continuing to pursue this is nothing more than self-defeating. Maybe our plan was wrong from the start. To pursue it any further in the manner in which it is now being pursued would only be to continue to fall into the murderer's trap. Jiang Ling spoke faintly. But for her, it wasn't about complaining and being disheveled. Because the jungle bells don't produce other emotions. Her words were all about analyzing the situation at hand. If this way of investigating at the moment will only lead to a step-by-step fall into the trap of others, it is necessary to change to another way of thinking. What do you have in mind? Chu Luyun understood that Jiang Ling wouldn't somehow say those words. He was running out of ideas and could only look to Riverbell to give him some inspiration. In fact, things are now moving away from what we started with in the first place. Our intention from the beginning was to keep an eye on Lu Chanxian and use her as bait. But now, we are separated from our attention by the many cases of murderers. Jiang Ling looked at the sleeping Lu Chanxian on the bed and slowly began to dissect it. The Chu Luyun at this moment also realized this problem. They seem to have departed from their original intent long ago. The reason for all this is because they were too eager. They wanted to bring the murderer to justice so badly that they fell into the trap without realizing it. You mean, everything goes back to square one? Let's refocus our attention, all on Lu Chanxian. It was only at this moment that Chu Luyun reacted to what exactly Jiang Ling was going to say. As Chu Luyun uttered these words, Jiang Ling also nodded before sitting up from the bed again. Good, now 6 of the 12 hits have occurred. That means we have 6 more chances. How is this step-by-step teasing by the murderer not a ploy? He means to make us decadent and lax. We must have another chance. Chapter 168, Dangerous Plans. Jiang Ling looked at Chu Luyun's eyes and began to be constantly inspired. In the midst of her every word, Chu Luyun also regained his composure. The best thing now is that Lu Chanxian is still under their surveillance. Maybe we can target the killer and make a trap. The murderer must have centered his killing around Lu Chanxian. Those cases we just had were messy, but they were all on Lu Chanxian's way to the hospital. But what if? What if they take Lu Chanxian out into the wild, into a place where it's just us? Then the murderer will have a much harder time killing, and that's what we should do to fight back. JLT's thinking is very clear. Lu Chanxian has always been at the bottom of their eyes, they are the ones who really hold the initiative. The killer teases again and again, provokes again and again, but only to break their confidence. With this slackness, he was better able to accomplish his murderous shenanigans. It's just that this is a difficult thing to do. I'm afraid it's not easy to say on Li Shui's side. Chu Luyun managed to pull himself together, but immediately after, he realized the difficulty of this matter. After all, the trust between Li Shui and him had been lost long ago. It was much harder to talk Li Shui into cooperating with them. Moreover, Lu Chanxian was seriously ill, and this plan was undoubtedly dangerous for her as well. In Li Shui's values, she can't accept the death of an innocent person in exchange for a murderer. It was clear enough to see this from that incident with Han Feng. I agree. Just as the two men hesitated. Li Shui's voice, however, came in through the doorway. At this moment, Chu Luyun turned his head and saw that Li Shui was already standing in the doorway. Apparently she was here a long time ago. She had also heard all of the conversation between Jiang Ling and Chu Luyun just now. You agree?
That doesn't quite fit your values. Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui with some suspicion. I don't know how this woman can transform so quickly. And Li Shui's face was very ugly. If I don't agree, then 6 more innocent people will die next. There may be times when I get a little paranoid about certain things, but there are times when I identify with you in some way. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun and also sighed heavily. Things have obviously come to a point where they have to. If they don't want to see the killer continue to get away with murder, they'll have to use this extraordinary method. Chu Luyun saw the determination in Li Shui's eyes, but in his heart, he could not help but feel a little worried. There's a time thing I have to tell you in advance. This way, we can't guarantee that we'll definitely catch the murderer. There is even less guarantee that Lu Chanqian will have a meaningless sacrifice because of an accident. After all, both of us are felons, and have been guilty for a long time, so if this goes wrong, the consequences will have to be borne by you alone. Chu Luyun knew very well in his heart that as long as it was something that Li Shui had decided, she would definitely do it. But he couldn't help but remind Li Shui. After all, the last time we had the back to the shape thing, it was just a smattering of today. People are dead, but the murderer still hasn't been caught, which is why Li Shui ended up in the present situation. Now that she was out of office, the detective had been her last step. If the result of people dying and the murderer not being caught occurs again this time, then Li Shui will be in the wrong again. This time around, she'll be dealing with a lot more than a suspension. If things do go that far, then Li Shui would also have jail time and fall to the same fate as Chu Luyun in Jiangling. Since I have decided on this matter, I have naturally thought of the consequences. If I can't catch the murderer, I won't be able to go back and deliver just the same. Might as well take a shot. Li Shui also began to slowly give up her insistence and moved a little closer to Chu Luyun. But even if the 3 of them had reached a consensus, this matter was still not that simple. Because just the 3 of them saying yes, that doesn't do much good. The most important thing is that Lu Chanqian herself needs to say yes. Li Shui had already loosened her lips, but if Lu Chanqian didn't agree, Chu Luyun and Jiang Ling had no way to tie her up. Because Li Shui would never agree to them taking things that far. What are you guys talking about? Not going to bed this late? Lu Chanqian was also woken up by the sound of several people chatting, rubbed her sleepy eyes and looked at them with some incomprehension. Looking at Lu Chanqian, who woke up from sleep, Li Shui pursed her lips, and really didn't have the heart to say it. As the only person who had a slight friendship with Lu Chanqian, Jiang Ling was obviously the best person to discuss with Lu Chanqian. But this woman has problems with her emotions and is likely to get into something else in 3 or 2 sentences. Chanqian, we were just discussing a matter, but for this matter, we need your consent to do so. Chu Luyun was silent for half a day and decided that he would be the bad guy. Because today's Chu Luyun comforted Lu Chanqian for a long time, and also let Lu Chanqian open her heart and cry for a while. That's why Lu Chanqian had a very good feeling about Chu Luyun. But it was because of this relationship that Chu Luyun became even more and more bad at talking. It's so hard for a terminally ill girl to have some trust in you. But you open your mouth and ask people to take huge risks, or even, to put it bluntly, to die. It's a little hard to talk about this kind of thing. Mr. Chu, you don't have to swallow like that, you know what my situation is. If I can really help in some way, it will be fun for me, too. A sunny smile appeared on Lu Chanqian's face. Judging by the stony expressions on several of the men's faces, she also guessed it wasn't going to be anything good. But for a life with so few days left, if you can do something meaningful, it's a life without regrets. There's a serial killer in our city, and he's already killed 6 people. His goal was to kill enough for 12, and now this one has 6 victims and is in danger. We were hoping that you could accompany us on a project, only it's a very dangerous one for you, and there's a chance that you. Before Chu Luyun finished his sentence, Lu Chanqian directly stood up from the edge of the bed. This sudden movement on her part caused a few people to faintly stare. Li Shui on the side also walked in from the outside. For Lu Chanqian's situation, she also did to understand. Lu Chanqian, you don't need to force yourself in this matter, if you don't want to, no one can force you. Li Shui was afraid that the poor girl would develop too much psychological pressure. But Lu Chanqian revealed a smile at this moment. I'm okay with that. I'm willing to help. Chapter 169, Fish Out of Water. Lu Chanqian didn't have any procrastination and directly agreed in one bite. So smooth were the words that all 3 were a bit unresponsive. Realize that this is no joke, much less a child's play. It's a life-threatening thing. Even if Lu Chanqian is already seriously ill, who wouldn't want to live longer? Do you really want to? This is very dangerous. Chu Luyun looked at Lu Chanxian and once again emphasized the danger involved. And Lu Chanxian's face still wore a faint smile. I know. But I'm still willing to help. I don't have much time left to live, so if I can save 6 more lives before I die, it will be worth it. 1 for 6 for me, no loss. Lu Chanxian smiled and agreed to this matter. The dangers in the mouths of Chu Luyun and the others seemed as if they were not worth mentioning to her. And Chu Luyun could clearly see it. There was also a glint of stubbornness, a hint of resignation in her eyes. But there's no way around it. The countdown to life started a long time ago. If you can do something meaningful before you die, it will be a way to account for the little time you have left. Shanshan, you don't have to worry, I'll match you with the best doctor to accompany you. Whenever there is any problem, first aid can be given. Li Shui looked at Lu Chanxian and her words were filled with heartache. For this obedient and understanding girl, her heart was even more filled with dismay. But it was the only thing she could do. No! Jiang Ling, on the side, directly opened her mouth to interrupt Li Shui's words. There can only be 4 of us in this line. Every extra person that comes out, the killer gets another chance. Lu Chanxian only has 1 life, and we don't have a second chance. Although Jiang Ling's words were a bit excessive, they were the undeniable truth. Their opportunity this time would have been to make things more difficult for the killer. Now that the plan has been finalized, it is fortunate to see this through to the end. No, I don't agree with taking things that far. It would be for the best if she survived. And if she dies of the disease early, then our plan becomes even more impossible to carry out. Li Shui opened her mouth to argue with Jiang Ling. And the goal of her argument is to add more life to Lu Chanxian. If one were to stand on the sidelines, one would think that Li Shui was a bit of a saintly mother. But if you bring in the role of Lu Chanxian, things become intriguing. Lu Chanxian was kind enough to agree to this dangerous plan, but this was not what she should have done. No, she's not going to die. It's kind of a second difficulty added to the killer. The murderer should be more worried about Lu Chanxian's death than we are, so if she does have an attack, the murderer, then, must be more anxious than we are. Riverbell is notorious for not having any empathy. She didn't care what happened to Lu Chanxian's life, she only cared about catching the murderer. Lu Chanxian being a Sifu general god, the murderer didn't want her to die more than anyone else. Because once Lu Chanxian died, it meant that the 6 sacrifices that he had taken great pains to kill before were all meaningless. You're so mean. When you say that, you're saying that you have no intention of letting her come back alive. Li Shui turned her head to look at Jiang Ling, and her voice became very gloomy. She didn't really understand Jiang Ling's character, so she didn't really understand why she had to speak so harshly in front of Lu Chanxian. Though this bleak truth is something that everyone knows and knows by heart. But it does hurt too much to treat someone's life as something to be given up in front of them. It's okay. It's okay. She's telling the truth and doesn't mean any harm, so I can understand. Actually, I had no intention of coming back alive. I'd rather die in an exciting adventure than in a cold hospital bed. Lu Chanxian was still speaking for Jiang Ling when it came to this kind of thing. If it hadn't been for this life-threatening disease, if it hadn't been for all this sadness, then Lu Chanxian would have had a very good life. After the simple conversation ended, the entire room was a silence, a grave-to-the-point atmosphere spreading, making people feel depressed. So when do we start heading out? Lu Chanxian is a typical pleasing personality. She didn't want the vibe that everyone had gotten into because of this to be stale. Li Shui was really heartbroken for this poor girl. Reaching out, he gently stroked her hair. Get some rest and relax, and we'll make plans tomorrow. Go to sleep. Li Shui forced a smile. Lu Chanxian nodded her head obediently and lay back on the bed. It was a very quiet night. In order to nourish his spirit so that he could better carry out his plan, Chu Luyun took a great deal of effort to force himself to fall asleep. Early morning. The 4 men sat in the cafeteria of the police station. Today's Li Shui also broke the mold. If it wasn't for Lu Chanxian's face, Chu Luyun wouldn't have the opportunity to come to this kind of place to eat. Look guys, isn't that guy with Chu Luyun on TV? That's serial killer. Yeah, why did this guy come to our police station cafeteria to eat? The guts are too big, aren't they? I think it was Agent Lee who gave permission. The nerve of it all. The surrounding people looked in Chu Luyun's direction and their direction, constantly whispering. It was all very incredible indeed in their eyes. For felons like Chu Luyun, they were usually not held in police stations, but went to more heavily defended cells. Especially Chu Luyun, the felon of felons, absolutely had to be guarded 24 hours a day without a single problem. But now, people are feasting on them, and it's a little hard to swallow. Team Leaderly, it looks like you're in big trouble now. If the plan this time is no longer effective, this sinner's hat on your head will really not come off. As Chu Luyun ate what he had in his hand, he still couldn't help but open his mouth to tease Li Shui. What she did was a dance on a minefield. If she couldn't come up with a satisfactory answer, the gossip alone would not be able to spare her. Hearing Chu Luyun's flirtation, Li Shui also just raised her head and swept a glance. If I fail this time, I won't come back here alive. So their words don't mean anything to me anymore. If anything goes wrong this time, cutting myself is the only way I can go. Chapter 170, The Ultimate Ruse. Li Shui's words were very heavy. When Chu Luyun, who was in the middle of eating, heard these words, his entire body also paused for a moment. He didn't expect that Li Shui had made that much determination. There is no way to save Lu Chanshan's life. But Li Shui, however, has to give the public an explanation with her own life. As good as your determination is, I must also say, too bad. There are actually times when I really don't understand what the hell you're thinking. Chu Luyun was a bit puzzled, but still smothered his dry rice. In fact, from the very beginning, he would Li Shui, the person, had generated a lot of curiosity. Obviously, she is a very rich young lady, letting her good life go by, but she has to become some kind of police officer. Day after day, you have to face so much pressure at work and so much public opinion. He had originally thought that someone like Li Shui would be perfectly capable of returning to her life after being suspended from the police department the last time. Li Shui has enough wealth to buy her a lifetime of happiness. But she's not, and she's using her position as a detective to stir up this mess again. Now it was even saying this kind of speech of giving one's life as thanks for one's sins, Chu Luyun indeed could not understand it. Eat your meal, I've found the venue and all the arrangements are all in place. Li Shui didn't have the heart to say anything. Everyone is ready to use this opportunity to complete the hunt for the Ohio hog murderer. After all, even Lu Chanshan was ready to sacrifice, and in this situation, there was no room for them to retreat. After finishing their meal, several people all got into their cars and headed to their destination. When arriving here, Chu Luyun was still shocked for a moment because this was a single house. The place is very luxuriously decorated, and it's sparsely populated. Another one of your family's properties? Chu Luyun asked Li Shui with some surprise. Li Shui also acknowledged this with an unsurprising nod. Chu Luyun's was not overly shocked, after all, people have money at home. The three people stayed here, and Li Shui even prepared a lot of medicines for Lu Chanshan. The three of them lived quite comfortably. Living here, time just goes by. Li Shui was also using her channels to search for more valuable clues. Jiangling, has Wang Taixing contacted you recently? Why has this kid completely disappeared? I don't know how Elder Zhao is doing alone these days. Chu Luyun asked Jiangling somewhat strangely. He wasn't particularly worried about Wang Taixing, a ghostly fellow. It's just that Zhao is very old and has no one to take care of him. The three of them had picked people up from the countryside, so they were always responsible to the end. No. Jiangling spoke faintly in response. While Li Shui and Lu Chanshan were whispering there, Chu Luyun's side also approached Jiangling. I'm sneaking out tonight. You remember to cover for me and keep an eye on Lu Chanshan. Chu Luyun briefly explained his plan to Jiangling. After all, now that Li Shui had renewed her concerns, she was not so strict in supervising them anymore. There hadn't been any wind of Zhao Lao and Wang Taixing for a while, and his heart was always in turmoil and very worried. Aha! Jiangling just nodded and sort of answered Chu Luyun's request. Nightfall. Li Shui had indeed chosen a place so remote that there was no quick way back to the city at all. Chu Luyun could only steal Li Shui's car key, slowly start the car and drive all the way. In the middle of the villa, Li Shui stood at the window and watched the car drift away. This guy is also 100 times too close to start the car at night when it's so quiet, how could I not hear it? Li Shui faintly chanted while Jiangling sat behind her. In fact, she had never let her guard down regarding Chu Luyun's surveillance. Chu Luyun's departure could not escape her eyes at all. If he wants to go back, he must have his reasons. Jiangling wasn't the least bit afraid of being discovered by Li Shui, and only responded very coldly.
Because in her heart, she had already promised Chu Luyun, then she would definitely fulfill her promise. If Li Shui dared to make a move to stop it, she would definitely use her own methods to stop Li Shui. In the midst of the Zodiac killings, he sacrificed far more than Li did. So he was by anyone eager to solve the mystery. Riverbell spoke slowly. Her words had obviously convinced Li Shui, but he wasn't excusing Chu Luyun, rather he was stating a fact. Chu Luyun sped along and reached the neighborhood where they lived. It was awfully quiet all around. Wang Taixing, you mustn't drag your feet for me at this critical time. Chu Luyun secretly prayed one sentence, and then ran straight upstairs. I don't know why, but his heart had been in a state of flux and he had begun to feel vaguely uneasy, as if something bad was going to happen. Knock, knock, knock. Chu Luyun knocked on the door, but there was no response from inside. But from between the cracks of the door, there was a seemingly strange outside, kind of like the smell of onions. It's hard to believe that this guy who only eats instant noodles is cooking on his own? Chu Luyun's heart was filled with surprise. Fortunately, before leaving, Zhang Ling gave Chu Luyun a spare key to the house. When Chu Luyun opened the room, he was directly stunned by the scene in front of him. Zhao Lao's desiccated body was hung on the wall, sprinkled with onions to mask the smell it gave off. This sudden scene also caused Chu Luyun to be somewhat caught off guard. When he had seen all that was going on, he looked up at the wall once more and realized that it was written in large, blood-covered letters. Cracking the case of the Ohio pig is too boring for me, I'm going to become a Sishu shogun as well. I will use the power of Cicada Mother to become the strongest divine general god. The impact of these two sentences caused Chu Luyun's brain to go blank for an instant. Many of the clues in his mind all tied together. Wang Taixing, a kind of guy who played dumb, not only did he already know about the Zodiac. Even the final mystery of the Cicada Mother is solved. As Chu Luyun panicked, he also finally understood why the previous death echoes had the gender error of male and female. He hurriedly picked up his cell phone and dialed a call to Li Shui. The opposite side also answered after a long time. At this moment, Chu Luyun could not be bothered to explain to him why he had fled. He just had to grab whatever time he could and report back to Li Shui on this side of things. The murderer is Wang Taixing. This guy Wang Taixing's sexual orientation is problematic. And Lu Chanxian doesn't have a terminal illness at all, you guys run away. Run away from that villa. After Chu Luyun made this call, he laid down on the sofa, losing all the strength in his body. Chapter 171, The Descent of the Shadows. The phone was clutched in Chu Luyun's hand, but there was no response on the other end of the line. A full 3 minutes of silence passed before Li Shui's voice came. Chu Luyun, what's wrong with you? Li Shui's puzzled voice came out, which was also filled with caution. Her suspicion of Chu Luyun could never be completely put down. As for these, Chu Luyun had long since stopped caring. He looked at Zhao Lao's body nailed to the wall, and the 2 lines of big, bloody letters. Easing the phone to his ear. You'll never believe what I saw. Wang Taixing, that guy is a complete pervert. Chu Luyun looked at Zhao Lao's corpse hanging on the wall, and there were thousands of holes on top of the corpse. Not only were they tortured before they died, but were even victimized. It follows from this. This guy, Wang Taixing, is a complete pervert. If you don't believe me, you can investigate the deceased who died in Lu Chanxian's house, he must be a homosexual. The doubts in Chu Luyun's heart at this moment had been solved by many. At that time in the home of Cynthia Lu, using Death Echo. The reason he concluded at that time that the murderer was a woman was because the male body on the bed was indulging in pleasures prior to his death. At the time, he concluded with this that the murderer was a woman, and that he had sexually induced the murder. But he neglected to mention that in this world, it's not just the opposite sex that produces pleasure. In retrospect we had arrived at the scene many times before, and Wang Taixing was at the door to let the wind out of the sails. He's not there every time and follows us around and knows all about our plans, which is why we're always one step ahead of him. Chu Luyun connected everything that had happened before. And Li Shui's side had also used the fastest speed to confirm Chu Luyun's guess. The man who died in Lu Chanxian's house was indeed a man with a homosexual fetish. But why would he do that? What reason does he have for doing it? Aren't all of our previous experiences proving one thing, that the divine generals, all of them, are God's chosen people? It's all already the chosen one of God, it was established a long time ago, why did Wang Taixing do this? It's hard to believe that by killing Zhao Lao, he can replace Lu Chanxian and become the last Sifu general deity, this doesn't have any logic at all.
Li Shui only felt a big head at this moment. Originally, it was a painstaking pursuit of the murderer, froze and could not find the slightest clue, the whole day anxious. But now the situation has taken a direct turn for the worse. The murderer was clearly in front of him, and they were instead getting even more headstrong. This was like a wave of clues surging in, causing Li Shui's brain to run a bit overloaded. And the question she raises is indeed crucial. The chosen one. It was predestined long ago. Maybe this has something to do with Zhao Lao's death. In Zhao Lao's body, there may be some secret that will allow Wang Taixing to replace Lu Qianxian and become the chosen one of God in his own way. Chu Luyan looked at the body that had slightly decayed in front of him. He still had some guilt in his heart. After all, they were the ones who had picked Zhao Lao up from the countryside, and if it wasn't for them, perhaps Zhao Lao would have enjoyed his old age in peace. But now, he was subjected to such inhuman abuse. Wang Taixing, this asshole, even replace Cynthia Lu on her own terms? What could that have to do with anything? And I don't recall that ever being mentioned in the story you recounted, either. Li Shui's questioning voice came out of the phone. She was totally confused and had no idea what was hidden here. Instead, Chu Luyun turned his eyes to Elder Zhao. Two words burst out of his mind, violently. Mother Cicada. Chu Luyun faintly spat out two words. But Li Shui on the other end of the phone didn't understand at all. This was because the matter about the cicada mother had only happened recently, and Chu Luyun had never recounted this to Li Shui. But they don't know much about the cicada mother culture. And Zhao Lao must have already penetrated the secret of the cicada mother after this bout of sleepless research. The secret about the cicada mother is the means that Wang Taixing used to substitute for God. Then you just said that Lu Qianxian is not sick? What does that mean? Is it hard to believe that she is also an accomplice? I see that girl, she doesn't want to be a bad person. And her disease, but the hospital checked countless times, people can make mistakes, the instrument can make mistakes, but it can't be wrong every time, right? Li Shui opened her mouth to inquire in puzzlement. For Lu Qianxian, the poor girl, she was still very kind. It's not just her. Even Chu Luyun was heartbroken plus sorry for Lu Qianxian. That sentiment, though, only existed until this point. Yours are all very right, Lu Qianxian is indeed suffering from a terminal illness and her days are numbered, this is an objective fact. At first, do you remember me telling you that in this world, there are just going to be incomprehensible forces that change objective facts? And this, the secret of the cicada mother. Chu Luyun spoke his analysis word by word, making sure that Li Shui could clearly hear his words. For supernatural forces that are already undeniably present. After all, even Chu Luyun himself was a supernatural product. And all of this supernatural is in no way a golden finger or a protagonist's aura for the novel's protagonist. People with supernatural abilities were not the only ones with Chu Luyun, so naturally, there was no such thing as a protagonist's aura. Since there was no protagonist's aura, it also meant that Chu Luyun's ability was perhaps not the strongest, or that he was not the dominant one in everything. And maybe his crossing was all a well-orchestrated ruse. Are you going to say something about some superpower? There's no way that what you went through in the Snake Clothes village can be used against you in a court of law. Li Shui kindly reminded Chu Luyun in order to prevent him from falling into a strange circle. Instead, Chu Luyun was pulling out a note at this moment, a note that he had found from Zhao Lao's coat pocket. 7 people rotate, and the Yin streamer returns to the soul. It is the 8 words engraved under the idol of the cicada mother, and they have interpreted the true secret of the cicada mother. Li Shui, do you know how many people have died in the Ohio hog case since we've gotten this far? Chu Luyun opened his mouth indifferently and inquired. Remember, 1/2, 6. Li Shui's voice was low, answering Chu Luyun's words. Instead, at the moment, Processing Use rubbed the ball of paper in his hand and tucked it into his pocket. That's right, only one more to go. Just one more, and Lu Qianxian will not have to die. Only one more to go and Wang Taixing can replace Lu Qianxian and become the chosen one of God. 7 people rotate, and the Inada returns to the soul. Chu Luyun spat out these 8 words once again, and he had completely understood the meaning behind them. Chapter 172, The Mystery of the Resurrection. The 7 rotate, and the Inada returns to the soul. Chu Luyun wasn't particularly sure, but he guessed that the so-called cicada mother sacrifice should be to kill 7 people. The host's consciousness is then parasitized into the body of the next person who touches the idol, thus completing their rebirth. In other words, Lu Chanxian's body would die, but her consciousness would not. She only had to wait until the seventh dead person was born to transfer her consciousness. And Wang Taixing naturally understood this. He wanted to use the power of Cicada Mother to make himself Lu Chanxian. But whatever the two men's plans were specifically, they needed the sacrifice of the seventh dead man. And now in the suburban villa, there is only Lu Chanxian, Li Shui, Jiang Ling, and the unknown Wang Taixing. One of them will surely produce a dead man. Hurry up and get out of the villa. The only way to investigate what happens next is to survive. We've locked down Wang Taixing for the time being, this clue is valuable enough. Chu Luyun continuously advised the other party. But the only answer he got from there was also silence. After a while, Li Shui slowly opened her mouth. Do you really think Wang Taixing is the final murderer? I don't think so, it's more like he's being used. Is it really valuable that we just found a murderer who was used? Li Shui's voice was full of suspicion and helplessness. What she said, how could Chu Luyun not know? From what we've seen so far, it continues to be all about the man behind the curtain. The Ohio pig case will surely revolve around Lu Chanxian. The simian general god was like a bait that sucked Wang Taixing into it. And the appearance of the Cicada Mother may seem like a coincidence, but it is inevitable. Because of the Cicada Mother idol, it forces Wang Taixing to have to slaughter and sacrifice around Lu Chanxian, which in turn coincides with the closure of the requirements of the Ohio pig case. It was well worth it when we found the bait. If you die in the villa, you'll never get to see the truth again. Chu Luyun was also giving a final exhortation to Li Shui. There is no fear of being left without wood. This was a very cliched piece of advice, but it was indeed the thing Chu Luyun wanted to say the most. But Li Shui, who was dozens of miles away, was currently standing by the window, looking out at the night. In the dead of night, the light of 3 flashlights bobbed continuously through the trees. Like a ghost roaming in hell, it was approaching the villa a little. I'm afraid I can't get away anymore. You'll never believe what I saw. Li Shui's voice trembled a little. This woman, who had always been strong, actually revealed a look of fear at this moment. Chu Luyun on the other end of the phone also sat up nervously. He still knew Li Shui's character. There weren't many things that could scare her. What did you see? Chu Luyun opened his mouth to Li Shui on the phone to inquire. He was already conversing at the moment as he ran downstairs. As things stood, no matter how dangerous the suburban villa was, he had to go back. There are 3 of them, coming this way to the villa. They look like Tao Yanran, Zhang Haichuan, and Lu Qingsong. Li Shui doesn't speak very fast. However, it directly pierced Chu Luyun's nerves. What did you say? Chu Luyun started the car and drove directly to the suburban villa. Tao Yanyan and Zhang Haichuan, both of whom were 2 teachers who looked similar in the academy. But the one who looks like Lu Qingsong has obviously been killed? How could it reappear? Can't it be that these few people are really undefeatable, or do they possess the ability of unlimited resurrection? But this speculation had long been dismissed by Chu Luyun. Whether it's rebirth, vicarious death, or resurrection, there can't be 2 similar abilities. Riverbell already has it, so it must not be possible for anyone else. But why on earth did these men die and come back to life and live and die again? You wait for me at the villa. Call up Riverbell and stall a few of them, I'll be right back. Chu Luyun hung up the phone when he finished speaking and directly stomped on it. He now hated to push the gas pedal into the tank. In order to get to the suburban villa in the fastest time possible. Tonight. No matter what the cost, no matter what the means. He all had to figure out the mystery of the trio's resurrection. Even if he couldn't solve the Ohio pig case, even if he couldn't catch the murderer, he had to figure this out. Lu Qingsong. I'd like to see what you, asshole, are becoming. Chu Luyun gritted his teeth and stepped hard on the gas. The car kept speeding along, and the scenery outside the window was all going backwards. The deeper we traveled, the darker it became around us. Gradually. Even the light of the street lamps all disappeared, only the column of light from the headlights. After traveling for about almost an hour, the car finally returned to the suburban villa. Chu Luyun didn't dare to stay. Felt a fruit knife on the first floor, is a step towards the upstairs. Carefully, he pushed open the door to the living room. Miso. With a flash of cold light in the dark night, a cold dagger was placed across Chu Luyun's neck. When I looked up, I was surprised to see that it was Riverbell.
The other party sensed that it was Chu Luyun, and only then did they put down their knives.
What's the situation? Where's Lu Chanxian? Where's Tao Yanran and the others? Chu Luyun quickly stepped into the living room and opened his mouth to inquire.
The originally brightly lit second-floor sightseeing hall was now dimly lit, with only a few small nightlights on. Li Shui stood right in front of the floor-to-ceiling window with an open view, staring out of the villa without looking away. In front of her was a grove of trees filled with dead leaves, with a few lampposts constantly bobbing around inside.
Lu Chanxian is no longer in the room, can't find where anyone is. As for those three, they're in that forest, and they don't know what they're doing.
Li Shui pointed to the old forest outside the villa.
Chu Luyun also stood at Li Shui's position to look outside.
Three figures could be clearly seen, holding flashlights, hanging around in the forest, their figures like ghosts.
Do you want me to go down and get them?
Jiang Ling stretched out her slender fingers, her white fingertips, and scratched across the sharp edge of the dagger.
Hearing her words, Chu Luyun could not help but hold his forehead.
Those three out there, they're not even human or ghosts, how are you going to catch them up here? Whether he's a man or a ghost, if you can only see and touch him, you can catch them all. There was absolutely no fear in Jiang Ling's heart, and she knew even less how to write the word fear. Just as the two were conversing, a white light suddenly flashed before Chu Luyun's eyes. The blinding beam of light caught him a little off guard. In the woods, the three pillars of light that swayed aimlessly all converged on Chu Luyun's face at this moment.
Chapter 173, The Power of the Old Land. They're coming.
Li Shui suddenly spoke up. And by now the three men in the woods had arrived downstairs. They extinguished the torches in their hands and looked up to stare straight at Chu Luyun.
Chu Luyun, can we have a chat?
Among the three, Lu Qingsong, who was in the lead, looked at Chu Luyun and actually opened his mouth to request, and his tone was very polite. This had caught Chu Luyun a bit off guard. It seems like these three guys, it seems like they don't have any malicious intent. Looking at the familiar face downstairs, Chu Luyun's brows wrinkled slightly.
Lu Qingsong.
This guy who showed up from the beginning, this guy who, from the beginning, died many times. Now it was just standing in front of him alive, as if those who had once died had nothing to do with him.
Come on up. Perhaps for this opportunity to talk, you and I have long been looking forward to it. Chu Luyun nodded and considered it a promise to Lu Qingsong's request.
The three of them got permission before they entered the villa. On the side, Li Shui had already filled the firearm with ammunition and turned on the safety. Jiang Ling also hid her dagger in her sleeve.
Everyone be careful.
Now that Lu Chanxian and Wang Taixing are in the dark, Lu Qingsong's three identities are weird. But don't let this suburban villa become a graveyard for the three of us. Chu Luyun's heart was very clear. They were in danger and could lose their lives at any time. Today is not only a critical time to solve the case, it is the most dangerous time. Lurking in the darkness are those who want to take lives. A footstep sounded on the stairs. Not long after, the three of them, Lu Qingsong, sat on the sofa. Chu Luyun leaned against the doorway, while Li Shui and Jiang Ling had wary eyes.
Lu Qingsong, why don't you continue to play dumb for me this time? Didn't you not even admit you're Lu Qingsong in death? Chu Luyun looked at this hairdresser, this person he once trusted the most. And Tanyan on the sidelines.
Looking at the three acquaintances, he felt a pang in his heart. In fact, from a long time ago, at this point he had wondered. By all accounts, he was just a traveler, an outsider who had traveled to this Chu Luyun. Regardless of whether it was Tao Yanyan or Lu Qingsong, they were both just Chu Luyun's hairdresser and girlfriend. In essence, none of these people had anything to do with Chu Luyun. But he didn't know why, but it always tugged at his heartstrings.
This is very strange and intriguing. I don't know what you're talking about, and I didn't come to you to discuss that. Lu Qingsong waved his hand, as if he did not care about what Chu Luyun had said.
Looking at him with this look of not wanting to say more, Chu Luyun's heart was a nameless fire. His biggest doubt at the moment was the mystery of Lu Qingsong's resurrection. But the other side kept quiet about it.
Lu Qingsong, things have come to this point, you still have no intention of showing your cards? If you won't even tell me that truth, then I'm afraid there's nothing to talk about between us. Chu Luyun waved his hand.
Looking at Lu Qingsong's innocent look, he just had a belly full of fire. After being lied to so badly by this guy himself, he had to know something about the truth. Especially the mystery of their resurrection.
Chu Luyun, I don't know why you're so malicious towards me. But I must tell you clearly. I really don't know what you're talking about. Lu Qingsan looked at Chu Luyun with a helpless face, like he really didn't know anything.
Looking at him in this state now, Chu Luyun's brows furrowed.
Luyun, we have indeed come to find you today for something important.
I don't know what happened between you and Azora, but I hope we can put all our personal grudges aside for now.
Tao Yanyan also spoke slowly at this moment.
Her gentle tone was like the way she was when she was just with Chu Luyun. Looking at her somewhat worried expression, Chu Luyun completely tensed up.
Will you guys stop acting? I really don't know what's real and what's not now. Can you guys really just pretend that nothing happened? You're obviously dead, already dead. Chu Luyun's emotions were a bit out of control.
All the mysteries that were once there began to come to him. Noticing his mood swings, Lu Qingsong hurriedly stood up from the sofa and pressed his shoulders.
Yunzi, don't get agitated first, we'll talk slowly about what's going on. Lu Qingsong's sudden movement.
Jean Lishue had clenched her palms in her hands.
As soon as he made any out-of-character move, the bullet would pierce his skull in the next instant.
But Lu Qingsong just patted Chu Luyun's shoulder like this, the worry in his eyes, not at all like he was faking it.
As he patted his shoulder, Chu Luyun only slightly inclined his head, and his afterimage saw Lu Qingsong's palm. Lu Qingsong's left hand surprisingly only had 4 fingers.
The original index finger had disappeared and there was only a flat incision that had long since healed.
Fingers. Your fingers. Where are your fingers? Why is one of your fingers missing? Chu Luyun's entire body froze.
He grabbed Lu Qingsong's palm with great excitement, only feeling his brain buzzing. The people on the side were all amazed.
My finger.
My finger was an accident, but that has nothing to do with the case.
Unico, what's wrong with you? Lu Qingsong completely did not understand the Chu Luyun in front of him.
In the eyes of the others, the Chu Luyun at this moment also looked like he had gone mentally insane for a glance.
Just now it was anger, amazement, and then excitement.
Only Jian Ling knew exactly what kind of changes were happening within Chu Luyun's heart. Li Shui on the side was also clear that the crisis was temporarily lifted, and she came to Chu Luyun's side in surprise.
What the hell happened? What's going on with you? Li Shui asked Chu Luyun with concern.
Now could be a critical moment, Chu Luyun absolutely could not make a mistake.
After a brief fluctuation of emotions, Chu Luyun also finally calmed down. It's true that the 3 of them aren't lying, they probably really don't know anything. None of the things we've been through have anything to do with them at this moment. And
there's no such thing as resurrection. Chu Luyun waved his hand indifferently, and his resentment towards the 3 people in front of him had dissipated. He eased himself onto the couch and laughed twice to himself. The mystery of their resurrection has something to do with a mysterious place. The place that is also true and false, I even told you about it once. Chu Luyun turned his head to look at Li Shui. In his mind, countless clues all connected together. After pondering for more than 10 seconds, Chu Luyun slowly said that place with only 3 simple words.
Bone-picking forest. Chapter 174, Empowering Them.
Handling with said the name of that place, and Li Shui also suddenly realized. She subconsciously turned her head toward the others.
Fruity. Tao Yanyan and Jian Haichuan, too, were both missing a finger each. Bone-picking forest.
He who wishes to give up his body and bones will gain access to all the thousands of dermas. Those who are deceived into picking their bones are given the wonderful art of getting out of life. In the boning forest, those who are tricked into boning are then replaced by guys from the forest. This was the case with Zhou Bingyue at that time.
But if they were doubled, a substitute that came out of the bone picker's woods, could they not have known that themselves? And how could one not know what happened before?
Li Shui frowned, really unable to figure out the many suspicions involved.
However, these 2 problems were not problems at all for Chu Luyun.
Those guys in the bone-pickin' woods, once they become someone, they slowly merge with them. Whether it's from memories, emotions, or soul, he will completely replace this lord, so they won't even realize that they are being replaced. Speaking of this, Chu Luyun's heart was covered in grief. At that time, Zhou Bingyi was also the one who was substituted. But was willing to give his life for him. On this point alone one can be sure that the person who was being substituted for, will not be aware of it in any way. In spite of that, it's simply impossible for them to be resurrected. You once said that all those who enter the bone-culling forest, if they are tricked, then the original owner will be completely lost in the forest. The double will come out of the woods and live on in place of the original owner.
So no matter how much they tossed it around, there was always only one person outside the forest, so what's the point of resurrection? Li Shui was at a point where she simply couldn't make her own sense of it. This may sound a bit circular, but it's a difficult loophole to cross. As an example. For example, Tao Yanyan, before she died, she traveled to the bone-chopping forest and got lost in the bone-chopping forest. Then a stand-in walks out and becomes Tao Yanyan. And then this double, Tanyan, is killed again. Then she is still a dead person and there is no means of resurrection at all. So far, the claim that the bone-chopping forest can bring people back to life has been easily disproved. If anything, switch the timeline around a bit. Even when Tao Yanyan was on the verge of death, she was taken to the boning forest and then offered her bones to be replaced by a substitute. The double then leaves the bone chopper forest in place of the already dead Tao Yanyan. In this case, the resurrection makes sense, but the fact that they have no memories doesn't. Because the Tao Yanyan brought into the bone-picking forest is the Tao Yanyan on the verge of death, the Tao Yanyan who has experienced murder, the double inherits the memories and will know that he or she has experienced murder. So whichever of the above is the case, both conditions cannot be met at the same time. This sounds a bit roundabout, simply put. It's that either Tao Yanyan can't be resurrected, or Tao Yanyan must have all the memories she had before she died. Yours makes a lot of sense. As I said before, the bone-culling forest will just cause the original owner to be completely lost in it, not that the original owner will die in it. If someone lets the original owner get lost in it ahead of time, all he has to do is bring out the original owner who was lost in the forest. Then there would be two identical people living at the same time in this world. That's why Jiang Ling went to the academy and investigated these three people, and realized that he had been working as a teacher in the academy for a long time. Chu Luyun gradually untangled the previous fog. His eyes, however, kept glancing at the three men. That means that one of the three of them, all along, knew about the existence of the bone-chopping forest. It's that guy that's been helping the remaining two generate dupes. Chu Luyun's eyes continuously swept over the three people's expressions, his eyes were firm. Who could it be? Li Shui opened her mouth to ask Chu Luyun. She wanted to know what it was all about so badly now. Out of the three of them, we haven't seen anyone actually die, so whoever is the manipulator. After Chu Luyun finished those words, he placed his gaze on Jiang Haichuan who had been silent. Among them, Lu Qingsong's head is in the refrigerator. And Tao Yanyan died right in front of him. The only guy whose death was determined by DNA alone was Jiang Haichuan. A long time ago. Chu Luyun had said so himself. Locking up a killer on fingerprints and DNA alone is an extremely unreliable existence. Jiang Haichuan, who had been sitting on the sofa, couldn't help but clap his hands. Chu Luyun, you are indeed very good. Your reasoning, which is roughly similar, is not correct. Before that, I must tell you one thing, and that is that in this world, there is no such thing as a superpower that somehow appears. Because it's not a metaphysical world. Jiang Haichuan took off his hat and placed it on the sofa with a look of complete showdown. What do you mean by that? Chu Luyun's brows furrowed slightly. He thought to himself that the reasoning he had just done explained everything. So it didn't understand the so-called mistake in Jiang Haichuan's mouth. The 12 divine general gods, after completing their sacrifices, will indeed obtain some transcendentally incomprehensible abilities, just as you did. But beyond that, nothing transcendent will ever exist, so the bone-chopping forest itself does not exist. He had to be empowered by someone to gain superhuman abilities. Jiang Haichuan recounted the worldview of the 12 zodiac signs. There will be no more supernatural abilities other than the 12. According to him, the original bone chopper forest was not capable of the so-called resurrection. It was just a normal to normal patch of woods. Someone would have to give that forest the so-called resurrection power to be able to do that. Empowerment? Who could be so capable of turning a forest into a magical place like that? Is it hard to believe that it's some kind of Sifu shogun? But Jiang Ling once said that the 12 divine generals' abilities cannot be duplicated. If someone can turn a forest into a place of resurrection, that would be considered a duplicate of Riverbell's ability, wouldn't it? Chu Luyun still had something he couldn't understand about Jiang Haichuan's explanation. When he asked this question, Jiang Haichuan's face was a smile. He looked up and stared at Chu Luyun, his eyes becoming very strange, even carrying a hint of what could be called a bizarre smile. Of course you are. Who else but you could be that good? Jiang Haichuan smiled and said. Seeing that he brought the topic to himself, Chu Luyun became even more strange. Doesn't he know what he's capable of on his own? How did I not know I had this ability? Chu Luyun still didn't quite understand. But immediately after the next second, Jiang Haichuan's mouth faintly spat out a word. Watch. Chapter 175, Gathering the Gods. View. When Chu Luyun heard this, he still froze slightly. The word took his thoughts back a long time. Think of that mountain of flesh. He had introduced himself to three forces. As, view, phase. Representing the three forces of the past, present, and future. And it is called the power of the view. Indicates that it represents the present moment. As long as Chu Luyun believed in something beyond measure, that thing would become true. In the beginning, if Chu Luyun had believed that there were immortals in this world, then perhaps he would have created an incredible world himself. But the power to believe is not as simple as that. Isn't that place? That place the lie Lu Qingsong wove to become immortal? How can there be something real? Even the prophecy that came out of Meat Mountain's mouth was false, so how could I possibly create some kind of boning forest? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Haichuan with some incredulity. Things were a little hard for him to accept. He had obviously penetrated Lu Qingsong's lies at the last moment, but why did he still end up being cheated in the end? Looking at Chu Luyun's display of refusal, a faint smile appeared on Jiang Haichuan's face. Beneath the multitude of lies, there must be a purpose. In fact, you should have realized long ago that in a place like that, in the middle of nowhere, the appearance of a so-called immortal cultivation land is simply too sudden. It's so out of place. Jiang Haichuan faintly chanted, then looked up at Chu Luyun. It was only after he reminded him of this that Chu Luyun was considered an afterthought. He was indeed right. The original himself was pulled into numerous shenanigans and cases. As a result, a fairy cultivator suddenly jumped out halfway, which was indeed something he had never expected and always remained skeptical. But no one had thought that the Morning Mountain line, which had made such a big detour, was all for the bone-chopping forest in making preparations. What about Zhou Bingyi? She must be alive too, right? Chu Luyun looked at Jiang Haichuan and an idea immediately arose in his heart. After all, for Chu Luyun, Zhou Bingyi was simply a piece of his heart disease. The first woman to give her life for him since he came into this world. Hearing Chu Luyun's question, Jiang Haichuan however shrugged his shoulders. Not this one. After all, I only care about the people I bring in, I don't care about the rest. Jiang Haichuan's reply was undoubtedly icy cold. On the matter of using Chu Luyun, he showed no hint of apology. It's as if everything should be a part of this. And what is it that you have come here for? You didn't come all the way over here just to tell me that you used me to create the bone chopper forest, did you? Chu Luyun slightly took 2 steps back and came to Li Shui and Zhang Ling's side. At this very moment, these 3 former friends who were once very familiar with each other were already filled with danger in Chu Luyun's eyes. Because he wasn't at all sure if what Jiang Haichuan said was true or not. If Quan's ability was really that powerful, wouldn't he himself be able to become a creator god? What we came for must be clear in your mind. Jiang Haichuan slowly approached Chu Luyun step by step. Until he stood in front of Chu Luyun and stretched out his hand to point at his heart. That moment. Chu Luyun certainly understood what Jiang Haichuan meant by that. Because eventually the system manifested that golden ball. It ended up resting on his chest. Chu Luyun's heart had also known for a long time that this golden ball should be the key to open the door of Yin. The one of the 12 keys. River Bell nodded along. Li Shui raised her head and looked at Chu Luyun with some doubt. What crypto language are you guys talking about? What the hell are they doing here? For what? Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun with great incomprehension, constantly opening her mouth to make inquiries. You really don't know what this means? Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui in front of him. It was also his last try at Li Shui. Zhao Huai admitted that he himself was the divine chosen one of the 100 Days dog case, but Chu Luyun was always in denial about this reply. He had always speculated that Li Shui was most likely the one who was the chosen one. But now, looking at Li Shui's reaction, it seemed as if she really didn't seem to know about the so-called golden ball. This also forced Chu Luyun to admit. Perhaps the one he hated the most, Zhao Huai, was really the chosen one of the 100 Days case. In that case, all 3 of you, you're all sensei shoguns? Chu Luyun looked at the 3 people in front of him, although he had been mentally prepared, he was still a little surprised. Not bad, so I'm sure you should know the purpose of our coming here. With the ringing of the New Year's bell, the gate of the end will surely open. Jiang Haichuan said faintly. Looking at his confident look, Chu Liuyun's heart could not help but feel some anticipation. Now in this villa, the three of them, plus themselves, and Jiang Ling. 5 of the 12 divine general gods had already arrived. I'm sure the others are all on their way. Midnight today. It is New Year's Eve. According to what Jiang Haichuan had said, then tomorrow at midnight, the door of the end, which was on their minds, would open. The door of the end. Li Shui didn't know what the hell a few people were talking about. However, there was also a strong interest in these words that Chu Luyun and the others repeatedly mentioned. Ka Ching. Just as a few people were talking. Instead, the doorknob was twisted and a click came out. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look over. Jiang Ling and Li Shui also took out a vigilant stance in a flash. When the door to the room opened, a man stepped out of it. His looks made Chu Luyun feel very familiar. Mr. Chu, we meet again. The man rushed at Chu Luyun and greeted him. Chu Luyun pondered slightly. He also finally remembered exactly who was in front of him. Li Han? Chu Luyun looked at the person in front of him and finally remembered his identity. While in the Morning Mountains. This is the guy who finally showed up and killed Lu Qingsong. He is the man who defends the village in snake clothes, preventing things from getting out of his control. From that time onwards, Chu Luyun knew the identity of its divine general god. Looks like the 6th place has appeared. Now we only need to wait until the Sifu general god of the Ohio pig appears, and the 12 will be complete. Jiang Ling said coldly, and a look of anticipation appeared on her face at the opening of the door of the end. Li Han surveyed his surroundings, his entire body in a state of extreme relaxation. Arriving here was like coming home, strutting right onto the couch and casually picking up the TV remote. No need to keep waiting. The last divine general god has been produced. After Li Han said this, he just casually turned on the TV. Chapter 176, The Arrival of an Acquaintance. At this very moment, an important news story is playing on TV. There was a horrific fire in a church in Central Park. Many of the people who were worshipping in the church were buried in the fire, and the casualties are still being counted, but the number of those who died is definitely not a small number. If this fire, then, is all the sacrifices of the last case, then this amount is indeed more than enough. Maybe it was an accident? What makes a normal fire conclude that this is a sacrificial ceremony? Chu Liuyun's heart was somewhat confused. In this world, people are dying every moment, and the number of accidental deaths is uncountable. Perhaps a couple of car accidents are being staged in Boyun City right this very moment. It can't be that wherever someone dies, it's a sacrifice ceremony, and it's the Badgers who are up to no good. Although the existence of the Badger organization did make Chu Luyun feel disgusted from the bottom of his heart. But there was really no way for him to accept this slander without any clues. I certainly don't say things that don't make sense. Just before this fire, security cameras around the area captured a man who also entered this church. That man, but a character that the Ohio pig case absolutely cannot do without. Li Han took out his cell phone from his arms and placed it on the table, directly tapping on a video. But Chu Luyun didn't even look down to see the video playing on his phone. If he couldn't even guess that much, there was no point in reasoning about anything in the future. You're talking about Lu Chanxian, right? Chu Luyun directly opened his mouth to reply, his tone very firm. When Li Han heard Chu Luyun's words, he also shrugged his shoulders and nodded his head, sort of recognizing Chu Luyun's words. Nice. If there was no entry of Lu Chanxian, then this Ohio pig case would not have been established. Now the fire has not been extinguished, the specific number of casualties is not known, Lu Chanxian is also unknown. With that out of the way, you all should know what I mean, right? Li Han sat on the sofa and unhurriedly expounded his reasoning to the crowd. His words had made it clear. The cause of creating this fire is definitely Lu Chanxian. So, all of this so far, all of the cases would have been all but closed. It seems like there's simply no way we can stop this from happening, no matter how hard we try. Chu Luyun sat on the sofa, and some disheveledness appeared on his face. They've been busy for so long, and it's taken so much effort, but in the end it's all, what's meant to be, is still meant to be. When things have gone this far, the case of the Zodiac's murder is considered to be completely over. All of the dedication ceremonies have been completed. Li Shui also seemed to have had all her soul and energy extracted from her in that instant. Her purpose was completely different from Chu Luyun and the others. At least Chu Luyun, as one of the 12 divine generals, even if all the cases had all been completed. Then he still had the door of the end, and the return of all things to be accomplished. His mission is far from over, and may even be just beginning. Not so with Li Shui. Her ultimate goal is to stop the murders from happening, to stop innocent people from dying, and to catch the killers and put an end to all the evil. But now that the killer had accomplished what she wanted to accomplish, it was all sort of over for her. Li Shui, you shouldn't be too sad. There may still be wiggle room in all this. Chu Luyun also saw Li Shui's frustration, so he hurriedly opened his mouth to give a comforting cry. Because he knew that behind the gate of the end, the secret of the return of all things to the world was hidden. That's the one thing that can bring it all back. As long as the purpose of bringing everything back to one can be achieved, then everything can go back to the original thing. Let's not part ways, people don't need to die, all life will return to peace. It was a pity that Li Shui wasn't the Sifu shogun. So even if Chu Luyun opened his mouth and said it, it would still be hard for Li Shui to believe it. It was even harder to get Li Shui back in the spirit just because of this, which was almost impossible. So what should we do now? Just keep waiting? Waiting for all 12 to arrive? Chu Luyun looked at Zhang Haichuan. The guy had a pretentious look about him, and obviously knew more about what was going on. He did not directly open his mouth to answer Chu Luyun's question, but instead gently nodded. A few people just sat in the villa, dumbfounded, waiting. During this period, Chu Luyun's time with Tao Yanyan was also very awkward. Although there were some inexplicable stirrings in his heart towards her, he was not the original owner after all, so he was unable to directly say any intimate whispers to Tao Yanran. On the contrary, it was Tao Yanyan who kept looking over in Chu Luyun's direction, as if she had something to say, but was unable to say it. After 10 minutes or so, a somewhat bloated older man waddled downstairs with a burger in his hand, feasting on it. When he came into the hall, everyone's eyes became very strange. Because this guy was all scruffy, and although his body was incredibly obese, that big chewing mouth had no intention of stopping. Hello everyone, I'm one of those 12. The older man swept a glance at the crowd and spoke faintly. And then he even sat directly on his but beside Chu Luyun, his body still emitting an unpleasant odor. Well, this place has a really nice setting. Tonight, too, is bound to be a very lively night, just not with me for a while. But Mr. Chu, you have your hands full tonight. While eating the burger in his hand, the older man opened his mouth to Chu Luyun and let out a snicker. Hearing his words, Chu Luyun felt very strange in his heart. He didn't know the man in front of him at all, and the other man acted like he knew him very well. How do you know what's going to happen tonight? Chu Luyun looked at the uncle beside him in a somewhat strange manner. The other party could see the doubt in Chu Luyun's eyes, but the corners of his mouth curled up slightly and he revealed an extremely spontaneous smile at Chu Luyun. That's because I have the ability to see the future. Mr. Chu, don't you remember me? The older man pointed to his eyes. Out of his mouth came the statement that he had the ability to see the future. When he said this, Chu Luyun once again looked at the uncle in front of him, looking at his obese to the extreme figure in his mouth that was constantly chewing. With that stature and claiming to be able to see the future, there's only one old acquaintance. Are you Meat Mountain? Chapter 177, The Shawls Are Gathering. Chu Luyun looked at the other party incredulously, the astonishment in his eyes simply could not be hidden. The guy in front of me is also very obese. But this was a far cry from the mountain of flesh he remembered. And wasn't this guy killed? How come he's here? No. If everything in Snake Clothes Village was created by my imagination under the power of Can, then it's only right that you're already a monster created by me as well, so how can you show up here alive? Chu Luyun was somewhat confused as to the reason for this. The guy, Meat Mountain, on the other hand, was eating the burger in his hand with all his might, as if he was not in the mood to explain all this to Chu Luyun. What's going on here is very complicated to say the least. I can't explain it to you clearly in a moment, you can probably understand that I'm just doing Lu Qingsong a favor in putting on a show. Everyone is gathered here today for something obviously more important. A goofy smile appeared on Meat Mountain's face. When he got here, it was like he was back in his own home. Grabbing a cup from the table, he took a sip of water to himself and swallowed his mouth full of burger. Chu Luyun then scanned the entire room. Chu Luyun, Zhang Ling, Zhang Haichuan 3, Meat Mountain, Li Han. 7 of the 12 divine generals had already arrived. Counting the missing Lu Chanxian and Zhao Huai, who was not present, this is 9 people. In this way, 9 of the 12 guardians of the zodiac had appeared, and 3 more had never shown up. Cough cough cough. Just as a few people were talking, a violent coughing sound suddenly came from downstairs. Because a few people were too involved in the conversation just now, they didn't even notice the situation. As they turned their heads to look back, a guy who looked like a hobo had walked in. His hair was like a chicken's nest, he was in rags, and he even smelled strangely foul. Wrapped around the hobo's face were circles and circles of scarves, ragged and tattered, and picked up from who knows what garbage dump. The beard, which hadn't been taken care of in I don't know how many years, was even coming out from underneath the scarf. Where did this bum break in? Meat Mountain took one look at the guy who was stealing snacks from him, and a hint of displeasure surfaced in his eyes. But the other man's attention was all on the food at the table. When confronted with cross-examination, he also just patted himself on the back. To the divine general god, this action was not unfamiliar, and it was assigned to them that this wandering chest, too, had a golden ball. The other party was also one of the 12 divine general gods. This is going to be hilarious. Usually you can't find them no matter how you look for them, but this time there are already 8 of them showing up. As Li Shui looked at the few people in front of her, she couldn't help but have a cold smile on her face. The group of them, have been working so hard for so long, but they can't catch any of them. And nowadays, this group of people, surprisingly, all found their way here on their own accord. A room full of people, each with their own agenda, so to speak. Chu Luyun counted the people in the room minutely. Meat Mountain, Li Han, and this brother who was eating, which of the 3? Zodiac signs are you the Sifu general gods? Chu Luyun picked up the book from one side and opened his mouth to inquire. The homeless man at the moment gulped and swallowed all the snacks that had been stuffed in his mouth. In the end, that hoarse to the extreme voice only spat out a monkey. I'm Tatsuya. I am the unknown. Li Han and Meat Mountain were not nagging at all, and very cleanly stated their zodiac signs. At this moment, Chu Luyun was also carefully writing down in his book, corresponding one by one. In a very short period of time, he had compiled a simple list that tallied up all of the gods that had been out of the divine generals. Z-Rat, Luqingsong, Z-Shrine Jun. Ugly Ox, Jiang Haichuan, 800-mile minister. Sigger, unknown. Rabbit, Tao Yanyan, Yudigui Ren. Cinnabar Dragon, Li Han, Cloud Chi Patrol Guard. Snake, Jiangling, Yujing Assassin. Noon, unknown. Unnote, Meat Mountain, Bearded Master. Shin Monkey, Vagabond, Ape Walker. Yuji, Chu Luyun, Captain Long Ming. 100 Days Dog, Zhao Huai, Huang Ertaisho. Ohio Pig, Lu Chanxian, Ohio Man Kuan. Now it seemed that there were only 2 of the still unknown Sifu shoguns left. But whoever these 2 guys are, the answer is going to be revealed tonight. Chu Luyun looked around. Everyone here, except for this bum, is basically a familiar face, and at worst, they've met before. To be honest, there was some real curiosity in his heart. Curious as to who the 2 men, who have not shown up so far, could be, or even if they could be acquaintances of their own as well. Just as he was contemplating it in detail. Instead, very heavy footsteps came from downstairs. Knock knock. Those footsteps were very sharp. Several people were alerted at almost the same time. Even Meat Mountain, who was pretending to be relaxed, couldn't help but turn his head to look at the door. After all, today is the day when the zodiac is gathered. Who could not be curious about their other companion? Ouch. So many people here. As it happens, I've bought lots of fruit for everyone, so it's perfect to share together. The other man was carrying 2 large pockets of fruit. Often have to bring fruit to people, there is only one Lu Chanxian who has this behavioral habit. When Jiangling and Chu Luyun were in the monitoring room, Lu Chanxian would bring back 2 pockets of fruits every time she went out. But the person speaking at the moment had a male voice. Chu Luyun raised his head. It was only when the person walked to the bright light that Chu Luyun finally got a good look at the other party. Wang Tai Hang. Seeing the other party's looks clearly, Li Shui, in an almost habitual action, directly raised her hand and drew her gun, aiming it at Wang Taixing. Looking at the blackened muzzle in front of him, Wang Taixing's face was slightly ugly. What are you guys doing? What's this about dancing around on me after only a few days? Chu Luyun, talk about her instead. Wang Taixing just put the fruit on the table like it was nothing. He had a very natural look about him. It was as if a few people were still sitting around eating noodles as they had before. In Chu Liuyun's heart, he knew from the beginning that Wang Taixing was not a good person. So, from the beginning, they were not meant to be in the same category. What have you done that you don't know in your heart? You killed Zhao Lao, didn't you? Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing, his eyes filled with disgust. Regarding this kind of thing, Wang Taixing just scratched his head, still wearing a faint smile on his face. Yes, I did. I just wanted to know the real secret of the cicada mother culture, and it turns out that old bastard still won't give it to me. Then there's nothing I can do about it, I'll just have to do him. Wang Taixing shrugged his shoulders and had a look of indifference on his face. Chu Luyun turned around and opened the bag filled with fruits, all of which were Lu Chanxian's usual favorite fruits. At this very moment, Chu Luyun raised his head once again and looked at Wang Taixing, his brows directly knitted together. Are you Wang Taixing? Or Lu Chanxian? Chapter 178, all in place. With just a simple sentence, Chu Luyun caused everyone present to be stunned. Even Wang Taixing himself, who had lowered his head to try to take the fruit, had a noticeable beat in his movements. This doubt that came out of Chu Liuyun's mouth caused everyone present to be slightly stunned. Especially Li Shuai and Jian Ling, they were very surprised as they looked at Chu Luyun, completely unsure of what he meant by that. Chu Luyun, isn't. Wang Taixing? Li Shuai looked at Chu Luyun with a face full of doubt. Let's put aside this horrible scar on Wang Taixing's face for a moment. Lu Chanxian and Wang Taixing, a man and a woman, which can still be unrecognizable. Aside from the consternation on several people's faces, only Wang Taixing's face carried a faint smirk. And Chu Luyun slowly stood up and picked up an apple from the bag, clutching it in his hand. The secret of the cicada mother, which allows one's consciousness to be interchanged. The 7 rotate, and the innata returns to the soul. That is, after killing 7 people and dying yourself as the 7th dead person, you can switch your consciousness to someone else. Now that Lu Chanxian has disappeared, and you, Wang Taixing, don't seem to have the habit of bringing fruits, do you? And the ones you bring are also Lu Chanxian's favorite. Chu Luyun looked at Wang Taixing in front of him and directly pointed out his ultimate identity. From amongst Zhao Lao's death earlier, he had learned about the true significance of the cicada mother. So it was not a difficult task for him to unravel the confusion before him. Listening to Chu Liuyun's analysis, Wang Taixing also shrugged his shoulders indifferently. Appears to care nothing about the fact that he's been poked and prodded for his identity. It doesn't matter even if you see it, everyone is gathered here for that secret anyway. And is there anyone who hasn't had a human life in their possession? Lu Chanxian, who possessed Wang Taixing's body, sat on the sofa and leisurely ate fruits. At this very moment, the person whose heart couldn't accept this situation the most was none other than Li Shuai. She had always regarded Lu Chanxian as a poor girl and cared for her more. When Chu Luyun proposed this plan, she was even more overjoyed in her heart all the time. Always thinking of ways in which to make it up to the poor girl. But it was not expected. Underneath that innocent facade lies such a sinful heart. If it was said that she was compelled to kill in order to survive, then Li Shuai would still be slightly more acceptable. But look at the state of Lu Chanxian nowadays, talking about killing so lightly. It was as if all those living human lives were like ants to her. There is no guilt about things like killing. You guys, all of you deserve to die. Li Shuai's eyes swept over the room of bullies. In her eyes, each of the divine generals had stepped on the bones of others, and all of them deserved to die. It looks like someone else is coming. Riverbell turned her head to look out. In the middle of the night, there were 2 figures, one old and one young, walking towards the villa with each other. A hint of shock appeared in Chu Liuyun's eyes. It was because the relatively young man's walking posture made Chu Luyun feel very familiar. Every time he took a step, the strong sense of familiarity in Chu Liuyun's heart would increase by 1 point. It wasn't until the 2 went upstairs that the crowd saw that it was a grandmother with a changed face. Greetings, I am the Sifu General God of the Noon Horse Zodiac, and you may call me Grandma Lu. Grandma Lu was on crutches, and her body had aged to the extreme. The crowd looked at the old lady in front of them, their eyes showing a hint of surprise. After all, anyone who wanted to become a divine general god would go through a very difficult time. I really don't know how this old man carried it off. Greetings, my name is Zhou Bengyue, and I am the Sifu Shogun of the Yin Tiger Zodiac.
The woman took a step forward and opened her mouth to reveal her identity. And at this moment, Chu Luyun finally got a good look at her. In that moment, his whole heart was torn. Chu Luyun! Zhou Bingyin cried out and directly rushed towards Chu Luyun. Before Chu Luyun could react from his shock, Zhou Bingyue directly rushed into his embrace. Chu Luyun hugged Zhou Bingyue, his hands tightly wrapped around her back. Is it all true? Chu Luyun hugged Zhou Bingyue tightly and couldn't help but redden his eyes. Tao Yanyan, who was sitting on the sofa, looked at Chu Luyun's behavior at the moment, and a touch of embarrassment appeared on her face. But in Chu Luyun's heart, Zhou Bingyue's position was clearly a bit more important. Let's not mention that as a traveler, he didn't get along much with Tao Yanyan. Just by the fact that she hid it from herself and conspired with Jiang Haichuan and Lu Qingsong and the others. From that point on, Chu Luyun had developed a grudge against him. I was alone, walking out of the bone-picking forest, and you all disappeared. Zhou Bingyue's face was filled with horror. It wasn't hard to hear from her words that she didn't know anything about what happened afterward. It seemed that Zhou Bingyue was also like Lu Qingsong and the others, coming out of the bone-culling forest. It's okay, just come back alive, just come back alive. Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue, who was covered in wounds. It was really hard for him to imagine how such a tender woman had come out from the depths of that old forest. Reaching out, he stroked away the teardrops from the corner of Zhou Bingyue's eyes. Did you just say? You said you're a Inhu? What's going on here? It's hard to believe that you became a sire shogun before I did? When was that? Chu Luyun's heart was filled with incredulity. If Zhou Bingyue was a Inhu, it would have been a long, long time ago. Only under Chu Luyun's comfort did Zhou Bingyue's emotions gradually stabilize. Now after the robbery, she no longer wanted to hide anything. You don't remember the old boss who died? Zhou Bingyin opened her mouth to ask Chu Luyun. For that person, how could Chu Luyun forget? At the time, he was just hiding in that company himself, and an old boss died as a result. And it was also because of the death of that old boss of the Yin Tiger genus that Chu Luyun realized jumped away from one. Thus cracking the ruse of Lu Qingsong's beheading case. I remember the old boss, I think it was still your father, right? Chu Luyun was impressed by this, but he did not know why she brought it up at this time. Zhou Bingyue pondered for a moment, a flash of determination appearing in her eyes. Actually, there is another way regarding the transmission of the divine generals. That would be to kill the original sensei shogun. Zhou Bingyue spoke the rules that even Chu Luyun did not know. This would explain why Zhou Bingyue had become Inhu's Sifu shogun though. But it also reveals something else. Incredulity filled Chu Luyun's eyes. You killed your father? Chapter 179, All Together. Chu Luyun looked at Zhou Bingyue incredulously. Under Chu Luyun's gaze, Zhou Bingyue also nodded. I know it sounds against human decency, but it's not really what I want. A hint of hatred flashed in Zhou Bingyue's eyes. Everyone had an unspeakable past, and Zhou Bingyue obviously didn't want to recall that past. In that case, it's alright. Perhaps that old boss of the tiger is a general deity belonging to the tiger's Sifu. And Zhou Bingyue killed him in that coincidence. It's okay, since it's a bad past, let it go. Now that you're alive, it's for the best. Chu Luyun took off his own jacket and draped it over Zhou Bingyue's body. He no longer wanted to pursue those pasts. He had experienced countless life and death crises with Zhou Bingyue, and had even saved him several times. The emotional bond that two people create is something that others simply cannot match. Chu Luyun glanced down at the contents of the notes he had organized. Z Rat, Lu Qingsong, Z Shrine Jun. Ugly Ox, Jiang Haichuan, 800-mile Minister. Sigurd Zhou Bingyue, Shankuan Shishen. Rabbit, Tao Yanyan, Udigui Ren. Cinnabar Dragon, Li Han, Cloud Chi Patrol Guard. Snake, Jiang Ling, Yujing Assassin. Noon Horse, Grandma Lu, Fei Huang Tai Sui. Unnote, Meat Mountain, Bearded Master. Shin Monkey, Vagabond, Ape Walker. Yu Chu Luyun, Captain Long Ming. 100 Days Dog, Zhao Huai, Huang Ertaisho. Ohio Pig, Lu Chanqian, Ohio Man Kuan. The 12 divine general gods were finally about to come together. As long as they waited until Zhao Huai arrived, then they could open the gate of the end. Regardless of whether it was Chu Luyun or anyone else, their hearts were filled with endless yearning. After all, that's everyone's ultimate goal.
The 12 priests had been sacrificing the gods for hundreds of years for this moment. Let Zhao Huai come here. Now that so much has happened and so many people have died, you must also be curious about what happened regarding the final gate, right? Chu Luyun looked at Li Shui, his tone filled with flatness. Li Shui's face also revealed an extremely complicated expression. Chu Luyun actually saw a touch of ecstasy under her eyes. Good, then I'll let you all meet Zhao Huai. Li Shui reached out and clapped her hands together. With the sound of a slap, heavy footsteps came from the far corridor. The moment he heard the footsteps, Chu Luyun's brows instantly tightened. Before they came here. But Li Shui had said in advance that there were only a few of them. But now Zhao Huai was actually walking out from the end of the corridor, which meant that this guy had been hiding here for a long time. What was the point of Li Shui hiding from them and letting Zhao Huai hide here in advance? Chu Luyun turned his head to look at Li Shui with an inquiring gaze in his eyes. And the flash of ecstasy hidden in Li Shui's eyes could no longer be hidden. Chu Luyun, do you feel like you're manipulating everything? Do you people think the police department is a cutie pie? Did you really think, when I brought you to the villa, that I was accompanying you and hanging the murderer here? Li Shui asked question after question, constantly impacting Chu Luyun. That moment. Chu Luyun continued to be losing all ability to think, but could feel his mood sinking. Just as Li Shui uttered question after question, Zhao Huai had walked into the parlor and stood in front of the crowd. That moment. Neat Mountain's brow instantly furrowed. Neither one of them is a Sishu shogun. When the 12 divine generals gather, the gate of the end will open automatically. But now there's no reaction whatsoever, so both of them, they're not sire general gods. Neat Mountain's words once again caused Chu Luyun's heart to sink to the bottom. He was completely confused as to what was happening in front of him. The Li Shui in front of him was also an incomparable stranger to him. Chu Luyun, from the last time we parted ways at the Return Form Pavilion, I've never believed it. This time when I came after you, Lu Chanxian was never the bait, you are my bait. It's not the so-called culprits behind the scenes that I'm going to catch, it's all of you. Li Shui's eyes were filled with endless determination. From her surprising words, Chu Luyun was also finally able to hear it. It turns out that since the last time we met back at the formal hall, ever since the discovery of that makeup bag among the ashes, Li Shui's layout had already begun. Chu Luyun considered himself to be very smart, and had always viewed Li Shui as a helper, or a tool. But he didn't realize that he had long since fallen into the palm of someone else's hand. None of you guys are virtuous. I don't care at all about the gate of finality or the return of all things. I can't regret the past, I can't see the future. I just need to bring you all to justice, now. As Li Shui spoke, she took out a walkie-talkie from her arms. Reel in the net. She spat out 2 words faintly. As those 2 words were spoken, the woods outside were suddenly illuminated. Everyone subconsciously turned their heads to look over. All around the entire villa were the flashing red and blue lights of police cars. Just for a moment. All of them fell into the encirclement and were unable to escape. We've assembled the police departments of this city in Xingyang City for joint enforcement. This villa is a cage made especially for you. Li Shui's eyes were very cold. Everyone turned their heads to look outside the villa. Through the window, under the flickering light, Chu Luyun unexpectedly saw a familiar figure. Han Feng? Chu Luyun completely froze when he saw the person under that light. This instant, Chu Luyun also finally understood why Zhao Huai and Li Shui, who were not originally Simian general gods, knew the secret of the gate of the end. Until this moment, Chu Luyun also understood that the Han Feng who had disappeared in the beginning was the one who had been chosen by the gods. He was shrewd and calculating, but he had never thought that he had already fallen into the trap of these 3 people. As long as Han Feng doesn't come up, the 12 of you won't be able to stay together. I will isolate you completely, and you will never be able to open the final gate. The only thing that awaits you is the law, which is a sort of consolation for those who died. Li Shui looked at the crowd and expressed her opinion. She was right about that. Seeing that the door of the end was right in front of them, but not being able to open it, that would be the greatest torture for them. I advise you not to have any dissenting thoughts. I will not hesitate to shoot anyone who makes a move and shoot him. Li Shui took out the pistol on her waist and directly opened the safety. This action was also telling the crowd that he would absolutely shoot. That moment. Everyone in the room passed glances at each other.
The people who could come here, each and every one of them is not an oil lamp, and now it's just 1 foot short of the door, and no one wants to give up on it. Jiang Ling crossed over many people, turned her gaze to Chu Luyun, and made a neck-wiping motion.
Chapter 180, The Nibelungen. Chu Luyun instantly understood Jiang Ling's meaning at this moment. He turned his head, looked to each of the divine generals present, and silently made a fist motion before extending his thumb again, pointing to the large floor-to-ceiling window. Everyone present was a human savant, everyone instantly understood what Chu Luyun meant. That moment.
Everyone had reached a silent understanding like never before.
Move! Chu Luyun shouted. In that instant, Grandma Lu suddenly opened her mouth.
A bright light suddenly lit up throughout the room, flashing people's eyes. Without hesitation, Meat Mountain leapt up from the couch, his massive frame rushing straight for the floor-to-ceiling windows. Jiang Ling, on the other hand, rushed straight towards Li Shui, blocking her body in front of her. Everyone subconsciously followed behind the mountain of meat.
Pang!
There was a loud sound of breaking glass, and Meat Mountain had crashed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, and everyone jumped down to the villa after him.
Bang! A gunshot rang out behind the crowd. It's true that Li Shui didn't lie. She wouldn't hesitate to shoot them if they made any movement.
Chu Luyun knew that the purpose of that bullet was bound to be Jiang Ling.
Pang! Loud landing sounds followed one another.
Chu Luyun's body fell heavily to the ground like this. The powerful impact caused his legs to instantly go numb, and he was unable to get up at all. And beside himself, a figure helped him to his feet. Turning his head, he was surprised to see that it was Riverbell. Only at the moment, Jiang Ling's skin was so wet and slippery that it looked like a freshly born slug. Chu Luyun knew that she had completed her molting.
Charge, approach Han Feng. Chu Luyun also couldn't see the silhouette clearly at all.
He just shouted at the darkness. The darkness had been illuminated by the headlights, and there was a blinding light everywhere. Everyone had no time to care about anything else as they all rushed toward Han Feng.
The police officers who were originally stationed downstairs all froze at the moment.
Faced with this unexpected situation, they simply did not know whether to shoot or not. The group in front of them all rushed forward, but they had no weapons in their hands.
Hobbling old woman, trembling homeless man, limping obese man.
They were indeed hesitant to face such a group of vulnerable people who were not at all aggressive.
Because people don't even know about the zodiac.
It was this same gap of hesitation.
Everyone had come to Han Feng's side.
On the other hand, Chu Luyun's legs were numb, and he was dragged there by force.
Upon approaching Han Feng, Chu Luyun only felt a strange sensation in his body.
His cold hairs all stood up in that moment. Look around with confused eyes. A faint golden color appeared on everyone's body, and then those golden colors began to flow. It was like a golden liquid that had been purified from the body.
Chu Luyun looked down at his skin, and those golden colors were also slowly flowing.
And then all the gold color began to converge into space. The 12 thin golden streams began to merge and intertwine like melted golden water.
The people present all looked dumbfounded.
Everyone looked up, confused, at the sky.
The officers even forgot to make arrests of a few people. Gradual.
Those golden ones were in the sky, forming a circular channel.
The door of the end. It's the final gate. Someone in the crowd shouted.
And at this moment, both Li Shui and Zhao Huai within the villa chased out. They looked at the situation in front of them and knew that it was already too late, the gate of the end had already opened.
Knock, knock, knock. A crisp chime sounded from the city in the distance. It's the New Year's bell.
It is also like a victory bell ringing for the divine generals.
Immediately after.
The golden thread that was wrapped around Lu Qingsong's body was like a puppet on a string, slowly pulling him into the air and into that golden doorway.
1, 2, 3.
Being the divine generals, one by one, they began to ascend into the air.
Chu Luyun also felt his body start to become lighter. Han Feng, Han Feng.
Li Shui rushed over from the side and tugged on Han Feng's palms in death. But the power of that golden silk thread was completely beyond her ability to hold on to. Zhao Huai also rushed over from the side and pulled Li Shui, and the three of them were thus pulled up into the golden gate.
And Chu Luyun began to ascend into the air, slowly approaching that golden doorway. The door of the end. All things returned to their source.
Chu Luyun's mind was all filled with this thought as he entered the doorway. But who knows what is behind that doorway? However, Chu Luyun's heart was very clear.
It would certainly be a whole new place. Upon entering the doorway, an uncontrollable drowsiness began to creep in. Wake up quickly. Young man, why are you sleeping in this place? Wake up quickly. Noisy sounds kept coming from the surroundings, and Chu Luyun also felt that someone was constantly pushing himself. When he opened his eyes, his nostrils were instantly flooded with soot. Cough cough. A smell of rust mixed with soot made Chu Luyun cough out tears. Chu Luyun looked up in front of him in a daze. In front of him stood a pale man with arms and legs that were covered in rusty metal. Chu Luyun raised his head to look around. The entire sky was covered by thick black smoke, and there were broken buildings everywhere. It's like a ruined city abandoned by industrial pollution. He re-examined the middle-aged man in front of him. It was discovered that on his shoulders, another head had been born, only the head had no facial features, just like a writhing ball of meat. What was that? Chu Luyun was taken aback by the situation. Instead, a smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. What's so surprising about that? Doesn't everyone here have worm brains? Don't you have one too? The middle-aged man reminded. At this moment, Chu Luyun turned his head to look back and realized that on his own shoulder, such a bizarre and incomparable head had also been born. Holy! Chu Luyun cried out and ejected from the ground in fear. At the moment he turned his head to look around. Crowds of people coming and going were found to have one of these weird bug brains growing on their shoulders. What the hell is this place? Chu Luyun was somewhat unable to react for a moment. He appeared directly after going through the final door himself. When the middle-aged man heard his words, he instead revealed a smile. Ha, it looks like you must have lost your memories. I'll just reintroduce you. My name is Zhang Wenba. Welcome to the world of the Nibelungen. Chapter 181, God. Zhang Wenba slowly opened his mouth, his words once again forming a shock to Chu Luyun. It's almost like a dream. Chu Luyun still wanted to open his mouth to ask for more, only to suddenly feel a heavenly rotation. The head on his shoulders began to squirm, and the dizziness intensified. Quick, get him a bottle of nutrients. Zhang Wenba hooted. A young girl behind him then took out a bottle of nutrients and handed it to Zhang Wenba. Zhang Wenba directly shoved the bottle of light green potion into Chu Luyun's other head ruthlessly. With all the nutrients absorbed. Only then did Chu Luyun's body finally return to normal. What's this all about? Lu Qingshan looked at Zhang Wenba in a rather puzzled manner. Come on, let's go home and talk. Zhang Wenba was like a warm-hearted uncle as he helped Chu Luyun up from the ground. The two just strolled down the street. Chu Luyun also began to resurvey his surroundings. Everything here was filled with industrial pollution and exuded a sense of dilapidation. The pedestrians on the road had mute expressions and everyone was filled with an air of fatigue. This is a kingdom controlled by God. If humans want to live, they must labor every day, in exchange for this nutrient solution. Zhang Wenba slowly spoke, unraveling the reason why Chu Luyun had just fainted. Listening to his words, Chu Luyun felt confused. It was promised to be the land of the end, but what world has this gotten us to? God? I see that your technology should be quite advanced as well, and you would still believe in the existence of gods in this world? Chu Luyun looked at the exoskeleton on Zhang Wenba's body. Although most of the surrounding buildings have collapsed, it's easy to see that there was once a glorious civilization. I'm afraid it's impossible to believe otherwise. With these words, Zhang Wenba raised his hand and pointed to the sky. Chu Luyun followed his finger and looked up towards the sky. Over the layers of dark clouds, a large eyeball appeared right in the middle of space. The scarlet eyeball, which covered the clouds, was going to be larger in size than a soccer field just from this distance. The actual size of it is even more immeasurable. That eyeball, that's God? Chu Luyun looked at this light and strange place, looking a bit incredulous. Whether it's a god or some monster. Why didn't you fight back when he tossed you all into this? Chu Luyun looked at Zhang Wenba and appeared extremely unfavorable. Just based on Zhang Wenba's exoskeleton mecha, the civilization they were born from was definitely very brilliant. But when he heard Chu Luyun's words, he only smiled faintly. This smile, however, made Chu Luyun somewhat helpless. Humans never win. See the worm brain on your shoulder? Everyone, from birth, is pressed with a worm brain. For every worm brain, match one human. If the worm brain is separated from the human, it will immediately sound the alarm and be hunted by the gods. Zhang Wenba pointed at the monster on Chu Luyun's shoulder.
Judging from the fact that Zhang Wenba had just fed this worm brain, the meaning of this thing's existence should be to control humans.
Having humans constantly labor to earn nutrient solutions is similar to money. But it's a bit ridiculous to trap human resistance based on that alone. Every change of dynasty has also never had its hands tied by money.
This worm brain is not just a means of controlling humans. The worm brain monitors the thoughts of every human being in real time, and every human being, every moment of every thought, is uploaded into the mastermind. It's not just behavior, even thoughts are being monitored, and any plans for rebellion will be immediately executed. It is truly omniscient.
Zhang Wenba said, and even raised his hand to point at the huge eyeball in the sky. That was the mastermind he was talking about. Listening to Zhang Wenba's introduction, Zhu Luyun also felt terrifying. He also finally realized why Zhang Wenba had called that guy God.
The minds of all mankind are being monitored in real time.
You can be resentful and try to get a word in edgewise.
But as soon as even the slightest thought of overthrowing God's plan is born in your mind, you will be immediately targeted for location and subjected to execution.
If the worm brain is taken down temporarily, it will also be instantly locked and executed.
In such a situation, overthrowing God's rule does become a complete impossibility.
Not to mention actions, not even thoughts. In the long run, humans will also be completely domesticated. Not only that. God can spawn powerful God envoys, and those guys have unbelievable abilities that can easily destroy a city.
Zhang Wenba described it colorfully, his eyes filled with fear.
Although Zhu Luyun had not seen the God Emperor he was talking about.
However, from the fear that flowed from Zhang Wenba's eyes, he could imagine how terrifying those guys were.
And the part of the world where God lives is cursed and stripped of a law. It is also because of that stripped law that causes humans to never be able to kill a god. Zhang Wenba's eyes revealed a look of despair.
Zhu Luyun could tell that what truly caused the humans to despair should be the cursed land that Zhang Wenba spoke of.
Where God lives. The law of deprivation? Deprived of what? Zhu Luyun couldn't help the curiosity in his heart.
Instead, Zhang Wenba slowly spat out two words.
Death. Zhang Wenba's light response contained a huge amount of information.
These two simple words caused Zhu Luyun to be somewhat unable to digest them for a moment.
You say deprived of death? What does that mean? Zhu Luyun's brows tightened as he kept asking questions.
Simply literally, there is no right to die in the God realm, even if your body is cut to pieces, you will still survive. Humans once raised their entire race and attacked the God realm, but they realized that they couldn't kill the gods at all. After that, mankind was defeated and has never been the same. Zhang Wenba spoke at length, telling Zhu Luyun all about the past and present lives of this world.
Zhang Wenba was right.
No matter which way you look at it, there is no chance of victory for mankind.
Omniscient, real-time monitoring. The divine messenger under his command raised his hand to destroy the city. Cursed land, immortal. These three paths have zeroed out the human race's chances of winning outright. Between the two people talking, Zhu Luyun also followed Zhang Wenba to his home. It was said to be a home, but in reality it was a shack that was barely sheltered from the wind and rain. Uncle Zhang, actually I'm not.
Zhu Luyun pondered for a long time, but still decided to tell Zhang Wenba the truth.
It was because he sensed that Zhang Wenba did not have any malice towards him.
But before he could finish the sentence, Zhang Wenba waved his hand, and a smile of understanding even appeared on his face. I know, you're not from this world. You went through the so-called gate of the end and then tried to find the return of all things, didn't you?
Zhang Wenba's two words shattered Zhu Luyun's nerves once again. He looked at the plain old uncle in front of him in amazement. How did you? You know that? Is it hard to believe that someone else has been here? Chapter 182, The Broken Vault.
Zhu Luyun looked at Zhang Wenba in front of him, unable to hide the shock in his eyes. Just a plain, middle-aged uncle who knew so many things was really a bit surprising.
Upon hearing Zhu Luyun's words, Zhang Wenba's face was a bland smile. Does anyone else need to be in this thing?
There are quite a few old people here who come like this.
We are here for different reasons and with the same purpose. But what awaits us isn't some all-consuming thing, it's that guy overhead.
Zhang Wenba pointed to the top of his head, and a hint of melancholy flashed in his eyes.
The many conversations with Zhang Wenba today broke through Zhu Luyun's bottom line of thinking again and again. According to Zhang Wenba, this return of all things to the origin is a complete fraud? The original inhabitants of this world, all tricked into coming to this world and becoming slaves to that mastermind?
There was something he couldn't believe. It's also much less acceptable that it was all a hoax in the end. Lay down on the bed in the shack and look at the sky in front of you. Those dark clouds were far away, but it was like they were close to him. Inexplicably coming to such a bizarre world was something Chu Luyun could not accept at all. The previous experiences, no matter how unbelievable they were at the very least not out of the basic world structure. But now what? A world ruled by God? This was completely like a dream. Chu Luyun was simply unable to separate whether this was true or false. A hint of fluke even grew in his heart. Maybe when he woke up, he would find himself still in Li Shui's villa, or perhaps in a cell at the Qingyang police station. It could all just be a dream. Well, hurry up and go to sleep, and when you wake up, I'll take you into the world in true style. Zhang Wenba instructed Chu Luyun and then took the lead to enter dreamland. As Chu Luyun's head thought about these messy things, Chu Luyun slowly entered dreamland. In his dream, Chu Luyun dreamed of an acquaintance, and that was Han Feng. The guy chased after Chu Luyun, couldn't stop talking about arresting him and telling him that this was the best possible outcome. In his mouth, Chu Luyun and the others were the bugs of this world, and the prison sentence was not a punishment, but a protection. Chu Luyun only remembered that he had escaped for a long, long time. Wake up, wake up. It was only under a cry that Chu Luyun opened his eyes in a daze. It was found that Zhang Wenba and the girl were already getting ready to leave. Chu Luyun took the nutrient solution from Zhang Wenba's hands and did a good job of replenishing it. The three men walked for about 30 minutes to a junkyard. If it wasn't for Zhang Wenba giving a breathing mask, Chu Luyun was afraid that he would have choked to death from all the soot. Oh my god, here. Chu Luyun looked at the situation in front of him and his entire body froze. Piles of industrial waste in front of you. At a glance, it looked like dozens of rolling hills with no head in sight. The mastermind has sentenced humanity to manually clean up all of this garbage and return the world to its original form without the use of any high-tech technology. Then he could release all humans altogether. Zhang Wenba once again introduced Chu Luyun to the rules of this world. Look at the piles of garbage in front of you. Chu Luyun was somewhat unable to distinguish between the good and evil of the mastermind for a while. This garbage was originally produced by humans, and there doesn't seem to be anything wrong with asking them to restore the environment. It's just that this tactic is a bit too cruel. So do you guys have a plan for when you can get this crap cleaned up? Chu Luyun opened his mouth to ask Zhang Wenba. After all, with the experience of the fool's gold in front of us, there is always a deadline, even if the situation in front of us is difficult. Hearing Chu Luyun's inquiry, a touch of despair could not help but appear on Zhang Wenba's face. From the current efficiency of completing each day, it will take at least 536 years. Zhang Wenba opened his mouth indifferently and spoke a huge number. Chu Luyun, however, frowned slightly. 500 years. At first glance it is pretty incredible. But if we look at the long history of mankind, it does not seem to be unfinishable. It will only take 6 or 7 generations for everything here to be restored to its original form. But Zhang Wenba continued to speak, choking back the words Chu Luyun wanted to say. But based on the current birth and death rates of the human population, it's about 300 years from now. Humanity would then disappear from the planet completely. The sentence that Zhang Wenba opened his mouth again caused the hope that had been ignited in Chu Luyun's heart to be completely annihilated. As he re-looked around, he realized that Zhang Wenba was not being alarmist. All animals, including humans. When the surrounding environment is no longer suitable for survival, there are only two options. The first is migration. The second is to stop reproducing. That's what the world has become these days, no matter where you go. So all that's left for humanity is this one option, to stop reproducing. For that matter, would that mastermind not know? Chu Luyun incredulously looked up to the sky. From Zhang Wenba's description. This giant eyeball hanging in the air, this all-knowing mastermind, is definitely smarter than anyone else. Of course he knows better than anyone else. And his purpose is to bring about the total demise of mankind in a mountain of garbage. Zhang Wenba spoke of this incomparably sad fate. This is a fate that can be seen at a glance, but cannot be changed, a fate that belongs to mankind. It didn't seem right on the day. Is there a piece missing? Chu Luyun pointed at the sky. In the midst of the dark clouds, a large area was in the black, as if a hole had been broken in the sky. In the face of Chu Luyun's inquiry, Zhang Wenba merely waved his hand lightly. Ever since that eyeball hung in the air, it's no surprise that phenomena have been occurring in the sky.
Zhang Wenba's words did not make sense, but they forced Chu Luyun to accept them.
Thinking of his previous life, Chu Luyun's heart could not help but raise a few points of despair. He didn't want to stay in this dump for the rest of his life, one step at a time.
Uncle Zhang, since there are also others who came from other worlds, do you know of any way to go back? Chu Luyun looked at Zhang Wenba.
The middle-aged man in front of him was already the only thing he had to rely on in this world.
If I knew how to leave, then I would have left long ago, and would I still be in this place cleaning up trash every day? But that said, if there really is a way out of this world, then I'm afraid there's only one person who knows it.
When Zhang Wenba finished saying this, he pointed at the sky. When Chu Luyun looked up at the sky again, the hole that was originally missing had been completely filled in and restored to its original appearance.
Chapter 183, The Cruelty Plan. God?
Chu Luyun chanted flatly, and a hint of despair surfaced in his eyes. The people of this world, with all their efforts and material resources, couldn't compete with that guy.
Who was he to question the other when he was all alone?
Noticing the disappointment spreading across Chu Luyun's face, Zhang Wenba then gently patted his shoulder.
Let's get to work, we'll take you somewhere tonight. A smile appeared on Zhang Wenba's face.
The three men were just constantly busy within this dump.
Chu Luyun hadn't done much work, although he had suffered a lot in exile before.
But never has there been such intense labor. After a whole day, Chu Luyun was already aching all over, and even his waist was a little bit unable to straighten up. But in the end, all that was exchanged was just a bottle of light green nutrient solution.
Come on, I'll take you somewhere. Zhang Wenba mysteriously took Chu Luyun and then left the junkyard. After settling the little girl down, he brought Chu Luyun to an underground fortress that was like a maze. You remembered to tug on my coat.
After Zhang Wenba finished saying this, he put on Chu Luyun's blindfold, and he put one on himself. The two were just like this in the underground labyrinth, walking around like headless flies. Two people with absolutely no purpose or route. Where we're going is so hidden that even I don't know how to get there. So it's the only way we can hide it from the mastermind. Zhang Wenba opened his mouth to explain a sentence. The two just continued to walk around aimlessly underground. Just as Chu Luyun felt his legs go weak, he suddenly caught a scent if nothing else. It kind of tasted like rotten eggs. The two walked for about 5 more minutes before Chu Luyun began to feel lightheaded. In the end, he directly fell headfirst to the ground, completely unconscious.
When he woke up again,
the cries of babies filled the surroundings and Chu Luyun opened his eyes in a daze, realizing that he was surrounded by pregnant women with big bellies. The crowd was so large that it was many times more lively than the maternity hospital. What am I? Where am I? Chu Luyun woke up in a daze. At this moment, Zhang Wenba was standing in front of him, reaching out to help Chu Luyun up from the ground. Welcome to the last bastion of mankind. City of Hope. Zhang Wenba nodded and expressed his respect to Chu Luyun. This middle-aged man who looked plain and ordinary really did have another layer of identity. Standing up from the ground, Chu Luyun felt an indescribable relief all over his body. When he turned his head, he realized that the bug brain on his shoulder had disappeared. What is going on here? Didn't you say that removing the worm brain would be discovered and outright executed? Chu Luyun looked at Zhang Wenba in front of him. The head was also long gone from his shoulders. And there were no bug brains on the shoulders of anyone who was busy around them. The concept of the world that Chu Luyun had managed to build up with great difficulty was once again ushered into shattering. For the time being, you found someone to replace you, and now we're the ones who are free to discuss our plans as we please. Zhang Wenba introduced everything here to Chu Luyun. You could hear it in his mouth, the human never gave up the struggle. But won't your memories of your time here be uploaded when the bug brain is reinstalled? Chu Luyun's heart was extremely incomprehensible. Although they were free at the moment, they always had to put their bug brains back on. Everything about this place will be re-uploaded to the mastermind at that time as well. Everyone here takes a potion of brief amnesia when they leave, making that part of their memory disappear completely. And everything here is strictly videotaped, and every time you come back in, you need to re-observe all the past footage. Zhang Wenba talked about some of the rules here. Although it sounds incredibly tedious. But looking at the operation of the place, it should have been around for a long time, and their method does work. What about worm brains? Worm brain breaks the link and gets discovered, and it's not like a person has 2 worm brains. Then someone has to connect the worm brain for us, right? Chu Luyun couldn't help the curiosity in his heart.
And speaking of this matter, a sadness welled up on Zhang Wenba's face.
It took a full 3 minutes to calm him down. In this world, there is a type of person that has no worm brain and is not monitored.
When Zhang Wenba finished his sentence, Chu Luyun instantly reacted.
When he looked around at all the pregnant women coming and going, he immediately understood what was going on.
You mean
babies? But in spite of that, by the time those babies are connected by the bug brain that belongs to them, they'll also upload what they've been connected to before, right?
Unless.
Chu Luyun's quick thinking quickly realized the only viable method. When that solution was just too cruel for him to even say. Looking at his sad face, Zhang Wenba also gently nodded. That's right, babies who die young don't need to be worn with worm brains. When Zhang Wenba finished saying this, Chu Luyun's brows furrowed together.
He couldn't believe the cruelty. Those newborn babies have become disposable and expendable just like that.
This was simply breaking through the moral bottom line, something that Chu Luyun could not accept at all.
It's not just cruelty anymore. You guys are literally worse than. With that kind of breeding capacity, why don't you go figure out how to improve the environment?
Chu Luyun did not understand why they were doing this at all. Previously, Zhang Wenba talked about the birth and death rates, but now these newborns, one after another, are all being used as tools.
With that kind of power, why don't you choose to change your environment? Mr. Chu, don't you understand? The mastermind's intention is to exterminate my race, to destroy my race. The only way out is to resist. A hint of determination flashed in Zhang Wenba's eyes. It was as if what lay before them was no longer a matter of choice. So what have you traded one life for another now? Have you chatted out any concrete and effective plans yet? Or are you just adding to the sacrifices and hastening humanity's demise? Chu Luyun only felt endless anger suppressed in his chest.
Although he himself was not from this world, and everything here had nothing to do with him. But the group's methods were indeed too cruel. There was even a moment when he really wished the mastermind could destroy this place.
Come on, follow me into the conference hall.
There's a fellow just like you there, who also came here to look for the return of all things.
Zhang Wenba spoke faintly. This sentence instantly aroused Chu Luyun's interest. Is it hard to be an acquaintance? Chapter 184, A Series of Weirdnesses. Chu Luyun looked at Zhang Wenba with some surprise.
The Zhang Wenba in front of him didn't just understand this world, he was even familiar with him. It also helps to explain a lot of incredible things to him. But in the end, two people, still strangers in two worlds.
No matter what, Chu Luyun was unable to truly befriend him. But if you can run into someone you know here, it's a different story.
It is because the purpose of the divine generals who arrive here is for the return of all things. Whether or not a true friendship was concluded, at the very least they all had the same purpose.
Whether it's an acquaintance of yours I don't know.
But once you enter this door, you'll know everything. Zhang Wenba said indifferently, then took a step and pushed open the door to the council chamber.
As the door was pushed open, Chu Luyun also followed Zhang Wenba within the hall. Just go in.
Right in front of me was a huge, immense round table. Around the round table sat a dozen or so elderly elders, apparently several of the leaders of the human rebels. And sitting in the seat was a young girl. She had long beautiful black hair and was wearing a long white dress.
My name is He Yingying. Welcome to the world, Shogun of the division. The girl looked at Chu Luyun and nodded in a friendly manner as a greeting. Looking at her appearance, Lu Qingshan's brows were slightly furrowed.
The other party pointed out his identity as a divine general god with a single bite.
And know that all things come back to life.
Chu Luyun thought it would be one of the 12 divine general gods. But now looking at the young girl in front of him, he felt strange. Because among the 12 of them, there was no such person.
How do you know about the divine general god? And how do you know about the return of all things? There doesn't seem to be anyone like you among the 12 divine generals, does there?
Chu Luyun's brows furrowed slightly, completely unable to believe what he saw. The doubts in his mind now grew deeper and deeper.
You don't have to care who I am. They have one goal, to defeat that all-knowing God.
And we also share a common goal, which is the return of all things to their source. And as for the secret of the return of all things to their source, only that all-knowing fellow knows it, so everyone can only unite.
He Yingying looked at Chu Luyun and opened the door to the target. Regarding her words, Chu Luyun also very much recognized them.
But he always had the feeling that something didn't feel right through and through.
So what's your current plan, any breakthroughs? From the clues I know so far, we barely have a chance of winning. Shu Luyun looked at the crowd present and also ruthlessly opened his mouth to lash out. Because if it's really like what Zhang Wenba said, that god is almost undefeatable. It takes a huge amount of money for these guys to even conspire together. Under the many bars, he really didn't know what to use and could win. If we want to succeed, we need to figure out what that thing overhead is, first. He Ying pointed to the sky and spoke faintly. The people in the room were nodding their heads uncontrollably. Shu Luyun, on the other hand, sat on the side, his brows slightly furrowed. According to some intelligence we've gotten, we learned that the God Emperor will come here 3 days later to take away a group of people. That's why I want you to blend in and help us scout out what that guy really is. He Ying looked at Shu Luyun and spoke. Hearing her words, Shu Luyun's brows were frowning even deeper. Why does it have to be me? Shu Luyun was extremely incomprehensible. Looking at the surroundings, the group should have been established for a long time. He himself was merely a newcomer who had just arrived in this world. Why give such an important task to him, a newcomer? And then theirs. It was rather as if this meeting had been arranged for him alone. But his own arrival here was purely an accident. And it's only been here for 2 days. How is it that these guys act like they know what's coming? Because there's something special about you. Perhaps an incredible miracle can be performed. He Ying looked at Shu Luyun with very determined eyes. But her sentence can be said to be devoid of any nourishment. This woman is exactly like an actor who makes up useless lines when faced with an unexpected situation. Shu Luyun had experienced so many cases, so his perception was very sharp. And very scrupulous about the details of everything. But that strange feeling hadn't gone away since coming here. You rather look like an actor who hasn't prepared his lines. You old guys, to leave such a big decision in the hands of a girl, kind of like a groupie who's here to hold up the fort. Shu Luyun looked around at everything around him and said jokingly. But when his words came out, everyone in the room froze violently. Immediately after that, the eyes of several old men also went cold. Kid, it's a bust to get you to come to this place for a meeting. If you still have this contemptuous demeanor, you can just leave. An old man looked at Shu Luyun, anger filling his eyes. Shu Luyun turned around and wanted to leave, but Zhang Wenba raised his hand and pulled his arm. Mr. Chu, don't you still want to find your way back? This is the only chance. If you leave this place, fearing for your life, you really have to end up in this strange world, alone. Zhang Wenba kept persuading Shu Luyun, counting his words as bitter. But that feeling of something being wrong in Shu Luyun's heart was too strong. And just these few stinky fish and shrimps present, Shu Luyun really didn't think that they would be able to make any waves. Forget it. But thank you this time, Uncle Zhang. Shu Luyun responded indifferently, and then directly turned around and walked out. But just as he had turned to go over, suddenly a dose of syringe was stuck in his neck. Immediately after that, a strong sense of dizziness kept coming, causing him to directly pass out. When Shu Luyun woke up again, he was already lying in the previous shack area. He opened his eyes in a daze. The heaviness on his shoulders let him know that the worm brain was back. He was lying on a broken bed in the open air, staring at the sky in some daze. Another patch of blackness seemed to appear in the midst of that incredibly gloomy sky. It was as if a piece of the sky was missing, just like what he had seen that day at the dump. Maybe it's all. Shu Luyun had a bold guess in his heart. He grasped his palm onto the bug brain on his shoulder, a hint of determination in his eyes. I'd like to see what you really are. Shu Luyun grabbed the insect brain and started to pull it downwards. Surprisingly, between the insect brain and the shoulder, a few tiny wires appeared. That moment, Shu Luyun seemed to understand everything. Chapter 185, The Truth About Everything. Because Shu Luyun didn't forget what happened before, he still remembered that there was everything about the following. By that reasoning, the bug brain should have uploaded everything already. Why hasn't God sent someone over to execute them yet? Shu Luyun looked at the many wires between the insect brain and the shoulder, and touched C from the side, directly cutting one of them. It's like nothing happened. You're awake? The voice came from the sidelines. Shu Luyun subconsciously placed the bug brain back on his shoulder. The person who came to greet him in the distance was none other than Zhang Wenba, but he acted like he didn't remember anything. Well, Uncle Zhang, thank you for taking care of me these past few days. I think it might not work for me to leave, so I want to explore this world on my own. Shu Luyun looked at Zhang Wenba in front of him and chanted very politely. It was because he had sensed something wrong with Zhang Wenba. By all accounts, it would have to be a very, very top secret thing for mankind to rebel against God. Chu Luyun was just an outsider who had just arrived in this world. It's even self-proclaimed. However, Zhang Wenba had shown extreme trust in him and had taken him into that kind of top secret place without any conditions. It was only at this time that Chu Luyun noticed that something was wrong. Perhaps only by leaving Zhang Wenba could he, by himself, investigate some real truth. Explore on your own? But you're just an outlander, there's going to be a lot of danger. Better let me take you, it can be a great help. Zhang Wenba displayed the utmost goodwill towards Chu Luyun. It was a pity that the more he did so, the more Chu Luyun became suspicious of him. Everything here already felt wrong to him. Zhang Wenba continuously opened his mouth, wanting to retain Chu Luyun down. Instead, Chu Luyun smiled and pointed to the sky. You'll be missing a hole in the sky here from time to time. Chu Luyun smilingly uttered such a sentence, and then directly turned around and left the shack area. Amidst Zhang Wenba's puzzled gaze, he walked further and further away. After detaching himself from the surveillance, Chu Luyun once again turned his gaze to the sky. Day or night? That sky was always filled with thick, dark clouds. It was as if something unseemly was hiding behind this dark cloud. It seems like all of this is really not going that well. A sigh escaped Chu Luyun's mouth. And then he took one step forward. Go to the center of all the ruins. There was a very tall building there, the top of which was so far up into the clouds that it was impossible to tell how high it was. Zhang Wenba once talked to him about it. That towering architectural edifice is the ladder to the divine realm. Many of the divine messengers who had come here before had come down from that high building. So in Zhang Wenba's speculation, that towering building was the heavenly ladder to the divine realm. Chu Luyun wanted to learn the truth about everything, so that was where he had to go as well. Skyscrapers. Chu Luyun stood in the doorway and directly removed the bug brain on his shoulder. After losing the bug brain's monitoring, nothing happened still, either. Chu Luyun's skepticism towards this place also began to grow stronger. He stepped into the skyscraper. The building has only one step elevator, and the elevator button, only one 999th floor. Chu Luyun's brows furrowed slightly. 999 layer. It's definitely not a simple thing to try to build a building that tall. In Chu Luyun's impression, it was something that humans had no way of achieving. After all, the highest and tallest floor in the world today is just 162 floors. But it is indeed surprising that a 999th floor is marked here. Everything here can really get more and more surreal. Otherworldly? God? Chu Luyun constantly murmured. Suspicion of his surroundings grew stronger. This elevator goes up very fast. But even under such rapidity, Chu Luyun still waited for 10 whole minutes. It was only after 10 minutes that the rising elevator finally stopped. With a ding-dong sound. The elevator doors in front of him also finally opened. After stepping out of the elevator, the sight that opened up in front of him made Chu Luyun couldn't help but let out a sigh of admiration. Because in front of him, surprisingly, was a vast expanse of lawn. On top of the 999-story high-rise, it was such a green and vibrant scene. It was a sight that was 1,000 times more powerful than the world of the usual people down there. On top of the lawn, a large number of computer mainframes were piled up, while a young girl, who was in front of the computer, was constantly busy. Hello, my name is Li Xiaofeng, or God as you call me. Li Xiaofeng looked at the rushing Chu Luyun and made a self-introduction with a light smile on his face. Though her expression looked very relaxed and warm. Even the dresses on her body were worn with girlishness. I'm afraid that no one could have imagined being able to notify this god of the other world. This all-knowing, all-powerful god is just a teenage girl, and full of teenage heart. You are God? Could God be these computer programs? Chu Luyun's brows furrowed slightly, the situation in front of him causing him to be somewhat unable to react. Not that he ever thought about it. It is surprising that the so-called omniscient and omnipotent God is not a person at all. Instead, a smile appeared on Li Xiaofeng's face. Nice. The so-called gods are these computer programs that are set up, that you can understand as super AI. So these things will be guaranteed to be absolutely fair and impartial, and there will be no mistakes. It's only best that the human world is ruled by this guy, because it can't be classy, much less selfish. Li Xiaofeng crossed his legs and sat on a chair, bragging about this to Chu Luyun.
It was only her words that caused Chu Liuyun's brows to furrow slightly. You're right, the AI program does have no faults or selfishness. But a program is just a program after all, it has no emotions, and that's the biggest drawback. For the sake of the rules, it would even destroy all of humanity. Chu Luyun did not agree with Li Xiaofeng's words. To him, if such a super AI did exist, it would indeed be simple to control everyone. Or maybe it really is possible to make a god. In the face of Chu Liuyun's disapproval, Li Xiaofeng showed no concern. She shrugged her shoulders slightly. So what? You're just a human, even if you know these things, what changes can you make? Li Xiaofeng pretended to not care. Looking at her with this look of mastering the entire world, Chu Liuyun's face however revealed a smile. I don't think. Should be called otherworldly here. Instead, it's called Truman's World. Chapter 186, Shattering the Barriers. Chu Luyun approached Li Xiaofeng step by step. The reason he has insight into these things is not because he is so smart. Rather, it was because of Chu Luyun's calmness. He wasn't confused by a heavy bomb like falling off world. Under the scenario of not panicking, Chu Luyun had been carefully observing everything around him. That pile, that piece. All the cases that didn't fit, he wrote down one by one. Everything since coming here has been just incredible. Otherworldly? This was the hardest thing for Chu Luyun to believe. He could accept that the endgame was any situation, even right down to traveling through time and space. But the only thing I can't accept is this inexplicable, even somewhat absurd world in front of me. Coupled with everything he had experienced before, Chu Luyun felt even more skeptical about the truth of this world. In the midst of his words, Chu Luyun had already arrived behind Li Xiaofeng. Taking advantage of the situation, he hugged her directly from behind. What are you doing? Li Xiaofeng was startled by Chu Luyun's sudden movement. And Chu Luyun quickly let go of Li Xiaofeng after the brief contact. From the moment I just showed my disdain for you, you subconsciously reached back and touched it. So you must be looking for this, right? A smile appeared on Chu Luyun's face before a pistol was already clutched in his hand. At this moment, Li Xiaofeng was a bit flustered and hurriedly reached out to touch her backside. But the place where the weapon had been hidden was empty. Chu Luyun had once touched this thing, but at this moment, he still clutched it in his hand and couldn't stop playing with it. After a brief look, he could determine that it was indeed the real thing. Aren't you a divine controller? Do the gods, too, need the products of this old age? Chu Luyun looked up at Li Xiaofeng, the sneer in his eyes becoming even more intense. Whether it was from Zhang Wenba's mouth, or from what he himself had seen. The pistol thing. All seemed to belong to the old days. After all, Zhang Wenba had said that those divine ambassadors who embraced the gods all possessed incredible divine power. But today it seems as if this is not the case. Chu Luyun, put down your gun. Everything here is not what you think it is. The so-called gods are not the opposite of humans. What do you want to know? We can work together. A hint of nervousness also appeared on Li Xiaofeng's expression. She kept opening her mouth to pacify Chu Luyun. And that pair of eyes had been staring at the weapon in Chu Luyun's hand since the beginning. This so-called god seems to be afraid of this equalizer of all beings as well. Come on, between us, there doesn't seem to be much to work with. It was all compiled from lies, and your lies, too, are a little too poor. Chu Luyun's eyes were filled with disdain and contempt. After these words, he directly ripped the bug brain off his shoulder and threw it hard on the ground. In Zhang Wenba's mouth. When the worm brain is separated from the human body, the gods send down punishments and execute humans. And at this moment, Chu Luyun had already violated these things, but the so-called punishment had still not descended either. The guy who called himself a god also had nothing but panic in his eyes. The massive machine behind her didn't have the mountain of computer code piled up behind it to start running either. So this guy is not a god at all. Not only is it not God. It's not even a so-called super AI. Tell me, what kind of truth is hidden behind all this? I advise you never to talk to me again about God or anything like that, those are useless lies. Chu Luyun looked at Li Xiaofeng in front of him. Although this world was mixed with the real and the fake, the thing in Chu Luyun's hand at this moment was real. Li Xiaofeng stared at the item in Chu Luyun's hand, and her lips began to tremble slightly. All of Li Xiaofeng's reactions at this moment were completely normal for a young girl. You can't see any godless attitude here. I have no idea what you're talking about. Didn't Uncle Zhangwen tell you clearly?
Li Xiaofeng looked at Chu Luyun and spoke faintly. However, his words caused Chu Luyun to frown once again. Uncle Chang? I've never mentioned this person to you, is it possible that some god has detected it again? Chu Luyun couldn't help but show a hint of disdain in his eyes. At this moment, he was more and more certain of what he was thinking in his mind. He slowly raised his hand and aimed his pistol at Li Xiaofeng. Looking at the blackened muzzle of the gun in front of him, the whole thing flopped on its butt. Don't kill me, don't kill me. I don't know anything, none of this has anything to do with me. Li Xiaofeng's voice became shaky. She waved her hands repeatedly and kept begging Chu Luyun for mercy. That pitiful look was completely that of an ordinary young girl, with no godly demeanor at all. Chu Luyun approached step by step, and also saw the computers that were piled up together. All of them were ordinary and couldn't be more ordinary. Where's God? Why don't you activate your God system and come punish me? Sentence after sentence from Chu Luyun's mouth was still irritating Li Xiaofeng. He'd made sure of that, too. Li Xiaofeng didn't even bother to look at the computer while facing the death threat. This scene also allowed Chu Luyun to be certain that in this world, there definitely did not exist any gods or anything like that. Everyone Chu Luyun had encountered, even Zhang Wenba, who was full of good intentions, was deceiving him. Well, these things are still scrap at the moment, but when they activate, they do make artificial gods appear, right? Just trying to activate the gods, there's only one person who can do it. That's me, isn't it? Chu Luyun didn't know whether he was talking to himself or conversing with Li Xiaofeng. But when he said those words, under Li Xiaofeng's eyes, that panicked look also became more serious. From her reaction, Chu Luyun could also be certain that what he had just said was all correct. Chu Luyun looked at Li Xiaofeng in front of him, then turned on the safety of the pistol. Watching Chu Luyun's movements, Li Xiaofeng's pupils trembled continuously. Look at the sky today, isn't it a little different than usual? Chu Luyun suddenly said something off topic. These words caused Li Xiaofeng to faintly freeze, not knowing why Chu Luyun brought this matter into play. Li Xiaofeng subconsciously looked up to the sky. The sky was cloudy at the moment, and it didn't look any different than usual. And a cold smile appeared at the corner of Chu Luyun's mouth. Aim the pistol directly at the sky. The sky is extraordinarily complete today, with one less hole in it. Chapter 187, Reverse Descent. Bang bang bang. Chu Luyun pointed at the sky and pulled the trigger one after another. As he continues to design, countless electric lights unexpectedly flashed through the gloomy sky. After an electric flash, there was indeed another dark hole in the sky. At this moment, Chu Luyun was even more certain of his suspicions. He directly held Li Xiaofeng in his arms as he aimed the pistol at Li Xiaofeng's temple. He looked at the sky, and his eyes turned cold for a moment. Let me out. I already know what you're up to. Trying to use me to create a god, huh? Then all I can say is that this lie of yours is a terrible ripoff. Chu Luyun kept making threats with Li Xiaofeng. He was just roaring at the sky like that, and he didn't know who he was talking to. Time passes by. In the sky. Surprisingly, a piece slowly opened. Immediately after that, the huge ladder slowly descended from the sky. Several heavily armed guys came down the ladder, one by one, each wearing combat fatigues and real guns. When Chu Luyun saw the group coming down, a smile appeared on his face as well. And then he threw the pistol on the ground without making any resistance. After regaining his freedom, Li Xiaofeng also hurriedly fled, locking his entire body in a corner. I had no problem acting, it wasn't me, it wasn't my fault. Li Xiaofeng also rushed around and kept explaining, as if he was shrugging off his guilt. Chu Luyun obediently tied his hands after poking through all the lies. After all, a handgun is no match for these guys. It was obviously not wise to continue the confrontation at such a time. After Chu Luyun tied his hands, he was normally captured by this large group of people. After leaving this so-called other world, when Chu Luyun turned his head to look back, he saw a huge and incomparable base. The massive base, which was a huge semicircle altogether, buckled into the ground like an immense and incomparable photographic base. Oomph, it's just as I suspected. You guys are really intentional. Chu Luyun couldn't help but utter a flirtatious remark. Immediately afterward he was put into a car. The cars were covered with protective film, so you couldn't see the outside scene at all. It was like this for about half an hour or so. Chu Luyun finally arrived in an interrogation room after a series of handoffs. Through a layer of clear glass, a woman could be seen, sitting across from him. There was a layer of glass between the two men, but they could clearly see each other's looks. Li Shui, we meet again. Chu Luyun slowly gave a greeting. A smile even appeared on his face. Li Shui, who was sitting across from him, however, had a gloomy and sullen face. Chu Luyun, you're very smart. Li Shui's eyes were filled with hatred, but her mouth couldn't help but praise Chu Luyun. Now that he saw Li Shui in front of him, Chu Luyun also understood one thing. That is, they didn't make it through the final gate. At the very least he didn't. Team leader Li, you surely can't find the other 11 now, can you? And for all the unknown abilities they each possess, you're more worried about them making a mess, right? Chu Luyun had only spoken a lot of things in 2 short sentences. Those 2 words also made Li Shui's brow furrow, obviously having been right. So you want to take advantage of my ability, that ability of mine known as the view. You want me to believe in everything in the other world, to use Kan's ability to create a god that can monitor the whole world. And then use this god to find the remaining missing 11 and bring them under complete control, right? Chu Luyun had been staring at Li Shui's eyes since the beginning. Because he didn't know if Li Shui would communicate with him effectively, he could only judge whether what he said was correct or not through the change in Li Shui's eyes. Seeing that everything had been analyzed sentence by Chu Luyun, Li Shui's entire body was also like a deflated ball. You're right, we do have that arrangement. But your comas were all too sudden, so there wasn't much time to prepare for such a loophole. Li Shui didn't regret the plan she had devised. She just felt sorry that the preparations hadn't been more specific. If this plan can work, that would not only capture the remaining 11 Sifu shoguns, but it would even make this world free of criminals. It's just a pity that you won't have that chance. Chu Luyun just sat there, his posture could be described as light-hearted, and even counted as calm and relaxed. Though he didn't know why going through the final gate had failed. But at the very least he had seen through Li Shui's trick. As things stood, Li Shui couldn't do anything to herself. After all, she still had to use Chu Luyun to find the remaining 11. Chu Luyun, are you wondering why you didn't go through the gate of the end? After all of you have assembled and opened a golden teleportation array in the sky. It doesn't make sense that there would be any problems, right? Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun, her voice piercing straight through the heart. Chu Luyun saw through Li Shui's thoughts, and Li Shui similarly saw through Chu Luyun's thoughts. After all, the two had spent so much time together, and both sides naturally knew each other very well. After Li Shui said this, she pointed the remote control at the display behind her and directly pressed the switch. Immediately afterward, a series of news appeared in Chu Luyun's field of vision. The news on TV, constantly showing the many gruesome murders. And it's one thing, all vicious killings. This also made Chu Luyun understand why Li Shui was so anxious, even going so far as to try to borrow her own abilities. Apparently the 11 guys outside had set off a huge panic. We've gone through multiple counts and realized that there aren't just 11 killers for these bizarre murders. There are not only supernatural abilities involved, there are even places that have supernatural phenomena. Li Shui looked at Chu Luyun, her face clouded with worry as she said this. When Chu Luyun heard her words, he felt a few doubts. Places? Paranormal? Aren't these bizarre abilities only available to the 12 divine general gods? How come some places still have them? Chu Luyun's eyes were filled with doubt, and he couldn't even comprehend what Li Shui was saying. Instead, Li Shui pulled out a few pictures to show Chu Luyun. Haunted field house, soccer field with a heartbeat, couch apartment that eats people. Li Shui came up with an unbelievable case that made Chu Luyun's head grow big. Just when he was puzzled, Li Shui opened her mouth to tell the truth about all of this. Simply put, although you did not pass through the gate of the end, however, passed through time and space and descended into this world. Chapter 188, Master of Mystery Island. When Li Shui finished saying this, she directly shocked Chu Luyun. His brows were furrowed like Li Shui's just now. It was perfectly understandable that they, the 12 divine generals, would pass through the gate of the end and arrive at a magical place. But he didn't understand what it meant that the endgame had descended upon the world. Reverse crossing? But how can they claim to have traveled over when they don't even know what the endgame is? Is it possible that the final door is some kind of object? Or maybe it's some kind of power? As if she had seen through Chu Luyun's thoughts, Li Shui gently rubbed her temples that had a bit of a headache. I don't know what the endgame really is though. But as we understand it, there may be some kind of incredible power behind the final gate. And that power, through the gate of the end, descended on this world, which is why it has caused so many unexplainable phenomena and chaos. Li Shui had already given her reasoning. In this regard, Chu Luyun was also confused. Even though he was one of the 12 divine generals, he knew very little about the gate of the end. So he could only agree with Li Shui's speculation for the time being, which was also a reasonable speculation for the time being. It seems that the calamity caused this time could be even worse than the previous Zodiac tragedy. I'm afraid that if the public knew that there was a large-scale occurrence of supernatural phenomena in the world, it would cause a very serious panic, wouldn't it? Chu Luyun was also a little worried at the moment. After all, it wasn't like he was a terrorist, and naturally he didn't want the world order to be disrupted. Among the original ideas. After going through the gate of the end and finding the return of all things to the source to bring everything back to its original point. Chu Luyun's dream was also to continue living a peaceful life. But if the world he was in completely collapsed, it would all be meaningless. Even if you tell me that, I can't help you. The power of the view is for me to believe in something very, very strongly, but I'm a skeptical person by nature, especially after what happened in the Snakeclothes village. I will only believe what I see, and trying to use the view to help you is nearly impossible. Because I am, from the bottom of my heart, wary and suspicious of you. Chu Luyun also wore a hopelessly bitter smile on his face. After all, the power of the Quan could be more than just a simple matter of a bystander tricking Chu Luyun. To put it excessively, it was for Chu Luyun to be able to trick himself as well. But this is clearly a paradox. Like, I'm telling you right now, never, ever, ever think of a red elephant. But after seeing that, the words will be injected into your mind like a magic spell. The less you want to visualize the red elephant, but you just can't help it. In this situation, the more Chu Luyun tried to lie to himself, the less he would be able to do so. Indeed. If we can utilize Kan's abilities, then everything will be easy and things can be resolved once and for all. But that's obviously impossible now, so it's just a matter of starting another plan. Li Shui took an envelope out and, through a crack in the glass window, slipped it in. Chu Luyun also reached out and took it. It was a plain white envelope, and at the opening of the envelope, it was also sealed with a fire paint seal, like an invitation sent out by a medieval nobleman. And seeing the fire paint marks that were destroyed off the opening of the envelope, it was also clear that this envelope had been opened. An invitation? Chu Luyun said indifferently before opening the envelope and opening the paper. Immediately afterward, the contents on it attracted Chu Luyun's attention. Mystery Island? Master of the island? Solving the ultimate mystery? After Chu Luyun read everything on the letter, he also felt some surprise in his heart. As he had guessed before, it was indeed an invitation. The owner of the invitation was called Yenner, and it was not clear from the name whether it was a man or a woman. This guy claims to be some kind of island master. Inviting Chu Luyun to an overseas island called Mystery Island, to explain to him on the island what the true final gate was. Why am I the only one invited? And it seems like I don't even know this guy named Yenner. Chu Luyun was a bit confused. After all, there was nothing unique about him. If he was invited to board the island because of his status as one of the 12 general gods, then there could be as many as 12 with a status like his. Why did you choose him? Perhaps this invitation, unknown to you? Maybe there are other divine generals, only they're not here and we don't know if they'll receive it. Li Shui opened her mouth and dispelled Chu Luyun's doubts. Looking at Li Shui's appearance, Chu Luyun also knew that he should have no choice. Li Shui and the others would definitely want him to go forward to the island and figure out what the final door really was. And within Chu Luyun's heart, there were some expectations for this. After all, the invitation might have invited other people as well. He himself passed out after the final gate, and then after being tricked, he came here. He was also very curious about what the others had gone through the final gate. Moreover, he was also a little worried about Jiang Ling and Zhou Bingyue, so it would be a good thing if they could meet up and rendezvous. I suppose we can easily agree on this matter? You, me, Han Feng, and Zhao Huai, the four of us will head to Puzzle Island together, and the plan is finalized. Li Shui did not give Chu Luyun the chance to discuss it all and directly opened her mouth to decide. As a prisoner, Chu Luyun naturally had even less of a choice. Before the four of them set off, Chu Luyun was also dragged along to eat a meal of sashimi. It was only at this time that Chu Luyun realized that they were in a secret base established along the coast, surrounded by deserted people and extremely hidden. This sashimi, it's got some freshness to it. Chu Luyun couldn't help but let out an exclamation as he looked at the sliced sea fish on his plate. Because this fish was presented whole. Although several people were already sharing the fish, the gills of this fish were still greedily sucking in the hard to absorb oxygen. The most basic physiological requirement of a fish away from seawater, even if it is sliced into thin slices, makes him suck air without control. It's probably just biological instinct. After a few people had had their fill, the yacht came sailing in the distance. Because they didn't really know where this so-called puzzle island was either. In the invitation, it simply stated one of the closest shores to Mystery Island, and when they got there, someone would naturally pick them up and drop them off. The yacht had been traveling for about a dozen hours when several people finally saw a coastline from a distance. When they entered 10 kilometers into the coastline, Chu Luyun felt a bit dizzy, and his brain felt as if he had been jerked away from a glance. Do you guys feel anything wrong? Chu Luyun turned his head to look at Li Shui and the others. Only their faces, too, became a bit strange. Chapter 189, Journey to the Mysterious Island. Several people were also feeling groggy in the head. The yacht continued on and finally reached the coast. After the four of them boarded the island, that feeling of discomfort was also much better. What they didn't expect was that the place appeared to look normal. There were also some umbrellas on the beach and even a few passing tourists could be seen. Everything was so normal that there was not a whiff of conspiracy at all. Could it be that the other party was really some kind invitation, but that they were overthinking themselves? You're also the ones who saw the invitation and then prepared to travel to Mystery Island here, right? A middle-aged man in a suit walked out. He walked over and took the initiative to greet him, and although he directly identified himself, Li Shui's eyes were still filled with vigilance. After all, they all knew Chu Luyun's identity biography perfectly well. And the other party is also the invited person. I think the subsequent identity, also of course is not ordinary. If it wasn't for the fact that she was in a hurry to go forward to the Mystery Island, Li Shui would have had to arrest this guy to investigate one. Don't be afraid, I mean no harm. Here's my card, I was actually confused by the invitation. See, you several seem to know each other, the road will be more trouble to take care of. As if the man could see Li Shui's vigilance, he very politely took out his business card from his pocket and handed it to Li Shui. Chu Luyun also moved over to take a look. This guy's name was Qi Yunsheng, and he was also a chief surgeon in the hospital, so no wonder he looked well-mannered and gave off a very reliable feeling. Li Shui just took the business card and glanced at it before tossing it to Han Feng. After all, the matter of traveling to the mysterious island was itself permeated with unpredictable dangers, and an unidentified fellow traveler would even increase the difficulty of this matter. It's natural to look into it. By the way, I'm a couple days ahead of you guys, so I asked someone ahead of time about Riddle Island. That island is still quite a distance away from us, so I think it's better to go and purchase some living supplies first. Qi Yunsheng is still very thoughtful about things. Although they all didn't know each other, they all agreed to Qi Yunsheng's proposal. Together, we head to the convenience store on the beach. During this process, Li Shui was keeping a deadly eye on Chu Luyun. After all, he had previous convictions. Afraid he'll make some kind of mess. It's a not-so-big convenience store, but trying to get in, it's surprisingly still one of those body temperature sensing doors. The door opened automatically when Qi Yunsheng walked at the front. Several people were picking out goods while Qi Yunsheng surprisingly brought over 5 watches. We are going to Riddle Island, and you have the heart to get this at this hour? Is this for stocking up? Zhao Huai looked at Qi Yunsheng in front of him and couldn't help but open his mouth and spit. After all, no one has ever been to Mystery Island, and they don't know what the hell that place is for. So get a watch, even if your cell phone dies when the time comes, you'll be able to check the time. Qi Yunsheng, as a person who did think very comprehensively. But the more he did, the more suspicious everyone became of him. From all the reactions, it didn't even seem like it was his first time there, it was as if he had planned it. But it had to be said that what Qi Yunsheng said was still very reasonable. Team Leader Li, the investigation is clear, there's nothing wrong with this guy. It's clean, a normal person who has committed the biggest offense, which is taking some red tape and surgery. Han Feng came close to Li Shui and told Qi Yunsheng about what he had just been transferred to. It also made Li Shui let her guard down a bit on him. Everything was fine at first, and the only hiccup was when one of the watches fell on the floor during checkout. The dial of the watch had been broken into tiny pieces, and there was no more of that protective coating on it. But the hands of the watch do turn normally. This watch was also very strange, only the hour hand, and eventually this broken watch, also fell into the hands of Chu Luyun. With regards to this arrangement, Chu Luyun certainly did not have any opinions. It's a handful anyway, even if you don't take it yourself. Let's go, let's go. Li Shui chanted, and everyone carried some living supplies each and headed to Qi Yunqing's ship. What Qi Yunqing drove was also not a luxury yacht, but just an ordinary boat that couldn't be any more ordinary. A few people put their things in the cabin and then they waited quietly in the cabin. A musty smell permeated the cabin. They huddled in the cabin for the time being. Night. The sea breeze was chilling a bit. To warm up a bit, a few people even built a charcoal fire in the cabin. Because the cabin was so small, the temperature was not easily lost, and it didn't take long to make one feel warm. Several people just huffed and puffed within the cabin. But not long after, Chu Luyun was awakened by an unpleasant odor. I don't know if it was because the broken ship was in disrepair, or if some animal had died on the sea, but there was always an extremely unpleasant odor. The pungent odor made Chu Luyun somewhat sleepless, and there was even a feeling of wanting to vomit. With no other choice, Chu Luyun casually pulled over a piece of rag and just blocked the vent before sleeping peacefully. I don't know how much longer. Pang! Of a violent crash. The loud rattling and shaking directly caused Chu Luyun to wake up from his sleep. Ah! The cabin rang with the sound of screams for a moment. Li Shui hurriedly turned on the flashlight in her hand. The light illuminated the entire cabin, and the assassin's Chu Luyun turned his head to look over to find Zhao Huai and Han Feng covered in blood. Apparently the impact of the cabin just now had injured them. What the hell is going on? I'm going out to see. Li Shui hooped and turned around and headed out. Chu Luyun also followed him. When they looked up, they saw a behemoth standing on the surface of the sea, still slowly writhing. And Qi Yunqing had been dumbfounded on the deck. Odd. Monsters. When Li Shui and Chu Luyun heard the sound, they all raised their heads to look over. Only to see that the sea had been raised in a shocking wave. The giant thing was taking advantage of the dark shadows and attacking the tiny cruise ship again. In front of this behemoth, the small cruise ship that Chu Luyun and the others were traveling on was a complete drop in the ocean. Oh no, something's going to happen. Chapter 190, Yemen Island. After Chu Luyun let out an exclamation, that guy also finally arrived in front of him. Hurry! Quickly grab the splint, grab the splint! Qi Yunqing shouted at the two men. This guy has his own cruise ship and is also supposed to be on the water a lot. So he was more experienced than these two in regards to wild winds and waves. Hearing Qi Yunqing shout, Chu Luyun and Li Shui also reacted quickly, grabbing the railing beside them in a death grip. Pang! There was a loud rattling noise, and the whole cruise ship shook left and right again. The several people at this moment also finally saw the huge thing in front of them. It was actually a huge whale. Quickly! Get rid of it, he's trying to capsize our ship. Qi Yunqing kept shouting loudly at a few people. Without hesitation, Chu Luyun copied the small fish gun he was wearing and aimed it at the whale in front of him. Call it a fishing gun, but it's not really a fishing gun at all. It's just an iron all tied on top of a wooden stick. Chu Luyun riveted his strength to attack one after another, but the threat posed to the whale was not worth mentioning at all. Get out of the way! Li Shui shouted, fished the pistol straight out of her arms, and pulled the trigger on the whale. Bang bang bang! Successive shots rang out, and a wind carrying the smell of blood blew over the sea. In the end, the whale that kept attacking finally gave up on continuing to attack and left unhappily. After a long time, the sea finally quieted down and the three men went limp on the deck, heaving a sigh of relief. In the cabin, there are two more wounded. After Qi Yunqing rested briefly, he returned to the cabin and began bandaging Zhao Huai and Han Feng's wounds. Zhao Huai's face was ripped open, and since there weren't many medical tools, Qi Yunqing used some iron rings to temporarily help Zhao Huai fix the wound. Han Feng, on the other hand, was going to be a bit more miserable, as his entire right arm was fractured. Qi Yunqing used pieces of clothing and two wooden boards to temporarily immobilize his right arm. After this fiasco, several people rested in the cabin and eventually drifted off to sleep. This sleep didn't know how long he slept. Chu Luyun only felt that he had a long, long dream. You guys hurry up and come out and look, the front. Front seems to have reached the place. From the deck came Zhao Huai's voice. Several people were also awakened, and they all wandered out of the cabin and onto the deck to get some air. About a few hundred meters ahead, a small island did appear. Theirs had indeed been the puzzle island in the invitation. And at this moment, Qi Yunqing was full of worry. What's wrong? Li Shui looked at Qi Yunqing with some incomprehension.
This guy didn't know any of them, but he had shown a take-charge side in several crises. Especially for Zhao Huai and Han Feng's injuries, it was indeed thanks to him being a doctor. Now that she saw Qi Yunqing's sigh, Li Shui's brows tightened. Truth be told, we had just the right amount of fuel in our tanks to support a round trip originally. But probably because of the whale's impact, there's not enough fuel in the tanks, now, to sustain our return. Qi Yunqing's face was covered in sorrow. After he said this, the faces of the few people present were also very unsightly. Just from this journey, Mystery Island definitely counts as an isolated island where people are rare. Now that there are not enough fuel tanks, they are totally waiting to die if they are stuck on the island. It was kind of a doom and gloom for the crowd. After these words were said, the shadow of death already loomed over the heads of the crowd. It's okay, the owner of the Mystery Island must be on the island as well, and if he wants to come to the island, he must take a boat as well. All we have to do is ask him for a little gas and we can return. Han Feng opened his mouth to comfort the crowd. Her words did have some truth to them and put a few people at ease. Even as he spoke, the cruise ship slowly approached the shore. With that, the 5 men disembarked from the cruise ship in a group, and the island, before them, was very quiet. It was even a little scary how quiet it was, because they couldn't even hear the seabirds. It was unbelievable. Buzz. Puzzle Island Quest, find the Witch Noi mask and decipher the return of all things. A message flashed in Chu Liuyun's mind, like a mission. However, this task was related to the return of all things to the origin, and it still tugged at Chu Liuyun's heartstrings. The words came the moment he landed on the island, so it was something that, of course, had something to do with the island. Just as Chu Liuyun's eyes changed, the eyes of the other 4 people also flickered. Apparently the other 4 had heard the sound as well. But there was a silence. All of them very tacitly didn't say anything, which is something to speculate about. Let's go to the island first. Li Shui said, and stepped forward first. The few remaining people didn't say anything and followed along. Chu Luyun was a bit puzzled in his heart. He hadn't opened his mouth to speak about this matter because the mission enacted by this mystic island involved the return of all things to the origin. That's why he chose to hide it and not say anything. As for Li Shui and Zhao Huai, the return of all things to the origin had no appeal to them at all, as they were not simian general gods at all. But why did they choose to say nothing as well? In that case, there was only one possibility, and that was that the missions issued by Mysterious Island for all of them were probably all different. Each person had a different agenda, but all chose to hide the mission they were given because of selfishness. It's only just landed on the island, and it's already all over the place. He didn't have to think about it to know that the rest of the line would not be smooth. Look guys, there seems to be a building there, or a mansion. How can someone build a villa here even on such a lonely island where birds don't? Zhao Huai pointed into the distance and couldn't help but let out an exclamation. A few people turned their heads to look and did notice a villa standing on the cliffs of the island. It was just that the whole building of that villa was slightly tilted. The angle of inclination isn't great, but you can still tell. Come on, go over there. Perhaps the owner of this enigmatic island is already waiting for us in the mansion. Chu Luyun also chanted, and then the 5 of them took their living supplies and headed to the mansion in great numbers. After a 20-minute hike, they finally made it to the top of the island and stood in front of the villa. In front of the villa stood a large wooden sign with 3 words written on it. Inhata Island. And underneath Inhata Island, there was an introduction written about the island. What shocked Chu Luyun and the others was that this inconspicuous island had a history of more than 700 years. The story about the island is even more thrilling to watch. Chapter 191, The One-Eyed Devil. Inhata Island. That doesn't sound like a breezy, leisurely vacation spot. Rather like there is an island about some kind of evil sacrifice. In the introduction of the wooden sign, the whole island's banditry was also clearly written. In fact, there was originally a primitive tribe living in isolation on Inhata Island. At its peak, this tribe was close to over 2,000 people, and they believed in a deity that no one had ever heard of. One-eyed demon. That sounds strange enough. Other people believe in blah 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 deities that are known to be positive gods, and no more than made-up protection gods. But this tribe, to believe in demons, is simply unthinkable. Demons? Do you guys think there really are demons in this world? Qi Yunqing looked at the introduction and spoke faintly. Several people in the room shook their heads slightly. For that matter, they don't know. If it was placed before, Li Shui would definitely have balked.
But so much has happened nowadays that she's a little uncertain about some of the strange events. It says here that the Aborigines would sacrifice to this demon called One-Eye to pray for him to send down a curse. But I don't know why, but then all the people on the island, they all died. Chu Luyun looked at the introduction for the island above and also felt shocked. Let's not talk about whether the legends about the island are true or not. The person who had invited them had set the appointment here and had made a point of leaving an introduction about the island. The intent of this would be well worth speculating on. Come on, let's go in first. It won't help even if we say flowers at the door. What the inviters are up to, we'll find out when we get inside. Li Shui said lightly before stepping into the mansion in front of her. A few people have been sort of adrift at sea for dozens of hours. The exhaustion kept coming, and the most important thing to do right now was to go get some rest and relaxation. A few people said, and walked into the villa. On the shoe rack in the doorway, there were no pairs of very clean sneakers. It seems that the islander is still very considerate, as if he knew we would get our shoes wet. Zhao Huai said jokingly and casually took down the sneakers on the shoe rack. They had experienced wind and waves at sea, not to mention that their shoes had been soaked with seawater and were very uncomfortable to wear. The 5 men changed into the shoes on the shoe rack and wore them comfortably. It was just that there was a small hiccup in the process, which was that Chu Luyun wasn't very good at tying his shoes. The other 4 were all tied with beautiful bows, only Chu Luyun's shoelaces, tied like a dragonfly. But being able to tie your shoes that hard is another skill. Come on, find a table seat and get something to eat. Han Feng carried all the houses and headed for the house. When the few arrived in the living room, they found that it was lavishly decorated, and on the table in front of them, there were 5 clay figures. In the corner of the table sat a very creepy-looking mask covered in carved eyes, lifelike and incredibly lurid. This would be the one-eyed masks those islanders use for rituals and the demonic figures, right? Why would the person who invited them put them here? Zhao Huai walked to the table and picked up the things on the table and looked around. Several people searched the mansion for a long time, but they never saw a single figure. Not even the slightest trace of life was found. After eating and resting, they looked around the island again. Because Mystery Island wasn't that big, there weren't any extremely hidden cave dark passages. Everyone searched until midnight, and there was no sign of anything at all. It seems that on this island, there are indeed only 5 of us. What exactly do you guys think that islander is up to by inviting us over? Zhao Huai sat at the table, his brows slightly furrowed. At this moment, Chu Luyun was sitting on the side, not saying a word. In fact, in this kind of thing, it doesn't seem that important anymore who the person who invited them over is. The moment they boarded the island, the crowd had already received their respective mission notifications in their minds. But no one said anything. Now that they don't have enough fuel for the return trip, and their cell phones have long since lost their signal, the 5 of them are sort of stranded on the island. And it's still 5 people with their own agenda. Such a potential danger was far more frightening than the islanders' purpose. Well, it's getting late now, let's get some early rest. There are more rooms here, so everyone choose their own. Han Feng waved his hand, his face showing exhaustion. Just as everyone wanted to go back to their rooms to rest, Zhao Huai was the one who spoke again. You guys go pick a room, I see a little second-floor utility room downstairs, I'll just sleep over there. Zhao Huai waved his hand. Instead of choosing a cozy bedroom, he pointed outside to a dilapidated tool shed on the beach. It says tool shed, but it's really a second-floor shed. To prevent dampness, it's an attic that's completely off the ground and requires a ladder to get up. Underneath the loft, it was also covered with black reefs. Even if there was a shelter from the wind and rain, this place was not even remotely comparable to a cozy bedroom. You want? That islander asked us to come to this place, and this place reeks of evil. Who knows what the other side wants to do to us? So for safety's sake, I'd like to stay in the second-floor tool shed. In case someone with bad intentions does come up, I can wrestle with him. Zhao Huai's little plan was very subtle. The only way to the second-floor cubicle was a wooden ladder. In case a bad guy did come up, it was still very simple for him to guard a ladder. But the fact that he said it is proof that he has a ghost in his heart. After all 4 people present knew each other, so why would he conclude that there was a murderer? Whatever. Tomorrow we'll figure out how to get the hell out of here. Li Shui at this moment, surprisingly rare, did not get to the bottom of the matter, she seemed to have some ulterior motive as well. Among the few of them, Chu Luyun was naturally the one with the least say. He could only allow the arrangement and return to his room.
The bedrooms here are pretty well decorated, especially once you enter. There is a large mirror and dresser for organizing your grooming. Chu Luyun sat on the chair, thinking back on everything today. He kept guessing what kind of purpose the other guys would have. Ka-ching! Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard a strange sound from behind him, like footsteps. Who? Chu Luyun violently turned his head to look over. Suddenly I felt the back of my head rise violently, as if a nail had been driven through my skull. I'm going to die. Chapter 192, Successive Deaths. Chu Luyun's body began to be weak, and the intense pain caused him to have an instinctive reaction of wanting to vomit. But at this moment, his body was not listening at all, and it was very difficult to even open his mouth. Losing all of his body's ability to operate, the whole person was like a computer that had suddenly had its power switch unplugged. The only thing he could do was let his body fall. Is this what death feels like? These were the last words left in Chu Luyun's mind, and also the last thoughts before the interim. Just as he fell, the rest of his eyes swept over his back. He saw a blurry ensemble. And the dark figure appeared to be wearing a mask, one that was covered with eyeballs. One-eyed mask. Are the legends all true? Is it really the devil killing people? Doubts once again popped up in Chu Luyun's mind. It was just that he had already traveled to the death transit room, and he no longer had the opportunity to explore. What the truth really looked like was no longer his concern. His mind didn't even have time to have a run for his life before his body fell heavily to the ground. With a loud bang, Chu Luyun completely lost his life. I don't know how much time has passed. Chu Luyun, who was lying on the ground, slowly opened his eyes. It was the same familiar bedroom in front of him, except that he felt a blockage in his throat, as if something had been jammed in it. Cough cough cough. A violent coughing fit was followed by a chunk of jelly-like vomit that he coughed up. Puff. There was a small thud from outside, as if something had fallen into the sea. What the hell? I'm not dead? Chu Luyun incredulously stood up slowly. His body was covered with blood that had dried, even his shoes were stained red. With such an alarming amount of bleeding, there's absolutely no way there's life to be had. But then he himself just stood up. He turned and looked at the shattered mirror, the appalling face of the moment instantly coming into view. At the back of Chu Luyun's head, a long, thumb-thin nail was nailed into the back of his head, and the nail ran through the back of his head, drilling out of his skull. There was also thick yellowish water flowing out of the fatal wound, which looked appalling. Chu Luyun was almost certain that he must be dead. But then, for some reason, it came back to life. Right in the corner under the bed, Chu Luyun saw a clay doll, and on the doll's head, there was also a big hole. The location of the injury was practically identical to Chu Luyun. Just in this instant of lowering his head, Chu Luyun even discovered a different situation. That was Chu Luyun's shoes, and the laces had turned into nice bows. The killer killed a man and tied his shoes. No good, they're in danger. Chu Luyun also finally reacted at this moment. He had just awakened when he heard a loud noise coming from outside. Maybe the owner of that voice is the murderer. If the murderer is still killing, that means Li Shui and the others are in danger. At this moment, Chu Luyun no longer dwelled on why he was resurrected and directly rushed out. He stepped out of the doorway and saw straight into the bathroom. A body was floating on the water-filled bathtub, face down, the whole thing like a float on the river, lifeless. Han Feng. From the clothes, Chu Luyun instantly judged the identity of the other party. He rushed forward. The water in the bathtub was found to have become dirty, mixed with mud, and soaked to a murky color. And on the floor of the bathroom, there was a half-melted mannequin. Apparently Han Feng's death matched the mannequin as well. Han Feng. Chu Luyun rushed over and grabbed Han Feng's hair to lift his head up. After getting out of the water, he also saw the dead man's face, and it was indeed Han Feng without a doubt. It was just that Han Feng's face had risen from the blisters and looked a little scary. Dead too? Incredulity filled Chu Luyun's eyes. He stepped out of the bathroom and headed for the lobby of the mansion. Just as I walked into the hall, I saw the blood-stained carpet. The blood on the floor spread had long since dried, like a long time had passed. Aside from this blood-stained carpet, there was surprisingly not a speck of blood on the floor around them. And where did this blood staining the carpet come from? A trace of doubt arose in Chu Luyun's heart, then incredulously looked up. It was found that right above the carpet, Shi Yunqing's head was stuck in the middle of the stair railing, his face covered in blood. Also now? Chu Luyun looked at Qi Yunxing's terrifying appearance, his face pale and without a trace of blood. The blood on his face was the same as on the ground, long since congealed and dead for some time. Not good, Li Shui might be in danger. Chu Luyun secretly cried out in his heart that it was not good. He turned and ran outside the villa. Because the entire Mystery Island was isolated, they had also searched the island for any living souls. Simply put, this is a storm mountain resort. No one could have come in and no one would have gone out. The murderer could only have been among the 5. Now that all 3 of them are dead, the murderer can only be between Li Shui and Zhao Huai. If he were to choose between these 2, he would definitely prefer Zhao Huai to be the murderer. Thinking of this, he rushed out of the villa and quickly made his way to the tool room. This is Zhao Huai's residence. But just as he reached the tool shed, he saw a charred body. The body was doused with sulfuric acid, emitting an unpleasant odor, and judging from the body's clothes, as well as its female features, it was undoubtedly Li Shui. Are all dead? Chu Luyun looked up to the 2nd floor of the tool room. Zhao Huai, you bastard. Chu Luyun cursed bitterly and climbed down the ladder to the 2nd floor. There were only 5 of them in the group. Now that all 4 of them were dead, if the murderer was amongst the 2, then there was only one Zhao Huai left. He didn't know why Zhao Huai was killing people, maybe it had something to do with that mission they got when they first arrived here? At this moment, Chu Luyun did not have any fear in his heart. Because he was already a dead man, even if Zhao Huai was a horrible murderous demon, he could still pull the other party along with him. Zhao Huai, you dog, prepare to die. Chu Luyun's heart couldn't help but shout out loud. But when he climbed up the ladder to the 2nd floor, he first smelled the odor of burning candles. And then when he looked up at Zhao Huai, his entire body froze in place. Chapter 193, Collapse of Reasoning. What he saw in his eyes as a murderer had now solidified into a wax statue. The whole man was encased in wax and had suffocated. Only one arm popped out of the wax figure, its struggling 5 fingers covered in blood. Zhao Huai, too, is dead? Chu Luyun looked at the frightening scene in front of him, and his entire brain instantly went into a state of downtime. Under the Storm Hill environment. The murderer could only be one of the 5 of them, but now that all 5 have been declared dead, who exactly is the murderer? Chu Luyun walked down from the tool room with doubts. The entire mansion seemed to be shrouded in shadow. No, something must be wrong somewhere. Chu Luyun began to calm himself down. As he had just resurrected, he clearly heard a little drop into the sea outside his window. The murderer must have been alive at that time. Since the murderer is bound to be among the 5, there is only one possibility that the murderer faked his death and hid among the dead. Chu Luyun began to think back on how everyone had died. The first one was Han Feng, who was soaked in a bathtub, and his body was already a bit swollen, and that kind of corpse state could never be a fake death. The second was Qi Yunxing, who was stuck in a gap in the stair railing. The blood that dripped onto the floor and body had solidified and dried. And from the time Chu Luyun heard the sound the murderer made to the time he walked to the hall, it was definitely no more than 10 minutes. There's no way the blood could have coagulated that fast in 10 minutes. So the possibility of Qi Yunxing faking his death was also almost non-existent. The third is Li Shui, whose fake death is also almost impossible. First there was the body that had been doused in acid and had been burned until it was blackened all over. The strongest evidence is the glass bottle used to contain the sulfuric acid. Sulfuric acid is not any other liquid, but you can hold it in your hands, only if it is filled with sulfuric acid. But no bottle containing sulfuric acid was found at the scene of Li Shui's death. In other words, the murderer took away the bottle with the sulfuric acid after killing Li Shui, from which it can be inferred that Li Shui was not the murderer. The last one left is the body of Zhao Huai upstairs, completely sealed with wax. He also couldn't have gone from resurrection to tool room for more than 15 minutes at all. The wax on Zhao Huai's body had completely solidified, so it couldn't have been within 15 minutes either, so Zhao Huai necessarily couldn't have faked his death either. In that case, none of the 5 of them had faked their deaths. Could it be that my reasoning is faulty? Chu Luyun had to rethink. But he had a feeling that his fake death reasoning said that there should be no problem, just a refinement somewhere along the line. Corpses? A new idea was once again born in Chu Luyun's mind. The 5 of them didn't necessarily fake their own deaths. What if one of the bodies is an extra? Arriving with a prepared corpse and then using that corpse to fake your own death? If you use this line of reasoning, then the murderer is already known.
In the deaths of Han Feng and Qi Yunsheng, Zhu Luyun was able to see the faces of the deceased, and they were naturally unable to fake their deaths. And although Li Shui had been burned beyond recognition by the acid, her unique features could not be imitated by a corpse. So then it would seem that there is only one left. Zhao Huai. Because Zhao Huai was sealed in a wax statue, and solidified wax does not have a transparent effect, so it was impossible to tell whether the person in the wax statue was Zhao Huai or not. If there really existed a person among them who faked his death with a corpse, then there was only one person left, and that was Zhao Huai. And it's very, very easy to corroborate that conjecture. All that was needed was to open the wax figure completely to see if the body inside was Zhao Huai or not, and everything would be revealed. Zhu Luyun thought of this and no longer had any hesitation. Directly re-entering the second-floor cubicle, he looked at the wax figure in front of him. Zhao Huai, although I don't know for what purpose you did such a thing. But if the murderer is really you, I will have you flogged. Zhu Luyun's mouth was still speaking words to vent his hatred. If it were in normal times, he would have suspected Qi Yunsheng as the murderer without hesitation. After all, the few of them knew each other, and only that Qi Yunsheng was an outsider. But on boarding two, all of them received an inexplicable quest, and from that point on it had been a matter of heart and soul. So it's not surprising that everyone carries a different agenda for whatever they do. Zhu Luyun picked up the small carving knife on the table and little by little peeled off the hard wax statue shell. Upon seeing the true face of the wax corpse clearly, Zhu Luyun's entire body froze. That moment. All reasoning seemed to completely collapse in an instant. Because that corpse in the wax figure was none other than Zhao Huai, who was also indeed dead. What the hell is going on here? False death theory, body replacement theory, both directions of reasoning are denied. What the hell is going on here? Zhu Luyun's heart was filled with doubts. It was the first time he had suffered such a setback in this matter of reasoning. Ka Ching. Just as Zhu Luyun was puzzled, the Zhao Huai in front of him actually moved. Ahem ahem. Holy, ghosts, ghosts. Zhao Huai opened his eyes in a daze and realized Zhu Luyun in front of him, and immediately screamed in fear. It wasn't that this guy was as timid as a mouse, but the Zhu Luyun at this moment did look a little too intimidating. A large hole had been made in the head, and a yellowish liquid was flowing out continuously. Looking at his continuous screaming appearance, Zhu Luyun directly raised his hand and slapped him in the face. Come on, stop screaming, you're dead too. Both of us are now our private deaths, and the murderer has not yet been found. Did you see anything before you died? Zhu Luyun looked at Zhao Huai in front of him. For now, he could only see if he could get some new, valuable clues from him. Hearing Zhu Luyun's words, Zhao Huai also slowly accepted the reality that he was dead. His brow furrowed slightly as he thought back to everything that happened before he died. I think I saw a guy in a one-eyed mask, like a ghost, before I died, and then As Zhao Huai said this, he looked down at his pants. At this moment, his pants were already mostly soaked, obviously having been pissed off by the one-eyed masked murderer from before. Then I passed out and didn't know anything. Chapter 194, A Man's Death as Evidence. Looking at Zhao Huai in front of him like this, Zhu Luyun was also clear that he could no longer count on him. What valuable clues can a man who would wet his pants at the sight of a murderer offer? At this moment, Zhu Luyun felt that Zhao Huai might as well not be resurrected so that this mystery could be brought to a close. Looking at his stupid face, Zhu Luyun felt an unexplained pang of anger. This guy's resurrection and rebirth not only didn't provide any ideas, but instead overthrew Zhu Luyun's reasoning logic. The murderer must be the guy with the one-eyed mask. Zhao Huai's tone was incomparably certain, but the only thing he got in return was Zhu Luyun's blank stare. Come on, just don't keep talking about that guy, I've seen him before temporarily. Everyone knows that guy is the killer, but at the moment he can't be found. Zhu Luyun sighed. Right now the only reasoning he relies on would be a false death. But if the search for the identity of the dead doesn't work as a layer of logic, where does that leave the breaking point about the ruse? Zhu Luyun, have you ever wondered why the murderer wore a mask to commit the murder? Isn't he going to kill everyone? If he was going to kill everyone, why did he wear a mask to commit the murder? Isn't that strange? Zhao Huai's head wasn't useless, and he finally came up with a rather constructive proposal. When Zhu Luyun heard his words, he also froze slightly at first. Immediately afterward a certain barrier in the mind was poked and prodded. Yeah, he'd missed that most crucial point. If the killer intended to kill everyone from the start, that means he didn't intend to let a single living person leave the island. Why wear a mask and commit murder when everyone is going to die by his hand and perish on this island? In that case, isn't it completely superfluous? So there's only one possibility that explains the irrationality of what's going on in front of us. That's when the person who kills and commits murder knows ahead of time that people will be resurrected after they die, and he's afraid of the dead after they've been resurrected, and he catches him out. So when committing murder and killing, he would wear a mask to disguise himself. Chu Luyun finally found the bullet that shattered the logic barrier. When this bullet hit, it was as if Chu Luyun had found the answer. The murderer, knowing that people come back to life after death, what methods would he use to blend in with the 5 dead? Chu Luyun turned his head to look at Zhao Huai. The question was like asking Zhao Huai, but it was also like asking himself. Zhao Huai's utterance of the bullet that shattered logic was purely unintentional. However, when Chu Luyun actually questioned him, he froze once again, his brain completely devoid of any thoughts. You don't know? That's the way to commit suicide. Chu Luyun uttered this answer that he had newly reasoned into. Since the murderer knew that everyone would be resurrected, it was only natural that he would not fear death. In this way, it's entirely possible to kill everyone and then commit suicide to blend in with the death queue. Even if you know this, what can you do? No, it's still the same not knowing who the suicidal person is. You can't analyze whether it's suicide or not from the fact that they are dead, can you? Whether it's drowning or acid, or even asphyxiation of a wax figure like me, it can be accomplished by a suicide technique. Zhao Huai always still couldn't figure out the key points. But Chu Luyun was already finding the vital point at this moment. Since the killer wanted to commit suicide, he had to fake his own suicide after killing everyone. From that logic, just find out who is the final dead person among the 5 of them, and everything will be unraveled. In a nutshell, whoever is the last to die is the murderer. According to you, even I'm a suspect now? I'm dead and I can't get away with it? Zhao Huai looked at Chu Luyun with some surprise. The original was having a hard time coming to terms with the matter of his own death for the time being. But now Chu Luyun even listed him as one of the suspects, which was something he could not accept even more. There's not much to go on, after all, the killer will only come from the 5 of us. Let alone you, even I am on the list of suspects. Chu Luyun even directly wrenched himself up in order to plug Zhao Huai's mouth. Now Zhao Huai naturally had nothing to say. The evidence they have at hand at the moment doesn't really prove who was actually the last to die. So to get a glimpse of the truth, you have to return to the scene of the death once more and try to see if you can find any new clues. Come on, let's go see what's going on with their bodies. Chu Luyun took Zhao Huai and then walked down from the 2nd floor attic. The first body they came across was Li Shui, who had died right below the attic. The body that had been corroded to a charred blackness by sulfuric acid. Chu Luyun was not a professional forensic scientist, the only thing he could do was to observe the corpse as carefully as possible, in a vain attempt to be able to find some clues. Found it! Chu Luyun let out a cry of surprise. Zhao Huai, who was crouching on the ground, also hurriedly turned his head to look over. In the direction of Chu Luyun's finger, which was in Li Shui's open mouth, it was surprisingly empty. This also means that Li Shui's tongue was cut out. Turn her over and look at her. Chu Luyun grabbed the shoulders of the corpse and slowly lifted Li Shui up. Because only the front side was corroded by all the sulfuric acid, Li Shui's back still had some intact skin. There was a lot of dried blood left on the skin, all running from the back to the neck. The skin was also covered with abrasions, thus showing that her death was also extremely jealous and painful. Hey, why is my watch here? Zhao Huai said with some doubt. It turned out to be that underneath Li Shui's body, there was also a watch pressed against it, the very same one that Qi Yunqing had bought earlier. Because the colors were not the same, Zhao Huai's watch was also instantly recognizable. Li Shui may be dead, but he cleared you. Chu Luyun spoke faintly, which caused Zhao Huai's movements to put on his watch to slow down a few points. What do you mean? Zhao Huai was quite puzzled and gave a strange inquiry. It's simple, your watch is pressed under Li Shui's body, that means you're not the last one to die. Otherwise your watch should have fallen on Li Shui's body. Chu Luyun opened his mouth indifferently, exonerating the fool in front of him. Hearing Chu Luyun's words, Zhao Huai revealed a smirk, but his suspicious gaze was fixed on Chu Luyun. Since team leader Li has proven my innocence. And how do you prove your innocence? Chapter 195, Brainstorming. You doubt me? Chu Luyun looked at Zhao Huai and could not help but feel a hint of displeasure in his heart. He himself was reasoning hard here, while Zhao Huai couldn't help at all. In the end, he had even dropped his skeptical gaze on himself. If he really was the one who killed everyone, then why was he bothering to investigate everything here? It's not enough to just swing like Zhao Huai, no one can find out who the murderer is anyway. Okay, since you're not sure, let's just go to the room and check it out. Chu Luyun said this and led Zhao Huai to his room. In fact, since awakening, he had left the room in a hurry and had not carefully surveyed the scene. It was just right to bring Zhao Huai over this time and resurvey the scene again. Maybe we can find some more different clues like the scene at Li Shui. The two hurriedly arrived at Chu Luyun's room from before. Zhao Huai was like growing a dog's nose as he kept searching the ground carefully. Something is definitely wrong, come and look. As if Zhao Huai had discovered a new continent, he began to shout continuously at a spot on the wooden floor. Chu Luyun also immediately came over to check it out. Found on the floor, there were two very shallow marks of two very small potholes. That would be the nail going through the back of the head and nailing it to the ground, leaving an imprint. But why are there two of them? Obviously I just had a nail driven into my head. Chu Luyun looked at the traces in front of him and was somewhat less understanding. He could pretty much confirm that the two tiny craters on the ground were the marks caused by the nails stamped down. It just makes you wonder why a nail that has two marks on it. Maybe. You're not the only one in this room who's had his head nailed to the wall. Zhao Huai slowly opened his mouth to make an answer. Chu Luyun also followed his gaze to the side and saw the clay figure with a pit behind its head as well. Prompted to this point, Chu Luyun naturally figured out something about the situation. Are you saying that this clay figure was also nailed with a nail, only the killer pulled out the nail behind the figure? So this scene, that's all that's left of the nail, but there are two shallow craters, right? Chu Luyun was somewhat high on Zhao Huai at the moment, not expecting this guy to still have some reasoning ability. Just why did the killer pull the nails out of the clay man? That was something he didn't quite understand. For whatever purpose the murderer took the mudman's nails. The only thing that could explain it is that after I died, the murderer pulled out the nails of the clay man and took them with him, so I couldn't have been the last one to die. Chu Luyun looked at the two shallow pits on the ground. It was not clear why the murderer would do such a thing after killing someone, but at the very least, it proved that he was not the one who did it. Let's go, let's check out the next place. Zhao Huai beckoned. Though there is an impossible conflict between the two that cannot be resolved. But now that Chu Luyun had clearly proved his innocence as well, it was impossible for him to have a problem. The two men were still discussing the weirdness of it all on the way. He arrived at Han Feng's burial place in the middle of his speech. Probing the tub, the dead body still floated in the water. And he can't be the last to die. Chu Luyun looked at the muddy water in the bathtub, as well as the melting mud man in the corner of the bathroom. Apparently at the time of Han Feng's death, the woman who represented death was in the bathtub just like him. So this originally clear bath water has turned into muddy water at the moment. And after the murderer killed Han Feng, the murderer fished the clay man out of the bathtub and threw him in the corner. That's why there's a half-melted clay figure. Judging from this phenomenon, Han Feng is also bound to be unlikely to be that last dead person, much less a murderer. Looking at Han Feng, who had died a miserable death, a touch of regret appeared on Zhao Huai's face as well. The two men stride down the hall again to view the crime scene of the last body. Qi Yunsheng. Look, this guy's palms are covered in mud and they're still holding a grip. It also means that he was clutching the clayman in his hand before he died. But now the clayman has appeared at his feet, in the same way as Han Feng's death scene. Before death, the clay figure was in his hand, but after death, it came to his feet, and must have been the work of the murderer as well. Chu Luyun pointed at the clay figure that represented death, once again dismissing the speculation that Qi Yunsheng was a suicidal person. Chu Luyun himself, because the floor has two nail traces, the mud man's nails are missing, so judgment is not the last dead. And while Han Feng's bathtub had muddy water in it, the clay dolls were on the floor, and also the killer moved the dolls after he died, so he wasn't the last one either. Qi Yunsheng agreed. Zhao Huai had even less to say. It's not just about crying foul because you cross over and become a fugitive. Chu Luyun, Han Feng, Qi Yunsheng, and Zhao Huai were all excluded, so the answer was already in the hearts of two people. It's Li Shui. But why would team leader Li do that? Why did she kill all of us? Zhao Huai was even more determined that Li Shui was the murderer at this moment, so his heart was filled with doubts. He was more or less involved in Chu Luyun's reasoning just now. No rebuttal was uttered now, so naturally he agreed. And the fact that Li Shui was the murderer was more of an answer from his own mouth.
But if Li Shui is the murderer, then there's also a place where it would become implausible. Chu Luyun was a bit puzzled. However, Zhao Huai waved his hand. No matter how many unexplained things there are, this is a nail in the coffin. Although we don't know what her motive for killing is, she must be the murderer as well. Zhao Huai's mind was already set. However, Chu Luyun was always still a bit puzzled. If Li Shui is the murderer, then we still have a dilemma that we simply can't solve. As I said before, Li Shui's death was due to acid being doused on her body, but she didn't have a bottle with acid around. That would mean that the murderer took away the bottle with the sulfuric acid after killing Li Shui, so it's the same thing with the dolls, and Li Shui's death doesn't hold water. Chu Luyun pondered bitterly, his mind simply unable to figure out those key points. And just at this moment, a smile appeared on Zhao Huai's face. Maybe the answer we found a long time ago.